I never expected this. Me, Sima Daifu, actually transmigrated into the world of Naruto and became the son of Tobirama Senju. This plot twist is more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. It was the first year of Konoha when I first arrived at the Grand Senju estate. A white-haired, red-eyed man with a stern expression fixed his gaze on me and asked, "Who are you?" I opened my eyes wide and, without hesitation, called out, "Father." Just then, a long-haired man beside him, bearing the Uzumaki crest on his headband, looked at me as if he'd seen a ghost and shouted in shock, "Brother, who's this child?" That's right. These two were none other than the legends of the shinobi world, Hashirama Senju and his brother, Tobirama. After coming here, I was utterly bewildered. Who could have imagined that my father would turn out to be Tobirama Senju? According to my mother in this life, our clan was quite influential in the Land of Fire during the Warring States era. Hashirama and Tobirama once invited our family to join them in founding a peaceful shinobi village, but the clan leader refused. Back then, my mother was merely a collateral member of the family, remarkably beautiful and tasked with receiving the guests. Later, after drinks with the clan leader, Hashirama and Tobirama became thoroughly drunk. My mother ended up escorting the inebriated Tobirama to his room, and as fate would have it, something unexpected happened. Not wanting to complicate matters, my mother pretended nothing had occurred, and Tobirama, lost in a drunken stupor, remembered nothing the next day. Who could have known that just that one time, my mother would become pregnant with me? Because of this, she was met with mockery and scorn from the clan. Eventually, she couldn't bear the pressure and passed away in sorrow just last month. Unable to remain with the clan, I decided to seek out my father. Yet, because I'd never trained in chakra, I was attacked and killed by wild beasts on the way, which led to my transmigration into this body. Finally, I got to meet Tobirama. I told Tobirama everything. He was instantly shocked, looking as if he'd just witnessed something beyond belief. Hashirama slapped his forehead and said, "Now, I remember. You're the child from the Sima clan?" It turned out that earlier that morning, when he went to look for Tobirama, he found him not wearing any clothes. My eyes reddened with grief as I said sorrowfully, "Lord Hashirama, my mother has passed away. I can't go back to my clan, so I came to find my father." Tobirama was completely stunned. Who could calmly accept a son appearing out of nowhere in his 30s? Hashirama roared in anger. "Tobirama, because of you, Daifu's mother died, and now you want to ignore your own child?" His voice was so loud it made the whole house tremble. Tobirama, flustered, retorted, "Brother, you're just believing his story without any proof?" Yet even as he spoke, fragments of memory surfaced, waking up to find himself undressed, chalking it up to a drunken night. He never imagined things had turned out like this. At that moment, I spoke up, Father, actually, I have a special ability." I casually made a few gestures, and suddenly the ground outside the door split open. A massive vine burst out from the earth, followed by a pea shooter sprouting up, giving me a playful wink. This was the special power I'd gained after crossing into this world. I could summon plants from my previous life's game, Plants versus Zombies, to assist me in battle. For now, I could only call forth pea shooters, sunflowers, potato mines, walnuts, and squash. At first, I thought it was some kind of system, but after calling out for days and getting no response, I realized that only after becoming a genin could I unlock new plants. My name was Dave, and I could grow plants. It was too much of a coincidence not to believe in. Hashirama and Tobirama both cried out in shock. Wood Release. Wood Release was originally Hashirama's unique secret technique, a power only the Senju clan could wield. Hashirama, brimming with excitement, turned to Tobirama and declared, "Tobirama, if he's not your son, I'll write my name backwards." Saying this, he began shouting and playfully roughhousing with Tobirama. Tobirama didn't fight back. He could only think how unlucky he was and that he probably deserved this beating. After a while, Tobirama, face bruised and battered, stood up and knelt before me. "Dave, I'm sorry for what I did to you and your mother." He was about to kowtow, but I quickly reached out to stop him. My feelings were a tangled mess. Having lived 2 lives facing this unfamiliar Tobirama, the word father just wouldn't come out. It weighed on my heart like a boulder. Tobirama embraced me, saying, "All right, from now on, you'll be Senju Dave." He could already tell I wasn't comfortable calling him father, so he promised to take things slow and help me untangle the knot in my heart. Humph, the Shimura clan had better watch out. There was a fierce determination burning in Tobirama's eyes that was impossible to ignore. Hashirama watched our reunion from the side, grinning from ear to ear, and joked that after 30 years of being single, Tobirama finally had someone to look after him. And so, just like that, my awkward, confused journey of recognizing my father had begun. The next day at the Ninja Academy, Tobarama took my hand and walked slowly with me into the classroom. After a long night of conversation, it seemed as if the barrier between us had melted away, and we were truly father and son at last. Or so it seemed. The truth was I was only 5 years old, and he kept me up talking all night. Who on earth could put up with that? Tobarama decided to bring me to school to learn. After all, I was still young, and for now, training chakra was all I could do. This is our new classmate, my son, Senjidave. Let's all welcome him, Tobarama announced as we stood together at the front of the classroom. All the students turned to stare at me. Tobarama's words left all 38 classmates stunned. After all, I really did look a lot like him. Just don't confuse me with that other Dave from Plants vs. Zombies. You know, the one with the saucepan on his head, fuzzy sideburns, a vacant stare, and a habit of speaking in gibberish. In this life, Dave had white hair and red eyes, just like Tobarama. However, unlike Tobarama's cold and proud demeanor that seemed to radiate from within, Dave always wore a gentle smile, giving off a warmth reminiscent of spring sunshine. Hello everyone, my name is Senjidave. I'm 5 years old. I don't like iron pots or talking cars, but I love growing vegetables. My dream is to have a vegetable garden of my own where I can plant all sorts of things and maybe even fight off a few zombies. Dave introduced himself. The other children in the classroom were utterly baffled. They hadn't quite processed the fact that this teacher was the younger brother of the first Hokage, and as far as they knew, he wasn't even married yet. So how did a son around their age suddenly appear out of nowhere? Take the seat next to Hiruzen, Tobarama said. His voice only ever softened when he spoke to his own son. At all other times, even with his elder brother, he maintained his usual cool detachment. Okay. Dave tried his best to contain his excitement and walked over in the direction Tobarama indicated. Of course, he knew exactly who Hiruzen was, the future third Hokage, a major figure and the leader of the Yellow Sect. Hello, my name is Senjidave. Im Sharutobi Hiruzen. After a brief exchange of introductions, the two sat down together and began listening to the lesson. It must be said, whether in his previous life or this one, sitting through a class was always boring. Dave was almost drifting off to sleep. If the person giving the lecture hadn't been his so-called father, he would have been off in dreamland already, perhaps fighting side by side with some teacher. The morning passed by quickly. All right, that's it for this morning's lesson, Tobarama said coldly as he closed his book. This afternoon's class is canceled. I have something to take care of. We'll resume, as usual, tomorrow. With that, Tobarama remained standing at the lectern, his gaze fixed on his son. Tobarama himself felt a little puzzled. The atmosphere after class was oddly subdued. Usually, as soon as he announced the end of class, the students would erupt into chaos before he'd even left the room. But today, everyone was strangely quiet. The students thought to themselves, of course we'd go wild if you were actually leaving, but with you standing up there on the podium, how could we possibly dare to make noise? Tobarama was waiting for his son. After all, he was both the teacher of this class and a father, so there was no need for him to wait outside like other parents. Dave's face flushed under the gentle gaze his father gave him, not just because of his father's attention, but also the curious looks from his classmates. Unable to hold back any longer, Dave stood up, said goodbye to Hiruzen, and walked over to Tobarama's side. Tobarama nodded with satisfaction, took his son's hand, and joyfully led him out of the classroom. Tobarama listened to the sudden burst of noise erupting from the classroom, and finally felt that everything had returned to normal. Today was destined to be anything but peaceful. The Uchiha clan. Father, I'm home. Oh, Kagami, you're back. Did anything interesting happen at school today? Yes, something did. We had a new student join our class today. He's the teacher's child. Tobarama's child? In any case, Kagami, make sure you get along well with that classmate, understood? Yes, father. The Nara clan. Father, I'm home. What a bother. Do you want something to eat? Anything's fine. By the way, we got a new student in our class today, too. The teacher's son. Lord Tobarama's son? Sigh, truly troublesome. But Shikayama, you absolutely must build a good relationship with him. Got it, what a pain. You little rascal. After returning home, all the children in the class told their families about Dave, each receiving the same advice without exception. Make sure to get along with Dave. This left everyone feeling rather helpless. At the Senju clan residence. Good evening, Aunt Mito. Good evening, Uncle Hashirama. Dave bowed respectfully to the two before him, his heart pounding with excitement. After all, these were legendary figures. Ah, you must be Tobarama's son. You really do look like him. Mito, noticing Dave's snow-white hair, couldn't help but smile kindly, gently cupping his cheeks in her hands. Sigh, that Tobarama. Never mind, let's not talk about him. Dave, your father has business this afternoon, so you'll be training with me today. Hashirama said with a hint of resignation. Of course he knew what Tobarama was up to, but he had no intention of interfering. If it were him in the same position, he might have already summoned the great Buddha in a fit of rage. Despite his genial appearance, Hashirama was not to be mistaken for a pushover or soft-hearted fool. When he was truly riled, there was nothing he wouldn't do. "Come on, Dave." Hashirama took Dave by the hand and led him to the training field behind the mansion. "Dave, yesterday, I noticed your wood release seems a bit different from mine," Hashirama said, looking at Dave with genuine curiosity. "Uncle Hashirama, I can summon 4 different kinds of plants, but I think, as my chakra increases, I'll be able to call forth even more types." Dave had already prepared his explanation, answering with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Oh, can you show me right now?" Hashirama asked in surprise, but soon smiled with understanding. After all, only the 2 of them in the entire ninja world possessed wood release. It was no wonder Dave's ability differed from his own. Wood release, pea shooter. Finding the hand signs too troublesome, Dave simply copied Hashirama, bringing his hands together and calling out the name of his technique. A crack suddenly spread across the ground, and a pea shooter 2 meters tall burst forth from beneath the earth. "Oh, is this some sort of summoning beast? A plant-type summoning beast? Dave, could you have it attack me, so I can see what it can do?" Hashirama stared at the blinking, wide-mouthed pea shooter in front of him, his face full of puzzlement as he spoke. "Pea shooter attack." Dave pointed at Hashirama and gave the command. The pea shooter's thick stem bent backward, its mouth clamped shut, as if it were gathering energy for something. Its cheeks puffed out in preparation. With a sharp thud, the pea shooter's mouth sprang open, and a massive green pea shot out, hurtling straight toward Hashirama. Hashirama didn't dodge. He wanted to test the power of this thing himself. He pressed his palms together, and instantly, a thick wooden wall rose up from the ground in front of him. To Hashirama's astonishment, the pea smashed straight through more than a meter of solid wood. He quickly reached out and caught the flying projectile. He managed to catch it, but the force was so great that he was pushed back dozens of meters. Excitement gleamed in Hashirama's eyes. At this moment, Dave wasn't even on the level of a basic genin, yet he was able to summon such a powerful plant. If Dave had strength equal to Hashirama's, a single pea might have been enough to send him flying, or even seriously injure him. After the pea shattered, it simply dissipated into the air, and the pea shooter vanished as well. Not because it was exhausted, but because Dave had purposefully dismissed it. Wood-style potato mine. Dave formed hand seals and shouted loudly. The ground in front of Hashirama suddenly bulged upward, forming a mound with a round device embedded in it, its red light blinking ominously. "What kind of plant is this?" Hashirama asked, bewildered. The appearance of these plants was simply too bizarre. He had never summoned anything like them with his own wood-style techniques. It needs a little time to prepare. Once it surfaces, it'll explode on contact, no matter who touches it, Dave explained patiently. The 2 of them stood to the side, quietly waiting for the potato mine to get ready. Before long, a pair of eyes and 2 protruding teeth popped up from the mound, and the red light atop its head stopped blinking. Hashirama stared in astonishment. These things were simply unbelievable. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Hashirama positioned himself and then stepped down with 1 foot. The potato mine's eyes narrowed slightly. Boom! The explosion sent Hashirama flying backward several dozen meters. He even flipped head over heels before finally coming to a stop. Fortunately, he had braced himself in advance, or he might have made a fool of himself in front of Dave. Instead, he found himself genuinely fascinated by this new kind of mine. Its power was twice that of an ordinary explosive tag, yet it lay hidden beneath the ground. Still, Hashirama wasn't worried that no one would trigger it. After all, something this strange had never appeared in the ninja world before. Surely someone would be curious enough to give it a try. "Uncle Hashirama, do you want to keep watching?" Dave called out loudly. "Keep going," Hashirama replied. He was eager to see what other kinds of plants Dave could summon. Wood-style squash. Dave pressed his palms together. From the cracked earth, a giant squash slowly rose. It was massive, far bigger than the pea shooter, almost half the height of a tailed beast. The squash had 1 small eye and 1 large eye, its mouth twisted into a permanent scowl that made it look both disdainful and mischievous. Hashirama approached it with caution. To his surprise, the squash gave a low, rumbling grunt, then suddenly sprang high into the air and hurtled straight toward him. Wood-style, wood prison. Catching sight of the enormous shadow overhead, Hashirama swiftly formed hand seals. Wooden pillars sprang up around him at once, just as the squash came crashing down. When it struck the earth, the giant squash disappeared without a trace. Dave was almost out of chakra. Summoning such massive, single-use plants drained him, and he couldn't call upon them again and again. As the dust gradually cleared, All that remained was a heap of crushed timber and a stunned Hashirama lying on the ground. His eyes had rolled back, and foamy bubbles were forming at his lips. Dave hurried over and hoisted Hashirama up. "Uncle Hashirama, are you all right? Please don't scare me." Dave shook him anxiously, his eyes glimmering with tears that threatened to spill. This was the very first year of Konoha's founding, and Madara Uchiha had not yet gone rogue. If he accidentally killed Hashirama, who would be left? To confront Madara at the Valley of the End? Himself? Dave doubted that even a giant squash could ever defeat someone as formidable as Madara. I'm fine. Just seeing a lot of stars," Hashirama mumbled, a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth, as if dizzy little stars were twirling above his head. Hashirama, Mito, who had been observing their training from the sidelines, rushed over in alarm when she saw what happened. She quickly took Hashirama from Dave, her voice thick with worry. "Wood style, sunflower." Dave, realizing things might take a turn for the worse, hastily shouted out his jutsu. A gigantic sunflower sprang from the earth, its cheerful face beaming with a wide, sunny smile as it swayed gently toward the light. Mito gazed at Dave's unusual creation with a puzzled look, clearly unable to guess his intentions. "Aunt Mito, just wait a bit. You'll see," Dave assured her quickly. The sunflower continued to bask and dance in the sunlight, and before long, a dazzling golden blossom began to unfurl at its heart. Dave picked up the sunlight and placed it gently upon Hashirama's chest. Under Mito's astonished gaze, the golden rays slowly seeped into Hashirama's body. Still dazed, Hashirama felt a wave of warmth sweep through him. When he finally regained his senses, he found his wife holding him, his nephew Dave at his side, and the odd, lively sunflower dancing nearby. "What happened, Mito?" Hashirama asked, his voice still tinged with confusion. "Uncle Hashirama, I thought." Dave suddenly flung himself into Hashirama's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. After all, he was still a child, and sometimes a child simply needs to cry. "Oh, now I remember. It's all right, Dave. It was my own carelessness. I didn't expect your wood release to have grown so strong." Hashirama finally recalled what had happened before he fainted and hurried to comfort Dave. "Wood release?" Mito asked in surprise from the side. "That's right, Mito. Dave possesses the wood release just like I do. But his wood release is a bit different from mine. He can summon all kinds of plants," Hashirama explained to Mito. "I see. So that strange flower was your doing. I just saw you suddenly spit out a flower, then Dave placed it on you, and your injury healed right away," Mito said, suddenly understanding. "What? Dave's plants can heal injuries too?" Hashirama was a little surprised. He had always thought Dave's plants were only good for attacking, and never expected they could also have healing properties. Then, could Dave also summon plants for defense? "Dave, can you summon plants for defense?" Hashirama asked eagerly, sitting upright. "Of course I can." Dave nodded. His walnut barriers were certainly not just for show. "Dave, your wood-style techniques are truly amazing," Hashirama exclaimed, though he didn't intend to test them himself just yet. While his wounds had healed, the recent ordeal still left him a bit dazed. Dave's sunflowers could mend physical injuries, but probably wouldn't do much for his muddled head. "All right, Dave, I'm fine now. Let's go for a walk in the village." Hashirama stood up, brushed the dust from his clothes, and smiled. Great. Dave had been itching to go out. If his father hadn't insisted on keeping him home under the guise of father-son bonding, he would have run out to play long ago. Hand in hand, the two cheerfully strolled through the streets of Konoha. "Hey, Madara, over here." Before they knew it, they had wandered close to the Uchiha clan's compound. Spotting a familiar figure, Hashirama waved and called out loudly. Across the street, Uchiha gave them a look of exasperation, pretended not to know them, and turned to walk away. Hashirama hurried after him, placing a hand on Madara's shoulder. "Idiot!" Madara shot Hashirama a frosty glance as Hashirama grinned goofily by his side. "Oh no, Madara! How could you say that? You've broken my heart." Hashirama pretended to sob, leaving Dave momentarily at a loss for words. Dave knew this uncle was a bit simple-minded, but he hadn't expected Hashirama to act so over-the-top in front of Madara. "Right, Madara. This is Tobarama's son, Senju Dave. Dave, this is your father's friend, and mine as well, Uchiha Madara. Your nephew? Tobarama's-son." As soon as the words left Hashirama's mouth, Dave felt a wave of oppressive energy bearing down on him. Madara's eyes flashed blood-red as he stared intently at Dave. Dave's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he remembered that Madara's younger brother had been killed by Tobarama. "Madara, he's not Tobarama," Hashirama quickly reminded him. Of course I know that." Madara withdrew that surging, almost tidal-killing intent, his tone icy. "Uncle, you're Madara, aren't you?" Dave certainly wasn't about to miss a chance to make a good impression. It was important to stay in Madara's good graces. If he ever did go astray, At least Dave might be spared trouble. Madara cast Dave a cold glance, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Because Madara was always known for his aloof and proud nature, coupled with the fearsome reputation he'd earned during the Warring States period, almost no one in the village, aside from the Uchiha clan, was willing to talk to him, let alone the children. Usually, just one glare from Madara would send the kids fleeing in terror. Yet the child before him wasn't afraid in the slightest. Was it ignorance, or was it courage? Uncle Madara, you're really cool. Even cooler than my uncle. Daifu's eyes shone with adoration and admiration. HM? Ha ha ha. Kid, you've got good taste. Madara was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. He even shot Hashirama a triumphant look and raised his brow. See, Hashirama, this time I win. I'm better looking than you. This time, at last, Madara has outdone you. Senju Hashirama. Hey, Daifu, your uncle is way better looking than Uncle Madara. Hashirama protested loudly, unable to accept defeat. This was the first time he'd lost to Madara over something like this. Other than wetting the bed as a child, he'd hardly ever lost. And now, to be outshone here? Uncle Madara, Uncle is being so mean. Daifu immediately ran over to Madara, pointing at the loudly protesting Hashirama, his face full of grievance. Let it go, Hashirama. A loss is a loss. Don't take it out on the kid. Madara looked down at Daifu in his arms, thinking, so this is what it feels like to be trusted by a child. Is this what Hashirama experiences when kids in the village run up to him? It's not bad at all. Why should Uchiha Madara be any less than Hashirama? Obviously, I'm the better-looking one. It must be the village kids who don't know how to appreciate true style. Madara patted Daifu's back and addressed Hashirama with a dismissive tone. Arg, I'm not admitting defeat. I'm going to take even better care of myself. I won't lose to you next time. Madara, Daifu, come home with me. Hashirama shouted. No way. I just got out here. Daifu protested, turning his head with a pout. All right, Hashirama, just go home. I'll take this kid around the village for a bit longer, Madara said, frowning as he looked at Hashirama, whose expression was now rather unsightly. Oomph. Daifu, make sure you're home before nightfall. Hashirama huffed and stormed off. But as soon as he turned away, a faint smile crept onto his face. Madara had never been welcomed in the village. Hardly anyone would talk to him. Hashirama always worried that if things kept going this way, Madara was bound to get into trouble someday. Yet Daifu's actions now had shown him that Madara could be liked, too. More importantly, Madara had actually smiled at him a moment ago. Though Hashirama had acted furious, the frustration was real. Was he really not as handsome as Madara? Maybe he really should give Mito's skincare product a try. Hashirama fell into a spiral of self-doubt, his lonely figure receding into the distance. Daifu watched, completely baffled, and could barely keep from laughing out loud. Let's go, kid. As soon as Hashirama walked away, the smile vanished from Madara's face. He spoke and continued wandering through the village with Dave. Along the way, Dave noticed quite a few children watching him and Madara from a distance. Those fearful gazes made Dave's heart race. Madara, at his side, showed no sign of reaction, but the more indifferent he appeared, the more uneasy Dave felt inside. Uncle Madara, I want some rice dumplings. Dave thought he ought to do something, so he spoke up. All right, Madara replied. He paused for a moment, his brows knitting slightly in surprise, but still agreed. Inwardly, he grumbled. So this is how troublesome it is to look after a child. Madara led Dave into a dumpling shop and bought a serving of dumplings. Hey Dave, did you see that guy in Uchiha robes? Ever heard of him? People say there's something odd about him. 40-something and still single. I heard he likes men. Just look at his face, cold as ice, one youth whispered. No way, that's got to be an exaggeration. Where'd you hear that? His friend replied. My dad told me. He even said the one he fancies is our very own Hokage. For real? That's wild. While Madara and Dave waited at their table for dumplings, a group of boys a little older than Dave sat behind them, gossiping in hushed tones about Madara. Though they tried to keep their voices down, Dave still caught every word. And so, of course, did Madara. Madara's expression grew darker and darker. Hey, you lot. Who gave you the right to insult Uncle Madara? Dave couldn't hold it in any longer. He snatched up the 2 sake bottles from Madara's table and strode over to the boys, slamming the bottles onto their table with a furious shout. The boys all froze, and even Madara was caught off guard for a moment. Where'd this brat come from? Looking for a beating? One of the boys, realizing it was just a kid, shouted back. Looking for a beating? Try it if you dare. Dave's temper flared. He grabbed a sake bottle and hurled it at the boy's head, roaring with anger. The boy instantly collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. What I hate most is people like you, who talk behind others' backs. If you got guts, fight me face to face. Slandering others from the shadows, what? Does that make you? Dave kicked the boy on the ground, shouting furiously. The other boys, terrified by Dave's ferocity, didn't dare move a muscle. After all, they were just ordinary kids, and the Ninja Academy hadn't even opened its doors to civilians yet. They'd seen little of the world, and a scene like this left them stunned. You'd better not let me hear you badmouth Uncle Madara again. If you're not convinced, come find me at the Senju compound. Bring your parents if you want. I don't mind teaching them a lesson too. Dave snorted coldly, then returned to his seat and sat down quietly. Madara was deeply shaken by what he had just witnessed. This child reminded him so much of himself in his younger days. Kid, you. Madara's heart was a jumble of emotions, leaving him at a loss for words. I grew up living with my mother at our clan compound. After my father left, my mother carried me alone, always surrounded by the whispers and gossip of the clan. Whenever we went out, people would point and stare. I always wanted to fight back like I did just now, but my mother would stop me. At night, she often cried by herself, and it made me unbearably sad. After she passed away, I came here to look for my father. On the way, I swore to myself that if I ever met people like that again, I would never just put up with it. Dave lowered his head, his voice thick with sorrow. The anger and grief seemed to well up from deep inside him, and the surge of emotion from earlier had nearly taken over. You're so much better than your father ever was. For a moment, Madara was speechless, unsure how to comfort him. He had never comforted anyone before. In the past, whenever he and Hashirama were troubled, they would simply settle things with a fight. But Dave was just a child. He couldn't treat him that way. This kid was so much warmer, so much easier to care for than his cold, infuriating father. The dumplings are here. Uncle Madara, let's eat. After they finished eating, Dave stayed in his seat, waiting as Madara went to settle the bill. Any losses your shop suffered today, put them on the Uchiha clan's account. And as for what happened just now, if anyone has a problem with it, tell them to bring it up with the Uchiha. Madara addressed the shopkeeper with a blank face. With that, he led Dave out of the shop. Uncle Madara, could you give me a piggyback ride? I'm a little tired. Dave suddenly mustered his courage as they walked along the road, glancing cautiously at Madara by his side. You kid, always causing trouble. All right, hop on. Madara was momentarily startled, then spoke with a hint of resignation. Even so, he crouched down, so Dave could climb onto his back. As Dave settled in, Madara found himself surprised at his own actions, not quite understanding why he was doing this. So high up, Uncle Madara. Someday I'll grow as tall as you, and when you're old, I'll carry you on my back, Dave said excitedly. You little brat. Uncle Madara, I'm heading back now. I had a great time with you today. Madara dropped Dave off near the Senju clan's compound. Dave turned back and beamed at him. Goodbye, Uncle Madara. Get home early, Madara replied, trying his best to put on what he thought was a gentle smile. Madara watched Dave's small figure disappear into the distance. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a rush of wind. Instinctively, he spun around and lashed out with a kick, only to halt himself at the last moment when his Sharingan recognized Dave. I knew Uncle Madara wouldn't lay a finger on me. I came back just to give you this. Well, good night, Uncle Madara. Sweet dreams. Dave suddenly jumped up, planted a kiss on Madara's cheek, then spun around and dashed away without the slightest hesitation. Uchiha Madara stood there in stunned silence, his left hand gently touching the spot where he'd just been kissed, quietly standing alone in the wind. Hey, Dave's already gone. Remember, that's my nephew. He's only been here half a day, yet somehow he seems closer to you than to me. Senju Hashirama suddenly appeared by Madara's side, his face a mix of helplessness and jealousy. Who knows? Maybe it's because I'm better looking than you. Madara's expression cooled as soon as he saw Hashirama. What? How am I not as handsome as you? My nephew just has no appreciation for true beauty. Hashirama protested loudly, pointing an accusing finger at Madara. Let's go, ugly. Madara shot Hashirama a look over his shoulder, deliberately dragging out the word ugly, then disappeared in a blur of movement. Unbelievable. Madara, one day, I'll be better looking than you. Hashirama stomped his foot in frustration, shouting after Madara as he left. Back at the Senju clan compound, Hashirama's first stop was Mito's room. Mito, do you think I'm handsome? Hashirama swept Mito, who was just about to go to sleep, into his arms and asked her with heartfelt sincerity. Mito stared in surprise at the suddenly childlike Hashirama. Inside, Hashirama was secretly delighted. I knew I was still handsome. Look, Mito's mesmerized by me. My nephew just has no taste. Just wait, I'll set him straight. Madara is so cold. How could he possibly be better looking than me? Ha. All at once, Mito burst out laughing. Hashirama's smile froze. He gently set Mito down. Hashirama, what's gotten into you to ask something like that? Mito laughed so hard she was nearly out of breath. Hashirama recounted everything that had happened that day, going out of his way to emphasize that Dave was just a kid with an unusual sense of aesthetics. And as an uncle, he felt it his duty to set him right. So it's all because Dave said Madara is better looking than you? Haha. But honestly, Hashirama, Madara really is more handsome than you. Once she finished laughing, Mito recalled Madara's face, and her expression grew complicated. Hashirama said nothing. Somehow, he'd conjured a twig out of nowhere and retreated to the corner of the room, drawing circles on the floor with his head hung low, the picture of dejection and misery. But while things were happening on Hashirama's side, over at Tobarama's house, an adult and a child were sitting face to face. I heard you spend the whole afternoon with Madara. What kind of person do you think he is? Tobarama took a sip of water, his tone calm, as if trying to hide the fatigue of the day. Uncle Madara is actually quite nice, though he does look a bit stern. Maybe that scares some kids. Dave thought for a moment before giving a serious answer. Nothing good ever comes out of the Uchiha clan. They're born with problems. Stay away from him. Don't let him lead you astray. Tobarama suddenly let out a sharp huff, his voice brimming with anger. No way. Uncle Madara is great, and I love hanging out with him. Dave stiffened his neck in defiance, his attitude unshakable. From today on, I'll send a clone to keep an eye on you. Other than school and the compound. Don't even think about going anywhere else. Tobarama's face flushed with rage. Aside from his father, he'd never felt so infuriated by anyone, especially not a child. He simply couldn't understand how that woman raised a child to be this stubborn. Still, as a father, he had to keep Dave in line. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Dave froze for a second, then thought back to how kids would act in moments like this. Suddenly, he jumped up and stormed back to his room. Tobarama watched Dave's retreating figure, rubbing his tightly furrowed brow. A headache was beginning to settle in. The next day, Hashirama, where's Dave? Isn't he with you? Madara bumped into Hashirama yet again on the street. Noticing that the spot beside him was empty, he asked offhandedly, "Oh, Dave had to go to school today." And Tobarama said he's not allowed anywhere but school and the compound. Hashirama explained, looking a bit embarrassed. Uchiha Madara scoffed coldly and turned on his heel to leave. Inside, his anger simmered. That white-haired fellow is becoming more insufferable by the day. If I'd known, I never would have let him go back then. How boring. What is he even talking about? Dave slumped over his desk like a lifeless fish, staring listlessly at his father, who was passionately lecturing at the front. His heart was full of helplessness and frustration. Would these days finally end? In his last life, he'd barely survived 9 years of compulsory education, followed by 6 years of elite slacking at school. Now, he had to start all over again. Hiruzen, don't you think his lectures are dull? Dave turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat beside him, bright-eyed and full of energy, and asked helplessly. No, I think the teacher is wonderful. I'm going to give it my all and study hard. I can't let him down. Hiruzen replied with complete seriousness, his eyes shining with a thirst for knowledge. You're a lost cause. Danzo, what about you? Dave rolled his eyes and shifted his gaze to Danzo on the other side. The teacher works so hard to teach us. With your attitude, how will you ever protect Konoha in the future? Danzo replied coolly, every inch the responsible student. You two are both hopeless. Dave groaned, banging his head on the desk, and couldn't help but complain out loud. Danzo, let's swap seats, all right? I want to be desk mates with that girl. Dave suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he noticed the beautiful girl sitting next to Danzo. Without hesitation, he turned to Danzo and made his request. He really didn't want to spend all his time sitting with his two career-driven friends. Honestly, he was worried that one day he'd end up brainwashed, left hand clutching the so-called will of fire, right hand waving for the sake of Konoha. If that happened, his life would truly be a disaster. No way. Danzo flatly refused. That's just mean. This is a matter that could affect my whole future. Dave protested, his voice tinged with frustration. Danzo, why don't you just switch with Dave? At that moment, Hiruzen chimed in from the side, his gaze full of encouragement as he looked at Danzo. A true moment of warmth between friends. Oh, fine, Danzo finally agreed. Once the seats were switched. Hello there, miss. My name's Senja Dave. What's yours? Dave greeted his new desk mate with a friendly smile as he took his seat. Hello, I'm Uchiha Tsukimi. You don't dislike me, do you? Tsukimi looked nervously at her new desk mate, clearly flustered by the sudden change, especially after learning he was the teacher's son. She seemed even shyer and more uneasy. Why would I dislike you? You're so adorable. Don't pay any attention to your last desk mate. He's always like that. I'm nothing like him, Dave replied warmly, waving his hand dismissively. In truth, Dave felt helpless about it all. Danzo had grown up learning his father's prejudices against the Uchiha clan. Honestly, with such a cute girl, How could anyone possibly dislike her? Well, maybe we should pay attention to class now. Realizing her new seatmate wasn't like the previous one, Tsukimi let out a small sigh of relief. But when he called her cute, her cheeks blushed a delicate pink. Tsukimi, don't you think the teacher's lecture is really boring? Dave slumped over his desk, his voice lacking energy. Not at all. I think what the teacher is saying is actually quite interesting. Tsukimi replied with a bright smile. Ugh, it's just a slow-talking, long-winded old man. What's so great about listening to that? Dave rolled his eyes with a playful tone, clearly teasing. Only you, Dave, would dare to talk about the teacher like that. Tsukimi couldn't help but laugh, her laughter ringing out clear and sweet. This time, Dave didn't respond. He simply watched Tsukimi's smile in silence. Dave, why are you looking at me like that? Noticing his gaze, Tsukimi's blush deepened, and she asked shyly. Because you really are beautiful when you smile, and incredibly cute, too. Dave answered with a gentle smile, and couldn't help but reach out and softly pinch Tsukimi's cheek. Tsukimi's cheeks flushed in even deeper red, as if she might burst into steam at any moment. On the other side of the classroom, wow, Dave is amazing. He just sat down and already made that girl so happy. Hiruzen Sarutobi, watching Dave, noticed how quickly he managed to pinch Tsukimi's cheek. He couldn't help but whisper in awe, his eyes shining with envy. You're getting distracted. Hiruzen, pay attention in class. If you ever hope to protect the Leaf Village, you can't behave like this. Danzo also caught the look on Hiruzen's face. With a dismissive snort, he reminded him sternly, then followed Hiruzen's gaze to look at Dave and Tsukimi. Yeah, I got it. Hiruzen agreed aloud, but he still kept sneaking glances at Dave, inwardly dying to know how he managed it. At that moment, Tobarama, standing at the podium, also noticed his son. A vein throbbed visibly on his forehead. Switching seats was one thing, but to flirt with a girl right in front of everyone, unbelievable. And worst of all, how? Could he go after Uchiha girl? No, that won't do. He'd have to give his son a serious talking to at home. He mustn't let the Uchiha family influence him. This boy must have been led astray by that Madara Uchiha. I absolutely can't let them spend any more time together. My poor child. Meanwhile, Madara Uchiha was silently reprimanding Tobarama in his own mind. Dave is such a good kid. If he turns out stubborn and rigid like his father, that would be a real tragedy. No, I have to find Dave and make sure he stays away from that father of his. Asterisk. Back in Hokage's office, Hashirama was still buried in paperwork, but his mind kept drifting back to Madara's expression from earlier. Knowing his old friend as well as he did, Hashirama was certain Madara wouldn't let things go so easily. Yet, up to now, the Hidden Leaf Village remained calm and peaceful, which only made Hashirama more uneasy. It was precisely because of this that his worries grew even heavier. By the time classes ended that afternoon, Dave and Tsukimi had grown so close that Dave was now lying comfortably in Tsukimi's arms, being spoon-fed by her. The sight nearly made Hiruzen blurt out a question to his idol in front of everyone, his heart brimming with admiration and envy. Danzo, on the other hand, looked utterly unimpressed, snorting that Dave would never make a proper protector of a Leaf Village at this rate. Tobarama found the situation even more exasperating. After just a single day of class, his son and the Uchiha girl had already reached this level of intimacy. But there wasn't much he could do directly. Meanwhile, back at the Hokage's office, Hashirama was still buried in paperwork, his mind continually replaying Madara's earlier expression. Knowing Madara all too well, Hashirama was sure he wouldn't sit quietly. Yet, strangely, the Hidden Leaf Village remained peaceful, with not a single disturbance. This only deepened Hashirama's unease. And so, Hashirama's concerns grew ever more pressing. After class that afternoon, Dave and Tsukimi had grown so close that Dave now lay comfortably in her arms, being personally fed by her. This scene almost made Hiruzen sigh. Oh, teach me, idol. His heart was full of envy. In contrast, Danzo muttered disdainfully under his breath, convinced that someone like Dave would never be dedicated to protecting the Hidden Leaf in the future. Tobarama found the situation even more exasperating. After just one day of class, his son had already developed such a close bond with that little Uchiha girl. Yet he couldn't bring himself to interfere, for it reminded him of his brother's son. Back then, Hashirama's son had also fallen for a young girl. But, seeking to ease relations with the daimyo, Hashirama forced his son to part ways with the girl and arranged a political marriage with the daimyo's daughter instead. That boy still lived at the daimyo's estate and hadn't visited Hashirama or Mito in 5 or 6 years. The child was barely 10 now, a precocious one to say the least. Tobarama had no wish to repeat his brother's mistakes. Having a son had not come easily, If he were to create a rift between them over something like this, he would regret it bitterly. Dave, come home with me. Tobarama couldn't help but raise his voice as he looked at his son, who was lost in bliss, the veins on his forehead throbbing in frustration. Huh? Oh, ha, Tsukimi, see you tomorrow. Dave, startled by his father's call, sprang to his feet and cheerfully said goodbye to Tsukimi. Hiruzen and Danzo, I'm heading out. Dave waved at them before following Tobarama out. You jerk, my name's not Danzo. Danzo jumped to his feet, yelling after Dave's retreating figure. And mine's not Monkey. Hiruzen shouted as well. But Dave didn't hear a word of their protests, because the moment they stepped out of the classroom, Tobarama whisked him straight home using the Flying Thunder God technique. Once back, Dave ran off to the training grounds to play at gardening, while Tobarama, worry etched on his face, went in search of his brother. Big brother. Tobarama pushed open the door without ceremony, paying no heed to the Hokage's office sign. Ah, cough cough. Tobarama, what are you doing here? Hashirama, caught slacking off and sipping tea, was so startled by Tobarama's sudden entrance that he spilled his freshly brewed tea all over his pants. Big brother, you absolutely cannot take Dave to see Madara again. Do you realize? Madara is already starting to influence him. Tobarama sat down beside Hashirama, his tone grave. Madara just spent one afternoon playing with Dave. How can you say he's corrupted him already? Hashirama asked, puzzled. Just one afternoon with Madara, and Dave's already changed this much? If he keeps hanging around Uchiha Madara, Dave's bound to be led astray. I won't even mention what happened at the Dango shop before. He's always been like that, and there's nothing I can do about it. But today, not only did he not pay attention. In class, he also got quite close with a girl from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha are dangerous by nature. Who knows if someone sent that girl to get close to Dave? On purpose. I'm certain Madara is involved in this. This must be Madara's doing. Tobarama's dissatisfaction with the Uchiha was written all over his face. Ahem. Tobarama, don't always assume the worst about the Uchiha. To be honest, I think Madara actually likes Dave a lot. Today, he was the one who sought Dave out. As for that girl, sigh, Tobarama, it's hard for me to say too much. If you're really worried, you can look into it yourself. If you find any proof that the Uchiha are manipulating things behind the scenes, then by all means have Dave stop seeing her. But if there's nothing wrong, I'd rather you didn't interfere. You know what happened with Muyukin? Hashirama gave an awkward smile, and when he mentioned the girl, a heavy look clouded his expression. Big brother, don't worry. Muyukin will come back. I'll head back now. Tobarama replied quietly, then turned and left. At the Senju residence, Dave was bored, tending to his vegetable patch. For now, he could only plant those same 4 crops. To unlock new plants, he would have to increase his chakra reserves. But he was only 5. There was simply no way for him to boost his chakra yet. Hey kid, want to go out for some dango? Just then a familiar voice called out. Dave's face lit up with excitement as he turned to look. There was Uchiha Madara, perched coolly atop a wall, watching him with a frosty gaze. Uncle Madara, but my father's shadow clone is still at home, Dave said, a little crestfallen. It's just a shadow clone. Even if he comes, I'm not worried. Come on, your father won't find out. Madara leapt down from the wall. Dave happily clambered onto Madara's back, and with a few swift leaps, they were gone. Once Madara and Dave had left, Tobarama returned as well, planning to have a talk with Dave. But when he pushed open the door, he found a pea-shooter plant swaying its head and blinking at him. An ominous feeling crept into Tobarama's heart. He quickly summoned his own shadow clone, only to find it standing there motionless. The moment he touched the clone, memories of everything it had experienced flooded his mind. And when he saw those scarlet Sharingan eyes, his consciousness was instantly swallowed by darkness. Release! Tobarama forced himself to break free from the Jinjutsu, snapping himself back to awareness. Damn it! Uchiha! Madara Uchiha! Tobarama clenched his fists, his face twisted in fury, and his voice seethed with barely concealed murderous intent. Meanwhile, in the Hashirama household next door, Mito heard his outburst and could only shake her head in resignation. With her keen sensory abilities, she had sensed Madara's arrival at the compound the very moment he appeared, but she chose not to intervene. When Mito felt Madara leave with Dave on his back, a faint smile played at her lips. At the very least, Madara was starting to open himself to the outside world again, no longer shutting everyone out, a sign of real progress. As for Tobarama, Mito decided it was best not to meddle in his affairs. At the Dango shop, Uncle Madara, I met a girl at school today. She's really cute, Dave said as he munched on a skewer, chatting with Madara. Oh, what's her name? Madara asked, curiosity piqued. She's called Uchiha Tsukimi, and she really is adorable, Dave replied with a smile. An Uchiha, is she? Huh, now, this is interesting. Madara paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. He could already imagine the look on Tobarama's face upon hearing this news. But Madara didn't object. Tsukimi, if he remembered right, was the elder sister of Kagami, a prodigy in the clan and the son of the second elder. By Uchiha tradition, their bloodline was never given away lightly. But if the suitor was Dave, that changed everything. Dave was a remarkable kid, gifted with wood release. One day, he might even become as powerful as Hashirama and Madara themselves. Madara made a mental note to find that girl and have a word with her. He was, after all, quite curious about what kind of child would be born from the union of the Senju and Uchiha clans. People of vision always look far ahead. Madara was already envisioning the future. Just picturing Tobarama's sour expression as Dave and Tsukimi spent time together was enough to make Madara look forward to what was to come. "Hey kid, do you like Tsukimi?" Madara turned to Dave and asked. "MHM, Ido." Dave blushed, then lowered his voice and admitted it. "Good, then I'll take care of this for you. Come on, let's head to the Uchiha clan right now and settle the engagement," Madara declared, grabbing Dave and heading off toward the clan compound. "Huh?" Dave froze in shock, completely unprepared for things to escalate so quickly. Inside the Uchiha compound. "You mean, you want Dave and my youngest daughter to get engaged?" The second elder was clearly in a bind. At 50 years old, he had finally been blessed with a son and a daughter. Now, before he'd had the chance to enjoy seeing his little girl grow up, someone was already coming to propose. It caught him completely off guard. What's more, this time it was the clan leader himself acting as matchmaker. How could he possibly refuse? And the prospective groom was Tobarama's son. If nothing unexpected happened, Tobarama was sure to become a leader of the second or third generation, and Madara likely as well. Thinking it over, this marriage proposal actually seemed quite advantageous. Besides, judging by his daughter and that boy, the two of them clearly had sincere feelings for each other. At that moment, Dave was utterly bewildered. He'd only wanted to show himself in a good light before Uncle Madara, to prove he wasn't as hostile to the Uchiha as his father was. How had things escalated to an engagement? Glancing at Tsukimi's bashful expression, Dave felt as though he could hardly breathe. "Sis, we've only just met today. Aren't you being a little too dramatic?" Even if things were moving quickly between them, this was just too straightforward. "Well, what do you say?" Madara asked coolly. Though it was phrased as a question, the look on Madara's face made it clear to the second elder that any refusal would be met with immediate retribution. Yes, of course. I think Dave is an excellent boy, and my little girl likes him too. So let's settle it. When they both turn 16, they'll marry," the second elder hurriedly agreed. Listening to her father's words, Tsukimi blushed so deeply that even the tips of her ears turned red. She understood her fate all too well. As the daughter of a prominent family, her best outcome was an arranged marriage. Besides, Dave had been so gentle with her today, and she liked him too. She had no reason to object. Though it all felt sudden, she could tell Dave had probably been dragged into this by the clan leader on the spur of the moment. There was still plenty of time. They could get to know each other slowly. Even as he left the Uchiha compound, Dave still wore a dazed expression. In his mind, the thought kept repeating, "I'm this young, and I already have a fiancé." It was simply unbelievable. He couldn't help but think to himself how exhilarating this life was, and how much he loved it. Madara and Dave strolled around the village for a while longer. Eventually, Madara escorted Dave back to the Senju compound before departing. Senju residence. "So, what exactly did you do with that guy Madara today?" Tobarama asked, his face unreadable. Well, it was like this, and then that." Dave swallowed nervously and quickly recounted the day's events in brief. "Go on and get some sleep. You have class tomorrow," Tobarama said, his expression betraying nothing. "All right." The next day, Father, what happened to you? Did you get into a fight with someone?" Dave stared at his usually gentle father, whose face was now covered in bruises. He couldn't help but swallow nervously and asked in a small voice. "It's nothing. Let's get you to school first. I won't be teaching today. Sarutobi Sasuke, Hizashi's father, will be covering my classes." Tobarama, of course, couldn't admit that he'd gone to the Uchiha compound alone last night to fight Madara and ended up getting beaten. He could only deflect the question with a calm response. "Oh, okay. Big brother, you have to make that bastard Madara give me an explanation. Dave is only 5 years old. Just 5, and he's already engaged to that little Uchiha girl." As soon as Tobarama had sent Dave to school using Flying Thunder God, he rushed to Hashirama's house, bursting with emotion as he shouted at his brother. Isn't this a good thing? From what I see, Dave and that little girl seem to like each other. In this way, our Senju clan and the Uchiha clan will grow closer. Isn't that wonderful?" Hashirama paused for a moment, then spoke. Truth be told, Hashirama felt a bit envious. Dave was such a good child, Not only did he not oppose the family's arranged marriage, but he also got along so well with his young fiancée. Thinking of his own unlucky son, Mukun, who hadn't come home in years, Hashirama couldn't help but feel a hint of disappointment. By the way, Tobarama, your face. You didn't really go fight Madara last night, did you? Hashirama finally noticed the swelling on Tobarama's face and asked with a hint of amusement. That's right, I lost, that's all. Damn it. Once I'm Master Flying Thunder God, he won't even be able to touch a hair on my head. Enough about that. You have to talk to the Uchiha clan? I absolutely oppose this engagement. While Tobarama and Hashirama continued to argue inside the Ninja Academy. Good morning, Tsukimi. The moment Dave saw Tsukimi sit down beside him, he immediately grabbed her small hand and greeted her with a beaming smile. Good morning, Dave. With her hand gently clasped in Dave's, Tsukimi's cheeks turned a rosy pink. She replied in a shy, quiet voice. Even though they were already engaged, things were moving so fast. She couldn't help but lower her head in embarrassment. Wow, Dave, you're amazing. Hizashi gazed at Dave with open admiration, shouting in his heart, Big brother, please teach me your ways. What's so great about that? I heard from my father last night that Dave was taken by the Uchiha clan leader to get engaged to Tsukimi. They've been close for a while. What's there to admire about him? Will he really be able to protect Konoha in the future? Danzo, on the other hand, looked unconvinced, grumbling with a pout. As the candidate for the next head of the Shimura clan, Danzo's father had always kept him well informed about important matters in the village. The news of the engagement between the Uchiha and the Senju clans had already made its way to every clan leader in Konoha the day before. He also knew quite well that Dave, like the first Hokage, possessed the wood release ability and would undoubtedly become extremely powerful in the future. Yet for someone so gifted to neglect his studies and devote all his energy to chasing after women, how utterly disappointing. With such an attitude, how could he possibly be trusted to protect Konoha in the future? As this thought crossed Danzo's mind, he glanced at Hiruzen again, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Just a few days ago, this guy had been caught peeping at the women's bathhouse, completely unreliable, just like Dave. It seemed that the heavy responsibility of safeguarding Konoha would ultimately fall on his own shoulders. So impressive. Why does anyone arrange a fiancé for me? Hiruzen muttered with visible dejection. Of course he knew about the engagement, but he couldn't help feeling envious all the same. As the heir to the Sarutobi clan, why wasn't anyone setting up a marriage for him? Danzo shot him a sidelong glance, sorely tempted to say, if you looked in the mirror and compared yourself to Dave, you'd have your answer. But he didn't want to wound his friend's pride, so he kept silent. Chakra is. A low, steady snoring cut through the air. On the podium, Tobarama was in the midst of an impassioned lecture when he suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of someone sleeping in class. Veins bulged in his forehead as he turned sharply toward the source of the noise. Senju Dave. At that moment, Dave was fast asleep in Tsukimi's arms, but Tobarama's furious shout jolted him awake, and he leapt to his feet. Huh? Oh, did class end already? Dave mumbled groggily, still half lost in his dreams. Out. Stand outside now. Tobarama very nearly lost his temper altogether. He wanted nothing more than to give Dave a good thrashing. But this was a classroom, and they'd only recently reunited as father and son. He couldn't bring himself to lay a hand on him, but the dignity of a teacher had to be maintained. Huh? Oh, Sensei, I was only sleeping because Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo put me up to it. They're on it too. Dave, determined not to go down alone, wasted no time dragging Hiruzen and Danzo into it with him. What? Sensei, I didn't. Hiruzen and Danzo stared in shock, utterly bewildered as to why they were suddenly being implicated. You two out as well. Tobarama had reached the end of his patience. Not bothering to sort out who was at fault, he sent all three of them out of the classroom at once. Outside, two thoroughly disgruntled boys and one still half-asleep troublemaker stood around with nothing to do. Dave, you jerk. Why do you have to drag Hiruzen and me into this? Danzo shouted, pointing furiously at Dave in protest. Look at that. Just see what a state the shadow of the Hokage is in now. Dave was starting to panic a little. If this guy holds a grudge, what if he finds some excuse like for the sake of the leaf to quietly get rid of me one day? Come on, aren't we good friends? I enjoy the good times. You take care of the trouble. Sounds perfectly reasonable to me. Anyway, that's all for the future. Would Danzo really lay a hand on the son of the second Hokage? You bastard. Hiruzen and Danzo's faces turned red with fury as they roared in unison. The two exchanged a long, meaningful glance, then slowly started walking toward Dave. Hey, I'm warning you. I'm a teacher's son. Aren't you afraid he'll make things hard for you later? Dave swallowed nervously, his voice tight with anxiety. The two said nothing, just kept closing in step by step. I'm warning you. I'm really strong. If I really got serious, even the first Hokage would be scared of me, you hear? Dave shouted at the top of his voice. Well, why don't you show us what you've got? The screams coming from outside reached Tobarama's ears loud and clear, but he acted as if nothing at all had happened, continuing his lesson, as usual. Lately, his son really hadn't shown much respect for his father, so a bit of tough love seemed only appropriate. Of course, he'd never lay a hand on him himself. After school at noon. How did you end up getting beaten up like that? Yume came over with her lunch, unable to hold back her laughter. Those two only got the better of me because I went easy on them. If I'd really let loose, they'd be lying in the hospital right now, believe it or not, Dave muttered, still putting on a brave front. Yes, Dave Cohen is the strongest. Now eat your lunch, Yume replied with a gentle chuckle. Then Dave, like a lazy fish, flopped into Yume's arms, and she patiently fed him, one spoonful at a time. Still feeling the sting of what just happened, Dave even shot Hiruzen a smug look, raising his eyebrows in triumph. You two lonely guys, what do you have to compare with me? Hiruzen was fuming. He shot a look at Danzo beside him. Hiruzen scooped up a bite from his lunchbox and, pretending to be affectionate, offered it to Danzo. Dave was completely stunned by Hiruzen's move. This was the ultimate display of friendship. Yume, let's stay away from those two weirdos. Dave quickly pulled Yume to the other side of the courtyard, putting plenty of distance between themselves and their dear friends. Meanwhile, Tobarama stood alone on the rooftop of the school building, gazing down at the scene below, feeling an oncoming headache. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo, Shimura. It seems these two youngsters are in dire need of a heart-to-heart about their views on life. Tobarama could hardly imagine how that conversation would go. And then there was his own troublesome son, who always seemed to take the opposite side in every argument. Every time Tobarama saw that Uchiha girl gently feeding his son with such tenderness, a dull ache would rise in his stomach. Cursed Uchiha Madara! Cursed Uchiha girl! Cursed Uchiha clan! They were infuriating beyond measure. One after another, they all seemed determined to snatch his precious son away from him. The Uchiha clan, truly, the nemesis of Tobarama's entire life. Just then, the sound of wind reached Tobarama's ears. It was the voices of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. Haha, Madara, I was faster this time. You've lost again. Hashirama laughed heartily, pointing at Madara beside him, his tone brimming with pride. Yeah, you win this round, you ugly brute, Madara muttered in reply, giving a small nod. Hashirama's smile faded instantly. Seriously? Are you ever going to let that go? Big brother, why are you here? Did you finish your work for today? Tobarama ignored Madara and shifted his attention to Hashirama, his tone stern. Not yet. Hashirama hesitated for a moment, a little embarrassed by his answer. As Hokage, you shirk your duties and think only of slacking off all day. How can you possibly lead Konoha to the top of the shinobi world like this? Tobarama's voice was full of reproach. While Hashirama and Tobarama bickered, Madara turned his gaze toward Daifu, who was off in the distance, enjoying his peaceful life. Tobarama caught sight of Madara's stare, and his mood soured even further. What are you looking at? That's my son. Meanwhile, Madara felt a certain sense of relief. It seemed that Daifu and the Uchiha girl were getting along well. This filled him with hope that, one day, the Uchiha clan would truly become a part of Konoha. Back then, Konoha had only just been founded, and the great clans had yet to fully integrate into the village. After all, the deeply rooted sense of family ran strong in their hearts, and it would take more than a few short years to change that. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Madara knew his people's temperament all too well. Each of them was proud in their own right, and making them truly accept Konoha as their home was no easy feat. At this time, Madara had not yet become extreme. He was simply a clan leader who wished for both his family and the village to thrive. What's this? Why does Daifu have a bruise on his face? Madara's voice suddenly grew cold and dangerous as he noticed the mark on Daifu's cheek. It's nothing but a little scuffle between children, Tobarama replied icily, shooting Madara a glare, his heart burning with anger. If only I could beat you in a fight, I'd send you straight to join your brother Izuna today. What are you planning? That's my son. Who did it? Madara asked, ignoring Tobarama's hostility, his tone steady and unyielding. Hey, Madara, this is just kids playing around. Don't take it so seriously. Hashirama quickly stepped forward to mediate, noticing the dangerous glint flicker across Madara's face. Madara ignored the two of them, and, in a flash, appeared right in front of Dave. Kid, tell me, who did this to you today? Madara's voice was icy, paying no heed to Dave's startled expression. The sudden appearance sent Dave, who was nestled in Tsukimi's arms, into a fright. Inwardly, he grumbled, "Uncle Madara, could he not pop up out of nowhere next time? Seriously, you're going to give me a heart attack." Tsukimi, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly let go of Dave. She scolded herself inwardly, mortified that the clan leader had witnessed the scene firsthand. "It's fine, Uncle Madara. I was just going easy on them today. If I'd taken it seriously, those kids would have ended up in a hospital." Dave waved his hand with a nonchalant smile, brushing off the matter. Madara simply stared at Dave in silence. Dave grinned again, then leapt up and hugged Madara. For a moment, confusion flickered in Madara's eyes, and his arms instinctively wrapped around Dave's back. "Thank you for caring about me so much, Uncle Madara," Dave whispered softly into Madara's ear. Madara remained silent, unsure how to respond, and simply held Dave quietly. Tsukimi watched this scene unfold, her eyes filled with delight and admiration. So the clan leader and Dave were this close? But on the upper floor of the school building, Tobarama's reaction was the complete opposite. "Let me go. Big brother. I'll kill him. I'm going to kill him. Damn, that Uchiha clan. Damn Madara Uchiha. Stay away from my son." Tobarama was shaking with rage at the sight, nearly losing all reason. "That's my son. My son, you bastard." He felt Madara's concern for Dave was utterly unwarranted, even suspecting for a moment that Dave might be Madara's child. "Tobarama, calm down. You're no match for Madara." Hashirama held his brother tightly, desperately trying to keep him from doing anything rash. "I don't care. Today, I'll make that bastard Madara pay." Tobarama roared in fury. Not since he was a child, not even when he'd lost family, had he ever been so angry. Off in the distance, the other clan members looked at each other in confusion, uncertain whether they should stay or quietly slip away. Of course, Madara noticed Tobarama's murderous glare from atop the building, but he remained unbothered. In his eyes, Tobarama was nowhere near a match for Hashirama or Dave. If it weren't for the fact that Tobarama was Hashirama's brother and Dave's father, Madara would have dealt with him long ago. He certainly wouldn't have let him live this long. "Hee, Uncle Ban, don't always be so serious. Come on, give us a smile. You really are handsome," Dave said as he slipped out of Ban's arms. With his two little hands, he gently tugged at the corners of Ban's mouth, coaxing a smile out of him. "Uncle Ban, I'm going back to class with UMA now." With that, Dave took UMA's hand and headed toward the classroom. Ban remained there, holding the smile that Dave had drawn on his face, silently watching as Dave's small figure disappeared into the distance. On this particular day, Dave came to a harsh realization. Damn, he was flat broke. His old man, Tobarama, had completely cut him off financially, afraid that Dave would spend money on that mischievous girl from the wicked Uchiha clan. "Uncle Madara, I'm out of money. My stingy father won't give me a single coin." Dave had no choice but to go and complain to good old Uncle Madara. "How much do you need?" Madara asked with his usual calm indifference. 500,000 Rio." Dave scratched his head awkwardly, speaking with the utmost caution. "No problem." Madara's face showed a hint of disdain, as if Dave was asking for far too little. "Uncle Madara, you're the best." Mwah. Overjoyed, Dave grabbed the money and, in his excitement, leapt up to give Madara a big kiss on the cheek. "If your father refuses to give you money in the future, just come to me. The Uchiha clan can handle it." There was unmistakable contempt for Tobarama in Madara's tone. How could the second leader of the Senju clan refuse his own son such a small sum? What was he saving it for, the new year? "Hee. Thank you, Uncle Madara. I'll have a surprise for you in a few days." Clutching the money, Dave skipped away, while Madara silently watched his departing figure. Of course, Dave had no intention of spending this money on himself. He planned to make the money work for him. After all, in his previous life, he'd been a university math major. In his eyes, Konoha was becoming a bit listless and could use a shot of energy. Hith. "Hey, Snake, are you home?" Dave made his way to the civilian district and knocked on the door of a modest house. This was someone Dave had met just a couple of days earlier, a talented fellow named Oroku. He was 16, lacking any real ninja skills, but when it came to research, he was a natural. Just a few days ago, on Oroku's coming-of-age day, he'd married a civilian girl. He was running late to his own wedding, and, as he dashed through the streets, Dave happened to spot him. Acting with the concern of an official's son for the people, Dave helped him arrive just in time, and the two became acquainted. As for how exactly he got him there, well, best not to talk about that in detail. At the wedding, when Dave heard the family name Orochimaru, he perked right up. From what he knew, the scientist Orochimaru in the original story had come from humble beginnings. This Oroka might very well be his father. After chatting for a while, Dave discovered the man's deep love for research, which pretty much confirmed his theory. After all, strong genetics often run in the family. Dave, what brings you here? Oroku, a 16-year-old youth with unruly hair and fair skin, though not as pale as the Orochimaru from the original story, opened the door, looking a bit surprised. Oh, Dave, you're here. Please come in. A brunette woman with 2 streaks of face paint smiled from behind Orochiroku. Hello, Sister Lu Shanyu. Wait, I should call you Orochiyu now. Dave chuckled as he walked into the house. This woman was none other than Orochiroku's wife, Lu Shanyu. But every time Dave saw her, there was something oddly familiar about her. I'll leave you two to chat. Let me go wash some fruit for you, Yu said with a shy smile, and then left the room to the 2 men. So, Snake Bro, what have you been up to lately? Dave was the first to break the ice. Every day I tend the fields, and, at night, I work on some research. It's not bad, really, Orochiroku replied, his gaze lingering on Dave with a hint of reproach. Orochiroku was a ninja. His family had been allocated some land in the village, which meant, for a commoner, he was living quite comfortably. Ahem, Snake Bro, don't look at me like that. It was just that time I sent you flying with a pea shooter. Whoosh. No need to stare, Dave coughed awkwardly, trying to lighten the mood. You have the nerve to mention it. Do you know what that did to me that night? Orochiroku's fair face flushed crimson halfway through his sentence, and he choked on his words. Oh, I get it. Dave shot him a knowing look, a look all men understood. Jerk. Orochiroku pounced on Dave and gave him a playful beating, though it was all in good fun. Snake Bro, let's cut to the chase. I need your help with some research. I know you love experimenting with biology, metals, and such. You're familiar with the properties of all sorts of metals. I'm great with calculations, so I can help you crunch the numbers. Don't worry about funding. I've got plenty, Dave said with a grin after their scuffle. But I still have fields to tend. Harvest season is almost here. Orochiroku was tempted, but the thought of the family's soon-to-be harvested land made him worry. Without that income for the second half of the year, they'd be in trouble. Oh, come on, don't worry. You can handle it, right? I heard she used to be the prettiest flower in the fields. How did she end up marrying you, Snake Bro? Dave had already considered this, and shot Orochiroku a machinoid look. You. Orochiroku glared at Dave. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying I'm not good enough? Haha, all right, I'm kidding. Listen, Snake Bro, this isn't just a favor. If you pull this off, I'll give you 15% of the profits. And until the research is done, I'll pay you 20,000 silver coins every month. How about it? Dave quickly switched to a serious tone. Deal. It's settled. Orochiroku agreed without a moment's hesitation. 20,000 taels of silver each month. For their family, even with 2 harvests a year, the total income was barely 50 or 60,000 taels. All right. Do you happen to have any extra rooms? I don't have a place to work for now, Dave asked awkwardly, scratching his head. There are 3 granaries out in the fields. Every year, at least one goes unused. Just use that one, Deshalu replied after a moment of silence. He couldn't shake the feeling that Dave was simply throwing money around to squeeze him dry. Perfect. Then I'll leave the sourcing, research, transportation, and all that to you. I'll provide the funds. You handle the work and the location. No problem, my friend. Jade, you can stop washing the fruit now. Bye, Brother Snake. I know I'm the kind of guy who never exploits labor. Just call me Lei Feng, Dave declared, jumping to his feet and dashing off before anyone could respond. The Shalu could only watch, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Today was Dave's birthday. He was turning 6. At the Senju compound. Wow, Uncle Madara, is this gift really so valuable? Senju Dave's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the Uchiha fan in his hands, looking up at Madara in awe. This wasn't some imitation. It was the genuine Uchiha War fan, which had always been in Madara's possession. Kid, use it well. Consider this a dowry from the Uchiha clan on behalf of that little girl, Tsukimi, Madara said, handing over the fan. Naturally, this had caused quite a stir within the clan. After all, the fan was a symbol of the Uchiha, an heirloom with centuries of history. It had taken both Madara and the 2 elders together to finally convince the rest of the old guard. Truth be told, Madara was the only one who ever used the fan in the clan anyway. Now that the village had been established, it was useless to him. Better to give it to his soon-to-be son-in-law. As he finished speaking, Madara glanced sidelong at Hashirama and Tobirama, especially Hashirama, whom he'd taken to calling ugly face so often that lately Hashirama wore the facial masks given to him by Mito every day. Clan leader. WH. What do you mean by dowry? Little Tsukimi Uchiha, standing off to the side, blushed furiously. Dave, this is the Thunder God sword. It was your father's weapon. The very blade he used to take lives, Tobirama interjected, clearly annoyed at the way his son was looking at Madara. He pulled the Thunder God sword from his robe and handed it to his son. Holy moly! Lord Tobirama's Thunder God sword. Danzo gasped, his eyes sparkling with awe. Hiruzen, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly. Even when Madara had just handed over the fan, these two hadn't so much as batted an eye. Tobirama even raised his brow at Madara. After all, Madara's brother, Izuna, had met his end at the hands of this very sword. Tobirama had even put extra emphasis on the word killing. The atmosphere on the field instantly turned cold. Madara's eyes flared with the crimson glow of his Sharingan. The most painful moment of his life had been witnessing his brother die right before his eyes, a memory forever seared into his mind like an unhealed scar. And now, Tobirama, the very man responsible for that tragedy, was here to rip open that wound once again. Hashirama's heart sank. For all these years, the matter of Izuna had been a deep pain in Madara's heart, a subject so sensitive that even Hashirama himself dared not mention it in Madara's presence. Danzo, Tsukimi, and Hiruzen, 3 young children, swallowed nervously. What on earth was happening? Why had the atmosphere on the field suddenly grown so tense and frigid? Just as the tension reached its peak, Dave broke the silence. Hey, Uncle Madara, I told you I had a surprise for you, right? Well, here it is just for you. Dave pulled out a colorful metal gadget from his pocket and handed it to Madara. What is this, kid? Madara shot a glance at Tobirama, then deactivated his Sharingan. Taking the odd contraption Dave offered, he turned it over in his hands. Madara's heart gave a sudden jolt when he saw the image on the back of the device. There, emblazoned in vivid detail, was a depiction of himself, left hand wielding a war fan, right hand gripping a scythe, wild hair billowing, feet planted atop a towering Susanoo. The image radiated an unmistakable aura of power and pride. Uncle Madara, this is called a telephone. Just flip open the lid like this. Dave began to explain the features of this old-fashioned cell phone in detail. So you mean within Konoha, I can contact you anytime, anywhere, without using chakra, just with this device? Madara eyed Dave with a look of suspicion. That's right, Uncle Madara. Try dialing 666 on it. Dave nodded, guiding Madara through the steps. Soon, the phone in Dave's hand began to ring. It was a plain, unremarkable ringtone, no melody, almost like static. Uncle Madara, can you hear me? Dave said, holding the phone to his ear as he answered the call. Madara was momentarily stunned. Then, Dave hung up the phone. What do you think, Uncle Madara? Now, if you ever miss me, you can call me anytime, anywhere. Of course, if you run out of credit, you'll have to pay up, Dave said with a grin. Dave, but what about me? Don't I get one too? Hashirama asked, fixing Dave with a plaintive, almost wounded look. If even his lifelong rival Madara had one, how could he, Dave's own uncle, be left out? Hey, everyone gets one, don't worry. You all have one, though it's not as fancy as Madara's, Dave said as he pulled out a handful of old-fashioned cell phones from his coat and handed them out to everyone. Even Danzo and Hiruzen received one, and the gesture moved them deeply. Dave was truly a good comrade and a wonderful friend. Tsukimi, his little wife, of course got one too. On the back of her phone was a cute pink bunny, which filled her with gratitude. However, none of the phones were as flashy as Madara's. Most were decorated in simple shades, brown, black, red, just a touch of color here and there. Dave also handed everyone a SIM card. Following his instructions, they all slid the card into a slot behind the battery of their new phones. Now, from here on out, everyone in the Hidden Leaf Village can call each other with these phones, Dave announced with a smile. So, this is what you've been sneaking around working on these past few months? Tobirama eyed Dave with suspicion. For months, Dave had been coming home, late after school. Of course, Tobirama had used shadow clones to tail him, but when he saw Dave hanging out with just an ordinary young man, he let it go. As long as he wasn't mingling with those sinister Uchiha, that was fine. MHM, in a few days, I'll start selling these in the village. The price is 1,000 Ryo per phone, 50 Ryo for a SIM card, and just 20 Ryo per month for 200 minutes of talk time. Dave replied with a grin. Tobirama and Hashirama nodded at the same time. Dave was truly contributing to the village. Such an era-defining invention, and it didn't even need chakra to let people communicate. Across the vast expanse of the Hidden Leaf, as a frequent experimenter himself, Tobirama could tell the materials Dave used weren't ordinary. Many of the metals weren't cheap. The cost to make each phone couldn't be less than 1,000 Ryo, yet Dave was pricing them right at that, cheap enough for even commoners to afford. After that, all they'd have to pay was the 20 Ryo monthly fee. Madara, on the other hand, was caught up in his own thoughts. So this was where all those hundreds of thousands of Ryo he'd been giving Dave every month had gone, and Dave had even made him a special version. Madara couldn't quite put his feelings into words. Meanwhile, Dave was secretly thrilled. He was about to make a fortune. These so-called precious metals only cost a lot if you don't know what you're doing. For example, Tiny piece of ultra-conductive, high-signal material might cost 30,000 Rio, but from just one piece, Dave could make 500 of these old-fashioned phones. Dave, Uncle has a gift for you, too, Hashirama said, beaming with delight as he admired the gadget in his hand. Now, whenever he wanted to hang out with Madara, he wouldn't have to track him down in person. Without hesitation, Hashirama pulled out an enormous scroll. Inside, he had jotted down his insights on wood style and included some ninjutsu techniques ranging from simple to moderately difficult. Thank you, Uncle Hashirama. Dave grinned, beaming with the innocent joy of a child barely 4 feet tall. He was truly curious himself. Was he destined only to grow plants, or could he, too, wield wood-style techniques like Hashirama? But over the past few months, Hashirama, as the Hokage of the village, had been burdened with countless daily affairs. Dave, meanwhile, was busy developing new things with Orochimaru, so he hadn't found the right moment to ask. Happy birthday, Dave-kun. Little Tsukimi, her cheeks flushed a rosy red, shyly presented Dave with a scarf she had sewn herself. Dave smiled warmly, accepted the gift, and promptly wrapped it around his neck. No wonder he had seen Tsukimi fiddling with needle and thread during class these past few days. Seeing how much Dave appreciated her present filled Tsukimi's heart with joy. As the eldest daughter of the Uchiha clan's second elder, Tsukimi was used to doing as she pleased. But ever since her engagement to Dave, the second elder's wife had started teaching her skills like cooking, laundry, and sewing. Even her training had taken a back seat. After all, she was engaged to Dave now, so what was the rush? With the Uchiha and Senju clans behind her, who in Konoha would dare bully her? Thus, the second elder turned his attention to his genius younger son, Kagami, leaving the poor boy miserable. Every day, Kagami would come seeking out Dave, his future brother-in-law, to complain about his father's endless cruelties. Hiruzen's gift was humble and unadorned. He handed Dave a box, carefully wrapped, a sign of thoughtfulness. Dave stole a glance inside and nearly burst out laughing. It was a photo collection of Ms. Yui from the land of hot water. For a moment, Dave felt that Hiruzen truly understood him. Now, as for Danzo, what could be said about him? Was he sharp-witted or just plain clueless? To everyone's bewilderment, his gift to Dave was a gold-plated hoe. Yes, a literal gold-plated hoe. The room fell silent as everyone stared at Danzo, wondering if there was some hidden meaning behind such a gift. Ahem, Dave, didn't you say on your first day at school that your dream was to have your own land for growing plants? I just thought you liked gardening. So, Danzo stammered, his face turning red under the weight of everyone's gaze. Only now did he realize, damn it, he'd been set up by Hiruzen. Who in their right mind would bring a hoe as a birthday gift to a party? Cough, cough, Danzo, it's a thought that counts. Come on, let's eat, Dave said, a little embarrassed himself. Who knew Danzo's memory was this sharp? There wasn't much worth mentioning during the meal that followed, except for Hashirama, who, after having a bit too much to drink, wouldn't stop recounting Madara's embarrassing childhood stories. The whole table was left red-faced, trying desperately to hold in their laughter. As for Madara, he was so furious he almost finished off this ugly guy right then and there. The next day, Luigi, do you think our iKidney phone will sell well? In their newly opened phone shop, Orochi, Lu, and Dave sat behind the counter, deep in conversation. I'm not sure. Actually, I really want to know, why did you decide to call this phone iKidney? Orochi Lu shook his head, then asked with a puzzled look. Of course, it's to remind people to cherish their kidneys. What if one day our phone prices skyrocket, and some die-hard fans go so far as to sell a kidney just to buy one? Dave shuddered violently, as if a stream of terrible images flashed through his mind. All right, Luigi, have you ever thought about becoming a ninja? Dave snapped back to the present, suddenly recalling something important. Weren't Orochimaru's parents supposed to have died in the first Great Ninja War in the original story? But Luigi wasn't even a ninja yet. How could he have died, let alone ended up on the battlefield? To tell the truth, I actually have thought about it. The village is newly established, and the price of the grain we grow is all over the place. Last year, we barely sold our harvest for 30,000 silver taels. Originally, I thought after this year's harvest, you and I would sell our land and give ninja life a try. After all, even the simplest mission pays several thousand taels. But now it looks like that won't be necessary. Orochi Lu paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, Right, I still have to lead the people of Konoha into a better life. Luigi, when your son grows up, he'd better thank me for making sure he didn't lose his parents early. So that's how it is. Now everything made sense. Dave grinned, feeling rather pleased with himself. Huh, Orochimaru, your parents don't have to die young anymore. You'd better thank your uncle someday. All right, I just came by to have a look. I'll head back to my research. You really are something. You come up with things like local networks, Wi-Fi, computers. I gotta go back and study all of it properly. Honestly, I don't know how your brain comes up with these things. Orochi Lu rolled his eyes at Dave, stood up, stretched with a yawn, and shot him a resentful look before heading out. For now, Orochi Lu was handling all those tech projects alone, and Dave couldn't help but feel a little bad for him. Just a couple days ago, Sister had come to Dave, saying that Orochi Lu hadn't been home in a month. She looked every bit the picture of a neglected wife, leaving Dave more than a little unsettled. He hurried to drag Orochi Lu out of the lab and send him home for a well-deserved break. Sorry, Brother Lu, hang in there. Until your son is born, you're the only one who can handle all this. Go home and get some rest, and hurry up and bring Aunt Snake into the world. Wouldn't things get so much easier for you then? Dave watched the retreating figure of the big Snake Lu, muttering to himself. Hey there, full of youth boss. What kind of place is this? At that moment, a vibrant, energetic voice rang out from the shop entrance, snapping Dave back from his daydreams about making the people of Konoha work overtime in the future. Dave was momentarily stunned. That voice, so brimming with passion and youthful energy. Just as he suspected, Dave looked toward the door and saw a man clad in a tight green bodysuit, sporting a bowl-cut hairstyle, with a rugged face adorned with a thick beard, and a dazzling smile that nearly blinded Dave with its brilliance. This Kappa-like fellow. He might not be as familiar as those two from the original story, but the resemblance was uncanny. Hello, sir. This is the Love Your Kidneys mobile shop, Dave replied, quickly regaining his composure and greeting the man with enthusiasm. Well, I'm not here to buy anything. I just saw the job posting outside. Do you think I'd be a good fit? The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then spoke a little awkwardly. Of course, absolutely. You look perfect for the job. Dave was so excited he could barely contain himself. So, about the job ad, does it really pay 10,000 Ryo a month? The man asked, still uncertain. It's absolutely true, but since I feel a special connection with you, I'll make it 15,000 Ryo a month. What's your name, sir? Might Wei. Uncle Wei, I'll call you that from now on. Your job will be to transport phones from warehouse number 4 in the western grain fields of Konoha village here to the shop, Dave said with a smile. Boss, these phones, what are they? Might Wei looked at the smartphones inside the display case, puzzled. So Dave explained once again what a mobile phone was, how to use it, and so on. 1,000 Ryo each? That's cheap. After hearing Dave's explanation, especially the part about each phone costing only 1,000 Ryo, Might Wei was amazed. In his eyes, these gadgets were revolutionary. For something so advanced, a price tag of just 1,000 Ryo was almost unbelievable. Yup, Uncle Wei. Here, I'll give you 2. Looks like you're married, right? One's for your wife. Consider it an employee benefit. From now on, your monthly phone bill will be no more than 20 Ryo, Dave said, handing 2 green phones from under the counter to Might Wei. This is too generous, boss. I can't accept them. Might Wei was taken aback by Dave's generosity. Giving him 2 phones outright? Even at 1,000 Ryo each, that was still a month's wages for Might Wei back in the day. Uncle Wei, just take it. Our shop isn't short of these right now. We'll be opening soon, and you can help explain to the villagers how these things work, Dave said, pressing the phone into Might Wei's hand. Dave wasn't worried that Might Wei would scare the villagers off by blurting out anything about youth. Compared to his son, or even his grandson, Might Wei seemed much more normal. At least, in all these big conversations, Dave hadn't once heard him mention the word youth. Well, all right, then, Might Wei said softly, taking the phone with great care and slipping it into his pocket, giving it a gentle pat. He was a little moved. After all, he'd spent over 30 years as a wanderer and only recently joined Konoha village, working odd jobs for a year or two. Even after 2 years of hard labor, he'd saved just enough to buy 10 phones. Yet the young boss handed him 2 the minute he arrived. And the monthly salary, 10,000 silver coins. That was way above the going rate for work in the village, and Might Wei felt deeply grateful. Maybe it was time to consider having a child. Back in the warring era, he hadn't dared, but now he'd joined a peaceful, stable village. With 10,000 silver coins a month, he could easily support a child. Yes, he would do it. And when the child grew up, he could help the young boss in his place. What should he name the kid? Might Dave sound just right? Hello, Uncle Madara? I need a favor, Dave said, picking up his phone and dialing the 110 number he had saved for Uncle Madara. Speak, came Uchi Madara's cool reply. The gadgets this kid Dave came up with were truly handy. These past few days, he and Hashirama would call each other just to chat when they were bored, wandering around the village, shooting the breeze. Hell, Uncle Madara, are there any pretty, single, long-legged ladies in the Uchiha district? Dave asked, sounding a bit sheepish. Yes. How many do you need? Madara was taken aback for a moment, but then replied. Not too many, just 10 will do. All right, they'll be at your shop in 10 minutes. Mwah, thanks, Uncle Madara. On Madara's end. What? What's Dave up to now? Hashirama sat across the table, once again sneaking away from his duties. No idea. I'll be back soon, Madara said, shaking his head, and in a flash, he was gone. Hashirama stared at the empty seat, lost in thought. Dave wants 10 single, pretty, long-legged ladies? Could it be Dave plans to date 11 women at once? The nerve of him. Truly, the son of Tobirama is terrifying. It seems that Tobirama will never lack for grandchildren in the future, and the Senju clan's legacy is secure. How perfect! Why can't Mukun learn from Daifu and give me less to worry about? His old father has been in Konoha for years without seeing him. Doesn't he even miss me? Besides, it's been 4 or 5 years now. If he won't come back, at least send a grandson or granddaughter for me to dote on. Isn't that reasonable? At this moment, in Hashirama's heart, Mukun was branded as thoroughly unfilial. He seemed to have completely forgotten that his son was only 10 years old. Mukun, you expect me to give you a grandchild at the age of 10? 10 minutes later, Daifu looked with satisfaction at the 10 beautiful young women standing before him. Uncle Madara really is the best. Ladies, well, I need a little help from you. You actually won't need to do much. Just this, Daifu proceeded to explain the day's task to the 10 young women. A moment later, the 10 Uchiha ladies blushed deeply, a hint of disappointment in their hearts. After all these years, they'd never done something like this before. All of them were nearly 20, typical members of the proud Uchiha clan, lofty and proud, never impressed by anyone, not even those in their own clan, which of course was why they were all still single. When they'd been summoned by the clan head just now, they were over the moon. Could it be? Was the old tree finally about to blossom? Was the clan head going to choose one of them as his bride? They had hurriedly put on their most beautiful clothes and rushed to stand before the clan head, gazing at his handsome face. The clan head might be in his 30s now, but he's still so dashing. Ahem, perhaps my earlier descriptions of Hashirama and the others' ages weren't quite accurate. The village has just been founded, so both Madara and Hashirama should be in their 30s, and Tobirama is a few years younger than Hashirama. If I wrote anything wrong before, I'll correct it right away. But in the end, the clan head just brought them here, and then left. The disappointment left them speechless. So it's true, this iron tree is never going to blossom after all. Hiruzen, how's the flyer distribution going with Danzo? Daifu called Hiruzen to ask. Daifu, this big favor you wanted from us, was this it? Hiruzen didn't say a word, but Danzo started grumbling loudly beside him. Well, more or less we've, finished. Yes, finished. We'll be heading back soon. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, then hung up. Hiruzen and Danzo looked at the trash can in front of them, which was brimming with flyers. Well, we finished handing them out. What? Does giving them to the trash can not count? Are you looking down on Konoha's trash cans? Don't trash cans deserve respect? What about trash can rights? Bucket rights. You two messing with me? Dave was all smiles, ready and eager to welcome the flood of customers he thought would soon arrive. But as he flung open the doors, he found not a single soul outside. With a pained expression, Dave glanced at Danzo and Hiruzen, both of whom sat before him with a plate of dango. This is what you meant by all distributed? I am. Maybe the villagers just aren't interested in mobile phones. Danzo replied awkwardly, clearing his throat and trying to sound nonchalant. Yes, that's right. Hiruzen quickly nodded in agreement. Nonsense. I knew I couldn't count on you two. All right, girls, your turn. Dave gave each of them a swift kick, then clapped his hands together. At his signal, 10 lovely Uchiha ladies strode out from behind the door. They were dressed in alluring bunny outfits, complete with perky rabbit ears. On their heads, in one hand, they carried stacks of flyers, and in the other a mobile phone. With confident energy, they marched out into the street. What is this? Hiruzen's legs trembled uncontrollably as he took in the sight of those long, fair legs arrayed before him. I'm ashamed to be associated with you lot. Even the usually stoic Danzo blushed furiously, quickly turning away and muttering in a low, embarrassed voice. As I said just now, 10 people pair up in twos, head out in the 5 directions, east, west, south, north, and center of Konoha, and start the promotion. Dave clapped his hands, giving the order. Yes, sir. The 10 bunny girls dashed off in perfect unison, plunging into the heart of Konoha village. No one could quite say what had happened in Konoha that day, but the hospital saw a sudden influx of men suffering from severe anemia. Patients ranged from the village elders in their 70s down to little Hiruzen, only 6 years old. By the end of the day, the hospital's income and expenses nearly equaled those of half a year, leaving the department heads, doctors, and nurses thoroughly rattled. Done? Danzo, let me go. I can still handle it. I can keep watching. I'm Fina. Discharge me, I beg you. Just for today. Father? What are you doing here? What the? Hiruzen, you're here too. The two exchange a glance, falling into an awkward silence. Meanwhile, Danzo and Hiruzen's mothers both had the same thought. Like father, like son. What followed was a one-sided scolding, as Hiruzen's mother tore into his father, Sarutobi Sasuke. Hiruzen and Danzo watched from the sidelines, shivering at the ferocity of her discipline. In the Hokage's office, Hashirama massaged his temples, staring at the urgent request for assistance from Konoha's medical department. The report stated that from the hospital entrance hall, the way up to the rooftop, the place was packed to overflowing, and every single patient had a ghostly pale face, with blood streaming from their noses like a river. Hashirama knew what had happened today. He'd even snuck a peek from the Hokage's office down to the street below. Really, it was just for a moment. Just a very brief moment. Luckily, he had the physique of a sage. Whenever blood flowed from one part, it seemed to replenish itself somewhere else. Hey, Madara, about what happened with Dave today. What should we do? Hashirama rubbed his lower back, which ached more than ever. As long as no one died, it's fine. Besides, it wasn't Dave's fault. He just wanted to promote his little shop. Madara replied over the phone. I'm not blaming him. He's just a kid. But how did he even come up with such an idea? Now Tobirama is running wild around the village, yelling that it was you who led Dave astray. Hashirama was at a loss. Today's incident wasn't exactly minor, but it wasn't a catastrophe either. If you looked at it seriously, it had disrupted the normal operations of Konoha's medical department. But at the same time, all Dave wanted was to advertise his store. Is the Konoha medical department short-handed now? Do you want the Uchiha to send some help? Madara let out a cold chuckle. If that white-haired guy really dared to come, he'd have no qualms about beating him until he couldn't fend for himself. That's fine, but make sure they're all men. Right now, all sorts of rumors about Uchiha women are spreading throughout the village, Hashirama replied. After a day of gossip, the Uchiha women were being branded with all sorts of unsavory labels, and Madara was having a headache dealing with it all. Understood. I'll talk to Dave later. Since he started this mess, he must have an idea for how to handle it, Madara said. All right, ask the boy, Hashirama replied, then hung up. If Dave dared to pull a stunt like that in the village, he'd surely have some way to solve the fallout. At the Senju compound, Dave was lying on the floor, bored playing with a pea shooter. His father had grounded him, saying that if it hadn't been for Hashirama, Madara, and Tobirama suppressing the situation together, Dave would probably have landed in jail for his antics in Konoha today. Suddenly, Dave's phone vibrated in his bag. He took it out. Uncle Madara was calling. Hello, Uncle Madara. Dave greeted first, trying to gauge whether his uncle was angry or planning to shield him. After all, was the Uchiha who'd taken the hit today. The 10 bunny girls were still hiding in the compound, too scared to show their faces. Hey kid, do you have a way to fix the mess you made for the Uchiha? Madara asked on the other end of the line. Of course there is. Ha ha. Uncle Madara, do you know what an Uchiha girl group is? The next day, within the Uchiha compound, Dave was released on bail from the Senju quarters. He found Uncle Madara and began to explain the whole thing in detail. Uncle Madara, if we can pull off this girl group idea, even putting aside the question of profits, the Uchiha clan's reputation in the village will definitely change for the better. Dave explained in detail how everything worked. The more Madara listened, the brighter his eyes became. He was clearly intrigued. It's worth a try. But there are two problems. First, if we're going to use smartphones to boost their popularity like you said, not everyone in the village owns a phone yet. After listening to Dave's lengthy pitch, his jargon getting more and more professional, Madara raised a concern. That won't be a problem. Brother Lu has already come up with something new. Even if no one in the village has a phone, these girls can still become famous all over Konoha. Dave grinned as he spoke. Brother Lu really was a genius. Just last night, Dave had been racking his brain over this issue, but in the early hours, Orochi Lu had called to say he'd already cracked the simple solution. Now the rest would be a breeze. He just had to see how Lu would handle it. Alright, second problem. Once we have a Uchiha girl group, can we also form a Uchiha boy group? I want to be the center. The village is established, Hashirama is Hokage, and I don't really have much to do these days. Madara nodded, voicing the thought he'd been harboring. Uncle Madara, do you want to dance too? The next day, Dave, what's this big favor you want from us this time? Don't tell me you need us to do more grunt work. Hiruzen and Danzo had received a call from Dave that morning, saying he needed their help again. The phrase big favor was enough to make both of them groan. No, it really is a big deal. Dave paused, then chuckled. Hey, Uncle Madara, just send those girls with the great voices over to the third granary at the West Side Farm. Brother Lu is waiting for them there. Dave called Madara to give instructions. All right, Madara replied, then hung up. With that, Dave gathered his two buddies, and they headed over in that direction as well. At Orochi Lu's place, Lord Madara, Orochi Lu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, bowing respectfully to the imposing Uchiha before him. This man was truly dangerous. If Hashirama was known as the good guy in the village, then Madara was, without a doubt, the intimidating one. Just the sight of him was enough to make anyone's knees tremble. All right, what's next? Uchiha Madara nodded, unfazed by Orochimaru's nerves. He'd long grown used to such reactions. These must be the sisters from the Uchiha clan, right? Please follow me, Orochimaru said with a smile, glancing at the women standing behind Madara Uchiha. Madara followed along behind them, still secretly thinking about his dream of being the center of a boy group. Orochimaru led the group into his granary laboratory. His granary was actually quite spacious, though at the moment, it looked a bit messy. Random bits and pieces of metal were scattered across the floor, while the tables were piled high with experimental equipment and blueprints. There was even a bed, tucked away in the corner. Whenever Orochimaru got caught up in his research, he could go days without sleeping. Sister Jade and Dave worried he might just drop dead one day from overwork, so they brought in a bed and made sure Sister Jade came by every day to supervise, insisting he get some rest. Earlier, Orochimaru had some villagers dig out a sizable space beneath the granary. Down there were all sorts of machines used to manufacture cell phones, staffed by newly recruited workers. The villagers actually enjoyed this kind of work. Most days they just watched over the machines and checked that the phones met quality standards, setting aside any that didn't. To their surprise, such a simple job paid a monthly salary of 5,000 silvertaels. Orochimaru then led everyone downstairs. The workers greeted him, their second boss, with friendly nods, and Orochimaru responded with a warm smile. The underground area was quite roomy, and the current production needs were easily met without a large number of machines. In one corner stood a sizable tent. Not huge, but large enough to shelter more than a dozen people. All right, Uchiha sisters, just follow my instructions from here, Orochimaru said as he guided everyone into the tent, which was actually a recording studio outfitted with all kinds of audio equipment. He handed out a selection of girl group hit lyrics and sheet music prepared in advance by Dave. There were 5 songs in total, each with lyrics that Dave had carefully adapted. After all, these were originally in Japanese, and many lines had to be changed to sound right in this world. Half an hour later, Dave arrived with Hiruzen and Danzo. Madara and the women from his clan emerged from the studio just then. Madara's face was glowing with excitement, his eyes shining with energy. Dave shuddered involuntarily. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought Madara had been up to something quite different with those ladies inside. Uncle Madara, leave the rest to me. Inside Konoha village. Tobirama, aren't you supposed to be in your lab working on your research today? Hashirama asked, looking puzzled as he saw his brother sitting nearby, helping with paperwork. Normally, unless he was teaching at the ninja academy, Tobirama would spend every spare moment in his laboratory, working on new jutsu or some such thing. What brought him here today? Big brother, I've actually just developed a new technique. Is it a water-style jutsu? No. Write it into the Book of Seals. Tobirama looked frustrated. He had hoped his technique could become widespread, but Hashirama wouldn't allow it. He knew exactly what his younger brother was like. Apart from his mastery of water style, almost everything his brother dabbled in was forbidden jutsu. Hashirama had seen those forbidden techniques himself, and once, in his naivete, he allowed Tobirama to teach one to a low-ranking ninja for testing. The result was that the poor ninja couldn't mold chakra ever again and was left crippled. And so the Book of Seals came into existence, a collection of forbidden jutsu, including Hashirama's own wood style. 70% of the forbidden techniques came from his brother, 20% were S-rank 5-element jutsu from the Sarutobi clan, and the remaining 10% were forbidden arts gathered by other clans over centuries, excluding their own secret techniques. What's going on down there? Just then, a commotion erupted below the Hokage tower. Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged glances, and with a flash, they appeared atop the tower. Is that Madara? Hashirama stammered, his face filled with disbelief. His hands trembled as he slowly pointed at a figure below. I don't know him, Tobirama responded, swallowing nervously and turning away. Below the Hokage tower, Danzo, Hiruzen, Dave, and several shadow clones of Uchiha Madara were pushing a rather large wagon. A few horses were hitched to the front, and in the center rested a massive, thick wooden plank atop 4 wheels. On top of the plank, several Uchiha ladies dressed as bunny girls danced, while Madara himself wore a custom-fitted suit from Dave. Next to him stood an enormous speaker, and Madara, moving in perfect rhythm, led the women in a lively dance to the thumping music. His eyes were cold and piercing, a wicked smile curled at his lips, and his dance moves were sharp and charismatic. Combined with the electrifying music, the spectacle struck the villagers right to their core. Even Dave, pushing the cart in the back, could only marvel at the sight. This was truly next level. Hashirama, meanwhile, felt a pang of regretful sorrow. He wondered why, back then, he'd abandoned his best friend for Mito Uzumaki. Dave, shoving the cart, felt a headache coming on. This is it. It's all ruined now. If anyone dared to say that the dancing, smirking Madara up there would one day turn evil, Dave would slap them on the spot. You're telling me that guy's gonna go dark? Please. At this point, Hashirama seems more likely to snap than Madara. Black Zetsu, it looks like you might have to wait another 1,000 years before you can save your mother. He never intended to bring Madara along in the first place. Just let those ladies dance to the music, and that would be enough. Who could have guessed that Madara would want into? Dave was completely caught off guard. With no other choice, he hastily put together a set of dance moves for Madara and sent him up to join the fun. Uncle Madara, you've changed. Up ahead, Madara Uchiha's heart was pounding with excitement. He felt as if he'd been granted a second youth. His first youth belonged to Hashirama, but this second spring was all for dancing. It was as if Madara had rediscovered his reason for living. World peace. Darkness? Forget all that nonsense. Dave, this is the big help you were talking about. Danzo bellowed, grinding his teeth in frustration. What? You don't think this is a big enough favor? Dave shot back. Damn you, Dave. This was one of the choice phrases Danzo had picked up from hanging around Dave these past few months. Right now, he couldn't think of a better time to use it. And what about Hiruzen? Why isn't he saying anything? Dave noticed that only Danzo was cursing him out. Hiruzen was usually the most vocal of the bunch. What was with the silence? Dave and Danzo turned in unison to look at Hiruzen, who was now blushing furiously, his sly, squinting eyes glued to the Uchiha bunny girls on stage. The view for back here was simply magnificent, so full, so fair. At this moment, Hiruzen truly felt as if he'd ascended into paradise. Dave and Danzo rolled their eyes at the same time. That little monkey could never change his lecherous ways. Joe, this is what youth is all about. Boss, let's push Lord Madara around the village 300 times. Mike Guy, who'd been dragged here by Dave to help, roared with boundless enthusiasm. Dave glanced over at the green, youthful Kappa monster beside him, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He half expected him to burst out with, Granny Lee's knocking at the door. At that moment, Madara, wildly dancing on stage, suddenly noticed something. His eyes lit up as he locked onto a particular spot. Hashimama, you want to dance too? Madara shouted with shining eyes, pointing excitedly at the red-clad figure atop the Hokage building. His Sharingan was fully active. How could he not be thrilled? Meanwhile, atop the Hokage building, Hashirama and Tobirama were still frozen in shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. Madara, hearing Madara call out to him from the stage, snapped Hashirama back to reality. Madara, this time, I won't lose to you. A blazing fire ignited in Hashirama's heart. In a flash, he appeared right before Madara using the body. Friki technique. After all, this was the first time in years that Madara had taken the initiative to challenge him. Naturally, he was just as excited. But then Hashirama was completely baffled. Uchiha Madara knew how to do the dance. But what did he know about it? Absolutely nothing. His best friend, Uchiha Madara, seemed to notice Hashirama's confusion. Instantly, his Sharingan activated and drew Hashirama into a Genjutsu. Hashirama offered no resistance. He knew Madara would never harm him. Release. Madara, this time, I'm definitely going to beat you. Breaking free from the Genjutsu, Hashirama had already learned the dance moves from within Madara's illusion. He clenched his fists and began to wildly swing to the rhythm. Dave was utterly dumbfounded at this point. Everything was in chaos, total chaos. Was this even part of the original story? Today was, without a doubt, the liveliest day in the Hidden Leaf Village. Villager A. That's the first Hokage himself. And next to him, Lord Madara. What are they? Could this be the latest ninja training method spreading through the village? Quick, so, start grooving with the first Hokage. Villager A's son. He really wanted to say, Dad, do you even know what social suicide is? Spy B. The first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. What are they doing? I need to record every detail and send the intel back to the village. If even the twin giants of the warring states are doing this, there must be a reason. Could it be some sort of conspiracy? The spy's mind was already spinning with visions of braving danger to deliver this crucial information back to his village. With the Kage's brilliant leadership, they would see through the enemy's scheme and wipe out the leaf in one fell swoop. After that, he'd swagger back into the village and receive a personal commendation from the Kage. By then, maybe Mei would finally agree to be with him. Uchiha C. This is the clan leader himself. And those pale, shapely legs, wait, those women, are they from our clan? I need to hurry back and report to the elders. Miss Mito, it sounds really lively outside. Aren't you going out to take a look? Uzumaki Mito's handmaid, her voice tinged with excitement, asked upon hearing the commotion outside. Could something big be happening? Mito could sense the presence of two immense chakra sources outside. That was unmistakably Madara and Hashirama, judging by the noise. And with both Madara and Hashirama making a move, could it mean an enemy had infiltrated the village? Child, I'm going out to investigate. You stay here and don't go anywhere. The more Mito thought about it, the more anxious she became. Without another thought, she dashed out of her quarters. Momenslete. Mito stared blankly at the two long-haired men wildly dancing on stage, her mind suddenly going empty. Hey, Mito. Ha ha ha. How was my dancing? Hashirama had noticed Mito gazing at him in a daze, and burst out laughing with joy. After dancing for so long, he felt as if the youth he'd lost had come rushing back. Who are you? Do I know you? We're not close, goodbye. Snapping back to reality, Mito found herself surrounded by villagers giving her strange looks. She instantly understood what those looks meant. What's your connection with those maniacs dancing on stage? Blushing furiously, Mito quickly retreated to her quarters, pretending not to know that black-haired man with the sleek hair outside. There was no way that person could be her husband. Sure, her husband could be embarrassing and a little silly at times, but the man dancing like a madman? That was simply impossible. Hashirama's grin froze on his face as he watched Mito walk away, and a faint sadness crept into his heart. Hey, Hashirama, what's the matter? Are you all danced out? Ready to admit defeat? Ha ha. Madara, lost in the thrill of dancing, hadn't noticed Mito's arrival. Spotting his friend standing still, he assumed Hashirama was running out of steam and roared with laughter. Madara, there's no way I'll lose to you. Snapping out of his thoughts, Hashirama bristled at his friend's taunt, recalling how, for the past 3 months, every greeting between them began with, hey, ugly. Hashirama's temper flared, and he plunged back into the dance-off with Madara. Behind their wild dance. Oh, Kami-sama Kishimoto. Sage of 6 paths, this isn't my fault. The story's gone off the rails, it's not on me. Black Zetsu. If you can't find your mother, you can't blame me. Dave wept silently in his heart. Everything had changed, completely changed. This was no longer the Naruto he once knew. At the same time, Dave felt a pang of regret. Why had he ever mentioned girl groups to Uncle Madara? Uncle Madara, I miss you. I miss the way you used to turn evil at the drop of a hat. After a day of culture shock from another world, everyone in Konoha village felt dizzy and dazed. What happened today? What did I just witness? What did I do? These were the questions everyone asked themselves, searching their souls after returning home. With the two Konoha legends, Madara and Hashirama, leading the way, and the infectious music setting the mood, Konoha village had experienced the wildest dance party in its history today. Phew, how did everyone enjoy the dancing today? Dave, holding a microphone that Brother Lou had invented, stepped up onto the stage and called out to the villagers gathered all around. The villagers stood there in a daze. They simply couldn't believe what they'd just done today. And besides, that kid up on stage didn't look more than 5 or 6 years old. How could his voice carry so far? Villagers, you've been dancing all day. I know some of you might feel a bit embarrassed. But let me ask you this. Were you happy? You danced with such enthusiasm, letting go of all your worries and troubles. All the pressure seemed to melt away with every step you took, didn't it? Dave asked the crowd from the stage. One by one, the villagers nodded. It was true, they did feel a little embarrassed, but it wasn't that bad. After all, everyone around was dancing too. It wasn't just them alone. What was there to be ashamed of? And, come to think of it, after dancing all day, it really did feel like all their troubles had vanished. It's true. Sometimes that's just how people are. When you do something alone, it can feel awkward. But when everyone joins in together, that feeling just disappears. Haha. As long as everyone had fun today, that's all that matters. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Look at Lord First Hokage and Lord Madara. They danced right there in front of everyone, and they didn't think it was embarrassing. Dave continued with a laugh. The villagers burst out laughing. That's right. There was nothing to be ashamed of, not when even Lord First was leading them in dance. Now, let me tell you all something. From now on, every afternoon from 4 until dusk, the Uchiha girl group will be here to lead everyone in dance. If you want to unwind and relieve some stress, just come here. Of course, you can also show them a little support with some supplies. After all, the young ladies of the Uchiha clan need to make a living too, don't they? And one more thing. All those wonderful songs you heard today will be available for download at the ASIM mobile phone store, right at the counter. Soon, you'll be able to sing, dance, and listen to the music anytime, anywhere at home. There are 5 songs in total, each one for 10 taels of silver. Dave finally revealed his true motive for today. Now, some of you may be wondering, what exactly is an ASIN mobile phone? Let me explain. A mobile phone like the one I'm holding here has a card. Inside it, a phone card with 11 arranged numbers, and with that, Dave began to give the villagers a detailed introduction to what a mobile phone was. Offstage. Phew. Tobarama, Dave really does have a knack for business, doesn't he? Who else could come up with a marketing scheme like this? Hashirama, exhausted and sprawled on the ground, turned to Tobarama with a weary grin. He must have learned that from some shady character nearby. And look at you. Just look at the state you're in. Don't you feel the least bit embarrassed? Tobarama huffed coldly. He was one of the few in the village who had managed to keep his composure and hadn't joined Hashirama and Madara in their wild dancing. Haha, Tobarama, don't be so serious. Besides, ever since the village was founded, there's always been a bit of tension around here. Dave's approach is actually quite good. See for yourself. Look at all the villagers' smiling faces. Hashirama glanced at the villagers, each wearing a cheerful smile, and his heart swelled with satisfaction. Hashirama, this time I won for sure, said Madara, who was catching his breath beside him. Hey Madara, how did you win? I clearly danced better than you. Hashirama protested, refusing to accept defeat. Oh, so you're still not convinced? Want to have another dance-off with me? Madara sneered, seeing that Hashirama's competitive spirit was alive and well. Dance-off? What's that? Hashirama was momentarily taken aback, not understanding the term. Oh, that's something Dave came up with. It means a battle of dance moves. And I have to admit, it rolls off the tongue pretty well, Madara explained. The festivities only came to an end once the villagers had learned all about Aishin, phones, and everything else introduced today, marking a perfect conclusion to the day's event. Back at their quarters, Uncle Madara, thank you so much for helping out with those ladies, Dave said with a bright smile. Don't mention it. I actually enjoyed it. By the way, you said you could load music onto this phone. Madara waved him off coolly, but couldn't hide his interest. Of course. Tomorrow morning, just drop by the shop and I'll help you download the songs. And about those ladies, we already started the Uchiha Girl Group project I mentioned before. From now on, they'll be the Uchiha Girl Group. For each song sold, it's 10 Ryo, and 5 Ryo goes directly to the girls. Dave replied respectfully, nodding at once. Alright, that works. The Uchiha clan didn't really care much about the song profits, but it was still clan money. If their people could earn a little extra, it was a good thing. And Dave wasn't greedy, splitting it 50-50. What a good kid. And with today's events spreading throughout the village, people's opinions of the Uchiha began to change. Now, if you stopped anyone on the street and asked, Sir, what do you think of the Uchiha clan? You mean the Uchiha clan with those beautiful girls and those gorgeous legs? They're fantastic. The girls sing beautifully, dance gracefully, have fair legs, and well ahem. I think we were all wrong about the Uchiha clan. Their leader is so handsome and dances so well. I admit, I was mistaken about them before. That was Madara himself, transformed at random, asking people in the street on his way back. It seemed the Uchiha Girl Group idea was working out after all. Maybe it was time for a boy group too. Kid, ever thought about forming an Uchiha boy band? Madara asked, continuing the conversation. The boy band, maybe it's not the right time yet. The Uchiha Girl Group has just started, and the villagers might still be getting used to it. Once they've adjusted, it'll be fine. Dave wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Uncle Madara still hadn't forgotten about his ambition for that center spot in the boy band. Uncle Madara, if you really want to dance, why not just join a girl group? Like today, let them back you up as your dancers, and you take the center stage. When the time is right, you can select a few handsome clansmen to form an Uchiha boy band. Dave continued, trying to sound as tactful as possible. That could work. Madara pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. In Dave's mind, it didn't matter much who joined the girl group. But the boy band, now that was serious business. You couldn't just throw anyone in. It had to wait for Shursui, Itachi, Obito, Sasuke, and the others. That was the dream he and his equally eccentric friends from his past life so dearly hoped for. A few days later, at the Senju compound dining table, Dave, the Uchiha already have their own girl group. There's no way the Senju can fall behind. Hashirama grumbled as he ate, clearly displeased. Every afternoon lately, he'd challenge Madara to a dance-off at the west end of the village, and every single time, he'd lose miserably. It was getting on Hashirama's nerves. With Madara leading the Uchiha girl group in daily afternoon performances, the villagers' perception of the Uchiha clan had changed completely. Madara's mood had improved considerably too. These past couple of days, whenever Dave tried to hang out with Madara, he'd be dismissed with the excuse of dance practice, leaving Dave wiping away imaginary tears. Uncle Madara, you've changed. The villagers had grown quite fond of their cold-faced, warm-hearted, and strikingly handsome Uchiha patriarch, especially the women. Rumor had it the clan leader was still single, which only made them more excited. Compared to Hashirama, with his long, straight black hair, Madara's icy, charismatic looks totally eclipsed him. As a result, every time Hashirama and Madara went head-to-head in a dance contest, when it came time for the villagers to vote, all the women's ballots went to Madara. Half the men voted for the Uchiha girl group behind Madara, and the other half were bullied by their wives into voting for Madara too. As for Hashirama's meager handful of votes, well, those were all favors called in from his fellow Senju. All this left Hashirama deeply disgruntled. He was convinced his repeated losses were all thanks to the Uchiha girl group backing Madara. So today, sitting in the Hokage's office, he reflected bitterly. Why is it that the Uchiha have their own girl group, while I'm left fighting solo for the Senju? Uncle Hashirama. The whole reason for the Uchiha girl group is to change the villagers' perception of the Uchiha clan. The Senju don't need that at all. As for Uncle Madara, now that the village is established, and you're the Hokage, he's got nothing to do all day. Letting him lead the Uchiha girl group and dance has become his hobby and way to pass the time. Dave gave a wry smile. It's ruined. Everything's ruined. If Uncle Madara spends all day obsessed with dancing, and now Hashirama wants to start as well, isn't Konoha doomed? No way. I absolutely can't lose to Madara. Hashirama pouted, as stubborn as a child, clearly quite upset. All right. Why don't you gather some of the prettiest ladies from the Senju and form your own Senju girl group? Dave said, rubbing his temples in resignation. Fine, whatever, as long as these two are happy. A dance-off in Konoha is at least better than one of them wielding a giant Buddha and the other using Susanoo to split the skies. Hashirama, this actually sounds interesting. I'm in, Mito interjected, her eyes sparkling with curiosity after overhearing the uncle and nephew's conversation. Mito, aren't girl groups usually for the younger women? Dave didn't get to finish before Hashirama swallowed nervously and blurted out in surprise. Off to the side, Tobirama saw Mito's red hair begin to flare and immediately sensed trouble. He laid a hand on Dave's shoulder, and in a flash, they disappeared with flying thunder god. Mito, calm down. What I meant was you're very old. No, wait. I mean, you're older than those young ladies. Wait, that's not what I meant, Hashirama. Seeing Tobirama flee, internally cursed his brother's lack of loyalty. He stiffly turned his head, swallowing hard, and tried to explain, panic all over his face. Hashirama, I want you to understand exactly what I mean. On the Hokage rock, Tobirama and Dave crouched side by side, each holding a bowl of ramen they grabbed from the barracks. Listening to the howls echoing from headquarters, the noodles tasted particularly delicious today. Yes, it seemed the old chef's skills had improved once again. The next day, when Dave saw Hashirama again, he looked fine on the surface, but the way his legs kept trembling made it clear to Dave that Hashirama had not had an easy night. Dave, come over here and chat with your aunt, Mito called, waving him over with a bright smile. Sure, Dave replied sweetly, grinning as he ran to join Mito. Dave, your father teaches at school every day, and in his spare time, he does the research he loves. Your uncle is the Hokage, constantly busy with all sorts of affairs. Uncle Madara has also discovered his own hobbies and lives a fulfilling life every day. Now, only Aunt Mito is left feeling bored all the time. Is there anything that could help her find something to do or spark her interest? Mito asked with a smile. Auntie, yesterday you mentioned you were interested in dancing, didn't you? Dave paused for a moment, then his eyes gradually lit up. Yes, I do find those things quite intriguing. But I've been thinking about what Hashirama said yesterday. Girl groups and such are for young, unmarried women. I've been with your uncle for more than a decade now. I can't exactly dress in those revealing outfits and dance like them every day, can I? Mito nodded and smiled as she spoke. You're right, it wouldn't be appropriate. But, Annie, what you just said gave me another great idea, Dave nodded. Oh, what is it? Annie, have you ever heard of square dancing? And so, every afternoon at dusk, Mito would lead a group of older and married women from the Senju clan to dance in the eastern square of Konoha. Over time, women from other families and clans began to join them, following Mito's lead as they danced together every evening. Mito loved it. As Dave had explained, this dance was called square dancing, specifically designed for older or married women, though men could join too, though they rarely did. The moves were simple, set to catchy, rhythmic tunes that quickly became the latest craze in Konoha Village. It not only enriched the villagers' cultural lives, but also helped everyone stay in a good mood and even lose a bit of weight. Now, Konoha Village was split into two scenes. The younger villagers would head west to watch Madara and Hashirama each lead their own idol. Groups and dance battles, often joining in themselves. Meanwhile, the older villagers would gather in the east to dance square dances with Mito. Chaos, utter chaos. Dave gazed out over this devastated Konoha, his heart quietly weeping in misery. He touched the bag of coins in his pocket, jingling with every movement, and felt even more distressed. Now, Aishin phones had taken Konoha by storm. Nearly every villager carried one, and many official departments now had their own dedicated phone numbers. The Uchiha police force, for example, was the most frequently dialed, 119. The medical department was 120, the education department 121, and so on. Hashirama couldn't help but exclaim how wonderful this was. Whenever villagers ran into trouble, they could simply dial 119, and the Uchiha police force would send someone to help them. If they were injured or needed medical attention, dialing 120 would bring a team of medical ninja right to their door. It was incredibly convenient. There were only 3 of these 3-digit numbers. Yutsuki had one, 520. Dave explained to the little girl that it meant, "I love you," which made her blush bright red. Madara, Uchiha got 110. Well, that one spoke for itself. As for Dave, he picked 666, purely for the fun of it. Dave lay with his head in Yutsuki's lap as she gently scooped a spoonful of rice and brought it to his lips, her voice soft and warm. Mim? Yutsuki, your cooking just keeps getting better and better, Dave said, opening his mouth to accept the bite, his face beaming as he looked at the girl before him. This was the life he had always dreamed of, pure happiness. Yutsuki giggled, her cheeks flushed, as she continued to feed Dave with gentle care. She too felt that life was beautiful now. Ever since her engagement to Dave, his father had stopped being so strict with her, shifting that sternness to her younger brother instead. But she never complained. After all, boys should either be gentle and capable like Dave Cohen, or dashing and powerful like the clan leader. Letting Kagami practice more would only do him good. Uchiha Kagami, you really are my big sister. Mwah. Yutsuki, you're getting cuter every day. Dave couldn't help but lean forward and give her a quick kiss on her rosy cheek. Dave, Yutsuki's face, already pink, turned bright scarlet. Hee, come on, you should eat too. Dave chuckled, sitting up from her lap, taking the bowl from her, and scooping a spoonful of rice to offer back to her. Yutsuki let out a barely audible hum, her voice soft as a whisper, and slowly opened her small, cherry-red mouth. Being with Dave Cohen was pure happiness, sheer joy. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to this scene of bliss in the corner, their classmates were radiating waves of envy. And among the notorious trio, Hiruzen, Danzo, and Kagami, the resentment was especially intense. Can't they just eat their meal without drowning us in lovey-dovey sweetness? How are the rest of us supposed to survive this? Arg, this is outrageous. Dave and Yutsuki are just too much. Hiruzen shouted, pointing indignantly at the couple as they flaunted their affection. It's absolutely hopeless. How can they protect Konoha behaving like this? Danzo grumbled, equally disgruntled. My brother-in-law is really impressive. He looks so happy with my sister, but this is going too far. Even Lianjing, as the little brother-in-law, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Damn it, can't you two show off somewhere else? Why do you have to rub it in right in front of us? Dave seemed to sense the immense wave of resentment aimed his way. He slowly turned his head to glance at them, his eyes filled with disdain, a look that landed like a heavy blow on the hearts of the 3 onlookers. That look said it all. The 3 of you, single and alone? Yarg, I'm going to kill him. Nikazin felt deeply insulted by Dave's utter contempt for him as a single guy. Jing and Tuanzo hurried to hold him back. Jing did it not just because Dave was his brother-in-law, but also because his sister was. Right there. What if he accidentally killed Dave? His sister would be left a widow. For such a little kid, he sure understood a lot. Tuanzo, on the other hand, was worried that everyone in the class was watching. It would be too embarrassing if things got out of hand. Just then, Dave shivered violently. Suddenly, his chakras surged. He had unlocked new plants. Fiery peppers, chomper, cherry bomb, ice pea shooter, and twin pea shooter. Dave leapt to his feet, excitement written all over his face. Dave Cohen? What's wrong? Seeing Dave jump up so suddenly startled Tsukimi as well. Haha, Tsukimi, you really are my lucky star. Overjoyed, Dave swept Tsukimi up in a princess carry and planted a big kiss on her. All at once, the classroom fell silent. Every pair of eyes locked onto Dave. Tsukimi, nestled in his arms, blushed furiously and buried her face, not daring to move. What are you staring at? Never seen a couple being affectionate before. Dave shot the crowd a glare, his tone full of mock annoyance. The crowd fell silent, slowly turning their heads away. Dave, I can't even compare. In the office, Tobarama sensed what was happening in the classroom. He was so furious he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Evening, after school. Dave strolled down the street. hand in hand with Tsukimi. It was their daily routine. He always made sure to walk her home. Along the way, they'd always take a moment to enjoy each other's company. Wait, Tsukimi, something's up. As the two of them walked happily down a quiet path, wrapped up in each other, Dave suddenly caught a suspicious noise behind them. Startled, Tsukimi held her breath. Dave quickly pulled her to hide beneath a nearby bench and looked towards the source of the sound. Across the street, a few shadowy figures leapt onto a rooftop, each one carrying a black bag. After a few seconds, something's not right. Those people aren't Konoha's ninja. I'll go check it out. They're probably carrying stuff they've smuggled out of the village. Tsukimi, go home first, Dave said, calm and steady, turning to Tsukimi. No, Dave, it's too dangerous. Let's go back together and find the clan leader and the others. Yueme cried out anxiously, shaking her head. They were only 5 or 6 years old. If Dave chased after them and ran into trouble, she wouldn't even have time to cry. No, that won't work. Judging by how fast they left, they're probably just a group of junior ninjas. We're still some distance from your clan's territory. By the time we get there, they'll have gone far, Dave replied, shaking his head. It's fine, don't worry about me. We still have a phone, don't we? I'll go after them first. You call Uncle Ban and have him back me up. You know how amazing he is, these guys probably move like snails compared to him. Besides, you're underestimating me, aren't you? Trust me, Dave said, giving Yueme a reassuring hug and smiling. Then, just be careful. Stay behind them and wait for the clan leader to catch up. Yueme choked out through her tears in Dave's arms. She was terrified, truly terrified. She didn't know what she would do if Dave left her behind. Trust me, Dave mimicked Might Guy, giving Yueme a big thumbs up before gently letting her go. With a few swift leaps, he set off in pursuit. Yueme stood there in a daze, her heart pounding as she watched Dave's figure disappear into the distance. Snapping out of it, Yueme hurriedly grabbed her phone and dialed Ban's number. The user you are trying to reach is currently unavailable, came Orochimaru's recorded voice from the phone. Why isn't the clan leader answering? Yueme was almost frantic with worry. Meanwhile, on Madara Uchiha's side, Hashimama, even if you bring your whole Senju girl group, you'll never beat me. When it comes to dance battles, I, Madara, am the unrivaled champion, Madara Uchiha declared, sweat flying as he faced off against Hashirama Senju, both men dancing with gusto. Madara, I'll never admit defeat. Hashirama roared, his face flushed with determination. The two of them, each leading their clan's girl group, were locked in a fierce dance-off, with villagers gathering around to join the fun. The rousing music and the parade of long, graceful legs caught every villager's eye. No one noticed that the phone on the speaker was vibrating non-stop. Meanwhile, after several failed calls to Ban, Yueme was so anxious she started to cry. She wiped her tears, remembering that the clan leader was probably still caught up in the dance battle with the first Hokage, and ran off in that direction. Dave kept a close eye on the group of ninjas ahead, following them as they moved toward the Land of Lightning. There were 4 in total. All right, we've run far enough. No one should have seen us. Those past few days, the Hokage and Madara Uchiha have been busy with their ridiculous dance battles in the village. Hopeless, the lead ninja scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Who would have thought the defenses of the Hidden Leaf village were so weak? The 4 of us, just low-ranking genin, managed to slip in and out unharmed. One of the minor ninjas said with a hearty laugh. Don't get too cocky, another replied. Konoha is still the top of the 5 great ninja villages. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha are both still around, you know. We're just a bunch of genin, and with those 2 busy facing off in dance-like battles every day this month, even if the sensory ninjas noticed us, they wouldn't suspect a thing. All right, let's take a break. We've run a long way already. My chakra is nearly spent. Let's rest up and recover a bit. Honestly, what was the village thinking, sending just a handful of genin for a mission like this? Well, whatever. We made it out, and that's what matters. We need to get these cell phones back as soon as possible. Things like this are dangerous for the Land of Lightning, chimed in a third companion. So, they really did take cell phones? Phew, good thing I caught them in time. Although these things would eventually spread sooner or later, this is way too early, Dave thought to himself as he listened in on their conversation from behind, feeling a stroke of luck. You think you can just stroll out of the Hidden Leaf after stealing from us? I don't think so, Dave called out, confidence rising as he realized they were only genin and, after such a long chase, their chakra reserves must be running low. He figured he had a fighting chance. Who's there? Oh, just a kid? Interesting. You noticed us and still dared to come after us alone. The lead ninja spun around sharply at the sound of Dave's voice, fixing his gaze on him. When he saw that Dave was just a 5 or 6-year-old child, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Had been a chunin, or, heaven forbid, a jonin, their escape would have been impossible. Come on, mister, don't talk so big, Dave said with a playful grin, standing atop a tree branch. Look at you, already so old and still. Just a genin? Don't you find that embarrassing? With that, he leaped down from the tree and landed right in front of the four ninjas. Sharp tongue, aren't you? Kid, since you've caught up, I can't let you walk away alive, the lead ninja sneered, pulling out a kunai and lunging at Dave. The swift attack acted like a signal. The other three immediately followed suit, closing in quickly. Hey, uncle, have you ever played tower defense? Dave asked calmly, not the least bit nervous as the kunai flew toward him. Instead, he smiled coolly. Wood style, nut wall, 4 sides. Dave clapped his hands, and in an instant, 4 sturdy nut-shaped walls sprang up around him, forming a fortress that sealed him off in the center. The nut walls blinked adorably at the oncoming kunai, which struck their surfaces with a dull thud. The walls remained unscathed, while the kunai simply clattered to the ground. Die, you little brat. At that moment, the 3 men following behind the kunai-wielding figure charged forward, each slashing their own kunai at the trio of sturdy nut walls surrounding Dave. Ignorant fools, Dave sneered with disdain. The 3 men caught the look in Dave's eyes, which only fueled their rage further. Their grip tightened on their weapons as they hacked at the nut walls with renewed force. But the scene they'd imagined, the nut walls shattering and Dave's head rolling, didn't come to pass. In fact, their attacks hadn't even left a scratch on those solid walls. Wood style, chomping maw. Suddenly, a massive purple plant, at least 2 or 3 meters tall, burst from the ground. Its gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp fangs, snapped straight at one of the ninjas. Help me. Please help. The 2 remaining men, terrified by the monstrous plant, stumbled backward in panic. The ninja closest to the chomping maw was paralyzed with fear, unable to react. The plant wasted no time, lunging and clamping its jaws around him, dragging him in and chewing mercilessly. At first, the man's cries for help could still be heard from within the plant's mouth. But within moments, all that remained was the grisly crunching of bones, and 2 streams of fresh blood slowly trickled from the corners of the plant's gaping jaw. Dave's face went deathly pale. He nearly vomited on the spot. It was his first time taking a life. Even if he hadn't done it with his own hands, the sight of all that blood left him deeply unsettled. Wood style, this brat, retreat. The leader of the ninja squad finally grasped why this kid had dared to pursue them alone. Wood style, remembering the gruesome fate of their comrade, he knew there was no way they could win. With just the pitiful skills of 3 rookie genin, they didn't stand chance. His mind was in turmoil. Damn it. Where did this brat learn Wood style? Just my luck. The 2 others stood frozen for a moment, gaping at the blood-soaked chomping maw. When the captain's order registered, they snapped to attention and hurriedly fled the scene behind him. Retreat? Damn it. I just lost my lunch thanks to you, and you want to run away? Not a chance. Wood style, flaming hot pepper. Meanwhile, in a leaf village. Chief, something's wrong. Yume had just arrived at the spot where Madara and Hashirama were dancing. She squeezed through the crowd and rushed to Madara's side, calling out urgently. HM, what's wrong, Yume? Madara was in the middle of an exuberant dance, but the sudden interruption annoyed him. Still, when he saw it was Yume, his expression softened a bit. Dave, Yume stammered, then quickly explained what had happened to Dave. Which way did they go? Madara was silent for a moment after hearing the news. Then, with a calm expression, he asked quietly. But the more this was the case, the more keenly Yume could sense the overwhelming fury hidden beneath Madara's words. That way, Yume pointed in the direction Dave had left. Without another word, Madara vanished in a flash, hurrying toward that direction. Yume? What's wrong? Why did Madara leave all of a sudden? Hashirama, puzzled by his friend's abrupt departure, walked over and asked. Uncle Hashirama, Dave. Yume explained the situation to Hashirama. Damn it, villagers. The ball ends here for today. Please, everyone, head home for now. Hashirama cursed under his breath, then quickly turned to address the villagers around him. The villagers didn't seem to mind. Clearly, something serious had happened. After all, hadn't the Uchiha clan leader just rushed off without a word? Meanwhile, at Dave's location, suddenly, a fiery red chili pepper burst from the earth in front of Dave. One of its eyes was huge, the other small, and its expression radiated wild arrogance. Art's explosion, Dave shouted at the top of his lungs. The explosive chili's body began to swell rapidly. Then, with a deafening blast, it erupted, sending a wave of scorching flames roaring to both sides. No! The group in front, who had barely managed a few steps, felt the blistering heat behind them and screamed in panic. Oh no, my phones. That's thousands of dollars gone. All up in flames, Dave ignored the charred trio off to the side and stared in grief at the burning heap of blackened metal and melted plastic on the ground. his heart filled with anguish and rage. Do you have any idea how much money you just cost me? Do you? Do you? Oh, the pain. Dave, are you all right? At that moment, a rush of wind swept by, and Uchiha Madara looked at the weeping Dave and asked gently, Uncle Madara, I am alright. Those four were from Kumogakure of the Land of Lightning. They tried to smuggle the village's phones out, and they even threw kunai at me. I killed them, Dave said, recognizing the familiar voice. Slowly, he stood up and threw himself into Madara's arms, choking with emotion. His trembling arms, his ghastly pale face, and the twin streams of tears running down his cheeks. All of it struck Uchiha Madara to the core. There was no way Madara would suspect Dave of faking it. Besides, being frightened after killing someone for the first time, especially at such a young age, was only natural. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first time taking a life, and it truly terrified him. It's all right now, Dave. Let me carry you home, Madara said, for once offering a rare moment of comfort. In his eyes, Dave was just an adorable 5- or 6-year-old child. For someone so young to have killed with his own hands, anyone would be scared out of their wits. The Land of Lightning. Kumogakure, do you wish to find out what it means to anger the Shura of the ninja world? How dare you frighten my Dave? Thank you, Uncle Madara. Dave wiped away the tears on his face and broke into a smile, despite himself. Yet, seeing that fragile smile bravely forced on such a young face, Madara's heart ached even more. Without another word, Madara summoned a shadow clone and had to carry Dave on its back. Uncle Madara, aren't you coming back? Dave looked up at the clone, escorting him, and asked in confusion. I have some things to take care of. You go on ahead. Little Tsukimi is still worried about you, Madara replied with a nod. With that, the clone took Dave away. Come out. Madara turned to a shadowy corner, his voice cold and commanding. A figure stepped out slowly from the darkness, a man with white hair clad in blue armor. It was none other than Tobirama Senju. Dave was his own son, his greatest treasure. Normally, he would always send a shadow clone to watch over him. Dave, however, had thought, after his earlier conversation with Tobirama, that there were no more clones. Keeping an eye on him, when Dave trailed after those people, Tobirama's clone had immediately dispersed, and, receiving that signal, Tobirama dropped his experiments without hesitation and hurried to follow. He hadn't marked Dave with the Flying Thunder God seal, so he could only rely on his body flicker technique to keep up. He arrived just in time to witness Dave clutching his phone in tears, and then Madara appeared as well. Where are you going? Tobirama crossed his arms, his expression cool and detached. The Land of Lightning, Kumogakure, Madara replied, turning his face so Tobirama could see the swirling tomo in his eyes, which gave Tobirama pause. What? Are you going to stop me? Madara's tone was icy. No, I'm coming with you. Tobirama shook his head. He was not about to play the soft-hearted elder brother. If someone dared to bully his son, how could he, as a father, do nothing? The next day, the entire shinobi world was thrown into turmoil. The Shura of the shinobi world, Madara Uchiha, and the brother of the god of shinobi, Tobirama Senju, arrived together in Kumogakure, the village hidden in the clouds, within the Land of Lightning. They brutally beat the first Hokage, leaving him gravely wounded, and then proceeded to destroy a sixth of the village. The entire shinobi world was left reeling. What on earth had Kumogakure done to deserve such devastation? In Kumogakure, no one even dared to make sound. The names of Hashirama and Madara, as the twin titans of the Warring States era, were no joke. Tobirama and Madara, for all their ferocity, maintained a certain restraint. They didn't kill, only maimed. Kumogakure quickly released a statement. Their spies in Konoha had been discovered, which caused these two to travel 1,000 miles just to deliver a beating. Eyewitnesses described the scene as a one-sided massacre. The other 3 great ninja villages were terrified. They hastily sent messages to their agents in Konoha, ordering them to return at once, or if that wasn't possible, to do whatever it took to avoid being exposed as spies from their own villages. At the same time, in Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, Hashirama looked at his best friend and younger brother with a pounding headache. This was really giving him a headache. Sigh, but he couldn't say much. After all, both of them were acting for Dave's sake. Big brother, any news from the Cloud Village? Tobirama asked, his voice cool and composed. Yes, there is, Hashirama nodded, his face full of helplessness. What? Are they planning to declare war on Konoha? Madara interjected coldly from the side. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity. Let's not forget, Madara was always eager for a fight. No, that's not it. The message from their side says the Cloud Village envoy and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning are strongly condemning you two for ruthlessly beating up their Hokage. They're demanding that Konoha offer some compensation. There's no mention of wanting to start a war, Hashirama replied with a wry smile, clearly exasperated. What's the daimyo's response? Tobarama pressed on. The daimyo rejected the land of lightning's letter. He told them, if they want to fight, they're welcome to try. Hashirama looked even more troubled. In the past, he could still keep his brother and Madara in check, but now there was the daimyo as well, one after another, all of them so aggressive. For Hashirama, who took the peace of the shinobi world as his mission, this was truly exhausting. The road ahead was long and arduous. Looks like our daimyo isn't as disappointing as I thought, Tobarama sneered. All right, since there's nothing else, I'll be off. Hashirama, I'll be waiting for you this afternoon, Madara declared, issuing his daily challenge before leaving. Madara, last night the Senju girl group and I invented a bunch of new jutsu moves. We're definitely not going to lose to you this time. Hashirama scoffed, brimming with confidence. Don't get ahead of yourself, you ugly oaf. You haven't beaten me even once this whole month, Madara retorted from the doorway, shooting Hashirama a mocking look before vanishing with a body flicker. Damn it, Madara, this time I'm going to beat you, for sure. Hashirama shouted furiously at the air where Madara had disappeared. So what if he's a tiny bit better looking than me? How annoying, he grumbled under his breath after yelling. All right, I'm heading out too. There's still a lot to do today, and I have to teach at the academy tomorrow, Tobarama said, rubbing his temples and shooting Hashirama a helpless look before teleporting away with Flying Thunder God. Hey kid, want to go out for some dumplings? Leaving the Hokage office, Madara arrived at Dave's house in an instant, same as always. He hopped over the wall and called out to Dave, who was still tending the vegetable garden. Sure thing, Uncle Madara. Dave paused for a second, then flashed a bright, sweet smile. Madara jumped down from the wall, hoisted Dave onto his back, and with a few quick leaps, they were gone. On the road, many residents greeted Uchiha Madara with cheerful smiles, calling out, Lord Madara. Some villagers even joked about how impressive Madara's daily dances were. For once, Madara nodded back at them in acknowledgement. Inside the dango shop, Kid, do you really think there will ever be peace in the shinobi world? Dave and Madara sat across from each other in an awkward silence. Madara turned his head to look outside the shop as he spoke. Oh man, Uncle Madara, why are you asking me something like that? This is making me nervous. Why dwell on this brain-busting question anyway? In the original story, how many people lost their lives for this very idea? Who knows? Maybe it will, maybe it won't, Dave replied, doing his best to offer some comfort. He just hoped Uncle Madara wouldn't go off the deep end again in a couple of years. Was it really the right thing for Hashirama and me to build this village? Can it truly bring peace to the shinobi world? Madara's doubts stemmed from what had happened the night before. He had always believed that founding a village with Hashirama would bring about peace. But the events of last night had planted a seed of uncertainty in his heart. The founding of the village had indeed brought peace to the land of fire. There was no more war. Yet after last night, he realized that war might not truly disappear. The clan wars of the Warring States era could easily evolve into wars between entire nations. And if that happened, even more people would die. Uncle Madara, why do you worry so much? Isn't it enough just to be alive and well? Don't you get tired thinking about all this stuff day after day? You've given half your life to building this village. Can't you just enjoy it for once? Dave really wanted to shake some sense into him, but honestly, he wasn't sure he'd survive if he actually tried. Madara shot Dave a speechless glare. This kid sure was enjoying his peaceful days a bit too much. Uncle Madara, are you missing someone? Do you have a secret crush on some lady? Or maybe the woman you loved? Is she gone, and you've been thinking about her all this time? Oh, Dave's imagination ran wild with tales of love and regret, though he knew it was all nonsense. Madara, falling in love? If Madara ever blossomed like that, then Black Zetsu would surely drop dead on the spot. Black Zetsu, what'd I ever do to you? Madara listened to the kid's rambling, the corners of his mouth twitching in exasperation. He flicked Dave on the forehead, making Dave look at him with a face full of indignation. I'm missing my younger brother, Madara finally said, gazing at Dave, whose eyes were now watering as if he'd just thought of something tragic. Madara let out a sigh and made up an answer, hoping it would distract the kid from his wild thoughts. Wow, Uncle Madara, you have a younger brother? What's his name? Is he married? Is he handsome? How come I've never seen him? Dave's eyes sparkled with curiosity. At last he understood. He understood everything now. Uncle Madara simply missed his little brother. That was it. Right now, Uncle Madara was terribly lonely. Aside from himself, the only person in the village Madara could really talk to was Hashirama, but he and Hashirama couldn't possibly keep him company every single day, which left Madara with nothing to do but let his mind wander into all sorts of wild ideas. World peace in the shinobi world? Utter nonsense. The truth was Uncle Madara was just obsessed with his brother. If he gave him his brother back, there's no way he'd go off the deep end thinking about shinobi world peace. He's dead. Your father killed him. At these words, Madara's tone turned noticeably cold. The atmosphere between the two of them instantly chilled. I shouldn't have let the grudge between me and your father fall upon you. Madara withdrew his intensity, closed his eyes, and spoke quietly. Uncle Madara, your little brother, what was his name? After an awkward silence, Dave finally asked. Of course, he already knew Madara's brother was named Izuna, but he wasn't about to say that out loud. Izuna, Uchiha Izuna. Madara paused for a moment, then answered slowly. Uncle Madara, ever since I met you, I've felt you were always alone, and that you held a deep hatred for my father. So all of this was really because of Uncle Izuna? Dave asked softly. Madara said nothing, but Dave could read in his eyes that this was indeed the case. Uncle Madara, just if, I could bring Uncle Izuna back to life, would you be able to let go of your hatred for my father? Would you be a little happier every day? Dave pondered for a moment, then spoke gently. Kid, do you have any idea what you're saying? Madara's eyes blazed with the Sharingan, and he stared at Dave with a grave expression. The overwhelming force of his presence made the villagers nearby shiver uncontrollably. Dave hadn't said this without reason. If, in the future, he could massively increase his chakra, perhaps reaching Kage level, or even beyond, then, for what he remembered of Plants vs. Zombies 2 there, was a plant called the Resurrection Radish. In the game, its effect was to revive fallen plants. If he could bring it into the shinobi world, wouldn't it be able to bring the dead back to life? But Dave wasn't certain. For now, all the plants he'd unlocked were from the classic version of Plants vs. Zombies. He had no idea if he'd ever be able to unlock the plant from the sequel. Uncle Madara, you know my wood release is different from my uncle's. Every time my chakra grows by a certain amount, I can summon new plants to help me in battle. I have a feeling that when my chakra reaches the level of my father's, or even yours or my uncle's, I'll be able to summon a plant that can bring the dead back to life. All Dave could do was paint a grand vision for Madara, making sure he wouldn't overthink things in the future. Since he crossed over into the world of Naruto, he yearned to make up for those regrets left in the original story. Madara was stunned into silence, simply staring at Dave, at a loss for words. His mind went completely blank. He didn't know what to say, nor what to think. Did he miss Izuna? Of course he did. If Izuna could come back to life, perhaps Madara could finally let go of his obsession with peace in the ninja world. Listening to Dave just now, yes, after fighting for half his life, couldn't he finally slow down and enjoy life for once? After a moment, Kid, I know exactly what I need to do now, Madara said, a sly smile curling on his lips. Wait, something's off. Uncle Madara, that smile of yours is kind of scary. You're frightening the children. From now on, I'll search the ninja world for anything that can increase your chakra. 3 years, that's all I need. Within 3 years, I want your chakra to reach the level of your father's, or even mine and Hashirama's, Madara declared, his eyes gleaming with a new sense of purpose. His new goal was clear. In 3 years, he would raise 6-year-old Dave chakra to the level of his father's, or even to his and Hashirama's. It was a daunting challenge, but the harder it was, the more exhilarated Madara felt. The objective was now crystal clear. First, find anything that could increase a person's chakra, and it absolutely had to be harmless. If Dave were to die because of his own selfish ambitions, Madara would never forgive himself. Second, dancing. Yes, he couldn't give up dancing. That was a passion. At the Senju compound, I heard you have the power to bring people back to life. Tobirama sat across from Dave, breaking the silence first. Indeed, Madara had told Hashirama about it just yesterday. Hashirama had hugged Dave, shouting that he was the future hope of the Senju clan. Hashirama was truly delighted. Why was Madara so gloomy now? Why did he seem so desperate to kill his own brother? Wasn't it because Hashirama's brother had killed Madara's? If Izuna really could be brought back to life in the future, then perhaps Madara's heart could finally be healed. When that day comes, I'll happily hand over the title of Hokage to someone else and spend my days hanging out with Madara. Hashirama grew more and more excited the more he thought about it, bursting into laughter. He could hardly wait to put the idea into action immediately. His mind was already drifting toward visions of a blissful future. He and Madara, watching the sunrise and sunset together, sparring, sharing meals, traveling, sleeping. He chuckled foolishly, the love-struck look on his face so unsettling that both Dave and Madara were startled by it again and again. Without delay, he issued Madara a pass to leave the village. Madara also went to Tobirama to request a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God seal, so he could return promptly every afternoon for their daily sparring session. Tobarama soon learned from Hashirama what was happening and immediately sought out Dave, even abandoning his experiments in the process. I don't know, I just have a strong feeling about it, Dave replied, shaking his head. He truly wasn't sure. Yet, even the slimmest hope was enough to make Madara overjoyed. It was clear just how deeply Madara cared for his younger brother, Izuna. From now on, keep her distance from that Uchiha clan, especially Uchiha Madara. As for that little girl, Tsukimi, she's an exception. She does seem rather nice, Tobarama grumbled. What followed was Tobarama launching into a thorough tirade for Dave, describing Madara as all manners of evil, scoundrel, and villain. He went on in detail about how the Uchiha were a clan born of wickedness, mischief, and darkness, and, in his eyes, deserved nothing short of extinction, especially the current clan head, Madara, who, according to Tobarama, was guilty of everything from bullying 3-year-olds to harassing septuagenarian grandmothers. He left no stone unturned in his efforts to change Dave's opinion of Madara. Dave watched this ranting, long-winded father of his and couldn't help but think that in his previous life, Tobarama would have fit right in as the leader of a pyramid scheme. After such a marathon lecture, Dave felt utterly dizzy and lightheaded. The next day, it was only the second time since they'd reunited that Tobarama and Dave had stayed up late, talking by candlelight. Dave wasn't even sure how he'd made it through the night. All he could recall looping in his mind was that one phrase, the evil Uchiha. When Tobarama teleported Dave to school with a flash of the flying thunder god, Dave was greeted by Tsukimi's gentle gaze, her face full of warmth as she looked at him. To hell with the evil Uchiha. He'd nearly been brainwashed. Tsukimi, don't say a word. Just let me sleep for a bit. Seriously, your dad is something else, Dave muttered as he walked over, gave Tsukimi's cheek a quick peck, and then promptly collapsed in her arms, falling fast asleep. Tsukimi gazed down at Dave nestled in her arms, feeling the damp warmth where he'd kissed her cheek. She smiled tenderly. Noticing the dark circles under Dave's eyes, her heart ached for him, and she reached out with her small, delicate hands to gently massage his cheeks. Nearby, Hiruzen watched on, nearly consumed by jealousy. He still remembered the conversation he'd had with his own father the night before. Father, please arrange an engagement for me, too. I absolutely won't object. Even if you object, it won't make a difference. I've already asked around the clan before, and no one was willing to get engaged to you. What? Impossible. Father, absolutely impossible. I'm this handsome and so talented. How could there be no one who'd want to be engaged to me? I'm just as puzzled as you are. Look at me. Your father. I'm quite the looker myself. You're my child, so you should be just as good. How is it that no one's interested? In the end, the outcome was that Hiruzen's mother single-handedly gave the two a good scolding. She sternly warned young Hiruzen not to cause trouble for the girls in the clan at such a young age. Hiruzen was so angry he decided to skip dinner in protest. He went on a hunger strike, but that only led to a combined scolding from both his parents. Today, we'll skip regular lessons and do an assessment instead. Let's see how much you've all learned in the past half year. Tobarama stepped up to the lectern. He saw his son sleeping, but said nothing. After all, they had talked all night, and while he could handle it, Dave was just a 6-year-old child. How could he possibly keep up? Let him sleep a little longer. I'll just put him in the last round of assessments. On the training field, Dave was still fast asleep in Tsukimi's arms. Earlier, Tsukimi had asked her younger brother Kagami to help her carry Dave out to the field. Kagami looked on with envy, wondering how his brother-in-law had such good fortune, being so adored by his sister. As her brother, he'd never experienced anything like that himself. For the first match, Sarutobi Hiruzen versus Shimura Danzo. Tobarama stood at the center of the field, glancing around at the gathered children as he spoke. Danzo, Hiruzen, best friends facing off, always started with a burst of passionate shouting. Come on, Hiruzen, let's see if you made any progress lately. Danzo said coldly to Hiruzen. Danzo, you're in for a big surprise. Hiruzen retorted with a dismissive smirk. The two then launched into a chaotic scuffle. There's not much to describe, really. At this point, they were just two rookies flailing at each other, exchanging clumsy punches and kicks. Hiruzen managed to pull off a basic clone technique and a C-rank fire-style jutsu, but Danzo outsmarted him in the end. Yes, Danzo won. Danzo, I'll never admit defeat. Next time, I'll definitely beat you. Sigh. One has to wonder if this is some kind of Konoha tradition, being both inexperienced and loudmouthed. Danzo wins. Next match, Akimichi Torike's versus Mitokado Hamura. There is even less to say about this match. The chubby Akimichi Torike's easily overpowered Mitokado Hamura. Hamura, being from a commoner background, had only just started training in chakra. How could he possibly beat a clan heir? After a few more matches, it was finally Tsukimi's turn. For the next match, Uchiha Umi versus Hyuga Nichisai, Tobarama announced, his voice steady as he continued to jot down notes and sketches with his ever-diligent hand. As a teacher, he took his responsibilities seriously. After just a few bouts, he had already identified the strengths and weaknesses of the children who had won or lost, and he made sure to record his observations for future reference, pondering over how his teaching methods might need to change. Uchiha, the Hyuga clan is the strongest in the Leaf Village. You'd better admit defeat now. The boy with the pale eyes sneered right from the start, his tone dripping with mockery. Hello, I won't give up, Tsukimi stammered, her nerves showing. She was, after all, a member of the Uchiha clan. Though gentle by nature, there was a stubborn streak deep within her that refused to back down. All you ever do is fawn over that useless Daifu. What could you possibly be capable of? You'd be better off surrendering early, the pale-eyed boy scoffed coldly, his words laced with biting disdain. Kid, you're digging your own grave here. Tobarama, overhearing his words, frowned in disapproval. Daifu's own father was right here in the audience. Did this boy not realize the risks of provoking his teacher's ire? Hiruzen, Danzo, and Kagami also frowned. Was this Hyuga boy looking for trouble? Daifu's relatives were right there. Did he have a death wish? What did you say? I won't allow you to insult Daifu. Tsukimi, stunned for a moment, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her pupils blazed a vivid crimson, a single tomo spinning within. The Sharingan awakened. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The Sharingan. She awakened it already? Even Tobarama was taken aback. Was his future daughter-in-law really this talented? He recalled that even Madara hadn't awakened his eyes this early as a child. Madara, you really were a disappointment. So what if you have the Sharingan? The Byakugan is still the strongest. Take this. The pale-eyed boy was startled, but quickly regained his composure and charged forward. Tsukimi gripped her kunai and threw herself into the fray. But the Sharingan was still new to her, its abilities unfamiliar, as she had never cared much for training. It didn't take long for her opponent to spot an opening. One strike sent her flying. Coughing, Tsukimi slowly pushed herself up from the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. I won't let you insult Daifu. Give up. You can't beat me. My gentle fist has already sealed your chakra points. You can't even use chakra now, the pale-eyed boy said with a frown, clearly displeased. I will never give up. This is for Daifu. Tsukimi gritted her teeth against the pain, charging at her opponent once more. Without so much as a glance, the pale-eyed boy struck her again, sending her tumbling several meters away. Yet stubbornly, Tsukimi forced herself to her feet, blood streaking from her lips, her spirit unbroken. All right, Hyuga Nisei wins. Let's end this match here. Tobarama appeared in the arena, putting a stop to the fight that threatened to continue. Brother-in-law, wake up. My sister's been hurt. Jing, seeing what happened, hurriedly shook Dave, who was dozing in her arms. What did you say? Tsukimi got hurt. Dave's eyes snapped open, filled with a dangerous intensity as he spoke. Jing was startled by the fierce look in Dave's eyes and quickly pointed down to the arena. Dave immediately stood up and looked down, spotting Tsukimi below, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her clothes covered in dust. Without hesitation, he rushed over and scooped her into his arms. Tsukimi, are you all right? Dave gazed down at her, his voice full of concern. He treasured his wife like nothing else. How dare anyone lay a hand on her? I'm fine, Dave. It's just a scratch. Tsukimi managed to smile, shaking her head gently. Jing, call the hospital and get someone to check on her, Dave said, his tone calm but firm as he looked up at Jing on the stage. Jing nodded quickly, hurried to the arena, and carefully supported her sister out of Dave's arms, staggering as she guided her back to the spectator seats and dialed the hospital. Tobarama simply watched Dave, saying nothing. It was you, wasn't it? Dave turned, half his face shadowed, fixing his gaze on Hyuga Nisei behind him. So what if it was me? Fine. You made Tsukimi cough up blood. Now I'll make you cough up your guts. The next match, Hyuga Nisei versus Senja Dave, Tobarama announced. He didn't say much either. Seeing his obedient daughter-in-law get beaten up didn't sit well with him. If only his daughter-in-law weren't an Uchiha, he'd be even happier. Wood style, sunflower formation. Wood style, pea shooter formation. Wood style, twin shooter formation. Wood style, ice shooter formation. Wood style, potato mine formation. With a clap of his hands, a neat row of 5 sunflowers appeared behind Dave, their petals swaying rhythmically. Dave had discovered a new use for sunflowers. The sunlight they produced could not only heal wounds, but also restore chakra. At the moment, Dave's chakra reserves were dangerously low, not even at the level of a genin, but thanks to the sunflower sunlight, his spent chakra instantly bounced back to full. Moments latte. A row of plants materialized in front of Byakugan, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Hope you like playing tower defense games. Dave grinned wickedly, then swept his right hand forward. Fire. 15 pea shooters launched a barrage of giant peas straight at Byakugan. Veins bulged on Byakugan's forehead as his white eyes snapped open. Dodging frantically, Byakugan narrowly avoided the incoming peas, when one of the peas smashed into the wall behind him, causing it to collapse in a heap. Byakugan instantly realized there was no way he could go toe-to-toe with these things. Absolutely not. Standing to the side, Tobirama Senju watched the devastated and battered training field, his eye twitching uncontrollably. He could only hope that when it came time to ask his big brother for reimbursement, his brother wouldn't lose his temper. Bainshang desperately wanted to take a break, but he realized the projectiles were coming at an insane speed, one every second. He was still just a kid. How was anyone supposed to withstand that barrage? No, he had to turn the tide. His gaze landed on Dave, who was standing behind the plants on the other side. That's right. He needed to deal with Dave first. With a sudden burst of energy, Bainshang charged straight at Dave. But when he reached Dave's side, the shock or panic he'd been expecting didn't appear on Dave's face. Instead, Dave smiled. I was waiting for you, Dave said with a grin, gesturing to the ring of potato mines encircling him. Bainshang cried out in alarm, but it was already too late. A moment later, everyone saw a streak shoot across the sky like a meteor. Of course, Dave had no intention of going too far. Wood style, giant moth flower. The massive bloom sprouted up, and thanks to its size, caught Bainshang in midair, only to hurl him straight back down with force. Dust exploded across the field. Bainshang, now covered in blood, lay sprawled at the bottom of the newly formed crater. Dave slowly walked over, a wicked smile on his face. Thud, thud, thud. Dave straddled Bainshang and landed punch after punch to his face. Only once his opponent was battered and unrecognizable did Dave finally stand up, satisfied. Dave wins. That's all for today's evaluation. Class will resume as usual tomorrow, Tobirama announced, glancing at the battered mess on the ground, his face unreadable. Then, with a flash, he vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Dave slowly turned to look at the classmates behind him. One by one, they stood frozen in shock at a total loss for words. Especially Danzo. He'd known Dave could use Wood style, but he hadn't realized Dave was this strong. And, somehow, his Wood style felt different from the first Hokage's technique. Miro, have the medical team arrived yet? Dave ignored the classmates' stunned faces and directed his question at Miro. No, Miro replied, shaking his head. All right, I'll take your sister to the hospital first. Call them and let them know they don't need to come, Dave said, shaking his head with a sigh. He gently took Tsukimi from Miro's arms, carried her princess style, and with a few agile leaps, disappeared across the rooftops toward Konoha Hospital. The event of that day quickly spread throughout Konoha, and Dave's reputation as a prodigy was officially established. The villagers took a liking to this child of the second Hokage, who could also wield the Wood style. And the classmates all realized something important. If you pick a fight with Dave, he might not care. But if you hurt Tsukimi, Dave will make sure you pay dearly. Tsukimi, how are you feeling? Dave asked, leaping between the rooftops with her in his arms, glancing down at her gently. I'm fine, Tsukimi replied, her face a little pale, shaking her head softly. Nonsense. Your little face is so pale, and you still say you're fine. Dave tapped Yumei's tiny nose, grinning as he spoke. A blush crept across Yumei's cheeks, and she looked a little shy. Next time, don't do that again. No more trying to act tough. If someone bullies you, just call 666. If 666 doesn't work, call 110. I refuse to believe 110 can't handle it, Dave said in mock anger. Yumei giggled. All right, she knew 110 was actually Uncle Ban's number. She wrapped her arms around Dave's neck, resting her head against his chest. In this moment, Dave was her whole world. Smiling tenderly, Dave kissed her smooth, pale forehead. Together, the two of them hurried off to the hospital. Night fell. Dave sat by Yumei's hospital bed, peeling an apple with a careful hand, while she gazed at him with gentle eyes. There wasn't anything seriously wrong with Yumei. It was just that, being so young, she'd forced herself to awaken her Sharingan, which had left her mentally shaken. On top of that troublemaker with the gentle fist kept striking at her organs, leaving them a bit bruised. But after some treatment, there was nothing to worry about. A day's rest in the hospital would be enough. Here, open up, Dave said, picking up a neatly cut slice of apple with the tip of his knife and holding it up to Yumei's mouth. Yumei opened her mouth and took a bite. Is it sweet? It's really sweet. The two of them exchanged a warm, knowing smile. Meanwhile, two figures stood at the doorway, smiling broadly as they watched the scene unfold. It was Mito and Hashirama, who'd just finished their public square dance in their rivalry with Ban. When they heard Dave's sweetheart had been in trouble, they came right over to check on her. As for Dave's father, Tobarama, he was already on his way to the Hyuga family's house. Bully my gentle daughter-in-law. There's no way I'll let that slide. Mito watched Dave's gentle care for Yume, then glanced at Hashirama, who was grinning foolishly by her side. She couldn't help but smile. Oh well, Hashirama was as straightforward as his wood-style jutsu, too earnest for his own good. At least he wasn't as stiff as Ban or Tobarama, who were both as rigid as steel plates. Oh, Auntie Uncle, you're here. Dave noticed the two at the door and greeted them with a smile. They both nodded and came in. Yume, are you all right? Mito was the first to ask after her. I'm fine, Lady Mito. I'll be as good as new after a day's rest. Yume replied, blushing as she smiled. Dave, you have to tell me how to beat Madara today. It's so frustrating. I lost again. It's infuriating. Hashirama complained, as if he were a child who'd lost a game. Uncle, how would I know what to do? I don't care. I won't listen. I don't want to hear it. You have to give me a way to beat that guy Madara today. A moment later, Uncle, just go back and have the Senju girls practice this dance. I promise. Next time you'll definitely beat Uncle Madara. Speechless after Hashirama unleashed another round of his relentless pleas, Dave could only come up with a dance routine and pass it on to him. Haha, Dave, you really are so good to your uncle. When I beat that Madara guy, I'll take you along to train with me. Haha, I'm off to rehearse. With his new dance technique in hand, Hashirama was as happy as a 40-year-old child. He didn't even bother to say goodbye, just took off running. Watching Hashirama dash away in high spirits, Mito could only smile helplessly. She explained to the two of them that this was just how Hashirama was: innocent, optimistic, kind-hearted. Dave quickly stopped Mito from listing any more of Hashirama's virtues. Let's just focus on the patient, please. No more sugarcoating. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Mito excused herself and left. The next morning, Dave stayed by Tsukimi's side through the night. At first, he thought he'd just sleep on the floor, but Tsukimi wouldn't hear of it. Since they were both still children and the hospital bed was big enough to fit them both, they decided to share it. That led to quite a few funny mishaps as they tried to sleep. As Dave slowly opened his eyes, he found Tsukimi sprawled across him like a little octopus, and couldn't help but laugh. His laughter woke Tsukimi from her deep sleep. Dave-kun, what are you laughing about? Tsukimi asked shyly, her face just a few centimeters from his. Oh, I was just laughing at a certain little octopus who still hasn't let go. Dave chuckled. Tsukimi blinked, then looked down to see her arms and legs still wrapped around Dave. She quickly pulled them back, her face flushing bright red, almost steaming. Haha, Tsukimi, you're just too cute. How are you feeling after a good night's rest? Dave grinned, laughing at her apple-red cheeks. I am fine now. Tsukimi shook her head. That's good. We're almost late, so let's hurry to class. Dave nodded, grabbing her small hand and heading out the door. Tsukimi followed behind him, watching his back, thinking how wonderful this was. That afternoon after school, Tsukimi, let's go watch Uncle Madara and Uncle Hashirama's dance battle today, Dave said to her. He was curious to see how well Hashirama had practiced the routine he'd given him. As long as it's with Dave-kun, anywhere is fine. Tsukimi thought to herself. Kagami, tell your father when you get home. I'm taking your sister to watch the dance battle with the uncles first. Dave called out to his little brother-in-law, Kagami. Jing, Nikizan, and Danzo, the three bachelors, sat together, watching Dave and Tsukimi walk away hand in hand, their backs radiating an air of endless melancholy. On the west side of Konoha, thanks to Madara and Hashirama's daily dance battles, this place had become the most crowded spot in the village. Hashirama had even built a special stage here, with two giant speakers set up on either side. Because of these daily dance-offs, a new trend had swept through Konoha. If any villagers had a grudge with each other, there was no need to fight, just settle it with a dance battle. The onlookers would vote for the best dancer. At this moment, Madara was already here with his Uchiha girl group, waiting for Hashirama's arrival. Uncle Madara, you're back from outside the village. Dave exclaimed happily as he walked over to Madara, hand in hand with Tsukimi. Here, this is honey from the Kamizuryu clan. Drink some regularly, it's good for chakra growth. Once the dance battle's over, I'll be heading out. Madara nodded and handed Dave a few jars of honey he'd brought from behind his back. Hee, thanks Uncle Madara. Dave took the honey and set it aside, planning to take it home later. Where's Hashirama? He's usually here earlier than me at this time. Madara wondered aloud, glancing at the time on his phone. Uncle Madara, Uncle Hashirama's learned a new dance. He's probably changing costumes right now. Dave couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, a new dance? Does he think picking up a new routine is enough to beat me? Ridiculous. Hearing this, Madara's interest was piqued. A moment later, Madara, this time, victory will be mine. Ha ha ha! Hashirama finally arrived, striding in with the Senju girl group in tow. The villagers stared in astonishment at Hashirama and his group's outfits. Taking center stage, Hashirama wore an ensemble reminiscent of a court dancer. A long, flowing skirt below the waist, his midriff and arms bare, with a green veil draped over his head. Dave thought to himself, that's quite the daring look. Behind Hashirama, the Senju girl group was dressed in matching outfits, though theirs were all bright red. The villagers were baffled. Was this really the Hokage's new look? And why did he have to show off his stomach like that? Madara, watch closely. I'll show you the dance I just learned. Prepare yourself. Hashirama bellowed with laughter, leading the Senju girl group up onto the stage. The music started, wild and incomprehensible, filling the air with energy. Dave mused that since even belly dancing had made an appearance, it was only right for a certain internet-famous song to play too. He hadn't changed the lyrics. He believed the original was a masterpiece. The tune was just Dave humming nonsense anyway, since he didn't actually know the language. Orochimaru had added some dramatic effects with special equipment, and that's how the performance achieved its current effect. As soon as the music began, Hashirama Senju was the first to start dancing, and the Senju girl group followed his lead, their fair and alluring bellies swaying in mesmerizing rhythm, drawing every villager's gaze. The song grew catchier with every beat, burrowing into everyone's head, and soon many villagers found themselves moving along to the rhythm. Some, eager to match the spirit of the moment, tore off the fabric covering their midriffs and joined Hashirama's dance in full display. It was utter chaos, an absolute frenzy of wild dancing. There is no better way to describe the scene. A whirl of madness, so wild it was almost painful to watch. Madara, you've lost this time. Ha ha ha. Hashirama taunted from the stage, laughing heartily as he danced, his voice full of mischief. Hashidamrama, I won't admit defeat. Madara's anger flared at Hashirama's mockery, ignited by the challenge in a realm he considered his own. In Madara's eyes, Hashirama, a man he always thought a fool when it came to dance, had just insulted him on his home turf. Hashirama let out a booming laugh. Ha 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 ha. After decades, he finally heard Madara echo the words he himself so often used. Belly dancing. It truly was Hashirama's signature move. Let's dance, he cried out. Meanwhile, Dave stood atop a rooftop with Yuemi, both of them wide-eyed, utterly stunned by the spectacle unfolding below. Dave had expected Hashirama's performance to be overwhelming, but he never imagined it would be this outrageous. When the dance battle ended, Hashirama's fresh moves and the infectious power of the song secured his victory. As the villagers dispersed, both Hashirama and Madara sent their respective girl groups home. Hey Madara, looks like you're the loser this time, Hashirama teased, sidling up with a mischievous grin. Oomph. Madara crossed his arms and looked away, barely containing the urge to unleash his Susanoo in a fit of rage. Oh, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Hashirama doubled over with laughter, hands on his hips, finding Madara's sulky pride hilarious. Bastard. Madara's veins bulged in fury. With a single punch, he sent Hashirama flying. But I still won this time. Aha! Even as he soared through the air, Hashirama had to get in one last laugh. Hey kid, was it you who taught Hashirama that new dance? Madara suddenly spun to face Dave, his gaze sharp and menacing. To Madara, Hashirama was a dance fool. There was no way he could have come up with something so creative on his own. It had to be Dave, the crafty little troublemaker. Why yes, Dave stammered, swallowing hard and nodding sheepishly. Teach me one too. He's gotten way too cocky, Madara muttered after a pause, turning his head away in a display of reluctant pride. Dave was dumbfounded. Uncle Madara, you're scaring me a little. What's wrong? Not willing to help. Madara waited a moment, then pressed on, his tone dangerously low. All right. It's just, well, it's up to you if you want to try. Dave swallowed hard, then suddenly made a bold decision. As long as I can defeat Hashirama, I don't care about anything else, Madara said coldly. Okay, just hear me out. Dave walked over to Madara's side, and Madara crouched down to listen. Are you sure this dance can really beat Hashirama? After hearing the plan, Madara asked in astonishment. Absolutely, Dave replied with complete confidence. Good, I'll go find them and practice right now. I won't be leaving for the next few days, at least not until I've beaten Hashirama. And this routine needs its own music too. All right, Dave forced a smile, filled with resignation. Oh, and take the honey with you when you leave, Madara called out as Dave was about to go. Oh, thank you, Uncle Madara. Mwah. 3 days later, the villagers gathered once more. Word had spread that, after Madara was defeated last time, he shut himself in for a day and a night, and came up with a new dance. Today he was set to challenge Senju Hashirama again. This time was different. Hashirama arrived early, still dressed in the belly dance outfit, leading the Senju girl group. Dave, where's Madara? Why isn't he here yet? Hashirama folded his arms, every bit the picture of arrogance. He'd already bested Madara in dance. After all, didn't you hear? Uncle Madara learned a new dance, too. He's probably getting changed right now. Dave scratched his head helplessly. What new dance? Belly dance is the true... Hashirama stopped mid-sentence, suddenly a loss for words. The true what? Oh my god, Dave asked in confusion, but as he followed Hashirama's gaze, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Of course, it wasn't just Hashirama and Dave who were stunned. Every villager gathered to watch was completely floored. Madara Uchiha appeared, flanked by the Uchiha girl group. His upper half was clad in a casually stylish suit. So far, so normal. But then you look down, a skirt with lacy trim all the way to his knees. And, wait, he was wearing black sheer stockings? My goodness. The women in the crowd felt their hearts flutter at the sight. In that instant, those long, slender legs and black stockings became the focus of every gaze, and the men felt their hearts skip a beat, too. All eyes shifted to the Uchiha girl's white stockinged legs. That's right, the center dancer has to stand out from the backup dancers, after all. Suddenly, nosebleeds erupted among the male villagers. Some, already well prepared from months of dance battles, quickly stuffed tissues up their noses. Others, unable to stop the flow, ended up blasting themselves right out of the crowd. That's right, we're talking about Hiruzen Sarutobi and his son, Sasuke Sarutobi. The two of them were so shocked, they spurted nosebleeds and were sent flying out of their seats. Hashirama, this time, you're definitely going to lose. Madara swung his legs, clad in black stockings, and sauntered over to Hashirama's side, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Madara didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. After all, this was just when skirts had first come into fashion, and to him, it was no more than a dance costume. Besides, if his best friend Hashirama could wear something so outrageous without shame, how could Madara possibly feel embarrassed? Hashirama said nothing. He simply stared fixedly at Madara, or rather, at Madara's legs in those black stockings. At that moment, Hashirama suddenly felt his nose tickle. A thin trickle of blood began to run down from his nostril, but his gaze remained glued to those legs, completely oblivious to everything else. Uncle! Even Dave felt a little embarrassed watching this. He walked over to Hashirama and tugged at the hem of his robe. There was clearly something wrong with his uncle. If Hashirama had been staring at the Uchiha girl group's white stocking legs and gotten a nosebleed, Dave wouldn't have thought anything of it. But why on earth was he getting a nosebleed while staring at Madara's black stocking legs? For the first time, Dave felt the breath of freedom. What is it, Dave? Hashirama snapped back to reality, looking in confusion at Dave, who was tugging on his robe. Uncle, your nose, it's embarrassing. Dave pointed at his own nose, utterly speechless. Oh dear, why am I having a nosebleed? Hashirama quickly wiped away the blood, forcing an awkward smile. Hashirama, this time, just wait for your defeat. Madara shot him a cold glance, then led his girl group slowly onto the stage. Each of the girls held a steel pole, 3 meters long, and Madara had one too. Using chakra, Madara anchored each pole securely to the stage. And then the nightmare began. The music's opening note was a sultry gasp from a woman, followed by a suggestive, teasing melody. Madara shot another icy look at Hashirama, a look that said, just wait and see. He placed one hand on the pole, then slowly stretched out his left leg. The girls behind him mirrored his movements. In time with the music, Madara rested his left leg on the pole, and then the show was about to erupt. Hello, is this emergency services? Quick, mobilize all your nurses and doctors. Don't ask why. Did you all forget about last month's incident? The accident. It's about to happen again. Dave swallowed hard and hurriedly made a phone call, knowing that if things kept going, the situation would spiral out of control. That night, the medical department was once again filled to capacity. On the eastern side of the village square, the women dancing could all see figures soaring up into the sky one after another. And this time, not even their Hokage could avoid the chaos. The next day, Hashirama emerged from the hospital and declared, in no uncertain terms, that pole dancing would henceforth be strictly forbidden in Konoha. No villager was allowed to practice it in private, and pole dancing became the very first dance to be recorded in the village's book of seals. There was simply no other way. The dance was far too powerful. Even he couldn't control its effects, and the memory of Madara in black stockings from last night lingered in his mind, impossible to shake off, let alone the innocent and naive villagers. How could they possibly withstand it? Uncle Madara didn't argue. In fact, He too was determined to seal away from the east. The women dancing in the public square could all see figures soaring into the sky one after another. And this time, even their esteemed Hokage could not escape the incident. The next day, Hashirama walked out of the hospital and made it clear, pole dancing would henceforth be a forbidden dance in Konoha village. No, the villager was allowed to practice it in private, and pole dancing became the first dance to be recorded in the village's book of seals. There was simply no other way. The power of this dance was overwhelming. Even he couldn't control it. The image of Madara in black stockings from last night still lingered stubbornly in his mind, let alone what effect it would have on the pure and innocent villagers. Uncle Madara didn't protest. He too intended to seal away this dance. Thinking back on everything he'd done the night before, Madara felt a strong urge to throttle Dave. How utterly humiliating. The next day, once he saw that Hashirama was all right, Madara left Konoha, continuing his journey across the shinobi world in search of supplements that might boost Dave's chakra. At Orochimaru's place. Orochi, did you call me over because you're running low on funds? Or is there something else? Dave asked, exasperated as he watched Orochimaru, who was utterly absorbed in his research. We're not short on money these days. The games you mentioned, the ones you can install on phones, are finished. Without even turning his head, Orochimaru tossed a few data chips to Dave as he spoke. Right, just don't overwork yourself. Try to spend more time at home with Sister Yu. Leaving her alone every day makes her seem like a widow, Dave said, shaking his head as he took the chips and looked at Orochimaru, who resembled a giant panda from his sleepless nights. What do you think if you and I sell our house and build a new one right next to this place? Orochimaru paused, replying completely off topic. Deep down, he felt a little guilty toward you. She'd married him, but he hardly spent any time with her. More often than not, she was the one taking care of him. But the land next to this place belongs to other villagers. Do you really think they'll sell it to you? Dave asked, rubbing his forehead. I'll just offer more silver. I got nearly 1 million silver taels saved up by now. What's a little extra? Orochimaru shot Dave a look that said, Are you a fool? All right then, suit yourself. Just take care of yourself, will you? You're still in your teens. Don't wear yourself out like you're a man in his 50s. I'm off, Dave said with a resigned wave, and left. He'd almost forgotten that this guy, aside from himself, was probably the richest person around. After all, he'd agreed to give Dave 15% of the profits from selling anything Orochimaru invented. By now, Orochimaru had at least 1 million silver taels to his name. Dave left the lab and headed toward the Konoha Central Love Kidney mobile phone store. So Wei, Guy. Dave called out as he stepped into the shop, greeting Might Wei, who was over by the window, once again locked in battle with his reflection. Hey there, young boss. Up for a youthful, fiery window cleaning challenge? Loser has to clean every window in the shop 1,000 times. Might Guy raised his thumb enthusiastically, his voice brimming with energy. Don't pay him any mind, young boss. Did you come here for something today? Aunt Kai, who was standing nearby, shot Might Guy a disapproving glance before turning to Dave with her question. Since the Aishin phone shop needed an extra salesperson, Might Guy had brought his wife along previously, whom Dave called Aunt Kai. Aunt Kai proved herself to be quite the capable salesperson. She had somehow managed to sell an astonishing 2,000 phones in a single month. Yes, Aunt Kai. This data chip works just like the Aishin music one. It can be installed onto a phone. I'll put up a notice outside later, and if any customers want it, please help them install it. It's 20 silver coins per installation. Dave nodded as he handed the data chips to Aunt Kai. Aunt Kai nodded back, accepting the chips and placing them next to the Aishin music chips. The next day, during a break at the Ninja Academy, Miru, what are you playing? Akimichi Torafu, a chubby boy, looked curiously at Miru, who was holding a phone. On the screen, a tiny snake was slithering around inside a box. It's a mobile game called Snake. It's actually pretty fun, Miru explained, nodding. Mobile game? What's that? Torafu asked, puzzled. Yeah, the phone shop just put up a notice about it yesterday. They're little mini-games to pass the time. There are 5 games in total, and each one costs 20 silver coins to install. See, like this snake game, you control the little snake to eat these things in the box. Each time it eats, it grows longer and you get a point. If the snake's head touches its own tail or the edges of the box, it dies and the game ends, Miru described. That sounds pretty interesting. What's your high score? Torafu's eyes lit up as he asked. My best so far is only 45 points. There's even a leaderboard for the games. The top scorer is someone named Eternal Rival of Hashirama Senju with 124 points. Second place is the undisputed king of Belly Dance with 90 points. Third is Guardian of Konoha with 67 points. And fourth is Will of Fire with 60 points. I'm in 6th place, Uchiha Miru said with a smile, sharing the game rankings. And those two, the ones in first and second place, they dominate all 5 games. Eternal rival of Hashirama Senju holds first place in 3 games, and second in 2. The undisputed king of belly dance has 2 firsts and 3 seconds. They're pretty amazing, Miru said, full of admiration. He knew that although these games looked simple, they were incredibly difficult to play. In Snake, once you ate 40 or 50 pellets, the snake would nearly fill up half the box. Yet, even in such a situation, the top scorer could still reach 124 points. Wow, that's amazing. I want to try too. Class is over now. Come on, let's hurry to the phone shop and get installed for me, Akimichi Chikaz said, his small eyes sparkling with excitement. Before Jin could say anything, he grabbed him and dashed off. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Madara, you're the one who got first place in those 3 games, and second in those other 2, aren't you? Senju Hashirama called Madara, his voice buzzing with challenge. His face was full of defiance. So what if it was me, Hashimama? Ha, I won again this time. Madara's voice came through the phone, bursting into triumphant laughter. You bastard. Just you wait. I'll surpass you for sure. Hashirama snatched the phone from his ear, bringing it closer to his mouth as he roared in frustration. Once he finished shouting, he hung up. He opened Snake and began another day of relentless effort. Tobarama watched his elder brother, pouring all his energy into the game, a look of deep concern etched on his face. He was truly worried about the future of Konoha. Elsewhere, at Madara's place, Madara rubbed his ear. As expected from you, Senju Hashirama, he thought to himself, kicking aside a fallen branch at his feet. A smile crept onto his face. This time, victory was his. The 5 mini-games, once released, quickly became a sensation throughout Konoha. Many villagers discovered that these little games were downright addictive. Some are fine for passing time, but others, you played once, and then you just couldn't stop. At Konoha School, Tobarama stood at the podium with his arms crossed, veins throbbing on his forehead. He glared at the sea of students, all heads bowed over their phones, and his irritation grew. He'd been standing there for 5 minutes already, and not a single one of them noticed he'd arrived. He glanced over at his own troublesome child, Dave. Tobarama felt a headache coming on. At least Dave, unlike the other students, wasn't hunched over a phone. Instead, he sat under the desk, holding hands and whispering with his Uchiha sweetheart. Damn it, Hiruzen again. I refuse to believe I can't beat you today. Suddenly, the classroom, which had been silent up to that point, was startled by Danzo's sudden outburst as he leapt to his feet. Danzo felt personally targeted by this game, called Konoha Blocks. In this game, you get a random set of blocks to fill into the frame, clearing a row when it was complete. Damn it, he'd just gotten 10 straight pieces that were all the same, 4 blocks stacked in a single column, and it forced him into a dead end. It was infuriating. Just as Danzo was about to curse out loud, he looked up, and the words caught in his throat before he could utter them. The students also lifted their heads to look at him. Seeing that he remained silent, they followed his gaze toward the stage, only to catch sight of Tobarama, standing there without saying a word. Keep cursing at him, Danzo. Why'd you stop? Let me tell you, Hiruzen, that monkey, he's no good at all. Just give him a piece of your mind, that bastard. He's nowhere near as brave, invincible, peerless, and handsome as my old man, Tobarama. Dave, who was whispering to Tsukimi on the side, noticed that Danzo had stopped his tirade. He couldn't let that slide. He stood up and urged Danzo to keep going. But before he could finish, Tsukimi tugged at his sleeve and pointed to the podium. Dave's words died in his throat, instantly morphing into praise for his old man. Silence. Danzo, Dave, both of you out. Tobarama's face was cold and unreadable as he spoke. The 2 troublemakers exchanged a glance and, resigned, trudged outside. Seriously, why'd you clam up the moment my old man showed up? Dave complained, exasperated, outside the classroom. How was I supposed to know? I was busy sparring with Hiruzen, looked up, and there the teacher was just standing there. Danzo shot back, rolling his eyes. Ugh, what's the point of you 2 then? Can't even notice when the teacher walks in. How are you supposed to protect the village with such lousy vigilance? Dave mimicked Danzo's usual catchphrase, lecturing him with tragic disappointment. Danzo thought, if I could beat you up, I'd finish you off right now. Hey, Danzo, have the 2 of us ever really had a heart-to-heart? Is there someone you like? Dave's expression shifted, and he sidled up to Danzo, slinging an arm around his shoulders. No. Women? Ha. They'd only get in the way of me protecting the village, Danzo scoffed, turning away dismissively. No way. Don't tell me. You like men? Is it you and Hiruzen? Oh, gross. Dave's shameless look made Danzo want to slap him. I'll kill you, Dave. Danzo froze for a second at Dave's words. Then his face flushed with a riot of colors, first black, then red, then purple in his embarrassment. He lunged at Dave, and the two of them started wrestling in a furious scuffle. Back in the classroom, Tobarama, who was just about to speak, heard the commotion outside. His face darkened even further. Hey, Danzo, are you nuts? Not the face. I know I'm better looking than your sourpuss mug, but you don't have to go for the kill. I'll kill you. Stop. I am Sora. I swear I'll never tell anyone about your forbidden love with Hiruzen. I get it. The classroom fell silent for a moment. Then, with strange expressions, everyone glanced at Hiruzen in the back, whose face was now thunderous. Danzo listened as Dave beneath him shouted at what must have been at least 150 decibels. Suddenly, as if sensing a gaze, Danzo slowly turned his head, only to lock eyes with Tobarama across the room. Tobarama, looking entirely serious, swallowed hard. The meaning in his eyes was clear to Danzo. So this is the kind of person you are, Danzo? I never would have guessed. Slowly, Danzo turned his head back around. Senju Dave. Art, I swear, today I'm going to kill you. At lunchtime, as soon as class was over, Tsukimi hurried out of the classroom. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Dave entirely unscathed, while Danzo, on the other hand, was surrounded by 5 pea shooters. At least Dave was all right. Danzo. Dave glanced over at Danzo, who met his gaze with eyes that said, I'm going to kill you. Dave couldn't help but burst out laughing, then absent-mindedly scratched his nose with his right pinky finger. To Danzo's horror, Dave wiped that same pinky on Danzo's clothes, leaving a green streak across Danzo's shirt. I'm heading out first, Danny. Relax, that stuff will disappear in 5 minutes. Dave laughed heartily, walked over to Tsukimi, took her hand, and together they left. Senju Dave, just you wait. At that moment, Hiruzen walked over to Danzo's side. The two exchanged a glance, then glared fiercely at Dave's departing back, shouting after him with all their might. Dave, meanwhile, just traced a line in the air with his pinky finger, and Danzo instantly lost his composure. Dave, are you sure it's okay to bully Danzo like that? Tsukimi giggled, recalling the scene from just now. Haha, it's nothing, really, Dave replied with a wave of his hand. That afternoon, owing to Dave's loud outburst outside the classroom, rumors about Danzo and Hiruzen began to spread throughout the school and even the surrounding area, growing wilder and stranger with each retelling. One went like this. Hiruzen was originally a girl, but as the Sarutobi clan's heir, Sarutobi Sasuke was disgruntled that his child wasn't a boy. So, using a secret technique, he turned Hiruzen into a boy. However, unbeknownst to Sasuke, Hiruzen had already formed a very close relationship with the Shimura clan leader's son. Danzo watched as the girl he once loved became a boy, and not only did he not mind, he continued his tangled and complicated relationship with Hiruzen. Another rumor claimed that Danzo and Hiruzen's fathers once loved each other, but because of societal norms, were forced to marry. Women they didn't care for. Danzo and Hiruzen, as their sons, met often and, just like their fathers, sparked a forbidden connection. The stories grew ever more outrageous and scandalous. When Sarutobi Sasuke and Danzo's father heard this urban legend, both were so infuriated they ended up in the hospital's cardiology department. The next day, under the shocked stares of everyone, Hiruzen and Danzo slowly walked into the classroom together. After their fathers heard that little folktale, they both ended up in the hospital's cardiology department. When they got home, they gave the two boys a thorough beating, making it clear that if the rumors were true, if the boys really had some kind of tangled, improper relationship, they would personally rid the family and the village of this disgrace. The threat scared the pair so much that they didn't sleep a wink all night. At this point, Hizen and Tuankang didn't even look human anymore. Their appearances were grotesque, with uneven bruises all over their faces and bodies, skin deathly pale, making them seem more like vengeful spirits than living boys. They came to school today with the same goal in mind, but still, they returned to their seats first, planning to wait until class ended to make their move. Dave was brought into the classroom by his father. The moment he stepped inside, he felt 2 intense, searchlight-like stares fixed on him. Looking up, he saw what looked like 2 pig-headed figures glaring at him with all they had. Whoa, Hizen, Tuankang, which criminal syndicate got to you two yesterday? Whoever did it sure didn't hold back. Dave blurted out in shock. It was only after looking at their seats that he realized these 2 swollen faces actually belonged to Tuankang and Hizen, and the realization startled him even more. Hizen and Tuankang didn't say a word. They just kept their eyes locked on Dave, unblinking. Dave swallowed hard, quickly scurrying back to Yumami's side in search of some psychological comfort. Throughout the lesson, Tobarama noticed that the 2 usually model students, Tuankang and Hizen, not only looked like they'd been beaten into pulp, but also didn't pay attention to a single word in class. The 2 of them just kept staring in that direction the whole time. Tuankang, Hizen, ow, both of you! Tobarama finally snapped. What are they staring at all class long? Does he, Tobarama, or the knowledge he's imparting, pale in comparison to whatever's caught their attention? Without a word, Tuan Kang and Hizen slowly made their way out of the classroom. All the while, their eyes never left Dave, who remained under their unwavering gaze until they disappeared into the hallway. Only after they were gone did Dave finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ever since he'd walked in, the two had been staring straight at him. My God, could these two weirdos be thinking of dragging me into their club or something? The more Dave thought about it, the more nervous he got. He instinctively pulled Yamimi closer, finally managing to calm himself down. With his stalkers gone, Dave thought he'd catch a quick nap. But just as he laid his head down, he jolted upright. He could feel those stares on him again. Slowly, he turned his head to the right. Geez, what is wrong with those two? They're seriously creeping me out, Dave hissed under his breath, unable to stop himself from cursing. Outside the classroom window, those two figures, no longer quite human, not quite ghosts, were pressed up against the glass there. Eyes locked onto Dave inside. The scene had all the jump scare intensity of a horror movie, sending chills straight down his spine. It had taken so much effort to finally get through this class, and without a word, Dave dashed out the moment it ended. He just wanted to get away from here, as far away as possible. What was wrong with those two yesterday? Had they taken the wrong medicine? They were terrifying. Dave, prepare to meet your doom. That afternoon, during class, Tobarama noticed 3 bruised and swollen heads staring at him. 2 of them were Hiruzen and Danzo. As always, but the extra one. That shock of white hair? Why did it look so much like his own son? Wait, it really was his son. Fury erupted within Tobarama. This was outrageous. Who had the audacity to bully his son in Konoha? Then he remembered a little rumor he'd overheard the day before. Oh, so it was probably Danzo and Hiruzen who did it. If it had been someone else, Tobarama might have helped Dave vent his anger by giving the culprit a beating. But since it was just a scuffle between kids, it wouldn't be right for an adult to intervene. Dave-kun, how'd you end up like this? Tsukimi looked at the pig-headed figure beside her. If not for that distinctive tuft of white hair, she might not have recognized her own fiancé. Tears welled up in her eyes. Who did this? Who bullied Dave? It's nothing. I just fell victim to 2 treacherous little schemers. Dave shook his head, putting particular emphasis on the word treacherous. Of course, Danzo and Hiruzen heard every word. Slowly, like 2 machines winding up, they turned their heads to glare at Dave. Bro, big brothers, dad, papa, uncle, grandpa, ancestor. I was wrong. Dave pleaded for mercy as fast as he could. Those 2 had really gone all out at lunchtime. Only then did the 2 of them slowly turn their heads back to the lesson, as if nothing had happened. And with that, the matter was finally put to rest. A month later, Luigi, have we finished those orders for the textile workshops? Dave called up Orochi Lu. Yeah, everything's done. I put all the stuff into the machines. Uncle Wei has already taken them away. For now on, if you need restocking, just let Uncle Wei handle it. I've taught him how. Orochi Lu was deep in his research, right at a crucial point, when the phone rang and broke his concentration, so his tone was a little resentful. All right, just make sure you get plenty of rest, Dave replied, easily picking up on the hint of complaint in Orochi Lu's voice. He had no idea what the guy was up to, so he could only give an awkward laugh before hanging up. Something this good. I gotta let Uncle try it out. Dave grinned slyly and dialed Hashirama's number. What is it, Dave? Hashirama's voice was tinged with irritation. He'd just scored 120 points on Snake and was only a dozen short of beating Madara's record when the phone rang and interrupted him. Hashirama was fuming. He was still thinking that the call must be from that guy Madara again. Madara had been getting more and more devious these days. Every time Hashirama's game score was about to surpass his, Madara would call him up for a casual chat or something. Hashirama even suspected that Madara might have set up some kind of surveillance seal array around here. Just yesterday, after Madara's call, Hashirama was so infuriated by his game score, over 110 points, that he nearly booked himself at the hospital. He didn't care about anything else at that point and went straight to fetch Mito, who was leading a plaza dance at the east end of Konoha, to give him a checkup. After confirming there was nothing wrong, Mito gave him a good scolding for wasting her time. She was missing her dance practice, after all. That evening, she was supposed to have a dance-off with the Sarutobi clan's anti-dance troupe. Hashirama was left utterly aggrieved. Uncle Luke's got his hands on another new gadget over here. Do you want to come check it out? Dave, picking up on Hashirama's tone, swallowed nervously and asked. No, I'm busy right now. Hashirama snapped, clearly irritated at having his game interrupted. Oh, okay then. I just thought you might be able to beat Uncle Madara at this new thing. I just called Uncle Madara, and he said if you try this gadget, he's certain he'll wipe the floor with you. Dave, seeing his uncle unmoved, had no choice but to bring Madara into the conversation. making things up as he went. What? Madara's gotten that cocky these days, has he? Tell him to wait for me at that new thing this afternoon. I want to see just how he plans to beat me. Hashirama bellowed, his voice cracking with outrage. Dave rubbed his ears and hung up the phone. When it came to getting Uncle Hashirama moving, sometimes you just had to invoke Uncle Madara's name. Then Dave dialed Madara's number. What is it, brat? Who's bothering you now? Madara's cold voice came through the phone. Even though it sounded distant, Dave could still sense Madara's concern for him. Uncle Madara, Luke's whipped up another new gadget, and Uncle Hashirama said he wants to challenge you. He also said. Dave deliberately hesitated, pretending to struggle for words. Madara was still wandering the ninja world, but the phone signal base was set up at Luke's place, so everyone in Konoha could reach each other within the village. To make sure Uncle Madara could stay in touch with the village, Dave and Orochi Luke had even hired some ninja from the black market to get a thumb-sized piece of metal. This special metal could channel chakra and store signals, and they'd installed it in Madara's phone. That way, Madara could stay in real-time contact with the village. Speak, Madara said coldly. Uncle Hashirama said he could totally crush you with this, Dave stammered, dragging out the words. Got it. I'll be back this afternoon. There was a moment of silence on Madara's end, then he hung up after speaking. Afternoon, in front of the AI Shun mobile store. Madara and Hashirama had been staring each other down for quite some time. The villagers gathered around, recognizing these two as the dance kings of Konoha, and were certain that another showdown was about to unfold. Hashimama, I heard you want to crush me, is that right? Madara fixed his gaze on Hashirama, his question slow and deliberate. Madara, over the past few months, you've lost to me in dance battles several times. Beating you? That's as easy as bullying Dave. Hashirama replied, brimming with pride. Off to the side, Dave. Interesting. Madara's lips curled into a sly smile. Dave, what's that new thing you were talking about? Hashirama turned to Dave and asked. Uncle Wei, bring it out. Dave called toward the mobile store. Right away, little boss. Uncle Wei answered, and then carried out two large, boxing machines, each over a meter tall. This is a claw machine. Inside are stuffed animal dolls designed after you, Uncle Madara, and Father. See the claw inside? Use the joystick to move it over the doll you want. Then press the button, the claw will drop, grab the doll, and if you're lucky, the doll will slide out of the chute in the bottom left corner. Then it's yours, Dave explained. That's it? That's it. Then beating Madara at this is going to be a piece of cake. Hashirama laughed, filled with confidence, as if he already had victory in the bag. Uncle, you're getting cheekier by the day. Dave silently vowed never to make those cheeky comments again. Just look at how he'd led the once honest Hashirama astray. And Aunt Mito isn't going to rein him in either? Oh, I forgot. Auntie's busy leading the Senju Square dance troupe in preparations for their showdown with the Hyuga Annie's troupe these days. Madara shot Hashirama a cold glance, then stepped up to the machine. Dave handed him a token, pointing to the slot. The machine lit up as the coin dropped in. Madara tested the joystick, then lined up the claw above the Hashirama doll and pressed the button. The claw descended slowly, then latched onto the doll. Hashirama's self-assured smile faded as he watched, while Madara's lips began to curve in triumph. But just as the rope pulled the claw to the top, the claw gave a little shake, and the doll tumbled back inside. At that moment, Madara's smile faded, and Hashirama's mouth curled up in satisfaction. Ah ha 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 ha. Madara, is that all you've got? That's it? Didn't you say this was as easy as beating Dave? Ha ha ha. Hashirama stood with his hands on his hips, laughing and jeering at Madara. Dave wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Uncle, I haven't offended you lately, have I? Why do you always want to beat me up? Again, Madara said, turning to Dave at his side. Dave quickly handed him another token. At that moment, the atmosphere around Madara suddenly intensified. His scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan eyes appeared, and he stared at the claw machine before him. With a swift, dragon-like motion, his right hand seized the joystick, launching into a flurry of dazzling, lightning-fast moves. Dave watched the joystick blur with phantom speed and swallowed nervously, his heart pounding. With a loud smack, Madara's left hand crashed down on the button. This time, the plush doll was gripped tightly, refusing to fall from the claw's grasp no matter how much it shook. Madara crouched down, retrieving the Q-version Hashirama doll from the chute. Holding the little plush, Madara slowly walked over to stand in front of Hashirama. Hashirama's smile froze on his face as Madara bared his teeth in a sly grin and handed the miniature Hashirama over to its real-life counterpart, glancing over his shoulder as if to say, "Your turn." Show off all you want, Madara. Just watch. I'll get in one try. Hashirama snorted, looking at the mini version of himself in his hand, then strode confidently toward another machine. He had his sights set on the Q-version Madara. Dave handed over another token, eager to see Hashirama in action. He knew Madara would win, but as for Hashirama, well, with Hashirama's luck, who could say? It seemed doubtful. Sure enough, after burning through 20 tokens, Dave, give Uncle one more token. I swear I'll win this time. Hashirama, eyes red with determination like an addicted gambler, called out with wild excitement. Uncle, I only brought about 20 tokens today. They're all gone now. If you still want more, you'll have to buy them from the shop, 5 silver taels each, Dave replied with a helpless, wry smile. Without another word, Hashirama strode inside in exchange for a 1,000-tael bill, returning to wage his war against the claw machine. Night fell. The villagers who had gathered to watch had long since grown tired and gone home to sleep. Only Madara and Dave remained, keeping Hashirama company as he continued his quest for a plushie. At last, even Uncle Wei and Aunt Kai were preparing to close up shop, and only then did Hashirama finally give up. Hashirama, you lost this time, Madara said with a smug smile, watching as Hashirama, having squandered all 3,000 of his silver taels without winning a single doll, stood in defeat. Madara, Ark, I don't believe it. I'll be back tomorrow. Don't you dare run away. No way. A loss is a loss. This time, victory is mine. I'm leaving soon, anyway. No, you can't go. I have to beat you. Hashirama threw his arms around Madara's leg, his face set in a stubborn expression that said, if you leave, you're dragging me with you. Hashirama, let go. A loss is a loss. I refuse. I don't accept this. I have to beat you. Hashirama. Madara. Let go. No way. Hashirama. You spicy mama. Madara. You drama king. The two locked eyes for a moment, and then, stop it. Stop it. You two quit fighting already. Dave couldn't help but shout at the pair who, at the drop of a hat, had launched into an awkward dance battle. Usually, when these two break out their dance moves, the background music makes it somewhat watchable. But without any music, goodness, the sheer awkwardness is enough to make anyone cringe. A little while later, Dave stifled a yawn, pulled out his phone to check the time, and glanced at the two dancing kings, one gyrating his stomach, the other pacing around him with exaggerated steps. All right, you two go ahead and keep dancing. I'm going back to bed. The next day, school was closed for the day. The reason? Tobirama had an important experiment scheduled. Dave, have you seen your uncle? Tobirama, looking worried, found Dave who was busy tending to the vegetable patch. My uncle? He left ages ago. Isn't Uncle the Hokage? Shouldn't he be in the Hokage's office? Dave was puzzled too. It was only 7 or 8 in the morning, and he'd seen Hashirama leave around 6. He's not at the office, and he's not answering his phone. There's a mountain of paperwork and problems at the Hokage's office that only your uncle can handle. Tobirama rubbed his temples, clearly exasperated. The staff at the Hokage's office had just contacted him to help locate Hashirama. Just then, Tobirama's phone began to ring, a shrill melody cutting through the morning. He glanced at the screen. His sister-in-law, Mito, was calling. What is it, sister-in-law? Tobirama asked. Tobirama, why is there 10,000 Ryo missing from the house? Did you take it again for your experiments? Mito's furious voice exploded through the phone, rattling Tobirama's nerves. That roar left Tobirama's head buzzing. A sis-in-law, it wasn't me. I didn't even come home last night. How could I have taken any money? Tobirama took a sharp breath, at a loss for words. He'd been in the lab all night. How could he have taken her money? Dad, I think I know where Uncle went, and I know who took the money too. At that moment, Dave, who had just finished a phone call, looked sheepishly at his father, Tobirama. Where is he? Tobirama's expression shifted in an instant. His eyes turned razor-sharp, like a hawk zeroing in on its prey. Outside the cell phone shop. Hokage, sir. Aren't you busy today? Aunt Kai asked with a wry smile, watching Hashirama stubbornly face off against the claw machine. The Hokage himself had shown up first thing in the morning, exchanged 3,000 Ryo for tokens, and in no time at all, lost it all to the machine. Not one to give up, he was now changing another 5,000 Ryo into tokens. Don't worry. As Hokage, it's only right to care for the people, Hashirama said, his eyes fixed intently on the claw machine in front of him. With no other choice, Aunt Kai dialed Dave's number. The young boss said he'd be there soon. But watching Hashirama lose coin after coin, almost one every 2 seconds, she thought she'd better try persuading the Hokage again before the boss arrived. Hokage-sama, how about we just give you a plush toy for free? Aunt Kai suggested with a wry smile. After all, one of those stuffed dolls only cost about 30 silver coins. The money Hokage-sama had already spent could have bought hundreds of them. Kai, this is a challenge where the Hokage has staked his youth and passion. He's a great man. We must stand by his side. To give the Hokage a doll for free would be an insult to his youthful spirit. Hokage-sama, let me join you. Let's have a claw machine showdown fueled by our burning youth. At that moment, Mike Guy, standing nearby, declared with sparkling teeth and boundless enthusiasm. Out of the way, Aunt Kai's wry smile twisted with frustration, a vein throbbing on her forehead. With one swift kick, she sent Mike Guy flying. Why had she ever married this guy? All he did was make things more chaotic. Just then, Dave and Tobarama arrived. Seeing the young boss, Aunt Kai immediately dragged the half-conscious Mike Guy inside the shop. Having fun, Tobarama stepped up beside Hashirama and asked, "It's great, but yesterday, that jerk Madara beat me. He won and then ran off. Infuriating. I have to keep practicing, so next time he comes back, I'll utterly defeat him and laugh in his face." Hashirama grumbled, not even glancing back. "Is that so? Mito mentioned that 10,000 silver coins are missing from home. Any idea what happened?" Tobarama raised an eyebrow as he spoke. Dave, watching from the side, swallowed hard. He knew, whenever Tobarama raised an eyebrow, it meant he was holding back. "I took it, what's the big deal? It's just 10,000 silver coins. Ha! Tobarama takes money for his experiments all the time. I'll just say it was him," Hashirama replied with a grin. He didn't realize Tobarama was actually behind him. He thought it was just some acquaintance. A vein bulged on Tobarama's forehead. Seeing that sly grin on his brother's face, he had a feeling this wasn't the first time Hashirama had pulled something like this. Just then, Hashirama lost again. He turned around, ready to greet whoever was behind him, but the smile froze on his face. "Be brother." Tobarama, I'm your big brother. Your real brother. Blood is thicker than water. Don't hit my face. Not the face." Watching his old father single-handedly overpower Uncle, Dave couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Right now, there was no one in the ninja world stronger than Hashirama, but there were plenty who could keep him in check. A short while later, "Come with me to the Hokage office. As Hokage, if you don't devote yourself to Konoha, how can you face the village you personally built?" Tobarama, gripping Hashirama by the collar like a pig-headed child, dragged him slowly in the direction of the Hokage office. "No, I don't wanna. Work is so boring. I wanna go catch dolls," Hashirama wailed, stubborn as ever. The mere thought of stepping into that office, with its mountain of paperwork piled on the desk, and all those old men constantly coming by to chat about this and that, about Konoha, filled Hashirama with utter despair. This was nothing like the blissful life he had imagined. In his mind, his office would have only Madara in it. Get back to work. Which of the 5 Kages slacks off like you, wasting time every day?" Tobarama barked, his patience gone. "No." Watching his uncle being dragged away, Dave silently offered a moment of sympathy for him. "Uncle Wei, are the plush dolls I ordered from the textile factory ready yet?" Dave stepped into the shop and called out to Might Wei. "Oh, little boss, those dolls are all finished." Might Wei flashed his dazzling, shining teeth as Aunt Kai rolled her eyes at him, reaching under the counter to hand the dolls over to Dave. "Okay, thank you, Uncle Wei, Aunt Kai." Dave took them, a smile spreading across his face. Dave headed toward the Uchiha compound. "Hey, little Dave, good to see you." "Hey, Brother Chun, how's it going? Did you and Sister lose heart yet?" "Dave, is it true that the Konoha Blocks game on your phones has that dad bug you mentioned?" "Nonsense. There's no way a Roki's game would have a bug like that. You're just bad at the game, that's all." "Hey, old Tion, how come you're not out practicing square dancing with Granny Hua today? What happened? Did your wife catch you?" "Dave, kid, watch your mouth. Am I that kind of person?" "Oh, I see Granny Hua's here, too." "Well then, I didn't say anything. Forget I mentioned it." As Dave walked through the Uchiha compound, he greeted the passers-by. Over the past few months, he'd come here almost every day to visit Yume, and by now, he was naturally acquainted with many of the clan members. After helping an elderly grandpa resolve a domestic crisis, Dave finally arrived at the home of the Uchiha's second elder. "Hello, father-in-law. Is Yume at home?" Dave breezed through the doors with practiced ease, greeting his father-in-law cheerfully. "Dave, you're here. Yume is out back training with Jing. Go on over," the second elder said with a hearty smile to Dave. Watching Dave stroll off cheerfully, the second elder took a satisfied sip of tea. Life in his later years was just getting better and better. He no longer had to worry about his eldest daughter's marriage, and his youngest son was exceptionally gifted, by far the most talented in the clan, so the future seemed bright. The clan's reputation in the village was soaring, and lately, he'd even been going to sleep with a smile. He was truly growing fonder of this peaceful life. Dave made his way to the training grounds, where he saw Yume sitting on a bench outside and his young brother-in-law Jing diligently training nearby. As for Jing, well, Dave figured there wasn't much to say. He didn't really see the point. "Jing, huh?" Dave tiptoed quietly behind Yume, moving with stealth. "Guess who?" Dave teased, disguising his voice playfully. "Ah, is that you, Dave?" Yume was startled by the sudden darkness, but quickly blushed as she realized who it was. Bingo! Here's your reward. Dave released his hands from Yume's eyes, and as she turned around, he gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead. Oh, but Jing's right over there. Yume protested, cheeks turning even redder. It's fine. Just pretend he's not even here, Dave said with a grin, sitting down beside Yume and taking her delicate hand in his. Meanwhile, Jing, who had been kicking a wooden post, slowly turned his head, a look of utter confusion on his face. So, did you need something, Dave? Yume asked with a smile. For some reason, whenever Dave was near, she always felt especially happy. What? Can a guy visit his little fiancée for no reason? Dave replied, feigning an odd expression. Yume blushed even deeper, burying her face into Dave's chest as he gently embraced her. Over on the training ground, Jing lowered his gaze to the kunai in his hand, waving it through the air. He pondered. If his sister ever broke up with Dave or the engagement was called off, should he stick the kunai into Dave's forehead? Or his forehead, or maybe his forehead? Here, close your eyes, I brought you a few gifts, Dave said, smiling at Yume in his arms. Okay, Yume replied with a sweet smile, closing her eyes slowly. Dave took out a few plush dolls that Aunt Kai had given him earlier at the phone shop. All right, open your eyes, Dave prompted. Tajda. Wow. Yume opened her eyes, gazing in amazement at the plush dolls in Dave's hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. Dave held 4 dolls in his hands. 2 of them were chibi versions, one of himself and one of Yume. There's also a doll showing them together. Little Dave cradled a tiny Yume in his arms, her face blushing as she buried her head into his chest, while little Dave grinned and gently played with her hair. The last doll showed little Yume hugging a pink bunny, offering it a handful of grass. He knew Yume adored rabbits, but her father, the second elder, had apparently been frightened by some animal in his youth, so their family never allowed pets. This always left Yume a bit disappointed. These are all for you, Dave said with a smile. See, this little version of me can keep you company when I'm not around. I hope you're always happy, joyful, and as sweet as you are now. Thank you, Dave, Yume replied, her heart warming at his words. As she gazed at the little Dave doll, her smile grew even brighter. Wait here a moment, Dave, Yume suddenly said, her eyes twinkling with a secret. She darted off and hurried back inside the house. Dave's eyes softened as he watched her run, not looking away until she disappeared upstairs. At that moment, Jing happened to meet Dave's gaze. What are you staring at? Never seen your brother-in-law before? Stare all you want, but you'll never be as handsome as me, Dave called out, feigning annoyance. TCH, Jing rolled his eyes at Dave. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Dave in a fight, he'd have shown him a little of what brotherly love really meant. A moment later, Yume returned, carrying a box in her hands. She sat down beside Dave and handed it to him. What's this? Dave asked, puzzled as he looked at the box in his hands. Just then, across the room, Jing, who was in the middle of training, caught sight of the box his sister was holding. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Hee. Open it and you'll see, Yume replied with a playful grin. Truthfully, she had no idea what was inside. She remembered her younger brother had gone out the night before and returned with the box, looking absolutely delighted. It must be something boys really like, she thought. If her brother liked it so much, Dave would probably love it too. Or so she hoped. All right, let's see. This is, Dave smiled as he began to open the box. Meanwhile, Jing, about to shout out a warning, suddenly found his mind go blank. As Dave stared into the box, his smile froze. What's wrong, Dave? Don't you like it? Yume asked anxiously, her heart skipping a beat at the look on his face. Yume no longer cared what kind of expression Dave was making. She hurriedly snatched the box from his hands, anxiously wondering if perhaps Dave didn't like what was inside. Lowering her head, Yume peered into the box, and then, The Kingdom of Birds, Special Collector's Photo Book by Teacher Sora. A blush crept over Yume's cheeks. She quickly slammed the lid shut. Uchiha, Kagami. I can't believe you like this sort of thing. Yume glared at Kagami, her face burning with embarrassment and anger as she shouted. Wait. Cease. Please let me explain. That wasn't mine. Hiruzen forced it on me. Kagami hastily tried to defend himself, unable to admit that he actually enjoyed such things, or that Hiruzen had a special way of getting them for him. But now was no time to worry about the details. He knew his sister's temper all too well. If he didn't explain himself properly, he was finished. You, just wait. I'm telling father and mother. Yume's face was flushed with shame. How humiliating. Her own younger brother liked this kind of thing. And Dave had seen it too. Would Dave now think she was that kind of person as well? The thought made Yume so upset she was nearly in tears. How could her brother do this to her? No. Kagami watched helplessly as Yume stormed off, dropping to his knees with one hand clutching his chest and the other dramatically outstretched, wailing in anguish. Snow falls gently, the cold northern wind blows. The world, vast and desolate. A single plum blossom stands proud in the snow, drifting only for my beloved. Watching this performance, Dave couldn't help but sigh with feeling. Little brother-in-law, wow. I didn't expect you to be just like Hiruzen, acting all reserved but secretly into this stuff. Dave walked over to the dazed Kagami, placing a hand on his shoulder with a knowing look. I'll kill you. Hey, what's this got to do with me? Your sister was the one who found it. I didn't know anything. I don't care. I'm still going to kill you. A moment later, Yume came back to find her brother attacking Dave, and, furious, she joined in to help Dave give Kagami a good thrashing. Kagami wept inwardly, and just as Yume dragged Dave away, their parents arrived to ask about the photo book, leading to yet another round of shared parental discipline. That night, father and son sat together. You're far too young to be looking at things like this. I'm confiscating it, and if I ever catch you with another one, I'll take it too. The second elder of the Uchiha clan scolded his son with righteous indignation. Please, father, don't. That book belongs to Hiruzen. I need to return it to him. Kagami swallowed hard, trying to make excuses. This photo book was a special collector's edition, after all. Throughout all of Konoha, only a handful of people could claim to own one. You think I don't see through your little schemes? The second elder shot him a sidelong glance. Listen, these things are all illusions, mere shadows in a mirror. The waters here run far too deep for you to navigate. Child, you lack the experience and wisdom needed. Don't let yourself be blinded by naivety, the second elder advised, his tone heavy with meaning. But didn't mother just say we should throw it away? You may not be able to handle it, but your father can. Do you know your father's name? Uchiha Changjiang. He is the Yangtze River itself. How could a bit of water be too much for the river to contain? Half a month later, Dave received a call from Uncle Madara. Hello, Uncle Madara. Have you come back to Konoha yet? Dave rubbed his pitifully empty stomach, his voice trembling as he asked. Ever since Uncle Madara went out searching for anything that could boost his chakra, Dave had been practically living on tonics and supplements, so much so that he was nearly sick of them. And then there was that wild rumor Madara had picked up somewhere about how bone powder made from the Kagaya clan of the Hidden Mist could also increase chakra. In the end, Uncle Madara actually slew several members of the Kagaya clan, ground their bones into several jars of powder, and brought them back for Dave to drink. The Hidden Mist was so enraged that the two nations nearly went to war. Yet Madara, ever so domineering, told him, drink up, don't hesitate. Mix it with water if you want. If you run out, I'll just go get you more from the Hidden Mist. At that moment, Dave almost wanted to kneel before Madara. Did he really think the Kagaya clan was just a stockpile for his use? Still, after a month or two of these powerful supplements, Dave had indeed increased his chakra reserves by a great deal, almost as much as an elite Jonin now. He had also unlocked almost all the plants he needed. Dave finally saw hope for reviving Izuna, especially after unlocking the corn cannon from Plant vs. Zombies 2. Do you want a summoning beast? Madara's voice drifted from the other end of the line. A summoning beast? What kind? Dave was stunned, then asked. The Nine Tails, Madara replied, his tone as calm as if he were offering trinket. Dave instantly spat out the bone powder drink he had in his mouth. Uncle Madara, how did you end up tangling with that thing? Dave gulped and asked, his voice still shaky. I heard the people from Yuzushio have a lot of chakra, so I went to take a look. This thing got in my way, so I gave a beating. It's still lying at my feet, Madara said nonchalantly. Cough, 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 cough. Yes, of course I want it. Dave nodded furiously. Who wouldn't want such an incredible summoning beast? All right, go to Tobarama and have him use the Flying Thunder God to bring you here, Madara finished and hung up the phone. Dave hurriedly called his elderly father, and in a flash, Tobarama appeared with his Flying Thunder God technique, whisking Dave away to where Madara was. As Dave took in the scene before him, his lips curled into a surprised grin, and he drew in a sharp breath. The ground was ravaged, pocked with craters both large and small. Several towering peaks nearby had their tops sheared clean off. The proud, orange-furred nine-tails fox was covered in wounds, and Uchiha Madara stood atop its head, as cold and imperious as ever. Humph! Off to the side, Tobarama let out a frosty snort at Madara's showy demeanor, clearly irritated by his theatrics. Uncle Madara! Dave called out, greeting Uchiha Madara. Kid, this is the one. Madara pressed his foot down on the nine-tails head, making the beast grimace and snarl. Wow, this big fox looks incredible. Dave nodded in excitement. Of course he recognized the Nine Tails. From his previous life, he'd only seen it in anime, and it was nothing like seeing it up close. Kid, you've got good taste, the Nine Tails sneered with a cold laugh. Madara glanced at the Nine Tails, the swirling pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly turning in his eyes. You remember the kid saying he was the coolest, right? Was this fox really cooler than him? Should he really let it stick around? Sensing Madara's crimson gaze, the same eyes that had summoned a colossal giant to pummel him moments before, the Nine-Tails shivered, lowering its head in fear. The Nine-Tails remembered Madara, saying he'd have to become the summoning beast for some brat. Clearly, the kid standing before him. The boy had good taste, sure, but how could the mighty Nine-Tails ever willingly serve as a mere child's summoning beast? No, he'd play along for now, go to the village Madara mentioned, and once that bastard Madara was gone, he'd unleash a tailed beast bomb and obliterate the place. The Nine-Tails was practically giddy with anticipation, already picturing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But if Dave had known what the Nine-Tails was thinking, he would have burst out laughing. What's this? Getting trounced by a Gundam wasn't enough? You want to be smacked around by a giant Buddha statue too? So, the Nine-Tails obediently led Madara and his companions back to Konoha. Along the way, Madara phoned Hashirama to inform him of the situation. Hashirama was already waiting at the village gate. "Haha, Madara, care to stay for dinner?" Hashirama called out, his attention not on the Nine-Tails, but on Madara, who was still perched atop the beast. "No, I have somewhere I need to be," Madara replied, shaking his head. Without another word, he turned and set off on his journey once again. As Hashirama watched Madara's retreating figure, he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. The Nine-Tails never took its eyes off Madara. When it heard he was leaving, it finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Not until Madara's figure had disappeared far into the distance, so far that it could no longer sense his presence, did the Nine-Tails break into a wide grin. A wild, booming laugh erupted from the Nine-Tails. An overwhelming, ferocious aura suddenly burst forth from its massive body. "Hey, little fox, what's gotten into you now?" Dave called out, utterly speechless as he watched the Nine-Tails laugh maniacally. "Here we go again. This guy's about to start showing off." "Little fox." The Nine-Tails paused for a moment, then curled its lips in annoyance. With a massive paw, it took a swipe at Dave. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. Hashirama saw what was happening and, without another word, sent a wooden dragon streaking toward the Nine-Tails. "What is this thing? It's absorbing my chakra." The Nine-Tails howled in alarm as the wooden dragon coiled around its body, draining away its chakra with shocking speed. "Tobirama, take Dave and get out of here for now. If you stay, I won't be able to fight properly. We're way too close to the village. I'll draw it farther away first." Hashirama called out to Tobirama on the other side. "Uncle, that's my summoning beast. Go easy on him." Dave groaned, rubbing his temples. Of all the people to provoke, why did the Nine-Tails have to choose these two? First, it ticked off Madara, and now it's going after Hashirama. How is it supposed to win against either of them? "Don't worry, Uncle knows what he's doing. You and Tobirama wait for me in the forest behind the village. I'll bring the Nine-Tails over once I've dealt with it." Hashirama turned and flashed Dave a reassuring smile. "Let's go." Tobirama placed a hand on Dave's shoulder, and in a blink, the two of them vanished from the scene, reappearing inside the village. "Nine-Tails, your power is overwhelming. I can't let you run wild at the village gates." Hashirama pressed his palms together, the markings of his battle mask beginning to appear on his face. Before the Nine-Tails could even respond. "Wood style, wood golem jutsu. Wood style, great Buddha wall." Moments later, pinned down and suppressed by the wood style techniques, the Nine-Tails felt a wave of utter frustration. What did it do to deserve this today? First, that stone-faced Uchiha Madara called it an obstacle and beat it up without so much as a word. And now this guy going on about how its power is too great, then slapping it down with giant wooden hands. Just how strong am I supposed to be in front of you monsters? It hadn't set foot in the world for centuries, and now, after finally reappearing, it got thrashed twice in a row. What tailed beast could endure such humiliation? Hashirama, controlling the enormous wooden hands, dragged the Nine-Tails by the scruff of its neck toward the rear mountains of Konoha. The Nine-Tails had seen through the ways of the world. There wasn't a shred of attachment left in its heart. Its crimson, slit pupils brimmed with tears of humiliation. A short while later, Dave looked down at the nine-tailed fox lying motionless on the ground, silent tears streaming down its face. He let out a quiet sigh. "Really now? You've lived for nearly 1,000 years, and yet you've learned nothing. Don't you know it's best not to mess with a guy who works with wood or the one with those red eyes? Oh, and the one with the sharp tongue, too. Nine-Tails, why don't you form a summoning contract with Dave? From now on, you can live here in the hills behind the Leaf Village," Hashirama said with his usual warm, good-natured smile. The Nine-Tails lifted its eyes to glance at the black-haired man in front of it, then went right back to its half-dead slump. "That guy, he's the one. He talks big about how powerful he is, but then turns around and beats me senseless. That guy. Uncle, I have an idea. What if this little fox were sealed inside me? I can feel that he has an enormous amount of chakra. Dave thought boldly, considering the possibility of becoming a Jinchuriki himself. In the world of Hokage, so many tragedies began with the Nine Tails. In the original story, Mito only became a Jinchuriki after the great battle between Madara and Hashirama, and by then, she was already over 40. From Mito to Kushina, and finally to Naruto, every heartbreak seemed to start with the Nine Tails. Dave felt that, as someone who had crossed into this world, he didn't want to witness those same regrets again. But, if he wanted to become a Jinchuriki, he'd have to deal with that schemer, Black Zetsu, first. Dave, do you really understand what you're suggesting? This is incredibly dangerous. Even if we could seal it inside you, which is already uncertain, there's no guarantee you'd be able to withstand all that chakra, Tobirama said, his expression grave. It's too risky, Dave. I absolutely cannot agree to this, Hashirama added, equally serious. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails' eyes lit up with hope. Sealing was perfect, more than perfect. He never wanted to lay eyes on Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara again. Those two had left him traumatized. In 1,000 years, he'd never suffered as much as he had today. Uncle Madara has been away for almost a year now, always searching for things to help boost my chakra. But right now, there's this huge mound of chakra sitting right in front of us. If he could seal it inside me, my chakra would probably skyrocket. Then Uncle Madara wouldn't have to worry anymore. He could come home to the village and spend every day with you. Right? Dave tried once more, using Madara as bait. Hashirama paused, caught off guard. Dave actually made a good point. This past year, aside from their daily half-hour dance battles in the afternoons, he and Madara mostly just spoke over the phone. There really wasn't much time spent together at all. If Dave had revived Izuna earlier, wouldn't Madara have stayed in the village, spending every day with him? Hashirama once again recalled the sight of Madara's departing back, and his resolve grew even firmer. For Madara's sake, the more Hashirama thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. His eyes shining with excitement, he slowly turned to look at Tobirama on the other side. Tobirama felt a headache coming on. He simply couldn't understand what kind of charm Uchiha Madara possessed. It was bad enough that his own son was bewitched, but now, even his big brother seemed utterly enthralled. Damn, that Uchiha Madara. Why couldn't he just disappear already? The Uchiha truly are the lifelong enemies of me, Tobirama. With a heavy sigh, Tobirama looked at the 3 pairs of sparkling eyes in front of him and finally gave in, albeit reluctantly. Oh, the extra pair belonged to the Nine Tails. Let's ask your sister-in-law first. She knows a lot about sealing jutsu. Maybe she has one we can try. Tobirama rubbed his temples as he spoke. All right, Mito should still be dancing with the square dance group over there. I'll go get her. Hashirama's eyes lit up with excitement, and in a flash, he dashed off using his teleportation technique. Moments later, Hashirama returned, his face battered and swollen like a pig's head, with Mito in tow. Uncle, what happened to you? Dave swallowed nervously. How did he end up getting beaten up? It's nothing, Dave. I brought your aunt here, Hashirama said, waving his now puffy head dismissively, clearly unconcerned. Just moments ago, when he tried to pull Mito away from the dance group, the furious ladies, determined not to lose their lead dancer, had banded together to stop him. It wasn't until Mito herself explained that it was truly urgent that they finally let her go. Auntie, Dave greeted her awkwardly, forcing a smile. You want the Nine Tails to be sealed inside your body? Mito asked, her face grave and serious. Dave was taken aback for a second, but then, with determined eyes, he nodded firmly. All right, it can be done. But Dave, you need to be absolutely sure about the consequences, Mito replied with a solemn nod. I've made up my mind. And you have too, haven't you, Kurama? Dave smiled as he answered, then turned to call out to the Nine Tails behind him. The Nine Tails was stunned on the spot. That name, he hadn't heard it shouted in 1,000 years. For a moment, Kurama was lost in thought, unsure what to feel. Very well. Lie down next to the Nine Tails, Mito instructed with another nod. 8 trigrams double seal. 5 elements seal. A short while later, when Dave regained consciousness, he found himself in a world of utter darkness. Everything around him was black. Looking down, it seemed, as though he stood on water. He looked ahead, and there was a massive cage looming before him. Slowly, he walked up to it, peering inside. Kid, how do you know my name? The form of the Nine Tails gradually emerged from the darkness, its voice low and deliberate. Dave said nothing. Instead, he glanced at the talisman on the bars of the cage, smiled softly, walked up to it, placed his hand on the seal, and slowly began to peel it off. Hey, kid, are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea what consequences your actions could bring? The Nine Tails was completely stunned. He had originally planned to bide his time inside this kid's body for a few decades, waiting for those two irritating guys outside to die. After that, he'd just nudge the kid into tearing off the sealing charm, break free from the boy's body, and return to the world of freedom. But you, right after the sealing is done, as soon as you step inside, you start tearing it off? You've completely thrown me for a loop. What, you think you can invade my consciousness and take control of me? Heh, I know you won't dare. Uncle Madara and Grandpa Hashirama are still outside, you know. Dave smiled as he spoke. He sincerely wanted to be friends with the Ninetales, so of course he treated him with honesty. The Ninetales was left sulking. What this kid said was absolutely right. He really didn't dare try anything reckless now. Mito Seal isn't something the Ninetales can break just by tearing off this charm. Its purpose is only to prevent the Ninetales chakra and violent emotions from reaching Dave. From now on, the Ninetales will be trapped inside his body, unless Dave died, or someone forcibly extracted him, as in the original story. Otherwise, the Ninetales would be stuck here for life. So what do you say? Want to be friends? Dave smiled and reached out his hand to the Ninetales. The Ninetales just grumbled and ignored him. Watching the Tsundere Fox put on airs, Dave couldn't help but burst out laughing. Right now, the Ninetales hadn't been controlled by Madara's Sharingan, nor had he been sealed by Mito, nor truly beaten by Hashirama's giant wooden Buddha. He was just a poor, prideful little fox who'd taken a beating from two overpowered guys who liked to talk big. See, I really do mean it. Don't worry, I'm not going to restrict your freedom. I think we can even share chakra, right? You could use it to make shadow clones, and you'd be able to share vision and touch between your main body and your clone. How about I take you around the village to play the bully? Dave suggested after thinking for a moment. He could use shadow clones himself, and as long as he taught the Ninetales, the fox could come out and see the world. The Ninetales stared at Dave, silent, but already feeling tempted. Who wouldn't want to be a free-tailed beast? Damn it, he'd just been born and wanted to take a nap, but then Madara Uchiha beat him up just for blocking his way. Besides, the kid in front of him really did sound sincere. He could sense the good and evil in people, after all. The two stared at each other for a moment, and then the Ninetales slowly reached out his fox paw, letting it touch Dave's hand. Dave gave a sly grin, then suddenly pounced at the Ninetales, catching him off guard. Moments latte. Ah, your fur is so soft. Kid, get away from me. Don't be so distant. After all, we're friends now, aren't we? What's wrong with giving your fur a little pat? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent. Hold on. Let me lift your tail and have a look. I really want to know if you're a boy or a girl. Go to hell. Outside, Hashirama and the others watched Dave anxiously. Just moments ago, the red chakra surging from Dave's body had frightened Hashirama so much that his facial markings appeared, worried that something disastrous might happen to Dave. Tobarama's heart was in his throat after seeing his precious son in such a state. He couldn't stop cursing that wretched scoundrel Madara Uchiha, calling him every foul name in the book. If anything happened to his son today, Madara and his entire clan would pay the price. Just as Hashirama was preparing to forcibly wake Dave, Dave slowly opened his eyes and looked around with a slightly dazed expression. Seeing that Dave was unharmed, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tobarama also stopped his mental tirade against Madara. Are you alright, Dave? Mito asked gravely. Dave's situation was unprecedented in the ninja world. No one had ever sealed a tailed beast inside themselves before, so no one had any idea what might happen. I'm Fina. The Ninetales and I are good friends now, Dave replied with a smile. That's good. How do you feel? Mito let out a breath and smiled, her tone relaxing. I feel great. There's so much chakra inside me now. It's like an endless ocean, Dave said, marveling at the surging energy within him. He had never felt so exhilarated. So, can you summon those plants to bring Izuna back? Can Madara return? Hashirama, ever the simple one, couldn't help but keep Madara in mind. Mito gave Hashirama a sharp rap on the head, and Tobarama almost couldn't resist giving him a slap as well. Dave slowly closed his eyes, focusing on the vast array of plants he could now summon, especially the ones he had just unlocked. After a moment, Dave opened his eyes again, a smile spreading across his face. We can bring Uncle Madara back. Half an hour later, Madara, who had only just crossed the border of the Land of Fire, rushed over in 3 minutes flat the moment he heard the news. Uncle Madara, do you have any of Uncle Izuna's hair or anything like that? Dave asked, turning to face Madara. The resurrection radish. Once used, it had a 40-year cooldown. Ridiculous. And it required some sort of medium from the person being revived. Hair, sweat, anything like that would do. Madara paused. He realized he didn't have anything of Izuna's. Everything had been buried with him. I do have his bloodline. After all, Tobarama said coolly. All right, Dave replied with a smile. Of course. In that instant, Madara Uchiha emanated a powerful aura as he looked over at Tobirama. Did you actually kill him back then, and then go grave robbing? This is the blood that remained on my sword when I killed him. I've kept it ever since, Tobirama explained, casting a disdainful glance at Madara. He would never stoop so low as to rob graves. Wood style, resurrection radish. Without further explanation, Dave clapped his hands together. Suddenly, a crimson, spiral-shaped radish sprang up from the ground. No sooner had he summoned the radish than Dave's face turned deathly pale. Sure, this thing was a bug, but it consumed an insane amount of chakra. Brat, what the hell are you up to? Where's my chakra? The Ninetales' furious roar echoed from deep within him. Mito hurried to catch Dave as he slumped back, feeling for his pulse before breathing a sigh of relief. It was just chakra exhaustion. He'd recover with some rest. But if reviving Izuna left Dave with any lasting harm, she'd never forgive Madara. I'm fine, Uncle Madara, father. I just used up all my chakra, that's all. I'll be back to normal after some rest, Dave said, forcing a smile as he lay in Mito's arms. Both Madara and Tobirama let out a breath of relief. When Madara saw Dave collapse just now, he nearly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan out of sheer panic. Father, please drip Uncle Izuna's blood onto the radish's stem and leaves, Dave instructed Tobirama. Tobirama nodded, uncorked the vial in his hand, and carefully poured the blood onto the resurrection radish's stem and leaves. The radish's eyes lit up, and then it began to turn, spinning slowly at first, then faster and faster, until even Madara's Sharingan couldn't follow its movement. As it spun, the radish gradually faded from sight, and in its place appeared the silhouette of a naked human on the ground. Mito was startled and quickly turned away. Madara, flustered, tore off his cloak and threw it over the figure. Dave stared, momentarily dumbfounded by the person on the ground. Why did he look so much like Sasuke from the original story? Was Fugaku not his real father? The figure on the ground slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Izuna's gaze wandered as he took in his surroundings. Madara, tears streaming from his crimson eyes, rushed forward and pulled Izuna into a tight embrace. Oh, and Aichin. Izuna was still struggling to understand what was happening, but when he saw the person hugging him, he froze and stammered out the word. Izuna. Madara's tears turned to laughter. Off to the side, Hashirama was so moved by the touching reunion that he wrapped Tobirama in a bear hug and wept loudly. In all these years, it was the first time he'd seen Madara smile from the heart. A smile so beautiful, so deeply moving. Hashirama Senju. Tobirama Senju. Brother, go quickly. I'll hold them off. When Izuna spotted Hashirama and Tobirama standing in the distance, he froze for a moment, then hurriedly let go of Madara and shouted. Evil Uchiha Izuna, take a good look at what's happening here, Tobirama said coldly, casting a chilling glance at Izuna. Shut your mouth. Madara shot Tobirama a frosty glare and barked back. After all, his little brother had only just come back to life. Did Tobirama really need to be so harsh? What if he scared Izuna? Madara certainly hadn't forgotten that Tobirama was a killer. Tobirama fumed inside. What was Madara being so arrogant about? Wasn't it my son who brought your brother back to life? My own son, and I'm his father. Shouldn't you be falling over yourself to thank me? What's with all this attitude? Tobirama was just about to let loose with some harsh words about their parents when Hashirama, seeing where things were headed, quickly clamped a hand tightly over Tobirama's mouth. Tobirama could only make muffled noises, seething inwardly. Damn those Uchiha. Big brother, why are you siding with him? I'm your brother. Your real brother. Those Uchiha are born evil. Tobirama, will never reconcile with their clan. Uncle Madara, the resurrection jutsu, can only bring Uncle Izuna back with his memories up to the moment of his death. He probably doesn't know what's happened these past years. Why don't you take some time and talk with him? Dave said with a gentle smile, just then. Kid, thank you. Madara glanced at Dave with deep gratitude in his eyes. With that, Madara picked up Izuna in his arms, and in a flash, vanished from the scene. He wanted to have a proper talk with his brother. The others quietly dispersed. The next day, Madara brought Izuna to the Senju clan's compound. What are you two doing here? Tobirama eyed the two Uchiha, natural-born enemies, in his eyes, with barely concealed irritation. Tobirama, I'll pay you back for that sort of strike one of these days, Izuna replied, shooting Tobirama a look every bit as unfriendly. It was this guy who stabbed him to death back then, leaving his big brother to grieve alone for so many years. If it hadn't been for that, Madara would have married long ago. When Izuna heard yesterday that his brother was nearly 40 and still single, he was almost furious enough to cough up blood. Why was it that Tobirama's brother got to marry, but his own brother was left all alone? He wanted to have a nephew to play with. But Tobirama had dashed those hopes completely. On the spot, Izuna started plotting to find a wife for his brother, only to be on the receiving end of a gentle but thorough beating from Madara. "I'll be waiting, Izuna. Anytime, any place," Tobirama said with narrowed eyes, his tone dripping with disdain. Izuna narrowed his eyes right back, locking gazes with Tobirama. The tension between the two was almost palpable, filling the air with a fierce energy. Madara, watching from the side, said nothing. Even though his brother was alive again, the memory of Tobirama's sword still haunted his mind. "Oh, Izuna and Madara are here. Come on in, come on in. I've already asked Mito to cook extra food." Just then, Hashirama stepped out from the compound, bursting into hearty laughter when he saw Madara and Izuna approaching. Madara simply nodded, while Izuna and Tobirama both withdrew their imposing auras and slowly made their way inside. "Izuna uncle, you look so cool. Just as cool as Madara uncle. Way cooler than my uncle." At that moment, Dave ran out, and upon seeing Izuna and Madara, made the same bold declaration he'd made the first time he met Madara. "So you're Dave, huh? Thanks, kid. Ha ha ha. You got good taste." Izuna was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. Izuna was different from Madara. Madara exuded a coldness that came from deep within. He was distant to everyone. Izuna, on the other hand, was reserved with outsiders, but warm and gentle with his own people. "Dave, tell me, how exactly am I uglier than those two?" At Dave's words, Hashirama's face darkened instantly, and he protested, his voice full of exaggerated outrage. It had been almost a year since this had first come up. "For goodness sake, Dave, why do you still think your uncle is ugly? What's so handsome about them, anyway? They're just a couple of single guys." "Oh, come on, Hashirama. Don't be so petty. See? Dave's just telling it like it is." Izuna chuckled, coming over to Hashirama's side and giving him a playful pat on the shoulder, teasing him mercilessly. Izuna was clearly eager to settle old scores for all the times he'd been outdone by the Senju during the Warring States years. "Hashirama, why don't you go back and finish your face mask?" Madara added coolly from the side. A shadow seemed to fall over Hashirama's face. "How much longer are you all going to stand out there? The meal's ready." Mito called out from the house, glancing at the group with a hint of exasperation. Everyone hurried inside, gathering around the table to eat. "Thank you, Dave," Izuna said warmly, smiling at him. Just yesterday, he'd finally heard from his brother everything that had happened over the years, and the thing that shocked him the most was that Tobirama actually had a son, and that it was his son who brought him back to life. Izuna's expression had been as if he'd swallowed a fly. Still, his brother had also told him that Dave was a good kid, much better than his infuriating father, and that he shouldn't be bullied. "Oh, Uncle Izuna, what are you saying? Madara uncle's always so nice to me. I just don't want to see him sad all the time," Dave replied with a cheerful smile. "Exactly, Izuna. Now that you're alive again, and my dream, and Madara's, has come true, you should just relax and enjoy life in the village. In a couple of days, I'll take you dancing, you hear me? Belly dancing is the eternal king." Hashirama added with a hearty laugh from the side. Izuna was alive again. Given how much Madara doted on his younger brother, there was no way Madara would wander off anymore. He'd be in the village every day. That meant he could see Madara every day. Just give it another year or two, and I'll toss aside the Hokage's position, spending my days playing with Madara. We'll dance together, catch dolls at the arcade, play mobile games, soak in hot springs. The thought made Hashirama's heart blossom with joy. He was already looking forward to growing old with Madara by his side. "Tisich, Izuna, in a couple of days I'll take you dancing myself." Madara scoffed dismissively at Hashirama's words. "Hashirama's dancing is absolute rubbish. Don't let him spoil your taste in dance." When it came to dancing, Madara prided himself as the best in all of Konoha. Hey, you've lost my belly dance more than a few times, haven't you?" Hashirama retorted, a little aggrieved. "Hashirama, don't make me bust out my pole dance," Madara responded with a cold snicker. Across the table, Dave, who was in the middle of stuffing food into his mouth, heard Madara mention pole dance and instantly pictured Madara in black silk stockings from that day. The image was so vivid that he choked, spewing out his mouthful of rice. "Dave, what's wrong? Could it be some side effect from reviving Izuna yesterday?" Mito, startled, immediately grabbed a napkin to help Dave clean up as she asked with concern. At her words, both Madara and Izuna turned to look at Dave, visibly anxious. If Dave really did suffer any side effects from reviving Izuna, they would both feel terrible. "It's nothing, Annie, I just remembered something funny." Dave waved his hand, laughing off the incident. "You gave Annie quite a scare. Don't let your mind wander while you're eating," Mito said, giving Dave's head a gentle, mock-scolding pat, her tone helpless but affectionate. "Izuna, now that you're back, have you thought about getting married?" Mito asked just as Izuna, having only managed a couple of bites after calming down, nearly choked, and spat out his food. Off to the side, Hashirama could only shake his head in resignation. Ever since Mito had taken up square dancing, she had become much more cheerful and outgoing, making lots of new friends. But all those friends were middle-aged aunties in their 50s. Their favorite pastime was gossiping, whose family had lost someone, whose husband had cheated, who was about to get married, whose son was pushing 40 and still single, and who could introduce him to someone. The moment Mito heard about a guy nearing 40, her eyes lit up, but as soon as she realized it was a man, she dropped the subject. After all, Madara and Tobirama were both still single. Madara? Tobirama? Through square dancing, Mito had made friends and, perhaps, picked up some of their habits. Every day, she'd come home and talk about who in the clan ought to get married, who was seeing whom. Hashirama came home to a headache every night. Madara picked up a napkin and gently wiped Izuna's mouth, who had just spat out his food. The tenderness in Madara's eyes made Hashirama feel a pang of envy. Why had Madara never looked at him that way? Let's just wait and see. I don't think there are any plans for that. I'm already happy enough to be revived and see my brother again. Izuna replied with a gentle smile, glancing at Madara, who was still helping him wipe his mouth. On the other side, Dave, who had just started digging into his meal, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This brotherly affection is starting to feel a bit strange. No, Izuna, you've come back at just the age you were when you died. You're only in your 20s. You can still find a woman to marry. I'm almost 40 now. I can't be there to take care of you forever, Madara interjected, his gaze full of concern for his younger brother. Madara's right, Izuna. You're just in your 20s and you're handsome and strong. There must be plenty of girls who like you. Mito chimed in, seizing the moment to help persuade him. Izuna felt a headache coming on. He tried to say something, but Madara cut him off again. Mito, do you know any suitable young women you could introduce? Madara asked. He knew Mito had been out dancing in the village square every day these past months, so she was bound to be in the know about the local gossip. The Uchiha bloodline shouldn't be allowed to mix freely, but it wasn't as if they couldn't bring someone in. At Madara's question, Mito's eyes lit up. Madara, let me tell you, the Sana family at the east end of the village has a young lady, 28 this year. She's skilled in every kind of needlework you can imagine. Yes, that sounds promising. And there's another. The Nara clan has a girl named Nara Yui. She's got some real strength, and she loves to dance at the square, though her personality's a bit prickly. But she's very kind at heart. That's worth considering too. And from Yamanaka clan, there's a blonde girl named Yamanaka Ikon. She's a little on the plump side, but that just means she's healthy and good for having children. That could work. And so, what started as a simple meal turned into Izuna's mini matchmaking information session. Mito's recommendations were lively and detailed, and Madara listened with utmost seriousness. After all, this was a major matter concerning his brother's future. Izuna's face grew increasingly ashen. He was beginning to wonder if coming back to life had really been worth it. All right, it's settled then. I'll arrange everything for you, Izuna. Tomorrow, no, this very afternoon, we'll meet at the village square on the east side of Konoha, and I'll set up some introductions for you. After going over dozens of candidates with Madara, Mito finally declared with a bright smile. Mito, that's really not necessary, Izuna replied with a wry smile. No, you have to listen to your big brother on this matter. Our third and fourth brothers died young, and as your eldest brother, I'm not getting any younger. The task of carrying on the Uchiha bloodline falls to you, Madara said coldly from the side. He could yield to his younger brother on anything, except this. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Tobirama couldn't hold it in when he saw Izuna's look as if he'd just eaten something disgusting. He burst out laughing, unable to stop himself. What are you laughing at? You're coming with me this afternoon. Mito's eyes suddenly sharpened, her gaze locking onto Tobirama as she spoke in a firm, no-nonsense tone. Do we really have to, sister-in-law? Tobirama's expression instantly mirrored Izuna's, an awkward, bitter smile spreading across his face. No way out. Look at you, you're already 30. Do you know what people call you over on our side? You're a hopeless bachelor. So slow you. Couldn't even eat something hot before it goes cold. I'm doing you a favor by helping you meet some women. Dave, you wouldn't mind having another mother, would you? Mito didn't spare Tobirama's dignity in the slightest, her words cool and direct. Then, remembering Dave was there, her face softened as she looked at him. She really did care about Dave. After all, what if he couldn't accept suddenly having a new mother? Care. Please, say you care. Tobirama kept shooting meaningful glances at Dave, silently pleading for help. I don't mind. If father can find someone to care for him, that's great. Why should I mind? Dave shook his head. What did he care? With the experiences of 2 lifetimes behind him, he'd seen far too much to be bothered by such things. Tobarama's face twisted into the same look as if he'd eaten something foul. All those days I took care of you, Dave, and this is what I get. Izuna couldn't help but snicker. Nothing made him happier than seeing Tobarama in distress. And so, the meal wound down amid the conversation between Madara, Mito, and Hashirama. That afternoon, on the eastern edge of Konoha, Tobarama and Izuna, the two perennial bachelors, sat glumly under a tree beside a restaurant, their faces filled with dread. Look at you, you insufferable, wicked Uchiha Izuna. Why did you have to drag me along for this matchmaking? I have tons of experiments waiting. Tobarama grumbled furiously at his equally miserable companion. How is this my fault? My brother forced me to come too, okay? And look at you, old as you are, still single. Maybe you're just inadequate in some way, and that's why no one wants you. Izuna shot him a scornful look in return. Uchiha Izuna, are you looking to die again? Senju Tobarama, bring it on if you've got the guts. The tension exploded between them in an instant, and they started bickering and trading blows right outside the restaurant. Hello, are you Uchiha Izuna? Hello, are you Senju Tobarama? At that moment, two women approached slowly from the side of the restaurant. One with black hair, the other blonde. One was plump, the other slender. They headed toward the two still tussling and called out to them. Hello, I'm Izuna Uchiha. Izuna hurriedly stood up, dusting himself off. He looked at the woman greeting him and smiled as he introduced himself. Hi, I'm Yui Nara. Yui stammered, her cheeks flushing a deep red. All the clever lines she had prepared flew out of her mind the moment she faced this handsome, aloof young man. Meanwhile, on Tobarama's side, hello, are you Tobarama Senju? The plump blonde woman walked over to Tobarama and asked, all the while sizing him up. She thought, not bad looking either. Hello, I'm Tobarama Senju, Tobarama stuttered, staring at the blonde woman in front of him, who must have weighed at least 160 pounds. In his mind, he cursed Madara Uchiha 100 times over. He couldn't very well curse Mito. He didn't dare. And Hashirama was his big brother, so that left only Madara to blame. Tobarama glanced over at Izuna, who was chatting with a black-haired girl, and inwardly cursed Izuna and Madara's ancestors for good measure. Seriously, why did Izuna get such an attractive match while he was stuck with this? Was this some kind of joke? And so, the two pairs of blind dates entered the restaurant, taking seats with an aisle between them. I like flower arranging and dancing in the square in my free time. What about you? Yui Nara, cheeks still rosy, smiled at Izuna and was the first to break the ice after they sat down. Izuna, however, had his attention fixed on Tobarama's table. When he saw Tobarama's date, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, could you say that again? I said, my hobbies are flower arranging and square dancing. What about you? Yui's smile faltered, a hint of irritation creeping into her tone. Was this handsome guy hard of hearing, or just rude? Me? Well, I like haha. Izuna tried to answer, but something caught his eye, and he burst out laughing again, unable to hold it in. Fed up, Yui Nara slapped Izuna across the face with a resounding smack and stormed off. So much for thinking this cold, handsome guy might be different. Turns out he was just a fool who only knew how to laugh. Izuna was dumbfounded, his mind going blank. Why did she have to hit him? Even if things didn't work out, couldn't they part on good terms? Was a slap really necessary? A moment later, Izuna shook it off and started laughing again. Back over at Tobarama's table, from the very beginning. We're not a good match. You're too unattractive, and honestly, you're too heavy. I don't like you. Let's just have this meal and call it a day. No, need to keep in touch. Tobarama was nothing if not blunt. He spoke his mind without the slightest concern for the growing storm on the woman's face. The blonde woman couldn't take it anymore either. She grabbed the glass of water that had just been placed on the table and splashed it right in. Tobarama's face then turned and stormed off. The reason why Izuna had burst out laughing just now was because he'd witnessed the spectacle. What are you laughing at? Tobarama wiped the water off his face and shot a questioning look at Izuna. Izuna couldn't stop laughing as he stared at Tobarama's drenched face. You, ha. Tobarama was seething, just about to retort with a few choice words about Izuna's clan, when his eyes fell on the red handprint on Izuna's cheek. At that, he burst out laughing as well. The two of them just stood there, laughing at each other, unable to stop. Once they'd laughed themselves out of breath. Izuna, that slap was something else, Tobarama said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Right back at you, Tobarama. You basically got a free shower today. Izuna shot back, equally snarky. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobarama. And just like that, the two of them were at it again. Though to their credit, they had the sense not to start a fight right in the restaurant. The next day, in the Uchiha compound. Izuna, how did that matchmaking go yesterday afternoon? Madara asked, glancing at his younger brother as he finished rehearsing a dance with the Uchiha girls' troupe. It was a disaster. That bastard Tobarama wouldn't stop interfering. Izuna blurted out without hesitation, throwing Tobarama under the bus. Oomph. That white-haired nuisance is getting more and more intolerable, Madara said, his tone darkening. First he killed my little brother, and now that my brother's finally been brought back to life, he's meddling in something as important as a marriage alliance that could revitalize the Uchiha clan. How could such a jerk possibly be the father of a kid as decent as Dave? Come on, let's get some more practice in. Later, I'll take you dancing. Today, if we work together as brothers, we're sure to beat that Senju Hashirama. We can worry about matchmaking tomorrow. I'll ask Mito about it again for you, Madara continued. That's really not necessary, big brother. What exactly is dancing? Izuna looked utterly miserable. The last thing he wanted was to get slapped by another girl. Dancing? It's an intense, passionate sport. Hashirama and I have a match every afternoon. He's been winning for a whole month now, but it's just because he can do belly dancing. After I beat him once, he couldn't handle it. He went and wrote my pole dance routine into the Book of Seals. If not for that, I'd have beaten him hundreds of times by now, Madara scoffed. Izuna was dumbstruck. What's all this about dancing? About matches? Belly dancing and pole dancing? He'd only been dead a little over a decade. How could he already be so out of touch with the times? Seeing his brother's confusion, Madara patiently explained what dance was and just how skilled he himself had become in the art. A moment later, oh, I understand. I'll go practice right now. Today, I'll definitely help you win against Hashirama. Izuna nodded as he spoke. The grudge he held over what Tobarama did yesterday still lingered in his heart. Today, he was determined to reclaim their honor through his big brother Madara. Wait a moment, let me call Dave first. Hashirama's belly dance is truly something special. He's reached a level of mastery that's almost otherworldly. We need to come up with a new dance if we want to defeat him, Madara said, his face grave with concern. Hello, Uncle Madara. Is there something you need? Dave's voice came through the phone from the other end. Dave, do you know any new dance that could defeat Hashirama? His belly dancing skills are pretty formidable, Madara asked calmly. I do, Uncle Madara. Dave paused, then gave a wry chuckle. Was this how the legendary Madara would meet his match, defeated by dance? Where are you right now? Izuna and I will come find you, Madara said. I'm at the clan compound, over at the second elder's place. I'm here to play with you, May. Wait a bit. Are you at home? I'll come to you, Dave replied. All right, come over. A short while later. Izuna, uncle, how did your blind date go yesterday? Dave arrived at Madara's house and greeted Izuna. Not so well. I even got slapped by that girl. Izuna's face clouded over at the mention of the date, the memory of that slap still fresh and stinging. No way. Uncle Izuna, you're so handsome. Back in your prime, even I had to step aside. How could it not work out? Dave was puzzled. Just based on Izuna's good looks, this outcome seemed impossible. Sigh, it's all Tobarama's fault. Izuna's heart twisted in pain at the thought. Dave, do you have a new dance that can beat Hashirama? Madara, however, was focused only on today's dance-off and defeating Hashirama. Of course, Uncle Madara. Have you heard of street dance? That afternoon, Hashirama strutted in, leading the Senju girls group, just as he did every other day, his posture proud, like a rooster basking in victory. Where on earth is Madara? Hashirama checked the time on his phone, muttering to himself in confusion. Hashirama. At that moment, Uchiha Madara walked toward them alone, his steps measured and calm. Madara, what do you plan on losing today? Hashirama chuckled, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. After all, he'd been on a winning streak. Lately, belly dance truly was the dance of the gods. That pole dance was nothing but an oddity. Black stockings, Madara. Please get out of my head. Hashirama, do you really think you'll win again today? Madara replied, his voice icy. Today, he wore nothing special, just a simple suit. Where's your Uchiha girls group? What? You want to go solo today, Madara? Hashirama teased, grinning, not the least bit bothered. Defeat you? I alone am more than enough. Besides, I'm not alone. Uchiha Madara sneered coldly. Please, bring it on, scoundrel. Madara strode onto the stage. As electrifying music thundered through the air, Madara began his routine. Then, he launched into a flawless Thomas spin, spinning straight into the hearts of countless female villagers. Next, he planted his hands on the ground and, with perfect timing to the beat, whipped his legs into a windmill, spinning with mesmerizing grace. Hashirama was left utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. Catching sight of the shock on Hashirama's face, Madara curled his lips into a dismissive smile. With a snap of his fingers, a shadow descended from above, gracefully landing to join Madara's dance, moving in perfect harmony with him. Ha ha, big brother. Dancing really makes one's blood surge with excitement. Uchiha Izuna laughed heartily as he spun into his own windmill, side by side with his elder brother. Izuna. Hashirama stared at Izuna, who had seemingly fallen from the sky, then glanced over at the villagers, whose eyes were aglow with admiration. Hashirama sank into a pit of frustration. Hashirama, tonight, we brothers stand together. Our victory is assured. Night fell. Tobirama, please dance with me. Hashirama clung to his younger brother's leg, eyes brimming with tears, his voice a desperate plea. Let go, brother. There's no way I'm joining you in some embarrassing dance. Let go. Tobirama's forehead veins bulged as he roared in protest. I lost to Madara tonight, and he even brought Izuna along. With just the two of them, they'd beat me and my Senja girl group. It's all because of Izuna. I'm sure of it. I can't stand losing like this. Hashirama's cries were full of anguish. What? You're saying Izuna was there too? And they actually beat you? The moment Tobirama heard Izuna's name, he became a different person, his tone suddenly sharp and focused. Yes, if it was just Madara and his Uchiha girl group, there's no way they could have beaten me. Fine. The next afternoon, the villagers were treated to an extraordinary sight. Izuna and Tobirama faced off, while Madara and Hashirama glared at each other across the stage. The eyes of both teams blazed with fierce determination. Hashirama, Madara, Tobirama Senju, Izuna Uchiha. Off to the side, Dave watched the spectacle, his head pounding. Who could have imagined Madara and Izuna breakdancing against Hashirama and Tobirama belly dancing? The scene was, in a word, eye-searing, almost too much to bear. Dave even began to wonder if reviving Izuna had been the right decision after all. Yume, your clan leader, and the Hokage are going to be the death of me. Recalling last night's legendary showdown, Dave felt a fresh wave of pain in his heart. He had come to find his little Yume first thing in the morning, hoping for some comfort. Yume burst into a fit of giggles, her laughter bubbling merrily. She thought Dave looked absolutely adorable right now. Hey kid, just how long do I have to wait before I can finally come out? At this moment, the Ninetales was grumbling from within Dave's mind. Huh, you can come out whenever you want. I never said you couldn't, Dave replied, looking puzzled. Ever since he'd taught the Ninetales the shadow clone technique, he'd pretty much left him to his own devices, making it clear he could come out whenever he liked. The Ninetales spluttered in indignation. Have you even noticed the kind of people you've been hanging around with these past 2 days? Do you think I dare show myself? Suddenly, an adorable little orange fox appeared in Dave's hands out of nowhere. Wow, Dave, how did that little fox suddenly end up in your hands? Moonmay's eyes sparkled with delight as she saw the half-meter-tall, cute red fox that had just materialized in Dave's arms. Oh, this is Kurama. From now on, he's our companion, Dave said with a smile, lifting the tiny Ninetales in his hands. He's called Kurama? That's so cute. And he even has 9 little tails. Can I hold him? Moonmay asked excitedly, a little hesitant, but full of joy. Of course. Kurama, you don't mind, do you? Dave grinned, turning to the little fox in his hands. Kid, do you think I'm a pet? Of course I mind. The little fox let out a protest in a voice that was more endearing than intimidating. Your objection is overruled, Dave chuckled, handing the small Ninetales over to Moonmay. A moment later, hey girl, I'm the fearsome Nine-tailed demon fox. Let me go. Grr. The little Ninetales struggled in her arms, letting out a roar that, given his tiny body and dopey expression, sounded anything but threatening. No way, you can even talk. You're just too adorable. Moonmay shook her head, her eyes glowing as she nuzzled Kurama's soft fur with her cheek. So fluffy. Stop rubbing your greasy hair all over my silky fur. The little Ninetales grumbled weakly, trying in vain to squirm free. So cute. The more Kurama struggled, the more irresistible Moonmay found him. I warn you, girl. Do you have any idea what the consequences of this will be? Kurama howled in protest. Hey, Dave. Is he a boy or a girl? Moonmay ignored Kurama's feeble cries and looked over at Dave. I have no idea. He never lets me check, Dave said helplessly, waving his hands. Every time he tried to look, he'd get chased away. Whether Kurama was male or female remained a mystery. Let me just check under his tails. Gore. Well, after checking under the tails, it was confirmed, definitely a boy fox. A little while later, Moonmay went off to do her daily training, so Dave excused himself as well. All right, Kurama, stop whining. Let's go get you something to eat, Dave said with a wry smile, looking at the limp Ninetales sprawled in his arms. Oh, brat, you'd better feed me till I'm full. No, wait, make sure I eat my fill. Otherwise, I'll grow huge and destroy your village. The moment the Ninetales heard about food, it perked right up. Dave chuckled and set the Ninetales on top of his head. The little fox sprawled comfortably across Dave's white hair, its 9 fluffy tails draped over his back. On the bustling commercial street of Konoha. Hey kid, look, that one. That looks delicious, I want to eat that. The Ninetales pointed excitedly at a small pastry stall, its voice ringing out with delight. All right, we'll go now, Dave replied with a smile. The Ninetales really was a bit adorable. Sir, could you please give me those pastries from the top shelf? Dave approached the stall, pointing at a few beautifully decorated sweets, his face beaming. Of course, young customer. The shopkeeper smiled, took down the pastries, and put them carefully into a bag. Oh, what a cute little fox you have on your head, the shopkeeper remarked, noticing the little Ninetales blinking its eyes and grinning atop Dave's head. Aha, these pastries are just what he wanted. Dave laughed, handing over some money. He picked a few pastries from the bag and passed them to the Ninetales. The little fox snatched the sweets from Dave's hand and stuffed them straight into its mouth. Its eyes sparkled with delight. So delicious. With each bite, the Ninetales grew happier and more content. Suddenly, memories of the past 1,000 years surfaced, bringing a bittersweet ache to its heart. Those weren't days fit for any beast. Though it was merely a mass of chakra, it still had feelings and desires. Whenever it went hungry, it had to settle for leaves, sour and astringent, or hunt small animals, which are all gamey and reeked. Just thinking about it brought tears to its eyes. Looks like this little fox really enjoys my pastries. The shopkeeper beamed, delighted to see the adorable creature so fond of his treats. Not bad at all, man. These, what do you call them? Pastries. Yes, pastries, really tasty. The little Ninetales gave the shopkeeper a thumbs up, its mouth still stuffed full as it mumbled its approval. Oh, the little fox can talk. How adorable. The shopkeeper was startled by the sudden outburst from the fox. Man, I'll remember you. I'll come back next time. The Ninetales waved goodbye to the shopkeeper alongside Dave, and the two continued wandering down the street. Hey, Brad, that one looks good. Sure thing. Ma'am, could I have a few of those? What is this stuff? Tastes terrible. Dave glanced at the woman's face, which was growing darker by the second, then at the chattering Ninetales atop his head, who was loudly criticizing the food. He quickly apologized to the lady and hurried off with the little fox. Kid, that one looks good too. I want a bite. Huh? How should I put it? A bit sour, but still within an acceptable range. Over there. Kid, hurry up. If you keep dawdling like that, good food won't wait for your limping pace. Charge. Not bad at all. The colors, aroma, and taste are all spot on. Woman, I have to say, you've done well. Ugh, just shut up already. Why do you have to talk so much while eating? What? Now a tailed beast isn't even allowed to talk. Hurry up, grab a few more over there. Those look pretty good too. How should I rate this one? Well, it's just average. Yeah, I'd say it's alright. Not as good as those little beasts reeking of fish and blood, but still better. Get out of here. Kurama, can't you just keep your mouth shut while you eat? No way. If it doesn't taste good, why can't I say it? Heh, I'm a mighty Ninetales. I have to speak up. He needs to improve so that when Lord Kurama eats next time, it'll taste better. After offending most of the seasoned cooks and food vendors in the business district, Dave swore he'd never bring this troublesome Ninetales to a place like this again. Kurama, are you full? Dave looked up with a face full of resentment at the little Ninetales, who was sprawled out on his hair, picking his teeth. It was alright. That first guy's pastry was the best. The rest, honestly, were just so. The little Ninetales picked at his teeth, thought for a moment, and replied. Let's go. Where do you want to play? Dave asked. Is there anything fun in the village? We could just look around. The little Ninetales kept picking his teeth completely. Indifferent. As long as there was food, he was content. Usually all he did was eat and sleep and eat. What was there to do for fun? All right, let's take a stroll around the village. A short while later, little Ninetales spotted the two people he wished he'd never see in his entire life. Madara, give me 10 more coins. Just 10. With 10 more, I swear I'll win you a plushie. Hashirama's face was flushed, yelling at Madara nearby. No, you've already lost a few thousand silver coins. Madara turned away, his tone utterly cold. With Hashirama's lousy luck, how could he ever win anything? If he hadn't insisted on dragging Madara along to the claw machine this morning, and even threatened to stop Mito from introducing a match for Azuna, Madara would never have come. Waste all this money just to watch you lose? I'd rather spend it on some dumplings for my adorable little Dave. Hashirama, what are you even thinking? Actually, Dave wanted to say that slot machine was his too. All the money his uncle lost ended up right back in his own pocket. You little brat. Hurry, let me go back. The little Ninetales, walking over with Dave, caught sight of Hashirama and Madara in the distance. Terrified, he howled, his face full of panic. It's all right, Kurama. They're actually very nice people. You just happened to rub them the wrong way before. That's all. Usually, they're quite friendly. Don't worry. Dave patted the little fox's head, smiling helplessly as he tried to reassure him. Seeing Dave walk straight toward those two troublemakers, the Ninetales grew even more uneasy. when Dave refused to send him back. He quickly hid his tiny head under Dave's hair, leaving only two sparkling eyes peeking out to timidly observe what was happening. Uncle Madara, Dave called out cheerfully, greeting the two men who were still bickering. Hey, Dave, you're here. Quick, lend your uncle a few thousand ryo, and I'll win you a doll. Hashirama shouted excitedly, his face flushed with anticipation. Madara simply nodded in acknowledgement. Dave let out a resigned sigh at the sight of Hashirama's enthusiastic expression. He reached into his pocket and handed over a couple thousand ryo. After all, whatever this guy lost would end up back in his own pocket anyway, so it didn't really matter. Hooray! Dave, you're the best! Hashirama cheered and dashed off to exchange the money for tokens, grinning from ear to ear. Hey kid, is that the nine tails on your head? Madara glanced at Hashirama's retreating back, then turned to Dave, eyeing the two little eyes peeking from his hair. Yeah, Uncle Madara. He's my partner now. Dave nodded and smiled. Nine tails, if you ever do anything to hurt Dave, I will never forgive you. Madara's Sharingan flashed crimson as he fixed the little fox with a chilling stare, his voice low and deadly serious. Madara knew that Dave had sealed the nine tails into his own body. In his eyes, Dave was truly a good kid, willing to risk sealing something so dangerous inside himself just to help resurrect Azuna. It was deeply moving. If this fox ever dared harm Dave, Madara swore, he would destroy the world itself to avenge him. The nine tails shuddered violently, trembling as he faced those blood-red Sharingan eyes. Ha, I'm back. Claw machine, let's go for another 300 rounds. Hashirama returned, his tokens exchanged, bursting with excitement. Moments later, Hashirama had lost hundreds of tokens in another round of games. Even the nine tails couldn't bear to watch anymore. This is ridiculous. Even a tailed beast can't stand it. Give it here. The nine tails, exasperated by Hashirama's clumsy and overly enthusiastic losing streak, leapt off Dave's head, landed in front of Hashirama, and snatched the last remaining token from his hand. Damn it, watch and learn. Watch how I do it. How can you be this hopeless? Little Nine Tails stood on the claw machine console, clutching Hashirama's face with its tiny paws, shouting at him. Hashirama, huh? What's going on? Where did this little fox come from? Without missing a beat, Little Nine Tails began working the controls with lightning speed, and soon snagged a Uchiha Madara plushie. With a triumphant leap from the console, Little Nine Tails grabbed the Madara plush from the chute and flung it right at Hashirama's face. See? That's how you play this game. What on earth were you doing? Little Nine Tails berated Hashirama, seething with frustration. But then, a realization dawned on Little Nine Tails. Wait, this guy, is this actually the Hashirama Senju? Oh no, I've really messed up this time. Big brother Hashirama. I was wrong. I must have lost my mind. I shouldn't have slapped your face. Please, you're generous. Let me off this once. Huh. Well, if it isn't Nine Tails. Wow, you're pretty cute when you're tiny like this. And you played a good game, too. Hashirama chuckled, rubbing the spot where the little plushie had slapped his face, watching with amusement as Little Nine Tails darted away to hide behind Dave's hair, using the strands as a makeshift shield. Uncle, Little Nine Tails just has a fiery personality. I apologize on his behalf, Dave said with an awkward, helpless smile. Honestly, Nine Tails, do you ever learn your lesson? How could you dare to yell at Hashirama and slap his face no less? Even Madara never dared slap him. How did you get so bold? It's fine, really. I'm not mad. Maybe I really am just terrible at this game, Hashirama said, his whole demeanor gradually clouded by a shadow of gloom. Uncle, it's really okay. At least you're a fantastic dancer. Dave tried to comfort the crestfallen Hashirama with a wry smile. That's right. At least I dance better than Madara. Hashirama's eyes began to shine as the darkness lifted from him. Dave thought to himself, I never said that. Hashirama, do you honestly think you dance better than me? Madara's voice thundered from across the room, instantly ignited by Hashirama's words, his rage boiling over. Huh, isn't that just the usual? If Azuna hadn't helped you the other day, do you really think you would have beaten me? Hashirama replied with a sly grin. Oh no, here we go again. Hashirama, are you challenging me again today? Madara, bring it on. I'll be waiting for you with Azuna this afternoon. Madara shot Hashirama a cold glare before turning on his heel and striding off. Dave, Uncle's heading back to rehearsal first. Tonight, I'm definitely going to beat him. Hashirama watched as Madara walked away, and suddenly the claw machine nearby lost its appeal. He waved a quick goodbye to Dave and strolled off. With the two bullies who'd roughed him up finally gone, the Little Nine Tails perched on Dave's head at last let his hair fall away from his tiny, hidden face. Why aren't you still lying flat up there? Dave asked with a smile. As a Nine Tails, if I can stand, I'd never stoop to lying down. The little fox puffed out his tiny chest, declaring with haughty pride. Dave burst into hearty laughter, choosing not to tease him any further. Hey, brat. What are you laughing at? Stop it. No laughing. The little fox's face flushed bright red in an instant, and he hurriedly grabbed at Dave's hair with his tiny paws, shouting indignantly. A moment later, after their playful tussle had settled down, the little Ninetails looked thoughtful and asked, Hey, what did they mean by dancing? Oh, that's a bit hard to explain. Dave wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Every time the word dance came up, his mind couldn't help conjuring the image of that silhouette in black stockings. If you really want to know, just come by and see for yourself this afternoon, he managed at last. All right, the little fox nodded. He'd spent half the day wandering around the village with Dave, and it had been surprisingly fun. Just like that moment when he smacked Hashirama earlier. Sure, the memory still sent a chill down his spine, but thinking back on it, man, it was exhilarating. One of these days, he thought, I gotta try that on Uchiha Madara and his stone-faced scowl too. Yes, if Dave only knew what was running through the little fox's mind, he'd be utterly dumbfounded. Kid, you never learned, do you? The only reason you got away with slapping Hashirama is because he's got a good temper and let it slide. And now you're thinking about trying it on Madara? Good grief. Even if I lent you 3 more lives, it wouldn't be enough. Come on, I've got class this afternoon. Let's head to the school first, Dave said with a smile. Class? What's that? The little fox, who'd grown up wild and never known a day of schooling, looked baffled. Class? Well, now that the terrifying thing, Dave shuddered at the thought of that kindly, fatherly face. He couldn't help but tremble. Can you imagine what it's like every lesson to have that gentle old man fix you with a loving, all-knowing gaze? Ninja Academy. Dad, sorry I'm late. Uncle Izuna? What are you doing here? Dave arrived at the academy, clutching the little fox, half running, half hopping. He bowed, his head, ready to apologize to his father, only to look up and find, to his astonishment, Izuna standing at the front of the class. Haha, I usually don't have much to do in the clan. I heard that Tobarama is teaching at the Ninja Academy, so I thought I'd give it a try myself. And here I am, Izuna said with a light-hearted smile. Dave was momentarily stunned, nodding in a bit of daze. All right, don't just stand there. I haven't even started the lesson yet. Come in quickly, Izuna called out, beckoning Dave forward with an amused smile at his adorable, distracted look. Dave hurried in, clutching Kurama close as he made his way to his seat. Wow, Dave, you even brought Kurama to class today. Huh, Kurama, what are you munching on? Tsukimi's face lit up when she saw Dave, the one she'd been thinking about, and her delight only grew when she noticed the little fox in his arms. Scary girl, what are you doing here? Kurama, who had just started nibbling on some snacks they'd picked up on the way, froze at the sound of Tsukimi's familiar voice. Remembering what had happened earlier that morning, a shiver ran down his spine. Hey, this is school. I'm a student here. Of course I have to come to class, Tsukimi replied with a cheerful smile. Kurama, what are you holding and chewing on with your cute little paws and mouth? Tsukimi asked, finding the sight of the fox's incessant nibbling absolutely adorable. Dave, quick, keep these safe for me. Whatever you do, don't let that girl steal them. Kurama frantically shoved his snacks into Dave's hands, pleading with him to hide them. With his tiny fox body, there was no way he could resist this girl. Tsukimi couldn't help but burst out laughing at the little fox's panicked expression. Tsukimi, Dave, seeing Kurama's anxious look, let out a helpless chuckle. Then, from the pile of snack Kurama had just handed over, he picked one out and held it up to Tsukimi's lips. Tsukimi blushed, smiled sweetly, and slowly opened her delicate mouth. Dave gently popped the treat in. Kurama, watching this unfold from below, was completely dumbfounded. He felt as if his entire worldview had just collapsed. He might not be human, but these two were certainly acting like lovebirds. Kurama's inner monologue. Here I am, a fox being force-fed romantic fluff by 2 humans. Is there any way to eliminate them both? Oh, right, the guy's my Jinchuriki. I'll wait online for advice. This is urgent. Oh, whoa, you brat. Why did you give my snacks to that terrible girl? Kurama howled in protest, thoroughly indignant. You're just a little fox. What do you need with so many snacks anyway? Come on, Tsukimi. Let's ignore him and continue. Man, I'm not even human, but you two are something else. Standing on the stage, lecturing, Izuna caught sight of those two lost in their own little world and felt utterly exasperated. He'd already heard about Dave and Tsukimi from his older brother. He didn't think it was a big deal, especially since the kid in question was Dave, someone who had been exceptionally good to him ever since his revival. Why couldn't there be exceptions for him? Besides, most of the clan rules passed down for centuries had already been broken. In fact, his brother, Madara Uchiha, had probably broken half of them himself. And he'd heard that the two kids got along exceptionally well, that they were very much in love. But still, seriously, you two, it's fine to be close, to be affectionate, but could you not do it right in the middle of my class? Have you ever considered the feelings of your hardworking teacher up here? You, both of you, how unfilial can you get? As for the nine-tails over here, he lay at Dave's feet, eyes vacant and unfocused, completely lost in thought. Who was he? Where was he? What was he doing? What had he just witnessed? Why was he even here? These questions echoed in his soul, sending the little nine-tails spiraling into existential reflection. Why indeed? Why? In the end, the lesson drifted to a close, with Izuna nursing a headache and the little nine-tails pondering the meaning of his fox life. After class, Dave, where did you find that little fox? Sarutobi walked over to Dave, finally voicing the question that had nagged at him all afternoon. Kagami, Tobikage, and Danzo also gathered around. Oh, his name is Kurama. You could just think of him as my pet. Dave considered for a moment and decided not to share the full story of the nine-tails just yet. Brat, who are you calling a pet? The little nine-tails, having endured a whole class's worth of public affection, was already full of grievances. Now, hearing himself called a pet, his anger flared. How could he let that slide? Absolutely not. Whoa, he could talk, Sarutobi exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, you could even consider him a summoning beast. He's really powerful. Dave nodded with a smile. Dave, can I pet him? At that moment, a timid, blonde-haired girl approached, looking at Dave with hopeful eyes. Her name was Koharu Yutane. She was a civilian, lucky enough to have made it into the ninja academy. But aside from that bookworm Hamura, nearly everyone else in class came from powerful clans. Normally, she was shy and rarely spoke. But seeing how cute the nine-tails looked, she simply couldn't resist. So she finally worked up the courage to come over and ask. Another little girl again. All you little girls, stay away from me. As soon as the little nine-tailed fox saw yet another young girl reaching out to pet him, his fur bristled in anger. The shadow left by that girl, Tsukimi, still hadn't faded from his mind. Let her pet you just this once. I'll buy you some pastries when we get home tonight. Dave whispered secretly to the nine-tails inside him. I want 10. No, 30. I want 30 pastries. Or no deal. The nine-tails thought about it for a moment, then grinned wide, making his demand. Dave almost burst out laughing, suddenly recalling a phrase from his previous life. Beast folk will never be slaves, unless you offer food and lodging. The current nine-tails really fit that saying perfectly. Of course, that's no problem, Dave replied with a smile, handing the little nine-tails over. Wow, his fur is so soft. Thank you, Dave. Koharu from the next dorm cradled the nine-tails in her arms, running her hands through his fur as if he'd just been washed with the best shampoo, her eyes sparkling with delight. Meanwhile, the little nine-tails in Koharu's arms looked as if his soul had left his body, his face cycling between pale and flushed. With discomfort. This girl was even scarier than Tsukimi. Being hugged so tightly, he could barely breathe. Across the way, Kyo and Hiruzen caught sight of this scene, and their eyes lit up. Some odd new idea seemed to spark in their minds. Unlike the others, Tsukimi stared warily at Koharu, who had suddenly appeared and was now holding the nine-tails. She watched the girl's starlit eyes with a growing sense of unease. A faint sense of crisis washed over her. It used to be fine. Dave was always with her, and no other girls dared approach him. But now, the sudden appearance of this new girl had triggered her alarm. Dave, shouldn't we be heading over to watch the clan chiefs dance off? Tsukimi turned to Dave and asked. Huh? Oh, right. Uncle Madara and the others are about to start their dance battle. We'd better get going. Dave snapped out of his thoughts, checked the time on his phone, and realized it was almost time. Hastily, he apologized to the others, then took the nine-tails and Tsukimi and left the scene. Dave is really wonderful, Koharu thought to herself silently. This is just a comedic side plot. The story has only one heroine, rest assured. That night, Hiruzen returned home. Father, I want a summoning beast. Hiruzen's eyes shone as he looked up at his father. Are you sure? Sarutobi Sasuke paused, his voice turning serious. I'm sure. Hiruzen nodded, his face solemn. Very well. Sign here. Sarutobi Sasuke pulled a massive scroll out of the drawer and handed it to Hiruzen. A moment later, I don't want a summoning beast anymore, father. I don't want it. It's so ugly. Hoo. I really don't want it. Hiruzen looked at the enormous black ape demon he had just summoned, and even he was startled by the sight. Clutching his father's leg, he burst into tears. This was supposed to be his summoning beast? He managed to scare himself with his own summon. How was he supposed to impress any girls with this thing? What? Girl wouldn't be terrified at the sight of it? He had been dreaming of flirting and showing off, but who wouldn't be left speechless after seeing this creature? A few awkward lines appeared on the foreheads of both Sarutobi Sasuke and the ape demon. Sasuke, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave, the ape demon said, closing his eyes and struggling to suppress the urge to teach the brat who summoned him a lesson. Sorry, demon, don't take it to heart. Kids just don't know any better. Sarutobi Sasuke hurriedly tried to smooth things over. The ape demon grunted, and with a puff of white smoke, vanished from the scene. Afterward, Hiruzen received a one-sided thrashing from his father, who declared that Hiruzen didn't know a treasure when he saw one, and that one day, he'd regret it. On the western edge of Konoha, Hashirama, Madara, Tobirama, Izuna Uchiha. After a round of shouting at each other's names, the dance-off began. Dave watched the scene, utterly numb. He didn't want to comment or do anything at all. He simply leaned quietly against Tsukimi's shoulder, too tired to care anymore. Dave-kun, what's wrong? Tsukimi asked, concern flickering in her eyes as she felt Dave rest his head on her shoulder and close his eyes. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired, Dave replied, a single silent tear sliding down his face. He didn't want to admit that the people before him were the ones he once knew. When Tsukimi saw Dave's tears, her heart ached for him. She reached out and gently wiped the tear stains from his face. Dave opened his eyes, and the two of them gazed at each other in silence, then smiled softly and held hands. It's nothing, Dave thought quietly to himself. Even if Uncle Madara and Grandpa Hashirama have turned into women, as long as you're here, Tsukimi, everything feels just right. Madara, Hashirama, Kurama, the Nine-Tails couldn't take it anymore while being squeezed in their arms. He quickly leapt out. This looks fun. I want to give it a try too, Kurama said, feeling a surge of excitement as he watched the four people dance with wild abandon. With a flick of his nine-tails, he sauntered into the middle of the group. A moment later, Kurama, you want to dance too, huh? Madara, Hashirama, let me show you what real dancing looks like. Wah 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 wah. Dave watched as even Kurama joined in the revelry. Everything had changed, completely changed. The world of Naruto was utterly unrecognizable now. Dave suddenly collapsed into Tsukimi's arms and burst into tears. This was no longer the familiar world of Naruto he once knew. Tsukimi held Dave close, her heart aching for him as she whispered gentle words of comfort again and again. After Dave released the Nine-Tails, he simply let it roam free in the village, leaving it to its own devices. After all, with Madara and Hashirama still around, even if the fox grew 100 times bolder, it wouldn't dare cause real trouble. With the Nine-Tails swaggering so openly through the village, it was inevitable that spies from other villages would notice. News of this quickly found its way back to their leaders. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. What do you make of this, Chiyo? The first Kazekage, Retsudo, set down the documents in his hand and addressed the young woman before him. A red fox with 9 tails, the 9 tails, one of the 9 great-tailed beasts. Has Konoha really managed to tame the 9 tails? This can't go on. Our village must have a tailed beast of our own. Otherwise, with Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara already. Enough of a headache. Adding the 9 tails to their side would make Konoha the undisputed leader among the 5 great villages. Chiyo's expression was grave as she spoke. In that case, with the 9 great-tailed beasts and the 9 tails already captured by Konoha, which one of the 8 remaining beasts should we go after? Retsudo nodded and asked. According to the records, the 9 tails is the strongest among them. The combined chakra of the other 8 barely compares to the 9 tails alone. Now that it's out of the question, if we're to capture one, it should be the 1 tail. The records describe it as a weasel covered in curse marks, skilled in wind release and magnetic sealing techniques. It's a perfect fit for our sand village, and it should still be somewhere in the land of wind. It's said to have a fondness for sand, Chiyo replied, producing a thick tome. Very well, then we'll go after it. Meanwhile, the other villages were each making their own moves, all setting their sights on the remaining 8-tailed beasts. Konoha, Hokage's office. Any thoughts? Hashirama looked at the intelligence report, rubbing his temples in frustration as he glanced at those gathered before him. Politics was never his strong suit. We need to go after them as well. Ever since Dave became the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, every village has turned its attention to capturing the remaining tailed beasts. We have to secure them all before they do, Tobirama said, opening his eyes slowly, their gaze sharp and piercing. What's the point of catching them? We already have the 9 tails. That's enough. Or do you want us to round up every last tailed beast and make the other 4 great nations band together against us? Izuna, standing to the side, shot him an annoyed look, clearly not convinced. Izuna, you'd be better off going home and finding someone to marry. This isn't the place for you. If we capture the remaining tailed beasts and sell them to the other villages, Not only will we secure a significant source of income for our village, but we'll also maintain the balance among the five great nations and keep them from making reckless moves. Now that our village possesses the 9 tails, the other 4 villages all sense a crisis. We're leading the pack among the 5 great villages, and that's not good for Konoha's future development. The other 4 villages are likely to target us. Tobirama sneered, retorting to Izuna before continuing his explanation. Senju Tobirama, are you looking for death? Uchiha Izuna. And yet, who was it that I killed before? Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna. With a roar, the two of them stormed out and immediately started fighting right on top of the Hokage building. Inside the office, Hashirama wore a face full of worry. Couldn't those two ever get along? Look at me and Madara. Our relationship is great. Not like you two, always at each other's throats. Still, Tobirama did have a point there, and Hashirama couldn't help but feel persuaded. A moment later, Izuna, how's your strength right now? Looking at Izuna and Tobirama, both battered and bruised, Hashirama asked with a bit of a headache. At the very least, I'm stronger than a certain white-haired jerk who only knows how to use Flying Thunder God to play dirty. Izuna scoffed, his nose swollen like a pig. All right, then I'll leave the 1 tail and 2 tails to you. Is that okay? Hashirama nodded, not taking Izuna's bluster seriously. After all, Izuna's strength was surely on par with Tobirama's by now. No, Izuna was just about to agree when Madara, seated nearby, stood up and interrupted. HM, what's wrong, Madara? Hashirama paused in surprise and turned to Madara. Yeah, big brother, why can't I go? Izuna also looked puzzled. In the past, I failed in my duty as an elder brother. I let you die. Now that you've come back, I want to spend the rest of my life making it up to you. All I want is for you to live safely from now on. I don't want you to be in danger ever again. As for the remaining 8-tailed beasts, give me 4 of them, Madara said quietly, meeting Hashirama's gaze. Big brother. Izuna's expression grew complicated, lost for words. Very well, Madara. Then I'll leave the 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, and 4 tails to you, Hashirama agreed, understanding Madara's feelings. He felt the same way about his own brother, Tobirama. Some people who've just been resurrected should just focus on finding a spouse and carrying on the family line. Big brother, what about me? Not to be left out, Tobirama shot a barb at Izuna before turning to Hashirama with his question. You? There's no need for you to go out. Just stay put in the village and behave yourself. Why not spend some time with Izuna and meet the potential brides? Mito has recently found a few lovely girls for you to get to know. As for the remaining 4-tailed beasts, the 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, and 8 tails, leave them to me. It's been a while since I stretched my muscles. Hashirama grinned mischievously as he spoke, paying no mind at all to the increasingly thunderous look on Tobirama's face. Tobirama Senju, I'm going to kill you. Izuna Uchiha. Someone who's already died once has no right to say things like that. Tobirama Senju. Izuna Uchiha. Watching the two launch into another fight at the slightest provocation, it wasn't just Hashirama. Even Madara felt a headache coming on. Still, he saw no reason to intervene. Whatever was between Izuna and Tobirama, he'd let Izuna sort it out himself. As long as Izuna was safe, that was all that mattered. At that moment, Madara, how about a contest? Let's see who catches theirs faster. Hashirama turned to Madara, eyes blazing with competitive fire. Hashirama Senju, should I take that as a challenge? Madara locked eyes with Hashirama, his own gaze burning with a crimson intensity. Of course. Hashirama nodded emphatically. Damn it. These past few days, whether it was dancing, games, or even claw machines, he hadn't managed to beat Madara once. He was determined to reclaim his pride. Hashirama. Madara. A short while later, Sarutobi Sasuke walked into the Hokage's office, a stack of documents in hand, hoping to get Hashirama's approval on some matters. But what greeted his eyes was utter chaos. Papers scattered everywhere, and 2 gaping holes in the glass behind the desk. In that moment, Sarutobi Sasuke's already slightly stooped figure seemed to sag further with a deep sense of resignation. Hashirama Senju. By now, Hashirama was already out of the village, but when he heard the furious roar echoing from behind, a chill ran down his spine. A week later, Madara Uchiha. Konoha. Konoha has gone too far, coming all the way to the land of wind to capture a tailed beast. This is outrageous. Chiyo, send a message to Konoha. If they don't return the 1 tail, Sunagakure will declare war on them. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama Senju. Unforgivable. They came to the land of lightning to capture tailed beasts. Both of them got taken. Arg. Send a message to Konoha. If they don't return those 2 tailed beasts, Kimogakure will go to war with them. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama Senju. Arf. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama Senju. The remaining 8-tailed beasts all fell into the hands of Konoha, and the other 4 great villages were nearly driven mad with anger. After all, except for the 7 tails, the rest of the tailed beasts mostly lived within their own countries. Yet, these 2 didn't even bother to give a warning before snatching the beasts right before everyone's eyes. How could the other villages possibly save face after that? One after another, they sent messages to Konoha, all saying more or less the same thing. Return the tailed beasts, or face war. What should we do? Hashirama looked at the 4 documents in his hands and turned to ask everyone present. 1 ninja world. 5 great nations. Isn't this division? Isn't this a betrayal of the sage of 6 paths? The 4 great ninja villages are all targeting us, and even those small countries are jumping in for a piece of the action. If they want to fight, then let's give them one. Dave, sitting at the table, fired up a stirring background track on his phone, pounding the tabletop in a burst of passion as he shouted. Everyone fell silent, staring blankly at Dave, bewildered. Just got a little carried away there. Please go on. Just ignore me. Dave finally snapped out of it, realizing he'd been swept away by memories of certain scene from his previous life. Let's send a message and call for a 5 Kage summit. We'll sell the tailed beast to them, Tobarama suggested after thinking it over. Where do we hold it? It can't be in any of the 5 great villages. None of the Kage would attend if that were the case, Hashirama asked. Well, the Land of Iron or the Land of Rain. Both are at the heart of the ninja world. But the current regime in the Land of Rain is still unstable, and it could be dangerous there. The Land of Iron, then? We'll do it in the Land of Iron, Tobarama said, spreading out a map of the ninja world on the table and pointing to the Land of Iron after considering it for a moment. All right, then send messages to the Land of Iron and the other 4 great villages, Hashirama nodded. Uncle, are you leaving the village? Can I come along? Dave asked Hashirama. If he guessed right, this was the beginning of the very first 5 Kage summon story, and he wanted to be part of the action. He'd actually been at the dango shop eating with Uncle Madara that day when Hashirama summoned Madara, and Madara, not thinking much about it, had brought Dave along. Dave, the 5 Kage summit is no place for children, Tobarama said sternly. Hey, come on, old man. I'm not a kid. I got a wife. How about my fox? I can even use with style. Aside from my age and height, I'm already an adult. Dave protested, a bit frustrated. What's more, Uncle Madara and Uncle Hashirama will both be there, right? Uncle Madara is so strong. If anything really happens, I know he'll protect me. Dave insisted, his tone full of indignation. Well, it's good for Dave to get out and see the world. Besides, Hashirama and I will be there. He won't be in any danger. Madara couldn't help but show off a little after hearing Dave praise him like that. All right, but I'm coming too. Tobarama thought for a moment before speaking. Since he knew Flying Thunder God, he could be there in an instant if Dave ran into trouble. Hey. If all of you are going, then I want to go too. Izuna protested, seeing everyone else heading off together. Was he supposed to stay in Konoha all alone? Thinking back on his recent arranged marriage experiences, Izuna felt deeply uncomfortable. Every afternoon, Mito would come looking for him, and his big brother was blocking the entrance to the Uchiha compound. Even if he wanted to escape, there was nowhere to run. And what business does a washed-up guy who's already died want of coming along? Just trying to get some attention? Tobarama shot Izuna a disdainful glance as he spoke. Tobarama Senju, I've put up with you for way too long. Izuna Uchiha, like you're any better. Tobarama Senju, Izuna Uchiha. At this moment, Dave couldn't help but wonder if reviving Izuna had really been a mistake. Even his dad had found his own best buddy now. A few days later, news arrived from the other villages. They had agreed to the 5 Kage summit. Even the Land of Iron had given their approval. As a nation of samurai, they'd had a rough time in this era of ninja dominance, so declaring their neutral position early was probably the wisest choice. Finally, the day came for the group to set out. Along the way, Uncle Madara, we've been walking forever. I'm so tired, Dave complained, rubbing his blistered feet. He was never a real ninja to begin with. Aside from growing plants, he couldn't use any other ninjutsu, not even the most basic clone technique. Watching his dad flit around with Flying Thunder God every day made him envious, but after taking one look at the technique, he'd given up. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Get on. Tobarama was just about to offer to carry Dave when Madara had already crouched down in front of him. Hee, Uncle Madara, you're the best. Mwah. Love you. Dave cheered, hopping on Madara's back and planting a kiss on his cheek. Madara said nothing, simply carrying on silently with Dave on his back. Hashirama, seeing this heartwarming scene, felt his heart melt. Maybe next time he'd say something like that too, and then ask, Madara to carry him, and maybe sneak a kiss. How embarrassing. But maybe it's worth a try. A goofy, love-struck grin spread across Hashirama's face, making him look almost unhinged. Meanwhile, Tobirama was radiating a sense of endless resentment. The inherently evil Uchiha clan, that bastard Madara Uchiha, that infuriating Madara Uchiha, and then there was that scoundrel Izuna Uchiha right next to him. Each one seemed determined to steal his Dave away. He wanted to roar, "Dave is mine. Let go of him, all of you." But remembering that he probably couldn't take on Madara, he could only swallow his anger for now. Anyway, that bastard Madara Uchiha is older than me. I'll wait. I'll wait for him to die. And when he does, I'll dig up his grave myself, scatter his ashes to the wind. As twilight slowly crept across the sky, the group was still making their way through the forest. Just then, from the depths of the dark woods, a sudden flash of light shot toward them. "Who's there?" As the flash drew near, Hashirama quickly dodged backward. It was aimed directly at him. Everyone immediately halted, holding their breath and watching their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Dave stared at the kunai embedded in the tree. This scene? Why did it feel so familiar? A kunai thrown from 800 miles away? Kakuzu? No way is it really Kakuzu. Dad, can you sense if that person's gotten far? Dave quickly turned to his father and called out. When it came to sensory abilities, Mito Uzumaki was the strongest in Konoha. Aside from her, his own father, Tobirama, excelled as well. His sensory jutsu could cover the whole village. Tobirama nodded, crouched down, placed his hand on the ground, and closed his eyes. "I sense him. It's a masked man with green eyes. Judging by his forehead protector, he seems to be from Takigakure," Tobirama said after a moment, nodding. "Big brother. Should we go after him?" Tobirama looked over to Hashirama for his opinion. "Get him," Madara said, setting Dave down from his back before Hashirama could answer. Without waiting for further discussion, he dashed off, leaving only the echo of his command behind. 800 miles away. Damn it, this is just my luck. Madara, Uchiha, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju. The three of them are all here. How on earth am I supposed to pull off a sneak attack now? Time to run. Kakuzu muttered under his breath as he sprinted away. He'd been assigned to assassinate Hashirama Senju on his way to the 5 Kage summit. But the village had never mentioned that both Madara Uchiha and Tobirama Senju would be with him. Were they joking? Was the village's intelligence network run by dogs, or what? How could they have gotten this so wrong? A wise man knows when to retreat, he thought. This is what I call a tactical withdrawal. It's definitely not, because I'm afraid I can't take them. Yes, that's what I'll say when I get back. Kakuzu had already decided on his excuse for when he returned. Where do you think you're going? Just as Kakuzu was starting to feel relieved, believing he'd escaped danger, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared right in front of him. Uchiha, Kakuzu stared at the figure who had suddenly appeared before him, his face turning ashen with despair. Damn it, I will never surrender without a fight. Water style, great water bullet. Kakuzu thought that if it was just Madara alone, he might still have a chance. He quickly formed a series of hand seals, and from his mouth he spat out several massive water bullets, each over 2 meters wide, hurling them straight at Madara. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Madara, however, simply watched him coldly, crossing his hands before his mouth. A colossal wall of fire erupted forth in response. Water and fire clashed, sending up a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky. Kakuzu took advantage of the chaos, hoping to make his escape, only to see, within the swirling dust, a pair of crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. Sharingan! Kakuzu cried out in shock. Moments later, Madara dragged the battered and barely conscious Kakuzu to this place. You're from the Hidden Waterfall Village? Tobirama looked down at Kakuzu, noting the forehead protector he wore, and asked with a cold smirk. No, Kakuzu replied stubbornly, his tone defiant. Interesting. Did your village send you to assassinate my brother? Tobirama sneered, his voice cool and mocking. Kakuzu's lips curled in that same stubborn, prideful pout. Some might wonder, with that mask on, how could anyone see his mouth? Well, Dave would insist you could still see it, or maybe it was just that Madara had swollen his face up pretty good. All right, you can go now, Hashirama, who had been standing quietly nearby, finally spoke up in a gentle tone. Brother, we can't just let him go. He came here to assassinate you. Tobirama was left utterly speechless. Let him go, Tobirama. He didn't succeed. After all, Hashirama replied with a smile, shaking his head. Tobirama opened his mouth, wanting to protest further, but seeing his elder brother's cheerful smile, he found himself unable to say a word. As for Dave, Madara, and Izuna, they were even less inclined to argue. After all, the assassination target himself wasn't bothered. Why should they make a fuss? Wait, you're really letting me go? Just like that. Kakuzu asked in disbelief. What? You planning to stay for dinner if you don't leave? Dave shot him a look, thoroughly exasperated. Kakuzu glanced at Dave, as if memorizing the face of the cheeky little brat who'd just mocked him. Not wasting another moment, he quickly ran off. Hashirama simply watched Kakuzu's retreating back with an easy smile. Don't let his laid-back air fool you. He wasn't Hokage by accident, nor was he as clueless as some might think. If it were really that simple, how could the village ever have accepted him as Hokage? Sure, maybe if they'd had a giant Buddha, they'd have been content with that. But Hashirama had always devoted himself to the village. After all, it was the result of his life's hard work. He was well aware of the situation in the hidden waterfall village. People who carried out assassination missions like this had a special name. They were called the Hidden Waterfall Assassination Unit. They specialized in handling these shadowy tasks that could never see the light of day. If you succeeded, you earned rewards and fame from the village. But if you failed, all that awaited you upon return was the stigma of failure and harsh punishment. For someone like Kakuzu, who staked his very life for his village, such treatment was nothing short of cruel. He could already picture what was waiting for the man sent to assassinate him once he returned. This was a pitiable soul. With Hashirama's dream of peace for the whole shinobi world, he naturally had no desire to take the lives of such unfortunate people. All right, let's get moving, Hashirama said with a gentle smile, then called out to the group. Madara hoisted Dave onto his back again, and the group continued their journey toward the Land of Iron. Meanwhile, after Kakuzu had run nearly 500 miles, a strange, wriggling figure slowly emerged atop a waist-high stone on the ground before him. It was a rune devourer, the sort of thing used to munch gravestones and plants versus zombies. But in the world of shinobi, it really didn't serve any purpose at all. I mean, what? Were zombies supposed to pop out of ninja graves now? However, now that it had come to the shinobi world, its abilities had been adjusted. It could now record voices and images and appear on any upright object within a 500-mile radius centered on Dave. It actually made for quite a handy messenger. Kakuzu, if you return home and find yourself disillusioned with your village, if you ever decide to defect, you're welcome to come to Konoha and look for me, the rune devourer said, its body undulating as it spoke in a rather serious tone. Who are you? Kakuzu demanded, wary of this sudden, bizarre creature, kunai already in hand. I'm that handsome white-hair guy from earlier. I think you've got promise. If you ever can't get by after defecting, come find me, the voice recorded in the rune devourer played out slowly. I would never betray my village. Kakuzu's eyes flashed with disdain. How could he ever consider defection? By the time the message finished, the rune devourer had already sunk back into the earth and disappeared. The words had been delivered. As for why Dave wanted to recruit someone like Kakuzu, well, he appreciated Kakuzu's sharp business sense. In the future, he'd make an excellent boss, strict, demanding, and perfect for enforcing the 996 work schedule. Konoha needed talent like this. Dave needed talent like this. After a full day's journey, the group finally arrived at the Land of Iron. Wow, so this is the Land of Iron, Dave exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the city surrounded by towering walls. Dave had been in this world for nearly 2 years since his transmigration, and he had barely ever left the village. The most bustling place he'd ever seen was Konoha. He hadn't even visited the royal capital of the Land of Fire. Yet now, standing before the capital city of the Land of Iron, he couldn't help but notice how much it resembled the ancient dynastic cities he'd once seen online in his previous life. Let's go in, Hashirama said with a warm smile, leading the group toward the city gates. Halt! Who goes there? The guard at the gate, sword in hand, quickly stepped forward and blocked their way, his voice stern and commanding. We're from Konoha in the Land of Fire. I am Hashirama Senju, and these are my attendants. We're here to attend the 5 Kage Summit, Hashirama replied, still smiling. Oh, forgive me, Lord Hokage. Please come in, come in. The Kage from a land of wind and the land of earth have already arrived, the guard said, immediately lowering his sword and bowing with utmost respect once he realized who stood before him. Hashirama gave a small nod and led the group inside. Wait, Lord Hokage, this child, is he one of your attendants too? At that moment, the guard noticed little white-haired Dave among the adults and quickly stepped forward to question Hashirama. Who are you calling a child? Who are you calling child? I'm 38 years old. I just happen to look young, that's all. Dave snapped, a vein throbbing in his forehead as he jumped up and delivered a sharp flick to the guard's head. And he wasn't lying. If you added his previous life to his current age, he really was 38. My apologies for the mistake. Please, go right ahead, the guard said, rubbing his head in embarrassment, hastily stepping aside to let them pass. Looks like he'd been fooled. Once they were inside the city. Uncle Madara, how was my acting? Dave leapt into Madara's arms, and Madara caught him. Dave grinned up at him expectantly. Not bad. Very clever. Much smarter than your father, Madara nodded, taking the opportunity to insult Tobirama, who was standing nearby. Damn you, Uchiha Madara. What did you just say? Say that again. Tobirama couldn't hold back anymore and exploded with rage. Oh, what my brother means is that someone here is an idiot. The kid's smarter than his dad. Are you sure he's really yours? Izuna chimed in from the side, sneering. Uchiha Izuna, you're asking for it. Senju Tobirama. If you've got the guts, come at me. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama. Watching the two start bickering and fighting at the drop of a hat, Hashirama felt a headache coming on. His little brother was usually so composed and sharp. Why had he become so irritable ever since Izuna was resurrected? As an older brother, Hashirama just felt more and more exhausted. Let's go. Let's head to the resting area first. The Kazekage and Tsuchikage should already be waiting there. Hashirama smiled helplessly, using his release to hold back the two who looked ready to start another fight. Along the way, Dave saw many samurai with swords at their sides, each with a sharp, piercing gaze. At one point, Dave even locked eyes with one of them. Damn, if Madara wasn't holding him. Back right now, he'd have given that cross-eyed samurai a serious beating. Seriously, what an insult. Sure, he was just a kid, but did that guy really have to look at him like that? A moment later, Hokage, this is the 5 Kage summit. What do you think this is, a family vacation? Tsuchikage Ishikawa roared, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Hashirama, who'd brought along his whole clan. Old, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara. Young, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama. Even younger, Senju Dave. Well, it really did look like he'd brought along the whole family. Hey, old man, who do you think you're looking down on? Just now I saw someone with crossed eyes. Your stare is even worse than hers. Can't you? Look at me properly for once. Dave demanded, glaring at Ishikawa, whose left eye was normal, but whose right eye slanted slightly to the right. You little brat, are you looking for trouble? Ishikawa roared back, pointing at Dave, veins throbbing in anger. At first glance, Ishikawa looked pretty normal, just like any regular person. But if you really paid attention, his right eye did slant upward a bit. Ishikawa himself knew about it, but never really cared. No one had ever mentioned it to his face before. Who would have thought a little brat would be the first to say it out loud? I got this idea from seeing a photo of Ishikawa online, so please, fire historians, don't come at me. Come on then, you squinty old man. Dave stood his ground without a hint of fear, facing off against Ishikawa. After all, he had Uncle Madara, his uncle, his old man, and Uncle Izuna all here. With this lineup, they could take on all 4 other Kage without breaking a sweat. Moo, don't hold me back. I'm going to kill this brat. Ishikawa was fuming. Who else dared talk to him like this? And today, of all days, it had to be a kid. Lord Tsuchikage, we're supposed to be here for the 5 Kage summit, not to start fight. Please, try to calm down, said Mu, who was struggling to restrain his master, exasperation clear in his voice. Hey, mister, why are you all wrapped up like that? Don't tell me. Do you have some kind of disease? Or is it something else? Dave's goal today was clear. He was going to roast every single person here, targeting all 5 Kage. In progress. A moment later, Master, don't hold me back. I'm going to kill that brat. I'll kill him. The roles had suddenly reversed. Now, it was Ishikawa trying to pull away from Mu, desperate to get at Dave. We're here for the 5 Kage summit, not to start a fight. Try to calm down. Ishikawa said helplessly. Sai woo this child. She just told herself to stay calm, and here she is losing her cool. Sai, it seems she still hasn't fully grasped the true will of stone that our village holds dear. Meanwhile, Dave was once again scooped up by Madara. He rolled his eyes dramatically at the two of them, digging in his nose with his pinky finger, his face radiating utter disdain for both. Watching the two Iwagakure Nin practically freeze in place, everyone else at the scene struggled to hold back their laughter, their faces turning red as they stifled their amusement. Ishikawa, don't take it to heart. He's just a kid. Children speak their minds without much filter. Best not to overthink it, said Ritsudo, the first Kazekage from Sunagakure, with a chuckle. Of course, he wasn't going to miss the chance to poke a little fun at his rivals. Grandpa, what are you laughing at? And wow, this lady here is really pretty. Miss, what's your name? Dave, still with a hint of childish innocence, nibbled at his finger and turned to Retsudo. Then, spotting a beautiful woman with violet hair standing behind the Kazekage, he couldn't help but ask, Old Grandpa, brat, I'm only 35. Retsudo froze for a second, then his forehead veins bulged as he roared in protest. To be fair, Retsudo did look younger than the other Kage, but that stern face, so much like Fugaku's, made him seem a bit older than he actually was. Hey, Retsudo, don't take it to heart. He's just a kid. Children speak their minds without much filter. Best not to overthink it. Ishikawa laughed, firing Retsudo's own words right back at him. Retsudo's face darkened at once. A lilting, melodic laugh broke the tension. "You're a mischievous little brother, aren't you?" "My name's Chiyo," said the violet-haired woman, her voice so enchanting it almost turned Dave to stone on the spot. "Ch Chiyo?" Dave froze, stunned. Oh no, this violet-haired beauty in front of him was Chiyo, the very same Chiyo who would one day become Granny Chiyo. A moment later, Sister Chiyo, can you promise me, when you're older, please don't go swimming?" Dave forced himself to swallow his shock, stealing a glance at Chiyo's breathtaking face. He couldn't stop himself from remembering that infamous picture of old lady Chiyo in a swimsuit, a vision that had haunted his dreams for years in his previous life. What do you mean?" Chiyo giggled, amused. "All right, I promise." She found Dave rather adorable. Maybe one day, she thought, she'd have a son with Retsudo for company. "Hey kid, would you settle down already?" Across the room, Asuna Shinobi, who'd watched Dave stir up trouble from start to finish, finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Huh, mister, why do you have a worm tattooed on your head? Is it because you can't grow any hair, or do you feel ugly and insecure?" "So you got it." Dave couldn't help looking over at the second Kazekage, Shaman, who was Reto's apprentice. He just kept teasing. "Worm? Ugly? Insecure? You little brat. This is a dragon. A dragon. Do you understand? Do you?" Shaman was stunned for a moment, then burst out in a furious roar. "Wah, Uncle Madara, this uncle is so scary. He yelled at me." "Wah." Dave looked at the fierce-faced Shaman, especially with that dragon's claw tattooed above his left eye. When Shaman glared, it was truly intimidating. In an instant, Dave whimpered and buried himself in Uncle Madara's arms, just like a child frightened by a monster. "Kid, do you want to dance?" Madara looked at his adorable little Dave, who had been frightened to tears by this ugly guy with a dragon tattoo on his head, someone even uglier than Hashirama. Madara's Sharingan flashed scarlet as he fixed his gaze on Shaman and spoke. His sweet little Dave was always happy every day. Madara himself would never want to make him cry, so who dared to upset him? Did this guy have a death wish? Shaman, holding back his anger, fell silent. He knew who Madara Uchiha was, and he understood his own limits. Even his own master might not be able to take Madara. So how could he? Just as the room fell into an awkward silence, the door at the side slowly creaked open. Well, the Hokage, Tsuchikage, and Kazekage are all here. Looks like I'm late." At that moment, 3 figures entered through the main doors, the one in front wearing a hat marked with the symbol of the Reikage. "Madara Uchiha, Tobarama Senju." So you two came as well." The Reikage, strolled in with his 2 bodyguards, and then he spotted the very 2 people who had given him a brutal beatdown back then. Those 2 who played dirty. No, in this world, they call it lacking shinobi honor. Tobarama Senju snorted coldly. There's a saying, enemies' eyes burn the brightest when they meet. Reikage shot the 2 men a death glare before quietly sitting down next to the Kazekage. He knew when to pick his battles. To be honest, the first Reikage looked just like a foreigner from Dave's previous life, tall, dark-skinned, and imposing. "Mister, is that your son?" Dave wiped his tear-stained face and walked up to Reikage, glancing from him to the man behind, who would become the second Reikage. "Yes, HM. What is it, brat?" Reikage looked a bit annoyed by the sudden appearance of this white-haired kid, but remembering the occasion, he kept his cool. "Uncle, is he really your biological son? Look at him, he's still got that white bandage on his nose, and his face is covered with whiskers, while you don't even have a single hair, just like a piglet that's just had its hair singed off. But you're not as fair as a pig, you're really dark." Dave pressed his index finger to his lips, speaking with a hint of childish innocence, but every word nearly made the Reikage explode with anger. "You little brat." The Reikage, had no patience for Dave's antics. He lunged at Dave, his hand clamping down on the boy's neck, his whole body brimming with a fierce blue chakra aura. Madara, who had been keeping his eyes on Dave the entire time, sprang into action the instant he saw the Reikage move. In a flash, he was in front of Dave, seizing the Reikage's arm and forcefully twisting it away. The Reikage crashed to the ground, clutching his arm and howling in pain. "Reikage, are you looking for death?" Tobarama, seeing his son hurt, charged at the fallen Reikage in a fury. The second Reikage tried to intercept him, but Tobarama's speed was far beyond what he could handle in his current state. In a heartbeat, Tobarama had a kunai pressed to the Reikage's throat. This black brute actually dared lay a finger on his child? He himself could hardly bring himself to scold the boy, and yet someone else dared to strike him? How dare he? All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the other 2 Kage regained their senses, they saw Tobarama standing over the Reikage, kunai at his throat. "Hokage, get your people under control. This is the 5 Kage summit." If something happens to the Reikage, there's no way Konoha can talk its way out of it. Reto, on the other side, hurriedly called out to Hashirama. Tobirama, that's enough. Hashirama frowned, glancing at his brother. Truth be told, he'd almost jumped in himself. Madara and Tobirama just beat him to it. Hurt his adorable little nephew? Did they want to be exiled from the shinobi world? Oomph. Remember, your life was spared because of the 5 Kage summit. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. Tobirama sheathed his kunai and slowly straightened, his voice cold and edged as he looked down at the Reikage. Tobirama knew perfectly well that the Reikage was untouchable here, but to bully his son? He had to teach him a lesson. How could he let it slide? With that, the matter was settled. The second Reikage quickly summoned the medics from the Land of Iron to treat the injured Reikage. At the same time, everyone present, save for the people of Konoha, was left with a burning question. Who exactly was this white-haired boy? What sort of identity did he possess to make even the likes of the Azura of the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Tobirama, so fiercely protective and enraged? Yo, big bro got beat, almost bit the dust, but the summit saved him, so now he's all good. Oh yeah, at that moment, another of Reikage's bodyguards broke into a clumsy, awkwardly rhymed rap, trying to lighten the mood. Hey, mister, do you have any furry dice? SKR. Dave looked over at the rapping bodyguard, forcing a crooked smile. This guy, why does he look so much like Killer Bee from the original story? Seeing that guy about to say something more, Dave quickly stopped him and threw in a little rap of his own. Yo, there's no need to butt heads, mister. Your face is big and round just like a bear in the forest, so big and round. SKR. Zow. As the guy listened to Dave's rap, the words he was about to spit out suddenly got stuck in his throat. A moment later, his eyes began to shine, as if he'd discovered a brand new world. Yo, young man, you're really cool. Your wonderful music draws me in. I've learned so much, I admit you're something, yo. They call me Killer Sure. Now tell me your name, young man. SKR. This right here. This is what you call learning on the fly. I'm Senju Dave. Killer Sure. Sure? Well, at least he got the family name right. Listening to that awkwardly accented rap, Dave honestly felt something was off. Yo, young Bakayaro. Shut up. Killer Sure was about to say more when the Reikage, who had one arm bandaged and veins bulging on his forehead, snatched him up with his other arm and tossed him aside. He really regretted bringing this guy along. What embarrassment. Young man, on my musical path, you'll always be my rival. I'll remember you forever. Oh yeah, SKR. Even as he was flying through the air, Killer Sure couldn't resist spitting out a couple more lines. Great, just great. Did he just corrupt Killer Bee's grandpa, or maybe his dad? Dave started to panic a little inside. Seems lively here. Looks like I'm the last to arrive. Just then, 2 figures slowly walked through the main entrance. The one leading was an old man with a head of white hair, wearing the hat symbolizing the Mizukage. It was the first Mizukage by Kirin. Behind him was a young man with black hair, quite handsome. His good looks could probably rival Izuna or Tobirama. Dave remembered that in the original story, the second Mizukage was Genjetsu Hozuki, the sly little mustachioed guy. This handsome fellow was clearly not him, but he might be the third. In the original, the third Mizukage never showed his face, so this was probably him. Otherwise, why would he show up together with the Mizukage? Still, this Mizukage was remarkably cautious, bringing the third along and leaving the second at home, just in case anything happened to him. The second could step right in. Grandpa Mizukage, you seem even less respectful than Grandpa Tsuchikage over there. Can your eyes ever focus in the same direction? Honestly, this old man Balian is even more ruthless than Ishikawa. At least Ishikawa only has one eye, looking off in a weird way. But Balian, damn, both his eyeballs are each doing their own thing, completely ignoring each other. His right eye drifts off to the right, his left eye wanders left, and there's a long scar running above his left eye. The other 3 Kage heard what Dave said and immediately perked up. Here comes another round of entertainment. They couldn't wait to see how the Mizukage would get played by this little brat. Kid, are you looking to die? Balian was always a domineering man. You could see that just from his face. Now, with this white-haired brat suddenly jumping out to criticize his eyes right in front of everyone, did this kid have a death wish? Are you looking to die, Balian? Uchiha suddenly appeared behind Dave, his blood-red eyes fixed on Balian, and one hand resting protectively on Dave's shoulder. The words Balian was about to spit out caught in his throat as Madara appeared out of nowhere. Balian stared daggers at the little brat Madara was shielding, about to storm off. But suddenly, the scene before his eyes spun wildly. A sensation like the ground, dropping out from under him, surged up from his feet. The young man following behind him realized something was wrong and rushed forward to catch Balian as he staggered. Release! Uchiha Madara, are you trying to start a war? After a moment, Balian finally realized he'd fallen into a Genjutsu, and hurried to break free. Pale as a sheet, he glared at Madara and asked in a steely voice, "Hey, Grandpa Mizuki, could you not jump straight to war every time something happens? You've lived this long. Who knows, maybe you'll keel over tomorrow. What's the point of starting a war now? Besides, do you really think you could beat us?" Dave poked his head out from behind Madara, giving Balian a dramatic eye roll. "Damn it, push me far enough, and I'll have Uncle Madara and Uncle Hashirama suit up in their Susanoo armor and steamroll all four of your great nations. War, always about war like some extremist nutjob. In my last life, you'd be locked up for life at the very least." "You, Balian was choked, speechless again, glaring fiercely at Dave. But thinking of the ruthless man standing before him, he didn't even dare to meet his eyes. Mission: roast all 5 Kage complete. All right, now that all 5 Kage are here, let's begin the first 5 Kage summit. The leader of the Land of Iron stepped forward and announced. He'd been watching quietly from the sidelines the whole time, not daring to say a word. He was practically invisible, terrified that the white-haired brat might set his sights on him next. Then let's have all the relevant personnel step outside first," Leto chimed in, putting extra emphasis on the word irrelevant just to make it rhyme. No one said much as they headed toward the door, though each of the shadows left a guard behind. In the group, Tobirama stayed, while Hashirama didn't dare leave Madara. He was truly afraid of Madara's temper. Inside the 5 Kage summit, Senju Hashirama gazed at the 4 other Kage before him, thinking about the dream he had devoted his whole life to. His heart was filled with emotion. To be able to have the 5 founding Kage of the great nations gathered here for a summit like this, I am truly, deeply grateful, he said, and tears began to stream down his face. Unable to contain his feelings, he bowed his head, touching it to the table. A few awkward lines appeared on Tobirama's face. For a moment, he thought how much better things would be if Uchiha Madara was here. No, that kind of thought should never cross his mind. The Uchiha were innately evil, and Madara was the worst of them all. Outside the 5 Kage summit. "Whoa, Uncle Madara, your buddy is actually bowing his head to the other Kage," Dave whispered, spying on the meeting with his ghost mushroom, a sly grin curling at his lips. The ghost mushroom could slip through any terrain, scale the highest skies, or burrow underground, utterly undetectable even by sensory techniques. Think of it as a reference to Black Zetsu. It could even pass through people's bodies, causing subtle damage to their organs, and it transmitted everything it saw directly to Dave, though it couldn't stray more than 50 meters from him. "Oh, how useless, Tobirama. If I were in there, I'd make those 4 bow to me instead," Madara scoffed, a cold grin twisting his lips. His annoyance with Tobirama simmered. He knew Hashirama would never stop himself, but Tobirama, he wasn't even trying. Useless, truly useless. "All right, Uncle Madara, Uncle Izuna, let's take a stroll around the Land of Iron. I've never really left the village before," Dave said with a lazy stretch, grinning. As for Hashirama and the others, he decided not to bother spying any further. He already knew how that story would unfold. Both Madara and Izuna nodded. Izuna, in particular, was visibly excited. After all, before his death, he'd never left the Land of Fire, and this was his first time seeing the wider world. A short while later, "Big brother, I want to try this. Uncle Madara, let me play too." Madara stood there, arms full of snacks, watching Dave and Izuna play street games. For some reason, a faintly warm smile appeared on his face. A life like this was pretty good. If only Izuna's marriage prospects weren't such a headache. Thinking of this, Madara could only smile helplessly. "Hey, young prodigy, we meet again. This round, victory belongs to me. Oh yeah, SKR." As the game ended, Dave realized that the person who'd just beaten him was none other than Killer Bee. "Seriously, old man, how old are you? Still picking on a kid like me at these games?" Dave couldn't help but complain. "Genius youth. That's me, the great Lord Samba. Young and unbeatable. Oh yeah, SKR. Damn, this is so cringe-worthy I could die." Dave rubbed his temples, his face full of exasperation. Just where did this magical beast come from? Maybe the Land of Lightning could seal him back where he came from. Of course, Karabi's awkward rapping drew a huge crowd of onlookers, all stopping to watch the spectacle. Seeing so many people gathering around, Karabi's eyes lit up. "Joe, it's time for the great Samba's name to spread across the ninja world." With that thought, he continued his offbeat rapping, completely oblivious to the monkey-like stares from the passersby. "Uncle Madara, do you want to have a showdown with this magical beast, Karabi?" Dave's eyes sparkled as he turned to Madara and asked. "A showdown with him?" Madara glanced at Karabi, who was gyrating his hips and swaggering in the most ridiculous way. Madara's heart was full of disdain. That guy? Please. Madara felt he could crush him single-handedly. "Uncle Madara, Look, your nickname around the ninja world is the Shura of the Shinobi. Sounds terrifying, doesn't it? But now we're in an era of peace. How about this? If you take him on in a dance battle and completely outshine him, soon everyone will be talking about it. Your new title will spread far and wide, and it might even rival Grandpa Hashirama's title of God of Shinobi, Dave said, his mischievous side showing. A new title? Madara felt the stirrings of interest. Something to rival Hashirama's fame? The dancing god of the ninja world. All right, I'll take him on. Madara was instantly fired up by the name. The dancing god of the ninja world. So much better than that old title, Shura of the Shinobi. No wonder the kids in the village were always afraid to come near him. He was even better than Hashirama. Otherwise, why would Dave be so close to him? It must have been the old title scaring all the children before. He danced better than Hashirama, looked better than Hashirama, even played games better. How could he possibly lose to him? Hey, mister, my Uncle Madara wants to have a showdown with you. Dave pulled Madara over to Karabi, grinning from ear to ear. Yo, genius youth, this big brother here is quite handsome, but tell me, what is a showdown? Oh yeah, SKR. Karabi kept rapping, just as awkwardly as before. A showdown is like a contest, Dave explained with a smile. Uncle Madara thinks you've already reached the peak in music, so he wants to take you on an even higher level. You rap, he dances. In the end, we'll see which one the crowd loves more. Winner takes all, what do you say? Yo, genius youth, that sounds pretty good. This handsome brother here can dance? Heh, there's no way his dancing can beat my rapping. Oh yeah, SKR. Dave struggled to resist the urge to summon his corn cannon and blast him away. You dare question my dance? At that moment, the atmosphere around Madara intensified sharply. No one has ever dared to challenge me when it comes to dance. No one. Oh yeah, bro, your dancing is nothing compared to my rapping for real. Oh yeah, SKR. Whether it was fearlessness or just plain recklessness, Killer Bee showed not the slightest trace of fear in the face of Madara's overwhelming aura. Dave, you traitor. Madara turned his head to look at Dave, his voice low and deliberate. Then, as if performing a magic trick, Madara pulled a baseball cap from his robes and planted it firmly on his head. Ignorant fool. Let me show you what it means to witness the might of a true dance god. With one hand gripping the brim of his cap, Madara fixed Killer Bee with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Killer Bee, unfazed by Madara's powerful presence, slowly narrowed his eyes. But hidden behind sunglasses, no one else could see this. Dave hurriedly fished out his phone and played the perfect backing track. The crowd of onlookers began to murmur. Bystander, what's going on here? Are those two about to fight? Bystander B, looks like it. That creepy guy with the sunglasses kept making noise. Guess this handsome guy finally snapped. Honestly, I'd love to see him teach that weirdo a lesson. Bystander C, hey, they don't look like folks from our land of iron. What if these outsiders start fighting and someone innocent gets hurt? Should we go notify the city guards? Bystander D, no, just look at him. So handsome. Notify the guards? For what? To stop the handsome guy from beating up that noisy clown. Bystander, exactly. Good looks or justice. Let's step back. If things get wild, we don't want to get caught up in it. Dave handed his phone, now playing music, to Uncle Izuna. Watching Dave slip into the crowd, Izuna's face was full of confusion. Just as the crowd wondered why the fight hadn't started yet, a surge of thrilling, electrifying music suddenly blasted through the square. The onlookers were still trying to figure out where it came from. And then they saw the two men move. One started to dance, the other to rap. Asterisk, and at #%Ewan. At hashtag and hashtag %Killer Bee's rapid-fire rhymes tumbled out so fast, no one could even catch what he was saying. Meanwhile, Madara launched into his dance, flowing through several moves before balancing on his hands. This was his signature move, the windmill spin. The crowd was stunned. Weren't they about to start a fight? Why did one suddenly start spouting nonsense, and the other begin flailing around? But that handsome guy, those moves so cool. Countless women in the crowd gazed at Madara with hearts in their eyes, while the men could only grit their teeth in envy. The dancing deity of the ninja world. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. The moment Izuna heard that voice, he knew it was Dave who yelled it out. The dancing deity of the ninja world. The dancing deity of the ninja world. The crowd, hearing this, thought it was a great title. Immediately, they joined Dave, echoing the chant with spirited enthusiasm. With that, the 5 Kage Summit officially comes to an end. Honorable Kage, would you care to enjoy some time in our land of iron? With a formal tone, the leader of the land of iron declared the meeting over and extended an invitation. I'll pass. There's still much work waiting for me back at the village. Redo was the first to rise, shaking his head as he placed the Kazekage hat on his head. With Samon and Chiyo following behind, he took his leave. After all, They had already secured the one tail. The purpose of their journey was fulfilled. The remaining 3 Kage also excused themselves, citing village duties as reasons to depart, leaving only the Hokage in the venue. Once he heard that Hashirama and the others would soon be leaving as well, the leader of the Land of Iron left first. He was a busy man, with the weight of his nation on his shoulders. There was no way he could linger just to keep the Hokage company. Well, the 5 great shinobi villages have reached a new balance. We're finally entering an era of peace. But now there's this extra 7 tails. What should we do about that? Hashirama wore a look of contentment, a warm smile spreading across his face. The peace he had dreamed of was finally within reach. He glanced down at the scroll in his hand, the words 7 tails written on it, and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This surplus-tailed beast had no village willing to take it, but he couldn't just leave it in Konoha. The Land of Lightning had bought the 2 tails and 8 tails. The Land of Earth had purchased the 4 tails and 5 tails, and the Land of Water had taken the 3 tails and 6 tails. The Land of Wind had managed to acquire just the 1 tail, and Hashirama had originally planned to sell them the 7 tails as well, but their village was so poor that buying even 1-tailed beast was already a tremendous feat. Hashirama had even been considering giving it to them for free, if not for Tobarama's timely intervention to stop him from squandering resources. If nothing else, we could sell it to one of the smaller nations, Tobarama suggested after pondering for a moment. Is there really no way we could just give it away for free? Hashirama asked with a childlike innocence, looking to Tobarama. Absolutely not. Oh, okay. A short while later. Tobarama, can you sense where Madara and the others are? We should be heading back. Hashirama turned to Tobarama and asked. One moment. Let me check, Tobarama replied, closing his eyes and reaching out with his senses. Madara is having a dance-off with that sunglasses-wearing oddball from the Land of Lightning, Tobarama reported at last, his lips twitching ever so slightly as he spoke. Ruined, utterly ruined. The image of Konoha is completely destroyed by that bastard Madara, Uchiha. If you want to dance in your own village, I could let it slide, as long as you're Uchiha. Clan doesn't meddle in politics. But damn it, now you're dancing abroad? Wasn't it embarrassing enough to make a fool of yourself at home? Now you're parading our shame on foreign soil. The more Tobarama thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He could already picture the Hidden Leaf Village turning into the village hidden in dancing. It was truly terrifying. Tobarama's expression grew darker and darker. What? Madara is absolutely despicable. Hashirama froze for a moment, then snapped back to himself, roaring in outrage. Tobarama looked at his elder brother in surprise. Could it be? Has my brother finally come to his senses? He's out there dancing and didn't even bring me along. And now he's having a dance-off with someone else? Unbelievable. Hashirama was fuming. Weren't we supposed to be lifelong rivals? And now you just turn your back and find someone else? Have you forgotten those heartfelt vows of the past, Madara? In the end, I'm left to bear all this alone. I knew it. Tobarama covered his face, slipping into a silent resignation. Expecting my brother to finally get it? Please, if that ever happens, even Izuna Uchiha could turn into a woman. Izuna Uchiha. A moment later. Madara, how could you? You're having a secret dance-off behind my back. Hashirama rushed over at full speed, spotting Madara surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, his fury reaching a boiling point. Hashirama, are you here to challenge me to a dance-off too? Madara noticed Hashirama's arrival and assumed he was here to throw down as well. Madara, you'll pay for betraying me today. Hashirama placed his hands on his kimono and tore it open, revealing a bright green belly dance costume underneath. Dave, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but spit out the water he'd just sipped. I have to know, how did you manage to fit a belly dance outfit under your kimono? Tobarama, cue the music. Hashirama tossed his phone to Tobarama after setting up the playlist, then strode purposefully toward Madara. Killer Bee looked at the sudden arrival of the god of shinobi, unable to help swallowing nervously. He quickly stepped off the stage, handing it over to Hashirama. He might not know the guy he was dance battling earlier, but he definitely recognized Hashirama Senju. Was this guy really about to have a dance-off with the god of shinobi? Meanwhile, the Reikage, who'd already been walking for quite a while. Son, aren't we forgetting something? The Reikage turned to ask his son. This whole way, he'd felt that something was off, a strange, uneasy silence, as if something important had been left behind. The future second Reikage was just as bewildered, exchanging a look with his father. Kira, the two cried out in alarm. That bastard. Veins bulged on Reikage A's forehead, fury evident. Without hesitation, both turned and dashed back toward the Land of Iron. Back to where Madara was. Hashirama, are you itching for a dance too, damn it? Madara, you'll pay for your betrayal today. Hashirama, Madara. Dave's head was pounding from all this. And it wasn't just Dave. Tobarama felt a headache coming on as well. The crowd around them was growing bigger and bigger, and as he watched the two men wildly flailing at each other, Tobarama felt his blood pressure spike. Konoha, we're doomed. Inside the office of the Land of Iron's leader. Sir, something terrible has happened. The leader's secretary burst in, knocking frantically. What is it? Why panic? If it's a minor issue, deal with it yourself. After spending the whole afternoon locked in a 5 Kage summit with those old foxes, I'm exhausted, the leader grumbled, having just returned from the summit. The Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the demon of the shinobi world, Madara Uchiha, are causing a commotion in the plaza. The Raikage guards are there, too. The Raikage should have left, but if he learns his guards stayed behind, he'll be back for sure, the secretary stammered, visibly shaken. Yikes! Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, what a mess! The leader, who had just put his pillow on the desk for a nap, sucked in a sharp breath. Sleep was out of the question now. If those two really started fighting in the Land of Iron, their whole nation could be wiped out. A moment later. Stop. Please stop. Lord Hokage, Lord Madara, don't fight. The Land of Iron can't handle this. The leader, steeling himself outside the crowd, suddenly shoved his way through, anguish written all over his face as he shouted desperately. But the scene that greeted him was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. As the leader of the Land of Iron barged into the crowd, ready to plead with tears in his eyes, what he saw was a green-skinned monster, and this is Hashirama Senju, and this is Madara Uchiha. The leader's worldview exploded on the spot. Wait, weren't you supposed to be smashing the place up? One is a giant Buddha, the other in Susanoo armor, locked in an earth-shattering battle? Shouldn't this whole area be a wasteland by now? Wasn't I supposed to be clinging pitifully to your legs, begging for mercy? What in the world was happening here? What the hell, Hashirama Senju? Why are you twisting around with your chest bare? And Madara Uchiha, why are you spinning on the ground like a windmill? This. The leader of the Land of Iron was left utterly speechless, his mind suddenly a complete blank. Father, Uncle Izuna, could you please try to stop those two? This is just too embarrassing. Watching the crowd around him grow larger and larger, Dave couldn't help but feel mortified. He was still young. He really couldn't handle this level of public humiliation. Tobarama and Izuna, keeping their composure, nodded wordlessly and slowly walked over. Big brother, let's just head back, Izuna said, forcing a bitter smile as he helped his elder brother Madara up from the ground. Head back? I haven't settled the score with Hashi Hot Mama yet. Madara was still caught up in the excitement, clearly annoyed at being interrupted. But when he saw it, was his beloved younger brother pulling him up, he let it slide. If it had been that Senju Tobarama guy, though, he'd have burned every last hair on that snowy head. Tobarama? Big brother, can't we settle this when we get home? I have a matchmaking appointment. Yes, that's it. Mito's side has introduced me to several candidates. Izuna, seeing Madara's sullen and unmoved face, gritted his teeth and decided to throw himself under the bus for the sake of dignity. Oh, well then, let's go home. Madara paused, then beamed with pride. Izuna, you've finally grown up. At last, you're thinking of our Uchiha clan's future. Father, even in the afterlife, you must be smiling upon us. Madara looked up at the sky, his heart filled with emotion. Off to the side, Izuna wept silently in his heart. Father, I've sacrificed my own pride just to save face. Meanwhile, big brother, stop dancing. Let's go home. Tobarama tried to put an end to his brother's ridiculous antics. No way, I haven't finished my duel with Madara. Hashirama protested, still not ready to let go, full of reluctant energy. Shut up, we're going home. Tobarama's patience was visibly wearing thin, a few metaphorical black lines appearing on his forehead. Okay, Hashirama mumbled, his head drooping as he finally gave in. Tobarama glanced over at Izuna, who wore an expression of utter misery. Izuna, what a hopeless case. Can't even handle something as simple as this. At the same time, Izuna caught Tobarama's gaze and, seeing the utter contempt in his eyes, felt a surge of anger. What the hell is your problem? You must be the leader of the Land of Iron, right? My uncle and Madara have been under a lot of pressure with village affairs lately. Their minds haven't been quite right these days. I'll just take them away now. Dave hurried to explain to the leader, assuring him not to mind their bizarre behavior. The leader of the Land of Iron stood there, eyes vacant, as if he had slipped into some strange, incomprehensible world. All right, Father, Uncle Izuna, please take Uncle and Madara and go ahead. I've already explained the situation to the leader of the Land of Iron. Dave noticed the leader of the Land of Iron remain unresponsive for a long time, and immediately realized he must have been frightened as well. Sigh, this kind of mind-numbing shock really needs the sweet voice of a lovely young lady to ease the tension. A short while later. Kid, I didn't say this back there. Now that we've left, I can tell you. Someone was watching you all just now. As they hurried along the road, the voice of a Nine Tails echoed from within Dave. What? Dave was momentarily stunned, and in his mind instantly recalled that shadowy figure. I can sense the good and evil in people. Among all those people just now, one of them was radiating an intense malice toward you. But his gaze was fixed entirely on you and that bastard. Uchiha Madara, I'm worried he might try something against you. The Nine Tails spoke gravely. This feeling was eerily familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he'd encountered it before. Thank you, Kurama. You're truly a kind little fox, Dave blurted out, stunned for a moment. There was no doubt about it. That had to be Black Zetsu, staring at both me and Madara. Could it be because I prevented Madara's descent into darkness, and now he wants to get rid of me? Damn it. Oh, ha ha. In 1,000 years, you're the first to call me kind. But little fox? That's my clone, not me. The Nine Tails paused, then burst out laughing. Hearing himself called little fox, he suddenly felt a surge of annoyance. Haha, little fox. You're a male fox, aren't you? You brat. I'll kill you for that. Dave emerged from the Nine Tails domain with a broad grin on his face. Forget petting cats and dogs from his previous life. Petting a fox spirit was on a whole different level. Uncle Madara, did you notice anything strange just now? Dave turned to ask Madara, who was carrying him on his back. This Black Zetsu issue had to be dealt with. There was no way he could sleep soundly otherwise. HM? No, Madara replied after a moment's hesitation. He'd been too busy arguing with Hashirama earlier to notice anything out of the ordinary. Uncle Madara, the Nine Tails can sense the good and evil in people. Among the onlookers just now, there was someone radiating intense malice toward us. The Nine Tails sensed that person's gaze was fixed on the two of us the entire time. I'm worried he might want to harm you and me, Dave explained. What? Madara stopped abruptly, shock written across his face. In an instant, his entire presence changed, exuding an overwhelming, murderous aura. If that person only had ideas about Madara himself, Madara would have just sneered in contempt. He's seen plenty of people with designs on him over the years. But that person's target wasn't just him. It also included the adorable little Dave at his side. And that was a line Madara would never allow to be crossed. What's wrong, Madara? Hashirama, whose eyes had been fixed on Madara, suddenly noticed him coming to a halt, an overwhelming murderous aura radiating from him. Even Hashirama was taken aback. Izuna and Tobarama, who had been following along, also stopped in their tracks. What's going on with Big Brother, or that bastard Madara, they wondered. Seeing Madara stay silent, Dave had no choice but to speak up himself, repeating what he'd just told Madara a moment before. Deep within the forests of the Land of Iron, something unknown was stirring. Suddenly, four brilliant auras shot out like pillars of light, exuding an overwhelming intensity. Tobarama, Hashirama, Madara, and Izuna, each one radiated a terrifying force from head to toe. Little Dave, huddling behind the four legendary figures, trembled uncontrollably. So this is the power of the legendary Warring States F4. It's overwhelming and terrifying. Dave, is that person following us right now? Tobarama forced himself to stay calm, but the veins bulging on his forehead made it clear he was anything but collected. How dare someone have designs on his adorable son? Looks like someone's eager for a death wish. No, he's not following us. He's not that strong, but his stealth technique is pretty impressive, Dave replied, shaking his head. The Nine Tails couldn't sense Black Zetsu anymore, which meant he hadn't trailed them here. The four of them fell silent for a moment. It was true. The man's stealth technique was so refined that even they hadn't noticed him. Granted, their attention had been elsewhere just now, but their war-era instincts meant they could handle any surprise, even in those conditions. Dave, once we get back to the village, you must stay by my side at all times, Madara said, fixing Dave with a look and an unmistakably commanding tone. No way. You're exactly who they're after. If you keep Dave at your side, it'll only make it easier for them to pull off whatever scheme they're planning. Tobarama interjected flatly. Never mind that person's issues. If Dave had to follow Madara around all the time, he'd be ruined. Just look at how Dave's turned out from occasionally tagging along with Madara. If he stuck to him all the time, he'd be done for. No scheme stands a chance against absolute power. Madara shot back coldly, glaring at Tobarama. Damn it, this white-haired guy again. Where does he find so many things to complain about every single day? Tobarama caught the deeper meaning in Madara's words. Madara was calling him weak, plain, and simple. Madara, are you confident? In this moment, even Hashirama looked exceptionally serious as he turned to Madara and asked calmly. Yes. In Hashirama's eyes, Madara seemed to radiate a dazzling self-assurance at this very moment. Oh wow, a confident Madara is truly impressive. Good. When we get back, Dave, you'll stick with Madara all day. Tobarama, hold off on sending Dave to ninja school for now. Dave can't be left on his own. Since this person's targets are Dave and Madara, he's bound to make a move to find them. Once we catch him, we'll return things to how they were. Also, Tobarama, the village's sensory barrier needs an upgrade. You can have Mito and Izuna help you. At this point, Hashirama fully embodied his role as the Hokage. All right, let sister-in-law come help me. As for a certain Uchiha boy, he should just settle down, go on some arranged dates, and focus on carrying on the family line. Having sister-in-law's help is more than enough. Whether he's involved or not makes no difference. Tobarama nodded, his words filled with his usual jabs at a certain Uchiha Izuna. Well, considering that Uchiha Izuna died in his early 20s, to Tobarama, who was in his 30s and nearing 40, he was just a boy. What the hell? Tobarama Senju, what's that supposed to mean? Uchiha Izuna couldn't just let that slide. It means exactly whatever you think it means. Tobarama Senju. Uchiha Izuna. And just like that, they were at it again. Meanwhile, in a shadowy underground burrow somewhere in the ninja world, Dave Senju, the son born to Tobarama Senju after that early accident. He can use wood release to summon all sorts of plants with different effects. Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, was most likely resurrected by a plant Dave Senju summoned. Now, Madara treats this brat and his brother as everything to him. This is a real problem for the plan. A pitch-black figure sat in the pitch-black depths of the cave. Dave Senju must die. A cruel smile flickered across the dark face in the shadows. But killing this brat won't be so easy. Tobarama Senju's Flying Thunder God technique is quite a headache. Black Zetsu's face clouded with thought. I need to kill that brat without anyone noticing, without a single trace. I need to come up with a way. Night deepened. Black Zetsu slipped out from the underground hole and leaped onto the tallest tree in the area. He gazed up at the moon. Mother, wait for me. I'll come for you very soon. The next day, in the Uchiha district of Konoha, at Madara's home, Uncle Madara quit it. Do you know what time it is? Let me sleep a little longer. Dave mumbled lazily, sprawled across his bedding, still snoring softly. Wake up, Dave. Do you know what time it is? The cheerful voice belonged to Yukimi, a little girl who could hardly contain her excitement. She had heard that Dave would be moving into the clan chief's house on her tribe's land, and the news had thrilled her so much that she barely slept a wink last night. At the crack of dawn, she hurried over, only to find her adorable Dave sprawled lazily across the bed, still deep in slumber. Little Nine Tails? Come here and keep me company for a bit, Dave mumbled, struggling to open his eyes. Still half asleep, he mistook the girl for his little fox friend, Nine Tails, thinking she'd come to curl up with him after a long day. Yesterday afternoon, I had to go with Uncle Izuna to his matchmaking meeting. I was completely exhausted. His mind still clouded by sleep. Dave reached out and gently pulled the little girl into his arms. Ah! Yukimi gasped in surprise. By the time she realized what had happened, she found herself snuggled up in Dave's embrace, her cheeks instantly turning a bright shade of red. Isn't this a bit too fast? Could it be that Dave wants something from me? But we're only 7 years old. It's been a year since the story after the last birthday. Should I refuse him later? But if I say no, will he be sad? Oh, what a dilemma. Conflicted, Yukimi wavered for a long while, wrestling with her thoughts. But when she finally summoned the courage to look at Dave, she couldn't help but burst into a quiet giggle. He was fast asleep. So she simply sat there, gazing quietly at Dave's peaceful face, reaching out to gently caress his cheek. Then, closing her eyes, she nestled into his arms like a contented kitten, feeling the warmth of his chest against her. Her face was burning with a rosy blush. A little while later, Big brother, I went on 20 matchmaking meetings yesterday. Can you please let me rest today? Izuna looked utterly defeated. A look of resignation etched across his face. The memory of yesterday's endless parade of matchmaking meetings was enough to make him shudder at the mere mention of the word. Madara cast him a cold, silent look, then grabbed Izuna by the arm and marched him inside. Izuna couldn't help but wonder, what's up with Big Brother today? Why isn't he lecturing me? Madara led Izuna to the front of Dave's room, left him there, and immediately walked off without another word. Puzzled, Izuna hesitated for a moment, then opened the door, having no idea that Dave was inside. And there, before him, were two little ones cuddled up together. Izuna fell silent. Slowly, he pulled out his phone. Hello, Mito? Can you set up a few more matchmaking meetings for me? Yes, right now. Immediately. I'll go this instant. On the rooftop, Madara watched the scene unfold, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. A few days later. Hello, Aunt Kai. Is there something going on at the shop? Dave had been living the good life these days, utterly content. He spent every day playing around with his little wife, Uma. At this moment, Dave was lounging in Uma's arms while she gently peeled some grapes and fed them to him, one by one. "Little boss, there's a strange man here, wearing a mask," he said after defecting from the village. "He could come see you. Now he's here." Aunt Kai's voice was laced with anxiety. This man kept talking about betraying villages and killing people. Frankly, it had scared her, an ordinary, law-abiding citizen, half to death. "Oh, Kakuzu? So soon? I thought it'd take him at least half a year, maybe a year, to show up," Dave asked in surprise. In his mind, Kakuzu seeking him out shouldn't have happened so quickly. He'd assumed Kakuzu would stir up some trouble in his own village first, steal some secret techniques, then go wander the black market for a few months, only coming to look for him after experiencing the harsh realities of the world. But it had barely been a few days, certainly not even half a month, yet here Kakuzu was already. Apparently, this guy has a pretty clear understanding of how things work these days. "It's all right, Aunt Kai. Just hand the phone over to Kakuzu and I'll talk to him," Dave hurried to reassure her, hearing the panic in her voice. A moment later, "Hey, brat, you said I'd come crawling to you after defecting and failing to make it on my own. Well, here I am. I suggest you make your intentions clear, or not even Hashirama and the others will be able to save you." Kakuzu's voice came through the phone, cool and detached. "The fact that you're able to call Uncle Dave makes me happy. But that tone you just used, I can't say I liked it. In Konoha, only Uncle Dave gets to threaten others. Since when do others get to threaten Uncle Dave? Am I right?" Dave's mischievous streak surfaced again. On the other end, Kakuzu was speechless, a vein throbbing in irritation. This kid really had a nasty personality. "I suggest you speak up quickly, or else the woman next to me will be the first to go," Kakuzu threatened, using Aunt Kai as leverage. "When it comes to courting death, Kakuzu, I have to say, you're the best." Dave nearly burst out laughing. Threatening Aunt Kai? Did he even know who Aunt Kai's husband was? Don't be fooled by Might Wei's goofy, honest demeanor. In the past, he was a drifter, just trying to survive the chaos of the Warring States era. To keep his wife safe and sound as a wanderer. Did Kakuzu really think he had no skills? Was he not worried about Granny Lee showing up at his door for payback? Kakuzu really was something. First provoking Hashirama, now picking a fight with a hot-blooded tough guy. Hadn't he spent at least a few days in the black market? How had he not managed to pick up even basic information like this? What's that supposed to mean, kid? Kakuzu was clearly annoyed. How was he asking for death? Was there something extraordinary about the woman next to him? He'd only glanced at her once, and she was already scared out of her wits. "Kakuzu, I really don't think you're being sincere. How about you come back when you actually mean it?" With that, Dave hung up the phone without waiting for a reply. He immediately dialed Might Wei's number. "Hey, young boss, what can I do for you?" Might Wei's cheerful voice came through the line. "Uncle Wei, Aunt Kai is in danger. Someone's trying to kill her, and she's still at the shop. If you're nearby, please get there as fast as you can. I'm still a ways off, and I'm afraid something might happen to her before I arrive," Dave said, his voice tinged with worry. There was a brief pause on the other end, just a second or two of silence. "Understand, young boss. Granny Lee's knocking. Open up." Dave stared at the phone, his mind caught on those last words echoing through the line. He fell into a moment of deep thought, then glanced towards the direction of the phone shop. "Kakuzu, I hope you brought enough hearts with you today." A short while later, Dave arrived at the phone shop with Tsukimi. The shop itself wasn't in bad shape, just a few collapsed walls, nothing a small crew couldn't fix in a day. The street in front, though, was another story. It was utterly destroyed, but thankfully, no one had been hurt. Dave looked over and saw Might Wei, slightly out of breath, then glanced at Kakuzu lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Despite the chaos, Dave couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle Wei, I had no idea you were so powerful. Is Aunt Kai all right?" Dave asked, breaking into a run to check on them as soon as he finished laughing. "Don't worry, young boss. Kai's fine. This guy here, though, might not be so lucky. Also, the shop and the street." Might Wei scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at the damage. "It's fine, really. We'll just use some of the shop funds to fix the place up. You go checking on Aunt Kai. She must be pretty shaken up after all this," Dave replied quickly. "Thank you, young boss. You're a real good person," Might Wei said gratefully, then hurried off. Dave slowly walked over to Kakuzu, knelt down, and slapped him across the face, snapping him back to consciousness. "So Kakuzu, how does it feel? Some people are simply beyond your reach. That Granny Lee knocking feels pretty overwhelming, doesn't it?" Dave laughed, helping Kakuzu sit up. Kakuzu's eyes were vacant, his gaze hollow. He still saw flashes of that blue silhouette from moments ago, swirling in his mind. "I know you love money. That's what I admire about you. your nose for cash. How about joining me? I'll cut you in, 70-30 split. Dave grinned, unable to suppress another chuckle at Kakuzu's dazed expression. No way, 60-40. The moment Kakuzu heard the word money, he snapped back to attention, forgetting everything else that had just happened. 70-30, 60-40, 80-20, 70-30, 90-10. Damn it. Who haggles like you? Kakuzu asked, rubbing his temples in frustration. Hey, you do realize you're in the Hidden Leaf Village now, right? Uncle Madara, Uncle Hashirama, and even that intimidating Uncle Wei from earlier aren't far from here. Dave threatened, his tone suddenly menacing. Let me make one thing clear. I'm not negotiating with you anymore. Since you've entered my Hidden Leaf, you won't be leaving so easily. You little brat. Kakuzu wanted nothing more than to strangle the white-haired kid in front of him, but he couldn't ignore what Dave had just said. Senja Hashirama is his uncle. He's also close with Uchiha Madara, and that green-skinned river monster from before is his employee. If he made any rash moves now, he might really never make it out of the village. 4 of his 5 hearts had already been destroyed. He only had 1 left, just 1 life left to lose. 40-60, that's my final offer. If you still don't agree, then go ahead and call them to kill me. Kakuzu, a man of principle, drew a hard line. 40-60, take it or leave it. Okay, it's settled. Dave agreed without hesitation. Embezzling the finance manager. Success. So, what do you want me to do? Kakuzu asked, resigned. Just put that penny-pinching, the shrewd mind of yours to work. Dave chuckled slyly. A few days later. I have to say, you're being completely unreasonable. I'm Dave's real uncle. Do you understand what that means? His real uncle. And you won't even give me a discount. Hashirama was fuming. He'd come to the electronics store today to buy the latest new gadget, something called a computer. But when he inquired about the price, a full set cost a whopping 300,000 ryo. Sure, Mito had always managed the family finances, but over the years Hashirama had managed to squirrel away some private savings. Not much, just a few tens of thousands. But this new manager refused to cut him even the slightest deal. Hashirama was incensed. He was the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, and the boss's actual uncle. Wasn't it only natural, both logically and emotionally, that he should get a little discount? No can do. Even if that rascal Dave himself came by, I wouldn't knock a single penny off the price. Kakuzu declared, stiffening his neck. When it came to money, not even Senju Hashirama could sway him. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths himself walked in, the answer would be the same. You, huh? Why do you look so familiar? Hashirama, still fuming, jabbed a finger at Kaku, suddenly struck by a sense of deja vu. Nope, I don't know you. You don't know me either. Cheapskate. Kakuzu turned away, replying coolly. Poor bastard. That was the insult that brat Dave hurled at him yesterday, and he felt that there could be no word more fitting for someone like Hashirama Senju. You, boo-hoo. I'm telling Dave. I want Dave to fire you. Hashirama's eyes brimmed with hot tears as he threatened, then stormed out the door. T-Sich can't even cough up 300,000 ryo. What a pauper, Kakuzu sneered, watching Hashirama's retreating figure as he muttered under his breath. At Hashirama's side, Hashirama? What's wrong? Madara was wandering the main street, hoping to stumble upon some new inspiration for his dance, when he saw Hashirama approaching, face buried in his hands and sobbing. Wah, Madara. Someone call me a poor bastard. The moment Hashirama saw Madara before him, it was as if he'd found the perfect outlet for his frustration. He threw himself into Madara's arms and wailed like a child. A few dark lines slowly crept across Madara's forehead. Don't you have any self-awareness about your own finances? A moment later. Come on, I heard Dave's opened a new shop these past few days, something called an internet cafe. Dave says it's actually pretty interesting. Let's go take a look. Madara glanced over at Hashirama, who was munching on a pile of snacks beside him, and grinned. As long as Madara's here, I'm happy to go anywhere. As for Kakuzu, Dave had temporarily left him in charge of the cell phone shop. It wasn't quite time to open up to the public yet. A couple of days ago, Orochimaru had managed to piece together a basic desktop computer, though it was nothing fancy, and the internet was just average. All the signal stations were over at Orochimaru's end. The other day, Dave had even bought up nearly 100 miles of land from Hashirama, and that area was now well on its way to industrialization. Aunt Kai and Might Wei had been assigned as the net cafe's managers and service staff, working just next door to the phone shop. Hopefully nothing will go awry. Aishin Internet Cafe. Hashirama and Madara arrived at the place and looked up at the 4 bold characters on the sign above the shop. With curiosity etched across their faces, they stepped inside. Welcome. Oh, it's Lord Hokage and Lord Madara. A bell hung behind the door, chiming softly with every opening and closing. Aunt Kai, who was manning the counter, looked up at the sound. Her eyes sparkled with excitement when she recognized Hashirama and Madara. In the village, the two of them were nothing short of idols. Hello, Onkai. What exactly is this internet cafe? Hashirama glanced around the room, spotting a few of those 30,000 Rio. Computers he could never afford, and some people shouting enthusiastically at their screens. He asked, puzzled, his brow furrowed in confusion. Let me explain, Lord Hokage, Ankai said. Since a single computer costs 300,000 Rio, which is quite expensive, the young boss came up with this idea. He opened a special shop and placed several computers here. This way, people who can't afford one themselves can enjoy the experience for a very cheap price. Renting a computer is just 20 silver Rio an hour. Oh, Dave is really clever. Well then, set up 2 hours each for Madara and me. I want to see how this thing works. Hashirama's eyes lit up at the explanation. Dave really was a good kid, probably opening this shop for folks like him who didn't have much money to spare. All right, by the way, Lord Hokage, would you like to get a membership card? Ankai asked. A membership card? What's that? Hashirama looked puzzled. It's quite simple. The card costs 100 Rio and comes preloaded with that amount. So, that's 5 hours of use. When you top it up later, you get discounts. 50 Rio for 3 hours, 100 Rio for 10 hours. Plus, any in-use balance stays on your card, so you can use it next time you visit. And there's more, Aunt Kai continued, explaining patiently. Just a couple of days ago, Dave had taught Aunt Kai all this, and she'd picked it up after hearing it once. By the time Hashirama came back to his senses, both he and Madara were holding a card each in their hands. Following Aunt Kai's instructions, the two of them pressed the power button beneath the desk. The computer screen slowly lit up. The image of a half-eaten piece of fruit flickered before giving way to the main interface. They entered the card numbers they held in their hands. A cheerful chime rang out. The two of them stared at the tidy desktop, gripping the mouse, not having the faintest idea what to do next. There were 4 icons on the computer desktop. A penguin, Konoha polka, Aishin music, Konoha fohom. Just then, they heard a familiar roar echo through the shop. Damn it, Tobarama Senju. Play along with me, will you? Just follow my lead. Put the pressure on him. If you just played that 4, we would have won. What are you doing? Why are you passing? Seriously, you're not going to play that 4. Ridiculous. Can't you be a bit more careful? What if the landlord has some hidden cards left? Arg. Tobarama Senju. What hidden cards could he possibly have? He's only got a 3 and a 4 left. That's it. You passed. He played the 4. I can't do anything. You passed again, and now he's played the 3. He's out of cards, and he's won. I can't believe this. You totally threw the game. My 2,000 Konoha beans are gone. Uchiha Izuna? What did you just say? Do you want to die again? F. Tobarama Senju. I'm going to kill you. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha both turned toward the familiar voice at the same time. Just as the two were about to start fighting, they suddenly realized that the people turning their heads ahead were their own elder brothers, and they were instantly dumbfounded. Go on, explain yourself. Why are you here? Didn't you say this morning you were going to meet a girl from the Kato clan for a marriage interview? Madara shot Izuna a cold look and questioned him. Well, big brother, I failed at the matchmaking again. Izuna scratched his head awkwardly, looking every bit like a kid caught by his parents while sneaking online. Madara snorted, clearly showing his disappointment in Izuna. On the other side, with Hashirama, what? Do you have a problem with that? Tobarama looked at Hashirama coldly and asked, didn't you say you had some experiments and a matchmaking meeting today? So, why are you here? Hashirama hung his head, his voice lacking confidence. Do you have an issue with it? No. Then keep quiet. All right. Hashirama glanced over at Madara, who was scolding his own little brother, with a hint of envy. Why did Madara have such authority over his brother? Was it because he was a better dancer than me? Impossible. Was it because he could beat me in a fight? Even less likely. After thinking it over, Hashirama decided maybe it was because he'd always been like this himself. Yes, it's time for a change. With that in mind, he mustered up his courage, looked up at Tobarama, and was just about to speak. Be quiet. All right. No matter how much chaos there was at the internet cafe, Dave was feeling a little uneasy right now. Dave, let's take a walk around the village. The girl, Yuemi, clung to Dave's arm and spoke with soft affection. Kid, she's not that little girl. She's the one who was spying on you before. The malice in her is overwhelming. The voice of the Nine Tails echoed in his mind. Of course I know that. Damn it, Dave complained inwardly. Could he really not notice something so obvious? Normally, the girl would get shy just holding his hand. Now, she was acting all cutesy. He couldn't help but recall that creepy image of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu acting cute. Ugh, Dave felt a wave of nausea. All right, Yuemi, how about we sneak outside the village for a look? There's nothing much fun left in here anyway. Dave forced a smile as he spoke. Black Zetsu was definitely a problem he needed to deal with. Otherwise, he'd never feel safe as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But if he was going to handle this creep, it couldn't be inside the village. It had to be outside. As Dave spoke, his hand in his pocket quietly sent chakra to the flying Thunder God seal engraved behind his phone case. All right, Dave, wherever you want to go, I'll follow. Black Zetsu was overjoyed inside. He had originally planned to deal with Dave in the village, but that would have been troublesome. Now, with this opportunity to head outside the village, things would be much simpler, far fewer concerns to worry about. Black Zetsu didn't know that the Nine-Tails was sealed inside Dave's body, nor did he realize that Dave had been discovered. His intelligence gathering relied solely on his mayfly technique, which he used. From time to time, with Madara not yet corrupted and without the White Zetsu army, he had to collect information all by himself. The business with the Nine-Tails was completely unknown to him at the time. Meanwhile, the girl, Yume, was practically bouncing with excitement, grabbing Dave by the arm and tugging him toward the outskirts of the village. Watching her radiant smile, Dave couldn't help but think of that pitch-black true form beneath the surface, and he felt utterly nauseated. Elsewhere, inside the AI Shun Internet Cafe, Dave just triggered the Flying Thunder God seal. Tobirama shot up from his seat, his expression grave and serious. Aunt Kai looked at the 4 warring states, 4 members before her, each one aglow with 4 pillars of light. She glanced at the ceiling now, blasted open by their overwhelming aura, and shook her head helplessly. Such a massive hole. Was there even a mic guy who could patch this up? Dave is heading out of the village now. Let's go wait for them outside. Tobirama sensed the Flying Thunder God mark on Dave and realized he was moving toward the village outskirts. The other 3 said nothing. Tobirama placed both hands on Madara's and Hashirama's shoulders, and in a flash, the 3 of them appeared outside the village with the Flying Thunder God technique. Izuna? Did you guys just forget something? Senju Tobirama. Izuna roared in frustration as the 3 vanished before his eyes. That bastard had definitely done it on purpose. On a cliff outside the village, the trio stood tall. Tobirama gazed back toward the village, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Left with no choice, Izuna could only rush to catch up on his own. On the road, a sudden thought crossed Dave's mind. Black Zetsu, as he recalled, couldn't really be killed. He could only be sealed. But if he was to be used as a seal, where to put him? Kurama, do you want a new best friend? Dave suddenly had a bold idea and asked the Nine-Tails sealed inside him. The Nine-Tails? Brat, I can tell you're plotting something against me again. The Nine-Tails bared its teeth at Dave, growling menacingly. No, I just thought you seemed a bit lonely, so I wanted to find you a good pal to play with. Dave grinned as he spoke. Brat, get lost. The Nine-Tails could instinctively sense that Dave was up to no good and immediately threw him out. A short while later, Yume, why'd you stop? Dave felt a sudden pang of nervousness as he looked at Yume, who had halted ahead. Hee. Dave, look at me, am I as beautiful as Tsukimi? Black Zetsu slowly turned his head. Then, the image of Tsukimi gradually faded away, revealing a pitch-black figure standing before Dave. Ugh. Even though Dave had tried to prepare himself, he couldn't help but retch at the sight. How could anyone possibly be this ugly? Deep bot. Black Zetsu unleashed his signature move, his infamous black hand. Do you want to dance? Just as Black Zetsu's hand was about to touch Dave, already imagining it phasing through Dave's chest, a figure suddenly appeared and intercepted his hand. Uchiha Madara! Black Zetsu cried out in shock. In that instant, 4 beams of light erupted on the battlefield. Black Zetsu stared, dumbfounded, as the legendary Warring States 4 suddenly materialized before him. Sage Art. Would release. True, several thousand hands. Top Transcendent Buddha. Susanoo. Flying Thunder God / Tobirama, glancing at the 3 monsters beside him, knew he could only rely on his Flying Thunder God technique. Would release. Destruction Mushroom. The Destruction Mushroom could unleash a tremendous burst of energy, obliterating everything in its path. The scale of its destruction depended on the amount of chakra used. Black Zetsu was completely stunned. Was this really necessary? How could someone like him possibly deserve such an overwhelming lineup? That day, the villagers of Konoha were treated to the most spectacular fireworks show they'd ever seen. A moment later, half of Black Zetsu's body was already gone. He lay on the ground, staring emptily ahead, utterly devoid of spirit. Every time he tried to escape with his ephemeral technique, Tobirama's cursed Flying Thunder God would track him down. Tobirama had left a mark on him, so no matter where he fled, Tobirama would always be right behind him. Just like some cursed piece of glue he could never shake off. The group returned to Konoha, bringing along the paralyzed remains of Black Zetsu. Senju Compound. What exactly is this thing? No matter what we do, it just won't die. Tobirama stared at Black Zetsu, his eyes gleaming with the zeal of a mad scientist. No idea. But if he really can't be killed, what should we do? Izuna asked, perplexed. Seal him. We could seal him away. Mito pondered for a moment before suggesting. But regular sealing techniques and scrolls probably won't hold him for long, Mito added. So what do we do? Now that we've caught this thing, we absolutely can't let it go free again, or the ninja world will fall into chaos, Hashirama said with concern. Uncle, seal him inside me. Let him keep the Nine Tails company. Dave chimed in, eyes wide and earnest. Mito, Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Izuna all stared blankly at Dave, utterly speechless. Mito even put her hand on Dave's forehead, as if to check if this kid's mind was really all there. Was there something wrong with him? Why did he want to seal everything inside his own body? Brat! I'll kill you, if you dare seal him together with me. I swear I'll never let you go. Grr! The Nine Tails roared in protest. From within, its fury unmistakable. Just the thought of having to look at such an awful creature every day was enough to drive it mad. Aunt Mito, don't worry. If you seal him inside me, not only can I keep an eye on him, but Kurama can watch him too. He doesn't really have any power, just some. Sneaky infiltration technique. I doubt he could even break through your seal, Dave said, moving Mito's hand from his forehead, his tone filled with exasperation. A black Zetsu Jinchuriki? The thought alone was enough to make him excited. In that case, it might work. But we can't be sure it's safe, Mito finally said, after everyone had thought it over for a moment. To Mito, Dave's actions were bordering on madness. First, he had a tailed beast sealed inside him, and now he wanted to seal some strange creature too. She had no idea what kind of reaction there might be from sealing two completely different beings in the same body. It was too risky. If it came to it, maybe they could try sealing it into Hashirama, Tobirama, Izuna, or Madara. Izuna, Tobirama, Madara, Hashirama. Everyone pondered the matter throughout the night. The next morning, all right, we'll seal it inside Dave. But if anything goes wrong during the process, Mito, stop the ritual immediately, Hashirama said, his eyes ringed with fatigue. Understood, Mito nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Dave, already familiar with the process, laid himself down next to Black Zetsu, ready for the sealing ritual to begin. A short while later, Dave slipped into the sealing space with practiced ease. To his amusement, as soon as he arrived, he saw Black Zetsu sealed right next to Kurama, pressed up against a wall in a cell barely big enough for one. Iron bars ran across the front like a proper prison. At that moment, Black Zetsu was clinging to the bars, staring wide-eyed at the Nine Tails on the other side. Kurama, in turn, bared his teeth at him, eyes fierce and full of warning. Black Zetsu was utterly bewildered. Why on earth was there a Nine Tails inside this brat's body? Kurama was irritated too. The sealing space was already cramped enough, and now this hideous new roommate had shown up to compete for space. Hey, we're all going to be living here together from now on. Let's not be so hostile. Dave stepped forward to mediate. Kid, did you know about me all along? Black Zetsu asked, turning to Dave with a look of deep seriousness. It wasn't me, it was him. Dave shrugged helplessly and gestured toward the Nine Tails beside him. Damn-tailed beast, Damatsuki Hagoromo. His mother never should have given birth to those two rebellious sons. It would have been enough to have just him, Black Zetsu. Why bother with twins? Being an only child is clearly the best. Black Zetsu fumed inwardly. What's wrong, you pitch-black piece of trash? Got something to say? The Nine Tails glanced at Black Zetsu with a look of utter disdain. Damn you, Nine Tails. I should have killed you back when you were nothing but a cub. Black Zetsu howled, clutching the bars. Oh, you've seen me as a cub? The Nine Tails' eyes suddenly sharpened, his whole body radiating an ominous aura. His childhood was a millennium ago. For this thing to have seen it, it must have been alive even longer. That meant it knew everything from back then. Hagoromo's unfilial brat. Black Zetsu dodged the question, but the Nine Tails understood at once. This creature was definitely from his era. You fiend, I don't care what you're plotting, but I'd advise you not to make any sudden moves. Oh, right, you can't, since you're sealed up in here. The Nine Tails' lips curled in a mocking sneer. No matter what dark schemes this shadowy thing was hiding for now, it was still sealed inside, wasn't it? Damn you, Nine Tails. If you got guts, let me out. If you got guts, why don't you come out yourself? If you got guts, you let me out. Oh, I don't have the power to let you out. If you're so capable, why don't you break out yourself? Arg, damn you, Nine Tails. Just wait. Why get out? You'll be the first one I kill. How about you get out first before making threats? If you got guts, come in here. If you got guts, come out here. Angry yet? Annoyed, aren't you? I could do this all day just to drive you mad. Dave quietly watched the black shadow and the fox trade barbs. The scene suddenly struck him as oddly amusing. Strange and unexpected knowledge kept piling up in his mind. Looking at Black Zetsu's utterly defeated expression, he felt that, in the future, his own body would be filled with joy. "Kid, let me out. I want to kill him." Black Zetsu turned to Dave, roaring, "Are you out of your mind?" Dave looked at Black Zetsu with a baffled expression. "Kid, just let him out. He's not going anywhere." "Ha, I know that even if he breaks the seal and leave your body, he won't die. But with his level of power, he'll never escape. And don't worry about any negative emotions from him rubbing off on you. He's not like us tailed beasts." The Nine-Tails said coolly, "Can I use his chakra?" Dave asked, puzzled. "He can. His strength isn't great. In fact, you could say he's quite weak. Even if you forcefully use his chakra, he won't be able to resist at all." The Nine-Tails grinned, his tone dripping with mischievous delight. "Well then, let's help you out." Black Zetsu Dave chuckled, his laughter bubbling up mischievously. Black Zetsu swallowed hard, that laughter echoing in his ears like a devil's whisper. "No, don't. I don't want to go out. I think it's just fine in here. I don't want to leave." Black Zetsu howled in terror, watching Dave draw closer and closer to his cell. "I'm afraid you don't get a say in this." A short while later. "Yeah. Hey Nine-Tails, are you mad? Are you mad? Can't catch me, can you?" Black Zetsu was finally enjoying a turn of fortune, his earth-burrowing technique keeping him just out of the Nine-Tails' reach. "Ark!" The Nine-Tails roared in frustration, then slowly opened his massive jaws. A black-tailed beast bomb began to form in the creature's mouth. Dave, watching from the sidelines, was utterly dumbfounded. "What the heck, Kurama? You're using a tail beast bomb in a place this tiny?" Dave shouted, half in disbelief. "You little brat. I'm going to kill him." "Relax. This seal space is extremely stable. It won't break." "You shadowy little thing. Let's see where you can run now." The Nine-Tails intoned, voice heavy and deliberate. "Nine-Tails. Black Zetsu. Fine. You two carry on with your drama." Dave, who'd been lying on the floor, slowly regained consciousness, his gaze falling on the 5 people in front of him, all looking extremely nervous. "It's fine, everyone. No need to be so worried," Dave said with a reassuring smile. "Dave, are you sure you're all right?" Hashirama swallowed nervously, pointing at Dave as he spoke. A question mark slowly appeared on Dave's face. He lowered his head to look at himself. "Ah!" Dave startled himself. Aside from his face, Dave's entire body was pitch black, as if Black Zetsu had possessed him. Once Dave calmed down, he realized it was merely Black Zetsu's chakra, but it felt strangely weak. "Hey, brat, what do you mean by that? Explain yourself. Who are you calling weak?" Sealed inside Dave's body, Black Zetsu could hear Dave's thoughts and roared in annoyance. He'd been a manipulator in the shadows for 1,000 years, pulling strings and orchestrating countless deaths. And now a kid was mocking him for being weak? That thing is probably a sentient creation of yin-yang release. Now that Dave can use its chakra, I can sense it from the chakra itself. Madara spoke up, his tone measured. "So, can I use its abilities?" Dave asked, puzzled. "You can give it a try. Its stealth technique is indeed powerful. If you can master it, then aside from a certain white-haired freak who knows Flying Thunder God, no one in the entire shinobi world could catch you," Izuna replied. "Uchiha Izuna, what do you mean by that?" "Whatever you think I mean, that's exactly what I mean. Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobarama." And so, the two of them dashed outside to start another fight. By now, everyone was so used to this scene that no one even batted an eye. Dave tried placing his hand on the ground. Slowly, his hand began to sink into the earth. A grin spread across his face. He discovered it really worked. Not only could he pass through solid objects, but he could also enter living bodies. He wondered if he might even be able to control someone's body. He was eager to try out Black Zetsu's signature move, the infamous Black Hand Grab, second only to the legendary 1,000 Years of Death in the original story's martial arts techniques. "Well, since Dave's all right, let's wrap this up for now." Hashirama stifled a yawn. He hadn't had a proper rest in 2 days and was on the verge of dozing off where he stood. You come back with me to work." At that moment, Tobarama appeared at Hashirama's side, his tone leaving no room for argument. "What? No way. I haven't slept in 2 days. I need to get some sleep." Hashirama blinked in surprise. How did Tobarama show up so quickly? And where was Izuna? Don't tell me Izuna actually lost to Tobarama this time? Wasn't he supposed to keep Tobarama busy a little longer? "Sarutobi Sasuke has been organizing and handling paperwork for you for the past 2 days. He's just an assistant to the Hokage, stepping in to deal with official business. Does that sound reasonable to you?" Tobarama remarked coolly. "It does. Of course it does. Hokage assistants are supposed to assist the Hokage, aren't they?" Hashirama nodded emphatically. "If a Hokage's assistant doesn't help the Hokage, what's the point of having one?" "Yes, I, Hashirama Senju, am nothing if not clever. Then what about Madara? Isn't he also an assistant? How come I've never seen him help you? Tobarama shot a glance over at Madara and continued his questioning. Back when the village was first founded and Hashirama became Hokage, Madara found himself with nothing to do. Hashirama had appointed both Madara and his trusted ally from the Warring States era, Sarutobi Sasuke, as Hokage's assistants. But, as for Madara, after helping out for just a few days, he got bored and left, dumping all the work onto poor Sarutobi Sasuke's shoulders. Sarutobi Sasuke truly was the type to swallow his grievances in silence. Hashirama didn't want to strip Madara of his assistant title, so Madara just kept the position in name only while Sarutobi Sasuke toiled away, loyally handling everything on his own. Ah, what a model veteran official. Madara. Of course, he's helped me before. Sasuke handles my official work, and Madara helps me with everyday affairs, Hashirama stammered, searching for an excuse. Oh, everyday affairs? Like what? Dancing with you around the village? Sneaking off to win toys from claw machines? Playing mobile games instead of actually working? The very thought seemed to rile Tobarama up. Hashirama was at a complete loss for words. Come back to work with me, Tobarama said, tugging on Hashirama's ear as he headed for the door. No, not that. Hashirama protested, his voice squealing like a pig about to be dragged away. Dave, how about you take me to see that internet cafe of yours? Madara considered for a moment. With nothing else to do, he recalled the sights and sounds he'd experienced there before with Hashirama. Yes, it was worth another visit. Sure. Dave hesitated for a split second. Bringing Uncle Madara to the internet cafe might turn out to be quite the adventure. Asian Internet Cafe. How do you work this thing, Danzo? How do you even turn it on? Hiruzen and Danzo, having heard rumors of Dave's new and entertaining establishment, had decided to pay a visit. Persuaded by Aunt Kai to spend their kunai training money on a membership card, they sat staring blankly, unsure where to start. Hey kid, just press the button under the desk, and it'll turn on. Madara Uchiha, who had just arrived, caught sight of the two youngsters struggling with the computers. He gave a scoff. Kids these days really couldn't keep up with the times. Really? Oh, thank you, Uncle Madara. Hiruzen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he glanced admiringly at Madara and powered the computer on. Kids, you have to keep up with the times, Madara replied with a cold chuckle, his tone deliberate. Right. Hiruzen and Danzo nodded eagerly. Madara and Dave each switched on a computer as well. Madara clicked open Konoha Landlord. He'd seen both his younger brother and that white-haired fellow playing it just a few days ago, and now he was curious to try it himself. The game loaded slowly. Madara noticed he needed to register an account. Dave patiently walked him through the process, explaining that the same penguin number account could be used everywhere. When it came time to choose a username, Madara glanced at Dave's screen. His username was a jumble of nonsense. Why by Babu? Madara didn't get the meaning, but understood that these names could be anything you liked. Should he call himself Dance King of the Ninja World? Or perhaps Dance King of Konoha? With the registration done, Madara entered the game. The interface was simple, just a few buttons. Play Landlord, currently 0 players. Online, create room, recharge. It was all rather plain, especially considering the recharge button took up half the screen. Dave, how do you play this Konoha Landlord? Madara asked, glancing over at Dave. Well, Uncle Madara, there's a beginner's guide in the upper right corner. It'll teach you how to play, Dave explained, pointing at the screen. Madara nodded, immediately opening the beginner's guide, thus beginning his descent down a path with no return. Beside him, Hiruzen and Danzo, both first-timers with these machines, overheard Dave's suggestion and dove into the beginner's guide as well. A short while later, hey, you two brats, want to open a room and play around? Madara had figured out how this game worked, so he turned to Hiruzen and Danzo, inviting them to join in. At the moment, there were only 3 players online, just the 3 of them. The internet cafe hadn't gained much popularity yet, so there were very few visitors each day. Sure, Hiruzen and Danzo, having finished the beginner's guide, were eager to show off their skills. The 3 of them created a room and entered the game. Madara glanced at his cards and smirked. I'll be the landlord. Hiruzen looked at his own hand and gave up the bid. Why bother with cards like these? Danzo, on the other hand, brimmed with confidence and called for the landlord's spot. Feeling pretty sure of yourself, aren't you, brat? Madara sneered, casting a cold glance in Danzo's direction. Danzo didn't quite know how to respond. He gave an awkward, forced smile, one that hardly won any compliments, but could definitely rival Madara's own. Madara clicked to bid for landlord once more, and this time, he got it. Hiruzen and Danzo were the peasants. The game began. And then, the game ended. Madara chuckled, glancing at his account, where 3,000 more Konoha beans had just been added. Hiruzen, Uncle Madara played a pair of threes. Why didn't you follow? Danzo asked, clearly annoyed, turning to glare at Hiruzen. I didn't have a pair, damn it. Hiruzen retorted, equally frustrated. He'd only had one pair in his whole hand, and he'd already played it. Ah, Brad, a loss is a loss. Don't go losing your temper. You were simply outplayed. Uchiha Madara watched the scene and gave a cold, mocking laugh. Again, Uncle Madara. Danzo was not having it. He refused to accept defeat. He wanted to win. Landlord. Danzo, seeing the chance to call first this time, didn't hesitate. A moment later, Brat, what the hell were you doing? Even Hashirama would have played better. He played a trio with an extra, you followed him, and I could have won with a bomb and a plane. This time, Madara had lost and was none too pleased. He shot an accusing glare at Hiruzen. No wonder the kid lost and was so frustrated. He really had been sabotaged by his own teammate. Honestly, even Hashirama would have put up a better fight. Hashirama. Far away in the Hokage's office, Hashirama, buried in paperwork, suddenly sneezed hard. Was Madara thinking of him? Should he drop by to check in? But when Hashirama looked up and saw Sasuke and Tobirama watching him intently, he decided to just keep his head down and return to his endless paperwork. After a few more rounds with the same group, Madara gave up. Hiruzen was a hopeless teammate. Out of 5 games, Madara had been a peasant. 3 times and lost all 3, losing all his Konoha beans. In another round, Hiruzen finally became landlord, only for the peasants to win. Madara exited the game, and Danzo followed suit. Only Hiruzen sat there, staring blankly at the Konoha landlord game before him, his silhouette radiating a quiet, desolate loneliness. Spotty opened the Konoha Leaf forum on his device and entered the Penguin ID he'd just registered. He made his way into the site. There weren't many people on the forum yet. It hadn't even been organized into different sections, and there were only a handful of posts. Just then, Spotty noticed a new post. It was from Little Dave. Spotty nodded approvingly. Little Dave was truly a good kid. I think Uncle Madara is really cool. What do you all think? That was the title, and underneath was a photo of Madara spinning a giant windmill. The phone's camera feature had just been updated a month ago, but the picture was still quite blurry. There were only a few likes and comments below the post. Seeing a thread about himself amused Madara, so he opened the comments to see what people thought of him. Will of Fire. Uncle Madara is definitely cool, but could you please not block my view of the Uchiha girl group in the background? For Konoha. Not bad. Snake, my husband, clan leader Madara, is so handsome. Yes. I don't want arranged dates. Oni Ai-chan is the coolest. Madara saw this last comment and smiled with satisfaction. No doubt, that was his younger brother. He replied at once. Dance King of the Shinobi world replied to I don't want arranged dates. It's time for you to go on those arranged dates. Youthful Might, whoa. Lord Madara is just brimming with youth and passion. Lightning Speed of the Shinobi world. What an ugly wretch with that stone-faced expression. How does he even have a nerve to exist here? Weak skills, ugly looks, a complete disgrace to the Shinobi world. Why by Babu replied to Lightning Speed. Madara's face darkened instantly when he saw this comment. Dave, you're in charge of all this stuff, right? Madara turned to Dave, asking, HM, what is it, Uncle Madara? Dave was busy testing the stability of the apps and hadn't noticed what was happening. Can you help me find out who this Lightning Speed of the Shinobi world is? I'd like to have a word with him. Madara pointed calmly at the comment on the screen. Dave froze for a second. His heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the post. Lightning Speed of the Shinobi world. Wasn't that his own old man? That's my father. Sorry, Dad, but it's every man for himself at times like this. Tobirama? Madara paused. Then a sly smile crept across his lips. He placed both hands on the keyboard. Dance King of the Shinobi world replied to Lightning Speed. You are quite something. Oh no, Dad, I don't know anything about this. You brought this on yourself. I, little Dave, am completely innocent. Dave wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Uncle Madara, you can make your own posts too. Anyone who finds them interesting will start following you. Those are your fans, Dave added. Fans? Madara was taken aback. After years of dormancy, his heart began to stir with excitement. Take a look at this post from the Uchiha Girls group, Dave said as he pulled up the Uchiha Girls group's account and clicked into it. Madara leaned in, craning his neck to get a better look. I registered this account for those sisters. Every afternoon, after they finish dancing with you, they come here to post updates. See? This account already has several hundred followers. Dave pointed at the list of fans, his tone tinged with pride. This account could easily be called the most popular one on the entire forum. Its followers were mostly honest villagers, mixed in with a crowd of rather fervent admirers. Some villagers who lived nearby would even come here to surf the web from time to time. Oh, interesting. I want to try posting something myself. Madara, unable to suppress his curiosity, quickly made his first post on the forum. Me, Uchiha Madara. When Dave saw Madara's post, just those 5 simple words, he gave an awkward chuckle. Just then, Madara noticed the notification icon in his messages had changed to 1, indicating someone had replied to his post. He clicked on it eagerly. Ninja World Flash. What kind of nonsense is this? Silence fell. Senju Tobarama. Madara sprang up from his seat and scanned the room. To his puzzlement, the familiar figure with white hair he imagined was nowhere to be seen. Dave, how is it your father isn't even here? Yet he's posting on the forum? Madara sat back down and turned to Dave, genuinely perplexed. Huh, I guess my old man just bought himself a computer, Dave replied, a bit at a loss. A computer set costs 300,000 Rio. The machines and monitors together were only a few tens of thousands, but the real expense was electricity and network access. Konoha hadn't reached the point where everyone had electricity. To buy a computer, you'd also need to get your own house wired up, which was a major undertaking. The main power source was still over in Orochimaru's district, and getting hooked up meant hiring Earth-style ninjas to dig and lay the cables. Damn, ninja labor really was expensive. A single Earth-style chunin would cost tens of thousands, maybe over 100,000 Rio. You could get a genin for less, but they often couldn't even use their jutsu properly, or their Earth-style was just half-baked. For safety, you really needed a chunin. Let's talk about this next time, Madara said, forcibly suppressing his frustration. Next time, he'd settle it when they met again. Dave, what's this Konoha farm on the forum? Madara continued to browse, noticing a special section in the top right corner called Konoha Farm. He looked genuinely confused. Oh, that's actually a game. You can give it a try. It's pretty relaxing. There's even a beginner's tutorial. You might like it, Dave explained. Madara clicked on the game with a hint of curiosity. After going through the beginner's tutorial, he found it rather interesting and planted a few crops to start. Dave, what is this leaf penguin thing? Madara asked, feeling a bit bored after tending to his garden. Well, you can think of it as a chat application. It lets you message and chat with others, Dave explained as he helped Madara open the software. Madara logged in using his Dancing God of the Ninja World account. A small window popped up on the right side of the computer screen. Uncle Madara, let me add you as a friend, Dave said. Why by Babu has sent you a friend request. A few chimes sounded in Madara's ear, and a tiny notification appeared in the bottom left corner. He clicked to accept. His penguin friends list changed from 0 to January 1st. Vai Babu, unne Madara, ding ding. Immediately, another string of notification chimes echoed in Madara's ears as Y by Babu's name began to vibrate in his friends list. Curious, Madara clicked on it and watched the scene unfold. He spent a few moments getting familiar with the system. Soon, he understood how it all worked. Without delay, Madara opened a friend search and looked up Godspeed of the Ninja World. When he saw that Godspeed of the Ninja World was online, Madara let out a cold chuckle and sent a friend request. Godspeed accepted almost instantly. Godspeed of the Ninja World. Huh. The wicked Uchiha Madara? Dancing God of the Ninja World. You. Impressive. Godspeed of the Ninja World. Of course I am. Dancing God of the Ninja World. Has your Flying Thunder God technique improved so much that you're this cocky now? Godspeed of the Ninja World. Huh. Who do you think you are? Dancing God of the Ninja World. Madara was seething with rage inside. If it weren't for Dave and the 2 kids nearby, he would probably have erupted in a pillar of light on the spot. He closed the penguin panel and shut his eyes, trying to calm himself. He really didn't want to see the name Godspeed of the Ninja World any longer. Madara clicked into the Leaf Forum, hoping to collect some cabbages to soothe his furious heart. As he entered his farm and saw his 5 pristine plots of land, a question mark slowly appeared on Madara's face. Just then, a pop-up message jumped onto the screen. Dear farmer, while you were away, your friend Godspeed of the Ninja World stole 100 cabbages from you. Bang! A powerful aura exploded from Madara, a column of energy shooting up as he clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on his hands bulged. With a mighty smash, he slammed the desk, splintering it instantly. Dave, Hiruzen, and Danzo huddled together, trembling, not daring to move. Who on earth had angered the boss this time? Lord Madara, what happened here? Oh no, the computer. Aunt Kai, who was behind the counter, rushed over at the commotion. She was startled by the sight of Madara blazing with energy and the wreckage of the computer on the floor. Asai, put the losses here on the Uchiha clan's account. Remember to go collect the payment later. I'll be leaving now, Madara said softly, closing his eyes. Then, with a flicker of his instant movement technique, he vanished from the scene. The 4 people left behind could only stare at each other, speechless. Back in the Senju clan grounds, Tobarama cheerfully picked up the teapot and took a sip of tea. Gazing at the extra 100 cabbages now stored in the Konoha farm warehouse, he let out a satisfied sigh. There's nothing quite as delightful as cursing out Madara and then snatching some of his vegetables. Senju Tobarama. Just then, a furious roar echoed from outside the compound, startling Tobarama so much that he used Flying Thunder God to teleport away without a second thought. Senju Tobarama. Konoha isn't that big. Let's see where you think you can run today. Madara stood outside the Senju compound, sensing Tobarama's chakra vanish, and bellowed in rage. With another flash, Madara disappeared from sight. But regardless of what chaos was erupting between Tobarama and Madara, Kakuzu had heard that Madara Uchiha had smashed several computers at the internet cafe. At this very moment, he was making his way toward the Uchiha compound. Since Madara was currently locked in fierce combat with Tobarama, Kakuzu could only track down the Uchiha clan second elder. Second elder, your clan leader, just damaged 5 computers at the Aishin internet cafe. Of those, 3 were completely totaled, every component destroyed for a total loss of 800,000 Ryo. The other 2 had their screens and CPUs smashed, amounting to 100,000 Ryo. Additionally, there were 2 tables made from rare Shinobi World timber, the famous Hashirama wood, bringing the total damages to 1.5 million Ryo. Since your clan leader explicitly stated these losses should be put on the Uchiha clan's account, and now he's nowhere to be found, I'd like to ask if your clan can settle the compensation immediately, Kakuzu said calmly, flipping open his little ledger. Uchiha Changjiang was utterly dumbfounded. A short while later, Kakuzu left the compound beaming, hefting a bulging sack of Ryo with obvious satisfaction. After all, a portion of this payout was his commission. Ha ha ha. The Uchiha second elder could only watch Kakuzu's departing figure with a heart filled with bitter pain. Madara Uchiha. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat him, I would have stripped him of his clan leader title ages ago. That was all my money. The second elder's heart ached at the thought. Meanwhile, with Madara, Hashirama, do you know where Tobarama usually carves his Flying Thunder God seals? Madara, having searched everywhere for that troublesome white-haired brat, finally turned to Hashirama for answers. No idea, Hashirama replied, shaking his head. Those formulas were cryptic and impossible to remember. How could he possibly know? I'll take you to the internet cafe once you finish your work. The laboratory, Senju compound, Hokage building, the square on Konoha's west end where they do group dances, training ground 3 on the east end, Aisha mobile store, the hot springs just outside Konoha, and the ninja academy. Madara gave a faint smile, then quietly left the scene. Hashirama's mind was still lingering on that subtle smile Madara had just shown. Madara's smile, it was truly beautiful. In the middle of the night, the Warring States F4 gathered at the Ace Hen Internet Cafe. Tobarama? What happened to you? You look like a pig's head. Izuna couldn't hold back his laughter as he looked at Tobarama, whose face was swollen and bruised. What? Got a problem with that? Tobarama's voice had taken on a strange, buzzing tone. Perhaps his vocal cords had been battered along with the rest of him. And no problem at all. Ha ha ha. Izuna's face turned red as he struggled to contain his laughter, but in the end, he couldn't help but burst out loud. Damn it. If I can't beat your brother, I can at least take you down. You're asking for it. Dark lines appeared on Tobarama's face as anger overtook him, and soon enough, he and Izuna were brawling outside the shop. Hashirama and Madara were already used to this scene. Unfazed, the two of them headed straight into the internet cafe. Inside, it was Kakuzu who was manning the counter for the night. Truth be told, he never really needed to sleep. Aren't you from Takigakure? Madara asked as soon as he stepped in, spotting someone familiar behind the counter. Not Ase, but someone he was sure he'd seen before. After a moment's thought, he realized it was that guy from Takigakure. Wah, Madara, that's him. That's the guy who called me a penniless loser. Hashirama whined, clutching Madara's arm and pointing at Kakuzu like a wronged wife seeking comfort. Quiet. Oh, what are you doing here? By this time, Tobarama and Izuna had entered as well, and Tobarama eyed Kakuzu curiously. My mission to assassinate the Hokage failed, so I became a missing nin when I got back. I heard the Hokage here in Konoha is a kind, generous, and tolerant leader. So I came seeking a job to make a living, Kakuzu replied, using the excuse Dave had prepped for him. Just keep Hashirama happy, and there'll be no trouble. That's right. That's the spirit. If Takigakure can't accept you, then come join us in Konoha. We're one big family here. There's room for everyone. Hashirama immediately straightened up, speaking with the air of a stern, righteous leader. Tobarama, Madara, and Izuna could only shake their heads in resignation. Oh well, they thought. Kakuzu's strength was nothing they couldn't handle. If he ever caused trouble, anyone of the 4 could deal with it. Can you get us some computers? The 4 of them handed over their membership cards, and Kakuzu logged them in one by one. By the way, do you guys, do you want it to open night market? Kakuzu looked at the four of them, struggling to get the words out. In Kakuzu's mind, what even was a night market? Wasn't that just a guaranteed way to lose money? 20 ryo an hour during the day was already a good deal. But the night market? 50 ryo from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Damn, just think of how much profit is lost there. If it weren't for that woman insisting, over and over, that he had to tell everyone who came in at night about the night market deal, and if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat her husband, he would never have mentioned such a thing. What's a night market? The four of them looked puzzled. So Kakuzu haltingly explained it to them. Let's do it, the four nodded after hearing his explanation. They didn't really lack for money, but there was no reason to waste it. Well, except for Hashirama. He was the most excited one upon hearing the news. The four of them sat side by side in the internet cafe and fired up their computers. Anyone up for a few rounds of Konoha Fight the Landlord? Tobarama asked. No, I'm going to do my farming. Humph, some white-haired bastard even stole my crops this afternoon. Madara shook his head with a cold chuckle, still holding a grudge against a certain white-haired someone. I'll pass too. I'm off to browse the forum. Izuna also shook his head. Then, big brother, how about just the two of us? Tobarama turned to Hashirama. What's this Konoha Fight the Landlord game? Hashirama asked, curious. This would be his first time playing. Tobarama then had Hashirama go through the beginner's tutorial. After finishing it, Hashirama's cheeks were glowing with excitement, itching to jump right in and play. Tobarama told Hashirama, when we start, let's not fight over being the landlord. Just follow my strategy, and I guarantee you'll win a fortune in Konoha Happy Beans tonight. Since the game required 3 players, Tobarama checked the current online count. Perfect, exactly 3. Himself, Hashirama, and 1 unknown player. Tobarama and Hashirama hit the matchmaking button, and in less than a second, they were in the game. Tobarama glanced at the username of their opponent. Money is life. Just wait. He'd see to it this player left with not a single bean. But Tobarama had no idea just how serious things were about to get. Hee, I'll raise you. Take that. 3 with 1. You're still coming? Double jokers. Momins lete. Hashirama and Tobarama stared in shock at their accounts. Now 5,000 Konoha beans in the red. Lost in thought. Big brother, if it really comes to it, maybe I should just be the landlord next round, Tobarama sighed, glancing over at Hashirama as he spoke. This guy. They'd agreed before starting to follow his lead, but once the game began, it was as if Hashirama had never seen cards before, playing 3 of a kinds, straights, airplanes, just throwing cards out at random, all while making a racket. Next time, let me be the landlord and let Big Brother go and trap that guy. The two of them tried to match into another game, only to realize that their Konoha beans had reached the maximum negative balance on their accounts. They couldn't play anymore. At that moment, their eyes were drawn to the recharge button that took up half the screen. With confusion, Hashirama slowly clicked the button. First time top-up gets you double Konoha beans, and 1 piece of silver equals 1,000 Konoha beans. There were 8 recharge options. 6, 18, 25, 50, 98, 168, 328, and 648. Below that, a note read, this recharge will directly deduct from your card balance. Let's just top up 6 pieces of silver first, Tobarama said quietly. Hey, Tobarama. Didn't you see the first time top-up doubles your beans? It only happens once. I'm going for the 648. Hashirama quickly reminded him. Do you even have that much money, brother? Tobarama asked, a bit puzzled. I don't care. I'm getting the 648, no matter what. With such a good deal, how could I not? Hashirama turned his head, determined. Madara, do you have any silver on you? Lend me 648. Hashirama looked over at Madara. Madara, though a bit surprised, didn't think much of it. 648 silver wasn't a big deal to him. With his usual swagger, he handed Hashirama 1,000 silver pieces. With great excitement, Hashirama rushed to the counter and asked Kakuzu to load 1,000 silver onto his card. Expressionless as ever, Kakuzu handled the transaction for Hashirama. But after Hashirama left, Kakuzu almost let out a laugh. Glancing at the computer screen behind the counter, he saw his own Konoha beans balance in Konoha Doujinshi, and couldn't help but smile. After topping up with 648, Hashirama was brimming with confidence. Tobarama was speechless, but since the first top-up came with double beans, he decided to start with a modest 30 silver. At the counter on the other side, why haven't those two matched into a game yet? I've been waiting here forever. The Hokage just topped up 648. By the end of tonight, I should be able to win it all back. And when he comes to recharge again, I'll coax him into topping up even more, Kakuzu thought to himself as he watched the ongoing matchmaking. He was already plotting how to maximize his profits. That's so like you, Kakuzu. With that, Kakuzu entered the game. He felt a sort of satisfaction, This Hokage and the other guy really were tenacious. That kind of perseverance was admirable. Oh, the so-called Shinobi World Lightning is still trying to be the landlord? Huh. Let him take the landlord role. Let's see what happens, Kakuzu remarked, noticing that the player named Shinobi World Lightning wasn't playing as a farmer this round, but was competing with him for the landlord spot. However, having just won enough to bankrupt both Hokage players, Kakuzu was feeling rather smug. A farmer is still a farmer. My skills are more than enough to beat you. Even if the winnings are a bit smaller, it's no big deal. After all, you have to let others enjoy the game a little too. Kakuzu's thoughts floated on air. I, Kakuzu, am the greatest at Konoha's landlord game. Yet what followed soon made Kakuzu realize just how devious this so-called belly dance forever god, Hokage, really was. 1 hour later, Kakuzu stared at the minus 5,000 Konoha beans in his account, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, on the other side, wow, Tobirama, you're amazing. You managed to bankrupt that guy so fast. Hashirama gazed at Tobirama with shining eyes, full of admiration. But, Tobirama, can you lend me one around? I've been losing all night. How much have I lost already? Hashirama continued, his voice tinged with discouragement and disappointment. Big brother, if it's really not working, maybe you should go browse the forums instead. Tobirama, hearing Hashirama's words, couldn't help but grimace in exasperation. He'd seen how pitiful his brother looked just now, so he tried to let him one around. That last time as the landlord, Tobirama had played almost randomly, just throwing out whatever hands he had. Straights, planes, bombs, whatever came up. And even then, he still managed to win, stubbornly relying on his own strength against Hashirama. Should he just pass on every hand his brother plays next time? I refuse to accept this. I want to be the landlord. Hashirama protested, unwilling to back down. He thought the only reason Tobirama and that other guy kept winning was because they were always the landlord. He wanted to be the landlord too. He wanted to win. All right, Tobirama rubbed his brow. When he saw his brother once again eyeing that 648 with eager intent, it was clear he needed to let Hashirama give up on his own. Oh, the Hokage wants to be the landlord this time? I'll trust him one last time. Kakuzu, who had just recharged 6 silver coins, saw that the Hokage was calling for landlord and remembered how powerful Hashirama had been in that last hour. Yes, he'd give him another chance. And indeed, Hashirama did not disappoint Kakuzu's expectations until he lost his entire stack of 648s and didn't win a single hand. I don't accept this. Madara, lend me another 648. Hashirama jumped up, shouting in frustration. On the other end, Madara wordlessly tossed him 2,000 silver coins. His message was clear, don't ask again. If you lose all this, then you really are hopeless. Kakuzu, recharge 2 more 648s for me. The moment Kakuzu heard the number 648, he jumped to his feet and, in less than 2 seconds, had recharged Hashirama's account. As Kakuzu watched Hashirama's retreating figure, he thought, not bad, a real high roller. I need to find a way to keep him spending. On Madara's side, big brother, why don't you post a photo? Izuna scrolled through his brother's account, noticing there was only a single post. He asked, puzzled, what's a photo? Madara paused, then asked in confusion. So Izuna patiently explained to his big brother what a photo was, how to take one, and how to upload it to his own post. Before long, Uchiha Madara used the webcam built into his computer monitor to take his very first photo. This won't do, Izuna. I don't look cool at all in this one, do I? Madara stared at the photo he'd just taken, turning to Izuna with a puzzled look. The picture came out dark, and his long hair happened to cover half his face, making him look anything but impressive. Big brother, can't you just try a different angle? Or maybe tie your hair back or something? Izuna froze for a second, then shared the bits of selfie wisdom he'd picked up over the past couple of days. And so, Madara embarked on his selfie journey. He tried sitting upright in his chair with a dignified air, resting one hand on the table and stroking his chin, sweeping his bangs aside with one hand, pressing his face close to the camera, turning his head for a side profile. He tried everything. At one point, he got so worked up he accidentally activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, which only made things look scarier. It was the middle of the night after all, and the internet cafe wasn't exactly well lit. The result looked like a horror movie poster featuring nothing but a pair of glowing red eyes. But in such a cramped little place, Madara felt he'd exhausted every possible pose. He picked the one he liked best, added it to his post, and uploaded it to the forum. Me, Uchinadora, photo, so plain and unembellished. Dave was up late at home, unable to sleep, aimlessly scrolling through posts when he suddenly noticed Uncle Madara, whom he followed, had posted something new. He hurriedly clicked on it. The moment Dave saw Madara's angled side profile, he nearly spit out the Kagaya brand bone powder drink he'd just mixed. Uncle Madara's taking selfies now. Dave was completely stunned. Since when had Uncle Madara become so trendy? Even getting into selfies now? Waby Babu. First comment. Uncle Madara is the coolest. No arguments. Back in the internet cafe, Madara kept refreshing the forum when suddenly a 1 popped up in his notification bar. He quickly clicked it. If it was that blasted Shinobi World Express with another reply, Madara was ready to make him suffer all over again. But when he saw that it was his dear little Dave's very first reply, Madara smiled, just a hint of happiness on his face. Izuna, watching his brother's expression, was taken aback. Big brother? Can he actually smile? In the Senju compound, Dave was still aimlessly scrolling through posts when suddenly the penguin icon in his lower right corner chimed. Dave opened it up. It was a message from Uncle Madara. Ninja World Dance King. Dave, still awake? It's so late. Hurry up and get some sleep, or your father will probably have something to say to you again. Waby Babu, I'm going to bed right now. Uncle Madara, if you're tired, don't stay up too late either. Get some rest early. With that, Dave changed his penguin status to offline. Still bored, he continued scrolling through posts. In the internet cafe, Madara glanced at Dave's message and smiled softly to himself. Then he went right back to browsing the forum. Izuna, something's not right. Something's definitely not right. Big brother actually smiled twice in such a short span of time. Madara kept refreshing the forum out of boredom, hoping for a comment or a like. Anything, really. The author is dropping heavy hints here. Just then, another notification popped up in his message bar. Madara quickly clicked it open. Ninja World Lightning. Who do you think you are, really? Where do you get the confidence to post your picture? Huh? That face of yours is worse than the cards Hashirama plays with. On the other end, Senju Tobarama, Ninja World Lightning, had perfected the art of playing cards with one hand and scrolling through posts with the other. When he saw Madara's post, he let out a disdainful chuckle. As for the outcome, well, there's no need to elaborate. The next day, in the Hokage's office, the students at the Ninja Academy are ready to graduate. It's been 2 or 3 years since they started, and by now, they've got what it takes to become independent genin. We can start taking on a few students ourselves. Tobarama's voice was muffled, his left eye bruised, right eye swollen, nose crooked, forehead throbbing, and lips puffed up like sausages. Do you have anyone in mind? Hashirama, sporting dark circles around his eyes, nodded sleepily, his voice weak. Playing cards all night never made me this tired. So why did it feel like I nearly died just stepping out of the internet cafe this morning? Hashirama wondered, puzzled. There are still a few talented kids. Senju Dave, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Tsukimi, Akimichi Torikes, Hamura Midokado, and Koharu Yuditane. These children are all quite promising. Tobarama now felt like even speaking was a struggle. How should we go about taking them in as students? Hashirama asked. Let's split them, 4 each, Tobarama suggested. Isn't Madara and his brother taking any students? Hashirama glanced over at the 2 sitting nearby, puzzled. They're not worthy. TSK. Tobarama let out a cold chuckle, but it tugged at his wounds, making him quickly cover his mouth and suck in a sharp breath. I'll take Dave and that Tsukimi girl, Madara said, ignoring Tobarama and turning to Hashirama. Dave needed no further explanation. He had already made up his mind. As for that young girl, Yume, word had it that she had awakened her Sharingan A year ago, an outstanding talent. Besides, she was betrothed to Dave, and the 2 were always inseparable, so it made sense to take them both as students. As for why Madara refused to take Uchiha Kagami, well, Madara simply didn't think much of him. Kagami, huh? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ugh. As soon as Tobarama heard that this bastard was after his own child, he roared furiously. Damn, that Uchiha Madara. The beating he gave last night was brutal. And now he dared to lay eyes on Dave? Just look at your usual despicable self. Narcissistic, infuriating, sinister, gloomy, perverse, and so on. Tobarama mentally piled all sorts of labels onto Madara. Have him enter Dave? What would become of Dave then? Let's just settle it this way, Tobarama. Madara doesn't usually have much to do, either. Don't always see him in such a negative light. I'm sure he'll take good care of Dave and Yume, Hashirama interjected, clearly choosing his good friend over his own brother. Big brother. Arg. Tobarama roared, baring his teeth again. Izuna, are you going to take on any students? Hashirama ignored his brother's outburst and turned to Izuna. I'll pass. I'd rather stay on as a teacher at the academy. It's such a hassle to mentor students, and I don't really have the time. Izuna shook his head, his tone tinged with grievance. Between his endless matchmaking appointments and his teaching duties at school, he barely had a moment to spare from mentoring students. All right then. I'll take Tsurutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami myself, Hashirama said with an awkward smile, picking up the student files and pointing to the trio. Oomph. Then I'll take the other three. Unlike a certain Uchiha who shirks responsibility, Tobarama snorted coldly, resigned to mentoring the remaining students. His words dripped with disdain for a certain Uchiha who was just trying to muddle through life. Senju Tobarama, didn't you get enough of a beating last night? Ah, Uchiha boy, just because I can't beat your brother doesn't mean I can't beat you. Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Izuna. Watching the two storm off and start brawling again, Hashirama could only smile helplessly. Sigh, and they call Izuna a child. Tobarama, aren't you just the same? Inside the Ninja Academy, Dave knew that last night, the Warring States 4 had pulled an all-nighter at the internet cafe, but what happened after that he wasn't sure. When he arrived at school and saw Tobarama's swollen, piggish face, he could pretty much guess what had gone down. All right, today is your graduation day. There's no need for any more graduation exams. Your abilities are more than enough to become genin of the Hidden Leaf. Now, come and receive your forehead protectors. Tobarama, with his pig-headed expression, didn't waste words and got straight to the point. Everyone was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but then the room erupted with excitement. Each and every one of them was overjoyed, especially Danzo, Hiruzen, and the others. When they took the forehead protectors from Tobarama's hands, their own hands were actually trembling. In addition, based on your performance over the past 2 or 3 years, I, along with that troublesome Uchiha clan leader and the Hokage, will select a few of you as our personal students. Tobarama looked down at the excited faces of the children below him, his heart full of emotion. These children would become the future of the Hidden Leaf. But among them, there were a few special cases. Yume, why does this forehead protector look so ugly? Daifu asked, holding the limb protector in his hand, confused. Mai giggled. Honestly, only you, Daifu-kun, would dare say something like that. Here, give me your forehead protector. I'll help you put on. Daifu took the protector from Yume's hand. He gently tied it around her forehead. Yume gazed at Daifu with eyes full of tenderness, watching as he carefully fastened the protector for her. Daifu-kun, does it look nice? Yume asked shyly, her cheeks tinged with pink as she looked at the gentle Daifu. It does. Whatever my Yume wears always looks beautiful, Daifu replied softly, gently holding her delicate hand. Yume blushed, and Daifu continued to look at her with warmth in his eyes. Up on the stage, Tobarama slapped his forehead in exasperation. Oh no, oh no. My adorable child is completely bewitched by that Uchiha daughter-in-law. Now, then, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, the 3 of you will form a squad and be taken as students by the Hokage. Akimichi Torafu, Midokado Hamura, Yudatane Koharu, you 3 will form another squad and be my students. Uchiha Yume and Senju Daifu, you'll be a 2-person team and be taken in by, that troublesome Uchiha clan leader. Tobarama forced himself not to look at his own unlucky child, turning to address the others. The moment Kagami, Danzo, and Hiruzen heard they'd be students of the Hokage, they jumped to their feet in excitement. Sit down, you 3 over there. Are you trying to start a rebellion? Daifu, on the other hand, didn't see what the fuss was about and shouted at the 3 who had leapt up in excitement. What's there to get so worked up about? My teacher is Uncle Madara, the battlefield rose, the dance god of the shinobi world, Konoha's #1 dancing king, master of the pole dance. Oh wait, something odd slipped in there again. All right, the rest of you can leave now. Those whose names I just called, stay here and wait for your teacher, Tobarama said slowly. Once the other students had left, only a few of them remained in the classroom. Koharu, Hamura, Kagami, you 3 come with me, Tobarama said, glancing over at them. The 3 nodded and followed Tobarama out. Now, only the 5 of them were left in the classroom. Yume, what do you think we should eat later? Dave turned to Yume and asked. Well, whatever you want to eat, Dave. I'll have the same, Yume replied with a gentle smile. I like you more and more, you know. Mwah. Dave leaned in and gave Yume's cheek a soft kiss. Meanwhile, on the other side, so what's the plan? Danzo asked, his face cold as he looked at the 2 beside him. Screw him. I've put up with that guy for 2 years. Hiruzen, always hot-tempered, grumbled. If it weren't for the fact that the teacher was that jerk's father, he would have dealt with Dave long ago. Now they were finally graduating, but Dave was still showing off, acting like the rest of them didn't even exist. Let's get him. Kagami, the younger brother-in-law, was itching to go. For 2 years, Dave had been coming over to his house every day, flaunting his relationship with his sister. Kagami had had enough. Then let's do it. The 3 quickly reached an agreement, stood up, and slowly walked toward Dave. Hey, what are you doing? Yume suddenly noticed the three of them approaching Dave and cried out in alarm. The trio froze on the spot. Dave, you go ahead. I won't let them bully you, Yume shouted, pulling Dave behind her protectively. Seeing this, the three could only exchange glances. Then, hand in hand, they quietly returned to their seats. To be honest, right from the start, we'd already lost. Dave looked over at the three single guys huddled together in tears. For some reason, the sight made him want to laugh. Dave, Yume, let's go, came Uchiha Madara's voice from the classroom doorway. Coming, Uncle Madara. Hand in hand, Dave and Yume happily walked over to Madara. When they reached him, they each took one of his hands because friends stick together, after all. The three of them left together. Meanwhile, Hiruzen, Danzo, and Kagami couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. They were suffering heartbreak that no one their age should have to bear. When Hashirama finally finished his paperwork and arrived late, he found three little boys huddled in a corner, sobbing their hearts out. A question mark slowly appeared on his face. Were these really his students? No matter how Hashirama tried to comfort the three broken-hearted boys on one side, over on Madara's side. From now on, you two are my students, Madara said, looking at Dave and Yume, who were holding hands. A minute passed. The three exchanged glances. 10 minutes. Still, the three exchanged glances. Half an hour passed. The three of them exchanged glances. Madara was starting to get a headache. You could ask him to go to war or even dance, and he'd do just fine, but when it came to talking, this really wasn't his strong suit. How about this? The two of you spar with me. Let me see just how strong you are, Madara said slowly. Uncle Madara, are you sure that's a good idea? Dave hesitated for a moment, looking embarrassed. What's wrong? Are you underestimating me? Madara shot Dave a sideways look, his gaze sharp. No, that's not what I mean. I just think, if we fight here, won't the space be a little too tight? Dave quickly waved his hands, trying to explain. Oh, interesting, Madara sneered, then walked over to Dave and placed a hand on his shoulder. Yume, wait here for us, Madara said, turning to Yume. Yume nodded in response. With a flash, Madara performed the body flicker technique, taking Dave with him toward the forested hills behind Konoha. In the hills behind Konoha? Let's begin, Madara said coldly. All right, Uncle Madara. Dave replied enthusiastically. Wood release, sunflower formation. Wood release, twin-headed sunflower formation. Wood release, sunflower. Solstice formation. Wood release, primal sunflower. As Dave clapped his hands together, rows upon rows of sunflowers, each with a different shape, sprang up behind him. Wood release, Gatling gunner formation. Wood release, torch stump formation. Next, ranks of wooden gunners and blazing torch stumps emerged from the ground. Uncle Madara, get ready. Dave shouted, fire. The wooden gunners slowly rose and, one after another, fired massive peas from their mouths. The peas shot through the torch stumps, bursting into giant fireballs that hurtled toward Madara. Madara watched the barrage of enormous fireballs speeding his way. Rather than being nervous, a fighting spirit flickered in his eyes. Fire release, majestic destroyer flame. Crossing his hands, Madara unleashed a towering wall of fire from his mouth, blocking the oncoming fireballs. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Forming another set of hand seals, Madara spat out a fire dragon, several meters long, which roared toward Dave. Wood release, great nut wall formation. Dave reacted quickly, summoning towering walls of nuts to block Madara's fire dragon. Uncle Madara, why don't you show us your real skills? Dave shouted across the field. Interesting. Susanoo. Madara's form shimmered, and behind him, a massive skeletal figure began to take shape. Blue chakra surged around the skeleton, transforming it into a gigantic blue warrior, upper body only. Susanoo, second stage. Wood release, magic mushroom formation. Dave clapped his hands, and before him appeared a square-headed mushroom wearing a playing card hat. The magic mushroom shook its head at the giant across the way, then began to fling enormous playing cards from its hat, launching them one by one at Madara. Kid, is this where you got your inspiration for Konoha's Dedizu? Still, this kind of attack is really weak. Susanoo slowly spread his massive arms, and with a single swipe, the flying playing cards vanished into thin air. Uncle Madara. If I went to the trouble of summoning him, it's not just to let him stretch his legs, Dave replied with a faint smile, his face still a bit pale. That little trick almost bankrupted the Nine Tails. Brat, what are you up to this time? My chakra. 50 cakes. No, 100 cakes as compensation. The Nine Tails roared in outrage. Dave ignored the Nine Tails for the moment. At that instant, the cap on the magic mushroom's head suddenly floated upward, swelling to a colossal size that blanketed the ground, just like Madara's giant. Then, The cap slowly descended, shrinking back as it settled onto the mushroom's head. Beneath the brim, a gigantic blue Susanoo materialized, standing face-to-face with Madara's own. "You really are an interesting kid," Madara exclaimed. Yasaka Magatama. His fighting spirit was ablaze. Behind him, his Susanoo began to split and transform, growing 4 heads and 8 arms, each hand wielding a massive blue pillar of light. Madara controlled his giant to strike fiercely at the mushroom's newly formed giant. In response, the mushroom's giant mirrored Madara's form, now with 4 heads and 8 arms, charging forward to meet its foe. The two towering figures collided, sending shockwaves that rippled toward the village. Meanwhile, in a training ground near the back mountain, "That chakra, it's Madara's." Hashirama was sparring with 3 children when he suddenly sensed the familiar chakra signature in the aftermath of the battle. "Wait here, all of you. I need to check what's happening on the other side of the mountain." Hashirama addressed the trio before vanishing without a trace, leaving the 3 singletons staring at one another in confusion. Moments later, Hashirama arrived to witness 2 colossal figures exchanging thunderous blows, one unmistakably Madara's, while the other seemed to move on its own, without anyone controlling it. Glancing at Dave, Hashirama assumed for a moment that the boy was in danger and hurried toward him. "Hashirama, stay out of this. This is between me and Dave," Madara roared, his eyes blazing with battle lust as he spotted Hashirama. Hashirama was stunned. You're fighting Dave? Are you serious?" While the 2 giants fought to a standstill, the cap of the magic mushroom on the ground flew up once more. Another giant appeared, joining the fray and wrestling with Madara Susanoo. Madara paused for a split second at the sight of yet another giant, but his fighting spirit only burned brighter. However, 10 minutes later, Madara stared, head pounding, at the army of towering giants before him, while the magic mushroom continued to churn out more and more. "Susanoo, final form." "Haha, kid, this is interesting, really interesting. Besides Hashirama, you're the first person who's ever forced me to go all out. Now, let's see what else you got up your sleeve." Behind Madara, the giant slowly unfurled its wings, each hand gripping a massive katana. Uncle Madara, maybe don't get too confident just yet." Dave scratched his head awkwardly and pointed toward the group of giants in the distance. A moment later, Madara stared at the crowd of fully formed Susanoo giants in front of him. He felt a sudden ache in his teeth. What the hell kind of wood release is this? Disgusting. Damn it. Why is that plant still spawning mechas over there? Can you just stop already? The giant behind Madara gradually faded away. He gave up. There was simply no way to win. Those giants had exactly the same fighting power as the one behind him, except their defense wasn't as high. His was the real deal, a true mecha, and he could slice them down with a few swings. But there were just too many of them. By the time he finished, he'd be out of chakra, and that infuriating plant just kept cranking out more. "Yeah, Uncle Madara, let's call it quits. I surrender." Dave offered a sheepish grin and let the army of plants around him disappear. "Ha ha, Madara, you actually lost. Ha ha ha, and you lost to Dave of all people. Hey Dave, how could you say you lost? It's obvious Madara's the one who lost here." At that moment, Hashirama, who'd been watching from the sidelines, rushed over to gloat. Dave rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Did his uncle really have no sense of tact at all? Madara gave Dave a complicated look. Then his expression instantly turned icy as he shifted his gaze to Hashirama. "Hashirama, do you really think you could beat me?" Madara sneered. Isn't it obvious? I mean, you lost to Dave, and Dave's my nephew, so by that logic, you can't beat me either. Seems pretty straightforward to me." Hashirama replied, smug as ever. "TCH, come on, Dave. Let's go take care of that mission today." Madara, done with Hashirama's nonsense, turned to Dave. He placed a hand on Dave's shoulder, and, with a few flickers, they vanished from the spot. Hashirama watched the 2 of them go, though his eyes lingered mostly on Madara's back. Why did he keep thinking about those black stockings? No, too disturbing. He shook his head hard. When he got back, he absolutely had to upgrade the pole dance skill from S rank to SS rank. More forbidden than any forbidden jutsu. Way too terrifying. After a little probing with Hiruzen and the others, Hashirama and his group made their way to the mission assignment office. "Mission assignment office. Uncle Madara, let's take this mission to catch the pervert who's always peeping at the XX hot spring." "Looks like a good one," Dave said, pointing at the task and turning to Madara. "All right," Madara replied, though he felt a headache coming on. He had no idea how strong this kid had actually become. Just a moment ago, he was thinking of sending Dave out to find something exciting, maybe pick up an A or even an S-rank mission for fun. But the kid simply refused. "Seriously, Uncle Madara, are you messing with me? An S-rank mission? I'm still just a kid. And you want me to take on an S-rank assignment? Damn, the way you so seriously told me to go assassinate the Mizukage honestly freaked me out a little. Yum, what do you think? Dave turned to ask for his little wife's opinion. Whatever mission Dave Cohen picks, that's what we'll do, Yum replied sweetly, completely trusting Dave's judgment. Whatever he decided was fine with her. All right then, that's settled. Let's go take care of this one. After the three of them left, Hashirama's team arrived at the same place. Hey, little monkey, which mission do you want to take? Hashirama asked, chuckling as he looked at Hiruzen. Sensei, let's take this one. Cleaning the XX hot spring. We can fulfill the mission and maybe sneak a peek. Hiruzen's eyes lit up as he looked over the tasks and spotted the hot spring cleaning job. All right, let's go with that one first. Hashirama agreed without any objections. Hey, Hiruzen, why aren't we taking the mountain bandit extermination mission instead? Danzo grumbled, clearly unhappy with Hiruzen's choice of an easy job. Ahem, you have to understand, Danzo, the well-being of Konoha's villagers comes first. We need to make sure our people live happy and peaceful lives. The external enemies are secondary, Hiruzen replied smoothly, not about to admit he'd picked the mission for a little peeping opportunity. Yet, these words landed right in Hashirama's ears, and he nodded approvingly. Hiruzen really is a good kid, he thought. Danzo, on the other hand, was full of disdain for Hiruzen's reasoning. When they arrived at the mission site, Sensei, can I go to the restroom? Hiruzen, broom in hand, glanced at the time. Perfect, he thought, and turned to Hashirama. Sure, go ahead, Hashirama replied with a nod. Wait a minute, isn't Hiruzen heading in the wrong direction? The restroom isn't that way. This kid, so careless, Hashirama muttered as he watched Hiruzen head off. Sensing something amiss, he hurried after him. A short while later, hee, what have you? Oh wow, that 1-0. That's huge. Little Hiruzen was crouched against the outer wall of the women's side of the hot spring, peeking through a gap, his eyes gleaming as he took in the scene inside. You little monkey, you, how would you do something like this? Hashirama caught up at this moment, but when he saw Hiruzen crouched in the corner peeping, he cried out in utter shock. Don't move. Got you two red-handed. Peeping perverts. Oh my, one big and one small. And both of you together? Shameless. Just. Then a voice rang out. Dave slowly stepped out from behind them, pointing at the two figures in front of him and calling them out. In the blink of an eye, Madara appeared next to Dave, bringing Tsukimi along with a body flicker technique. Over on the other side, Hiruzen and Hashirama froze at the sound of the voice, then slowly turned their heads with stiff expressions. What the uncle? Hiruzen? Dave was so startled that he jumped. What on earth were Uncle and Hiruzen doing together? Hashirama, how could you? Madara was equally shocked, his hand trembling as he pointed at Hashirama, his words coming out in broken fragments. Hashirama was instantly petrified. At the Senju compound, Hashirama, can you explain to me what exactly happened today? Mito asked with a sweet smile, looking down at Hashirama, who was kneeling before her. Nearby, Dave and Tobarama wiped the sweat from their foreheads as they watched. Why does Aunt Mito's smile carry such a terrifying aura? Well, Mito, it was the little monkey. I don't really know what happened. And then Dave, Madara, and then Hashirama stammered, feeling the killing intent washing over him as he tried to explain. Hashirama, why don't I show you what's going to happen to you in a moment? Mito said, her smile still gentle as she slowly walked toward his terrified face. Run. Sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, Tobarama grabbed Dave and vanished with a flying thunder god technique. At the Konoha Internet Cafe, Tobarama dropped Dave off before heading back to his lab to continue experimenting with new techniques. Hey Dave, you're here. Oriku greeted from behind the counter, chatting with Kakuzu. He waved when he saw Dave come in. Yeah, wait, Oriku, what brings you out of the lab today? Dave asked, puzzled to see Oriku here. Oriku was truly a mad scientist. Just the other day at the square dance, he'd heard from Sister Yu that Oriku wouldn't leave his lab, unless he passed out from exhaustion. Seeing him here made Dave uneasy. He was still worried about his little Orochimaru. After all, Kakuzu, the manager, wanted to discuss something with me. This afternoon Yu is going dancing, and it's been a long time since I kept her company. So I thought I'd take some time and go have some fun with her. Oriku nodded, and as he mentioned Sister Yu, his pale face softened with warmth. Jiaodu was looking for you? What could he possibly want from you? Dave asked, confused. Why would that guy Jiaodu come looking for Orochimaru? It's perfect timing that you're here, too. Orochimaru nodded, motioning for Dave to take a seat beside him. Manager Jiaodu said he's got some new ideas about these computer games. Let's sit down and talk it over together. So Jiaodu, what new ideas do you have? Dave turned to Jiaodu and asked. I think we could launch some new games to boost our profits through in-game purchases, Jiaodu replied, sitting upright with a serious air. Looking at Jiaodu, sitting there, Dave almost wanted to hand him a pair of glasses. Me, Jiaodu, the one and only, the master of coins. But Jiaodu's approach wasn't some sudden whim. After days of playing Fight the Landlord with Hashirama, he'd noticed something. Just from Hashirama alone, the amount spent on in-game currency for that card game had reached tens of thousands of silver taels already. That was seriously a much faster way to earn money than just selling computers or whatever. And it wasn't just Hashirama. Even over the past few days, when Jiaodu did the math for himself, the biggest chunk of his profits came from game top-ups, just from the silver taels spent on in-game currency, excluding Orochi, Roku's, and Dave's. He alone had already made hundreds of thousands of silver taels. Selling computers and phones combined barely brought in a few tens of thousands. It looks like it's about time to stir up a storm of in-game purchases in Konoha. Yes. So, do you have any good game ideas? Dave sucked in a cold breath. Jiaodu was terrifyingly sharp. He'd cracked the code to making money in no time. Yes. After these past few days of careful thought, I realized that if I want to make profit the #1 priority, the game has to tap into every villager's consumer mindset. I did some research around Konoha and discovered a game model worth developing, collecting. As Jiaodu spoke, his whole aura grew more imposing. Yes, collecting. I spent several days investigating and saw that in many bookstores, as long as the packaging and title of the book looked appealing, people would buy it. And there's this curious psychology. Once they buy the first volume, even if it's not great, when the next part comes out, they'll buy it too, all the way until the series ends. Then the books just gather dust at home, as part of their collection. Dave was floored. This guy, could he have traveled from my previous life and inherited the true secrets of manhwaedit? He's using the jargon even better than me. I thought long and hard, and finally came up with a rough idea. We could set our game in the modern ninja world, and turn all those famous, legendary figures into collectible characters, packaged beautifully. Like books. With the right concepts and mechanics, we could create a game masterpiece that's sure to generate impressive profits. Jiaodu finished in one breath, looking quite pleased with himself. With a loud thud, Dave dropped his knees on the floor. Daddy Kakuzu, please lead me to fortune. A moment later, a lottery system? Sound intriguing, but the odds must be low. That way, he'll feel compelled to spend more. But not too low. If the chances are abysmal, people will just get frustrated and stop playing. Your idea about a 10-drop bundle isn't bad at all. But why make it that much cheaper? Just knock a few silvers off. That should be enough, right? Exactly. We could even reserve certain famous characters for direct purchase with money. Kakuzu, I must say, that's quite a clever suggestion. Oh, and one more thing. Ninja missions should cost stamina, shouldn't they? Otherwise, players could just keep playing endlessly. Stamina can be bought with money too. Yes, that's a solid plan. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly smile as he watched the two foxes, one large, one small before him. For reasons he couldn't quite name, he suddenly felt a pang of worry for the future of Konoha. The conversation carried on far into the night, only winding down when everyone reluctantly parted ways. As Orochimaru stood up to leave, he turned around, only to find Ryuzen Tama staring at him, her eyes brimming with quiet resentment. Oh no, I completely forgot about Tama. Meanwhile, on Dave's side, little Tsukimi was looking up at him, her face full of disappointment. Dave, didn't you promise you'd take me to do missions with Sensei today? She said, her eyes red and shimmering with tears. Tsukimi, I'm so sorry. I'll let you down today. Dave quickly hugged her and comforted her in a gentle voice. Don't cry, okay? That adorable little face is all streaked with tears now. How could I bear to see that? It's my fault for not spending time with you today. How about we go stargazing instead? Dave softly wiped the tears from Tsukimi's cheeks. But there aren't any stars out tonight. Tsukimi choked out, her voice trembling. Silly girl, you're the brightest, most beautiful star in my eyes. Let me look at you a little longer, all right? Dave smiled warmly as he spoke. Tsukimi's cheeks flushed a deep red. Hand in hand, Dave gently led her away. Well, that's a technique worth learning. Orochimaru watched Dave's moves, stars practically shining in his eyes, and nodded with great seriousness. He then turned to face Ryuzen Tama, just about to speak. What now? Don't tell me you plan on copying Dave. Tama cut him off with a stern face. Orochimaru coughed awkwardly, busted. Tama giggled, the tension breaking. Oh, come on. I'm not mad at you. You haven't eaten yet, have you? It's so late already. Orochimaru nodded shyly. Let's go grab a bite. Since you didn't keep your promise today, you'll just have to make it up to me tonight. Your treat, of course. Deal. Behind the counter, Kakuzu witnessed the entire scene, his expression twisted in utter exasperation. Why me? What did I ever do to deserve this? Kakuzu then turned his gaze to the computer in front of him. The Legend of Belly Dance was online once again. Money is life. Want to play a couple of hands of doujinshi? The Legend of Belly Dance. Sure. Today I'm determined to win back everything I lost. A short while later, Kakuzu looked at the 648 credits that had just arrived in his account, a smile spreading across his face. As expected, what could compare to the sweet smell of money? All that talk of love and romance was nothing next to this. A few days later. Phew, sensei, can we please stop taking on these kinds of missions? Uchiha Kagami glanced at his teacher, then looked down at the hoe in his hand, his face filled with grievance, as he asked. Alright, for our next mission, let's pick a C-rank one, Hashirama replied, his smile a little awkward as he scratched his head. Upon hearing their teacher's words, Danzo and Hiruzen's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, they tossed their hoes aside. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I asked you to till the field, not to throw my tools around. The farm owner on the other side bellowed in annoyance at the scene. The two quickly scrambled to pick up their hoes and got back to work. Hashirama hurried over to apologize to the farm owner. A few hours later, at the mission assignment office. Could you bring out the C-rank missions for us? Hiruzen asked cheerfully, looking at the ninja in charge of handing out assignments. All right, the ninja replied simply, pulling out several C-rank mission sheets and handing them over. So, Danzo, do you think we should take the bandit eradication mission, or this one about gathering intel on the village? Kagami asked, glancing at Danzo as he looked through the sheets. Let's go with bandit eradication. That one sounds good. Danzo mused for a moment, then nodded slowly. Great. Shunin, Kagami started to say, just as he was about to hand over the mission sheet. We'll take this one. This is the one. Hashirama and Hiruzen both interrupted, their eyes bright with anticipation, rushing to hand their chosen mission sheet to the Chunin. The Chunin accepted it and handed them a slip of paper in return. What kind of mission did you pick? Danzo and Kagami asked in confusion, turning to look at their teammates. Hiruzen and Hashirama grinned mischievously, passing the note over. Is this some sort of code-breaking intelligence mission? Danzo asked, staring at the two strings of numbers in his hand, puzzled. No, this looks like a QQ number, Kagami said, recognizing the familiar string of 10 digits, a wry smile tugging at his lips. The mission is to help the owner of this QQ account plant crops in their online farm, steal some specific crops from their friends, and then reach gold rank in the Konoha doujinshi tournament. Hashirama laughed, his voice full of pride. For the self-proclaimed king of doujinshi. How could he possibly refuse such a mission? A couple of days ago, Konoha's landlord game also launched a ranked mode. The ranks are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and so on. In ranked matches, a doubling feature was introduced, so you can win even more Konoha beans, but of course, you can lose just as much. The ranking point system works the same way. Take Hiruzen and Hashirama, for example. These two philanthropists of Konoha are now already top players of Bronze 3. Confusion was written all over Danzo and Kagami's faces. You two are playing? With your landlord skills? Where on earth did you get the confidence to take on this kind of challenge? Inside the Konoha Internet Cafe. Thanks to Kakuzu's tireless promotion, the Konoha Internet Cafe is now packed to the brim every day. The place is always bustling with people, ninjas and ordinary folks alike. To be honest, it's not just Kakuzu's advertising that draws the crowds. Come on, man. What are you doing? Bomb him already. I could have taken him down with a 3-of-a-kind and a kicker. A straight. Seriously? Are you losing your mind? Why did you play that bomb? What's the point of bombing me, huh? Who's the one with the username, Lost Love? Do you dare come out and face me? I'll show you what a real blackhand is. If you can't play landlord, just go plant vegetables. I just made it to silver, and now I've dropped back down. Which idiot is Ninja World Quickstep? Are you in the cafe? Hey, do you have the guts to stand up? Let's see if you could survive one punch from me. If you can comment under my post, you'd better have the guts to stand up right now. Is Ninja World Quickstep here? You added me as a friend, stole all my crops, and then deleted me? Are you brave enough to stand up? Come on, I dare you. This is infuriating. Hashirama and the others were still a mile away from the cafe, but they could already hear the roars and shouts coming from inside. Hashirama could only sweat in embarrassment. Ninja World Quickstep sounded suspiciously like his younger brother. It seemed his little brother was getting wilder by the day. The three of them walked into the internet cafe. They saw Kakuzu bustling about, helping people top up their accounts, his grin so wide it nearly reached his ears. Hashirama couldn't help but think that Kakuzu looked both pained and delighted at the same time. Kakuzu, are there any machines free? Hashirama walked up to the counter and asked, HM, you broke? Ahem. Oh, Hokage-sama. You're in luck. There are 4 computers together in the corner. I'll unlock them for you right now. As soon as Kakuzu saw the Hokage, a big spender, his smile became even more genuine. Black lines seemed to appear on Hashirama's face. He definitely heard Kakuzu call him broke just now. Kakuzu set up the computers for the four of them, and everyone took their seats in front of their screens. Who wants to go first? Hiruzen waved a slip of paper with a penguin account number on it, looking at the others with a puzzled expression. I'll go first. The rest of you can each do your own thing for now. Hashirama took the slip of paper from Hiruzen, beaming. Danzo and Kagami exchanged glances. What should we do? Should we stop Sensei and Hiruzen from playing? Let them play for a while first. Once they've lost enough ranks for the account owner, we'll help him climb back up. The two exchanged knowing glances. That settled it. Let those two rookies have their fun for now. A short while later. Hey, I am crushed. Big one. Airplane. With Hashirama's anguished shouts echoing in the room, the account they were tasked with had plummeted from Silver 1 all the way down to Bronze 1. Sensei, let me try. Hiruzen, who had been watching from the side, glanced at his own computer screen. His Konoha beans balance was at negative 5,000. He couldn't keep playing. Turning to Hashirama, he declared with newfound confidence. All right, Hiruzen, I'll trust you this time. Hashirama, seeing the determination in the young monkey's eyes, caught a glimpse of his own youthful self. Hashirama shook hands with Hiruzen solemnly. Both wore serious expressions. Nearby, Danzo's veins bulged in frustration. These two? Why by Babu? Weren't you supposed to be out on a mission today? Why are you online? Just then, the penguin messenger on Danzo's screen buzzed once or twice. David sent a message. At Tsukimi's house. Dave and Tsukimi were cozily snuggled together, playing on the computer. Dave had set up the computer for free at Tsukimi's home. When Kakuzu found out, he chased Dave from the east end of Konoha to the west, cursing him for being such a spendthrift. Earlier, upon noticing Hashirama and the three-man squad online, Dave had messaged Danzo in confusion. All for Konoha. The sensei and Hiruzen took on a task to boost a penguin account from silver to gold. Well, now it's a bronze 1. Why by Babu what? Are you sure? You let those two Play-Doh Diju on someone else's account? Aren't you afraid the owner will hunt them down when he finds out? Dave nearly spat out his Kagaya boneflower drink. Let those two do this kind of job? Is this a joke? All for Konoha. It's fine. Let those two rookies play for now. When the rank can't drop any lower, Kagami and I will take over and get the account back up. Nightfall. Filled with my love, carry me away. When I finally learned the truth, tears streamed down my face. After spending the day at Tsukimi's, Dave left the Uchiha compound, humming softly as he walked down the dimly lit path. A white-haired kid, very friendly with the Uchiha. Must be this brat, came hushed voices from the shadows of a narrow alley. All right, move in. Remember, keep it clean. Just take him. No unnecessary trouble. Yes, sir. Dave watched as over a dozen ninjas suddenly sprang out in front of him. He felt a headache coming on. Don't fight. I'll go with you, all right. Dave, seeing the sudden emergence of so many armed men, quickly raised his hands in surrender. Of course, with just this ragtag group of a dozen or so, thinking they could actually catch him was nothing but wishful thinking. Never. Mind the question of plant or no plant. If he let Black Zetsu take over, these fools wouldn't even get a chance to touch his clothes. What do we do now? One of the ninjas turned to their leader, uncertainty in his eyes. Take him with us. Huh. He's clever. I'll give him that. He knows he's no match for us. Any extra struggle is just a waste of effort. The leader replied, his face full of scorn. Without delay, two ninjas quickly bound Dave tightly and began marching him out of the village, heading away from the Hidden Leaf. Kurama, have one of your clones go and tell the Warring States F4. I'd really like to see which village thinks they're so high and mighty now, Dave said with a relaxed smile, calmly stepping into his own sealed space. Kid, your personality is truly rotten, Black Zetsu muttered from nearby. The moment he heard mention of the Hidden Leaf's most notorious shadowy organization, he shuddered violently. He hadn't forgotten that day. Oh heavens, no one really knows what happened that day. Even now, every time Black Zetsu recalls the incident, he can't help but feel uneasy. What are you up to this time? Kurama asked with a hint of a headache. This brat could have easily handled those dozen nobodies, but he just had to indulge in these twisted amusements. Some of these villages are newly founded, and already, they're starting to covet what others have. Dave chuckled, sprawling comfortably atop the Nine Tails. So, you're just going to tell those four monsters? Let them go raise the village. Black Zetsu asked, exasperated. Black Zetsu, do you miss your mother? Dave replied, half smiling, dodging the question entirely. Black Zetsu froze, suddenly unable to read this boy at all. Wait, do you know something? Black Zetsu's heart skipped a beat, probing cautiously. I know everything I'm supposed to know, and all the things I'm not supposed to know as well, Dave replied, gazing up at the ceiling of the sealed space, a faint smile on his lips. Black Zetsu fell silent. Kurama was stunned as well. The sealed space sank into a heavy silence. Meanwhile, on the western edge of the hidden leaf, at a grand, raucous dance party, the little Ninetales, who had been spinning a windmill dance with Madara, suddenly received a message from his true self and stopped mid-dance. Ninetales, why did you stop dancing? Madara, puzzled, turned to the little Ninetales, noticing he'd halted. Dave's been captured, the little Ninetales said flatly. A dazzling beam of light erupted from Madara in an instant. What happened, big brother? Izuna and Hashirama, who had been dancing nearby, rushed over the moment they saw Madara's outburst. Even Tobirama, who'd been watching from the sidelines, hurried over. Where are they taking Dave? Madara ignored the three before him, turning instead to the little Ninetales. Toward the land of water, the little Ninetales replied, closing his eyes to connect with his true form before answering. Today, all the villagers of Konoha witnessed 4 towering pillars of overwhelming energy shooting into the sky. Missed. Very well. Madara's voice was cold as ice. Without another word, he immediately sped off toward the land of water. Hashirama and the other 2 quickly followed in his wake. At this moment, in Kirigakure, Lord Mizukage, do you think there'll be any trouble if we catch that kid? Hozuki Jinjetsu looked at the Mizukage with a hint of doubt. Yeah, Tobirama's son, so that's it. No wonder, during the last 5 Kage summit, the Hokage and his people were so protective of that brat. Interesting. Don't worry, I sent out only the village's elite jonin. That kid is, at best, a genin. He won't stand a chance. By now, they've probably completed the mission already. We've thoroughly investigated their routines. Every afternoon at dusk, the Hokage, Uchihara, Tobirama Senju, and a young man all go to Konoha's western outskirts to dance. Meanwhile, Mito, the one who controls Konoha's barrier, goes to the eastern side to dance. That's when their guard is at the lowest. If we strike then, capturing him should be a breeze, Bai Lian declared with absolute confidence. I just don't get it. What's the point of kidnapping this kid? To be honest, Hozuki Jinjetsu was genuinely puzzled. The boy's only real value was being Tobirama's son, but was it worth antagonizing those people for such a small gain? The current shinobi world is dominated by Konoha. The other 4 villages are barely keeping up. We need a breakthrough. If we can lay our hands on Tobirama's son, we'll have leverage over Konoha. Hashirama Senju is a notoriously doting uncle. With him involved, they'll agree to any terms we set, Bai Lian sneered. Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi? Uchiha Madara, the demon of the shinobi world? Ridiculous. Their fame is just the result of being the first to end the Warring States era. If we use this leverage to form alliances with the other villages, no matter how godlike he is, he won't be able to stand against us, Bai Lian chuckled, brimming with confidence. Honestly, if Dave could hear this, he'd be dying to witness the sight of Susanoo and the great Buddha joining forces to wipe out the 4 nations. Meanwhile, the Sengoku F4 were racing across the land at the speed of sound. Madara, are you sure this is the right way? Isn't Dave being held somewhere else? Hashirama called out, glancing at Madara ahead. That kid can handle himself. I don't believe he can't take care of a dozen jonin. Madara snorted from the front. Just the other day, that infuriating plan of his could have wiped out all those jonin with ease. I guess that's true. So, what exactly are we going to do? Only now did Hashirama realize, thinking back to the scene he witnessed a couple of days ago, it suddenly made sense. How could Dave possibly lose to those dozen or so jonin? So what was the point of them going? The ninja world is getting restless. Those old foxes want to use our village as a pawn, Tobirama said coolly from the side. From the beginning, he had seen through Dave's intentions. Well, if Kirigakure dared to kidnap his son, then wiping out Kirigakure was justified, wasn't it? His precious son, Dave, clearly understood this too. They needed to give the village a clear reason to take action. Hashirama, trying to look as if he understood, nodded solemnly. In truth, he didn't get it all. But, seeing the 3 of them all seem to know what was going on, how could he be the only clueless one? Inside the sealed space. Kid, those 4 overpowered freaks are already on their way to Kirigakure, the Ninetales said with a casual air. Yeah, that's perfect. Now it's our turn. Dave leaped down from the Ninetales' back, energized. Kurizetsu, lend me your strength. Help me out today, and I'll help you rescue your mother someday. Dave grinned at Kurizetsu, eyes shining mischievously. Kurizetsu ignored this lunatic entirely. Outside the sealed space. Captain, is this brat actually asleep? One of the Kirigakure jonin, carrying Dave on his back, glanced at the boy whose eyes were tightly shut. He could feel Dave's calm, steady breathing, and the jonin was growing a bit irritated. This little brat, the captain's forehead veins bulged in frustration. Even if your father is Tobirama Senju, you don't have to be this relaxed while being kidnapped. Do you even know what kidnapping means? We could kill you at any moment. You're not your father, kid. Just then, Dave slowly opened his eyes and looked at the group of a dozen or so ninja in front of him. Armored warrior, no, wait, Kurizetsu warrior, transform. Dave shouted loudly, making sure his voice carried authority and flair. The Kirigakure ninjas all jumped in fright at Dave's sudden outburst. Next, they watched in shock as a mass of inky blackness began to envelop Dave's body, leaving only his face visible and unchanged. With a wicked grin, Dave looked around at their horrified faces. The ropes binding him seemed to cease functioning, slipping right through his body as if they didn't exist. Dave kicked off the jonin who had been carrying him and landed lightly on the ground. I am the ancient master of deception, Kurizetsu armor, manifest, Dave proclaimed in an absurdly dramatic fashion. You little brat, what the hell do you mean by that? Kurizetsu was furious upon hearing this. Was this kid insulting him while using his chakra? There's something weird about this brat. Get him. The seasoned captain wasn't about to be frightened by Dave's antics. He shouted a warning to his men, gripping his kunai with intense caution. Several mist ninja drew their swords and immediately lunged at Dave. Then, something happened that left everyone in terror. Dave, who was right before their eyes, suddenly dove into the ground, causing the ninja to stab nothing but air. Moments later, Dave burst up from underground once more. Black absolute armor secret technique. Black hand. Rip. As Dave erupted from below, both his hands shot straight through the hearts of two of the ninja. Two elite jonin, dead on the spot. This kid can burrow underground. Don't get close to him. Keep off the ground. The squad captain instantly saw through Dave's ability and shouted out a warning. Damn it, this is cursed. What is that brat, anyway? Today's just full of bad luck. Black absolute armor, second secret technique. Black hand. There's more than just burrowing. Dave sneered coldly. Who said that was all he could do? Under the horrified gazes of his enemies, Dave suddenly dove into a tree. In the next instant, he emerged from a branch where a jonin was standing. Startled, the ninja swung his kunai at Dave, but Dave sidestepped deftly and astonishingly slipped right into the man's body. Help. I can't control myself. The ninja's upper body filled with that black substance. His face contorted in terror as he watched his own hand pierce straight through his own heart. A monster. The rest, seeing three men killed so quickly in Dave's bizarre abilities, panicked and broke ranks, fleeing in all directions with desperate cries. Do you really think you can get away? If any of you escape today, my old man will eat dung for 3 meals straight. Dave burst out laughing at the scattering crowd. Old man Tobarama. Black absolute armor. Upgrade. Ninetales black absolute armor. At that moment, Dave formed hand seals, channeling the Ninetales chakra throughout his body until he shimmered with golden light instead of pitch black. Ninetales black hand strike. Dave controlled the Ninetales chakra, weaving it with black zetsus, and massive black hands sprouted from his back, glowing with golden energy as they lunged for the fleeing ninjas. This was a new move Dave had discovered just 2 days before, while on a bandit clearing mission with Tsukimi. He'd realized that black zetsus and the Ninetales chakra could be wielded together in a surprisingly harmonious way. The ferocity and extension of the Ninetales, combined with the eerie quality of black zetsu's chakra, made for a perfect synergy. Soon after, Dave surveyed the carnage left in his wake with a smile, then turned and strolled leisurely toward the village. Kirigakure. White Lotus. Show yourself. Uchigadura stood atop the Mizuki's tower, his voice booming across the rooftop. That voice. Uchihamadara. Bai Lien in the Mizuki's office was startled, nearly jumping out of his seat. What's he doing here? I haven't even gotten word that kid's been brought back yet. But Bai Lien had no time to dwell on it. He hurried out of the office, and with a flicker of his instant transmission jutsu, appeared atop the Mizuki's building. Uchihamadara. Senju Tobarama? Senju Hashirama? And another young Uchiha. What's going on here? Bai Lien stared blankly at the 4 legendary figures standing before him. He was completely dumbfounded. Seriously? Could you all be any faster? I haven't even captured the kid yet, and you're already here? Bai Lien, you must pay the price for what you've done. Tobarama stood off to the side, his voice cold as ice. Senju Tobarama, your son is in my hands right now. Don't make any rash moves. Bai Lien had no other options. There was no way this would end peacefully today. He could only grit his teeth and play for time, hoping his men would hurry and bring the boy over. A sudden explosion of chakra pressure erupted across the rooftop, 4 incredible auras clashing at once. Sage art, wood style, true, several thousand hands. With a slap of his palms, Hashirama's face took on the markings of a sage, and the ground trembled violently. In an instant, a colossal 1,000-armed Buddha rose up, towering over the battlefield. He had always shunned needless bloodshed, cherishing peace above all. But today, his patience had reached its limit. Today they'd taken Dave, but what about tomorrow? Would it be his own son next? Besides, his brother and Madara had already explained on the way that this wasn't a day for mercy. If they didn't make a statement now, the enemies would never back down. Susanoo. Madara leaped to Hashirama's side, the two exchanging a knowing glance. Hashirama broke into a delighted smile, while Madara grinned. Fiercely, without hesitation, he slammed his palm onto the great Buddha, instantly shrouding it in a torrent of brilliant blue chakra. Just a few days ago, Madara and Dave had discussed this idea while out on a mission. Looking at it now, the sheer power was astonishing. Senju Hashirama, Madara, I, Bai Lian, will fight you to the bitter end. Watching as a sixth of the mist village vanished in an instant, Bai Lian's face turned bright red, bellowing with fury. Sage art, majestic attire, top transformed Buddha. Hashirama and Madara shouted together, their voices echoing across the village. In a matter of moments, the Susanoo-clad Buddha surged into motion. Why can't you use with style? Izuna watched Hashirama and Madara unleash their devastating powers, his voice filled with envy. Then he glanced over at Tobirama. Why can't this guy use with style? A vein bulged on Tobirama's forehead. Damn it, if I could use with style, I would have finished you off ages ago. Did you think it was that easy to master? Forget it, just use your flying thunder god, you useless Tobirama. Susanoo. Izuna sneered, and with a wave, another immense purple-armored form appeared, looming over the mist village. Tobirama used the body flicker technique to appear instantly at Izuna's side. Flying Thunder God, Yasukani Magatama. The next day, the ninja world was shaken to its core. The hidden mist village had been massacred. From the first Mizukage Byakuren down to infants just learning to speak, the entire village was reduced to ruins. Only a handful of survivors remained, spared by sheer luck. Hozuki Jinjetsu, head of the Hozuki clan, was among those rescued by Byakuren during the catastrophe. On the day after the village's destruction, he was appointed as the second Mizukage, and now he led the remaining villagers in rebuilding their homes. The ones responsible for this disaster were none other than the god of the shinobi, Hashirama Senju, the Ashura of the shinobi world, Madara Uchiha, the lightning of the shinobi world, Tobirama Senju, and a young Uchiha who, like Madara, possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. The entire ninja world was in uproar, each village dispatching its own spies to gather information. Yet the reports they brought back were beyond belief. In Sunagakure, the reports say, Byakuren kidnapped that kid from the 5 Kage summit. That kid was Tobirama Senju's son. After that, Konoha flew into a rage. Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama, and another young Uchiha destroyed the hidden mist in a single day, and Byakuren was killed as well. The young Chiyo read the report in her hands, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. That kid, no wonder. Chiyo couldn't help but recall the white-haired brat who had angered all the Kage at the summit. What a troublesome child. No wonder. The moment he was kidnapped, all of Konoha moved as one. What's the situation in the hidden mist now? Retsudo, his head aching at the memory of the white-haired brat who called him Grandpa, asked the question. Many clans have been wiped out, though a few major ones still have survivors. The Kagaya and Hozuki clans, for example, both lost more than 70% of their people. The hidden mist is now in ruins. Byakuren's disciple, Hozuki Jinjetsu, has been named the second Mizukage and is currently leading the survivors in rebuilding the village, Chiyo recited from her intelligence report. Konoha, we absolutely cannot provoke Konoha right now. The destruction of the Mist Village serves as a warning to the 4 great villages. The price is simply too high for us to bear. In a way, this is for the best. Until Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha are dead, we shouldn't even think of making a move against Konoha, Retsudo said, shaking his head with resignation. The other 4 great villages shared the same sentiment. Konoha was untouchable for now. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Dave looked at the baby in his uncle's arms and felt a headache coming on. Damn it, this guy actually found a poor child in the ruins during the fight, was overcome with sympathy, and just brought him back to Konoha. This child should be from the Kagaya clan. Tobirama, who was standing nearby, studied the baby in his brother's arms and spoke slowly. It was obvious. Mist Village, a child. White hair, anyone could tell this was a Kagaya baby. Tobirama, don't you think this child is absolutely adorable? He's just like Hashirama was when he was born. Hashirama, overflowing with compassion, looked at the baby in his arms and exclaimed, That's not the point. The problem isn't whether the child is cute or not. The problem is, now that you brought him back, who's going to raise him? You and sister-in-law. Tobirama frowned in exasperation. Hashirama was the Hokage, barely had any spare time as it was, and with his unpredictable personality, Tobarama thought if Hashirama was left to raise this child, he'd end up crooked sooner or later. And then there was Mito. Speaking of sister-in-law, Tobarama felt his headache intensify. These days, she was utterly obsessed with plaza dancing, completely unable to tear herself away. Day after day, she'd drag a crowd of grannies and aunties from the Senju compound to compete against the women from other clans. She was probably still at it right now. Rumor had it that recently, she'd gotten into a dance-off with the Aburame clan aunties. Tobarama suddenly pictured a bizarre scene in his mind and collapsed to the floor, retching. The Aburame aunties dancing, with their swarm of bugs moving in sync. Ugh, you have a point. I don't really have time to take care of this child either, Hashirama nodded, lost in thought. Madara, why don't you take care of this child instead? Hashirama suddenly turned his gaze toward Madara. No, too much trouble, Madara replied coldly. Well then, who else is usually free? Hashirama mused aloud. Dave, Madara, and Hashirama slowly turned their heads to look at Izuna and Tobarama. Why are you looking at me? Most of my time is spent going on matchmaking dates. Izuna blurted out as the three of them stared at him, hurrying to protest. Suddenly, he realized that matchmaking wasn't so bad after all. So the trio shifted their gaze to Tobarama. Me? I have to teach, I have to take care of students, and I'm busy with experiments. I have absolutely no time. Tobarama cursed Izuna thoroughly in his heart. That's enough. Since that's the case, you and Izuna can raise the child together. Hashirama interrupted the two of them. Dave had never thought his uncle could be this wise. What? The two shouted in unison. All right, it's settled then. I'll leave the child in your care. I still have a mountain of paperwork waiting for me in the office. Madara, come give me a hand, Hashirama said, grabbing Madara and hurrying off. I promised Tsukimi I'd go on a D-rank mission with her today. See you. And old man. I wouldn't actually mind having another little brother, Dave blurted out, realizing he was the only one left, and quickly dashed away as well. A moment later, Tobarama and Izuna stared at each other, both holding the peacefully sleeping child in their arms. So what now? Izuna turned to Tobarama, uncertainty in his eyes. How should I know? The kid's your responsibility now. See you, Tobarama replied, making a move to vanish with his flying thunder god technique. Suddenly, the child in their arms burst into loud, wailing cries. What do we do? What do we do? The kid's crying, Tobarama. Izuna stammered in panic, completely flustered. He'd fought in wars for decades and faced countless dangers, but caring for a child was entirely outside his experience. I have no idea, Tobarama muttered, rubbing his temples as the headache began. This was his first time, too. Don't give me that. You have a kid yourself, don't you? How'd you raise Dave to be this big? Izuna snapped in frustration. Weren't you Dave's dad? How did you manage to raise him? I only started looking after Dave when he was 5. By then, he could take care of himself. Before that, his mother handled everything, Tobarama replied, massaging his brow as the child's cries grew louder. So what now? Izuna asked, cradling the still-crying child, at a complete loss. Let's go ask sister-in-law. She took care of Mukin when he was a baby. She should know what to do, Tobarama said, his headache growing worse. Hold on. Can the baby even handle the strain of your flying thunder god? Izuna protested, seeing Tobarama reach out to place a hand on his shoulder. Then what do you suggest? You probably can't even manage a body flicker right now, let alone anything faster. And the community square's still a long way off, Tobarama retorted. Could he be hungry? Izuna paused, thinking it over. That's possible. We've had him for half a day already. There's a dumpling shop over there. Let's see if he wants something to eat. Let's try. A short while later. Are you kidding me, Senju Tobarama? That dumpling's bigger than the kid's whole face. Aren't you worried you'll smother him? Izuna scolded, holding the child and gently trying to comfort him, glaring as Tobarama brought over a plate of dumplings the size of the child's head. Tobarama froze, then actually held a dumpling up next to the child's head for comparison. It really was enormous. Snapping back to his senses, Tobarama hurriedly took the plate away to get something more suitable. Be good, little one. There'll be food soon. Don't cry now. Izuna kept soothing the child in his arms with a gentle voice. Tobarama came back from the other side and sat down across from Izuna, quietly observing the pair before him. No, not mother and child, father and child. Wait, what on earth was their relationship anyway? Tobarama rubbed his temples in frustration. Let's give this little rascal a name, Tobarama suggested, breaking the silence. How about Uchiha-kun? Izuna proposed. Senju-kun, Tobarama said at the exact same time. Hey, Tobarama. I'm the one raising the kid right now, so he has to take the Uchiha name. Izuna protested, clearly displeased. Huh, we're both looking after him together. Neither your brother nor mine has objected. Besides, it was my brother who brought him back in the first place. He must be named Senju. Tobarama retorted with a cold sneer. Senju Tobarama. Izuna snapped. Uchiha Izuna. Tobarama shot back. And so, they left the child alone on the sitting mat, storming outside to settle things with their fists. Wah, wah. The child burst into loud, wailing sobs, abandoned by his two irresponsible guardians who were still brawling out in the yard. Why is there a child here? At that moment, a figure strolled over, picked up the child, and asked with a puzzled tone, Hey, is anyone here? Whose kid is this? The newcomer called out a couple of times while sitting there. After waiting a while with no response, he shook his head. Well, it seems you've been abandoned, little one. Judging by the look of you, you're probably hungry. Come on, Uncle Kakuzu will get you. Something to eat, Kaku said helplessly as he looked at the still crying child in his arms. Without further ado, he walked off with the child. A while later, the two blockheads returned after their fight. Damn it, Tobarama Senju, where's the kid? Izuna shouted, pointing at the empty mat, his scalp tingling with panic. How should I know? He was just here a moment ago. Tobarama grumbled, head throbbing. He'd known he shouldn't have gotten involved. Trouble had come sooner than expected. Fine, let's just hurry and look for him, Izuna urged. And so, the two of them whipped up a frantic search for the child, causing quite a commotion in Konoha. Meanwhile, Kakuzu glanced down at the child, who was now quietly drinking his milk, and an odd feeling flickered in his heart. With a pained expression, Kakuzu fished out a roll of cash from his shoe, counting out the bills one by one, careful not to give too much. The milk vendor wrinkled his nose in disgust as he accepted the slightly pungent money from Kakuzu's hand. Suddenly, the child in Kakuzu's arms tossed aside the bottle and pointed insistently at something, making urgent noises. What is it that you want? Kakuzu looked at the child's persistent pointing, puzzled. Following the child's gaze, Kakuzu's eyes landed on the roll of money, still in his right hand. Do you want this? Kakuzu waved the money in his hand and asked. The child's hands bounced up and down, following the movement of the money. Amused, Kakuzu placed the money in the child's hands. Gripping it tightly, the child's face unexpectedly broke into a smile. But just as quickly, Kakuzu snatched it back from the child's grasp. The child stared in confusion for a moment, his chubby hands clutching at the empty air. Then, unable to hold back, he burst into wailing sobs. What an amusing little brat, Kakuzu chuckled, his laughter sharp, and placed the money back in the child's arms. This time, whether he'd learned his lesson or not, the child clung to the money with both hands, refusing to let go. When Kakuzu reached out, the child darted forward and tried to nip him with his tiny, newly grown teeth. Watching the child clutching the money with such fierce determination, Kakuzu felt a weary resignation. This kid, how is he already so obsessed with money? Meanwhile, elsewhere, two others who had just finished searching every corner of Konoha met atop the Hokage Tower. Did you find anything? Tobarama asked, his voice lined with frustration. Nothing, Izuna replied, shaking his head. Could someone have taken a child? Tobarama considered, then spoke. It's possible. Then why the hell were we running around Konoha all day? Izuna nodded, then froze. Right? It's just a little kid. Could he really have disappeared on his own? Someone must have taken him. So what was the point of searching all over Konoha for a whole day? Tobarama, too, snapped back to his senses. Damn, he thought, that makes sense. I knew I shouldn't have teamed up with you. Being with you just drags down my intelligence. Tobarama promptly blamed this simple mistake on Izuna. Of course. How could someone as smart as himself make such an error? It must be Uchiha Izuna, the idiot beside him, rubbing off on his intellect. Senju Tobarama, what the hell do you mean by that? I could say the same for you. Look at that shock of white hair. Over 30, and you look like a 60-year-old man. Couldn't have that much intelligence left. Izuna shot back, equally annoyed. Uchiha Izuna, do you have a death wish? Come and try if you dare. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobarama. And with that, they started brawling again. Downstairs in the Hokage's office, Hashirama and Madara exchanged a puzzled glance as the sounds of fighting thudded from above. In a flash, both used a body flicker technique to reach the rooftop. Tobarama? Izuna? Why are you two fighting again? Hashirama asked, looking at the pair now locked in combat, his voice full of confusion. The two paused their scuffle and explained the whole situation to Hashirama and Madara. You could try posting something online. Just a couple of days ago, a villager lost their cat, put up a post about it, and believe it or not, some villagers actually spotted it and let them know where to find it. Maybe you could ask if anyone saw who took the child away, Hashirama suggested after thinking it over. That's a good idea. Let's check out the internet cafe, someone replied. Inside the internet cafe, Kakuzu had left the child alone on the counter, his own attention completely absorbed by the computer in front of him. Yes, that's it. Beautiful. That's how it's done. Kakuzu exclaimed in excitement, having just won a round of his card game. Wah, wah. Suddenly, the child beside him started crying loudly. Kakuzu, puzzled, picked the little one up. What's up, little guy? What do you want? Kakuzu asked. Whether the child understood or not was unclear, but those tiny hands pointed insistently at the computer. You want to play cards too? Kakuzu said, bemused. But as soon as he spoke, he broke into a laugh. What was he thinking? The kid didn't even have all his baby teeth yet. How could he want to play cards? Still, seeing how the child kept pointing, Kakuzu set him down in front of the computer. Just then, Kakuzu got a real shock. The little one's hands gripped the mouse and, with surprising accuracy, clicked right on the recharge button for the card game. One small finger kept jabbing insistently at the option to add 648 credits. Kakuzu was at a loss for words. Was this child possessed by some mischievous spirit? What in the world? At that moment, F4 arrived. Kakuzu, open up a compu, huh? Why is there a child with you? Izuna hurried over, looking for Kakuzu, but stopped short when he saw the child, who was still waving a little hand at the 648 credit option on the screen. Wait, why do you have the kid, Kakuzu? Hashirama had come over by now as well, equally confused by the sight. I went to the dango shop to pick up some treats, and saw this kid, left all alone, crying nonstop. I waited a while, but no one came. I thought maybe the child had been abandoned, so I brought him back. Kakuzu shrugged helplessly. Hashirama explained the situation with the child, and Kakuzu, not arguing, handed the little one back to Izuna. But the moment Kakuzu let go and the child landed in Izuna's arms, the baby began to wail at the top of his lungs. Why is he crying again? Tobarama grumbled, his face twisted with a headache. No idea. I just fed him some milk earlier, so he shouldn't be hungry, Kakuzu said, also confused. Izuna stayed silent, gazing at the crying bundle in his arms. Then, as if a thought struck him, he handed the child back to Kakuzu. Instantly, the tears stopped, replaced by the child's beaming smile and a string of delighted giggles as he looked up at Kakuzu. Wow, it seems this little one really likes you, Hashirama exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed the scene. I doubt it's me he likes, Kakuzu replied with a cold laugh. Once again, he handed the child back to Izuna, and the child immediately burst into tears. Kakuzu then reached into his pocket, pulled out a few taels of silver, and placed them before the child. Instantly, the tears dried up. The child snatched the money from Kakuzu's hand and broke into a delighted giggle. Silence fell. This kid, how should I put it? Tobarama watched the child clutching the money, his face full of concern at the sight of such a little miser. Well, as long as the child is all right. As for his personality, that can still be shaped over time, right? Hashirama gave a helpless smile, his tone gentle but resigned. Looking at the greedy sparkle in the boy's eyes, Hashirama silently swore. If he ever had grandchildren, he would never let them turn out like this. Not if he could help it. A certain hand. So, am I leaving now? It's getting late. How about we get a night pass? Madara glanced out the window at the sky, now dark. Since they were all here, they might as well spend the night at the internet cafe. All right, what about you three? Kakuzu nodded and turned to the others. Count me in. After a long day, I need to unwind, Tobarama said, massaging his temples. I'll get one too. What about you, Izuna? Hashirama asked, nodding and turning to Izuna. And who's going to watch this little brat? Izuna raised the child in his arms, confusion written on his face. Let Kakuzu keep an eye on him. This kid seems to like Kakuzu a lot anyway. Hashirama chuckled, placing the child back in Kakuzu's arms. The boy's smile grew even wider as he clutched his precious silver. All right, sign me up for one too, Izuna shrugged, not bothering to argue further. That night, the Konoha F4 gathered once again at the internet cafe. At Hashirama Station. Super double. This is what I call making a fortune in silence. This is an amazing hand. If I could swap this king for a jack, it would be a sure kill. Hashirama looked at his cards, brimming with confidence. Would you hurry up and play already? I'm about to win. You think you can beat me with 17 cards? Hashirama's face was filled with triumphant glee. After hundreds of rounds of doujinshi over the past few days, he was finally about to secure a victory. You really think you can beat me with 17 cards? Beat Senja Hashirama? If you do, I'll eat this computer right here. Hashirama laughed heartily, waving the 4 remaining cards in his hand. Tobarama and Madara, seated nearby, craned their necks over in disbelief. Was their big brother Hashirama really about to win? Impossible. However, when they saw Hashirama was down to his last 4 cards, they were truly taken aback. Could Hashirama actually be about to win? Airplane. Just then, a voice sounded from the computer screen. Madara and Tobarama finally turned back. Like Hashirama could ever win. Senju Hashirama stared blankly at the screen in front of him. Meanwhile, Izuna. How to take care of a child. Izuna was scrolling through forum posts when he suddenly came across this one, and clicked it open. So when a child is hungry, they need to be fed milk? Damn it, that bastard Senju Tobarama. What kind of idiot feeds a child dumplings? Izuna cursed Tobarama furiously. Yeah, and a child's hygiene needs to be taken care of regularly. Izuna read on, his Sharingan activating as if determined to memorize every bit of this knowledge. What are you looking at? Nearby, Senju Tobarama, who had just finished adding friends and harvesting crops on Penguin before deleting them, noticed Izuna's Sharingan had flared and asked, puzzled. Get lost, Senju Tobarama. Good thing the child didn't eat your dumplings today, or it would have been a disaster. Izuna glared at the white-haired man beside him, venting his annoyance. What the hell is that supposed to mean, Uchiha Izuna? Don't you want your crops anymore? Tobarama shot back, his hands already pulling up Izuna's farm. Despicable. Tobarama let out a cold chuckle. Damn it, who the hell is Ninja World Flash? They add me as a friend, raid my crops, and then delete me? That was a sweet potato that. Takes 7 days to mature. I waited a whole week. 7 days. Aya. Suddenly, a roar of fury echoed through the internet cafe. There he is. Madara, Hashirama, and Izuna all pointed at Tobarama and shouted, You bastards! Sarutobi Sasuke. Seeing the furious man storm over, Tobarama looked utterly bewildered. Senju Tobarama? Sarutobi Sasuke had come over to see which scoundrel had committed such an outrageous act, only to realize it was Tobarama himself. So you're Ninja World Flash? Sasuke's eyes glinted coldly as he stared at the Penguin account on Tobarama's screen. I'm not. You didn't. You must be mistaken. All right, Dave hasn't had dinner yet. I need to go home and cook for him, so I'll be off now. With an awkward excuse, Tobarama used Flying Thunder God and vanished in a flash. It wasn't that he couldn't take on Sarutobi Sasuke. The problem was Sasuke was his elder by over 20 years. Even his big brother showed great respect in front of Sasuke, so Tobarama wouldn't dare act otherwise. Originally, I saw on the forum that this guy was growing sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are worth a lot, so I figured I'd steal from this perverted creep, whose username is I Love Girl Group's Little Helper. Who could have known he was Sarutobi Sasuke? With such a twisted username, who would ever use it? Tobarama Senju. Sarutobi Sasuke roared in fury as he chased after him. Meanwhile, at Madara's place. That white-haired guy. I knew he'd get himself in trouble sooner or later, Madara sneered. Stealing crops? I'd have twisted his head off. With that, Madara opened his own profile page and started scrolling through his posts. He clicked on a selfie he'd taken. Looked like it was snapped here the day before yesterday. Uchiha Madara, photo, internet cafe, midnight. The title was as plain as ever. When opened, it revealed a profile shot of Madara, chin propped on one hand. A comment from youthful Might Guy. Lord Madara, you're as youthful as ever. Yasa, I'm gonna take a selfie too. Madara eyed the comment from this oddball and clicked into his profile. Bang! The moment Madara saw one of Might Guy's photos, he was so startled he dropped the mouse. What's wrong, Madara? Hashirama, sitting nearby, heard the commotion and peeked over curiously. That's guy, isn't it? Hashirama swallowed hard, staring at the photo on the screen, a chill running down his spine. There was Might Guy, dressed in his signature hand-me-down green jumpsuit, but shirtless. His explosive muscles were on full display, wild as a beast unleashed. His teeth gleamed as he gave a thumbs up to the camera. The first photo was tolerable, barely. But in the second, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, one hand stroking his bulging bicep in a suggestive way. In the third, Might Guy winked at the camera. Ugh. Both Hashirama and Madara felt their stomachs turn. Might Guy's youthful roaring beast of a leaf. Muscle golden wheel. Ahem. If I said this had nothing to do with me, Dai, would you believe it? Well, I don't believe it myself. Elsewhere, Dai was also gazing at Might Guy's muscle golden wheel. This is way too lethal. Dai swallowed hard, still rattled. A few days ago, Might Guy had come to him for advice on taking selfies. He'd originally tried to ask Dai's wife, Aunt Kai, for help, but she'd kicked him out, saying she didn't want him polluting the internet. With no other options, Might Guy came to him instead. Seeing Guy's brawny physique, Dai thought maybe he could pull off the muscle golden wheel after all. Who could have guessed? Not only could he pull it off, he made it twice as dangerous. That was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Phew. My wife is still the best, still the most beautiful. Dave hurriedly closed that guy's homepage, pulled up his own, and found a photo of him in UMA. He took a few big gulps of his Kagaya brand bone powder drink, finally soothing the pain in his heart. Ahem! Just then, a sound came from inside the room. Dave didn't even need to look. He knew it was his old man. His father's flying thunder god seal was right there in his room. Dave, why are you still up so late? Tobarama came out of his room and saw Dave in the next room on the computer, asking with a puzzled look. Oh, it's nothing, just Danzo and Hiruzen chatting with me about the Will of Fire in Konoha. We've been discussing the core principles from 18 manifestos of the Hokage, all about centering the village's interests and such. We've just been talking until now. Dave made something up on the spot. Studying hard is a good thing, but it's really late now, so you should get some sleep. Tobarama nodded in satisfaction. Dave was a sensible kid, still up late, but at least for his studies. Yes, Danzo and Hiruzen were good kids, too. Okay, Dad, but didn't I just see all of you F4 online? Uncle Azuna and Uncle Madara are still online now. How come only you came back? Dave glanced at his penguin account, puzzled. Ahem. Heh, unlike them, I can't just waste my days away. I came back because I remembered I still had a lot of important things to do. Tobarama coughed awkwardly, then put on a stern face, speaking with clear disdain for those three who never seemed to do anything serious. Well, Dad, you really do dedicate yourself to Konoha. Anyway, I'm off to bed. Having spent plenty of time with Tobarama, Dave knew better than to buy into his nonsense. 4. All he knew, his old man was just out there stealing crops online, and someone had come to confront him in real life. Dave quickly shut down his computer and headed to his room. Watching Dave retreat to his own room, Tobarama tiptoed into the computer room, casting a cautious glance at Dave's door. Hearing the steady sound of breathing from the other room, he figured his son was asleep. Good. Now he could get back to his crop stealing. Inside Dave's room, Dave quietly cracked his door open, just in time to see Tobarama sitting there, completely absorbed in whatever he was doing. Watching his father's hands move like afterimages, Dave had a sinking feeling that his Konoha Farm's warehouse would be mysteriously filled with a fresh batch of ill-gotten vegetables by morning. At the internet cafe, Madara watched as Godspeed of the Shinobi World came back online and opened the chat box with a puzzled expression. Dance King of the Shinobi World. Didn't Sarutobi Sasuke come after you? Godspeed of the Shinobi World. Him? You probably couldn't even touch my clothes. Madara glanced around suspiciously. The guy with the white hair hadn't shown up either. Must have headed home? Ninja World Dance God. You're online at home now? Ninja World Speed God. Yeah. Ninja World Dance God. What about Dave? Has he gone to bed yet? Ninja World Speed God. Damn it. I knew you only look for me when there's trouble. Ninja World Speed God. What the hell do you want? Screw you. Ninja World Speed God. Damn it. Listen up. Uchiha Madara. Ninja World Speed God. Dave is my son. My son. Stay away from him. Ninja World Speed God. To hell with you. Damn you, you. Ninja World Speed God. Who do you think you are, huh? You. Inside the internet cafe, Madara watched the endless stream of Tobarama's insults popping up on his screen. Madara clicked on settings. Do not disturb. At last, peace and quiet. That white-haired fool. I'll deal with him next time. Well, I should check on my crops. Those apples I've been waiting for 3 days should be ready by now. Madara opened up the Konoha farm game. Dear farmer, while you were away, your friend Ninja World Speed God stole 200 of your apples. It's 2:23 now. The theft happened at 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 59 seconds. Bang. The next day. Ugh, what happened last night? Was there an earthquake? Dave, with dark circles under his eyes from sleepless night, stretched and grumbled as he got up. Ever since he lay down last night, he had no idea what was going on outside. All he knew was that the ground kept shaking. If he didn't know his old man was as straight-laced as they come, he'd have thought his dad was up to something wild. Man, seriously, Dad, what on earth did you get into last night to end up in such a state? Dave yawned, pushed open the door, and stepped outside, only to see a figure sprawled on the bed, looking neither human nor ghost. If it weren't for that shock of white hair, Dave might have thought the house was haunted. Shameless. Despicable. Damn it. Bastard. Tobarama Senju cursed through gritted teeth. Don't tell me you tried to steal Uncle Madara's crops again last night, and he hunted you down in real life. As soon as Dave heard the ranting, he knew exactly who his old man was cursing. TSK. Tobarama gave a cold snort and turned his head away in annoyance, so sharply he almost cricked his neck. Well, what can I do? You're my old man. With style, Sunflower. Dave smiled helplessly, then summoned a sunflower. The sunlight it produced quickly healed Tobarama. I'm off to meet Tsukimi for a quest. Take it easy these next couple of days, Dad. Dave waved with a grin, then dashed out the door. Tobarama watched Dave's back as he walked away, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Uchiha Madara, with a kid as good as Dave, I'll never let you lead him astray. Inside the Uchiha district. Well, Danzo, Hiruzen, you two are here too. As soon as they stepped onto the street belonging to the second elder's family in the Uchiha district, they ran into Danzo and Hiruzen approaching from the opposite direction. Dave, what brings you here? The two had come to find Kagami for a mission, but seeing Dave arrive as well, they asked in puzzlement. I'm here to see my darling Tsukimi, Dave replied with a beaming smile. Hiruzen and Danzo felt as if Dave had forcibly stuffed a mouthful of public displays of affection down their throats. Deciding to ignore this insufferable guy, the two headed straight into Kagami's house. Dave just chuckled mischievously and followed them in. Tsukimi, are you home? Dave called out as he reached the door. Yes, Dave Cohen, I'll be right out. Tsukimi's voice came from inside. Kagami, are you home or not? Hiruzen, refusing to pay any attention to Dave, shouted as well. I'm not home, came Kagami's lazy voice from within. Hiruzen and Danzo's faces darkened. Was this guy really still not out of bed? Tisk, TSK, Dave muttered in a mocking, sing-song tone, clearly unimpressed. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Hiruzen's temple throbbed with anger as he roared back. Just then, Tsukimi came dashing out, dressed in the signature black Uchiha attire. Seeing Dave waiting for her, she called out with a radiant smile. Come here, let me hold you. I missed you so much, did you miss me too? Dave stepped forward and embraced Tsukimi, his face soft and full of affection. I've been thinking about you all the time, Dave-kun, Tsukimi replied shyly, burying her head in his arms. Behind them, Hiruzen and Danzo could barely contain their jealousy, their eyes practically shooting sparks. Hey, you two just saw each other yesterday. Kagami, having finally emerged from the house, demanded with exasperation. Oh, come on, little brother-in-law, what do you know? This is love, ever heard of it? Dave rolled his eyes at him. Forget it, you'll never get it. Let's go, Tsukimi. What mission do you want to take on today? Seeing Kagami about to activate his Sharingan in frustration, Dave quickly took Tsukimi's hand and led her away. Look at them, three lonely bachelors hand in hand, best buds forever, walking through life side by side. Dave muttered under his breath as he left the doorway. Elsewhere, should we get back at him somehow? Danzo asked, a sharp glint in his eye. Absolutely. Hiruzen and Kagami nodded in agreement, both clenching their fists tightly. I remember Koharu once seemed to have some sort of connection with Dave, Danzo mused, looking up at the sky, a knowing look on his face. Hiruzen and Kagami were both taken aback for a moment. What did Koharu transfer and Dave have to do with each other? We'll do this, and finally, like this, Danzo pulled the two of them close, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he laid out his plan. Danzo, isn't this a bit much? Kagami swallowed nervously. Let's not hurt my sister, all right? It was the first time he realized just how devious his good friend Danzo could be. Hiruzen, standing beside him, nodded vigorously in agreement. All of this, it's for Konoha's sake. Danzo turned his gaze to the distance, his expression deep and inscrutable. The two paused, recalling Dave's actions just now, and all the public displays of affection they'd witnessed over the years. Yes, this was all for Konoha. Comrade Danzo truly had a lofty sense of purpose. By noon, Dave and Tsukimi had finished their morning tasks. The two found a spot beneath a tree, where Dave lazily sprawled across Tsukimi's lap, while she gently and lovingly fed this lazy fish of hers. The author was moved to tears while writing this scene. Meanwhile, Danzo and his two companions had already taken up position in the branches above, their eyes blazing with envy as they watched the scene unfold. That bastard. But soon enough, the three of them exchanged sly grins. Just wait, you won't be lounging around so comfortably much longer. Danzo pulled out a kunai, tied a piece of paper around it, and tossed it down toward the couple below. Under the tree, Tsukimi immediately heard the sound of something slicing through the air and quickly drew her own kunai, hurling it upward in response. Damn, that old schemer actually tried a sneak attack. Dave was startled as well. The two kept their guard up for a while, but nothing else happened. Apparently, there were no enemies around. Dave-kun, there's a note tied to that kunai. Tsukimi finally noticed the piece of paper attached to the weapon. Huh, let's take a look. Dave plucked the note off and unfolded it. They read it together. A moment later, Tsukimi, if I told you I have no idea what's going on, would you believe me? Dave looked completely bewildered as he stared at the love letter in his hands. Tsukimi didn't say a word. She simply gazed at the paper in her hands, her expression unreadable. Up in the tree, the show's about to begin, Hiruzen said, barely able to contain his excitement. However, after waiting for a while, the cries of protest from Dave they'd been expecting never came. The three of them peeked down through the branches. They saw Tsukimi sitting quietly in Dave's embrace. What's going on? Hiruzen asked, thoroughly confused. How should I know? Kagami and Danzo were just as baffled. Things weren't unfolding as planned. Just then, a sudden whistling sound cut through the air. Instinctively, the three of them leapt down from the tree just in time to dodge a kunai that came flying at them. A short while later, Kagami, care to explain this to me? Tsukimi looked at him with a sweet, but unmistakably dangerous, smile. Danzo, Hiruzen, would you two care to explain things to me as well? Dave turned to Danzo and Hiruzen, his face beaming with a broad smile. Sis, this whole thing was Danzo's idea. It's all his fault. Kagami, looking at his sister's gentle smile, though the murderous intent she radiated was almost tangible, didn't hesitate for a second to throw his brother Danzo under the bus. That's right. Dave, this was all Danzo's idea. Yup, blame Danzo. It has nothing to do with the two of us. Hiruzen chimed in, realizing Kagami's move was brilliant, and quickly joined in to distance himself. Danzo stared at the two of them in utter disbelief as they betrayed him without a second thought. Seriously? Are you two really this loyal to me? You shouldn't have bothered. Well, you're showing all the signs of a Hokage-to-be, Danzo. I don't think you have anything left to say for yourself, do you? Dave nodded, recognizing the shadow of the first Hokage in Danzo's actions, and grinned threateningly. Wait, Dave, actually, I can explain. Go explain it to the Hokage in person. And you two, don't even think about running. A short while later. Let's go, Tsukimi. We've still got another mission to take care of, Dave said, clapping his hands in satisfaction as he looked down at the three half-dead figures sprawled on the ground. He turned to Tsukimi with a cheerful smile. All right, Tsukimi replied with a sweet grin, and the two of them left together. I'm going to kill you two idiots. As soon as Dave and Tsukimi were gone, Danzo, his face as red as a pig's snout, staggered to his feet and roared furiously at the other two. Done? Danzo, let us explain. That situation just now, we really had no choice. Hiruzen and Kagami hurriedly backed away. Tonight you can go home and explain things to your father yourself. On the road. Tsukimi, what's our mission this time? Dave asked curiously, glancing at her. Most of the time, Tsukimi chose the missions, and he just tagged along. We're helping Uncle Kakuzu look after a kid, Tsukimi said, pulling out the mission request slip from her pocket with a smile. You mean that brat, Kagaya-Kimana? Dave was taken aback, instantly recalling the child. Because Tobarama and Izuna had argued endlessly about whether the child should be called Uchiha or Senju, and even ended up fighting over it. Hashirama finally said, let's just let the kid keep the Kagaya name. Who knows, maybe the Kagaya clan will flourish in Konoha one day. For now, the child was being looked after by Kaku, Tobarama, and Izuna. Though, to be honest, Tobarama rarely bothered to check in at all. The kid had grown quite fond of Kakuzu, so Kakuzu was the one doing most of the caretaking. Are we really qualified to look after a kid? I mean, we're just kids ourselves. And are you sure? With how stingy Kakuzu is, he would actually hire someone. The reward for this mission isn't going to be paid in Konoha beans, is it? Dave voiced his doubts, sharing his concerns. With how stingy Kakuzu is, would he really shell out money to commission a job? But he actually did. Uncle Kakuzu paid the mission fee with 100,000 Konoha coins, just for a day of babysitting. But since we got nothing else going on, let's just treat this as helping out Uncle Kakuzu and building up some mission experience. Tsukimi chuckled. All right, that's classic Kaku. Dave's lips curled into a wry smile. As expected, Kakuzu is still the same old Kakuzu. At the internet cafe. Kid, was it you two who took this job? Kakuzu looked at Dave with a puzzled expression. Yeah, so what? Got a problem with that? Dave snorted, thinking, careful or I'll dock your cut. Fine, whatever. As long as you keep an eye on this brat and don't bother me, I don't care. With a weary sigh, Kakuzu handed over the playful little Kamama, who was sprawled across the counter, to Dave. He'd nearly been driven mad by the kid all day. Today was supposed to be a shot at making it to diamond rank in the doujinshi tournament. But this little brat kept interrupting, hungry, crying, needing a change, just as he was busy. He was on the verge of losing it. Without another word, Kakuzu excitedly launched the doujinshi rank match. Rumor had it that once you hit king rank, you could get super multipliers, up to 100 times. Winning just one match could be worth dozens at the lower ranks. Damn it, not these Nara clan freaks again. Kakuzu roared in frustration as he spotted a familiar ID in the match lobby. Kakuzu, the Nara clan plays this game too? Dave asked, watching him play with a puzzled look. Given their near-Einstein-level brains, Dave had figured they'd turn their noses up at such things. Of course they play, but you'll never run into a Nara in the lower ranks. Maybe if you're really unlucky and match into one. They're real monsters. I've checked the records backstage with Orochimaru's people. Every single one of them is at least diamond, and 80% are already a king. I've run into them in ranked more than a few times. If you're lucky enough to be on their team as a farmer, you could just ride their coattails to victory. But if they're the landlord, you might as well give up right now, Kakuzu said, his voice dripping with resentment toward the Nara clan. Well, yeah, Dave was speechless. The Nara clan really were something else. Tsukimi, let's take little Kamama out for a walk, Dave called to Tsukimi, who was still playing with Kamama. All right, on the street. Dave, have you seen your uncle? Tobarama came hurrying down the street, his face alight with excitement as he spotted Dave. After months of experiments and research, his new jutsu was finally complete. He couldn't wait to show his big brother. Didn't you check the Hokage's office? Dave asked as he held little Juinma in his arms, looking puzzled. I did, but he wasn't there. That idiot ran off in the middle of work again, leaving Sarutobi Sasuke alone to deal with all the paperwork. Tobarama replied, clearly annoyed. Sarutobi Sasuke was already in his 50s or 60s, yet he still had to clean up the mess left by the Hokage every day. Then did you try looking at the internet cafe? Uncle never leaves the village, so he must be somewhere inside. If he's not at the cafe, he's probably with Uncle Madara. You could check there, Dave said with a wry smile. And why are you and Tsukimi carrying this kid? Tobarama glanced at the little boy in Dave's arms, looking rather troubled. We're on a mission, helping Kakuzu look after this kid for a day, Dave replied helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. Doing a mission without a supervising teacher. What's the point of having one then? Fine, you and Tsukimi get on with your mission. I'll go look for your uncle, Tobarama grumbled, still holding a grudge over last night's incident. All he'd done was borrow a few dozen apples. Was it really necessary to chase him across the land of fire in the middle of the night, piloting a giant mecha from Konoha? With that, Tobarama used Flying Thunder God to teleport straight to the internet cafe, where he spotted Hashirama and Madara sitting in a corner. Big brother, I've come up with a brand new ninjutsu. Listen, this one is it a water-style technique? No. The sealed book is in the secret room upstairs. A month later, inside the Uchiha clan compound. Uncle Madara, when was the last time you visited the Naka shrine? Dave approached Madara to ask. Naka shrine? How do you know about that place? Madara asked, puzzled. The Naka shrine was a gathering spot for the Uchiha clan. Whenever there was a clan meeting or any activity, members would assemble there. There was also a stone tablet kept inside. Dave had come to warn Madara that the stone tablet had been tampered with by Black Zetsu, and that he absolutely shouldn't trust anything written on it. Black Zetsu told me, there's a hidden stone tablet beneath the shrine, right? I'm sure you've seen it. Do you believe what's written on it? Dave asked carefully. I've seen it. For a while, I wasn't sure what to believe. But after Izuna came back to life, I stopped worrying about such things, Madara replied, after a moment of silence. Good. That stone tablet was altered by Black Zetsu. Please, don't believe a word of it. It's a trap. Dave finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tampered with by Black Zetsu? Madara was taken aback, recalling that shadowy figure from before. Then, Dave explained to Madara Black Zetsu's true intentions, what was originally inscribed on the stone tablet, and the immense deception hidden within. Ha, Black Zetsu. Ha, how amusing. You're plotting against me now. After listening, Madara fell silent for a moment, then let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Dave could feel the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Madara, as if a primordial beast had awakened. He shuddered violently, unable to suppress his fear. Even the Black Zetsu inside Dave trembled as well. Although he had revealed everything to this kid, Black Zetsu still found it hard to believe the boy would actually persuade Madara to awaken the Rinnegan and rescue his own mother. Phew, Uncle Madara, even if the words carved on that stone tablet can't be trusted, the Rinnegan is still within your grasp. All you need is a bit of Hashirama's flesh and blood. With that, your power would rise to an entirely new level. Dave was genuinely hoping Madara would awaken the Rinnegan, for Madara's own good, of course. The Rinnegan is indeed possible. But what about Black Zetsu's mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki? What's your take on that? Madara nodded, clearly interested in growing stronger. As for Hashirama's flesh and blood, that was hardly an obstacle. Let's save her. She's a pitiful soul in her own right. As for those so-called invaders from beyond, I'm sure you and Uncle Hashirama have nothing to fear. Dave replied earnestly. Madara nodded, his entire being exuding an aura of kingly dominance. Foreign invaders? He scoffed inwardly. He'd swat them aside with a single slap. Besides, with Hashirama at his side, it had been ages since they'd had a truly satisfying fight together. He was particularly eager to test out that move they'd tried back in the mist, just to see how it would go against Hashirama again. Let's go. First, we'll find Hashirama, Madara declared, leading Dave straight toward the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, as soon as Hashirama heard Madara needed some of his flesh and blood, he didn't hesitate for an instant. He picked up a kunai from the desk and sliced off a piece of flesh from his own arm without a second thought. Hashirama. Madara stared at Hashirama, who was smiling cheerfully as he handed over the freshly cut flesh. The sight of Hashirama's unwavering willingness left Madara's heart in a tangled mess of emotions. Madara. Hashirama kept smiling as he offered the bloodied piece of flesh to his old friend. Their eyes met. Damn, what kind of bizarre atmosphere is this? Something's really off here. Dave could sense the strange tension in the room and felt increasingly uncomfortable. Uncle Hashirama, how about we go find my father first? He's the real expert when it comes to things like this. Sensing the awkwardness building in the room, Dave hurriedly spoke up. All right, let's go. We'll find Tobirama and see what his thoughts are on the matter. Hashirama replied amiably, the wound on his arm already healing before their eyes, the flesh knitting back together at a visible rate. On the way, Dave filled Hashirama in on everything that had happened so far. Wow, Madara, we have to save that poor mother. Hashirama burst into tears the moment he finished listening. Madara felt the stares from everyone around him, veins bulging on his forehead. With a single punch, he sent the clingy thing in his hand flying. Inside Tobirama's underground laboratory. Compared to Orochimaru's place, Tobirama's lab was far superior, yet carried a deeper sense of gloom and dread. Transplanting my brother's flesh and blood into that bastard Madara? It's possible, but I'm not sure if my brother's tissue will be rejected by Madara's body, or if there might be any unforeseen consequences. After all, this has never been attempted before in the entire shinobi world. Tobirama considered for a moment before slowly speaking. He had asked his brother for some of his tissue before. The result was just a tiny piece, no bigger than a thumb, but it contained unimaginable power. He had once tried injecting a drop of his brother's blood into a little rabbit. The rabbit exploded on the spot. If this bastard were to explode, that would be ideal. Do it. Madara was utterly unconcerned about any potential mishaps. If he didn't have the courage to face something like this, how could he ever be known as the demon of the shinobi world? Tobirama transplanted the piece of tissue onto the left side of Madara's chest. Madara, how do you feel? Seeing Madara rise, Hashirama asked anxiously. Not bad. I can sense my ocular powers slowly being nourished, and many old ailments in my body have healed. Madara could feel a faint warmth in his eyes, gently revitalizing his vision. Uncle Madara, can you try using Uncle Hashirama's wood release? Dave asked eagerly. Hashirama also looked at Madara expectantly, teaching him a simple wood release technique. Wood style, wood prison. Following Hashirama's instructions, Madara slowly formed the hand seals. Suddenly, thick wooden pillars erupted from the ground, trapping Tobirama on the other side. What the? Uchiha Madara, what the hell do you think you're doing? Tobirama used Flying Thunder God to escape the wooden prison, then furiously yelled at Madara. Using me to test jutsu? Fine, you're really something. I saw you plant a few fruit trees with a 5-day growth cycle the other day. Those should be ripe tonight. Well, don't even think about getting a single one. Not bad. Madara nodded in satisfaction, completely unfazed by Tobirama's reaction. Inside the sealed space. Fantastic. Mother will be out soon. Black Zetsu hopped excitedly all over the Ninetales' body. Black Zetsu, get off me. The Ninetales, veins bulging on its forehead, roared at the unruly Black Zetsu prancing on its back. Ha! My mother's coming back soon. Ninetales, you'd better behave, or I'll have her kill you. Black Zetsu was practically floating with excitement. Don't forget, you're sealed in here. Even if that woman comes back, you're not getting out. Ninetales, are you looking to die? And what are you anyway? Nothing but hot air. Ninetales. Black Zetsu. For years later, after 4 years of rapid development, Konoha has already stepped halfway into the age of information. Not only Konoha, but the other 4 villages have also quietly grown. Kirigikure has finally healed from the wounds left by the Warring States F4 and rebuilt their village just a year ago. Compared to Konoha's semi-modern era, the other villages, unable to obtain or smuggle any technological secrets from Konoha, remain stuck in the past. This year, Dave is 13, almost 14. Except for Izuna, the Warring States F4 are all gradually approaching the age of 50. Sarutobi Sasuke, the father of Sarutobi Hiruzen, passed away peacefully last year at the age of 68. Today marks the inauguration of the second Hokage. All the villagers are gathered at the foot of the Hokage Tower, eyes shining with excitement as they look up toward the building. Tobirama, from this day forward, you are the second Hokage of Konoha. With a face full of pride, Hashirama takes off his Hokage hat and hands it to Tobirama. At last, he's finally stepping down from that damn position. Damn, every single day was exhausting. Finally, at last, he can begin the life he's always dreamed of. I understand. Tobarama nods solemnly, accepting the hat from Hashirama and placing it on his own head. Originally, Hashirama had hoped to hold a fair competition for the title among Madara, Tobarama, and the other clan leaders. But in recent years, Madara has become hopelessly obsessed with the internet and dancing, while the other clan leaders admitted they couldn't compete with Tobarama. So, Tobarama became the second Hokage without any difficulty. While Tobarama is delivering his rousing speech up above, down below. Damn it, Kagaya-kuma, give your money to Tsunade already. Stop making her cry. Tsukumo Hatake. Damn it. Why did Jiraiya wet himself again? Getting cleaned up now. Might do way. Stop saying weird things to Orochimaru. Shut that mouth of yours and don't lead him astray. I want a scientist, not some green-skinned river monster. Dave, looking at the chaotic pile of 6 kids in front of him, shouts in utter frustration. Come on, Dave, don't be so upset. Kids will be kids, Yum says with a cheerful laugh, clinging to Dave's arm. For years have passed, and Yum has grown from a little girl into a striking young woman, graceful and full of charm. Yes, she's developed quite nicely, and will probably keep developing. 4 years ago, Aunt Kai became pregnant and gave birth to Might Dai, the lady of the Hatake clan, whose lineage has been passed down for decades. Also gave birth to Hatake Tsukumo. Dave, ever resourceful, managed to hoodwink the Hatake family and trick this child into becoming his own disciple. The 3 little Sannin were just born this year, and the oldest among them, Orochimaru, is barely 4 months old. As for little Jiraiya, Dave tracked him down by asking around throughout Konoha, eventually finding him in the village orphanage and taking him in. Little Tsunade, too, arrived just last month. After years of absence, Hashirama's son Yukin finally remembered his father and sent his own daughter over to join the household. But in the end, all these children ended up in Dave's hands. At this point, Dave was practically running a kindergarten. He and Tsukimi rarely left the house, busy every day looking after this lively bunch. Orochimaru hadn't even crossed his mind before, but well, Orochimaru's father was obsessed with experiments, and Yujiya, his mother, spent her days dancing in the square with Mito. Unless little Orochimaru was hungry, his parents were rarely involved. Naturally, upon hearing that Dave was looking after 5 children, Orochimaru's father simply thought, one more won't make a difference. Please take mine too. Dave, brother, I've run out of money, Kagaya Juma cried, clutching little Tsunade in his arms. Mother Izuna. No, Father Izuna and Father Tobarama refused to give me any allowance. This is all I have left. Tsunade, nestled contentedly in his arms, didn't have a care in the world. She giggled, clutching the money in her tiny hands. Izuna withheld Juma's allowance out of fear he'd become a miser like Kakuzu, and as for Kakuzu himself, it was a struggle just to get a single silver coin from him. Tobarama? Half the time, Juma couldn't even find him. Out of my way. Don't think I don't know you've been secretly selling your bone powder online these days. There's no way this is all the money you have. Don't go picking up your miserly father's habits. Dave gave him a swift kick. This kid had been a little money grubber and businessman since birth. Once he noticed his brother Dave often drank beverages made from his own ground bone powder, he started selling it online. Teacher, Jiraiya is just too naughty. On the other side, white-haired Tsukumo, holding the wriggling little Jiraiya, looked exasperated. Hand him over, Dave said, casting a glance at the mischievous Jiraiya. He took him from Tsukumo's arms and placed the child into Tsukimi's embrace. Instantly, the little rascal quieted down. So still, it was almost unbelievable. Tsukumo was left utterly speechless. Hey, Orochimaru, such youthful passion at such a tender age. All right, let's celebrate the fire of youth together. On the other side, the little Kappa monster was holding the unusually quiet young Orochimaru in his arms, roaring with enthusiasm. Damn, Uncle Mike's genes are really something else. Get out of here, don't go corrupting our future scientist. Dave gave Might Guy a solid kick, shoving him aside, and scooped up the well-behaved Orochimaru from his arms. Uncle Mike's genes truly were formidable. From the looks of it, Aunt Tsunade hadn't managed to intervene at all in the process. Watching her child transform into the spitting image of his father, Aunt Tsunade had grown so many gray hairs from the stress that she nearly lost all hope in life. To prevent young Might Guy from turning out just like his dad, she usually entrusted him to Dave. The only time Might Guy and Might Dewey were allowed to be together was when their unstoppable father-son fervor for youth simply couldn't be contained. Then, and only then, would Aunt Tsunade permit them a brief moment together. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, today marks the day when Tobarama Senju is officially inaugurated as the second Hokage of Konoha, and Hashirama Senju formally steps down from the position, said Chiyo, who, though in her 30s, still carried the grace of her youth. Hashirama and Madara Uchiha must both be pushing 50 by now. Retsudo sneered coldly. Chio nodded. Yes. Wait, we keep waiting another 2 or 3 years. When the ailments from the Warring States era finally leave them unable to move, that's when we strike Konoha. Retsudo chuckled, full of scorn. God of the shinobi? Demon of the shinobi world? So what? No one escapes old age. Just a little more time. 2 or 3 years, that's all we need. Retsudo himself was already over 40. In recent years, he had felt his own body gradually deteriorating, the old wounds from the Warring States era beginning to act up. He didn't believe for a moment that those two monsters could remain untouched by time. The other hidden villages shared the same thoughts. They had watched Konoha's rise with jealousy burning in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Not while those two legends still stood guard. But 2 or 3 years from now, well, that would be a different story. After the inauguration ceremony, Dave, principal of Konoha Kindergarten, took the 6 little ones home. Once they were home, "Sensei, I want to start training," Tsukumo said, bowing respectfully to Dave, short blade in hand. "Very well. Wood release, nut wall. Wood release, pea shooter formation. Go train on your own, and if you have any questions, save them for tonight when the Hokage visits," Dave replied, holding Tsunade and Jiraiya in his arms. He smiled warmly at Tsukumo before him. Shumao's lips curled into a slight grin. He picked up his sword and headed off to practice. Dave was hardly a proper ninja, so naturally, he couldn't teach Shumao anything truly useful. At most, he could put Shumao through some physical training, let him take a few punches, hack away at the tough nut wall, that sort of thing. As for ninjutsu, he would usually leave that to Tobirama to teach. Yes, I, Dave, am a good teacher. Hey, Shumao, accept my challenge. It's been 1 day, 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 5 seconds since our last fight. The fire of youth is burning hot within me. Behind Shumao, Might Die, the little river kappa, trailed him, hollering with boundless energy. "Get a rest, will you?" Shumao's temple throbbed as he roared in exasperation, his head pounding. He honestly wondered if Might Die had a screw loose somewhere, always picking fights with him for no reason. Damn it, could you imagine straining on the toilet, only to have a bushy-browed kappa pop up at the window, shouting about the burning passion of youth and challenging you to a duel? "Yo, Tsukumo Hatake, my lifelong rival. Let me see if your youth still burns bright. Leaf Whirlwind, here I come." Might Die didn't bother with more words. The best way to challenge Shumao was always head-on. With no other choice, Shumao had to spar with him yet again. Watching the two kids tussling nearby, Dave smiled with satisfaction. These two, though a bit mischievous, were actually pretty good kids. That thought had barely settled when he heard a grinding noise so familiar it made his head ache. He turned to look into the room. 1 bone can be ground down to produce 500 grams of bone powder. The current market price is 10 silver taels per gram. After deducting Father Kakuzu's 30% commission, that means 1 bone can be sold for 3,500 silver taels. Given my physical condition, I can produce a maximum of 10 bones a day, which totals 35,000 silver taels. Then, accounting for Brother Dave's daily drinks, which consume 2 bones, that's 28,000 silver taels a day. Add in various fees and time lost. Let me see. Kagaya Kimesa sat at a desk, her left hand silently dropping a bone into a mortar, methodically grinding it down. Her right hand scribbled calculations on paper, tallying up her profits and losses. "Kimesa, stop grinding your bones already and go train with Dai and Shumao." Dave called over, massaging his temples in frustration as he watched her. Why does this kid need so much money at such a young age? Of course, Dave himself used to love money too, but now he's lost all interest in it. Money has become nothing more than an abstract idea to him. The last time he balanced his accounts was 2 years ago, and even back then, he already had several 100 million silver coins. Making money, for Dave now, is just something he does on the side. These days, he's like a salted fish, just coasting along, spending his days watching over the kids and going on dates with UMA. As for missions, he gave those up long ago. Why bother risking life and limb to complete some A-rank mission for a mere few 100,000 silver coins? He could earn that in just a few minutes. Why even bother with missions anymore? "Brother Dave, I've done the math. If I fight Shuo Mao, it'll cost me 6 bones, plus whatever I lose during the battle. In the end, I'll only be able to collect the equivalent of 4 bones, which means I'd lose 7,000 silver coins right off the bat. And as for Dai, fighting him would take over a dozen bones, and I might only get 1 or 2 back. That's an even bigger loss. I'd be losing everything." With a perfectly serious face, Kagaya Juma picked up a piece of paper and showed Dave the calculations she'd worked out for battling those two. With a sudden tension, veins popped on Dave's smiling face. He raised his hand and cracked his knuckles menacingly. Terrified, Juama bolted out of the room in a flash and dashed straight into the middle of a scuffle with the other two. Just then, Dave's phone chimed with a series of beeps. It was a message from someone on Penguin Chat. Over the past 4 years, phones had evolved from basic models to smartphones. Though, in this world, they were still pretty basic. Good for playing a few offline games, sending messages on Penguin Chat, making calls, and taking photos. Online games were still limited to computers. Right now, Brother Lou was working on a new game called Shinobi Alliance, and Dave was actually looking forward to it. Ninja Dance King. Dave, why hasn't Hashirama shown up yet? He promised he'd be here today to help me farm the 9 tails, but he hasn't replied to my messages. Is he with you? Vai Babu. Ooh. Uncle Madara, today's the handover ceremony for my dad, remember? Uncle Hashirama is probably still at the Hokage Tower helping my dad with the transition. Ninja Dance King. Oh, Tobarama's ceremony? Interesting. I just planted some 3-minute crops, and the moment I was late by 1 second, they were gone. Do they even have computers in the Hokage Tower? Why by Babu? Yeah, they do, Uncle Madara. How long has it been since you last visited the Hokage Tower? They've had computers there for a while now. It makes handling paperwork much easier. Ninja Dance King. Whether they're doing paperwork or not, I have no idea, but Tobarama Senju just snatched my crops. Why by Babu? Haven't you been to the dance floor these past few days? I heard someone secretly performed the forbidden pole dance the other day. They're still locked up in Konoha prison. Ninja World Dance King. Huh. Pole dancing isn't something just anyone can do, nor is it something everyone can master. At the internet cafe, Madara looked down on the person performing the pole dance with utter disdain. Honestly, do you really think you can handle that? And yet you still dare to try such a dance? Because the afternoon dance parties often stirred up chaos in the Hidden Leaf Village, sometimes even letting spies slip in. Hashirama had banned dancing in the village a year ago. Instead, he opened up a bar. Now, every night, plenty of villagers would wander off and not return home. Square dancing, however, was an exception. Hashirama had tried to put a stop to that, too, but there was nothing he could do. Mito was the leader of the square dance troupe. When he got home, she gave him a piece of her mind, and after that, Hashirama never said another word about it. Ninja World Dance King. All right then. So, do you have any plans tonight? Weirdly offbeat. Not really. I'm just keeping an eye on those little brats. That's all. Ninja World Dance King. Good. Once those little ones are asleep, come meet me at the internet cafe. Izuna, Tobarama, and Hashirama will be there too. The 5 of us can head over to the bar, dance a bit, and have a drink. Weirdly offbeat. All right. You 3 take the little ones and head to bed first. I've got to step out for a bit, Dave said with a smile, looking at the 3 guys in front of him, each holding a little one in their arms. Hey Dave, are you going out to earn money again? You have to take me with you. Kakuzu's dad never lets me tag along when he goes to make money. Kagaya Juma asked anxiously. Out of the way. All you ever think about is money. Go to bed now. With a swift kick, Dave sent Juma stumbling aside. And so, Sakumo, Dai, and Juma each cradled a little Sannin in their arms, gazing wistfully at Dave's departing figure. All right, teacher's gone. Let's get some sleep too. Sakumo, the most sensible of the 3, said as night fell, glancing at his companions. All right, Sakumo. How about a youthful sleep challenge? Might Dai, holding Orochimaru in his arms, shouted with burning enthusiasm. Give it a rest. Sakumo shot back, giving him a sharp kick. One by one, the 3 headed back to their rooms, each carrying a child. Before going to sleep, Sakumo thought he'd refine his chakra for a bit. He gently soothed the little Jiraiya in his arms to sleep, laid him in the nearby crib, and sat down on his bed to begin meditating. Just as Sakumo was about to finish refining his chakra, the silence was shattered by the sudden wailing cries of Jiraiya from the crib. With a headache brewing, Sakumo climbed out of bed, walked over to the crib, and picked up Jiraiya to comfort him once more. Half an hour later, when Jiraiya in his arms finally drifted off to sleep, Sakumo was completely exhausted. After gently placing Jiraiya back into the crib, Sakumo collapsed onto his own bed and immediately fell asleep. But just then, the wailing of little Jiraiya rose up again. With great effort, Sakumo pried open his weary eyes and picked up the crying baby once more, cradling and soothing him. Another half-hour passed. Jiraiya was lulled back to sleep, and a half-dead Sakumo slumped down to rest once more. But soon, the cries started up again. Enough! Sakumo snapped, exasperated. In a moment of desperation, he drew his sword and placed it at little Jiraiya's neck, glaring fiercely at the baby with a threatening pout. Strangely enough, the infant seemed to sense the danger and instantly quieted down, not daring to make another sound. Staring at the mischievous little thing, Sakumo was at a loss for words. Still, he had no energy left to dwell on it. It was already past 10 o'clock, really late for a boy just over 4 years old. As Tsukumo lay in bed, longing for sleep and secretly hoping that the kind girl from his dreams would come comfort him, suddenly, bang bang, Tsukumo, yeah, might away. You'd better have a good reason for waking me up. Otherwise, I swear I'll finish you off tonight. Tsukumo snatched up his sword, kicked open the door, and upon seeing Might Due cradling a baby, pressed the blade to Dewey's neck, roaring with fury. Why was it so hard to get some decent sleep? Tsukumo, Orochimaru just won't go to sleep, and I don't know how to calm him down. Could you help me out? Due stammered awkwardly, swallowing hard as he gestured to the baby in his arms. Tsukumo shot Due a glare, then took Orochimaru from him and spent yet another half-hour coaxing the child to sleep. Tsukumo, why don't I sleep here with you tonight? Yes, this is the spirit of youth, Due exclaimed, a little embarrassed to admit that he was afraid of sleeping alone. At least before after half an hour, when Jiraiya in his arms finally fell asleep, Tsukumo was feeling utterly drained. He carefully placed Jiraiya back into the crib and then collapsed on his own bed, falling asleep right away. But just then, Jiraiya started crying again with a wail that pierced the quiet night. Forcing his weary eyes open, Tsukumo picked up Jiraiya once more and tried to soothe him. Another half-hour went by. Jiraiya was coaxed back to sleep, and Tsukumo, completely exhausted, lay down once more, barely hanging on. But again, the crying began. At his wit's end, Tsukumo let out a frustrated groan. He drew his sword and held it to little Jiraiya's neck, glaring fiercely at the baby's pouty lips. As if sensing the danger, Jiraiya immediately fell silent, not daring to make another sound. Tsukumo stared at this mischievous little creature, utterly speechless. But he barely had the energy to think about it. It was already past 10 o'clock, far too late for a boy just over 4 years old. With all his hopes pinned on falling asleep soon, perhaps to find some comfort from the kind girl in his dreams, Tsukumo snuggled into bed. Suddenly, bang bang, Tsukumo, arg, Might Due, you'd better have a good reason for bothering me, or I swear I'll kill you tonight. Tsukumo grabbed his sword, kicked open the door, and glared furiously at Might Due, who stood there holding a baby. Tsukumo pressed the blade against Dewey's neck, his voice thunderous with rage. Why was it so hard just to get a little sleep? Tsukumo, Orochimaru just won't go to sleep, and I don't know how to calm him down. Can you help me? Due swallowed nervously and pointed to the baby in his arms. Tsukumo shot Due a death glare, then reluctantly took Orochimaru and spent yet another half-hour soothing the child. Tsukumo, let's sleep together. YOSH. This is the power of youth, Due declared, truthfully a bit afraid of sleeping alone. At least when his father slept in the next room, the old man's snoring gave him a sense of security. But tonight, his father wasn't there. Due was left alone in a silent room, Orochimaru quietly entertaining himself without a peep. The stillness was almost frightening. Without waiting for Tsukumo's response, Due simply crawled into Tsukumo's bed. At this point, all Tsukumo wanted was sleep. He couldn't be bothered to care. Lying there, Due quickly shed his trademark green jumpsuit. Just as he was preparing to sleep, he noticed Tsukumo staring at him. To be precise, Tsukumo was looking lower. Little acorn, Tsukumo murmured softly. Silence fell. Yeah, Tsukumo Hatake, I'm going to kill you. In another room. Right now, I have 186,432.98 taels of silver. Compared to the 100 million gold that Brother Dave mentioned, I still have. Kagaya Juima was still seated at his desk, one hand, a sheet of paper, a pen, scribbling calculations without pause. Wah wah. Little Tsunade, lying in her crib beside him, suddenly burst into loud, wailing cries. Juima didn't even glance over. He simply reached into his pocket, pulled out a silver bill, and tossed it onto the crib. The moment Tsunade grabbed the silver, her tears stopped instantly, replaced by peals of delighted laughter. Tsunade, I bet she'll grow up to be a real rival for my little financial goal. I must make my 100 million before she's old enough to challenge me. Juima watched as Tsunade waved the money around from her bed, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Just then, Juima sensed a violent tremor shaking the house. Puzzled, he stepped out of his room, and there it was, right in front of him, Might Due, completely naked, glowing green, locked in a fierce brawl with Tsukumo Hatake. Oh my goodness. Juima felt like his eyes were about to burn out from the sight. Are you two insane? Stop. Stop at once. This room and the floor. Do you have any idea how much those cost? All of this is made from Hashirama wood. Each plank as tall as a person is worth 10,000 taels. You two money wasters. Stop right now. Juima, forgetting all about Dewey's eye-searing state, looked around at the devastation and shouted at the top of his lungs. But the pair was already deep in the heat of battle, paying no mind to Juinma's protests. Damn it, you two idiots. I said stop. Juinma, seething as he watched the destruction spread further, finally snapped. Dance of the Camellia, Shikatsumi Aku. A bone blade slowly emerged in Juinma's hand, and in a flash he charged forward. With a series of precise and fluid attacks, he separated Might Do Wei and Sakumo in an instant. I don't care why you two started fighting. Pay up. You're going to pay for every plank of floor and every bit of damage. Juinma began calculating fiercely. Let's see, you broke 14 planks in total. At the current market rate, one Hashirama wood plank as tall as a person is 10,000 taels. Each plank yields 2 floorboards, so you've ruined 7 planks. That's 70,000 taels. And on top of that, you broke some of the room's belongings. If I'm not mistaken, that was the item sister Tsukimi gave to brother Dave, wasn't it? You broke that too? You two are finished. I won't even bother with the compensation bill. When brother Dave gets home, you can explain it all to him yourselves. And another thing, because I had to stop you two just now, I broke one of my bones that was a full meter long. Usually, on the market, I can grind half a meter of bone into 500 grams of bone powder. 1 gram of bone powder fetches 10 silver taels, so you owe me 10,000 silver taels for that. You can just split it evenly. I expect to see the money tomorrow. With that, Lady Kagaya turned and walked away, leaving the two of them standing there, utterly bewildered in the wind. Damn, Uncle Madara, you're getting more and more handsome. Dave's eyes lit up as he looked at Madara in front of him and spoke up. Oh, Madara took off his sunglasses, pressed down on the brim of his baseball cap, straightened his stylish black suit, adjusted the silver necklace around his neck, and a cold smirk played at the corner of his mouth. His long hair was tied back, swaying gently in the wind. He really did look cool. Dave couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Hashirama, you need to keep up with the times, Madara sneered, glancing at Hashirama beside him. Huh. Hashirama was still wearing that old kimono Mito had sewn for him back in the Warring States era. Seriously, it was beyond unfashionable. Let's go. First, we need to buy some clothes. Hashirama looked at Madara, then at himself. Damn it. First things first, he needed a new outfit. Where's Izuna? Madara turned to ask Tobarama. He's still over there sorting out some documents. He'll be here in a bit. Tobarama nodded in reply. Back when Hashirama was Hokage, Madara and Sarutobi Sasuke were his aides. When Tobarama became Hokage, Izuna took on that role. Tobarama's intention was to keep a close eye on Izuna. He didn't want this supremely mischievous Uchiha to teach the children at school the wrong things. As for Madara, Tobarama didn't bother with him anymore. These days, Madara spent all his time online or dancing in the village. He really wasn't a threat to the village anymore. Of course, Tobarama still kept his guard up a little, especially since every time he stole Madara's vegetables, he'd get thoroughly beaten up for it. Big brother, I'm here. Just then, a voice came from not far away. See? Here he comes, Tobarama said to the other three, not daring to turn his head even a little. Dave had just taken a sip of his portable Kagaya brand bone powder drink. When he saw Izuna arrive, he couldn't help but spit it out in surprise. Izuna? Hashirama was stunned too. Izuna, what are you wearing? Even Madara was momentarily lost for words. Izuna walked toward them, dressed in a sharp professional outfit, suit jacket on top, a black skirt that reached her knees below, and a pair of glossy black stockings that shimmered under the night sky. I saw this in a clothing store a few days ago. I originally just wanted to buy something for work. The shop owner recommended this outfit, said it would suit me. So, I bought it and tried it on. A faint blush flashed across Izuna's face as he spoke, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed and at a loss for words. See no evil. See no evil. Dave immediately turned his head away, muttering under his breath again and again. Isn't it pretty rare for men to wear skirts like that these days? Madara asked, a puzzled look on his face. As the first dance king of Konoha and a true fashion icon, he had always kept his finger on the pulse of the village's latest trends. Many clothing stores wanted Uncle Madara to endorse their brands, so he was naturally well aware of what was popular in Konoha right now. I guess it's fine to wear, but these stockings are really uncomfortable. Forget it. I won't wear them tomorrow. Big brother, that custom suit you had someone make for me a few days ago is still at home. I'll just wear that instead, Izuna said helplessly. He'd tried it out of curiosity, but now that he'd given it a go, he was content to let it stay in his closet. All the while, Hashirama remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on Izuna. In his mind, a memory surfaced, a figure from years ago. As the memory lingered, 2 thin trails of blood began to trickle from Hashirama's nose. Uncle, you got a nosebleed. Ahem, you're not thinking about something you shouldn't, are you? Here, wipe it up, Dave exclaimed, quickly pulling some tissues from his pocket and handing them to Hashirama. Oh, Hashirama snapped back to reality and hurriedly wiped his nose. Let's go. First, we should get you and Hashirama each a new outfit. You can't go clubbing in those clothes, Madara said calmly, not dwelling on the matter. With that, the group set off toward the shopping district. In the past 4 years, Konoha had grown ever more bustling. Cell phones, computers, newspapers, and media had all become part of daily life, transforming the lives of its villagers. Konoha had long been famed throughout the ninja world as the happiest place to live. Outsiders wishing to enter the village often had to pull some strings. Even though it was already 11 o'clock at night, the shopping district was as lively as ever. People dressed in all manner of styles bustled through the streets, while the warm glow of streetlights cast a comforting light over everything. Madara led the 4 of them down a narrow alley, a stark contrast to the vibrant main street. The alley was shadowy and eerily quiet, but surprisingly, there was a small shop tucked away inside. Madara strode up and pushed the door open, ushering everyone inside. The shop was quite bare, lit only by a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. But lining the walls on both sides were all sorts of suits. Dave could tell at a glance that these clothes were all of the finest quality. "If Madara, please come in." An elderly woman with snow-white hair slowly emerged from inside, her face lighting up with a broad smile as she welcomed Madara. "Aunt Tion, do you have any clothes here that would fit these two?" Madara gestured to Izuna and Hashirama behind him, speaking in a calm, measured tone. "Oh, it's the first Hokage himself, and this young man too. Please come in. Let me see what I can find for you." The old lady, known as Aunt Tion, smiled and led the 2 of them inside. "Uncle Madara, who is this old lady?" Dave asked in confusion. He'd lived in Konoha for nearly a decade, yet he'd never heard of a place like this. "She's Hatsuma Tion, once a renowned master tailor back when the capital of the Land of Fire was first established. In her youth, her clothes were so sought after that even the daimyo had to queue up to place an order. She never had children, and after the village was founded, she came to Konoha to enjoy her retirement. A few years ago, I found her and she started learning these new clothing techniques here in the village. Since then, nearly all my outfits have been custom-made by her." Madara's tone was gentle as he explained. Dave, of course, had no idea. A famous tailor from the Warring States era? That was ancient history to him. What could he possibly know about that? Before long, Hashirama and Izuna emerged from the back, each dressed in brand new clothes. Izuna, as always, looked effortlessly stylish. Hashirama, on the other hand, was a little more flamboyant. His bright crimson suit practically sparkled in the night. "Aunt Tion, we'll be heading out now." "Oh, and let me know when my new clothes are ready. I should be about finished with my preparations on my end," Madara called out as he waved goodbye. "All right, will do." The old woman nodded, her smile as warm as ever. On the way back, "Uncle Madara, what preparations do you mean?" Dave asked, still confused. "I remember you mentioning fashion shows before. Something like Victoria's Secret, wasn't it?" Before Madara could answer, Hashirama chuckled from the side. "We thought it'd be fun to put on a show, promote these clothes, and give Aunt Tion some business. Plus, it'd liven things up in Konoha a bit." "Wait, you two, are you going to model yourselves?" Dave nearly tripped over his own feet in shock. "My goodness, you're really going to walk the runway? Seriously? Since when were you both so fashionable?" "Of course. So, what are you going to call this event? Any theme in mind?" "Let's call it Hashirama's Secret," Hashirama declared. "Ugly, you're not worthy. It should be Madara's secret," Madara shot back. "Madara, Hashimama." In the end, Madara and Hashirama decided to settle their rivalry with a showdown at the bar that night. Incidentally, Dave was the true owner behind the bar, with Kakuzu and Orochimaru as his partners. Madara had come to love this little invention of Dave's. The bar brought back memories of youth he thought he'd lost forever, and every night, he found himself drawn back to it. The bar was situated at the very center of the commercial street, much larger than any of the neighboring shops, 2 or 3 times their size. It was the liveliest hour of the evening, with countless honest villagers lining up outside, waiting for their turn to get in. "With so many people here, how are we supposed to get inside?" Hashirama looked at the villagers queued up from one end of the street to the other, puzzled. Madara gave a dismissive chuckle. "Just follow me." Without a second thought, he led the group straight past the entire line, heading directly for the bar's entrance. "Hey now, the spirit of youth doesn't allow for rule-breaking. Gentlemen, you need to wait in line." A security guard, Mike Guy, spotted Madara leading his group through the crowd and called out with youthful enthusiasm. Madara sneered, pulling a gleaming golden card from his pocket and handing it over to Mike Guy. "Oh, it's Master Madara. This is your VIP card." Mike Guy accepted the card and, upon looking up and recognizing Madara, greeted him with the utmost respect. "Guy, my booth is still reserved, isn't it?" Madara nodded and inquired. Of course, Master Madara. At Passion Kidney Bar, every VIP seat is always reserved. Might Guy thumped his sturdy chest, full of assurance. Good. Keep up the good work. Madara patted Might Guy on the shoulder and led the group inside. Inside, the atmosphere was electrifying. On the stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami were DJing, wildly spinning tracks and getting the crowd going. Madara led the group to a private booth, and they all sat down. Care for smoke? Madara pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and looked around at his companions. Madara, since when did you start smoking? Hashirama asked, genuinely surprised. Among the people Hashirama had known, only old man Sarutobi Sasuke smoked. He'd asked about it before, and Sarutobi Sasuke had replied it was to ease his worries, a smoke or two now and then helped relieve the pressure. Back in the days, cigarettes were imported to the village from the capital of the Land of Fire. No one in the village grew tobacco. In those early days, they barely had enough food, let alone the luxury of planting tobacco. It was only in recent years that, apparently, some families in the village, together with his nephew Dave, had started running a tobacco business. Uchiha Honkition, our clan's special blend. 50 taels of silver a pack. Not bad at all. I usually have a smoke or two while gaming at the internet cafe. Madara nodded, pulling out a cigarette. Fire style, ignition jutsu. With a snap of his fingers, a small flame flickered to life at his fingertip, lighting his cigarette. Off to the side, Dave couldn't help but grin awkwardly. Uncle Madara's gangster aura really was something else. Here you go, big brother. The Senju clan has its own brand too. Senju Red Double Happiness. Have one. Tobarama, sitting nearby, pulled out a pack of Senju Zwanhimen and offered it to Hashirama. Hashirama was momentarily stunned, but still took it. There was the Uchiha Red Pagoda, the Senju Red Double Happiness, the Sarutobi Yellow Crane Tower, the Nara Furon King, the Akimichi Yushi, the Yamanaka Lagoon, the Shimura Chongbai Mountain, the Inazuka Mist and Smoke, the Aburame Splendid Gate, the Hyuga Red Canal, the Moonlight Seven Wolves, the Mitarashi Main Gate, the Uzumaki Zongnanhai, the Kagaya Rainflower Stone, the Minazuki White Sand, the Hozuki Lotus, the Two-Day Yellow Mountain, the Ajetsu Little Panda, and so on. Among these, some clan cigarettes would be exported to other nations, like Uzumaki Zongnanhai, which would go to the land of whirlpools, Two-Day Yellow Mountain to the land of earth, Ajetsu Little Panda to the land of lightning, and so on. The rest, however, were mainly produced and consumed within the village. The common folk would simply choose what suited their taste and budget, but among the clans, a strong sense of honor prevailed. Everyone bought the cigarettes made by their own clan. As for exports, Kakuzu was in charge these days, and he seemed to truly enjoy it. It was said that just a couple of days ago, when he went to the Land of Water to sell Minazuki, White Sand, Hozuki Lotus, and Kagaya Rainflower Stone, he got into a fight with the local merchants, apparently because they tried to bargain him down by several hundred ryo. Dave was still not quite used to all this. The development was so fast, he could barely recognize anything anymore. Oh, Dave, you're still young. You can't smoke? Tobarama, the ever-watchful father, eyed the Uchiha Red Pagoda in his precious son's hand and swiftly snatched it away, speaking in a measured tone. In fact, Dave did smoke. These cigarettes didn't harm the body. Even young children could have them, and they even helped one stay alert. All thanks to Orochi Lu, Brother Lu, a true scientist of the people. Keep it up. Hang in there. Just a few more years until your son grows up. These cigarettes were well received throughout the ninja world. The Raikage of the Land of Lightning declared that the Ajetsu Little Panda was the only smoke fit for a real man. The Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth insisted that Two-Day Yellow Mountain was the #1 cigarette in the ninja world. The Mizukage of the Land of Water claimed Hozuki Lotus was the very best, dismissing all others as inferior. Only the Kazekage of the Land of Wind complained, Konoha, do you look down on us? Why doesn't the Land of Wind have its own special cigarette? Incensed, Redo tore open a pack of Uchiha Red Pagoda and Senju Red Double Happiness right on the spot. Waiter, 2 bottles of Ace of Spades. Madara called out, waving to the waiter across the room. A moment later, Dave looked down at the glass of sake in front of him, took a sip, and let the clear, smooth liquor slide down his throat. This life of luxury, what a thrill. It wasn't until everyone was nearly drunk that they finally moved on to the main event of the evening. Hashirama, are you itching for a dance-off too? Madara, let me show you what real belly dancing looks like. Tobarama of 1,000 hands, let me show you what a true dance is. Izuna Uchiha, tonight, you're finally going to learn just how powerful the second Hokage can be. The 4 drunkards had lost all semblance of self-control in their wildness. Damn it, it's time for you Warring States F4 weaklings to witness what it means for there to always be someone better Dave, his face flushed with drunkenness, stomped on the table and shouted at the top of his lungs. All four turned their heads to glare at Dave. Plant Squad would release Morning Glory, would release Sweet Beat Melody, would release Pennywort Drummer, would release Sunflower Singer, would release Tulip Horn Player, would release Banana Leaf Dancer. With a dramatic clap of his hands, Dave summoned a parade of incredibly stylish plants bursting forth from the ground. Up a Gangnam Style. Dave, are you challenging me? Bring it on. Ha ha ha. DJ, crank up the volume. Uchiha Madara ripped off his jacket in one swift motion and shouted to the three DJs on stage. Hiruzen Tsurutobi flashed Madara an OK sign with his hand. Tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. 5 thoroughly drunk men swayed and raged in manic abandon all across the bar. The next day, noon, 12 o'clock sharp. Wah, Might Due, Sakumo Hatake, and Juama Kagaya stood before 3 bawling children, their heads aching from the noise. Has Big Brother Dave still not come back? Juama Kagaya asked, worry creasing his brow. No idea. I called teacher just a while ago, but he didn't answer. Sakumo could only shrug helplessly. So what do we do now? The 3 of them haven't eaten much all day. Juama rubbed his tired little face, clearly at a loss. As for Orochimaru, Due, you'll have to take him to Aunt Yu for help. But Tsunade and Jiraiya, Sakumo thought for a moment, then turned to Juanma with a solemn expression. Confusion slowly spread across Juanma's face. What does this have to do with me? Your bones. Teacher always said your bones are packed with nutrients, enough to replace even mother's milk. So I was thinking Sakumo hadn't even finished speaking. No way. Absolutely not. Don't even think about taking my bones for free. Juanma cut him off instantly, hugging himself protectively and shouting in outrage. That's not up to you. Sakumo and Due shared a knowing and mischievous grin. You? What are you planning? Dave said so. Fighting in the village is against the law. Are we hitting you? No way. This is what you call a friendly spar, understand? Yammy. A moment later, looking at Kagaya, Juanma, standing before him, with a bruised and swollen face, yet not a single bone broken in his own defense, Sakumo Hatake found himself, for the first time, truly impressed by Juanma's toughness. Forget it. Die. You take Orochimaru to find Aunt Tama. I'll call Sister Tsukimi for help. Sakumo sighed, resigned, and could only dial Tsukimi's number for assistance. Sakumo, what's the matter calling your big sister? Tsukimi's voice came through as she busied herself with making dinner on the other end of the line. Sister Tsukimi, Brother Dai has been out since last night and still hasn't come back. Tsunade and the others are so hungry they're crying. Sakumo blurted out anxiously. Dai's been gone that long? Did he tell you where he was going before he left? Tsukimi sounded puzzled as she asked. Sister Tsukimi, it's me, Juanma. I know. Last night, Brother Dai said something about go to the red light district, something about pretty ladies, something about comforting himself, or whatever. I really don't get it. Do you know where that is? Juanma, his face puffed up from the beating, snatched the phone from Sakumo's hand and asked in a slightly adorable tone. Brother Dai, oh Brother Dai, this is what youth is all about, isn't it? If you don't show me kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless. I got beat up for nothing because of you. Suddenly, a loud clatter of pots and pans came from the other end of the line. Juanma grinned in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Sakumo stared wide-eyed at Juanma. Aren't you afraid the teacher will come back and get you for this? Wow. Sakumo's understanding of Juanma was completely upended. He used to think Juanma was just greedy, obsessed with money. Now, he had to add another trait, cunning. So insidious. Even Black Zetsu and Danzo might not match his scheming. Black Zetsu? Danzo? Tsukimi was silent for a few seconds, then hung up without another word. Sakumo swallowed nervously. Ti-ahadai. I just hope you come back safe and sound. Elsewhere, inside the Hokage building, chaos had erupted. Every government worker in the building was panicking. Their boss had vanished. The Hokage hadn't shown up all morning, and this was supposed to be his very first official day on the job. How could such a mess happen on day one? Normally, the Hokage's assistant would handle things like this, but the assistant was missing too. Had the Hokage run off with his secretary? All the daily work in the Hokage building revolved around the Hokage himself. With him gone, what work could there be? So, the entire staff mobilized to search for their missing leader. At the same time, over at the Asen bar, 5 drunks lay sprawled across a booth, snoring away without a care in the world. The horse-wrangling man, so brave and strong. Your galloping steed races like the wind. The endless grasslands are yours to roam free. Dave was jolted awake by his phone's ringtone. He opened his eyes with some difficulty. His head was pounding after last night's wild drinking. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out His phone. It was a call from UMA. Dave glanced at the screen. Good grief, more than a dozen missed calls, and even one from Shomao. Hello, UMA. Dave answered the call. Dave, where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I am? The three little ones from Tsunade's house cried themselves hungry. They haven't eaten, and it's already noon. And Juma even said you'd gone to the red light district looking for pretty ladies. Is it true? On the other end, UMA's voice was anxious, her words tumbling over each other. By the end, Dave could hear her choking back sobs. Ugh, damn it, Kagaya Juma, just wait until I get home. I'll break all 180 of your bones. Listen, UMA, don't listen to that little rascal Juma. I was out at the bar last night with Uncle Madara and the others. We had too much to drink and crashed there. I just woke up, and the four of them are still asleep. I'm coming home right now. You go ahead and wait at the house. I'll be back in a flash. Inwardly, Dave cursed that scoundrel Kagaya Juma 1,000 times over. How could a kid be so troublesome? If he didn't scare the crap out of him when he got home, he'd hardly be a senju. Okay. After hearing Dave's explanation, UMA's tone noticeably calmed. She quietly acknowledged him, wiped the tears from her cheeks, gathered up the freshly cooked meal, and set off toward the senju ancestral home. Uncle Madara, Grandpa, Old Man, Uncle Izuna, wake up, wake up, wake up. Dave looked at the still sleeping Sengoku F4 around him and, perhaps a bit too forcefully, patted their faces to rouse them. That was some good sleep. Dave, what's up? Hashirama stretched and yawned, still half asleep as he sat up. What time is it? Over on the side, Tobarama woke with a start and immediately demanded. It's noon, Dave replied, pulling out his phone and holding it up in front of Tobarama. Silence. Damn it. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Madara. This is my very first official day as Hokage. Tobarama stared at the time on the phone, his fury erupting in a frustrated roar. Izuna Uchiha, you're still napping? What kind of Hokage's assistant are you supposed to be? Get moving. Not waiting for a response. Tobarama grabbed the still drowsy Izuna by the shoulder and, without another word, used Flying Thunder God to vanish on the spot. The remaining three exchanged bewildered glances, left behind in the aftermath. You are my little apple, no matter how much I love you. It's never enough. The three of them exchanged bewildered glances. Having just woken up, they were still groggy and disoriented. Suddenly, an alarm sounded from the pocket of Hashirama's senju. The three of them jolted awake. Yes, that brought them back to their senses. Hello, Mito, what's going on? Hashirama took out his phone and, seeing that it was a call from Mito, answered with a puzzled tone. Hashirama senju. A furious roar erupted from the phone. Uncle, I'd better get going now. Yumai is waiting for me at home. Uncle Madara, I'm heading out. Taking stock of the situation, Dave guessed that with Mito's powers of perception, she was probably already on her way to find his uncle. The sound of that roar made him feel it was best to make a quick exit. He didn't want to risk getting caught in the crossfire. With that, Dave hurriedly slipped away. Right, Hashirama, I'll be off too. The legendary Eight Tails has respawned in the ninja world, and I'm determined to get the paralyzing ring this time. Madara nodded toward Hashirama, and with that, he dashed off as well. Crash! Hashirama senju. After the other two had left, the wall behind Hashirama suddenly collapsed. A figure with flowing red hair slowly emerged behind him. And Mito, what brings you here? Hashirama swallowed hard as he looked at Mito's hair, which seemed to float with fury. In a flash, he ran through his mind, days, months, even decades, trying to recall anything he might have done to wrong her. Hashirama, didn't you promise you'd go to the square dance with me this afternoon? Where were you during this morning's rehearsal? Mito's forehead was throbbing with veins, her face wreathed in a smile, though that smile was laced with menace. Well, Mito, about that. It all started yesterday, when Tobarama became the second Hokage. Yesterday, not the face. Lord Hashirama and Lady Mito are truly the picture of wedded bliss. Security guard and janitor Might Wei, broom in hand, flashed his shining teeth as he yelled to the person behind him. Out of the way. Go fix that wall. Aunt Kai, whose hair had turned noticeably gray with worry, snapped, veins bulging on her forehead as she gave him a good kick. Every time she saw that guy, she thought of her poor child. Even though she'd raised Might Dai herself, trying her best to keep Might Wei and Dai apart, in the end, it was all for nothing. Her child had ultimately turned out just the way she'd feared. Now her home was filled with not one but two green-skinned Kappa monsters. Kai felt she was on the verge of losing her mind. Meanwhile, over at Dave's house. Sister Yueme, you're here. Has Mr. Dave not come back yet? Shuo Mao was still comforting the three children when a sudden knock sounded at the door. He went to answer it and found Sister Yueme standing outside. Shual Mao swallowed nervously and deliberately glanced behind her, searching for the battered figure he had imagined. But it was nowhere to be seen. Yes, by the way, you all haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, these 3 are for the little ones, and these 3 are for you. Yume nodded and handed over several box meals she had been carrying in her arms. Thank you, Sister Yume. Shual Mao nodded happily. If the 3 little ones were hungry, how could they not be? He hadn't eaten all day either. Sister Yume was the best. The teacher was just too unreliable. Shual Mao led Yume into the house and handed the meals to the children. Well, they still had to feed the little ones first. I'm back. At that moment, Dave returned. Kagaya Kamama, get out here this instant. Dave's furious shout rang out from outside the house. Kamama froze in place. Shual Mao and Dai exchanged a knowing smile, and at the same time, each gave Kamama a swift kick, sending him flying out of the house. You 2 traitors, don't think I'll ever make bone broth for you again. Kamama shouted angrily as he picked himself up off the ground, brushing dust from his clothes. These 2 disloyal fools. Don't expect to get even a single bone from me ever again. Let me help you loosen your bones a bit, little Kamama, Dave said, grinning broadly as he looked down at him. Dave, youth, well, you know, right? Youth doesn't allow bullying little kids. Kamama looked at the smiling Dave, swallowed hard, and stammered, trying his best to imitate Might Dai's manner of speaking. Oh, really? How many thousands of silver coins can a little kid carry around? Why don't you just let me hold on to them for you? Dave replied, his mouth twitching in exasperation and amusement. Forget it. Just give me a beating and get it over with. Dave, you're really hitting me? Of course. Nothing relieves my anger quite like giving you a good thrashing. A short while later, Dave clapped his hands in satisfaction as he looked at Kamama, now sporting a face swollen like a pig's head. Yes, that felt much better. Just then, cries erupted from inside the house. It was little Tsunade. She looked at the 2 children her own age beside her, both being fed, while she herself had no food. Where was her designated feeder? Where had he gone? She was starving. She wanted her food right now. Tsunade's hungry. Someone hurry up and feed her. Dave barked, giving Kamama another kick. And so, with a look of utter grievance, Kamama began to feed Tsunade. Dave, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, I brought you some food. Yume looked at Dave as he walked in, her face lighting up with a bright smile. She handed him a special homemade lunchbox, which she had kept close to her chest the whole way to keep it warm. As for Pighead Koenma, well, he really was too mischievous. He deserved a good lesson. Dave did well to put him in his place. Gagakon monantai. Hee, thank you, Yume. Dave smiled warmly as he felt the lingering warmth of the lunchbox in his hands. He leaned in and gave Yume a gentle kiss. Yume's smile blossomed with happiness. Dave was always Dave, just as she remembered. Without another word, Dave took Yume's hand and led her outside to the porch. He lay down, resting his head contentedly in Yume's lap. Yume, don't listen to the gossip those kids spread. Last night, I was just out at the bar with Uncle Ban and the others. I drank a bit too much. That's why I only just woke up. You know better than anyone what kind of man I am, don't you? I swear, Yume, you are my one and only love in this life. Gazing up at the lovely girl above him, Dave gently held her delicate hand and smiled softly as he spoke. Yume nodded sweetly, her heart full. A moment later, Shwomo, Might Dai, and Juinma, the 3 little ones, looked over at the happy scene of Dave being doted on and fed in Yume's arms. Then they glanced at their own food, then each other. Suddenly, their lunch seemed awfully unappetizing. What are you looking at? Yes, I mean you 3. I'm not eating anymore. Hey, Luigi, what's up? Dave, still being pampered like a lazy cat, answered his phone with a puzzled tone. Dave, the Ninja World Alliance game you mentioned last year is ready. It can be installed and played on computers now. Orochi Lu's voice came through the receiver. Wait, really? Dave shot up straight, excitement flashing across his face. Yeah, Manager Kakuzu just uploaded the game to the AI Shin gaming platform. It's available for download on PC now. Orochi Lu replied after a brief pause. Got it. With that, Dave into the call. Yume, I've got something to take care of now. Looks like I'll have to trouble you to watch over these little ones this afternoon. Dave chuckled as he looked at Yume. Of course, if you have work to do, you should go, Yume replied considerately, though she couldn't hide the hint of disappointment in her heart. She wouldn't get to spend the afternoon with Dave. Mwah. Sorry, I won't be able to keep you company this afternoon, Dave said, reading the disappointment on Yume's face. He hugged her and gently kissed her on the forehead, his voice full of apology. Meanwhile, the 3 grown-ups, having just finished feeding the 3 little ones, stared at their own meals, then glanced at the scene nearby. Without another word, each took a huge bite, then started wolfing down their food with surprising vigor. But somehow, the food didn't taste quite as good anymore. after leaving the clan grounds. Hey, Uncle Madara. Dave called Madara's cell phone, who was now at the internet cafe. What's up, Dave? I'm in a life-or-death struggle with the Eight Tails right now. Madara's voice came through. Dave could vaguely hear the sounds of him exerting himself in the background. Uncle Madara, are there any free computers next to you? Yeah, I always sit in this corner. It's pretty quiet here. Great. I'll be right there. The new game is playable now. Let's try it out together. All right. A short while later, Dave arrived at the entrance to the internet cafe and pushed open the door. The place had changed a lot from a few years ago. Back then, walking in felt like stepping into a shady den. The lights flickered unpredictably. The first thing that hit you was the stench of sweaty feet, and the air was thick with cigarette smoke from a couple of regulars. It was pure chaos. Now things were much better. The internet cafe had imposed a strict no-smoking rule, and the place had been completely renovated. This time when Dave opened the door, he was greeted not by staleness, but by a refreshing, pleasant aroma. The old desktops had been upgraded to sleek LCD monitors. So much had changed. Set me up next to Uncle Madara, Dave said, handing his card to the staff. The attendant was just a villager they'd hired. Aunt Kai was now in charge of the bar. Mike Guy helped out, and even Kakuzu had finally started his path to riches, selling the village's cigarettes and old man phones throughout the shinobi world. Boss, you're here. No problem, replied the middle-aged attendant, who, of course, knew Dave, the owner behind the scenes. Once everything was set up, Dave walked over to sit next to Madara and powered on his computer. Dave, this game looks pretty good. I think they did a great job with my character, Madara said with a smile, pointing at a figure on the screen without even turning his head. Uchiha Madara Young. Roll, Warrior. Passive. When attacked, Madara automatically generates layers of Susanoo. Each layer increases his damage reduction by 1%, up to a maximum of 20 layers. Q skill, Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Madara casts a jutsu to form a wall of fire, dealing magic damage to enemies. W skill, Uchiha Counter. Madara draws his Uchiha War Fan and channels power for up to 3 seconds. While channeling, he becomes unstoppable and can release the charge at any time, gaining 30% damage reduction during the process. When released, he returns 20% of the damage taken during the channeling to the enemy. E skill, Scythe Sweep. Madara swings his scythe in a designated area, dealing physical damage. The damage increases by 14% of the enemy's lost health. If this skill kills an enemy, its cooldown is reduced by 5 seconds. Ultimate ability, Susanoo, Final Form. Madara summons Susanoo, transforming his basic attacks into sweeping strikes across a set area, each dealing additional magic burn damage. While Susanoo is active, Madara gains a shield equal to his current level multiplied by 1.5 in health points. Susanoo remains for 5 seconds. Dave let out an awkward laugh. It really did look quite impressive. But what's the deal with that young man in the background? Madara pointed at the young man behind him and asked, Uncle Madara, I figure your power will undergo a qualitative leap once your Rinnegan awakens, Dave replied after some thought. So, I discussed it with Brother Lou. We plan to make 2 characters for you. The other one will be ready after you unlock the Rinnegan. When that happens, let me know what abilities you gain, and Brother Lou and I will create a new character for you. In truth, Dave already knew what powers the Rinnegan would bring, like the 6 Paths of Pain. But he couldn't just make that now. How could he possibly know those abilities before the Rinnegan even appeared? Imagination? That would be a joke. Alright, that works. But what about Hashirama? Does he get 2 characters as well? With that, Madara closed his current page and opened the hero profile for Senja Hashirama. No, uncle. 1 character is enough for him, Dave replied with a smile, shaking his head. His abilities look quite formidable, Madara nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. This time, you've lost again, Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Roll, Tank/Warrior. Passive. Hashirama's Sage Body allows him to recover 4% of his missing health every second when out of combat. Q ability, Wood Style, Wooden Prison. Hashirama summons a wooden prison in a designated area, silencing and immobilizing enemies inside while dealing damage. W ability, Wood Style, Wooden Pillar Shield. Using this skill increases Hashirama's physical and magical defenses, granting a shield worth 5% of his total health. E ability, Wood Style, Flower Tree World. Hashirama summons a grove of trees in a set area. Enemies who remain inside for 3 seconds or more become rooted for 1 second. Meanwhile, the flowering trees continuously drain chakra from foes and restore it to Hashirama. Our ability, Sage Art, Wood Style, True Several Thousand Hands, Buddha's top manifestation. Hashirama unleashes Sage Art, summoning the true Several Thousand Hands. During this time, He cannot use other abilities, and enemies are blinded for 1 second. Hashirama's attack speed doubles, and each strike from the true several thousand hands inflicts damage equal to 0.1% of the enemy's maximum health. Dave, about your own hero. I don't know how to say this, but isn't he a bit on the sneaky side? At this point, Madara opened the main character page for Senju Dave, sounding a bit puzzled as he asked. Dave was dumbfounded. He had told Kakuzu to just do as he liked. He hadn't even seen what his own character looked like yet. Dave hurriedly glanced at the screen. Senju Dave. Role, warrior/mage. Passive. If Dave stands still, he becomes invisible. Moving or attacking will break this invisibility. However, if Dave moves through bushes, his invisibility remains intact. Q skill. Wood style, blowing wood. Dave summons a log to strike at the enemy, dealing magic damage and blinding them for 1.5 seconds. W skill. Dave, run. After activating the skill, Dave's movement and attack speed increase. E skill. Extract toxin. Once this skill is leveled up, it remains active, causing each of Dave's attacks to inflict magic damage over 5 seconds. R skill. Mushroom planting. Dave plants a mushroom at a chosen spot. When an enemy steps on it, it explodes, dealing magic damage, slowing them for 5 seconds, and causing ongoing magic damage. What the hell? Dave couldn't help but curse on the spot. Was Kakuzu out of his mind or something? He'd said, do as you wish, but who could have guessed it would turn out like this? Now Dave was terrified he'd become the target of everyone's complaints. Yeah, this hero is pretty nasty, Madara said, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning as veins throbbed angrily on his forehead. When you came in earlier, I tried a match with this hero, and I have to say, those mushrooms are really disgusting. It was easy to imagine the torment Madara had suffered at the hands of Captain Dave's mushrooms in that game. Tell me, does your style really summon such revolting mushrooms? Madara closed his eyes, trying to calm himself, and turned to Dave with a look full of suspicion. For the first time, he thought Dave's style had surpassed Hashirama's, since in the last match, he played as Hashirama himself, and was utterly disgusted by Dave's mushrooms and that sneaky hero. No, it's nothing like that. This is all Kakuzu's doing. I told him to be creative, but who knew he'd come up with something like this? Dave was feeling a headache coming on. Forget it. Come play another round with me. Hashirama and Mito are out dancing in the square this afternoon. Once they're done, he'll join us, Madara said, shaking his head. There weren't many heroes in the Ninja World League yet. After all, in this era, only a handful of ninja were famous or had enough unique features to stand out. Top lane had the most. 4 heroes, Dave, Madara, Hashirama, and Sarutobi Sasuke. Mid lane had 3, Kakuzu, Izuna, and Mu. There were 2 junglers, Tobarama and A. 3 marksmen, Hozuki Mangetsu, Chiyo, and Uzumaki Mito. Support was just 1, Redo. Because today marks the official launch of the game, and it's also the first day of the ranked season, there's a special event happening. Log in and you'll receive Mito Uzumaki's exclusive skin, Queen of the Square Dance. If you reach gold rank in ranked matches and then win 10 more games, you'll be rewarded with Tobarama Senju's season-limited skin, Vegetable Thief Extraordinaire. There are also some skins you can buy directly with silver coins, like Uchiha Madara, Young, with the legendary Black Stockings Madara skin, Hashirama Senju with the legendary Belly Dance skin, Dave Senju as the legendary Kindergarten Principal, Chiyo's epic Elderly skin, Chiyo's legendary Swimsuit skin, Sasuke, Sarutobi's Girl Group fan, Elite skin, and many more. After Dave and Madara played a few rounds against bots, they unlocked ranked mode. Uncle Madara, I'm inviting you. Let's play ranked. That Vegetable Thief skin for Tobarama looks awesome. Let's win it today. Dave pulled Madara into the team. They soon entered the character selection phase. When they saw that Don't Hurt Me If You Don't Love Me instantly locked in Dave on the first pick, not just Dave but the 3 teammates including Madara suddenly got fired up. All for Konoha, Uchiha Kagami. What's the deal? Can anyone even play this cursed hero, Dave? Will of Fire, Uchiha Kagami. Leave Dave for me. Seriously, leave him. This is ranked for crying out loud. Don't hurt me if you don't love me. Hey, why so much hate for Dave? Watch me pull off some epic mushroom plays with him this round, alright? Dance King of the Ninja World. Anyone who picks Dave, just drop dead already. Why by Bobo? Dave rubbed his brow, his face full of worry. He'd expected things to go exactly like this. That damn Kakuzu. He'd have words for him later. Dave also realized these 3 were clearly the Will of Fire squad. On the second pick, Danzo chose Tobarama as jungler. Third pick, Hiruzen went for no mid laner at all. Fourth pick, Madara had no choice but to take Mito Uzumaki as marksman. Left with no options, Dave could only play the trash support, Retsudu. Once the match started, the enemy team also had a Dave in the top lane. Their jungler was the first to say something. Let it all go, damn it, I knew it. Who designed this moronic hero, Dave? Seriously, can anyone play him? Hey, Dave on the other team. Watch me camp you to death. Our jungler. Focus everything on their Dave. We're not helping him, no way. Little fan from Senju Girl Group. What's with this Dave nonsense? He's in every ranked match. I'm sick of it. Wouldn't it be better to play Hashirama or Madara? At the very least, even pick Monkey, Sasuke Sartobi. That'd be fine. Naraz, this Dave, what can I say, he's a real pain. Sure, he's kind of disgusting, but once we get the true sight scroll and scan the bushes, he's pretty much handled. Godspeed of the shinobi world. Senju Dave is such a damn idiot hero. Everything he does is just stupid. He disgusts me to no end. Why by Babu? Ahem. Everyone, please remember, the Dave in the game and the Dave in real life are not the same person, so don't take your feelings about game Dave out on real life Dave. I Dave am totally innocent here. Dance god of the shinobi world. What a brainless hero. Once everyone reached their positions, the battle began. At the 3-minute mark, let go of everything. Damn, the enemy jungler just killed me. So cheap. He invaded my blue buff. Everything is for Konoha. The blue buff doesn't have your name on it. Why can't he take it? Let go of everything, Arg. Just you wait. Everything is for Konoha. I'll be waiting. At that moment, on the top lane, Kyuka was also killed by Quana from the mid lane. If you don't love me, don't hurt me. That Quan on the other team is so annoying. Can you just stay out of top lane? Naraz. Well, someone needs to gank, right? Such a hassle. Our jungler's blue was stolen. Now he's got no mana to gank, so I had to come up instead. At that point, Madara was also killed by Mito from the opposing side. Godspeed of the shinobi world. The Mito on their team is totally trash. Dance god of the shinobi world, you're pretty good. Wait, Godspeed of the shinobi world? Isn't it the old man? Wasn't he supposed to be working at the Hokage's office right now? How? Is he even playing? And he's on the other team? Dave was completely stunned. Is this how irresponsible the old man's become? A few minutes later, the opposing Tobirama was killed in the river by Danzo's Tobirama. The hero Senju Tobirama really is tough to master, probably the hardest hero of them all. At the same time, for everyone who's played him today, he's their favorite. E-skill, Venom Extraction. When this skill is activated, you gain Senju Tobirama. Role, Assassin/Mage. Passive, in Flying Thunder God state, every 3 basic attacks Tobirama lands will apply a Flying Thunder God mark to the target, which lasts for 3 seconds. In Water God state, every time Tobirama casts a skill, his next basic attack is enhanced, dealing magic damage and healing Tobirama for a certain amount. Q skill, Flying Thunder God state, Flying Thunder God Kunai, throw. Tobirama throws a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal in the direction of the arrow, dealing damage and leaving a Flying Thunder God mark on the target. If he misses, the kunai lands at the tip of the aiming arrow and stays there for 3 seconds. Water God state, Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Tobirama uses ninjutsu to summon a water dragon that crashes into the enemy, dealing magic damage and inflicting a slow effect. W ability, Flying Thunder God state, Flying Thunder God slash. Tobirama instantly appears next to a marked target within a certain area, dealing a burst of damage. If the opponent's health or chakra drops below 5%, Tobirama will instantly defeat them with this skill, and the cooldown for this ability will be reduced by 2 seconds. Water God state, Water style, Severing Wave. Tobirama unleashes a water-style jutsu to deal damage. If the target is currently casting a skill, their action is interrupted, and they are stunned for 1 second. E ability, Flying Thunder state, Flying Thunder God position swap. If there are 2 or more enemies within range, Tobirama selects one target to swap positions with, leaving a Flying Thunder God mark at his original location. If the swap target dies, this ability is refreshed. Water God state, Water style, Heavenly Weep. Tobirama casts Heavenly Weep over an area, reducing the dual defenses of enemies caught inside by 60%. Our ability, State Switch. No need to upgrade. Tobirama can freely switch between Flying Thunder God and Water style states. These flashy abilities. At the very least, they look way cooler than Senju Dave's kit. And honestly, just reading through Dave's lengthy skill list is enough to give anyone a headache. He'd be better off sticking to brawling in fierce combat mode. Soon, the match ended amid the civilized exchanges between both teams. Dave's side lost. Dave glanced nervously at Madara, who sat beside him, his Mangekyo Sharingan eyes gleaming menacingly as he stared at the computer screen. Dave swallowed hard. Dave, do you know where that brat, Uchiha Kagami, is right now? Madara turned his gaze to Dave, speaking in a low, deliberate tone. As the head of the Uchiha clan, was it so wrong for him to check in on his younger kin? especially after seeing Kagami's abysmal 0/12/3 performance this match. Madara felt it was absolutely necessary to pay his clansmen a personal visit. He should be at home. He's not at the internet cafe, Dave replied, a little startled. Seems like Uncle Madara wants to give the kids some offline guidance. Well, Dave thought that was actually a pretty good idea. All right, wait here for me a moment. Madara stood up and, with a flicker of movement, vanished from the room using body flicker jutsu. Dave opened up Penguin, the chat app. Dave, Hiruzen, are you with Danzo and Kagami right now? Will of Fire. Yeah, we're all together at Kagami's place. He just finished playing with you, and now Danzo's giving him a beating. Dave, run. Uncle Madara is headed for Kagami. If you don't want to get caught in the crossfire, get out of there now. On the other end, Hiruzen jumped up in alarm as soon as he read the message. Danzo, quick, stop hitting him. We have to go. Hiruzen hurriedly grabbed Danzo, who was in the middle of pummeling Kagami. What? That brat was playing that cursed Dave hero again. If I don't teach him a lesson now, when will I? Danzo grumbled, still fuming. Uncle Madara's here. He's looking for Kagami. Let's get out before we get caught in the crossfire. Hiruzen hurriedly said, grabbing Danzo and making a dash for the door. No sooner had Hiruzen finished speaking than Danzo grabbed him in return, and the two of them bolted out, leaving a thoroughly bewildered Uchiha Kagami behind. Hey, aren't you guys going to keep fighting? I'm really strong with Dave, you know. Kagami shouted after their retreating figures. Danzo paused when he heard this, spun around, marched back to Kagami, and delivered a swift kick before hightailing it out again. That's what you get for playing Dave. But Dave is so much fun. Why'd you have to hit me? Kagami muttered, feeling a little wronged. Kagami, I hear you enjoy playing Dave? Just then, Madara's figure materialized before him. Clan leader. Yeah, Dave's mushrooms are really a blast. Oh, in that case, you're not wrong. A little while later, Uchiha Madara wiped the blood from his hands after their little chat, then vanished with a flicker technique. He left behind a half-dead Kagami sprawled on the ground, contemplating the meaning of life. Back at the internet cafe, Madara and Dave invited Ninja World Swift and someone named Thorned Rose to join their squad. Uncle Madara, who's this Thorned Rose? Dave asked uncertainly, pointing at the unfamiliar name. That's Izuna, Madara replied. Wait a minute. One's the Hokage, one's his secretary, and now you're both slacking off together? For the first time, Dave started to worry about the future of Konoha. Ninja World Swift. Let's start. By the way, nobody touched that cursed Dave. Thorned Rose. No problem. Ninja World Dance God. Okay. Vaibi Bubble. I'll eat. Why bye Babu? Pops, aren't you supposed to be working? Ninja World Swift. Work? Please. Shadow clones are more than enough. I've got 2 computers, one for me, one for my clone to farm crops. Ninja World Dance God. Seriously, is something wrong with you? Dave was speechless. They jumped back into the game, taking the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th spots in the queue. First pick was a familiar ID. Don't love, don't hurt. And with the same swift move as always, they insta-locked Dave. At Kagami's house. Dave is so much fun, and they won't let me play. Fine, I'll solo queue and play by myself. Kagami grumbled, his voice muffled as he instantly picked Dave upon entering the game. Back at the cafe, Dave stared at the screen in disbelief as this guy insta-locked his character. Wow, kid, does your dad, Uchiha Changjong, know how bold you are? Uchiha Kagami. Are you kidding? I'm Uchiha Kagami, brave as they come. Dave glanced sideways at Madara, who sat there with one hand propping up his chin, silent and lost in thought. On the screen, Ninja World Swift. Ninja World Swift. Are you kidding me? What the? I can't believe this. You've got to be kidding me. Ninja World Swift. Dave, right now. Find out immediately who in the village this is. Why by Babo, your student? Uncle's disciple. Uchiha Kagami. Ninja World Swift. Ninja World Dance God. Don't go overboard. I just finished my own business. No one really knew what happened, but as soon as Dave logged into the game, a player named Don't Hurt If You Don't Love quit the game. A few days later, 9 Tails. How many times do I have to tell you? Get off my head. Black Zetsu's forehead throbbed with veins of frustration. Oh, and what if I refuse? Little Ninetales lounged lazily atop Black Zetsu's head, his voice dripping with disdain. I'll drag you down with me if I have to. Black Zetsu roared with fury, grabbing Ninetales by the scruff and bellowing at him. Yet little Ninetales, completely unfazed, just slowly raised his tiny paw and tapped Black Zetsu lightly across the face. With a thud, Black Zetsu was sent flying backward. Strutting confidently, little Ninetales sauntered up to Black Zetsu, planted a paw right on his face, and grinned coldly. Even though little Ninetales was merely a shadow clone, a tailed beast clone was not something any ordinary person could withstand. And Black Zetsu was just that, an ordinary person. Unlike the Nine Tails, who truly couldn't be released, Black Zetsu could be let out, but all his powers had been stripped away. After all, his chakra was still sealed within Dave's body. This was why the scene before them had unfolded. Sensing what his shadow clone was up to, the Nine Tails inside Dave's body broke into a satisfied smile. Serve you right, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu gazed up at the smug little Nine Tails standing on his face, tears of humiliation streaming down his cheeks. This damn fox. Just you wait. Just wait till my mother comes back. When she returns, I'll make sure she hears all about this. She'll deal with you for good. Come on, stop pretending to be dead on the floor. Little Nine Tails said with a sneer, giving Black Zetsu's face a gentle pat with his paw. Black Zetsu scrambled to grab the ground in panic. Oh damn, it's become a habit. But this time, little Nine Tails hadn't used any force or chakra, just a light tap. Swallowing his pride, Black Zetsu could only get to his feet. With a powerful leap, Nine Tails landed back on his head, and Black Zetsu dared not utter a word. Let's check out the internet cafe. That little brat Dave has been going there every day lately. I heard there's a new game, something called Ninja World League. If he dares treat me like some boss in Ninja World Saga, getting beaten up by players nonstop, I'll show him what a tailed beast's wrath really means. Roar. Little Nine Tails finished with a cold, feline laugh. When the game Legend of Shinobi World first launched, its popularity in Konoha was simply off the charts. Whenever little Nine Tails went out to play, he'd hear villagers everywhere talking about farming the Nine Tails for loot or slaying the dragon, and such. It drove little Nine Tails mad with rage, to the point that he beat up a bunch of those villagers on the spot. The result? Well, the Nine Tails got a stern talking to from Dave, who punished him with a 3-month ban on buying snacks outside. Of course, it was Dave who ended up paying for the villagers' compensation after that whole mess. Black Zetsu didn't dare utter a word of complaint. He just quietly took little Nine Tails to the beloved Kidney Internet Cafe and logged onto 2 computers for them. After the 2 of them played a few rounds. Bang! Outrageous! What kind of twisted idiot created this disgusting hero? Senju Dave? Practically every match they'd get paired with someone playing. Dave? It was infuriating beyond words. Little Nine Tails had never found anything as revolting as that hero. Not even the real Dave was this bad. All the tables in this internet cafe are made from Hashirama wood, you know. That last slam of yours cost about 10 grams, roughly 200 silver coins. With 10 coins per pastry, you just wasted 20 pastries. Black Zetsu remarked in his usual ghostly tone, eyeing the dent little Nine Tails had left in the table. Panicking, little Nine Tails quickly grabbed his little paw and stuffed Black Zetsu's pack of Senju Double Happiness cigarettes into the dent as a makeshift fix. Hey, use your own cigarettes. Black Zetsu snapped in irritation. Wasn't it a bit shameless to use his smokes for that? My Yamanaka Laccoon was just bought today, little Nine Tails replied with a cold sneer. Black Zetsu swallowed his frustration. Endure. I am an ancient schemer who's been patient for 1,000 years. I'll put up with him a few more years. Endure. I'm going to the smoking area for a couple of cigarettes. This is driving me nuts. When I get back, I'm telling Dave to delete Senju Dave from the game. No exceptions. Little Nine Tails hopped onto Black Zetsu's head and announced. Black Zetsu didn't object. He simply escorted Nine Tails to the smoking area. A short while later, the 2, one human, one fox, one ancient schemer, locked eyes. Well, what brings you 2 to the internet cafe? Dave asked, taking a drag from his Aburame Zuanheman, eyeing them curiously. Beside him, Uchiha Madara was puffing on his own Uchiha Hontushin, watching the scene with amusement. We heard you mention a new game here, so we came to check it out. Brother Madara, can I borrow a light? Little Nine Tails pulled out his Yamanaka Laccoon, took out a cigarette, and looked at Madara with a rare hint of eagerness. His lighter, unfortunately, was still sitting in Black Zetsu's pack of Senju Double Happiness, stuffed in the dinner table. He'd forgotten to retrieve it. Madara said nothing. With a snap of his fingers, a small flame flickered to life in his hand, and little Nine Tails hurriedly shielded it to light his cigarette. Watching little Nine Tails exhale clouds of smoke, Dave couldn't bear to look directly. Nine Tails, you smoke? Dave asked the Nine Tails inside him. Don't confuse me with my shadow clone. Nine Tails replied lazily, stretching as he spoke. Black Zetsu stood nearby, eyeing the 3 chain smokers with a similar reluctance to watch. Dave noticed Black Zetsu and handed him a pack of Yamanaka's Choice cigarettes. Now there were 4 smokers. A short while later. All right, you 2 ready for ranked matches? With cigarettes finished, Dave looked to little Nine Tails and Black Zetsu. Ready. No way I'll drag us down. My Uchiha Madara is insanely strong. I even spent some cash just now to buy the skin. Black silk Madara, little Ninetales boasted, perched proudly atop Black Zetsu's head. I'll play Mito, Black Zetsu said, his face tinged with a bit of bitterness. After all, he'd been the one to pay for little Ninetales' skin. That was money he'd earned over the past few days, cleaning every latrine in Konoha just to save up. Dave, that stingy, hypocritical little brat, would give money to that troublemaker. Little Ninetales, but never to me, Black Zetsu. So there I was, every day, in the latrines, scooping and hauling filth just to earn a few coins. It's enough to make anyone cry. Dave knew about this too. He'd already decided which new heroes and skins would debut in the next Ninja World Alliance season. Black Zetsu, new hero, epic skin, the Dung Terminator. Alright then, let's queue as a 4-stack. Uncle Madara, you're okay with playing jungle, right? Dave nodded. Are you doubting my skills with Tobirama, the village's pride? Madara sneered, a note of disdain in his voice. Yeah, I'll just play mid-lane utility or support with Fierce Fighter, mixing it up as needed. The four of them formed a team and entered the ranked queue. Why by Babu, god of ninja dance? Only mom is good in this world. Tailed beasts will never be slaves. Only mom is good in this world. What's up? Why all the question marks? Ninja World Speedster. What? Surprised to see me? You should be grateful to have me on your team. That old man's slacking off again. And of course, Ninja World Speedster gets first pick. Tailed beasts will never be slaves. Fine, at least we're not stuck with a random. As long as nobody's playing Dave, I'm good. Tobirama picked Izuna for mid lane. He'd grown bored of jungling every day and wanted to try something different. Why buy Babu? I'll stick with Fierce Fighter support. What else could he do? Mid lane was already taken, by his own father, no less. He had no choice but to play support. But Fierce Fighter was great anyway. Q for dashing and breaking free, W for a shield, E for crowd control, or to assist the whole map. What's not to love? On the second pick, Madara locked in Tobirama as the jungler. Ninja World Swift God. The wicked Madara Uchiha. Tobirama Senju. Do you even know what you're doing here? Madara didn't bother replying to Tobirama. Instead, he just shared his flawless win rate and his village level rank. Inside the Hokage tower, Tobirama Senju stared silently at the computer screen. After a moment's pause, he glanced over at a shadow clone. Go to Madara's vegetable patch. His mangoes for the month are ripe. And after you're done, use an alternate account to play as Tobirama Senju. Get me that village-level rank and a perfect win rate. Understood. Madara Uchiha, your veggies are gone. Does your village-level Tobirama even matter now? Does it? Tobirama sneered coldly in his heart. Once the game began, the opposing top lane was, as usual, occupied by Dave Senju. Little Ninetales was fuming, but it was fine. After a few matches, he was always landing against Dave Senju. Yes, Little Ninetales had experience now. When the game hit the 20-minute mark, Madara, fresh off a 5-kill rampage, watched the screen with a chilling smile. Slowly, he typed out a line across the screen. Ninja World Dance God. Well, how did my Tobirama do? Ninja World Swift God. Damn you, Madara Uchiha. Do you dare solo me as Tobirama Senju? I'll beat you so bad your own mother won't recognize you. Ninja World Dance God. Tobirama was fuming. So what if you got a pentakill? What's there to brag about? Madara Uchiha, you're nothing. With barely any health left, Madara tried to navigate Tobirama toward the bushes to recall. Suddenly, bang! Madara stared blankly at his screen, watching Tobirama get blown up by a mushroom trap. The smug grin froze on his face. Ninja World Swift God. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Still feeling cocky? Keep going. Ha ha ha. Oh, what's this? How did you die? Ha ha ha. Back in the Hokage tower, Tobirama burst out laughing. With a surge of excitement, he slammed his hand down, smashing the file table to pieces. What happened here? The Hokage, damaging public property. This desk cost 100,000 Ryo. Should we dock it from your stipend, or will you pay for it? Yourself. Izuna Uchiha from the next office, hearing the ruckus, rushed over and asked with a stony face as he surveyed the splintered remains of the desk. Meanwhile, on the other team, Dave Senju, having just been crushed by Madara's Ninetales yet again, finally managed to get on the board. 1/10/0. Uncle Madara. That Dave Senju on the other side looks awfully familiar. Dave glanced at Madara, whose smile had vanished, then carefully opened the scoreboard and spoke hesitantly. Madara paused, then opened his own scoreboard. If you don't love, then don't hurt. Madara slowly closed his eyes. Dave, sitting beside him, could practically feel the oppressive power radiating from Madara, trembling in his seat. Elsewhere, in the Uchiha Kagami household, Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama on the other side really know what they're doing. Jing, half paralyzed, looked helplessly at the computer in front of him as he spoke. Just then, a sudden burst of noise erupted from the computer. Senju Dave has slain Senju Tobarama. HM? Ha ha ha. As expected. As expected. Dave is the real hero. Ha 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 ha. This is great. Jing howled with laughter. Despite having been beaten down twice already, Uchiha Jing was completely oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. After Madara was revived, he scored yet another pentakill and quickly wrapped up the game. You three wait for me. I have something to take care of, Madara said, and with a swift body flicker, he vanished from the scene. He left behind a human, a fox, and a thing, all staring at each other in bewilderment. Meanwhile, on the other side, after using his son Dave's money to pay for the table, Senju Tobarama no longer felt any of his earlier joy. Back in the day, Mito managed all the family finances. With her temperament, Tobarama had always been strapped for cash when it came to his experiments. But now, he had a precious son, a son who was rich beyond measure, with billions stashed away at home. From that moment on, Senju Tobarama never had to worry about money again. Need funds for an experiment? No money? Dave would say here, take whatever you need. In fact, let's set a small goal. Try to spend all the money in the house. Over the years, Tobarama kept at his experiments. Not only did he fail to meet the small goal his beloved son set for him, but the family fortune kept multiplying. They even reached the point where they had to use his research lab to store the cash. Sigh. Not being able to spend all the money is a headache in itself. His son was just too good at making money, and so devoted too. Tobarama could only sigh helplessly. Lost in thought, Senju Tobarama let out a long sigh, pulled out a pack of Dave's premium cigarettes, 500 silvertails a box, and quietly lit one. Inside the smoking room at the internet cafe. Uncle, what have you been busy with lately? I barely saw you these past few days. Dave looked at the newly arrived Senju Hashirama, handed him a packet of Aburame's Zuan cigarettes, and asked with curiosity. It's all because of your aunt, Hashirama replied with a helpless shrug as he took the cigarette. After I stepped down as Hokage, she saw that I had nothing to do. Now she spent her days playing with Madara and insists I go with her to those square dancing sessions. But honestly, square dancing is so dull. It has nothing on belly dancing. Hey Dave, why do you always smoke these Aburame Zuan cigarettes? Hashirama asked, puzzled, as he looked at the cigarette in his hand. Only Zuan for me. One cigarette, one true love. Dave smiled, repeating the slogan the Aburame clan used when they first promoted the brand. Hashirama was speechless. This kid, he even managed to tie his smoking habit back to Yume, that sweet girl. Ah, what a genuine and beautiful love. Watching Dave's face light up with a blissful smile, Hashirama glanced back at the bustling internet cafe behind him. His heart brimmed with emotion. This, he thought, was true peace. Beside him, the little Ninetales fox clutched his pack of Yamanaka Laccoon cigarettes, shivering with anxiety. Black Zetsu, meanwhile, gazed at Senju Hong Shuangxi, whose seat was now deeply indented in the chair, with eyes full of pity. Before long, Madara returned. When Dave caught sight of the bloodstains on Madara's hands that hadn't quite been wiped clean, he swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. Mirror, I pray that in heaven there is no Uchiha Madara. Madara's back. Come on, log in. I've been practicing Uchiha Madara and Senju Dave every night when I get home. Now, my Uchiha Madara is the best in the village. Hashirama's eyes lit up as he saw Madara return, excitement brimming in his voice. You can play Uchiha Madara, but I want you to seal away your Senju Dave, Madara replied with a cold sneer. Just a couple of days ago, he and Hashirama had played all afternoon. That Senju Dave of Hashirama's was truly the stuff of nightmares in Ninja Valley. Every match was a disaster, and no matter how hard Madara tried, he could never carry the team to victory. All right, Hashirama laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. So, the three of them, plus one fox, spent the whole night gaming away. By 8 the next morning, Dave, wake up. Tsukimi knew Dave had spent the night gaming at the internet cafe, so she brought breakfast especially for him. She found Dave fast asleep in a chair, and gently patted his cheek, calling his name softly. Nearby, Uchihara, who had also stayed up all night, cracked open his Sharingan to glance at Dave, then turned back to his game without a word. Suddenly Dave, in the grip of a vivid dream, turned deathly pale and shot upright, shouting in terror, No! Damn you, Black Zetsu! Stay away from my wife! Everyone in the cafe turned to stare. Dave blinked, slowly coming to his senses. He glanced over at Black Zetsu, who was still dueling with the little Ninetales, then stormed over and gave Black Zetsu a resounding slap on his pitch-black forehead. Black Zetsu turned, stunned, to gape at Dave. What are you looking at? Can't I slap you if I want to? Dave shot Black Zetsu a sideways glare. Black Zetsu, full of grievance, turned away and somehow produced a little notebook titled, "A Record of Things to Take Revenge for After Mother Returns." The list was already hundreds of items long. Black Zetsu picked up his pen and added another entry. 234. Konoha, Year 10, Month X, Day X. That damn Ninetales used my precious Senju Hong Schwanxi cigarettes as a cushion for the internet cafe chairs after breaking them. I won't forget this. 235. Konoha, Year 10, Month X, Day X. That damn Ninetales spent the money I earned from mucking out the sewers in Konoha to buy Uchiha Madara's new skin. Black Silk Madara. I won't forget this. 236. Year 10 of the Hidden Leaf, X month, X day. That little brat Dave smacked me on the head for no reason. I won't forget this. Dave's lips curled up ever so slightly. Black Zetsu, that guy. Ha ha ha. Black Zetsu. I solo killed you. Ha ha ha. At this moment, while Black Zetsu was busy jotting down notes in his little book, the little Ninetales, seizing the chance, finished off the motionless Uzumaki Mito at the center of the screen without hesitation. Dave turned and glanced at the little Ninetales screen. 1/6/0. The little Ninetales finally got his first kill. Black Zetsu shot the little Ninetales a disdainful smile. Then, after respawning, went straight back online and took out the little Ninetales Senju Hashirama. Staring at the black and white screen in front of him, the little Ninetales suddenly bared his teeth, sprang up onto his chair, and leaped onto Black Zetsu, pinning him to the ground and pummeling him. Ninetales, why on earth are you hitting me? Black Zetsu roared in fury. I can't beat you in-game, and I refuse to accept that. So I'm settling the score offline. The little Ninetales replied, his tone calm and deliberate, hands never pausing in their assault. A moment later, 237. Year 10 of the Hidden Leaf, X month, X day. That bastard Ninetales couldn't win against me in the Ninja World League online, so he gave me a beating offline. I won't forget him either. Dave looked at the pitiful Black Zetsu, at a loss for words. Dave, you're awake? I brought you breakfast, Yume said with a gentle smile, handing him the food she'd brought. Oh, thank you, Yume. You've really gone to a lot of trouble, Dave replied, looking down at the meal in his hands, his face etched with bittersweet emotion. Every day, he played games at the internet cafe, and his wife came by to bring him food. In his previous life, this was something he wouldn't even have dared to dream of. With that thought, Dave picked up his meal, slid the keyboard aside, and began wolfing down his food. Yume sat down in an empty seat nearby, her eyes full of tenderness as she watched Dave, gently reminding him to eat slowly, not to choke. After a whole night of gaming. Madara, I have to go home and sleep. I'm getting drowsy, Hashirama said, taking off his headphones, stretching, and stifling a yawn, clearly exhausted. Sleep. Madara glanced at Hashirama in confusion. Just a couple of days ago, this guy had played with him nonstop for an entire day and night without so much as a yawn. What's gotten into him today? Yeah, the daimyo of the Land of Fire is coming to the village this afternoon to discuss some matters with Tobarama. I need to be there to greet him. Hashirama nodded, a hint of resignation in his voice. He'd thought that stepping down from his post would mean a peaceful, carefree retirement. But as it turns out, each day is busier than the last. He's even more swamped now than when he was Hokage. What business could he possibly have here? Madara grumbled, showing clear dissatisfaction with the so-called daimyo of the Land of Fire. I'm not sure, but both Miyukin and my daughter-in-law will be coming home. Haha, Mito's still waiting for the groceries I bought, Hashirama said, a smile lighting up his face at the mention of his son. All right, you go on ahead, Madara nodded, dropping the subject since it was official business. Oh, right, Dave. Why don't you and Tsukimi bring little Tsunade over for dinner tonight? Hashirama, just about to leave, suddenly turned and smiled at Dave and Tsukimi. No problem, Dave replied, giving a thumbs up. Tsukimi nodded in agreement. After dinner, Dave played a few more rounds with Madara before heading out with Tsukimi, leaving just Madara, the little Ninetales, and Black Zetsu still gaming together. Roars and shouts periodically erupted through the internet cafe. Black Zetsu, can you stop stealing my kills? I'm stuck at 0/2/10. Is this what a marksman's stats are supposed to look like? Why does a support mid laner like you need so many kills? Planning to wipe with them, or what? Stupid Ninetales, would you believe me if I said it was an accident? Black Zetsu, are you blind? Didn't you see the disgusting Senju Dave invading my jungle? And you're still playing house in the mid lane. Lord Vidura, that Izuna on the enemy team has been pinning me down. I couldn't leave at all. When the game ended in defeat, both Ninetales and Uchiha Madara turned their gazes toward Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, are you getting back at me in-game on purpose? The little Ninetales narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura radiating from him as he spoke in a chilling tone. Black Zetsu, Is this your way of taking revenge on me, because your previous schemes failed? Are you planning to sabotage me in-game now? Madara activated his Sharingan, staring at Black Zetsu with palpable menace. Lord Madara, Lord Ninetails, could you maybe— No. A short while later, Black Zetsu lay half dead on the floor of the internet cafe, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. He pulled a little notebook from his pocket. Entry 238. The damn Ninetails and that accursed Uchiha Madara beat me up over a single mistake in the game. I'll remember this. Night fell at Hashirama's house. Dave arrived with Tsukimi, carrying little Tsunade in his arms, and entered the house quietly. As he pushed open the door, he saw Tobirama, Hashirama, Mito, and a married couple, most likely his uncle's son Mukun, his own cousin. To Dave's surprise, Izuna and Madara were there as well, along with a burly man sporting a full beard and a white conical hat. Ah, so this is your son, second Hokage, Senju Dave, right? Please, come in, come in. The man, upon seeing Dave step into the house, still a little dazed, stood up and greeted him with genuine warmth. Thank you. And you are? Dave quickly waved his hand in polite thanks as he stepped inside, then asked, Oh, I'm the daimyo of the Land of Fire. But let's skip the formalities here. Just call me Uncle Nara, like you would with Mukun, the daimyo said with a light-hearted smile. All right, Uncle Nara, Dave replied with a nod. Meanwhile, Tsukimi, who was holding Tsunade, passed the little girl into the arms of the Mukun couple. Dave-kun, thank you for looking after Tsunade for us, said Mukun's wife, the daimyo's cherished daughter, her arms full with the restless Tsunade as she gazed at Dave with an apologetic look. Haha, it's no trouble at all. Little Tsunade is usually very well behaved. Hardly any trouble, Dave replied with a hearty laugh. Yes, we really are grateful, Dave, Mukun added. Both Samako and I are always busy with affairs in the daimyo's palace, and we rarely have time to care for Tsunade ourselves. We have to rely on you. But as for certain grandfathers, you'd think they could visit her more often. Mukun, having met Dave once before when he brought Tsunade to the village, spoke with the ease of familiarity. His words carried a pointed disdain for a certain neglectful grandfather. Hashirama Senju could only give an awkward chuckle. Though his relationship with Mukun had improved somewhat, there was still a certain distance between them. All right, everyone, let's sit down and eat, Mito called out as she emerged, smiling. The group gathered around the table for a meal. During dinner, Dave noticed that Mukun's personality was strikingly similar to Hashirama's, though perhaps not as deep. Thanks to Mito's careful arrangements, Mukun and Hashirama were seated together. Hashirama kept piling food on Mukun's plate. Mukun, however, left the food untouched. Oblivious, Hashirama assumed. Mukun simply hadn't noticed, so he went so far as to hold the food up to Mukun's mouth, coaxing him to eat as if he were a child, even using playful, childish words in an attempt to persuade him. This only annoyed Mukun, who snapped at Hashirama with a loud scolding. Hashirama, unfazed, simply grinned and kept serving him more food, leaving Mukun helpless. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while, though most of the conversation revolved around watching the verbal sparring between Hashirama and Mukun. Come on, yeah, since you're here, let's go check out Konoha's internet cafe, or maybe a bar, Hashirama suggested to the daimyo with a broad grin, once he and Mukun had finished their banter. Internet cafe? Bar? What are those? The daimyo asked, curiosity written all over his face. The Hidden Leaf Village is still in a semi-digital age. Many goods and technologies haven't yet found their way to markets outside the village. Even the capital of the Land of Fire doesn't have basic mobile phones for the elderly. The feudal lord's visit this time was partly to consult Tobirama about some matters. Despite taxes not increasing, the national treasury had suddenly swelled with silver. In recent years, when the lord questioned the tax collectors, he discovered that Konoha was responsible for most of the new revenue. That's why he decided to come and see for himself if Konoha had undergone any remarkable changes. Haha, now that a fine thing indeed. Hashirama burst out in hearty laughter. Soon, Tsukimi, Mito, and Hashirama's wife were left at home, while the rest of the group headed straight for the internet cafe. The feudal lord's guards stayed back at their quarters. After all, with the legendary Sengoku F4 by his side, if anything happened to the lord, the guards would be nothing more than sacrificial pawns. The lord stared blankly at the internet cafe in front of him, clearly bewildered. He looked down at the card in his hand, lost as to what he was supposed to do. Of course, his son-in-law, Hashirama's brother, fared no better. He too held a card, equally at a loss. Was Konoha's era advancing this quickly? Yeah, you really are getting old. Can't even keep up with the times, Uchiha Madara sneered from the side, his tone full of mockery. Veins bulged on Nara Yuya's forehead. That damned Uchiha Madara. After all these years, he was still as insufferable as ever. Seeing this, Hashirama just chuckled good-naturedly as he began teaching Naruyuya and Hashirama's brother how to use the new gadgets. A short while later, whoever created Senju Dave is a menace. Hashirama's brother stared at his black and white screen, still fuming over the moment Dave on the opposing side had blown him up with a mushroom, cackling with a grating laugh. Brother, could you at least call him Hero Dave the next time you mention him? Dave protested from his side, feeling a little offended. He'd grown used to this kind of thing over the past few days, but every time he heard it, he couldn't help but want to punch Kakuzu. Meanwhile, Dave and Hashirama's brother played Duo Q, while the Sengoku F4 teamed up with the Feudal Lord for a 5-man game. After a few rounds, the Lord turned to Tobarama. Tobarama, this must be why Konoha's paid so much in taxes, isn't it? A virtual game, and even a single skin on here sells for 168 silver coins. And judging by the number of games available, the profits from these kinds of things must be considerable, right? The Lord inquired. Tobarama nodded, saying nothing more. He could already guess where the Lord was headed with this line of questioning. Is it possible to export this kind of thing or the technology behind it to the Land of Fire? The Lord asked, after thinking for a moment. Tobarama suddenly turned, fixing the Lord with a sly smile. And in that instant, the feudal Lord couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. This sort of thing is privately run. As Hokage, I don't have the authority to make decisions about it. If you're interested, you can try negotiating with the person in charge. Tobarama flashed a sly smile as he pulled out his phone and pointed to a name on his contact list. Kakuzu, the daimyo murmured, puzzled. Back when Hashirama was Hokage and Sarutobi Sasuke was still alive, Sarutobi once suggested to Hashirama that Konoha's biggest taxpayers, like the Asen Internet Cafe and other Aishin-branded businesses, should be brought under the Hokage's control. Hashirama refused, as those were ventures his own nephew Dave had built with his talent and hard work. It didn't feel right to take them. But Sarutobi Sasuke was a sly old fox who'd lived for over 60 years, and no one knows how he managed to sway Hashirama. At that time, Sarutobi went to discuss the matter with Dave, but Dave simply redirected him to Kakuzu. When it comes to business negotiations, Kakuzu might not claim to be the best, but no one would dare call themselves second. Dave knew Kakuzu understood boundaries. Want my father's skills and assets? Maybe you should ask the CFO of Asen Corporation first. No one really knows what those two talked about in their negotiations, but later Tobarama heard that Kakuzu had absolutely fleeced old man Sasuke. Sarutobi supposedly spent an untold fortune from the Sarutobi clan, and all he ended up with was, well, the manufacturing technique for old-fashioned flip phone covers. The ordeal left Sarutobi Sasuke so enraged, he spent over a month in the hospital's cardiovascular and neurology department. Well, if the daimyo wants, he could try taking on Kakuzu in negotiations. Hello, CFO. Nearby, Dave shivered as he saw the crafty look on his father's face after hearing what his father had said. He picked up the phone and dialed Kakuzu. Kid, what is it? Don't you know I'm busy right now? Kakuzu's voice came from the other end, and in the background, there were faint, anguished howls. Huh, what's going on over there? Why do I hear people yelling? Dave asked in confusion. Wasn't this guy supposed to be out somewhere exporting a shipment of cigarettes? Oh, just a few Wind Country merchants who didn't know their place tried to lowball me on prices. They hired a few ninja to cause trouble. Huh, amusing. Just a bunch of trash. Kakuzu's voice drifted across, calm and unbothered. Just be careful. Your reputation as the black-hearted cash demon of the ninja world isn't exactly a good one. Anyway, I'm calling. Because when you get back from the Wind Country, swing by the daimyo's residence in the Fire Country's capital. Dave sounded exasperated. What am I supposed to do at the daimyo's residence? Is there business there? As Kakuzu spoke, several black threads shot from his hand, skewering a ninja charging at him as he asked, genuinely curious. The Lord of Daimyo Prefecture wants our computer technology and other stuff. Remember, you have to have a good talk with him, Dave said with a chuckle, putting extra emphasis on the words good talk. I get it, Kakuzu replied quietly, a soft laugh escaping from the other end of the line. After hanging up, Kakuzu glanced at the blood and corpses scattered around him, sneering in disdain. His thoughts drifted back to his recent confrontation with Sarutobi Sasuke. Interesting. I wonder if the Daimyo Prefecture would be interested in a claw machine? Just then, the grass behind Kakuzu rustled suddenly. He slowly turned his head and extended an arm, threaded with black tendrils, launching it straight toward the disturbance. A wall of sand sprang up instantly, blocking Kakuzu's attack. He paused, a look of gravity settling on his face as he stared ahead. Masked demon, are you? How amusing. Killing Sunegakure's own shinobi right here in our village. A figure emerged from the grass, cold amusement etched across his face. The first Kazekage, Redo. Kakuzu's expression darkened as he spoke, inching backward with measured steps. "Since you're here, you're not leaving," Redo said with a chilling laugh. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of sand surged toward Kakuzu like a raging river. Kakuzu leapt quickly onto a tree branch. My reputation in the shinobi world may be impressive, but is it really worth the Kazekage himself coming after me? Kakuzu retorted with a cold smile. Internally, he was a bit exasperated. No matter how skilled he was, it seemed excessive for a Kage to take him on personally. Kakuzu knew he stood no chance against a Kage. None of the original 5 Kage were easy opponents. Oh, not at all. These days I'm just a retired old man enjoying his twilight years. Sunagakure had held the succession ceremony for the second Kazekage just the day before, though the news hadn't yet spread. Kakuzu, who was in the land of wind at the time, had received word of this, but hadn't given it much thought. After all, he was merely a merchant exporting goods, with no interest in the politics of villages or nations. Mr. Kakuzu, correct? Once a rogue ninja from Takigakure, joined Konoha some years ago. Since last year, you've been trafficking Konoha goods, cigarettes, and the like, all across the shinobi world, Redo continued. What's the point of all this pointless chatter? Kakuzu stared intently at Redo as he slowly removed his cloak, revealing 5 distinct masks attached to his body. A moment later, he shifted into his Earth Grudge fear form. 5 figures, each with a different mask and linked by black threads, appeared at Kakuzu's side. You've helped Konoha amass quite a fortune these past years. Naturally, I can't just let you walk away, Redo said coolly, completely unfazed by Kakuzu's transformation. Suddenly, a stream of sand surged behind Kakuzu like a river, smashing the phone he'd been manipulating with threads to pieces. The device was instantly destroyed. No more sneaky tricks, Redo said coolly. Sand release, hand to sand. He had noticed Kakuzu's subtle movements behind his back, though he wasn't exactly sure what Kakuzu was up to. Caution was always wise. Spreading his hands wide, Redo summoned a massive hand of sand that crashed down toward Kakuzu. Kid, I'm counting on your backup. Water release. Water curtain wall. Kakuzu murmured calmly. Instantly, the blue-masked figure beside him parted its mask, and a torrent of water blasted out, smashing into the 2 sand hands. Fire release. Searing pain. Lightning release. False darkness. As soon as the sand hands were neutralized, Kakuzu launched a swift counterattack. 2 masked figures at his side unleashed their jutsu, hurling them straight at Redo. Sand release. Shield of sand. Redo, unshaken, spread his arms wide, summoning a towering wall of sand that absorbed the incoming attacks. Sand release. Flowing sand waterfall. With a thunderous clap of his hands, Redo summoned a surging sea of sand behind him, rolling forward like a tidal wave, bearing down on Kakuzu. What the hell? Kakuzu blurted out in surprise. Composite ninjutsu. Scorching wind surge. The fire and wind-masked figures merged, and from the mouth of this combined entity burst an enormous inferno. A sea of fire clashed with a sea of sand, unstoppable forces in a furious collision. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dave's phone buzzed. He opened it curiously. It was a message from Kakuzu. Hadn't they just ended a call? Why a message now? Money is life. Sunagakure. Coordinates. Redo. Me hurry. Dave's face fell. He'd just warned Kakuzu to be careful, and now he'd gotten himself entangled with Redo, the first Kazekage. Dad, did you ever leave a flying thunder god seal on Kakuzu? Dave turned to ask Tobarama. After all, Konoha was a long way from Sunagakure. Getting there instantly wasn't an option. Yes, Tobarama replied after a moment's thought, then nodded. Of course. Even though Kakuzu was a missing nin from Takigakure, it was only prudent to keep safeguards in place for a rogue ninja living in their own village. Over the years, Tobarama and Kakuzu had gotten along reasonably well, and the seal was placed when Kakuzu first arrived in Konoha. Tobarama had nearly forgotten about it by now. All right, then please take me to Kakuzu's side. He's in trouble. He's up against Redo, the first Kazekage. Dave shrugged helplessly. How did he end up fighting Redo? Tobarama wondered aloud, but without hesitation, he placed his hand on Dave's shoulder. With a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique, Dave was instantly transported to Kakuzu's side. Kakuzu and Redo were locked in a heated battle when, all of a sudden, 2 figures appeared beside Kakuzu, giving both men quite a fright. Remember to tag me in when you're done. Tobarama glanced at Redo, then at Kakuzu behind him, and with a swift motion vanished, leaving only that one remark behind. After all, he was in a ranked match, teamed up with the feudal lord, a complete novice, and his own brother, 2 notorious weaklings. How could he possibly relax? As for Dave's safety, Don't be ridiculous. Did anyone really think Redo could beat his own son? Inside the internet cafe. Where did you take Dave, Tobarama? Hashirama looked over in confusion at Tobarama, who had just returned. Kakuzu ran into trouble and started fighting Redo. I sent Dave over to help. Tobarama sat down at his spot, then, after single-handedly defeating Madara Uchiha, the ninja who'd been taunting him and dancing around on the screen, he spoke in an unhurried tone. Huh? You had Dave and Kakuzu go fight Redo. Hashirama was stunned. Was Tobarama really Dave's biological father? This was even harsher than anything he'd ever done to Muyukin. For Dave, beating Redo should be a walk in the park. As long as he has hands, he'll be fine. No need to worry about him. Uchiha, seated nearby, let out a cold laugh as he spoke. The feudal lord and Muyukin were both dumbfounded. Redo? Wasn't it the first Kazekage? No way. You guys actually sent Dave to fight Redo? And you're all just sitting here gaming? Wow. You really do have nerves of steel. Meanwhile, back with Kaku. Seeing Dave arrive, Kakuzu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly retrieved a few masked henchmen, merging them back into his own body, and pulled on his tattered, hole-riddled coat. With a little patching, it could still be worn. He'd spent 10 silver taels on this thing in Konoha a few years back. Only got it after the shopkeeper suffered a shattering fracture. He couldn't just throw it away. What a waste that would be. So it's you, kid? Interesting. But what's Senju Tobarama thinking? Leaving you here, Kakuzu and Laitu were locked in a fierce battle when, all of a sudden, two figures appeared beside Kakuzu, startling both of them. Make sure to tag me in when you're done. Tobarama glanced at Laitu over there, then at Kakuzu behind him, and with a whoosh, vanished as quickly as he'd come, leaving only that one sentence behind. He was still in the middle of ranked matches, with the feudal lord, a complete newbie, and his own big brother, two liabilities, on his team. How could he possibly relax? As for Dave's safety, come on now, could Laitu really beat his own son? Meanwhile, in the internet cafe, where did you take Dave, Tobarama? Hashirama looked over at Tobarama, who had just returned, his face full of curiosity. Kakuzu ran into trouble and started fighting with Laitu. I sent Dave over to lend a hand. Tobarama replied as he sat back down in his seat. Then, after single-handedly taking out Uchiha Madara, the ninja who'd been trash-talking and taunting him on the screen, he added calmly. Huh? You sent Dave and Kakuzu to fight Laitu. Hashirama was dumbfounded. Are you sure you're really Dave's dad? That's even harsher than anything I ever did to Mokukin. That Dave fighting Laitu? That's a walk in the park, easy as pie. As long as he's got hands, he can manage. No need to worry about him. Uchiha Madara sneered, adding his 2 cents from nearby. The feudal lord and Mokukin both stared in confusion. Laitu? Isn't that the first Kazekage? No way, you guys actually sent Dave to take on Laitu? And you're all still sitting here playing games? Wow, you all have nerves of steel. Elsewhere, at Kakuzu's location. Seeing Dave arrive, Kakuzu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He calmly retracted the masked threads back into his body, then pulled on his tattered, hole-ridden shirt. With a few stitches here and there, it was still wearable. After all, he'd spent 10 silver taels on this shirt years ago in Konoha, only getting it after the shop owner suffered a complete bone fracture. He couldn't just toss it out. What a waste that would be. It's you, kid? Interesting. But what's up with Senju Tobarama leaving you here alone? Laitu snapped out of his daze and looked at Dave, his voice laced with curiosity. He still recognized this kid. Although a few years had passed, and the kid had grown a lot, the shock of white hair and the words he'd once spoken to Laitu were still fresh in his memory. Laitu showed no sign of nerves. If Tobarama had stayed behind, he might have been a bit anxious, but for him to leave his own son here alone? What was that supposed to mean? Kakuzu, how do you want this guy to die? Blown up? Suicide? Set up in an ambush? Or toyed with until he's finished? Dave ignored Laitu and calmly turned to Kakuzu. Blown up, I'd say. That sounds pretty good to me, Kakuzu replied, a cruel smile slowly spreading across his face. Wood style, corn cannon array. Dave clapped his hands together, and suddenly, a cluster of corn cannons sprang up from the ground. How interesting. Tobarama Senju actually left his own son here to fight me alone. Is this confidence in his son's abilities? Redo showed no sign of panic at the sudden appearance of the corn cannons, and asked in a slow, almost amused tone. He wasn't ignorant of Dave Senju's background, nor was he unaware of his wood style, though it was a far cry from Hashirama's, only capable of summoning some odd plants. These yellowish things in front of him hardly looked threatening. Aim. Fire. Dave ignored Redo's words, forming a finger gun with his thumb and forefinger, closing his right eye as he pointed at Redo and spoke calmly. The corn cannons slowly raised their upper halves, and then with a sudden force, a bright yellow kernel hurtled straight toward Redo. Redo sneered in disdain. Was that it? Really? Sand style, shield of sand. A loud bang exploded through the air. Moments later, as the dust settled, Dave and Kakuzu looked on and couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of Redo. His face smeared with soot, hair in wild disarray, and blood trickling from various wounds. "You damn brat! I'll kill you!" Redo roared, wheezing in fury, his face twisted in a snarl. Sand style, grand sand burial. All at once, the surrounding sea of sand rose up, then crashed down toward Dave and his companion at the center. "Grandpa Redo, do you know what art is?" Dave, unfazed even in the face of danger, quipped playfully. Redo glared at Dave, not uttering a single word. "I have a plant. The more chakra you feed it, the greater its explosive power. Let me share a little secret. The Nine Tails is sealed within me. Now imagine if I were to channel all of the Nine Tails chakra into this plant. What do you think would happen? Would the Land of Wind be wiped off the map?" Dave asked, grinning. "You insolent brat. Don't think you can rattle me with such cheap tricks." Redo snarled, his eyes full of venom. "Kakuzu, let my father come and pick us up," Dave said, handing his phone to Kakuzu. Then he clapped his hands together once more. Wood style, destruction mushroom. Suddenly, a pitch-black mushroom sprouted before Redo, with a pair of blood-red, chilling eyes embedded in its cap. Slowly, Dave closed his eyes, channeling nearly 80 to 90% of the Nine Tails chakra into the destruction mushroom. Redo stared at the ever-growing black mushroom, and instinctively realized the energy contained inside, if unleashed, wouldn't just destroy everything in sight. It would, without doubt, obliterate the entire Land of Wind. Just then, as Tobarama arrived, Dave sensed he'd poured in enough chakra. Any more, and the Nine Tails might just self-destruct. "Grandpa Lidu, I hope you and the Land of Wind enjoy this fireworks show," Dave said, his face deathly pale, but wearing a wide, slow smile as he looked at Lidu. Before Lidu could even respond, Tobarama Senju's figure suddenly appeared beside Dave and Kakuzu. In a flash, using the Flying Thunder God technique, all three of them vanished. Only Lidu remained, left staring wide-eyed at the ever-swelling black mushroom cloud before him. "Damn brats!" Lidu roared, grinding his teeth in fury, his usual calm utterly shattered. He slowly raised both hands, gathering every last ounce of chakra in his body. A colossal amount of sand surged upward, lifting the mushroom of destruction from the ground and hoisting it toward the sky. Lidu was determined to take this explosion high above. "The Land of Wind. Sunagakure. I will protect them all. I'm the first Kazekage Lidu." The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Lidu poured every drop of his chakra into the sand, roaring at the heavens. Sunagakure. Chiyo, who was busy assembling a puppet with the children, suddenly felt her heart tighten in alarm. Lidu. It was as if she sensed something. She looked toward where Lidu stood and murmured softly. Moments later, far away at the entrance of Kidney Love Internet Cafe, Dave gazed up at the sky in the direction of the Land of Wind. A black mushroom cloud was rising, pushing straight into the heavens. Swallowing hard, Dave watched the scene unfold before him. The power of this is truly terrifying. Beside him, Kakuzu was left speechless at the sight in the sky. How much money would it take to create an explosion like that? It must be at least 600 billion explosive tags. That's outrageous. The next day, the ninja world was shaken to its core. After the tyrant Konoha destroyed Kirigakure, they once again extended their ruthless hand, this time toward the impoverished Sunagakure in the Land of Wind. Just how much does the tyrant Konoha hate the Land of Wind? At least when they destroyed Kirigakure, they left the Land of Water some semblance of terrain. But this time, 80% of the Land of Wind's desert was turned into a massive crater, and Sunagakure lost 2/3 of its people in one fell swoop. That's pure cruelty. The first Kazekage of Sunagakure also perished in this battle. The second Kazekage had already been chosen the day before. Lidu's student, Shaman, had taken up the mantle. Shaman immediately sent envoys to Kirigakure to ask how best to rebuild a village. After all, Kirigakure had experience in these matters. Though word never got out as to exactly who destroyed the Land of Wind, anyone with eyes could tell this was the work of tyrant Konoha, especially given their history. Sunagakure, now a shadow of its former self, dared not make any rash moves. With most of their population gone, to seek vengeance on Konoha now would be nothing short of suicidal. Elder Chiyo of the Sand Village, wife of Redo, fainted on the spot when she heard the news. Upon waking, she shouted curses at the Leaf, calling them bastards, despicable, shameless, and more. In her heart, she had already formed a deep grudge against the so-called warring states F4 of the Leaf. When Redo had left, he hadn't said who the enemy was, but seeing the devastation wrought upon the Land of Wind, it could only have been those four infamous monsters. Among the 5 great hidden villages, both Iwagakure and Kumogakure loudly condemned the Leaf for their inhuman actions, though their protests were only lip service. In reality, none of them dared to make a move. Kirigakure didn't even utter a word. The scars from the last incident were still deeply etched in the hearts of every mist ninja. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in the Leaf Village, Tobarama rubbed his temples, clearly stricken with a headache. Beside him stood Izuna, while the daimyo, Madara, and Hashirama sat on either side. Dave stood awkwardly in the center, scratching his head in embarrassment. Off to the side, Kakuzu didn't care in the slightest. He was calmly mending his own clothes. I told you to go help Kakuzu, not to wipe out the entire sand village. Tobarama barked, his headache intensifying as he glared at Dave. Well, how was I supposed to know the sand was so weak? And that Redo, what a joke. No wonder he was only ever backup. He was totally useless. Dave puffed out his chest, speaking about Redo's incompetence with utter conviction. Tobarama, Dave's got a point. That trash Redo was supposed to be a Kage, but he couldn't even handle Dave. If he can't protect the Land of Wind, what good is he as Kazekage? You should just go home and get some sleep. Madara sneered coldly from the side. Oh, and you think you could beat Dave? Tobarama slammed the table, springing up in anger. You talk about Redo, but could you do any better against Dave? The real issue isn't any of that. Our country's reputation is now in tatters. The daimyo interjected with a sigh, also clearly troubled. These days, the whole ninja world is calling us bullies, saying we destroyed the mist, crushed the sand, and that the Leaf is utterly ruthless. Rumors abound. The daimyo is fierce, the Hokage even fiercer. We've just heard from the capital. The population is dropping rapidly, he continued. Many merchants, and even some nobles are packing their things and preparing to leave the Land of Fire. If this goes on, the capital will soon be deserted. Is there any solution? The daimyo asked, turning to the others. Is there any solution? Tobarama turned his gaze directly to Dave. Since this whole mess was caused by his son, he wanted to see if his precious boy had any ideas. If possible, perhaps his beloved son could even be a contender for the position of 3rd Hokage in the future. Let the Land of Fire step into the semi-information age, and circulate Konoha's computers and other technologies throughout the Land of Fire. Then, use the internet to release the full story behind this incident, so that those fools who only listen to rumors can finally know the facts. Maybe this kind of thing will actually win them over, Dave said, shrugging his shoulders. It's possible, sure. But once those things start circulating in the Land of Fire, it's no longer just Konoha we're talking about. That's the entire Land of Fire, and spies from other villages are everywhere. Aren't you worried that the technology might end up in their hands? Tobarama asked with a hint of concern. Let them steal it, Dave replied with a laugh. What exactly can those spies steal? At best, a few computers and cell phones. Is that really going to change anything? Are they going to steal electricity or a whole signal base station? All they'll get is the manufacturing technique, which won't help them at all. If those spies could really steal electricity and signal towers, well, that would be something to see. All right, Tobarama nodded. He had to admit, Dave had a point. Even if those people managed to get computers and cell phones back to their own countries without the network, what are they going to do? A computer without access to the farm game is a computer without a soul. So, who's going to take charge of this? Tobarama continued. Everyone's gaze gradually shifted to Kakuzu, who sat beside Dave, quietly mending his clothes. Kakuzu was busy with his sewing when he suddenly felt all eyes on him. He looked up, puzzled, and nearly jumped in surprise. Everyone was staring at him. What's going on? Kakuzu asked, confused. Our financial manager, of course. People strive for greater heights. Water flows to lower ground. Now it's your turn for a truly grand task. Circulate computers and cell phones throughout the Land of Fire. Let's grow bigger and stronger. Let's create another miracle, Dave said, placing his hand in an encouraging gesture on Kakuzu's shoulder, who was a full head taller than him. How much profit are we talking? Kakuzu thought for a moment, then asked quietly. Well, that depends on how much Uncle Nara is willing to pay. Dave exchanged a sly glance with Tobarama, the fatherly figure behind him. They both chuckled, then slowly turned their eyes toward the daimyo. Kakuzu, hearing this, slowly turned his gaze to the daimyo, eyes glinting with an eerie green light. What? The daimyo's face was a picture of confusion, question marks practically dancing above his head. Sitting on the sofa, he shivered, suddenly feeling that something was definitely not right. Everyone quietly left, leaving Kakuzu and the daimyo alone. It was clear that this was a job only Kakuzu could handle. Later, in the afternoon, no one really knew what happened afterwards in the Hokage's office. As the office door slowly opened, a figure emerged. his face utterly pale, even his lips drained of color, and his whole body trembling ever so slightly. Behind him, a man in patched black clothes followed, wearing a cheerful smile. Fortunately, Tobarama had rushed over as soon as he received the news. Otherwise, if word got out, people might really suspect the two of them had been up to something in the office. Well, come to think of it, they actually did do something in there. How did it go? Dave quietly asked as he walked up to Kakuzu's side. 70% of the treasury's silver, plus 55% of the profit margin, Kakuzu replied, green eyes gleaming faintly with excitement. You really drove a hard bargain. The man's a feudal lord, after all, Dave swallowed nervously. It's precisely because he's a feudal lord that we have to squeeze him, Kakuzu said, shooting Dave a sidelong glance, his voice cool and calm. Yeah, I suppose you're right. A sly chuckle passed between the two of them. Two foxes, one old and one young, exchanged knowing smiles. At the Uchiha second elder's home. Hee, Yueme, we're about to come into money again. Dave exclaimed, hugging Yueme with delight. Giggling Dave, haven't you always been wealthy? Yueme responded with a light, tinkling laugh. Dave had always been the undisputed richest man in Konoha, his family fortune so vast it defied concealment. He often brought Yueme gifts. She was well aware of his generosity. For instance, nearly every shop on the commercial street now belonged to Yueme. She never quite understood the point of such presents from Dave. He said he wanted her to experience the joy of being a landlady, though Yueme herself never felt particularly joyful about it. After all, she never lacked for money. She did try collecting rent once, but it was exhausting. The income didn't even amount to 1% of what Dave gave her. She'd left the whole matter to her father after that. This, of course, delighted Uchiha Changjiang. Daughters really are the best. That rascal Uchiha Kagami never brings money home. Instead, he throws his allowance away on game skins. Already 12 or 13, and all he does is sit at home glued to his computer. Doesn't even have a girlfriend. It's enough to give a father headaches. Now nearly 60, Uchiha Changjiang spends his days strolling down the streets, a ring of keys jingling in hand, collecting rent. But as long as Dave's happy, and her father's happy, Yueme is happy too. I used to be Konoha's richest man, but now I'm the wealthiest in the land of fire. Give it a few more years. The thought might be a bit arrogant for now, but wait another 10 or 20 years, and I'll be the richest in the entire shinobi world. At that time, I'll be standing at the very pinnacle of the ninja world's wealth, with a bored look on my face, saying I have no interest in money at all. Money, to me, is just a number. Dave painted his imagined scene with a touch of drama. Haha, Dave, your ambition really is something, Tsukimi chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hand. Hey, father-in-law, off to collect rent again. Dave and Tsukimi were nestled together on the lawn of the garden when Dave suddenly spotted Uchiha Changjiang passing by and called out in surprise. Yes, Dave, it's that time again. Another round of rent collection for this old man. Every time, I have to lug home a sack full of cash, and my shoulders ache. For days, with a ring of keys hanging from his waist and a hefty money bag in hand, the Uchiha second elder spoke in a way that could easily provoke envy. Dave was left speechless. What about Kagami? Isn't he going to help you? I just saw him in the house, battling in the Ninja World Alliance game. Dave asked, confused. All that boy does is sit in front of the computer all day. I swear, he's going to ruin his Sharingan. I just passed by his room and heard him mumbling about some sweetie and asking if someone wants blue or something. What kind of game is that? The second elder's frustration flared up at the mention of Uchiha Kagami. Dave's mouth twitched. Sweetie? Uchiha Kagami. You're something else, man. Even online dating now? Meanwhile, inside Uchiha Kagami's room. Kagami and I. Did I mess up with my 25/30/1? I see our teammates spamming asterisks in the chat. Did I drag him down? Boo-hoo, came a choked, plaintive voice through Kagami's headphones. It's fine. I'll flame them back for you. What nonsense. They're just bad at the game and blaming you for it. Don't worry about it. Just keep racking up those kills as support. Oh, and blue buff just respawned. Go grab it. Kagami quickly comforted her. But, will the jungler be mad if I take it? The girl's voice quivered with anxiety. Who cares about him? Huh? What's he gonna do? He's just a noob Tobarama. What nerd does he have to complain about blue buff? Go ahead and take it. If he dares say a word, I'll flame him for you. Kagami declared, full of swagger. At that moment, in the Konoha Internet Cafe, Uchiha Madara was also gaming. Madara stared at the scoreboard. 25/30/1 for the support Lidu, veins bulging on his forehead. He was controlling Tobarama, the jungler. Blue buff had just respawned. After respawning himself, Madara planned to grab blue. But then he saw that idiotic support heading straight for his jungle yet again. After Madara respawned and found his jungle completely empty, He slowly closed his eyes, then, with deliberate calm, placed both hands back on the keyboard. Ninja World Dance God. Could the support please not take my mana? Little Shan, but... Brother Q said, you don't need mana to beat that orphan Tobarama. He told me I could take as much as I wanted. Madara Uchiha was momentarily stunned, then immediately opened his panel. Don't love, please don't hurt. Ninja World Dance God has left the game. At the house of Uchiha's second elder, in the courtyard, Dave and Yuumi were flirting on the grass when suddenly a figure appeared at the door. Uncle, Sensei Madara, what brings you here? Dave and Yuumi stood up, looking at Madara in confusion. Is that brat Uchiha Q at home? Madara turned to Dave, his face expressionless as he asked. He's in his room, playing games, Dave replied, puzzled. What did Uncle Madara want with Q? All right, you two should head outside. Don't get caught up in what's about to happen. Madara nodded, then slowly walked toward the house. Dave grabbed Yuumi and hurried outside. Susanoo, clan leader, why are you beating me up again? When Uchiha Changjiang came home with a sack full of money slung over his back, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. The house was in ruins, and not far away lay Q, bleeding and half dead on the ground. Changjiang's face was a picture of utter disbelief. Dave, the house. What on earth happened here? Uchiha Changjiang asked, staring at the wreckage and then at Dave and his own daughter, bewildered. Maybe. Q messed up Uncle Madara's game again. Dave swallowed hard, speaking slowly. Before, when Uncle Madara got angry at Q, he'd at least just rough him up with his hands or some jutsu. This time, he actually brought out the Gundam. Uchiha Changjiang rubbed his aching head. This troublesome child, always getting into trouble, and every time it's with Madara. He handed the sack of money to Dave, then picked Q up and headed straight for the hospital. Inside the hospital, Uchiha Q, covered in bandages, lay on the bed. He was fiddling with his phone, scrolling through Penguin, the chat app. Don't love, please don't hurt. Picture. Little Shan, Brother Q. Did you get hurt? That's so sad. Don't love, please don't hurt. Sigh. Your brother Q is a ninja. Just now, while playing the game with you, something unexpected happened. After a fierce battle with the enemy who ambushed me, I got injured. But don't worry, the sneaky thief who attacked me is already dead. Little Shan, Brother Q, are you at the hospital? I'll come see you right now, okay? Don't love, please don't hurt, huh? This would be our first time meeting, wouldn't it? Little Shan, it's fine. I'm coming right now. Just tell me which room you're in. Don't love, please don't hurt. Room XX. After sending the message, Q quickly put down his phone. Father, do I look handsome now? With his face wrapped in bandages, Kagami turned to ask Uchiha Changjiang, who sat beside him. For a moment, Uchiha Changjiang was taken aback. Doctor, my son's lost his mind. A short while later, Uchiha Changjiang stared at the little girl before him, his wrinkled face etched with lines of exasperation. Little girl, who are you? Changjiang asked, hoping it wasn't what he feared. Grandpa, I'm here to see Brother Kagami. The girl, who looked only 5 or 6 years old, lowered her head nervously, her hands clasped together in front of her belly. Beside her sat a basket of fruit. Are you looking for Uchiha Kagami? Changjiang slowly lifted his head, drawing a sharp breath before he spoke. Yes. Brother Kagami said he's a ninja, but some bad guys ambushed him and he got hurt. I brought some fruit to visit him, she replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All right then, little one, wait here for a moment. I need to take care of something first. Forcing what he believed to be a pleasant smile, Changjiang excused himself and slipped into the room behind him. The little girl stood outside the door, puzzled, listening to the commotion inside. Father, what are you doing? You unfilial son. I told you to find a partner sooner, but I never said you should seek out a 5 or 6-year-old girl. What? Don't hit me. Father, don't hit me. My wounds aren't even healed yet. Moments later, Kagami, already battered and bruised, looked even more miserable than before. Staring at the little girl before him, he suddenly felt at a loss. Are you little Shan? Kagami asked, utterly bewildered. Yes. Brother Kagami, I'm little Shan. I'm from the Uchiha clan too. My name is Uchiha Shan, she replied, beaming with pride. Kagami felt utterly shaken inside. Brother Kagami, why aren't you saying anything? Shan peered curiously at Kagami, who seemed frozen in place. Shan, did you ever mention how old you are? Kagami swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly at the corners of his mouth. I'm 6 years old this year. Shan thought for a moment, then grinned brightly. Kagami slapped his forehead with a thud. A 6-year-old girl. In that instant, Kagami felt himself spiral into confusion. Shan, did you ever mention you were this young before? Kagami felt an urgent need to clear up this misunderstanding. After all, the way his father was looking at him now was as if he were some kind of monster. Brother Jing, Do you dislike Shan Shan? Sob, sob. Then should Shan Shan leave? Little Shan Shan began to cry. At that moment, Jing wanted nothing more than to jump off the stairs. Uchiha Changjiang, standing nearby, slowly rose to his feet, gave Jing's shoulder a heavy pat, and shot him a look full of complicated emotions. Our family is truly cursed. With a long, sighing lament, Uchiha Changjiang slowly walked away. Shansan, please don't cry. When your tears fall, it's like my heart is bleeding. And when I see you sad, it feels as if my world is collapsing. No, that's not right. Watching the girl in front of him cry harder and harder, Jing was at a complete loss. He'd been single since birth. How could he possibly know how to comfort a girl, much less a little girl? Jing had a headache just thinking about it, until he remembered what Dave had said when his own sister used to cry. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. He could only hope Dave's words would work. Suddenly, Shan Shan stopped crying and stared blankly at Jing. Sinja Dave, you're a legend. Jing cheered silently in his heart. Sure enough, she stopped crying. Jing, brother Jing, do you like me? But, my father said, I'm still too young. I can't be thinking about those things. Oh, this is so embarrassing. But if it's brother Jing, then I'll just pretend I never heard what father said. Shan Shan's face suddenly flushed bright red. Sinja Dave, you absolute menace. In his heart, Jing cursed Dave to high heaven. Just then, a loud sound came from the door. Jing looked up in shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Dave, and his sister were all staring blankly at him by the doorway. Fruit was scattered all over the floor. Jing, you may raised a trembling finger first at Shan Shan, then at Jing. Jing, Dave looked at Jing as if he were some kind of pervert. Online romance is one thing, but wow, you'd even go after such a little girl? Jing, you betrayed us, and with someone so young. Hiruzen's face was filled with utter disbelief. Danzo said nothing, but his silence spoke volumes. The way he looked at Jing, shaking his head in disapproval, left Jing utterly speechless. Could you all let me explain? Jing swallowed nervously and asked in a trembling voice. No, you pervert, Dave exclaimed as he grabbed Tsukimi's hand and hurriedly led her away. Tsukimi's Sharingan had already awakened. If this went on any longer, Dave genuinely feared Mikage's injuries would only get worse. You beast! Hiruzen clutched his chest, his face filled with grief and indignation as he pointed accusingly at Mikage, then turned away, giving Mikage a heartbroken, despairing silhouette. Shameless, Danzo snorted coldly and left as well. Mikage, swathed in bandages, sat on the bed, his figure seeming all the more lonely and desolate. In the Sarutobi clan compound, at Hiruzen's home. Mother, please help me find a marriage partner within the clan. Hiruzen had just returned from Mikage's sick room and went straight to his mother, his face grave with resolve. Sasuke Sarutobi had passed away, but Hiruzen's mother was still alive, well into her 60s now. What? Didn't I tell you before that no one was willing? Hiruzen's mother asked, her tone filled with confusion. Well, that, at the time, I hadn't told you or father about my requirements. Actually, I don't mind if she already has children. Mother, please don't scare me. Seeing his mother suddenly collapse to the floor, Hiruzen panicked. He had lost his father just 2 years ago. He couldn't bear to lose his mother now as well. You. With trembling hands, his mother performed a summoning jutsu. Saramizu. As she regained consciousness, she called forth a female, monkey summon from the Sarutobi clan. HM, it's been years since you last summoned me, hasn't it? Is something wrong? It's for the same reason as last time. I see. A chorus of mournful howls echoed from the Sarutobi compound. At dusk in the hospital, Hiruzen, you too? Mikage swallowed nervously, glancing at Hiruzen, who was lying nearby, wrapped in bandages. Could it be that, seeing me alone and bored in the hospital, he went out of his way to disguise, or rather, even injure, himself to keep me company? This is what it means to be friends. This is what brotherhood is. Half dead, Hiruzen propped himself up on his hospital bed and gave Mikage a look, one that said, figure out yourself. Yes, that must be it. Brother Mikage, Mom heard you were injured and made some extra food just for you. I brought it here. Just then, little Shan Shan appeared at the door, carrying several lunchboxes in her hands. Hiruzen, lying in bed across the room, felt a sudden blow to his heart. Shan Shan, your mom, she knows about me? Mikage swallowed again, a sudden sense of foreboding rising inside him. MHM. Shan Shan nodded, her face beaming with a bright smile. She still remembered when she told her mother about this matter. Her mother's Sharingan practically lit up. Her mother said it was because she was so excited and happy. Well, Shan Shan felt very happy too. Later, her mother took out a packet of white powder, saying that if Brother Jing ate it, he would recover much faster. Her mother added several packets to the food. Jing took the bowl of rice Shan Shan handed him and slowly opened it. He gazed at the delicious food, now covered with a layer of fine white powder, and swallowed hard. Why aren't you eating, Brother Jing? Do you want me to feed you? Shan Shan looked at Jing, puzzled by his motionlessness. Oh no, that's okay. I'll do it myself. Jing felt like crying inside, but had no tears to shed. Then he scooped up a big mouthful of the snow-white rice and stuffed it into his mouth. Off to the side, Reborn watched and let out a string of strange, stifled laughter. Jing, I will remember you fondly. Huh? There's another brother here? Brother, why are you just watching Brother Jing eat? Don't you have any food? Wait, there's still some of Mom's food left. I'll go get you some. Shan Shan suddenly noticed Reborn, her face full of kindness. Reborn, mouth wrapped tightly in bandages, could only let out muffled protests as he watched her small figure bustle away. That night, 2 more people were admitted to the emergency room at the hospital. The next morning, Brother Jing, what happened to you? Little Shan Shan bounced into the hospital room, but when she saw the deathly pale, trembling figure in the bed, her mouth fell open in shock. It's nothing, it's just that last night, the bad guy who got beaten by your brother before, his friend came to find me for revenge. We fought all night long, so my injuries are even worse now. Jing spoke in ragged gasps. Then did this brother also fight that bad guy all night? Shan Shan pointed at Reborn, who was still foaming at the mouth in the other bed, her face full of confusion. He got hurt even worse than me. Because he was protecting me. Jing managed a weak, crooked smile. Wow, thank you, brother, for protecting Brother Jing. Shan Shan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Reborn with admiration. Reborn weakly raised his hand, pointed at himself, then at Jing, and collapsed face first onto the bed, fainting dead away. Doctor, someone help. Reborn is passed out. Meanwhile, at the Dave household. Kagaya, this is a mess you made yourself. You clean it up. Dave pressed his aching head, looked helplessly at the little girl in front of him, and then glanced at Kagaya beside her. Damn it, what's with all this trouble these past 2 days? Handle what? I'm telling you now. I have no money. All I've got is my life. Kagaya Juma stuck out his neck, brimming with defiance. You. The little girl pointed at Junma, her eyes welling up as she took in his stubborn posture. Unable to hold back any longer, she squatted down and began to sob. Get out of the way. Dave gave Junma a swift kick, sending him stumbling aside. What a piece of work. He's even worse than that pervert Kagami. Junma looked at Dave with a face full of grievance. I'm going to report him. I'll go tell Dad Kaku. Wait, Dad Kakuzu seems to be out of the village these days. Then I'll tell Dad Tobarama. But Dad Tobarama is Hokage. He's busy every day. I'll tell Mama Zuna. Or Dad Azuna. Yes, I'll tell Dad Azuna. Little one, tell me, how much did that brat cheat you out of? I'll pay you back, Dave said as he gently picked up the crying girl and spoke softly to her. My mom is sick, and that money was for her medicine. He lied and told me this powder could cure her, but when I took it home, it didn't help at all. That was the money my dad sent back from working out of town these past few days. The girl's words dissolved into tears once again. Hey, that powder was ground from my own bones, you know? Bones from the Kagaya clan. It's expensive, packed with nutrition. If it didn't work, that's your mom's problem. Juma insisted, sticking his neck out stubbornly. Hearing this, the little girl wailed even louder. Damn it, shut your mouth and get lost. I'll deal with you later, Dave snapped, veins bulging on his forehead as he sent Junma flying with another kick. What the hell? Does he really think his bones are some kind of miracle cure? And scamming a little girl out of her money. Has he no shame? There, don't cry. That annoying kid is gone now. Come on, tell me how much he took from you. Dave continued to comfort the girl gently in his arms. 30,000 silver coins. The little girl choked out as she wiped her tears away. 30,000, huh? No problem. Now, let me ask you. Just now, you said your dad was working out of town? Does he work for Asen Company? Dave nodded, probing gently. Uh-huh. Daddy is a worker at Asen Company. A few days ago, you went with, what did Daddy call him? Blackface Ghost to build some base station outside. The girl nodded seriously. I see. Well then, listen, Big Brother here is actually the boss of Asen Company. Since your mom is ill and your dad is working far away, here's what we'll do. Go home and tell your mom to get treatment at the hospital. I'll pay for all her medical expenses, and I'll return the 30,000 silver coins to you as well, Dave said with a warm smile. Oh, really? The little girl could hardly believe it. Yes, and I'll also make that brat deliver the 30,000 taels to you in person, Dave nodded with a smile. No way. Absolutely impossible. I, Kagaya Juama, would never hand money over to anyone. Get the hell out of here, damn it. The next day, take this money and return it to her. Don't even think about pocketing a single coin. Dave handed the 30,000 taels to Juama, his expression stern. Tsh, Juama was clearly annoyed. Hurry up. Dave kicked him, sending Juama flying right out of the house. Afterwards, Dave slowly turned to look at Might Dai and Tsukumo Hataki, who stood behind him. The two, who had been slouching lazily, snapped to attention at once. All right, spill it. Have you two caused any trouble outside? Or do you have any sweethearts or childhood friends I should know about? Dave asked, his face serious. If all went according to plan, Juama would probably have a future wife now. Good. I'll give him a hand. But as for these two, I still want to see little guy and shun Shushi after all. Might Dai shook his head vigorously. Cause trouble? Impossible. I always go to bars and internet cafes with my father to work as a security guard. How? Could I get into trouble? As for sweethearts or childhood friends? Huh? Is that even possible? Do I look like someone who lives for romance? No, I'm a security guard. I safeguard the peace. I love eating bear-shaped cookies, and I'm a big fan of Konoha's Little Dan. That's the passionate security guard's pledge his father taught him. Apparently, Dave taught it to his father, too. He never really understood what it meant. But that's what youth is all about. Tsukumo froze for a moment, then hesitantly shook his head. Something's up, Dave thought, his eyes lighting up with sharp anticipation as he looked at Tsukumo. Meanwhile, Juanma, still fuming, stomped his way to the little girl's house, kicking stones along the road and muttering under his breath. As he walked, Juanma began to sense something was off. He was nearly at the edge of the village. Here, following the address the little girl had left him, Juanma entered a narrow, shadowy alley. He glanced around, then spotted a battered wooden door, barely a meter high, set into the wall on his right. Juanma slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Who's there? Shaolon, go have a look, came a woman's frail voice from within. The door creaked open, and the little girl from yesterday stepped out. Wah, mother, that awful trickster is here. The girl was startled at first, then suddenly burst into tears and ran wailing into the room. Kagaya Juanma stared in a daze at the little girl's retreating figure. Ahem, Xiaolan, don't make trouble. Please let our guest in. The woman's frail voice drifted out slowly. Liar. Come in, then, the little girl muttered with a pout, reluctantly opening the door and calling out to Juanma. Feeling a little lost, Kagaya Juanma stepped hesitantly into the house. The room was simple, just 2 chairs and a table, and a bed on which a woman with a ghostly pale face lay, coughing incessantly. I'm here to return your money. And I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tricked you out of your money. Juanma, his neck stiff with embarrassment, stammered as he spoke, quickly placing the 30,000 taels on the table. Oh, thank you, child. You really are very kind. The woman forced a faint smile onto her pale face and spoke gently. And also, Brother Dave said that your illness can be treated at the Leaf Hospital, and he'll pay for everything. Juanma added shyly, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. This was the first time anyone had ever called him kind. Cough, cough. That's really too much. Besides, little one, haven't you already brought the money back? The woman said, coughing twice as she spoke. Brother Dave said your husband works at Asen Company, and Brother Dave is the boss there. Right now, your husband is away from the village working with the company's finance director, Mr. Kakazu. Brother Dave believes it's his duty to take care of each employee's family. Juanma recalled Dave's words and repeated them earnestly. Cough, cough, cough. Is that so? Oh, we really can't accept such generosity from the boss, the woman said weakly, raising a trembling hand to wave off the offer. It's all right. Brother Dave told me. I'm here to return your money and apologize, and also to take you to the hospital for treatment. Juanma shook his head firmly. The woman was still hesitant, unable to quite believe it all. It's all right, Mom. That big brother told me himself. He's a good person. Let's hurry and get you treated, the girl said, stepping forward to take her mother's hand. With no other choice, the mother let the 2 little ones escort her to the hospital. At the hospital, the mother was already lying on a hospital bed, while Juanma and the little girl sat nearby. Mom, are you hungry? I'll go buy you something to eat, the girl asked, beaming. With her mother's illness about to be cured, the little girl was naturally overjoyed. I'm not hungry, the woman replied with a shaky smile, gently shaking her head. Nonsense. You're clearly hungry. I even heard your stomach rumbling just now. I'll go buy you something to eat. The little girl puffed out her cheeks in anger, her expression oddly adorable as she spoke. Before her mother could say anything, she turned on her heel and marched off. I'll go with you. Juanma glanced around, realizing it was just him and the girl's mother left in the hallway. Feeling a bit awkward, he quickly followed after the little girl. Watching the 2 children's retreating figures, A faint smile bloomed on the woman's pale face. Why are you following me, you fraud? The little girl shot Juema an unhappy look. Oomph. You silly little thing. I'm worried the food vendor will cheat you. I'm just tagging along to keep an eye on things. Is that a problem? Juema snorted, equally annoyed. Who are you calling silly? The girl bristled, her temper flaring. Ah, whoever got tricked by me is the silly one. Juema replied coolly. Juema Kagaya. Little fool. What's your name? Takayama Ulan. Oh, Takayama Ulan. Juema Kagaya. The two of them ended up scuffling in the hospital corridor. Juema's hand flashed, producing a bony spike that pinned itself into the wall. Ulan's neck was barely a hair's breadth away from the sharp tip. She only needed to move a little, and she'd be bleeding. Anything else you want to say? Juema asked with a cold smirk. What? Ulan stared at Juema, feeling the chill of the spike so close to her throat, and suddenly burst into tears. Juema withdrew the spike, his face twisting with exasperation. Enough! Quit crying, or I'll sell you off. Juema threatened, waving a bone for emphasis as Ulan's sobs echoed down the hall, splitting his head. Ulan clapped her hands over her mouth at once, but her trembling eyes and reddened cheeks only made Juema even more uneasy. Give me your hand. Come on, let's go, Juema said, taking her hand and leading her outside. Big Brother Dave really is the best. This was exactly what Sister Tsukimi was like back then, and Brother Dave handled it just like this. She stopped crying right away. Brother Dave is amazing. At the food stall, the four of them stared at each other in silence. Juema, holding Ulan's hand, met the gaze of Uchiha Kagami, who was holding Uchiha Seizen's hand. Juema looked in surprise at Kagami, then glanced at the little girl beside him, who seemed only a year or two older than himself. Then he shot Kagami a look of disdain. So this is the weirdo Brother Dave was talking about yesterday. What's with that look in your eyes, little Juema? Jing felt a bit embarrassed himself, but he couldn't let it show. After all, he was considered a big brother to Kagaya Juema, and he had a safe face. Brother Jing, are you the weirdo that Brother Dave talked about? Juema pointed at Jing, then at Shan standing nearby, her face full of confusion. That idiot Senju Dave. I'll make him pay for this one day. Little Juema, what about you? Jing cursed Dave under his breath, then gestured at Juema, and at the little girl Juema was holding by the hand. Juema's face froze. This fool. What headache. He knew it would turn out like this. Dave is just the worst. Dave. The two exchanged a glance. Then, with a silent understanding, each led their little companion off to buy lunch. Juema, Brother Jing, you're here too. Ah, just then, a voice called out. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hitaki, had arrived. Jing and Juema slowly turned their heads. When they saw that Tsukumo was also holding a little girl by the hand, the two of them exchanged a knowing look. No, make that 3 people now. The shop owner looked at the 2 little boys and the older boy, each with a little girl in tow. He was overcome with sorrow. He was nearly 40 and still wasn't doing as well as those kids. While serving their food, he cast a resentful glance at all 3 pairs. But the resentment he felt toward Jing was especially intense. Let's go back to that morning. So, tell me, who's the new girl you know now? Dave pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, his tone heavy with suspicion. Was there something special about these past few days? First, it was that pervert Jing, then little Juema the money grubber, and now even that honest kid Tsukumo was getting swept up in it. Could it be that Aunt Mito had posted something on the Konoha forum again, stirring up a storm in the village? Maybe something like, Love Lady, how to handle your relationship with your partner. Love Lady, what to do if your husband won't listen. Love Lady, how to solve the problem of still being single. Those videos were downright unbearable. Dave's eyes practically burned just watching them. The over-the-top special effects, and then a bunch of middle-aged women commenting below. So well said, friend. Rose. Dave felt like he was going blind, just scrolling through it all. Aunt Mito had finally reached that stage. Sensei, maybe you could put the belt down first. Just put it down. Tsukumo eyed the belt Dave kept brandishing, his voice trembling as he gulped nervously. All right, talk, Dave said, finally putting the belt aside, his tone still laced with suspicion. Well, it's just that earlier, when my mother was sick, I went with her to the hospital, and I saw a girl from the orphanage volunteering there. That girl took care of my mother, and then I had a great conversation with her. She even asked for my QQ number, and today, she said she wanted to bring me along to volunteer at the hospital. As he spoke, Shuan Mao's honest face gradually flushed with embarrassment. A promising young man. Go on, I believe in you. Dave patted Shuan Mao's shoulder with satisfaction. This kid Shuan Mao really reminds me of my own youth. As for Hai Juema, well, that was just pure dumb luck. A blind cat running into a dead mouse. You tricked that girl once, Juema, and now you'll have to spend a lifetime making it up to her. Don't worry, your dear brother Dave will help you out. Just don't become like your old man Kakuzu, living your whole life with nothing but money and straight lines. I can't just stand by and watch you spend your days with nothing but cash and bones for company. You're not going to scold me? Shuo Mao asked in disbelief after hearing his teacher's words. Why would I scold you? Dave replied, genuinely puzzled. And no reason. Well, teacher, I'll be off then. Shuo Mao quickly shook his head and hurried away. And that's how we arrived at the current scene. Two little boys, each holding the hand of a little girl, and a bigger boy also holding a little girl's hand. Three of them exchanging awkward glances. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Time to buy lunch. Let's just go buy lunch. The shopkeeper watched them with a bittersweet feeling. Has Konoha really developed this quickly? Why couldn't I have been born a few decades later? Meanwhile, at the matchmaking corner on the east side of Konoha, Aunt Kai. Dave arrived with Might Dewey and called Aunt Kai on the phone. Oh, young boss, what's wrong? Did Dewey get himself into trouble? Aunt Kai sounded a little anxious on the other end. As for why she asked that, just look over there at Might Guy, fired up by the call of youth and the energy of the times, scrubbing tables so fast that he almost set them on fire. And he's still putting out the flames. It's nothing, Aunt Kai. I just wanted to talk to you about something. You see, Kagaya, Juama, and Hataki Shuomao both ran off with little girls, and now there's only my Dewey left at home. So, I brought him here to Konoha's matchmaking corner to see if there's someone for him. Dave spoke as tactfully as he could. The matchmaking corner was founded by his own aunt, and in her records were everyone from toddlers just a year old to lonely elders in their 60s. If you found someone you liked, just look for their QQ number on the paper and make contact. Of course, for the little ones, those just a year or two old, their parents handled all the connections. Annie has already made quite a name for herself in this field. She's known as the matchmaker of Konoha. Unbelievable, seriously. What left Dave utterly dumbfounded was what he saw next. Name, Tobarama Senju. Gender, male. Age, 42. Hobbies, stealing vegetables. Ninja World Alliance. Abilities, Hokage, the #1 face of the village, second only to Uchiha Madara. Personality, warm-hearted, kind, and generous. Wow, Dad, how did you have the nerve to write all that about your own personality? And the most ridiculous thing? The contact number listed below actually belongs to Big Brother Izuna. No wonder a few days ago, Izuna complained to me that hundreds of people were adding him out of nowhere every day. He hasn't even logged into his account for days. Thank you so much, little boss. Today I swear I'll sell 1,000 orders. Aunt Kai paused on the other end of the phone, then spoke up excitedly. Aunt Kai knew exactly what kind of person Might Dai was. The only reason Might Wei managed to marry her back in the day was because she'd been kidnapped by a band of mountain bandits. By chance, Might Wei rescued her. In those chaotic times, she really couldn't have survived alone, so she just stuck with Might Wei. He was an honest, simple man and treated her well. After a few years together, they got married. But nowadays, there's just no way her own child could encounter a stroke of luck like that. Ever since Might Dai's personality settled in, Aunt Kai's been worried sick about this issue. She's tried matchmaking for him all over the civilian district, even loudly advertising for a childhood engagement for him. Back then, there was a crowd. After all, with Aunt Kai's high-ranking job at the kidney-loving company, plenty of people were interested. But as soon as folks saw Might Dai was just like his father, well, suddenly there was no one left. After Aunt Kai hung up, Dave wandered over to the matchmaking corner and picked up a sheet of paper. Name, Might Dai. Age, 4. Hobbies, physical exercise. Appearance, thick eyebrows and bold eyes, strikingly handsome, with a strong resemblance to Uchiha Madara. At this point, Dave suddenly felt a pang of pain deep inside. Personality, kind, upright, radiates youthful energy from head to toe. Contact, 666-666-6666. This one's Dave's. After finishing, Dave pinned the paper to the wall. Just then, he noticed two figures and, puzzled, walked over to them. Might Dai had gotten a call and stepped aside to take it. Dad, Uncle Izuna, what are you guys doing here? Don't you have work today? Dave approached, looking at them with confusion. These two had clearly snuck out during work hours again. Shadow clones are taking care of things at work. Your aunt insisted I come check out this matchmaking event today. Tobarama rubbed his temples with a pained expression, sounding utterly resigned. Kwana, standing off to the side, could only nod helplessly. He had been dragged here by Tobarama against his will. You're here too. Just then, two figures slowly approached from beside Tobarama. It was Hashirama and Madara. Well now, the legendary Konoha F5 group had all gathered at the matchmaking event. The villagers' eyes were now drawn to this spot. The F5 group. This was something every resident of Konoha acknowledged. Hashirama, the first Hokage who founded the village, known as the god of shinobi. Uchiha Madara, The powerful head of the Uchiha clan, the man who brought an end to the era of war alongside Hashirama. Tobirama, the second Hokage, formidable in his own right. Konoha, well, he was said to be Madara's younger brother, strikingly handsome and, yes, very strong as well. And then there was Dave. What a character. Wealthy beyond measure, a genius among men, the secret boss behind Ace Hen Corporation, the man who single-handedly revitalized Konoha's economy. Handsome to boot, though sadly, he was already taken, which had broken the hearts of countless young women in the village. But why were these five showing up at a matchmaking event? Could it be that Boss Dave was single again? At that thought, many young women in the crowd immediately began primping and fixing their appearances. Mito said today's matchmaking event was lively, so she told me to come and take a look, Hashirama said, laughing heartily. He dragged me over, Madara said coolly, glancing at Hashirama. Madara, why don't you join in too? Hashirama looked at Madara with eager anticipation. Madara was about the same age as he was, and still single. Hashirama had tried more than once to encourage Madara to find a woman to marry. But Madara always had just one response. Women? Uchiha Madara has no need for them. With a calm glance at Hashirama, Madara said nothing more. Hashirama's shoulders drooped a little in disappointment. Dave, what brings you here? Don't tell me things with that girl, you MAR. After a moment of disappointment, Hashirama looked at Dave in confusion. Madara also turned his gaze to Dave, his cold stare sending shivers down Dave's spine. Even though Dave knew it was just Madara's Sharingan preparing to evolve, which made him seem that way, Dave still found it intimidating. Madara's presence was simply overwhelming. No, Yume and I are still very much in love. We're getting married in 2 years. There's no way. Dave quickly shook his head. Big brother Dave, my father just called and said he felt the call of youth. I have to go experience youth myself right away, said a passionate Little Might Die, bounding over after finishing his phone call. Watching Little Might Die walk off on his hands, Dave could only rub his temples in exasperation. Is it Might Wei's child? He really takes after his father, Hashirama laughed heartily. Yeah, he's a handful at home every single day. But at least the Ninja Academy is opening in a month or 2. Then I'll finally get a break, Dave said, squatting down and shaking his head in resignation. Speaking of which, the Chunin exams are only half a year away. Are you still not going to participate? Tobirama turned to Dave, asking with a hint of frustration in his voice. This kid, his strength is already off the charts, and yet he's still a genin. Every year, he misses the Chunin exams with the most bizarre excuses. That girl Tsukimi is already a Chunin now, but this rascal is still a genin. Tobirama still remembers what Dave told him last year. Who cares about being a Chunin or not? Konoha's genin are the strongest. Why bother becoming a Chunin? Besides, what would I even do as a Chunin? Run missions all day. Come on, old man, 70% of Konoha's missions these days come from my company. Am I supposed to go out and run missions my own company sends out? Those are Dave's exact words. Tobirama was left speechless. I'm not joining. It's pointless, just bullying kids. Dave shook his head. He had participated in the Chunin exams once right after graduating from the Ninja Academy. And honestly, it really did feel like picking on children. When it came to the second round's one-on-one matches, he just forfeited. He couldn't stand watching himself do it. He'd rather just keep a low profile as a Konoha genin. Every day, he could mentor some kids and play the happy kindergarten principal. And if he ever got bullied himself, well, the Chunin exams in half a year are being co-hosted by all 5 great nations, right here in Konoha. Who knows, the participants this time might not all be kids, Izuna said with a wry smile. You mean they'll be grown-ups? Dave asked. The group fell silent. Honestly, with Dave's abilities, well, no matter who he fought, it'd still feel like picking on kids. At best, the only difference would be that the kids were a bit older. Forget it. I'm not going to bother with you anymore, Tobirama said, shaking his head in resignation. He'd just let the kid do whatever he wanted. Numbers 438 and 439, please come in. At that moment, Mito emerged from the restaurant next to the matchmaking corner, holding a form and calling out. Tobirama and Izuna glanced at their own forms, then exchanged looks. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. The two of them squared their shoulders like warriors heading into battle, gazing at the restaurant as if it were enemy territory, and, united in resolve, slowly walked inside. Should we sneak a peek at what's going on in there? Hashirama chuckled. Dave and Madara made no comment. A few moments later, 3 people were pressed up against the restaurant's glass window, peering inside. Hello, my name is Uchiha Izuna, Izuna said, forcing a smile. But he looked a bit strained. Across from him sat Nara Yui, the woman he'd seen before. Headache. How did I end up running into her again? Idiot, the woman muttered under her breath, shooting Izuna an annoyed look. Why is it that idiot again? Wasn't this matchmaking event organized by the Konoha matchmaker? How did that fool manage to get in? Uchiha Azuna was petrified on the spot. Don't stop me. I'm going in there to deal with that woman. Outside the restaurant, Dave and Hashirama each clung tightly to Madara, one gripping his leg, the other his arm, doing everything they could to hold him back. How dare that woman insult my little brother? She's just asking for trouble. Madara, calm down. Calm down. Look over there at Tobarama. Hashirama tugged urgently on Madara's arm, calling out to him. Madara activated his Sharingan and glanced over at Tobarama. Your eyes are too small, you're really short, and you've got a scar on your face, so you're a ninja, right? Well, I'm the Hokage. There's no way this could work between us. Let's just eat. When 5 minutes are up, move along to the next person. You're built like a pig, so ugly. How do you even have a nerve to show up at a matchmaking event? Are you here to find love, or just to eat? Can you at least wipe the grease off your mouth? Disgusting. Is the quality of people coming to these matchmaking events always this low? Is it a basin in front of you? We're not a good match. Oh, you like playing games? That's something, I guess. Which ones? Ninja World Alliance? I play too. What's your rank? What? Bronze trash? Get lost, just go already. You don't deserve this. Seeing Tobarama being ganged up on and pummeled by a group of women, Madara suddenly felt his anger melt away for some reason. Watching his old man being beaten up by a crowd of women, Dave shuddered violently. Old man, it's a miracle you've survived this long. Madara and Hashirama, on the other hand, watched on with a hint of interest. At that moment, Dave happened to glance over his shoulder, catching sight of a man draped in a black cloak, holding a child by the hand. Although the child was doing his best to hide it, Dave could tell he was extremely nervous. Dave began to walk slowly toward the man with the child, following behind him. When the man led the child into an alley, Dave stepped in front of them. Who's there? Get out of the way. From beneath the cloak emerged a man's face, his features etched with tension. Help! Shut up. Sorry. The kid's a bit unruly. The child's face lit up with hope, about to shout again, but the man quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. Interesting. Where'd you snatch this kid from? Dave smiled, asking with curiosity. Mind your own business. Huh, he's my nephew. I got a message from his relatives saying his parents died, so I'm taking him to the Land of Wind to give him a fresh start, the man answered nervously. Oh, that's interesting. The Land of Wind's been devastated. Most of it's just a basin now. Are they really relying on kidnapping to keep up the population? Dave asked, grinning. Realizing he'd been exposed, the man's eyes turned cold. In a flash, he drew a knife and lunged at Dave. Bow! The man was sent flying backwards. It was Madara who kicked him, and Hashirama followed close behind. The two of them had seen Dave leave, so they came along as well to see what was going on. What happened, Dave? Hashirama asked, his voice heavy with concern as he looked at Dave. They're probably human traffickers. Looks like they were planning to sell this child to the Land of Wind, Dave replied. Bastards! Hashirama suddenly erupted with an intense aura, his fury unmistakable. The children nearby shrank back in fear. Hey, don't be afraid, kid. These two uncles are good people. Come on, tell me, what's your name? Dave crouched down and tried to comfort the child, offering a helpless smile. And my name is Shouta. The child looked up at the gentle, smiling older brother before him. The fear and tension in his heart melted away, and his little face lit up with a big smile. But Dave's smile froze on his face. This was incredible. Even Shouta had shown up now. So, Shouta, where are your parents? How did you end up getting caught by this man? Dave swallowed nervously, curiosity in his voice. I don't have any parents. I'm an orphan. I used to live in an orphanage in a small village. One day I went out to play, and that bad man caught me. Then he brought me all the way here. Shouta shook his head, his eyes turning red as he spoke. Do you remember which village you're from? Dave asked, trying to keep his tone light. I don't remember. The old lady at the orphanage told me our village didn't have a name. All I remember is that the old lady was very kind, and the old man cooked delicious food. Shouta shook his head again. Well, how about this? From now on, you can stay and live in this village. You can stay with me. There are a few kids your age there, too. They know ninjutsu. They're really good at it, and they're really nice. I think you'll make great friends with them. I'll also help you look for the grandpa and grandma you mentioned, and I can teach you a bit of ninjutsu, if you'd like. How about it? Do you want to be a ninja? Dave smiled warmly. Dave, the director of this kindergarten, hadn't accepted any new children in a long time. Is being a ninja the same as that bad man earlier? I don't want to be a ninja. I want to be like the grandpa at the orphanage and make delicious ramen. Shouta shook his head. At these words, both Hashirama and Madara fell silent. Madara, are all ninjas bad people? Now, for the first time, Hashirama seemed uncertain. He turned to Madara for an answer. I don't know, Madara replied, shaking his head. He walked over to the man he had kicked and lifted him up with one hand, revealing his Sharingan. "Where are you from?" Madara asked, his eyes spinning with the power of the Sharingan. "The underground black market. A rogue ninja," the man replied, his voice numb and hollow. "How many people are involved in human trafficking like you? And where do the people you traffic end up?" Madara continued to question. "A few thousand. The land of wind and the land of water." Madara withdrew his Sharingan, and with a single motion, flung the man across the room. The man crashed into the wall and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Madara, what should we do?" Hashirama asked calmly. "What do you think?" Madara sneered, glancing at Hashirama as he spoke. With that, the two exchanged a knowing smile. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the scene. "Brother, where did those two uncles go?" Shouta stared in confusion at the spot where the two had just disappeared. They went to take care of what needs to be done," Dave replied with a smile, gently taking Shouta's hand as they slowly made their way toward the kindergarten, their home. "As for the matchmaking event and the old father, well, just give him a sunflower healing when we get home, and that'll do." Sage art, true several thousand hands, Buddha, top, transformation. Just as Dave was nearing the doorway of his house, he seemed to hear something faint in the distance, sending a chill down his spine. "Kakuzu, looks like you might be at a side gig soon. Sounds like the black market's going down." Inside the house, Juima and Saku had returned, each busy with their own things. "Hey Juima, Saku, we got a new friend coming to our Konoha kindergarten. Come out and say hello," Dave called out to them. "Who is it? Are they rich? Do they have a head for business? Are they from a big family?" Juima emerged, fiddling with a calculator, not even bothering to look up as he asked. "Get out of here. Shouta, this guy's a fluke. Just ignore him from now on," Dave said, a few stress lines appearing on his face, and with one swift kick, sent Juima flying. Turning back to Shouta, he smiled warmly. "Joe, Brother Dave, I'm back. This is youth. Youth means you're allowed to slack off. I'm going to run 300 laps around the house. If I don't make it, I'll do 100. Push-ups. Just talking about it gets my blood pumping. This is youth." Just then, Mado Dai, who had just returned, began running laps around the house, his voice ringing with energy. "You get out too?" Dave snapped, veins bulging on his forehead as he sent Mado Dai flying with another kick. "Oh, the blue sky. The burning passion of youth. I am Soren. All right, I'll fly 100 laps around the village. If I fail, I'll go find Dad and walk 500 laps on my hands through Konoha. This is youth." Even as he sailed through the air, Mado Dai continued shouting with enthusiasm. "How strong are you? Want a duel?" Sokka drew his sword, the blade pointed straight at Shouta. At that moment, Dave's posture radiated utter desolation. Shouta's little face was a picture of utter confusion. I'm not a ninja," Handbeaten replied after a pause, smiling gently. "But I can make you some ramen. I learned from Grandpa back at the orphanage. Let me whip up a batch for you to try." "Wait, you know how to make ramen?" Shuan Mao's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly grabbed Handbeaten's hand, eager for more details. "I've practiced a bit with Grandpa before, so I can give it a shot," Handbeaten replied modestly, scratching his head. "No worries. As long as it's edible, that's good enough for me," Shuan Mao said, unable to hide his enthusiasm. Back at home, none of the three boys could cook, and with Big Brother Dave's unreliable ways, there were times he wouldn't even show up. Even when Sister Yume would bring them food, it was only then that Dave would reappear. Would the meal be any good if both Yume and Dave were in charge? "So, where's the kitchen?" Handbeaten asked, rubbing his head with a touch of embarrassment. "Come on, I'll show you," Shuan Mao said, pulling Handbeaten along toward the kitchen inside the house. Dave watched all this with a smile. Looks like he could finally relax a bit now that someone else was handling the meals. Maybe it was time to think about expanding the kindergarten. He'd have to discuss it with his old man when he got back. A short while later, Dave and the three little ones gazed at the steaming, mouth-watering ramen before them, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Handbeaten, your ramen smells amazing," Dave exclaimed, his eyes practically shining. The three kids nodded vigorously in agreement. As long as everyone likes it, that's all that matters," Handbeaten replied, scratching his head with a shy grin. "Let's dig in. So this is the taste of youth. I feel energy surging through me. My youth is calling out to me," Mike Guy shouted after a few bites, his voice brimming with passion. Shuo Mao didn't say a word, quietly focused on eating, but his chopsticks never slowed down, a habit his teacher had taught him. Less talk, more eating at the table. "Handbeaten, have you ever thought about making money?" Kagaya Junma put down his bowl after just a few bites. It wasn't that the ramen wasn't delicious, but his excitement had left him unable to eat. Making money? Not really. My dream is to make ramen that everyone loves, to bring happiness with each bowl," Handbeaten replied after a moment's thought, smiling warmly. "What? But think about it. Does flour for ramen come free? And if your dream is for everyone to taste your ramen, you'll need some fame, right? Otherwise, who would know about your ramen? I say you should open a shop. I'll invest. And the ramen has to be expensive, 10,000 silver per bowl. The more Kagaya Juima spoke, the more excited and flushed he became. Oh, get lost. All you ever think about is money, money, money. Dave scolded, giving Kagaya Juima a swift kick away. He didn't want Hand-Beaten to be led astray. Hand-Beaten fell into deep thought after hearing Kagaya Juima's words. Shouta, you're not seriously thinking of following his advice and opening a shop, are you? Shuamao looked at Shouta, confused by his expression. I want everyone to taste my ramen, but if nobody knows about me, how will they ever come to eat my ramen? Shouta voiced his doubts slowly, revealing the worry in his heart. Shouta, Kagaya-kuma might sound a bit ridiculous, but it's actually not a bad idea. You'll all grow up eventually. The three of them are ninjas, they can just go on missions. But you're not a ninja. You need to find your own way to live. Opening a shop could work, but you're still too young. What for a 5 years old? Dave thought for a moment before speaking. He'd love to see the legendary Ichiraka ramen come to life, but he couldn't possibly let a kid barely 4 or 5 years old run a shop. That would be absurd. Let's set up a stall, Shouta. Why don't we start with a little food stand? When you're older and able to take care of a real shop, then we'll open a restaurant. We'll build it up, make it famous all over the ninja world. And when Big Brother Dave is old and gone, I'll inherit the Asen Corporation, and together we'll dominate the economy of the entire ninja world. Kagaya-kuma was already daydreaming about their bright future. Kagaya-kuma. Dave's forehead veins bulged with frustration. Damn it. I'm only in my teens, and you're already imagining me old and dead? And no, Dave, brother, that's not what I meant. I'm not cursing you or anything, I swear. You have to believe me. Even if you don't believe me, you have to believe in youth. That's right. This is the power of youth. Kagaya-kuma hurriedly explained, mimicking Might Guy's signature pose. Let me show you what real youth is. No stop. At dusk, Kagaya-kuma, the pig-headed dreamer, Shouta, Shimao, and Dai each carried tables, chairs, light bulbs, and their little food cart, making their way toward the shopping street. Kuma, am I really up to this? Shouta, wearing a tiny white chef's hat, asked nervously. Hey, Shouta, believe in yourself. Don't let youth down. Yoshi, I'll push the cart and run 100 laps around the shopping district. Might Dai answered with fiery enthusiasm. Shut up. Shouta, don't be nervous. Your ramen is delicious. Just believe in yourself. Shuamao's face darkened with exasperation as he scolded Might Dai, then turned to comfort Shouta. Let me think. 20 Rio for a bowl of ramen. Subtracting the cost, it's 10 silver Rio per bowl. We should also have a labor fee. There's 4 of us running around a little stall, and we're working at night, too. 20 Rio. A bowl is just too little. Shouta, I still think we should charge 10,000 silver Rio per bowl. Kagaya-kuma, calculator in hand, kept crunching the numbers and looked over at Shouta with a serious face. Get out of here and stop listening to his nonsense about handmade noodles. 20 taels is just right, Shuamao said, fighting the urge to draw his sword and teach that guy a lesson. He turned to Shouta as he spoke. Yes, 20 taels a bowl is perfect. Shouta nodded earnestly. By now, he had figured out what kind of person Juima was, so there was no way he'd fall for his wild talk. I'm giving you the secret to earning even more money, and you won't listen? Shouta, do you want your ramen to taste even better? Kagaya Juinma's eyes darted slyly as he turned to Shouta with a crafty grin. How can I make my ramen taste even better? Shouta froze in surprise, then hurriedly asked. When it came to making tastier ramen, Shouta would never say no. Take a look. Kagaya brand bone powder. Not 98,888. Not even 9,888. Just 998. For 998. You're guaranteed no loss, no regrets. All you need is a gram or 2 in each bowl, and your ramen's flavor. And nutritional value will soar 100-fold. With a flourish, Kagaya Juinma pulled out a packet of freshly ground bone powder from his pocket and pitched it enthusiastically to Shouta. A flock of crows flapped overhead, their wings beating in the sky. With a heavy thud, Juinma was sent flying by Shuamao's punch. Shouta scratched his head awkwardly as he watched Juinma crash to the ground. Don't mind him. He's just greedy for money. That's all, Shuamao said calmly, sheathing his sword. Yeah. So, where should we set up the stall? Shouta nodded and glanced around at the bustling street. Let's put it in front of the AI Shin bar. That's the place Brother Dave just messaged me about, Shuamao replied, pulling out his phone. A bar? What kind of place is that? Shouta, a country bumpkin through and through, looked puzzled. He had no idea what a bar was. Just know that it's not exactly a wholesome place. Shuamao swallowed hard, a shiver running down his spine as he recalled a memory. his father drunk one night at the bar, twirling seductively around a metal pole. It was one of the rare nightmares of Shuo Mao's childhood. That was the first time he realized that beneath his father's usual cold indifference, there was a wild side he'd never imagined. Is it full of bad people? Hearing Shuo Mao's tone, Xiao started to worry. Was it the gathering place for a gang of villains? That's right. Bad people. Very, very bad people. Shuo Mao nodded vigorously. He still remembered exactly which scoundrel had led his father astray. At that moment, Dave sneezed. Is you thinking about me? He wondered. Back in the day, Dave went to great lengths to win over Shuo Mao. Shuo Mao's mother didn't have much of an opinion, but his father was a tough nut to crack. Dave spent his days eating, drinking, smoking, getting his hair permed, and hanging out online with Shuo Mao's father. In the end, Shuo Mao's father became obsessed with going to bars. He almost moved the entire tiny Chimu clan right to the doorstep of the bar. Eventually, Dave managed to become sworn brothers with Shuo Mao's father and succeeded in bringing Shuo Mao home with him. Do you think the bad people there won't hurt us, right? Xiao swallowed nervously, the memory of being abducted still fresh in his mind. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. No, they won't. The bar belongs to the teacher, and no one there would ever bully us. Shuo Mao shook his head and reassured him. Phew, that's a relief. Let's hurry up and go. Xiao finally relaxed, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. Everyone pushed their little ramen stand over to the entrance of the bar, preparing for the very first day of their business. You love me. I love you. Y'all ramen brings happiness to you. Out of nowhere, Junma produced a speaker, connected it to his phone, and placed it next to the stand, letting their promotional jingle play. What are you doing, Junma? Xiao, standing on a stool and kneading dough, looked over with a puzzled expression. This is a song made by Brother Dave. He said it's great for advertising, Junma replied, though he sounded a bit unsure himself. But since these were Brother Dave's words, Junma hesitated only a moment before deciding to trust him. Brother Dave was his mentor in life, and also his rival. Even if he didn't quite understand this move, it didn't matter. Learning from the great economist Brother Dave was always worthwhile. Better make a mental note. It might come in handy one day. The little group waited eagerly for their first customers. An hour or two passed, and night had already fallen. Xiao was starting to feel a bit discouraged. Just then, four figures slowly emerged from the entrance of the bar. Hashirama, your belly dancing is totally out of style. You're getting worse and worse, Madara said with a sly grin, his cheeks tinged with red as he sneered at Hashirama. Madara, don't get too cocky. So what if it's street dance? Just wait. I'll come up with a dance that'll blow yours away. Hashirama roared back, clearly frustrated. My stomach's growling. I didn't have dinner, just came to the bar to drink and dance, Izuna complained, rubbing his rumbling belly. Hey, look over there. There's a food stall. It looks like a ramen stand. Let's go get some ramen. Madara glanced around and spotted the Lil Yao stand. Yeah, let's go. The four of them walked over to the stand and sat down around a table. We have customers. The noodle maker, who had already lost hope and was about to pack up for the night, suddenly saw four figures take their seats and called out, his face lighting up with excitement. Leave it to me. Kagaya Junma immediately stood up, a slightly charming smile playing on her young face, and walked slowly toward the table. Junma, what are you doing here? Izuna looked at Junma as she approached, his voice tinged with confusion. Izuna, dear father, this stand belongs to a friend I just made, so I came to help out, Junma replied with an awkward smile. Why is the F4 here? All right, it's already dark out. When you're done here, head home and get some rest. Izuna frowned, a hint of resignation in his voice. Okay. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Kagaya nodded and handed him the handwritten ramen menu she'd prepared that afternoon, smiling as she did so. I'll have the miso roasted ramen. What about you three? Izuna glanced over the menu, which only listed 5 dishes, curled his lips into a half-smile, and passed the menu to the others. The four of them ordered their ramen, and the noodle maker's face beamed with joy as he got to work. He cut the vegetables with extra care, because among those four sat the 2 uncles who had saved him earlier that day. He was determined to make the most delicious ramen ever. Just then, hey, who gave you permission to set up shop here? A group of young men swaggered over, calling out to the crowd at the stand. Don't you know this is our turf? The leader of the group walked up to the F4's table, placed a foot right on the table in front of Madara, and asked with a cocky sneer. Hey, this is... The noodle maker, startled, stepped forward to try to say something. But Junma and Saku, lounging nearby, lazily stopped him. No need to rush. Justice may be late, but it never fails to arrive, Junma said with a shake of her head. Interesting. Even on Brother Dave's turf, there are people like this? These guys must really be clueless. Setting up shop here. Did you get permission from the Hyuga clan? The young man pointed to his own pale eyes, his face full of arrogance. Juama had just taken a sip of her bone broth drink and sputtered it out in surprise. Hyuga clan, huh? Seriously? Are your Byakugan eyes that bad now? Hey, I'm talking to you. Still eating? Am I invisible to you? The youth, annoyed that Uchiha Madara was still eating with his back to him, suddenly grabbed Madara by the hair and shouted in anger. Hey, Brother Dave, we got trouble. Come quick. Juama and Saku were dumbfounded by the scene and immediately grabbed the phone to call Dave for help. What's wrong? Is someone giving you trouble? No, it's not us in trouble. Those people who try to mess with us are the ones in trouble now. Are you from the Hyuga clan? Madara seized the hand clutching his silky hair, twisted around, and fixed the person with a menacing glare from his Sharingan as he slowly asked. Let go. Sharingan? From the Uchiha clan? The Hyuga clan isn't afraid of you. The Hyuga youth glared at Madara before him, struggling to free himself as he shouted. Interesting. By the time Dave arrived, he found the 4 members of the F4 sitting around, leisurely enjoying bowls of ramen together. Meanwhile, the 4 handmade noodle chefs stood nearby in a daze, utterly bewildered. And all around the stall, a heap of half-conscious people lay sprawled on the ground. What in the world happened here? Dave swallowed nervously and walked over to Juama, asking in confusion. Juama quickly filled Dave in on what had just happened. After hearing the story, Dave was left speechless. Had all the Hyuga clan gone blind? Seriously, who do they think they're messing with? Dave, did that guy really say this land belongs to the Hyuga clan? Juama asked, still puzzled. Yeah, this place was originally leased to the Hyuga clan, but I actually gave him a heads up this afternoon that we'd be using it tonight. Who could have predicted something like this would happen? Dave replied, helplessly. Did anyone call an ambulance? Dave continued. They did, and just now, Uncle Madara even gave the Hyuga clan leader a call. Juama nodded, then recalled the call Madara had made and told Dave about it. You don't think this is going to spark a clan war, do you? Dave wiped the cold sweat from his brow. No way. I overheard myself. That Hyuga clan leader sounded like he was groveling. Honestly, it was hilarious. Juama burst out laughing. Dave was at a loss for words. Since even the Hyuga clan was playing submissive now, Dave decided not to bother with the matter any further. The farce soon spread throughout Konoha. Tales were told of how pathetic the Hyuga were, how domineering Madara had been, and, in the midst of it all, the humble Ichiraka ramen stand became the talk of the village as the origin of it all. Dave found a spot within his territory for Tucci to set up shop. Both Tucci and Juama enjoyed it thoroughly. Tucci found real joy in serving up ramen, while Juama reveled in collecting payment. Sometimes, he'd even use the opportunity to peddle his bone meal, scaring off quite a few customers and leaving Tucci sighing in exasperation. Half a month later, the day arrived for the Ninja Academy's new term to begin. Dave and Tsukimi each held one of the 3 little Sannin in their arms, bringing Dai, Sakumo, and Juama to school. Whoa, is that Takayama Ulan coming to school too? Isn't she just a civilian? While waiting outside the school gates, Juama suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What are you making a fuss about? The Ninja Academy doesn't refuse commoners. It's just that they accept fewer of them. I already helped her. Sign up, so if luck's on your side, maybe you'll even end up in the same class. Dave gave Juama a playful flick on the forehead as he spoke. What? Juama cried out in shock, which only earned him another flick from Dave. Feeling wronged, Juama glanced over at Tsukimi, who could only give him a helpless smile in return. Yulan, over here, Dave called out, waving at Yulan as she approached. Juama quickly hid behind Dave. Brother Dave. Takayama Yulan spotted Dave and ran over, her face beaming with joy. So, you're about to start school soon. Are you nervous? Dave asked warmly with a gentle smile. Not at all, Yulan replied, shaking her head with a smile. How's your mother doing? Didn't she come to see you off? Dave inquired. My mother's much better now, but today she has to work at the textile mill, so she couldn't come with me. Her mother had been discharged from the hospital just last week. Dave had also bought their family's land since her mother wasn't well enough to farm anymore. He arranged for her to get a job at the textile mill too. All right, Juama, stop hiding. Come and say hello. Dave pulled Juama out from behind him. The two exchanged a glance, snorted in unison, then turned away from each other, each pretending the other didn't exist. Dave could only sigh. Looks like Juama's path to winning a future bride would be a long and winding one. Kagami? What brings you here? Just then, Dave noticed 2 figures, a tall one and a small one, walking toward them. He looked at Kagami, his eyes tinged with a hint of mockery, then glanced down at the little girl Kagami was holding by the hand. I'm here to see Shan Shan off to school. Kagami's temple twitched, and his face showed a trace of resignation. The little girl had shown up at his door bright and early, insisting he take her to school. Kagami was at his wit's end. And those people behind you, they're here to see her off too? Dave's sharp eyes noticed the group of Uchiha clansmen trailing behind Kagami, each wearing a stern expression that practically screamed, "Keep away." Those are her family's clansmen, assigned as bodyguards to escort her to school. Kagami's headache only grew as he spoke. He'd originally thought Shanshan was just a regular girl from the clan, but who could have guessed she was actually the beloved granddaughter of one of the Uchiha's 5 elders? If it hadn't been for the respect shown to Uchiha Changjiang and the second elder, Kagami's legs might have been broken by now. "I treated you like a brother, and your son dares to court my granddaughter?" Uchiha Changjiang could only shake his head in exasperation. He'd had to offer quite a few gifts to smooth things over. Having a daughter really is better. He wished Kagami would just hurry up, find a wife, and move out already. "It's not about protecting your granddaughter, is it? You're really here to keep an eye on you, aren't you?" Dave looked at Kagami with a teasing, almost mischievous smile. "Do you even know what it means to see through something but not say it aloud?" Kagami snapped, a little exasperated. The group burst into laughter at his reaction. "All right, the gates are open. You can all head in now," Dave announced as the school doors swung open, interrupting their idle banter. Today, he was finally free at last. Watching the children walk into the school, Dave led Tsukimi away, leaving Kagami behind with nothing to do, except, of course, being trailed by a mob of burly Uchiha men wherever he went. Mission office. "Kagami, I'm pretty sure I told you this was just a routine B-rank mission, right? Why did you bring so many people?" Hiruzen pointed at the crowd behind Kagami, his voice slow and incredulous. "Aren't you all done yet? Even Shanshan's gone off to school. I'm trying to do my mission, and you lot are still tailing me." Kagami finally lost his patience, whipping around to roar at the group following him. "No way. The 5th elder gave strict orders. We have to keep an eye on you no matter what. Even if you're sleeping or in the bathroom, we're watching. Absolutely no chance for you to get close to Miss Shanshan." The lead Uchiha, a dutiful middle-aged man, declared with unwavering commitment. "If it's really that bad, Kagami, Danzo, and I will just go handle the mission ourselves. It isn't a tough one, anyway. We'll be fine," Hiruzen said, clearly resigned. With that, Hiruzen and Danzo left, leaving Kagami with nothing but a crowd of Uchiha men shadowing his every move. Even in the restroom, as Kagami sat glumly, he could feel dozens of blood-red eyes watching him through every window. Suddenly, a suspicious sound echoed from the bathroom. Kagami's temple throbbed with irritation as a Sharingan began to spin slowly in his eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan. Within the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna sat in the highest seats, flanked on either side by the elders of the clan. Dave and Tsukimi, meanwhile, sat in a cozy corner, quietly whispering to each other. Kagami, still dazed by all that had happened, sat awkwardly in the center of the room. "You awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Madara opened his eyes slowly, fixing Kagami with a probing gaze. Despite the large number of Sharingan users in the clan, they were still less than a quarter of the entire population. Anyone who awakened the Sharingan had to be recorded, and now, Kagami had awakened the Mangekyo. Even Madara had been genuinely surprised when he received the news. He'd always thought Kagami was one of the weaker youngsters in the clan. Who would have guessed he'd awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Previously, Madara had always been nurturing Tsukimi, hoping she would awaken the Mangekyo. Among her generation in the clan, Tsukimi arguably had the highest chances of unlocking it. But every time, Dave would stop her, saying he couldn't bear to see her hurt. Madara had been so infuriated that he nearly gave Dave a thorough beating. Kagami swallowed nervously, sensing the solemn atmosphere that had settled over the room. "Tell us about your experience awakening the Mangekyo. Maybe it could be useful for the other members of the clan." Madara nodded, asking slowly and deliberately. Do I really have to say it?" Kagami's mind went completely blank on the spot. Madara nodded again, his expression serious. He too had once considered sharing his own method for awakening the Mangekyo with the clan, but really, how could he suggest that anyone awaken it by killing their own brother? Kagami slowly recounted everything that had happened today, and silence fell over the hall. "Dave, does awakening the Mangekyo really require something like that?" Tsukimi was left stunned after hearing the story. "He's just an oddball. You don't need to follow his example. Why bother with the Mangekyo anyway? What's the use?" "I'll protect you," Dave said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Kagami was certainly an odd one, too. Look at Sasuke. His whole clan was wiped out, and all he managed was to awaken a single Tomo. But this, Dave didn't even know what to say. Could it be that Sasuke was just too weak? Yes, that must be it. Kagami's way of awakening the Mangekyo was clearly the right one. "Big brother, do you think this method is worth trying?" Izuna swallowed, glancing hesitantly at Madara. "Let's try it." Madara closed his eyes, thinking for a moment before nodding with slow but unwavering resolve. This was, after all, the method with the least harm to the clan for awakening the Mangekyo. It was very safe, and with Kagami as a precedent, it was worth giving it a shot. Meanwhile, Tobarama was having a headache in the Hokage's office today. The villagers were particularly upset. Tobarama picked up a complaint that had just arrived, and the reason was actually rather unexpected. A certain villager, let's call him, had gone to use Konoha's public restroom, only to find the entrance surrounded by a bunch of Uchiha clan members. Stop right there. The restroom belongs to the Uchiha today. Here's the official document for it. One of the Uchiha said, producing a form as he spoke. A look of confusion slowly spread across villager A's face, but he didn't have time to think it over. His need was urgent. Since he couldn't get into the restroom, and his home was still a distance away, he decided he'd just find a quiet spot somewhere to take care of things for now. Afterwards, he could toss a few coins to that shadowy cleaner to deal with the mess. When he turned into a narrow alley behind the bathroom, after the eruption, villager A's face was filled with relief, but that feeling didn't last long before sheer panic took over. As he glanced into the shadows, he discovered dozens of pairs of blood-red eyes fixed on him from behind. The sight frightened villager so much that he leapt up and bolted without even pulling up his pants, especially since what he'd left behind today was quite watery. He tore through the village at full speed, leaving a golden trail in his wake. Later, this villager was reported to the authorities by the upstanding citizen Black Zetsu, who claimed his profession as a waste collector had been insulted. The Uchiha police, though rolling their eyes at Black Zetsu's complaint, nonetheless detained the villager and brought him to the Uchiha precinct. The charges included polluting the environment, running half-naked through the village in broad daylight, and generally offending public decency. He was sentenced to a month and a half in detention at the Uchiha police station. The poor villager protested, insisting it was all because of those dozens of blood-red eyes. This wasn't an isolated incident. Complaints from villagers kept piling up on the Hokage Tobarama Senju's desk. Tobarama was getting a headache over the matter. He instructed Izuna to issue a statement apologizing to the villagers, promising some compensation, and assuring them that order in the village would be restored to normal by tomorrow. After all, when it came down to it, Madara Uchiha had acted with justification. The document approving the Uchiha's use of the village's public toilets for a day had his own signature on it. Izuna Uchiha, this whole mess is the doing of your Uchiha clan. Once today is over, you're responsible for cleaning up the aftermath yourselves. Tobarama roared at his secretary Izuna, his frustration boiling over. Izuna simply nodded, resigned. Well, there's nothing we can do. There just aren't enough toilets for our clan, so we had to rent the village once, he said, explaining that the issue was already a hot topic of discussion among his people. And really, there was no other way. Once this situation with Kagami spread through the clan, every member who had awakened the Sharingan was in an uproar. For the first time ever, the Uchiha toilets were overwhelmed, and it was impossible to keep things under wraps. Renting the village toilets had become their only option. Today was a day of complaints and laments for the villagers, a day of fervor and excitement for the Uchiha, and a bittersweet day for comrade Black Zetsu. That night, beside the septic tank, Black Zetsu was clutching a thick wad of cash, chuckling to himself. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. I'm rich. Black Zetsu wiped the sweat from his brow, counting his money with giddy excitement, completely unconcerned about the golden stains on his hands. No, I have to hide this quickly. I can't let that bastard Ninetales find out. I'm saving this money to buy a gift for Mom when she comes back, to give her a surprise. Suddenly struck by a thought, Black Zetsu glanced around warily. Hey, Black Zetsu, heard you made quite a haul today. Time to pay up some protection money, don't you think? From the shadowy alley emerged a figure aglow in orange-red. A wide grin stretched across little Ninetales' face. Ninetales, I'm warning you. Don't even think about it. This money is for my mom. Black Zetsu clutched the money tightly to his chest, glaring at Ninetales and shouting in defiance. Wouldn't it have been easier to just hand it over? Now you're making me do this myself. Little Ninetales clapped his hands, scooped up the money from the ground, and beamed with satisfaction. Flat on the ground, Black Zetsu glared with bitter hatred at the orange-red figure disappearing into the distance. But as Ninetales faded from view, a sly smile crept across Black Zetsu's face. From who knows where, he produced another roll of money, this one even larger than what Ninetales had taken. The higher the fence, the taller the thief, Ninetales. Humph, you want to play with me? Well, just as I expected. You're still hiding some, aren't you? Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere unseen. On the topic of revenge, when Mom comes back. 487. That bastard Ninetales stole the money I worked so hard for all day, the money I was saving to buy Mom a present. I won't forget this grudge. Black Zetsu slapped his little notebook shut in anger, grabbed the dung ho nearby, and headed off toward the cesspit. At night, his hard-working figure looked especially lonely and bleak. The next day, at the Uchiha training grounds, "Kagami, let me see what your left and right eyes can do," said Izuna, standing face-to-face with Kagami. Madara, the second elder of the Uchiha, Dave, and Tsukimi all stood by, watching intently. Izuna, are you sure about this?" Kagami swallowed nervously, his voice quivering with apprehension. "I'm sure," Izuna replied with a nod. "Well, just as long as you don't hit me, Izuna." Kagami closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again. With that, a pair of mesmerizing Mangekyo patterns bloomed in his eyes, and a streak of blood-tinged tears slid down his cheek. Is that it?" Dave asked in confusion, staring at Izuna, who stood motionless. "My Mangekyo Sharingan specializes in illusions," Kagami explained, retreating several steps. A moment later, Izuna snapped out of the trance, his face turning deathly pale as he collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. "Izuna, are you all right?" Madara rushed forward to support his brother, concern etched on his face. "Where's Kyo? Where is he?" Kwana fought hard to suppress both his physical and mental discomfort as he scanned the surroundings and asked. "He seems to have used the body flicker technique to leave," Madara replied after thinking for a moment. His attention had been completely focused on his younger brother just now, so he hadn't paid much attention to Kyo. "I'm going to kill him. How dare he trap me in a genjutsu and make me, ugh." Kwana roared in fury, but then something else came to mind, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. "I'll take Kwana to the hospital first," Madara said, no longer caring about anything else. He scooped up Kwana and dashed away with a body flicker technique. This left only the two elders, Dave and Tsukimi, standing there, exchanging bewildered glances. After spending a leisurely half-day with Tsukimi at the Uchiha compound, Dave finally returned home. When he turned on his computer, he saw that Kyo was actually online. Did he sneak off to an internet cafe? Why by Babu? What exactly did your Mangekyo Jinjutsu do to Kwana? He's still at the hospital throwing up. He's been at it for hours. He's almost vomited up his stomach lining. He can't keep anything down. Don't love, don't hurt. Please, whatever you do, don't tell Kwana I'm in an internet cafe. Don't love, don't hurt. I use my right eye's ability. It drags the target into a fabricated world, causing severe psychological devastation. Why by Babu? That's some serious psychological devastation. So what kind of devastation are we talking about? Thinking back to how Kwana acted earlier, Dave couldn't help but feel a little curious. Don't love, don't hurt. After restraining the target, I force-feed them for 3 days and nights with well-done. Valubibabu, ugehe. Just picturing on the screen, Dave felt the nausea rise and had to bend over and throw up. No wonder. If it were me, I'd be out for revenge too. That's even worse than Tsukuyami. Why by Babu? So what's your left eye's ability? Don't love, don't hurt. Well, that one. It turns everything the person once considered beautiful or cherished into something utterly disgusting and repulsive. It lasts for a year and only cools down every 3 years. Why by Babu? You're really something else. Now Dave was certain of one thing. At the very least, your abilities have echoes of your descendant, Uchiha Shursui. Why by Babu? I heard Uncle Madara say the Sharingan reflects the heart, and that most Mangekyo abilities in history are shaped by the user's state of mind at the time. I'm really curious. What exactly was your state of mind when your right eye awakened such a power? At least the left eye still seems normal. It only changes what the other person sees, and even then, it's just for a year. Compared to Shursui's ability in the original story, which permanently alters someone's thoughts, this is so much weaker. But the right eye now, that's... If you don't love, then don't hurt. Damn, I wish I knew too. I was just so furious at the time, I wanted to throw all those creeps who were watching me in the bathroom right into the toilet and, well, and then, I don't even know. Dave stared thoughtfully at the chat window in front of him. Then, he picked up the phone beside him. Hello, network admin? Can you check which computer Uchiha Kagami is using? Alright, got it, thanks. Hey, Izuna. Kagami is sitting at computer 38 in the internet cafe. I am Dave, a decent guy. The next day, Dave brought some fruit to visit 2 people in the hospital. One was Izuna, and the other was Uchiha Kagami, who had been discharged just yesterday with a 4 drip, only to be beaten so badly by Izuna that he was left paralyzed on one side. Izuna, how are you feeling? Any discomfort? Dave set the fruit aside and looked at Izuna, whose face was still a bit pale. I'm almost better. Izuna smiled and shook his head. And you? Dave turned to look at Kagami, who was lying in the hospital bed, wrapped up like a mummy. MMPH. Kagami nodded, making muffled sounds, his face covered in bandages except for his nose so he could breathe. Izuna, Tobarama and I came to see you. Just then, Hashirama and Tobarama arrived, also carrying a basket of fruit. What a disgrace. Getting sent to the hospital by a junior. Tobarama sneered at Izuna, who was lying in bed. Tobarama, I'll let you have a taste of it next time. Izuna shot him a cold smile in return. I don't mind helping myself to one of your fruits. Tobarama grinned, picked a fruit from the basket, slowly peeled it, and began to eat. Izuna glanced at the banana in Tobarama's hand and was instantly triggered by the color. He broke down on the spot, collapsed to the floor, and started vomiting uncontrollably. Oh my goodness. Somebody get a doctor. Doctor. Half a month later, Kagami was discharged from the hospital, fully recovered. Starting today, Uchiha Kagami, have been reborn. Stepping out of the hospital and breathing in the fresh air, Kagami shouted with excitement. Danzo, do you think we should take Kagami back to the psychiatric ward for a checkup? Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged uneasy glances. I think it's necessary, Danzo nodded seriously. Let's go, Hiruzen. Danzo, time for a mission. I'll make the shinobi world tremble. Uchiha Kagami, am back. Kagami turned to Hiruzen and Danzo, his spirits soaring, ready to take on the world. Indeed, the entire ninja world truly trembled. In just a matter of days, Q and Danzo had completed dozens of B-rank missions, more than 10 A-rank missions, and had even managed to pull off an S-rank mission. Whenever ninja from other nations spoke of Uchiha Q, they would turn pale at the very mention of his name. That feeling, that dreadful sensation, left an indelible mark in the hearts of every ninja who had ever faced him. Recently, someone in Ninja World compiled some statistics. In just these few days, Uchiha Q had fought 50 people. Out of them, 20 ninja lost their minds on the spot and died suddenly. As for the cause of their deaths, among the 30 survivors, 20 returned home completely deranged, unable to continue as ninja. 9 more couldn't bear the psychological torment and took their own lives. In other words, out of 50, only a single person survived in one piece. But even that ninja gave up his shinobi status and went home to farm his land. Now, a saying is spreading throughout the ninja world. Of all the Uchiha in Konoha, better to anger Madara than to cross paths with Uchiha Q. If you provoke Uchiha Madara, at least you'll have the luxury of a swift death. But if you provoke Uchiha Q, you'll wish for death but find none. On this day, Dave and Danzo were sharing a meal at a restaurant with a few others. Uchiha, the dreaded pupster. Dave glanced at Q beside him, barely able to suppress his laughter as he asked. A few veins began to twitch on Q's forehead. He'd once wondered what kind of nickname he might earn, but he never imagined it would be something like this. Curious, he tapped into clan resources to track down the origin of this moniker, determined to make whoever started it feel his wrath, only to discover it had come from Konoha itself. Worse still, this nickname was taking the ninja world by storm. In no time at all, Uchiha, the dreaded pupster, was firmly affixed to his reputation. Now, Q was starting to suspect that the culprit behind this was none other than that rascal Dave. Of course, our instigator, Senja Dave, would never admit to it. Ha. Hiruzen couldn't be bothered by such details and burst out laughing at Dave's words. Danzo, on the other hand, wasn't as boisterous as Hiruzen. He merely turned his head and cracked a sly, matronly grin. You guys, unbelievable. Q slammed his fist down hard on the table. But the three of them couldn't hold it in any longer, doubling over with laughter. Do the three of you want to experience the true power behind my nickname? Q, at the end of his patience, let his eyes twist into the fearsome Mangekyo Sharingan. The trio instantly fell silent. None of them wanted to suffer that kind of psychological torment leading to death. What's so powerful about your reputation, anyway? A voice suddenly came from behind. Izuna had walked up to stand behind Kagami, placing a hand on his shoulder, and asked with a smile that was anything but gentle. Kagami swallowed nervously, unable to reply. I have an idea, Izuna continued, his eyes narrowing with amusement. You've certainly made quite a name for yourself these past few days. How about this, tomorrow? I'll accompany you on a few missions and help you make your name even more famous. Doesn't that sound good? His tone was cheerful, but his smile suggested otherwise. No, that's really not necessary. Kagami instinctively sensed that nothing good would come of this. Oh, come on. As an elder of our clan, it's my duty to look after the younger generation. Izuna patted Kagami's shoulder in a mockingly friendly way. I'll meet you at the mission office tomorrow at 8 in the morning. With that, he joined Hashirama and the others, taking a seat nearby. Kagami, you might want to head over to the hospital and reserve a bed for yourself, Dave advised, his tone full of goodwill. The second round of the Uchiha girls group selection starts soon, and the hospital is almost out of beds. Better to book one early than end up sleeping in the hallway. Huh, Dave, what does that have to do with Kagami reserving a hospital bed? Hiruzen asked, thoroughly bewildered. Dave and Danzo exchanged a knowing glance and just smiled, saying nothing. Kagami and Hiruzen were completely lost. The next day, things unfolded exactly as expected. Kagami found himself back in the hospital yet again. The head of the surgery department was at his wit's end. Kagami had practically made the hospital his second home this year with all his visits. Kagami lay on the hospital bed, sobbing uncontrollably. On the mission, Brother Azuna had certainly shown his care for this younger clan member. He'd somehow learned a forbidden technique called the mutually multiplying explosive tags, an entire 100 million explosive tags, all set off at once. Caught in the middle of that explosion, locked in combat with the enemy, Kagami's fate was all but sealed. If he hadn't managed to activate Susanoo at the last moment, he would have made a heroic sacrifice for the Leaf Village. Damn it, if I ever find out which lunatic, or idiot, or complete maniac came up with this mutually multiplying explosive tags technique, I swear I'll show them what Uchiha Terror really means. All right, stop crying and eat a banana. Dave, exasperated, peeled a banana and held it out to Kagami. If I ever find out who invented those mutually multiplying explosive tags, I'll make sure they experience real pain. Kagami raged, grabbing the banana with his mouth. His hands were in casts, after all. What did you say? Explosive attacks. Dave paused, puzzled. Mutually multiplying explosive tags, Kagami muttered bitterly around a mouthful of banana. That's a forbidden jutsu invented by the second Hokage. Do you want me to get in touch with him for you? Dave said slowly, his face expressionless. Bananas are so delicious. Where did you buy them? Jing hurriedly changed the subject. I've already sent your exact words to the second Hokage. He said you should rest up in the hospital for now, and he'll come visit you when you're discharged. Dave smiled, pointing at his phone as he spoke to Jing. Jing's eyes went wide with shock as he stared at Dave. No need to look at me like that. The name's Lei Feng. Dave stood up and walked away slowly, his figure bathed in a radiant glow as he left. At the Ninja Academy. Through the thorough research of the second Hokage, it's been confirmed that the teacher on stage was working hard, sweating as he sowed seeds of knowledge. Meanwhile, in the audience, Shuamao, tell me, don't you think she went too far this time? Juama turned to the boy behind him, grumbling in protest. Shuamao just looked away, showing he had no intention of getting involved. Even Shuamao won't help you. You're on your own, Yulon said smugly, giving Juama a little shove to one side. These days, since the school desk sat 3 to a table, Juama was sitting in the middle, Yulon on his left, and the seat to his right. Should have been occupied by Might Due. But today, he and his father had taken a day off to go experience the passion of youth. Normally, Juama and Yulon would have just shared the table peacefully, each taking half. But Yulon, still holding a grudge for the way Juama had bullied her before, decided to retaliate by pushing Kagaya Juama all the way to the edge. Juama glared indignantly at the line Yulon had drawn on the desk. He compared the ludicrous territory she'd claimed to his own tiny patch of space. No way. When has Kagaya Juama ever suffered such humiliation? Teacher, Kagaya Juama suddenly stood up and called out. Oh, Kagaya Juama, do you know the answer to this question? The teacher's eyes lit up, surprised. Kagaya Juama was the worst student in the class. Could it be that the Sage of Six Paths had finally blessed him? Was he really volunteering to answer? Maybe the Sage of Six Paths had witnessed my tireless teaching and finally decided to grant this kid some enlightenment. No, I just want you to kick out Yulon Takayama. She's seriously affecting my studies. Kagaya Juama shook his head and complained, his voice full of grievance. Her? Affecting your studies? The teacher pointed at the well-behaved Yulon Takayama, then at Kagaya Juama, who was standing there picking his nose with a look of utter disdain. Do you seriously not know who's causing trouble here? Kagaya Juama. Out. Now. The teacher's temple pulsed with anger as she roared, furious about the time wasted. How much more could she have taught already? Juama's eyes darted around. He slowly walked up to the podium, then lowered his head and stepped quietly to the teacher's side. This is 1,000 taels, teacher. Please help me kick her out. Kagaya Juama pulled out a hefty stack of silver from his pocket, grinning slyly as he shielded his little under-the-table deal from view. He'd learned this from Big Brother Dave. He remembered it vividly. That time, Big Brother Dave wanted his old man Kakuzu to do something for him, but Kakuzu refused. Dave immediately whipped out 10,000 taels of silver, and the old man scampered off to get it done without another word. Granted, 1,000 taels was a bit much for this, but if it could buy him a day of peace, Juanma figured it was worth it. Kagaya Juanma, out. Get out right now, and bring your parents here this afternoon. The teacher's patience snapped. A 4-year-old trying to bribe a teacher? Good. Think I'm an upright and honest educator. Otherwise, this child would be ruined. I have to set him straight while he's still young and salvage his sense of right and wrong. What's with all the yelling? If a deal fails, we can still part as friends, can't we? Oomph. Juama grumbled a couple of times, then walked out of the classroom. When school let out in the evening, Juama stood outside the teacher's office, head hanging low. He thought it over. Of his 4 guardians, it was probably best to have old man Kakuzu come. As luck would have it, Kakuzu was in the village today to pick something up, so Juama just called him over. Got yourself in trouble at school? Kakuzu arrived, eyeing the drowsy Juama standing outside the office. Not exactly. Juama scratched his head, embarrassed. You must be Juama's guardian, right? Please, come in, the teacher called out, noticing someone through the window and hurrying out to greet them. Kakuzu led Juama into the office, taking a seat across from the teacher. Mr. Kagaya, I'm afraid Juama's sense of right and wrong is a bit off. We really need to correct this as soon as possible, the teacher said, face stern. His sense of right and wrong? Seems fine to me, Kakuzu replied, puzzled. Your child tried to bribe me with 1,000 taels so I'd help him bully another student. Even if your family has money, you can't do things like this. And for him, to be bribing people at such a young age, this could ruin his future. The teacher was growing anxious. It seemed the parent didn't grasp the seriousness of the situation. Unbelievable. Absolutely outrageous. Kagaya Juanma, how could you do something like this? Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, then turned to glare at Juanma, raising his voice in anger. Juanma lowered his head. Only then did the teacher breathe a sigh of relief. At least the parent seemed to have his head on straight. 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels. Do you even know how much money that is? And you wasted it on something so trivial. Kakuzu continued his furious lecture. The teacher was left utterly dumbfounded. But 1,000 silver taels, that's already the absolute minimum, Kagaya Juanma said, a little aggrieved. How have I always taught you? If you can do something yourself, you do it yourself. Even if you have to ask someone for help, you drive the price down as low as possible. Have you forgotten the story I told you about how I bargained so hard for clothes that the shop owner practically broke his bones? 1,000 silver taels? Do you realize how many Konoha beans that is? How many points in the Ninja World Alliance? You really let me down. Kakuzu and Kagaya Juanma stood together outside the office, waiting for the other parents to come and claim them. Juanma had no choice. He could only call for Brother Dave. Tobarama was the Hokage. He didn't have time. If it was Azuna, he'd just start lecturing again. So, Juanma had to call Brother Dave. Dave walked toward the ninja school with a headache. This kid really never lets anyone have a moment's peace. And Kakuzu, that bastard. When Dave got the call from the teacher just now, he could hear the fire in her voice. Kakuzu plus Kagaya Juanma. A combination for economic destruction. One could only imagine what happened in there with the teacher. Tsukumo, it's already dark. Why aren't you heading home? Dave entered the school and saw Tsukumo swinging his sword tirelessly on the field, so he called out to him. Brother Dave, I'm waiting for Juanma, so we can go home together, Tsukumo replied quickly, wiping sweat from his face when he saw Dave approaching. All right, wait here for a bit. I'll go fetch that little rascal, and then we'll head home together. Dave nodded. Tsukumo was always so well-behaved. Dave walked up to the office door and saw the pair, one tall, one small, standing nearby. I'll deal with you two when we get home. Dave snorted coldly before pushing open the door. Kakuzu let out a sneer, full of disdain. Juanma imitated him, almost perfectly, on the street. Dave walked in front, followed by Kakuzu, Juanma, and Tsukumo. Kakuzu, you're not getting your profit share this month, Dave suddenly called out from ahead. Kakuzu was stunned for a moment, then a vein throbbed on his forehead. You brat. You. Got a problem with that? No. Watching his old man's angry back striding away, and then glancing down at the corn cannon standing on the ground, Juanma swallowed hard. And you. Hand over all your money when we get home. Dave crossed his arms and looked at Juanma, his voice calm but firm. Juanma felt the pressure of that powerful aura. He didn't dare utter a word. Just wait. One day, maybe after decades, when Brother Dave is old and hooked up to oxygen at the hospital, I'll pull out every last tube. Dave now looked almost identical to Tobarama. 9 parts out of 10, you could say. Red streaks of face paint hung beneath his eyes, and he wore the same style of blue armor Tobarama had gifted him for his birthday last year. His white, tousled hair floated gently, and his lean frame, along with that piercing gaze, could make anyone feel uneasy. Still, Dave usually wore a smile on his face. The only way to tell them apart was that Dave still looked a bit young, but give him a few more years to grow, and that difference would probably vanish. Are you two heading home, or to Hambeat's stall to help out? Dave turned to ask Shimo. Juama and I will go to Handbeat's stall first and lend a hand. He messaged to say there are a lot of customers today, and he's having a hard time keeping up, Shumo replied after thinking it over. All right, you two go ahead. I'm going to the internet cafe to hang out with Kyo and the others for a bit. If something comes up, message me or Tsukimi. Dave nodded, already preparing to leave. Teacher, can I ask you something? That Uchiha, the terrifying scourge, is that talking about Big Brother Kyo? Shumo nervously twisted his hands together, then hurriedly asked. Dave couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, that's right. Well, Juama and I will head to Handbeat's stall then. We'll be back before midnight, Shumo said, nodding. He grabbed Juama, and the two set off. Dave watched Shumo's retreating figure in confusion for a moment, then shook his head with a smile and made his way toward the internet cafe. Shumo, why are you asking about Big Brother Kyo's nickname? Juama asked, puzzled. It's just, I heard his nickname started spreading from our own village. I was wondering, if we end up doing missions in the shinobi world in the future, what if we get a nickname too? Uchiha, the terrifying scourge, if it ever turned into Hataki, the terrorist. Shumo didn't even dare imagine it. If he ever got stuck with a name like that, he'd want to disappear on the spot. Juama fell silent, deep in thought after hearing that. The two kids walked slowly toward Handbeat's little food stall, both lost in their own musings. Last week, the Shinobi World League updated for the new season. They added a few new heroes and skins. Kyo was discharged from the hospital today, and in the afternoon he called on Danzo, Dave, Hiruzen, and Kaze to come to the internet cafe for a 5-player rank session. Their goal, reach King rank in the new season. There was a new jungler, Black Zetsu, a new mid laner, Monzaemon, and a new support, Uchiha Kyo. 3 new characters in all. Black Zetsu had the epic skin, Waste Terminator, and the legendary skin, Millennial Devoted Son. Monzaemon's refined skin was Puppeteer of the Past, and Uchiha Kyo's legendary skin was Terrifying Scourge. Dave walked into the internet cafe, where the Warring States F4 were already queued up for a 4-man party. Kyo and the others were still waiting for him. You're here. Dave walked up and powered on the computer. Why are you only showing up now? Quick, quick, quick. The Shinobi Alliance actually let me out. Uchiha Kagami exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. No choice. Kagayako Mana got into trouble at school, so I just got back. Huh. This only proves your reputation is impressive. You really carry some weight. Dave shrugged helplessly, then let out a dry chuckle. Then Dave, Danzo, Hiruzen, and Chikaz exchanged glances. Uchiha the terrifying turd? Ha 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 ha. The 4 burst out laughing. Kagami was already used to it. He said nothing. As Dave logged into the game, Kagami pulled him into the party, and once inside, Kagami instantly picked Dave on the first turn. The 4 were dumbfounded. Has your brain been completely filled with your own crap? Damn you, Uchiha Kagami. It's the start of ranked for the new season. Dave ripped off his headset and roared in frustration. Kagami, maybe you should book another appointment at the psych ward? Danzo managed to stifle his urge to gouge out Kagami's eyes, his voice trembling with anger. Akimichi Chikaz slowly put down his snacks, while Hiruzen had already started weaving hand signs to summon Enma. Only, Enma refused to answer the call. Oh well, better stick to ninjutsu. Still, Kagami said nothing. He just slowly turned his head to look at the 4 of them, his eyes fierce as the Mangekyo Sharingan spun to life. Dave silently put his headset back on. Danzo turned to his computer and began picking his own character. Chikaz resumed nibbling his snacks, and Hiruzen quietly stopped his hand signs. Meanwhile, over at the Sengoku F4 base. Hey, someone on the other side, just insta-lock Senja Dave, Tobarama scoffed. Madara, are you up for this? If not, hand the top lane over to me. Hashirama turned to Madara, asking with a calm confidence. Facing Dave? Please, as if I need anything but my hands. My claim as the #1 Hashirama in the village isn't just empty talk, Madara sneered back. With that, Madara laid down a village standard Hashirama pick. What? You dare bring out just a Konoha standard Hashirama? Just then, the random on the 5th pick sent a message in chat. Oh, so you're saying your Hashirama is something special? Madara almost laughed and asked. Hashirama's nothing much, just top in a small village, ranked 132nd in the Land of Fire. But my Uchiha Madara is ranked 20th in the whole country. Want to check it out? The random 5th pick dropped a national standard pick. Madara was stunned. National standard? He quickly reached for his computer and messaged Dave. He had no idea Dave was already here. National ranking? Oh, you mean that? Didn't Kakuzu spend the past month setting up signal stations and selling computers all over the Land of Fire? That basically means everyone in the country is playing the game now, so they added a national ranking for the Land of Fire. It was mentioned in the update notes. Didn't you see it, Uncle Madara? Dave explained from the other end. No, Madara replied curtly, and promptly hung up the phone. He opened up the ranking board backstage to check on Hashirama. Hashirama was ranked first in Konoha village, but only 105th in the entire Land of Fire. The top player in the nation was over 1,000 points ahead. This game, it's becoming more and more my kind of challenge. First place in the Land of Fire? Now it's intriguing. Without another word, Madara ceded the top lane to the 5th player. In his view, only the truly strong, Dave's players excluded, were worthy of the top lane, and he still had some room to grow. He picked Tobirama for the jungle. Tobirama had originally wanted to try out the brand new Black Zetsu in the jungle, but there was no helping it. On and off the field, he couldn't outplay Madara Uchiha. All he could do was play the newly released Kakuzu in mid. As the match loaded in, Dave realized their opponents were the F4 squad. Madara noticed Dave too. They exchanged a few greetings in-game, then got down to business. Dave glanced at the top lane, watching as Hashirama was relentlessly pushed all the way back to their base by the enemy. He checked the scoreboard. 0-15 for Dave. A vein throbbed furiously on his forehead. How he wished he could jump up right now and give Kagami Uchiha a piece of his mind. But thinking of that endlessly self-important Mangekyo. Forget it. Maybe he'd get his chance once Kagami went blind. Then Dave's eyes lit up as an idea struck him, and a sly grin spread across his face. Kagami, stop fighting top lane. Hiruzen, switch lanes with Kagami and let him come mid, Dave ordered. All right. Hiruzen agreed. He was holding his own in his lane anyway, and had no objections. Kagami, you have one mission now. Farm up and stop the enemy from farming. Clear your lane, and if you've got nothing to do, invade their jungle. Plant mushrooms everywhere, in their jungle and our own, Dave continued. Dave, but their jungler is Uncle Madara. And Kagami just got out of the hospital. Hiruzen swallowed nervously, whispering to Dave. Look at his scoreboard. Check his stats. Kagami, do exactly as Dave says, and do it now. All right, watch me pull off a little Dave, and make their jungler's life absolutely miserable. Kagami, who never checked the scoreboard and habitually muted enemy chat the moment he loaded into a match, had no idea he was up against F4. And so it went. Madara had just finished off the Ninetales and was down to half-elf, ready to farm some creeps to recover, when suddenly, on his path, a mushroom, another mushroom, yet another. For mushrooms. 5 mushrooms. Hee. Thousand Hand Dave has killed Thousand Hand Tobirama. With a blank expression, Madara opened his interface. This familiar operation, this all-too-familiar way of dying, made him realize that the one he suspected was surely on the other side. If you don't love, then please don't hurt. The next day, everyone returned to the hospital to visit Kagami once again. Kagami, even though our family is well off, you can't just live in the hospital day in and day out. Uchiha Changjiang sighed, his hair now completely white with worry. Why does this child have such a hard time staying away from the hospital? The second elder had thought that once Kagami awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he would change, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the clan and the village. Who would have guessed? This child is still the same as ever. Kagami and I, why are you hurt again? Little Uchiha Shanshan's face was filled with confusion. Why does her big brother Kagami keep ending up in the hospital every other day? Didn't I tell you before? Your big brother Kagami is an incredibly powerful ninja, the kind that's famous across the whole ninja world. Sigh, just yesterday during a battle with a formidable little thief, I was caught off guard by his treachery and got injured again. Kagami grumbled, his entire body wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Big brother Kagami, you're amazing. Uchiha Shanshan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Everyone nearby was tempted to expose his little act. Kagami and I, the rumors in the village about the terrifying Uchiha Poop Phantom. Is that you? Shanshan asked quietly. The smile froze on Uchiha Kagami's face. The onlookers stifled their laughter in silence. This was just too satisfying. After leaving the hospital, Dave thought about buying some fruit for Kagami and made his way to a fruit stall. Kid, that man means you harm, came the deep voice of the Ninetales from within. Dave paused, his gaze flickering unintentionally to the side, noticing a glint of steel by the fruit vendor's waist, partly hidden by his clothing. Interesting. Boss, how much is this melon per gene? Dave stepped forward, picked up a watermelon, and asked with a friendly smile, giving it a little tap. 20 taels of silver per gene, the vendor replied, baring his teeth in a grin. A cold smile flickered in Dave's heart. The target was closing in. This man, he must be the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. White hair, clad in blue armor, 2 streaks. A face paint along his cheeks. Still, why did he seem so short and so young? The bounty poster said he was over 40, but this guy looked more like a teenager. He was a wandering ninja from the black market. He'd seen the wanted notice for the second Hokage posted these past few days. 300 million Ryo, just a shade less than the bounties for. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Kagami. Quite the character, This wandering ninja. Despite only having the skills of a genin, he still insisted on trying to assassinate the Hokage. In his own words, the so-called god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju, and the Azura of the ninja world, Madara Uchiha. He knew he couldn't possibly take on either of them. As for that terrifying Uchiha brat, Uchiha Kagami, who'd been making waves throughout the ninja world in recent days, he certainly wouldn't go looking for that kind of trouble. So, well, it would have to be him, Tobirama Senju. He couldn't beat the older brother, but surely the younger brother would be a fair match, right? Was this just some mysterious self-confidence? A bit pricey, don't you think? Dave said with a chuckle. If you think it's expensive, I think it's expensive too, the wandering ninja replied irritably. Wasn't this Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage? Can't even afford a melon that costs 20 silver taels a pound? All right, help me pick one, Dave nodded. How about this one? The wandering ninja glanced over and casually grabbed a melon, holding it up. Is this melon guaranteed to be ripe? Dave looked up at the wandering ninja and asked, I run a fruit stand. Would I sell you an unripe melon? The wandering ninja stifled a laugh and said with a slow drawl, I asked if the melon is guaranteed to be ripe. Dave leaned against a nearby tree, squinting as he pressed the question. Are you looking for trouble, or what? Do you want it or not? The wandering ninja was starting to lose his patience. What's with this guy? Is he a bit off? If your melon is ripe, of course I'll take it. But what if it's not? Dave squinted, a sly smile flickering on his face as he slowly approached the wandering ninja. The wandering ninja edged away, one hand subtly pressing against his clothes as if to hide something. If it's not ripe, I'll eat it myself. The wandering ninja sneered coldly. All right, weigh it for me, Dave said as he walked around to the back of the stall, settling himself into the vendor's chair. 15 pounds, 300 silver taels. The wandering ninja squatted down, placing the watermelon on the scale. No way, that's 15 pounds. Something's off, Dave pointed out. My scale is absolutely accurate. The wandering ninja straightened up, his voice edging toward anger. Why was buying a melon with this guy so exhausting? No, your scale is fine. I'm saying, you're the one with a problem. Dave shook his head, then stood up, smiling. At this point, even a fool could see that the wandering ninja realized he'd been found out. His eyes flashed coldly, and in a swift motion, he drew a kunai from his chest and lunged at Dave. Dave leaned back with ease, snatched the kunai from his attacker, and drove it straight into the man's chest. Dave looked down at the body at his feet and wiped the blood from his hands. Hey, Dad, something's happened in the village. Killing someone on the street was sure to cause panic, but all the villagers knew Dave. He posted the whole story and his reasons on the forum, so the villagers had no objections. In fact, many of Dave's diehard fans among the villagers even organized a group outing at night, planning to go pay their respects to the corpse. Tobirama hurriedly stepped in to stop the fervent villagers. As for the black market, Madara and Hashirama had already gone to clean it up once before, but it had sprung back up again so quickly, there was definitely someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Tobirama felt helpless. Even if he destroyed it again, it would probably just reappear. At dusk, Dave, why does Kagami always have to provoke the Hokage and the clan leader? Tsukimi leaned against Dave's shoulder as the two of them sat atop the Hokage rock. Her tone was tinged with frustration as she asked. Her younger brother had been a constant source of worry. Even with their father at such an advanced age, he still had to fret over Kagami. Sometimes Tsukimi just wanted to give him a good scolding. Kagami. He's the kind who never learns his lesson, no matter how many times he's punished. Don't worry, Tsukimi. Kagami can take a beating better than most. Honestly, a young man getting roughed up a bit isn't the worst thing, Dave said with a gentle smile, running his fingers through Tsukimi's soft hair and speaking softly. But he never lets father have a moment's peace, Tsukimi replied, troubled. If it weren't for concerns about their father's health, Tsukimi would have happily disowned Kagami. Normally, she wouldn't care how much mischief he made. But all this nonsense about Uchiha terror, tricking young girls, being a regular at the hospital, and a slew of other unsavory antics. Tsukimi was genuinely angry. Well, if it gets to be too much, maybe the second elder could be given something to do. Anything to keep him from focusing all his attention on Kagami, Dave said, wrapping his arms around Tsukimi and thinking aloud. But father's already 60. What could he possibly do now? Tsukimi asked, puzzled. Is the second elder still in good health? Dave's eyes lit up as he considered the idea. Actually, father's in pretty good shape. He can run around the village 3 times without breaking a sweat. Tsukimi nodded. Perfect. I'll call Kakuzu tomorrow. That should sort things out, Dave said with a chuckle. Tsukimi nodded and nestled into Dave's embrace. She had always believed in him, and he had never let her down. The two of them sat together atop the Hokage rock, right above the second Hokage's stone visage, quietly watching the sunset. Second Hokage. Do you two have any manners? In the Hokage's office, the workday was nearly over. Izuna was tidying up tomorrow's files when he looked up and caught sight of the scene outside the window, the two figures leaning close together atop the Hokage rock. Is there something else you need today? Izuna asked Tobirama flatly. Weren't we supposed to team up with my brother and play some ranked matches? That idiot Madara hasn't left the internet cafe for days. He insists on reaching top national rank, and my brother's been glued to his side the whole time, Tobirama replied, puzzled. Go arrange a marriage meeting, Izuna said. Are you out of your mind? Tobirama stared, exasperated. This guy usually avoids blind dates like the plague, never setting foot near the east end of the Hidden Leaf. So why on earth does he want to go matchmaking today? Izuna didn't say a word. He just pointed out the window. Two figures stood silhouetted on the Hokage rock. An uneasy silence settled over the Hokage's office. Tobirama walked over to Izuna, placed a hand on his shoulder, and with a flash of flying thunder god, they vanished. Where did they go? Well, that remains a mystery. However, that night, the Konoha matchmaking corner burst into a chorus of astonished exclamations. In just 3 hours, the infamous black and white duo went through nearly 1,000 matchmaking sessions, smashing Tobirama's previous record of 100 matches in a single hour. What do you want for dinner? Dave had no idea about his father and Izuna's legendary exploits that evening. Now, he was just starting to feel hungry. Well, whatever Dave wants, I'll have too, Yumi replied with a gentle smile. All right then, let's get some ramen from Handada's stand. That kid makes a mean bowl of noodles, Dave grinned, then swept Yumi up in a bridal carry and leaped down from the Hokage rock. When they landed, Dave looked at the rosy-cheeked face in his arms, glowing even in the darkness. He kissed her gently on the forehead, then carefully set her down, took her hand in his, and together they strolled back toward the village. On the street, Dave walked hand in hand with Yumi, exchanging greetings with many villagers along the way, smiling back at everyone. Then, Dave spotted two figures, one small and black, the other even smaller. So he led Yumi over to them. What are you two up to here? Dave smiled and patted the little Ninetales and Black Zetsu, who were stationed in front of Vendor's stall. Kid, the Ninetales is being utterly unbearable, Black Zetsu exclaimed, relief washing over him at the sight of Dave. He's actually trying to put this ridiculous thing on my head. Black Zetsu roared, gesturing furiously at the bunny ear headband clutched in Ninetales' paw. Yumi, I think you'd look adorable in this, Dave said mischievously, holding up the headband and comparing it to Yumi, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Ah, Yumi blushed a deep crimson. Boss, I'll take 2 of these headbands, Dave chuckled, pulling out his wallet. Oh, it's you, young Master Dave. I can't possibly charge you. Take them as a gift from me. The vendor, a woman, recognized him and quickly insisted. Hey, what's that about? No way, I insist on paying. Business is business, Dave replied, shaking his head firmly. There was no way he would accept them for free. Ever since my husband started working at your Love Kidney Company and became an employee, he gets a monthly allowance of 20,000 taels, not to mention the commission you give him. That's something we never even dared to dream of before. This headpiece only costs a few dozen taels. It's really not expensive. Please, just take it. Consider it a small token of gratitude from my family, the woman hurriedly explained. Besides, ever since you bought this commercial street, all the stall owners have been incredibly thankful to you. In the past, we had to pay 20% of our profits just to set up a stall here. But you not only abolished that rule, you only charge 100 taels a month now. We truly can't thank you enough. Please, don't refuse. Just take it. The woman insisted as she saw Dave was about to protest. There was no way out. With the shopkeeper's insistence, Dave couldn't refuse any longer. Dave accepted the gift and decided he'd mention it to Aunt Kai later, so they could deduct the cost from this Annie's rent for the month. You may. Let's wear them together, Dave said as he put on one of the headpieces himself. Then, with a gentle touch, he placed the other on Yumei's head. Yumei looked at Dave with his bunny ears and burst into laughter, a warm, genuine giggle. What are you laughing at, little bunny? Dave teased, giving the bunny ears on Yumei's head a gentle squeeze, his own laughter shining through. Dave looks really cute with the headpiece on, Yumei said with a bright smile. Well then, can this cute little bunny invite another cute little bunny out for some carrots? Sure, Yumei replied cheerfully. Watching the two of them walk away, their figures side by side, Black Zetsu and Little Ninetales exchanged a glance, both looking as though they'd just eaten something unspeakably awful, like swallowing an endless helping of Uchiha Horror. Seriously, could they act like normal people for once? I thought you'd come to bring me some justice. Who knew you were here just to feed me this dog food? Ninetales, let's just go home and get online. I'm suddenly not hungry anymore. Same here. A fox, and whatever, Both performed spectacularly today, stirring up a bloody storm across the allied shinobi forces. Meanwhile, Dave and Yume, the two little bunnies, arrived at Handbeaten's stall. Handbeaten, one bowl of clear broth ramen, and one bowl of miso roast ramen. Dave called out to the busy young man behind the stall. Dave, you ame. Of course, coming right up. Handbeaten looked up at the sound of their familiar voices, his face lighting up with a beaming smile. Oh, Dave, you ame. You're here to eat, too? Waitstaff Kagaya, Juamon noticed them as well, walking over with excitement and greeting them warmly. Where are Tsukumo and Dai? Aren't they helping out here today? Dave looked around, his tone curious. One ran off after the girl, and the other, overflowing with youthful energy, smashed dozens of plates while washing up. So, I sent him to Uncle Wei to further cultivate his youth, Junma said helplessly. These two, honestly, are just too unreliable. How are we ever supposed to make it big and get rich like this? Forget it. Who told me they were my best buddies? When Brother Dave passes away and leaves the company to me, I'll just give them a small share so they can enjoy their retirement. All right, fine. Dave was a bit exasperated too. Shuamao, that kid, well, at least he's not slacking off in his training, so it's better to just let it be most of the time. As for Might Dai, in fact, these past few days, he's been trying to convince Aunt Kai to hurry up and start a new family with Uncle Wei while they're not too old. Dave was honestly a bit puzzled. Are people in the Naruto world just this healthy? Hiruza and Sarutobi had a Suma when he was around 50, and both Kagami and Tsukimi were in their 40s when they had their second son. Did these elders have some kind of secret? Maybe you should ask the second elder for advice one of these days. After finishing dinner, Dave and Tsukimi took a stroll around the streets. Once he'd seen Tsukimi home, Dave headed to the internet cafe to find Kakuzu. Kid, what do you want with me? Can't you see I'm busy? Kakuzu grumbled, tapping away at a computer near the front desk, clearly annoyed at Dave's arrival. Another month of work for nothing. Damn it, squeezing every drop out of the working class. If he could beat this kid, he'd have dealt with him long ago. You seem to have some free time now, don't you? Dave pointed at the computer in front of Kakuzu. Yeah, the cigarette export business has been running smoothly for the past 6 months, and all the construction in the Land of Fire has been handed down to the subcontractors. Kakuzu nodded. Sure, hanging around the internet cafe every day was fun, but it lacked a bit of excitement. All right then, I've got a job for you, Dave said. At that, a faint green gleam flickered in Kakuzu's otherwise indifferent eyes. 2 days later, the Uchiha second elder, burdened with bags and bundles, found himself outside a storefront, all but dragged there by his own daughter. Loving Kidney Travel Agency? When did a place like this open? The second elder asked, looking at his daughter in confusion. Well, you don't have much to do at home anyway, so why not go out and see the world a bit? Dave and I picked out a travel package for you yesterday. Now you can tour the ninja world with other elders, Tsukimi replied with a bright smile. Tour the world? Isn't it fine just staying in the village? I'm not going. The second elder immediately lost interest at her words. What's the point of wandering around outside? The ninja world isn't exactly peaceful right now. He'd much rather spend his days enjoying retirement at home. Are you really not going? Yume asked, a little crestfallen. No, I'm not going, the second Uchiha elder replied resolutely, shaking his head. Hey, everybody line up. Black Zetsu's doing roll call. Anyone missing? Just then, Kakuzu stepped out of the shop, wearing a little red cap and waving a small red flag, calling out to the group. Uchiha Chanjiang. Uchiha Chanjiang. Has Uchiha Chanjiang arrived yet? Beside him, Black Zetsu, also sporting a red cap, held a clipboard and called out the names. Father, if you really don't want to go, I'll just tell them to cancel. Yume looked at her father with disappointment in her eyes. Cancel? Cancel what? You should go home. I'm heading out for some fresh air, to cultivate my spirit, broaden my horizons, enrich my culture, purify my soul, and let my battle-worn heart find a bit of peace. Go on home and don't worry about me. And unless it's urgent, you or Jing don't need to call me. Uchiha Chanjiang picked up his luggage and strode off. Yume watched her father walk into the group of elderly gentlemen, his face beaming with joy. A smile slowly appeared on her face as well. Her father could finally relax. As for safety, with Kakuzu leading the group, there was nothing to worry about unless they ran into a crowd or Kage. On top of that, Dave would be there too, though for such a large gathering, Yume hadn't spotted Dave yet. Come on, everyone, put on the hats we handed out. It'll make it easier to find you outside. Black Zetsu pulled several hats from his backpack and passed them around the group. Black Zetsu was there to work, and also to avoid that orange-haired little troublemaker. All right, everyone, just wait a moment. The bus will be here any second. Kakuzu nodded approvingly as he saw everyone wearing their red caps, then called out to the group. What's a bus? Uchiha Chanjiang asked with a puzzled look. That kid Dave said it's some kind of vehicle. Orochimaru's crew worked all night yesterday to get it ready, Kakuzu replied, though he wasn't entirely sure himself. Still, he'd never refuse a chance to make money. Beep beep. Is this the Asin Travel Agency group? The bus and its driver have arrived. At that moment, a massive bus as tall as a two-story building rumbled down the street. Passers-by stared in disbelief at the enormous machine making its way through the city. The bus pulled up in front of the agency. Dave opened the door and stepped out. His face lit up with a welcoming smile. Please place your luggage in the compartment at the back of the bus. Black Zetsu, could you help the elders who have trouble moving? Dave opened up the bus's rear storage. Black Zetsu shot Dave a resentful look, but dutifully helped the elderly load their luggage into the compartment. Kid, is this the bus you were talking about? Kakuzu eyed Dave suspiciously, then turned his gaze back to the towering vehicle. HM, what do you think? Even though Luigi is almost 30, his mind and his hairline are still as sharp as ever, Dave remarked with a sigh. Can we sell or not? What's the cost, and how much can we make? Kakuzu asked, his eyes suddenly shining with a calculating gleam. In terms of cost, it ranges from a few $100,000 to several million taels, and the profit margin isn't small either. But you can't sell a bus like this in Konoha. Just imagine, a single bus nearly takes up the whole street. At best, you could drive it outside the village. But you could sell smaller vehicles inside the village. After we get back, you and Luigi can talk it over, Dave said with a shrug. That works. Kakuzu gently stroked the massive vehicle before him, as if he were caressing a mountain of cash. Soon, all the elderly folks boarded the bus. Once inside, they looked around wide-eyed, as if they had stepped into a whole new world. Seated, they glanced left and right, touching the windows here, the seats there. Everything felt novel and exciting. The second elder of the Uchiha clan entered the bus and reacted with remarkable swiftness, heading straight to the very back to claim his seat. Among the grandmas, there was one man, a disabled elder. Watching this scene, he felt a stab of pain in his heart. He looked down at his withered legs and thought, reckless youth leads only to old age filled with regret and tears. Once everyone had taken their seats, the disabled elder glanced back, only to see Uchiha Changjiang at the rear, chatting animatedly with the ladies all around him, which made his heart ache even more. He looked around again, and was nearly moved to tears. The tour guide sat on the left, counting a thick wad of cash for at least the 10th time, so much so that the bills were nearly damp from his breath. His eyes sparkled with greed. It was almost frightening. Next, to him on the right sat a figure, dark and grimy from years of mucking out waste in the village. At this moment, his chronic sinusitis seemed to lift, because he could smell something peculiar in the air. He looked back at Changjiang, surrounded by a flock of chattering women, then glanced at himself, flanked by a burly fellow and a manure-smeared companion. Never in his life had the disabled elder felt so speechless. All right, everyone, fasten your seatbelts. The veteran driver is about to hit the road. Dave, the driver, called out as he prepared to set off. On the road, everyone gazed out the windows in amazement. Although the speed wasn't quite as fast as a ninja sprint, it was perfect for a relaxing, leisurely outing. And with such a colossal mechanical beast thundering through the forests of a land of fire, it was inevitable that it would draw the attention of keen-eyed onlookers. Boss, look, what is that? A mountain bandit, patrolling the ridge with his leader, suddenly felt the ground tremble. He looked towards the road and asked in utter shock. The gang leader had lived for half his life and had never seen anything like this before. He was utterly dumbfounded the moment he laid eyes on it. Boss, there are people inside. It's a young man. Boss. And the rest are all old men and women. His underling suddenly caught sight of Dave and the others through the window. He shouted excitedly. If they were all young folks, maybe he wouldn't have cared so much, but these were all elderly people. Making a living in the land of fire was hard enough as it was, and now they were hustling on the very turf of the god of the shinobi. They hadn't had any business in months. This was an opportunity. You go back and inform the boss. I'll go intercept them. Hurry. The gang leader's eyes glinted with a savage, eager light, betraying his bloodthirsty excitement. Got it. The underling dashed off, running faster than he ever had in his life. Meanwhile, Dave was whistling a carefree tune, hands steady on the wheel as he leisurely admired the passing scenery. The bus wasn't moving fast. In fact, you could call it slow, since the passengers were all elderly, and a bumpy ride wouldn't do them any good. Suddenly, a figure darted out onto the road. Dave slammed on both the hand and foot brakes at once. The abrupt stop startled the elders on board, who immediately began asking what had happened. Dave stared at the middle-aged man who had appeared so suddenly, his face twisted in menace. This visitor clearly meant no good. The middle-aged man, having never seen a vehicle like a bus before, strode up to the front and knocked on the glass. Dave shot Kakuzu a questioning look. Kakuzu responded with a mocking smile and shook his head. Dave grinned. Nothing to worry about, then. Let's see what this guy wanted. Dave opened the bus door and, reaching into his bag, pulled something out. The gang leader flinched, startled, and warily drew his blade, watching Dave closely. Dave pointed at the door, and only then did the gang leader realize the entrance to this strange contraption had opened. Well now, this young man seemed to know the ropes. Maybe he'd go a little easier on him later. With a show of bravado, the gang leader tugged at his sleeve. Since most of the bandits made their own weapons, there were no proper sheaths, so he always tucked the blade into his sash. Wanting to give these old folks a taste of his authority, he didn't bother to look as he spun his blade with a flourish, exuding an air of intimidation, and went to hook it onto his belt. A sudden, sharp sound cut through the moment. The gang leader's swagger froze on his face. He looked down slowly. In his eagerness, he'd pushed too hard. The blade went straight through his belt, right in his thigh. Dave blinked, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Was this guy here to rob them, or to put on a comedy show? He hadn't even done anything yet, and already managed to hurt himself. The gang leader gave a cold snort, squared his shoulders, and yanked the knife out without so much as a flinch, blood streaming down his leg. Oozing bravado, he sliced a strip from his own clothing and quickly bandaged the wound. All I can say is they could truly live up to their reputation as desperados. The boss, limping, slowly climbed onto the cart. Kid, where are you from? The boss pointed his knife at Dave and questioned him sharply. From the Uchiha clan of Konoha, land of fire. Uchiha terrifying poop boy, also known as Uchiha Kagami, Dave replied, lying through his teeth without batting an eye. Heh, don't think I'm so gullible just because I'm a bandit. You say you're from the Uchiha clan? Where's your Sharingan? The boss sneered, his eyes narrowing as he pressed on. Just wait a moment, Dave grinned. Then he turned his head away. The boss, now on high alert, pressed his knife against Dave's neck. Dave put on something he'd taken out of his bag earlier, and sent a quick message to Black Zetsu on the other side. Black Zetsu was left speechless. This kid, Wabi Babu. I'll pay extra. No one like Mom. Got it, bro. Dave turned back and slowly opened his eyes. Inside his eye sockets, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, each with a bizarre, poop-shaped pattern. You. The boss recoiled in shock. He had thought this was just some ordinary young man. Who could have guessed it was the infamous Uchiha terrifying poop boy, Uchiha Kagami? What the hell is he doing back here? Rumor had it that everyone who ever faced him ended up driven to suicide by his revolting powers. It was terrifying. News traveled slowly in these hills, but they'd heard that Uchiha Kagami wielded the power to manipulate excrement, and even his Sharingan took that shape. Although, truth be told, Kagami's Mangekyo didn't really look like that. In the original story, it resembled Shirsue's, except with 2 extra tomo on either side. No one really knew who started the rumor about the Sharingan being shaped like poop. Right now, Dave, the very one who spread that rumor, wore a cold, sly smile. Boss, I brought everyone here. Just as the boss was beginning to panic, someone shouted from the distance, and his confidence returned in an instant. Ha! Uchiha Kagami, no matter how fierce a tiger you are, you can't take on a whole pack of wolves. No matter how strong you are, you can't possibly beat the hundreds of us, can you? The boss said, puffing himself up. Interesting. So your whole crew is here? Dave chuckled and stood up, shoving the boss aside with one hand. Black Zetsu followed behind Dave, moving quietly. They both slowly stepped down from the cart. Kid, you've got some skills, the head bandit said, watching as his underling was tossed off the iron cart. He sneered, his face full of disdain. But I still advise you to hand over everything you and those old folks on that thing have, or you'll never get out of here alive. Don't doubt I've got what it takes. Once upon a time, I was a chunin myself, the head bandit boasted arrogantly. Oh, a chunin? Impressive. Do you have a nickname? Dave asked with a smile. Ha, let me tell you. My nickname will scare you to death. The head bandit replied, full of swagger. Come on, say it and scare me, Dave nodded. I am the legendary GG Bo of the ninja world, the one and only piggy hero, the mountain bandit leader bellowed. Silence. Absolute, dead silence. Not a sound in the air. Then, a burst of uncontrollable laughter erupted from Dave. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, trembling with laughter, gasping. Ha, 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 I can't breathe. What good does laughing at you do for me? Ha ha ha. Veins bulged on the mountain bandit leader's forehead. This damn brat. The title Piggy Hero wasn't entirely made up. Years ago, during the Warring States era, he had been a humble servant in a minor clan of the Fire Country. When that clan was destroyed, he narrowly survived, picking up a summoning scroll from the ruins. Already trained in chakra, he learned the summoning technique. The creature he called forth was a wild boar, 2 or 3 meters tall, with the strength of a mid-level ninja, but little intelligence. Feed it, and it would do his bidding. That was when he got the idea to become a bandit. For decades, he ruled these mountains, earning a fearsome reputation among his peers. Everyone watched Dave roll on the ground, laughing for a good 10 minutes. Finally, drained and weak-legged, Dave managed to stand up, still gasping for air. "So, Piggy Hero, do you happen to have a super lollipop?" Dave asked, his voice still shaky, a faint smile lingering on his lips. "Brat, state your name." Gigi Bo roared angrily, stung by the boy's ridicule. "From a famed Uchiha clan of the Hidden Leaf in the Land of Fire, I am the terror of all, renowned as the dreaded Uchiha Dung." Uchiha Mirror. Dave's eyes snapped open, revealing the swirling Mangekyo Sharingan in a pattern that looked suspiciously like a pile of dung. His aura shifted, suddenly radiating an overwhelming presence. You're the dreaded Uchiha Dung, the one all ninjas whisper about, who makes anyone fighting him eat dung. Uchiha Mirror. Ye it instantly. "So you've heard of me," Dave said with a sly smile. "Gulp. I'm not afraid of you. I am Piggy Hero. Besides, we outnumber you by so many. Why should we fear one mere Uchiha Mirror?" Gigi Bo glanced at his men, suddenly regaining some of his bravado. "Ignorant fools. Feel the pain. Reflect on the pain. Accept the pain. Understand the pain. From this moment on, you will experience pain. This is the power of Uchiha Mirror, the power of dung." Dave slowly spread his arms, giving an almost imperceptible look to Black Zetsu behind him. Black Zetsu fetched a large barrel from the car trunk, then leapt onto the car roof. Dave summoned a giant clover, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Black Zetsu popped the lid off the barrel, lifted it high, and with a mighty sweep, flung its contents at everyone. "What is this? Why is it all sticky on me? I can't see anything. Could it be that Uchiha Kagami used a water release jutsu? It's not water release. It smells awful. Let me taste it. Salty. Ugh, wait, why are there watermelon seeds in it? Ugh, it's poop." In an instant, all the bandits collapsed to the ground, vomiting uncontrollably. The one who had taken a taste was so horrified, he plunged his own knife through his chest. Ugh, I'll kill you." Gigi Bo staggered to his feet, retching and roaring in outrage. Suppressing the overwhelming nausea churning in his gut, Gigi Bo bit into his own finger and summoned a wild boar over 2 meters tall. With a menacing glare and bared tusks, the boar pawed at the ground, its eyes fixed dangerously on Dave. Meanwhile, on the bus. "Excuse me, Mr. Tour Guide. Could you help me get off?" The elderly man in the wheelchair turned to Kakuzu. "Why do you want to get off?" Kakuzu asked in confusion. "I was a jonin in my youth. That kid driving the van is in danger. Let me lend him a hand." The old man cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Changjiang, who was busy chatting and laughing with the grannies at the back, completely oblivious. Uchiha Changjiang seemed utterly unconcerned about his son-in-law's predicament. Trouble for his son-in-law? Ridiculous. Even if Uchiha Kagami died, his son-in-law would be just fine. Kakuzu was at a loss for words. You want to help that kid? The one single-handedly taking on the land of wind? You?" Seeing Kakuzu still dazed, the old man grew impatient. The boy was in danger. There was no time to sit around. If not for his crippled legs, he would have gone out already. Left with no choice, the old man recalled Kakuzu's obsession with money and pulled out a few hundred ryo from his robe. Kakuzu snapped back to attention, snatched the money, and immediately helped the old man off the bus. "Kid, step back a bit. Don't want you getting hurt by accident," the old man said coolly to Dave, confidence radiating from his every word. Dave wanted to say something, but the old man shot him a fierce glare. "All right then, if the old master wants to show off, let him." Earth release, multiple Earth-style walls. The old man raised his gnarled hands and slowly formed hand seals, then slammed his palms down onto the ground. The wild boar charged forward, smashing through the first wall with a tremendous crash. 1, 2, 3. 3 walls shattered beneath its might. But by the 5th wall, the boar's momentum faltered. It failed to break through, slammed headfirst into the wall, and collapsed to the ground. Fire style, grand fireball technique. The old man formed hand seals, then placed his hands before his mouth. A massive fireball shot forth. With a loud bang, the wild boar vanished, leaving only a trail of white smoke that drifted slowly up to the sky. "Damn it!" Jijibo roared in frustration, unable to accept that his wild boar had been defeated. He glanced back at his underlings. Some had taken their own lives, others had gone mad. Jijibo knew now that this hijacking had not only failed, but had ended in total defeat. "It's over. You've lost," Dave said calmly. "I'll accept whatever you decide to do with me. But these men behind me, could you let them go?" Jijibo said through gritted teeth, his voice low. No. "You're all coming with me," Dave replied, shaking his head. "Don't even think about it," Jijibo bellowed. It seems you haven't quite understood my point. What I mean is, you and your brothers don't have to be bandits any longer. Take your men, clean yourselves up, and head over to the Love Kidney Company in Konoha Village to find Orochi Lu. From now on, you'll be working under the Love Kidney Company, Dave nodded, explaining. The company could use more delivery personnel, and that wild boar was pretty fast. It might make a great courier. As Dave went on about the monthly allowances, how easy the work was, and how amazing Konoha was, Jijibo and his men felt their hearts surge with excitement. Jijibo was so fired up that he almost wanted to take all his brothers to Konoha right away. But Dave quickly stopped them. Go get cleaned up first. With the way you all look and smell, you'd get beaten up before you even reach the village gate. Jijibo and his crew didn't protest and went off to wash themselves up before heading out. They lost 10 men this time, all by their own hands. Yet neither Jijibo nor the other bandits said much about it. Life as a bandit was always lived on the edge. If you couldn't handle the pressure, you had no business being a bandit. So what if they'd been covered in filth? Jijibo had even accidentally tasted some during the fight and hadn't complained. So that's what it tasted like, kind of astringent. What am I thinking? As the memory struck him on the road, Jijibo suddenly doubled over, retching violently. With that, Dave led the group onward once more. Hey kid, where'd you get your Sharingan? Dave asked from the driver's seat as he drove, while Kakuzu stood nearby, eyeing him suspiciously. Red contact. Want one? 1,000 silver coins each, and they're real popular in the village. All the young guys like to wear them to look cool. Oh, and I've got Byakugan ones in my bag too. Want to try them? Dave said, taking a free hand to remove the contact lens from his own eye. Kakuzu shuddered. They actually sold things like this in the village? How could he, the company's treasurer, not know about it? Shaking his head in disbelief, Kakuzu returned to his seat. In any case, he just couldn't handle things like that. Putting something like this near his own eyeball. Wasn't he afraid of going blind? Kurizetsu, did you really bring a whole bucket of that stuff with you? Kakuzu glanced over at Kurizetsu, thinking of the bucket he'd pulled out earlier, and asked the question with obvious discomfort. I don't have chakra right now. When I go out, I usually bring some of it along to protect myself, Kurizetsu replied calmly. Yet from Kurizetsu's tone, Kakuzu could sense a hint of bitterness. How much suffering must this child have endured to come up with the idea of carrying that around all the time? Meanwhile, Uchiha Changjiang's face was twisted with rage. Kakuzu glanced at him by chance and noticed the tomo in Changjiang's Sharingan spinning rapidly. The sight sent a chill down Kakuzu's spine, and he quickly moved farther away. As for why Uchiha Changjiang ended up sitting here, everyone on the bus had witnessed the disabled old man's heroic display a moment ago. After Kakuzu helped the old man onto the bus, the group of lively aunties who had just been chatting enthusiastically, with Changjiang instantly flocked to the old man, showering him with praise. You're amazing. You were a ninja when you were young. And similar exclamations, squeezing Changjiang right out of his seat. Changjiang was furious. When he got pushed out, the old man's foolish grin and that casual, disdainful look in his eyes made Uchiha Changjiang, a warrior his whole life, feel utterly humiliated. Not even when his own son was beaten up had he been this angry. Kakuzu took out his phone and sent a message to Orochimaru. Money is life. You there? Money tree. Science above all here. Money is life. Is it possible to shrink this bus and sell it in the village? Money tree. Science above all, yes, but we're out of materials. We'll need to buy a lot of metal from the black market or from merchants in other countries. Just this one bus has used up nearly half a year's worth of metal already. Money is life. Post a mission and hire some ninja to go to the black market in the land of rice fields. Find a guy in charge there. Tell him the black-faced coupon demon sent you. He'll give you a discount. You can't trust those regular merchants. They act like they've never seen money before. Everything is insanely expensive, and they won't even give a 10% discount. The black market is still better. Money tree, science above all, right? Only then did Kakuzu put down his phone, finally satisfied, his heart brimming with hope for the future. The rest of the journey was uneventful for Dave and the others, and soon they reached their destination, the land of hot water. Nowadays, there aren't many countries in the shinobi world that are open to outsiders. The land of hot water is one of the few. It survives by attracting visitors to its hot springs, relying on tourism to sustain its national income. Everyone, line up properly. Hey, you there, put on your little red hat. Don't let us lose you later. Kakuzu barked out orders as he got out of the vehicle, pointing and gesturing at the crowd. Dave parked the car at the gates of the land of hot water, a spot reserved for merchants and visitors' carriages. Honored guest, is this your carriage? The older man in charge of watching the carriage area stared up at the massive contraption before him. He'd spent his life watching over carriages, but he'd never seen anything like this. Of course. You have security here for the carriages, right? Dave nodded with confidence. They park carriages. I parked a car. It's all the same thing, so what's the problem? Yes, but the man swallowed hard. Sure, they had guards, but a carriage this size? He wasn't sure he could keep it safe. Then there's no problem, Dave replied smoothly. I am Uchiha Teradung, and this is my carriage. If I come back and find it missing, I'll hold the land of hot water responsible. Dave turned away, slipping in his colored contact lenses, then spun back with his Sharingan eyes gleaming, his tone turning chilling. The man was utterly stunned. Dave ignored the flustered guard and, along with Kaku, Black Zetsu, and the rest of his group, headed off toward a large hot spring inn, off to enjoy the baths. The guard snapped back to his senses to find the group had already disappeared. Quickly, he called someone over to keep watch and rushed off to report to the daimyo. Uchiha Teradung was here. Meanwhile, Dave finished registering everyone's information and sent them all off to soak in the hot springs. While registering, the hot spring inn's owner pointed at Black Zetsu and asked whether this thing was male or female, so they'd know which bath to assign. Black Zetsu, of course, was neither. Dave answered honestly. The owner was left in a quandary. Something neither male nor female. How could he arrange that? In the women's bath? No way. He'd have to shut the place down if he tried. The men's bath? What if a male guest complained? So, the owner fell deep into thought. After 3 minutes of mental gymnastics, he abruptly smacked the counter and made a decision. He led Black Zetsu to the back, grabbed a shovel, and dug a pit about 2 square meters wide. He poured some water in. Then, he hung up a sign beside it. Pet-only bath. Black Zetsu was so infuriated he nearly strangled the owner on the spot. There was no choice. Dave gathered his father-in-law, Black Zetsu, the disabled old man, and Kakazu, then headed to the men's bath. Truthfully, Black Zetsu wouldn't have minded joining the women's bath. After all, he'd lived for 1,000 years and seen everything there was to see. But the moment the group of old ladies heard this, they gave Black Zetsu a thorough beating. After that, he had no objections. In the changing room, Uchiha Changjiang's locker was right next to the one belonging to the disabled old man, so the two of them ended up side by side. A hush fell over the room, broken only by the faint, rustling sounds of people changing clothes. Although the old man's legs were useless, his hands worked just fine. Changing clothes was no problem for him. As Uchiha Changjiang was changing, he glanced backward without thinking, and caught sight of something. Little earthworm? Uchiha Changjiang, I'm going to kill you. The disabled old man finished changing at lightning speed, his face flushed with rage as he roared. In all his 60-plus years, he had never suffered such humiliation. This was worse than the day his enemies shattered both his legs. Mariboshi Oda, it's just the truth. Why can't I say it? A broad grin stretched across Uchiha Changjiang's face. He put up with this old man for long enough, and at last he had a chance to get his own back. Though, admittedly, he was an old man himself. Uchiha Changjiang. Mariboshi Oda. Elsewhere, Dave was in the middle of changing when he caught the unmistakable sound of this familiar argument. A chill ran down his spine. He steeled himself and peeked around the corner toward the commotion, only to see the two old men actually wrestling, and his own father-in-law, half-dressed, straddling the disabled man's wheelchair. Dave, what's going on over there? What's that noise? Kakuzu asked, looking puzzled. Nothing. Someone dropped a bar of soap over there, Dave replied with a blank expression, turning away. He saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Two old men. Damn it. He wished he could erase that image from his mind. From that moment on, Uchiha Changjiang and Mariboshi Oda became inseparable buddies. Originally, it was Kakuzu who pushed Oda's wheelchair, but now Uchiha Changjiang had taken over though. Oda was none too pleased about it. Uchiha Changjiang, with his failing eyesight, would sometimes miss a rock in the path and send Oda tumbling out of his wheelchair, face first into the dirt. Oda was so furious he unleashed countless jutsu all along the way. The ladies in the group were none too happy either. Before, at least one of the two men would pay them some attention. Now, neither spared them a glance. Hot springs in the land of hot water, picking tea in the land of tea, bird-watching in the land of birds. After a whirlwind half-month journey, the group finally returned to Konoha. When they arrived back in the village, Uchiha Changjiang was completely unscathed, while Mariboshi Oda's face was wrapped in bandages. The Tion's son panicked the moment he saw what was happening. He anxiously asked his father what was going on, but the Tion just put on a proud face and insisted he'd simply tripped and fallen on the way. After learning the truth, the son found Kakuzu and started complaining. What kind of travel agency is this? Didn't you promise to take good care of the elders? Kakuzu was at a loss for words. He couldn't very well admit that it was just the two old men getting competitive and causing trouble. From then on, The son forbade his elderly father from joining any more excursions. But Tion was stubborn as ever. He insisted on going, especially whenever Uchiha Changjiang was on the itinerary. He was determined to show up, to reclaim his pride. Kakuzu decided to wash his hands of the whole affair, leaving the agency in Black Zetsu's care. As soon as Dave returned, it was Tobarama, the old man himself, who sought him out first. Dave, that car your company makes has turned the whole village upside down these past few days. Tobarama complained straight away, not a trace of nostalgia in his voice, just thinly veiled annoyance. Ever since Orochimaru's little car hit the market, the village had become a chaotic mess. Especially thanks to those two troublemakers, neither of whom had learned how to drive, yet every day they crashed into the mountains behind Konoha. No one even knew how many cars and hills had been totaled by now. One time, after Uchiha wrecked his 8th car, and with Hashirama's taunting on the side, an exasperated Madara simply powered up his Gundam and flattened an entire mountain. Did nobody teach them how to drive when they bought the cars? Dave swallowed nervously as he asked. How could they? None of your salespeople know how to drive either. I asked Orochimaru, and it turns out you're the only one who can, Tobarama replied, his tone thick with grievance. So, here's what we'll do. Dave thought for a moment, then handed Tobarama a set of materials. Tobarama's eyes lit up as he listened. The very next day, a screen was set up outside the Asen 4S dealership with a notice for anyone wanting to buy or drive a car. First, you must be at least 16 years old. Second, you need a driver's license. If you don't have one, you can go to the Asen driving school in the Konoha backhills, learn how to drive, and only then will you be allowed behind the wheel. Anyone caught breaking the rules by members of the Uchiha police will face a minimum sentence of 6 months. That day, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama arrived at the driving school with their younger brothers literally holding them at gunpoint. Inside the classroom at driving school. Welcome to Asen Driving School. I'm your instructor, Kakuzu announced, striding and wearing a suit, his expression stern and serious. But the moment he spotted the two legendary figures sitting in the front row, his legs nearly gave way beneath him. Madara looked thoroughly unimpressed. In his mind, driver's licenses were pointless. He was already on the verge of mastering the art of driving. Uchiha Madara don't need such things. If it weren't for the growing disapproval from his younger brother these past few days, he wouldn't have come here at all. In contrast, Hashirama was sitting properly with both hands on his desk, his posture textbook perfect, wearing an earnest expression as if he was eager to learn. Kakuzu was feeling immense pressure. He had just received a message from Tobarama. If these two idiots don't have a license, don't let them out to wreak havoc on Konoha. Ahem. I'm your instructor while you're at the driving school. Call me Instructor Kakuzu, he began. Let me explain the entire process of getting a driver's license. The exam is divided into 4 parts. The first part covers basic knowledge. The second part includes 5 essential practical skills and some other requirements. The third part tests on 16 practical tasks, such as starting the car. The fourth part focuses on safe and civilized driving practices. Kakuzu explained all this in a steady tone. I've known all that for ages. Let's just get on with the test already. Madara Uchiha scoffed, a disdainful smirk playing across his lips. Kakuzu didn't bother to argue. After all, he knew Madara was always a troublemaker. All right then, let's start with the first step, Kakuzu announced. Hashirama instantly pulled out a little notebook, ready to jot down every word from Instructor Kakuzu. Go to the finance office and pay the fee, 30,000 Ryo. Hashirama dutifully wrote it down. Wait a minute. Go to the finance office and pay the fee. Why am I even writing this down? After everyone had paid at the finance office, they returned to the classroom. All right, now we'll begin the lesson, Kaku said, his eyes sweeping across the group. He then reached down and pulled out a stack of small booklets, handing them out one by one. Okay, that's it for today. The first part of the test comes from what's in these booklets. Take them home and study on your own, Kakuzu said, turning to leave. How ridiculous, he thought to himself. I'm a respected financial manager, busy with important affairs every day. How could I possibly waste my time on trivial things like this? Hashirama stared after Kakuzu in utter confusion. That's it. That's all. It's over just like that? I paid 30,000 silver Ryo for this, and all I get is a little booklet? A vein throbbed on Madara's forehead. This is just a waste of my time. Madara stood up, wanting to have a friendly chat with Kakuzu, but by then Kakuzu had already left the classroom. Hashirama and Madara appeared out the window, just in time to see Kakuzu donning his sunglasses, opening the door of the sports car parked outside, and sliding in with practiced ease. Before driving off in style. Watching Kakuzu's cool departure, Hashirama couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. When would he ever be able to pull off something like that? Lost in his own world, Hashirama let out the occasional silly giggle. Madara glanced over at Hashirama, who was grinning like an idiot. What a fool. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jijibo had already led his band of mountain bandits here for several days. In all this time, they'd been idle, having no idea what they were supposed to be doing. Mr. Serpent Roku, is there really nothing you need us to do? Gigi swallowed nervously. They had been eating and drinking here for free for several days, and even as mountain bandits, they couldn't help but feel a little guilty. You're under day's arrangements. For now, just rest up in the company's staff dormitory. Serpent Roku replied coolly, momentarily turning his head from his experiment to glance at them. But we've been resting for days now, and Boss Dave hasn't come to see us at all. We've been freeloading for so long, it doesn't sit right with me. Are you sure there's nothing we can help with? Gigi pressed, unable to shake off his discomfort. Actually, there's something. At that moment Serpent Roku's phone buzzed. Dave was sending him a message. Just tell us. As long as it's within our power, we'll give it our all. Gigi said eagerly, his spirits rising. Dave wants to know if your summoning beast, the pig, has any offspring. Serpent Roku asked, a little puzzled himself. He wasn't sure what Dave was getting at. Yes, absolutely. That guy is incredibly energetic. I think he's got dozens of offspring by now. Gigi nodded enthusiastically. No, that's still not enough. Dave says your task for now is to breed over 200 pigs that are strong enough to carry people and obedient enough to follow commands. Serpent Roku said, shaking his head. No problem. We'll raise them well. You have our word. Gigi replied with excitement. At last, they finally had something to do. The next day, hey mister, give me 100 liang's worth of pastries. Little Ninetails leapt up and landed right on the pastry stall, calling out in a loud, clear voice. Oh, Little Ninetails, no problem at all. The stall owner was momentarily startled, but when he saw who it was, his face broke into a broad smile as he nodded. Unlike the tailed beasts in other villages who were shunned and feared, Little Ninetails was loved by everyone in this village. If you gave him a couple of pastries, you might even get to ruffle his soft, glossy fur. Little Ninetails was also known for standing up for the weak. There was one time, passing by the ninja academy, he saw a group of people bullying a child. Unable to tolerate it, he jumped in and gave the bullies a good thrashing. From that day, he even gained a little follower, someone called Baryuho, if memory served. Because of this, Little Ninetails' reputation in the village was especially good. As the most loyal customer of this pastry stall, Little Ninetails had brought plenty of business and word of mouth to the owner. The stall owner's monthly income had soared, and he was very grateful. Whenever Little Ninetails came by for pastries, he rarely took any money. Just as the stall owner sliced off 2 pieces of pastry to hand over, suddenly, a figure darted in between them and snatched the pastries away. Little Ninetails was stunned, and so was the shopkeeper. But in the next instant, Little Ninetails erupted with fury. In this village, I've always called the shots. I take from others, not the other way around. How dare someone steal from me? He whipped his head around and saw, to his astonishment, a little piglet dashing wildly down the street. Hey, you wretched pig, put down my pastries. Those are mine. Little Ninetails roared in anger, taking off at full speed after the piglet. Never in 1,000 years had Little Ninetails been so infuriated. To think, a piglet had stolen his food? How could he possibly tolerate this? Stop right there. Somebody catch that pig. The sound of pounding footsteps and more shouts echoed behind him. Little Ninetails glanced over his shoulder and saw a whole group of people chasing after the same pig. Stop. Hey, you over there. Help me catch that pig. Just then, another crowd came running straight toward Little Ninetails, also hot on the heels of pig. That pig had just brushed past Little Ninetails. The 2 piglets turned their heads, locked eyes, and grunted twice before slowly ambling to the center of the street, standing still. There, little piggy, don't move, sighed the group behind Little Ninetails, finally letting out a breath as the piglet came to a halt. Both groups cautiously edged closer to the 2 piglets in middle. Sensing that something wasn't right, Little Ninetails started to slowly back away. All right now. Suddenly, both crowds lunged at the piglets at the same time. In the end, neither piglet was caught. Instead, the 2 groups collided headlong into each other. Scenes like this played out all day in the Hidden Leaf Village. For some reason, dozens, if not hundreds, of pigs had suddenly appeared in the village, running amok and causing all sorts of trouble. Among those affected, Black Zetsu was the most furious. He had been standing over Cesspit, scooping out waste, when a pig shot out of nowhere and knocked him straight in. And so, Black Zetsu changed color that day. He became Gold Zetsu. Fuming, Black Zetsu no longer cared what color he was. He stormed straight toward the Hokage's office, brushing past the guards who dared not stop him. He barged right in to confront Tobarama. Tobarama, startled by the sudden entrance of this foul-smelling, golden figure, was momentarily speechless. Then, well, That day, Black Zetsu was first shoved into the cesspit by a pig, then spent several days in the hospital, and, as if that wasn't enough, was sentenced to clean the village for a whole week. Black Zetsu was on the verge of tears. All I wanted was to see my mother, to earn some money and buy her a gift. Why is the world so cruel to me? What did I do to deserve this? Why must fate treat me so harshly? He whimpered. All right, enough. Explain yourselves. What's going on here? Tobarama's veins bulged with anger as he struggled to contain his fury, glaring at the crowd before him. Huff, huff. Everyone was clutching a piglet in their arms, hair or clothes in disarray. No one seemed to know what to say. What kind of spectacle is this? Tobarama roared. Gigi, Bo wanted to say something, but when he saw the murderous look in Tobarama's eyes, well, better not. He had only intended to keep the piglets penned up. Who could have guessed these little pigs were so energetic? First, one slipped away because no one was watching, then people went chasing after it. Before he knew it, all the pigs had escaped. I don't care what you do, but you absolutely must not disturb the village. Understood. Tobarama took a moment to compose himself, then spoke in a cold, commanding tone. Now, go apologize to every villager affected by today's chaos, and compensate them wherever necessary, Tobarama continued. Everyone nodded hurriedly and left at once. My head hurts. Tobarama slumped back into his chair. Now, he finally understood why his elder brother was always so reluctant to sit here. How are things going with my brother and that idiot Madara? Tobarama was eager for some good news, so he turned to Izuna for an update. Well, Big Brother passed the written exam, but now he's stuck on the reverse parking section. As for Hashirama, he's still at home memorizing the rules. Izuna shook his head helplessly as he replied. At least that's something. At least neither of them is causing trouble in the village. Tobarama breathed a sigh of relief, grateful those two weren't stirring up chaos in the village. Oh right, there's something else. The land of tea, land of birds, and land of hot water have all sent messages. They claim that Uchiha terror feces from the Uchiha clan of Konoha has caused widespread psychological panic in their countries, and they're demanding compensation. Now, every country with open borders is on high alert. All these nations have just released a statement to the ninja world and Konoha, Izuna said as he pulled out a document and read slowly. What statement? Tobarama asked. No dogs or Uchiha mirror allowed inside. Now, this was truly humiliating. The scandal had gone international and was known far and wide. How did such an oddball end up in their village? Great. Now the whole ninja world knew that Konoha had someone called Terror Feces. The notoriety of that name was starting to rival that of his own elder brother and Madara. Tobarama certainly didn't want Konoha to become famous because of such a weirdo. So that kid's been out of the village these past couple of days? Tobarama asked, grinding his teeth in frustration. Yeah, he's been out on missions with Danzo and Hiruzen. Hasn't returned yet. Izuna nodded. Send a message to those 3 countries. Tell them to get lost. If they don't, we'll send Terror Feces over again. By the way, when is that kid coming back? Tobarama's expression turned icy as he asked. They're only on an A-rank mission, and they've been gone for 3 days now. They should be back this afternoon. Izuna thought for a moment before replying. When the afternoon comes, be sure to remind me. Let's give the heroes of our village a warm welcome at the gates, Tobarama said coolly, picking up the next document on his desk and continuing to review it. Go easy on him, will you? That kid's only just been discharged from the hospital a few days ago. Izuna muttered helplessly. Tobarama Senju, know exactly where to draw the line. Tobarama gave a cold chuckle. That afternoon, at the village gate, Tobarama and Izuna stood together at the entrance. Lord Hokage, what brings you here? The ninja on duty at the entrance saw the Hokage arrive and couldn't hide his excitement. It's nothing, just here to meet someone. Oh, and close the main gates for now. Izuna and I will wait outside. No matter what you hear from outside, do not open the gates. Understood. Tobarama's tone was calm and unhurried. Yes, sir. The ninja nodded eagerly, hurried to close the grand gates of Konoha, and left Tobarama and Izuna standing outside. Before long, 3 figures slowly appeared on the distant horizon. Tobarama narrowed his eyes, while Izuna shook his head in resignation and pulled out his phone to call for an ambulance. Hello, is this the hospital? Yes, please send someone over to pick up an injured person, Izuna said calmly. All right, please give us the address, and we'll send a team right away, the receptionist on the other end replied. To the gates of Konoha village, Izuna answered before hanging up. Elsewhere, Danzo, why are the village gates shut? Hiruzen looked at the tightly closed entrance, puzzled, and turned to ask Danzo. No idea. HM? There are 2 people at the gate. It's the Hokage and his aide. Danzo shook his head, squinting to make out the 2 figures standing at the entrance. Why are they standing out there? Hiruzen couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The main gate was shut tight, and the Hokage was standing outside. That couldn't be normal. Danzo remained silent, giving Hiruzen a subtle look and glancing over at Uchiha Kagami, who was walking with them. The message was clear. Whatever was happening, it definitely wasn't about the two of them. Of the three, the only one likely to be involved was Kagami. Hiruzen caught on instantly, and both he and Danzo unconsciously slowed their pace. Huh, Lord Hokage, Lord Izuna, what are you doing here? Kagami, oblivious to the situation, approached them, his face full of confusion as he looked at the two standing at the gate. Kagami, did the mission these last couple of days wear you out? Tobirama greeted him with a beaming smile. Behind a mirror, Danzo and Hiruzen only felt a chilling gust sweep over them. They exchanged a glance. Well, it really seemed that this matter had nothing to do with either of them. The two of them slowly took a few steps back. Hehe, I'm alright. My eyesight's just a bit off right now, but I should be fine after some rest, Kagami replied with a bright smile, seemingly unfazed by the powerful, almost tangible cold air around him. He chuckled inwardly. Looks like I really am getting stronger, strong enough that even the Hokage himself came to greet me. Hehe, the future looks promising. A life of happiness and fulfillment isn't far away now. Is that so? Want some time to rest? Tobirama asked with a sly smile. Yes, Kagami answered, nodding enthusiastically. Then go get some rest, at the hospital. What? A moment later, open the door. Please open up. If you don't, Konoha is about to lose a powerful ninja. Uchiha Kagami, covered in blood, collapsed at the entrance, pounding on the village gates and howling in despair. On the other side of the door, two nurses stood ready with a stretcher, waiting. Aren't we going to open the door? I think I hear someone wailing outside, a doctor said, looking over at the ninja on duty. No, without the Hokage's orders, we can't open this door, the Chunin replied firmly. I'm a Chunin of Konoha. The Hokage's orders are my top priority. Even if someone drops dead out there, unless the Hokage says so, this door stays shut. Ah, another anguished scream echoed from outside, sending a shiver down the Chunin's spine. No, absolutely not. I must not open it. I am responsible and dutiful. Dave looked at Kagami, who was once again lying half dead on the hospital bed, and could only offer a sheepish smile. He'd already heard about how this whole mess started. Well, what can you do? When you're out in the world, you need a cover identity to protect yourself. I haven't been to the land of tea, the land of hot water, or the land of birds at all these past few days. Who's the idiot out there pretending to be me? Kagami roared, his body swathed in bandages. My reputation's been ruined for no reason, and I got beaten up for nothing. What did I ever do to deserve this? I just want to step outside the hospital and enjoy the beautiful world and a breath of fresh air. Why is that so hard? I'm so sick of the stench of disinfectant in here, I can barely breathe. Bed 438, Uchiha Kagami, right? You again? How many times has it been this month? Time for your 4. As Kagami continued his tirade, a young nurse came in, about the same age as him and Dave, holding up a bottle for an infusion. She called out, sounding quite exasperated. Yes, Kagami quickly nodded. Dave stood up from his chair and leaned against the window at the back of the room with Danzo and Hiruzen. What are you looking at, Hiruzen? So absorbed. Dave glanced over absent-mindedly, only to find Sarutobi Hiruzen staring intently ahead, his gaze fixed and unwavering. Hiruzen didn't respond to Dave. Instead, his eyes remained glued to the figure in front of him. It wasn't until the nurse finished setting up Jing's 4 and left that Hiruzen reluctantly tore his gaze away. Well, Hiruzen, Dave teased him with a laugh. Ahem, I was just checking to make sure the nurse gave Jing the right 4. Don't you know what happened yesterday? A new intern nurse tried to give an 4 to this really dark-skinned patient. Not only did she grab the wrong syringe, but she also used way too much force. The needle was so long, it went straight through the poor guy's arm. Ugh, just thinking about it gives me the chills. Hiruzen gave an awkward laugh, eager to change the subject. Black Zetsu, are you doing all right now? Dave swallowed nervously, silently sending up a prayer for Black Zetsu. First he got doused in filth, then he took a brutal beating, and now he's been stabbed right through the arm. Has Black Zetsu been out scheming in the ninja world again? Otherwise, how could he be this unlucky? The poor guy spent years cleaning up messes, and somehow all the bad luck still finds him. By the way, Hiruzen, isn't that nurse from your Sarutobi clan? At that moment, Jing, lying in bed, suddenly recalled something and asked, What? Jing, I love you. No, I mean, you're amazing. Do you know her name? At those words, Hiruzen jumped up in excitement, rushing to Jing's bedside and grabbing his arm in anticipation. I think her name is Sarutobi Bawako. Pretty much every time I come to the hospital, she's the one who gives me my 4, Jing replied, shrugging speechlessly from his hospital bed. Sarutobi Bawako, Sarutobi Bawako. Hiruzen began chanting her name under his breath, a sly grin spreading across his face. Dave, Jing, and Danzo all shuddered at the sight of Hiruzen's lecherous expression. Don't grin like some creepy old fox spirit. It's terrifying. Dave couldn't take it anymore and walked over, giving Hiruzen a good, hard flick on the forehead. Snapping back to reality, Hiruzen glanced around, then hurried to the window, shutting both the curtains and the window itself. He even rushed to the door to make sure it was locked. You guys have to help me, Hiruzen said, his voice trembling with excitement. Help you with what? Danzo asked, confused. I want you to help me win over that nurse. Sarutobi Bawako. For once, the notorious ladies' man was blushing, and Dave couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Maybe, just maybe, these two would end up together after all. Oh, come off it. As if you could win her over. Even Jing, lying in his hospital bed, couldn't take it any longer and rolled his eyes at Hiruzen. Hey, Uchiha Kagami, what's that supposed to mean? I'm handsome, powerful, and the current head of the Sarutobi clan. Are you saying I'm not good enough for her? Hiruzen complained, clearly displeased. After Sarutobi Sasuke passed away, the affairs of the clan had been managed by Hiruzen's mother these past few years. Hiruzen would help her, from time to time, but now that she was getting on in years and struggling to keep up, she handed everything over to him a few months ago. Kagami, Danzo, and Dave exchanged glances. No, you're not good enough. Come on, are you three really my friends or what? These three, utterly unreliable. Dave cleared his throat. Ahem, Hiruzen, let me ask you a few questions, he said with a smile. Ask away. You say you're handsome, but are you more handsome than me, Danzo or Kagami? Dave slowly ran his hand over his sharply chiseled features as he spoke. At that, Danzo immediately turned his head, leaning against the window, showing off a sharp profile for Hiruzen to see. Kagami, lying on the hospital bed, sat up as soon as he heard Dave's words, took off his bandages, and gently smoothed his hair. Hiruzen looked at the three of them, each putting on a show, then pulled out his phone and checked his own reflection. Sleazy was probably the perfect word to sum up his looks. Damn it, you three are only a tiny bit more handsome than me. Hiruzen protested, clearly annoyed. So unfair, letting them show off like this. It's all my father's fault for being so ugly. Those genes passed right down to me. Sarutobi Sasuke, huh? Yeah. To be honest, we're just a little bit better looking than you, by a landslide, Dave teased. Fine, let's drop it. You say I'm not strong enough? Well, other than you being able to go toe-to-toe with Danzo, could you beat me or Kagami? Dave laughed heartily as he pressed on. Hiruzen stood up to argue, but then paused. Come to think of it, Dave might actually be right. Kagami's Jinjutsu was infuriating to deal with. No way could he beat him. Dave, Hiruzen shuddered at the unpleasant memories that surfaced. Definitely couldn't beat him either. Danzo was the only one he could handle. Yes, Danzo was all right. Danzo, however, felt a bit offended by Dave's remark. And as for your status as Sarutobi clan leader, well, Danzo here is also the heir to the Shimura clan. Once his father steps down, he'll be a clan leader too. And Kagami, just think about his Mangekyo Sharingan. He might well lead his clan one day. Me? Do I even have to say it? If I wanted, I could be the head of the Senju clan right now, Dave said with a grin. What a joke. Here I am, the richest man in Konoha, second Hokage's son, first Hokage's nephew. Any one of those titles alone puts yours to shame. Risen fell silent, walked over to the corner of the room, and crouched down, retreating into his own little world. They're all ganging up on me. It's not fair. All right, we'll help you, okay? Dave hurried over to the corner where Risen was sulking, quickly pulling him back to his feet. A short while later, how about the classic rescue the damsel in distress approach? Risen pointed to the plan he'd just written out. No good, Dave shook his head. Too cliché. Kyo shook his head. She's not going to fall for that. Danzo shook his head. Then why don't you geniuses suggest something better? Risen snapped at the three troublemakers in front of him. I'm hungry, Kyo nodded. Let's get back to the mission, Danzo nodded. Maybe call it a night and get some sleep, Dave nodded. Damn it, out of all people, why did I have to meet you three idiots? Risen smacked his own forehead in frustration. All right, I'll teach you some of my tricks, Dave finally said, deciding the joke had gone on long enough. Risen immediately whipped out his little notebook, ready to take notes. Who was Dave, after all? He was the guy who'd had girls chasing after him since he was 5, a bona fide winner in life, raking in billions every month. Risen knew he had to pay close attention. Step 1. Create an opportunity to be alone together, and make sure you score her favor in her social handle. Dave explained, speaking slowly and deliberately. How am I supposed to get some alone time with her? Risen asked, puzzled. Actually, now's a perfect chance. But, well, It all depends on whether Kyo's willing to help out. Dave turned his head, his eyes shining mischievously as he looked at Kyo. Risen and Danzo understood immediately. Huh? Wait, why am I getting dragged into this? Were we talking about Risen's problem? Kyo was utterly confused. Kyo, tell me, have I treated you well? Risen sat down beside him, asking gently. Yeah, you've been good to me, Kyo replied, still baffled. Well, I need your help with something now. Would you do that for me? Risen asked with a smile, though to Kyo it looked a little too sly. Can I say no? Nope. Danzo, Dave, hold him down. Don't let him get away. Yeah, that's it. Pour it in, pour it in. Help. Somebody help. A little later, staring at Kyo, who was now foaming at the mouth, Risen nodded in satisfaction. Kyo, my friend, I won't forget your sacrifice for the greater good. He then left the room, straightened his clothes, and walked toward the nurse's station. Nurse, quick, go check on Uchiha Kyo in bed 438. He just had a breakdown and drank an entire bottle of something. Now he's passed out and foaming at the mouth. Risen cried out to Bawako, his face brimming with urgency. What? Quick, I'll go notify the doctors right away. You too. Get Uchiha Kagami to the emergency room entrance now. Babako froze for a second, then hurried off to find a doctor as soon as she finished speaking. What a charming figure. Hiruzen gazed after Babako as she left, his expression gradually growing dazed and infatuated. He stood there, lost in thought, completely forgetting about Kagami, whose heart monitor was already blaring with alarms on the other side. Moments later, Kagami was wheeled into the emergency room. Sarutobi Babako was a nurse who had only joined the hospital last month. She hadn't had the chance to participate in procedures of this level yet. At most, she delivered supplies into the operating room during surgeries. She had just come out of the ER after delivering something when the scene before her made her bristle with anger. Danzo sat at the far right, propping his face up with one hand, looking utterly bored and showing not a trace of worry or urgency. Beside him, Dave sat with his arms folded, legs crossed, idly bobbing his head as if he might doze off at any moment. Seeing this, Bubako was livid. Weren't these two supposed to be Uchiha Kagami's good friends? How could they not look the least bit concerned? Especially that white-haired one. He looked about ready to fall asleep. Just as Babako prepared to go over and give them a piece of her mind, she noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen nearby, his face tight with nervous concern. Her anger eased a little. At least among the three, there was someone who genuinely cared. Even if he wasn't as handsome as the other two, and he did look a bit sly, still, he seemed sincere. Oh dear, what should I say to Babako when she comes out? Will she think I'm being too forward, or that I'm ugly and awkward? Hiruzen fretted, nerves getting the better of him. Uchiha Kagami? Is he really more important than my future happiness? Besides, I only made him drink one bottle earlier. He won't die from that. Uchiha Kagami, I really appreciate you all for showing such restraint. Actually, you could head home and wait. Your friend's gonna be fine. He just needs his stomach pumped, that's all. Babako walked up to Hiruzen, her tone gentle as she tried to reassure his anxious, worried face. The moment Dave heard this, he perked up and shot Hiruzen a meaningful glance. Hiruzen caught the signal, remembering the lines Dave had coached him on earlier. That's a relief. That's such a relief. Uchiha Kagami and I, we've been best friends since we were little. We ate together, lived together, did everything together. Seeing him so out of sorts just now, it really sob. Hiruzen stood up, his eyes turning red, and in the end he actually began to cry. Dave and Danzo exchanged a look and gave Hiruzen a discreet thumbs up. If I ever make a movie, I know who I'm casting, Dave thought silently to himself. All right, don't worry. He'll be fine. Lake Biwa hurried to comfort Nikizan, who stood before her, clearly shaken. But as soon as she spoke, Nikizan's tears only flowed harder, sobs racking her body. Damn, if I don't cast Sarutobi Nikizan in my next movie, I, Dave, am a certified fool. After much coaxing and reassurance from Lake Biwa, Nikizan finally managed to stop crying, though she was still choking back tears. Miss Nurse, if it's really not possible, could you give me your Penguin ID? If there's any news about Q, you can message me on Penguin right away. Nikizan took the opportunity to voice her true request, her words trembling with emotion. Sure. Here, this is my Penguin ID, Lake Biwa replied, not thinking much of it as she shared her contact. In her eyes, the person before her was simply a good friend, deeply worried. Of course, she had no idea that she herself was the real target of this good person. After giving Nikizan her Penguin ID and offering a few more words of comfort, Lake Biwa excused herself, busy with other duties. So, how did it go? Dave asked, looking at the grinning Nikizan with exasperation. Nikizan giggled, unable to hide her delight. You're hopeless. Dave flicked her on the forehead with a sharp snap. Ow, Dave. I did it. I really did it. Nikazan raised her phone triumphantly, beaming with excitement. What's the next step? Nikazan asked eagerly. Check her moments. See what she likes, what she dislikes. Dave suggested after a moment's thought. She's really into medical ninjutsu and medical knowledge. Nikazan reported after scrolling through Lake Biwa's moments. Go see Grandpa. If I remember right, he knows medical ninjutsu. You could ask him for some advice. Got it. The three of them headed off. Meanwhile, in the emergency room, Uchiha Q lay there, tubes snaking down his throat to his stomach, and others inserted below, straight into his intestines. His face was ghostly pale, utterly devoid of hope. I curse the three of you, you devils. At the Konoha back mountain, inside the Ace Hand driving school. Madara, big bro sir master, don't panic, it's just a reverse parking test. Take it easy, Kakazu said, swallowing nervously as he tried to reassure Madara. Today was Madara's 10th attempt at the second part of the driving test. Madara shot Kakazu a cold glance. Nearby, Hashirama was perched atop a tree, one hand holding a book, the other flipping through his notes, mumbling his lines. With that, Kakazu and Madara got in the car. Madara, sir, master, you see that slot behind us? Just back up into it, Kakazu said, voice tense as he swallowed again. You've said that a dozen times already. I know, just watch me handle it. Madara retorted, glaring in annoyance. Are you really sure you got it this time? I'm sure. A moment later. Whoa, brake. Hit the brakes. Why are you just holding down the clutch? Don't look at me. Check your rearview mirror. Which one's the brake? You hit the accelerator, damn it. Take your foot off. Take your foot off. We're about to reverse all the way into the village. Let go of the gas for crying out loud. Does the sheet his side use his foot as a handbrake or what? Why isn't this working? For heaven's sake, take your foot off the gas. Susanoo. A moment passes. Kakazu stood there in silence, staring at the flattened mountain in front of him and the pile of scrap metal that was all that remained. Surely they wouldn't make him pay for all this. After all, he was just an innocent driving instructor, right? Wait a minute, one of my threads snapped. That's what Dave called a work injury. Time to file for compensation. With that thought, Kakazu left in high spirits. Ha ha ha. Madara. Failed again this time, did you? Hashirama put down his book and walked over to Madara, laughing heartily and teasing him. It's still better than some people who haven't even passed the written exam, Madara replied coolly, glancing lazily at Hashirama. You cheated with your Sharingan. The memory stung Hashirama. There were 30 people in their class, and now only the two of them remained. Back during the written test, Madara and a few other Uchiha had used their Sharingan to cheat, and some of the Hyuga clan used their Byakugan. Watching them, Hashirama was both angry and envious. But what really got to him wasn't just the Sharingan. Hashirama had reported them to instructor Kakazu, who at first said their results would be disqualified. Then Madara tossed 10,000 silver coins his way, and Kakazu instantly changed his mind and let the results stand. Hashirama was furious. He looked at his own empty pockets. Well, all he could do was buckle down, study hard, and memorize everything the hard way. Why don't you have one? Madara sneered coldly. Hashirama grunted in annoyance, clearly displeased. He clapped his hands, and instantly, trees started sprouting atop the mountain Madara had flattened. You three done watching? Madara opened his Sharingan and gazed toward a spot nearby, speaking slowly. Dave, Hiruzen, and Danzo, who had watched the whole scene unfold, swallowed hard and stepped out from the trees. Oh, so it's you three. What brings you here? Hashirama recognized them and greeted them with a broad smile. Kagami didn't come? He glanced around, noticing Kagami was missing. Sensei, Kagami's in the hospital again, Hiruzen replied, forcing an awkward smile. How did that kid end up in the hospital again? Wasn't he just out on a mission a couple of days ago? Hashirama asked helplessly. Well, he got injured during the mission. He's still in the emergency room at the hospital right now. Hiruzen lied through his teeth, eyes wide open. All right then. That kid, honestly, he never pays enough attention. The Mangekyo Sharingan isn't something you can just use recklessly like that. By the way, what brings the three of you to see us? Hashirama sounded exasperated. We heard you're skilled in medical ninjutsu, so we wanted to ask you some questions, Hiruzen replied with a smile. Medical ninjutsu? I don't actually know any. Hashirama paused, looking surprised. Oh, you must be talking about this. With that, Hashirama pulled a kunai from the pouch at his waist and sliced his palm. In just a few seconds, the wound closed up as if nothing had happened. Watching this, Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. You call that medical ninjutsu? That's not medicine. It's a downright miracle. With no other options, the three chatted idly with Hashirama and Madara for a while before heading off to think of another solution. On the road, Hiruzen, aren't you the head of your clan? How come Lake Biwa didn't recognize you? Dave finally voiced his confusion. Our clan meeting hasn't been held yet, so no one really knows who I am. Plus, I don't have much of a reputation in the clan. At best, people just know me as the former clan head's son. Hiruzen shrugged. Hiruzen had a bit of pride, too. He wanted to make a name for himself before calling a clan meeting to announce his leadership. The same went for Danzo. His father had wanted to pass him the clan head position ages ago, but Danzo refused. He insisted on earning his own renown in the ninja world before accepting such a role. As for Kagami, well, Madara still wasn't comfortable with him. The kid ended up in the hospital every other day. No way was he ready to lead a clan. For the Senju clan, Mito was still in charge, with Hashirama as the nominal head. But Mito had already said that once Dave became an adult and married Tsukimi, the position would go to him. Let Dave enjoy a couple more years of freedom. So what do we do now? Hiruzen asked in frustration. There aren't many medical ninjas to begin with, and it seems like we don't really know any. Dave thought for a moment, sighing. How about this? Your clans must have plenty of books. Why don't you each go search your family's library for anything related to medicine, and then bring whatever you find in my place? Dave suggested after a moment's thought. Sounds good. Danzo and Hiruzen exchanged a look. This just might work. Midnight. Beside Dave was a towering pile of books. He sat outside his room, veins throbbing on his forehead, barely containing his frustration. Gritting his teeth, Dave dialed Hiruzen's number. Hey, it's been a whole day already. Are you still not done searching? Dave asked in a low, tense voice as soon as the call connected. Well, we got quite a lot of books here. I still haven't finished going through them. Hizen replied, pausing for a moment before speaking, his voice tinged with nervousness. Is that so? Hold on, what's that sound? Dave let out a cold chuckle, about to say something sarcastic to Hizen, when suddenly he heard a rapid clattering noise. That sound. Could it be the sound of keyboard? Are you two in an internet cafe? Dave was furious. He'd spent half the day searching through books, then sat around waiting for the two of them for hours, only to realize they had gone off to play games at an internet cafe. Dave, wait, let me explain. Before Hizen could finish, Dave hung up the phone without a word. Dave then picked up the stick he'd previously used to whip Juinma, which was lying on the ground beside him, and started walking slowly toward the internet cafe. A short while later. So this is what you call reading? Dave roared, brandishing the stick and pointing furiously at the screen in front of him, where the Shinobi Alliance was still in the thick of battle. Danzo, embarrassed, took his hands off the keyboard and looked away. Hizen still tried to come up with an excuse. We were reading murder guides. Yes, murder guides. Oh, so how many stacks do you have on your murder guide? None. This useless support keeps feeding. I haven't managed to stack a single layer. Is that so? Well, I think it's about time I stacked up my own layers. Moments later, Dave wiped the sweat from his brow, picked up the blood-stained stick, and turned to look at Danzo nearby. Danzo, what book were you reading? Does the lifesteal guide count? It counts. Of course it counts. Let me show you how to lifesteal. Calm down. Dave, calm down. Dave couldn't help but feel both exasperated and amused at their antics, but he swung the stick at Danzo anyway. Hello, is this emergency services? Yes, at the internet cafe. Two guys, one took a few blows to the head, the other looks halfway paralyzed. After dealing with them, Dave picked up his phone and called the hospital. The next morning at dawn, after a night of painful stomach pumping, Q slowly opened his weary eyes. Only 2 new patients overnight? Q glanced at the 2 figures on either side of him, both wrapped in bandages and barely recognizable as human, and couldn't help but feel a little sorry for them. Judging by their injuries, it was obvious they'd been beaten up. Q prided himself on his knowledge of wounds. One of the 2 had it particularly bad. Their head looked like it had been split right open. Gentlemen, would you care to share your stories? Q asked, gazing up at the ceiling with a hint of melancholy. I was ambushed by treacherous villains, one replied. And I was injured in a battle of wits and courage against evildoers, the other said. The causes of illness for these 2 patients are completely different. Sigh. Jing turned over, wanting to take a good look at the 2 warriors sharing his room. Hiruzen? Danzo? How'd you both end up in the hospital too? Jing stared at their familiar faces, utterly bewildered. Ambushed by treacherous villains, said one. Injured in a battle of wits and courage against evildoers, replied the other. As always, Hiruzen and Danzo answered in their own dramatic way. But after years of dealing with them, Jing certainly wasn't buying their nonsense. 437, 438, 439, time for your IVs, a voice called from outside the door. Hearing that familiar voice, Hiruzen shot up in bed. Ow, my back. HM, why are you sitting up? Let me take a look. Weren't you supposed to have broken bones all over? Lie down quickly. Lake Biwa pushed open the door, saw Hiruzen suddenly sitting up, and hurried over to help. Hiruzen grinned sheepishly. What are you smiling about? Lie down now. you're covered in fractures. Lake Biwa scolded, exasperated, as she gently eased him back onto the bed. Wait a second. Aren't you the friends who visited him yesterday? How did you end up as patients too? Lake Biwa looked from the patient to Danzo on the other side. Weren't they the ones who came to visit bed 438 yesterday? Ambushed by treacherous villains. Injured in a battle of wits and courage against evildoers. Lake Biwa hooked up their IVs, then picked up the medical files placed at the foot of their beds. Sarutobi Hiruzen? Wait, aren't you the previous clan leader's son? Lake Biwa asked in surprise, looking over Hiruzen's chart. Yeah, I was hoping to meet you as just an ordinary person, but since I've been found out, there's no point pretending anymore. I'll just come clean. I'm the chief of the Sarutobi clan. Hiruzen puffed up with pride. Lake Biwa rolled her eyes at him, checked on the other two, then left the room for the time being. All right, Hiruzen, she's gone. Why are you still grinning like an idiot? Jing said, exasperated, watching Hiruzen still lost in his silly smile. What do you know, you creep? This is love. Hiruzen shot Jing a disdainful look and replied slowly. Who are you calling a creep? I'm talking about you. The pervert who lures 6-year-old children. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Jing. Danzo just watched the two of them, feeling exhausted, a stomach pump for one, full body fractures for the other, and they still had the energy to argue. Crows flying a plane. Tornado destroys the parking lot. Superplanetary combustion. Tyrannosaurus spreads its wings and soars. Danzo felt even more drained. Weren't these the random things they shouted when Dave beat them up before? Oh, Sai, what's going on in here? Just then, Lake Biwa, who had just come out of another ward, heard the commotion and hurried into their room. Staring at the two people entangled on the floor in a rather compromising position, Lake Biwa was suddenly taken aback. Am I interrupting something? Lake Biwa covered her face, visibly embarrassed as she asked. Without waiting for a response, she quickly turned around and hurried out of the hospital room. Inside the room, an awkward silence filled the air. Uchiha Kagami, I'm going to kill you. How is this my fault? Uchiha Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bang. The door was pushed open again, and Lake Biwa stood in the doorway. She had been standing outside, and the more she thought about it, the more something fell off. Wait a minute, both of them are patients. One just had his stomach pumped, the other has broken bones all over. How could they possibly get into a fight? Why did I leave? Shouldn't I be stopping them? Do they have a death wish? You two stop it right now. Lake Biwa shouted sternly. The two of them immediately stopped, looking as meek as children as she helped them back onto their beds. You're both still recovering. No fighting, Lake Biwa said, exasperated, watching them glare at each other from their beds. Tisich, aren't you going to do something about them? Lake Biwa turned to Danzo, annoyed at how childish the two were acting. Danzo was dumbfounded. How was this his fault? Wasn't it those two who had lost their minds? What did it have to do with him? He pointed at his own head, still wrapped in blood-stained bandages, silently expressing that he was in no condition to intervene. Lake Biwa offered the two some more words of advice. Seeing them nod obediently, she finally felt at ease and left the room. But as soon as Lake Biwa was gone, howls erupted once more inside room 437 to 439. Crows flying a plane. A tornado destroys the parking lot. Danzo quietly picked up his phone, opened the forum, and found second Hokage's essay, resolutely centering the village, 18 guiding principles and the road to reform. Half a month later, on Konoha Mountain behind the village. Hey, the mountain's closing. We're starting to clear the area. The competition begins in 10 minutes. Dave barked into the phone. Copy that, came a reply. Hold on, isn't Kakuzu here yet? Dave glanced at the empty chair beside him, puzzled. Manager Kakuzu isn't here yet. Wait, there's a car coming up the mountain. It's him, the voice on the other end exclaimed. All right, you go ahead and close off the mountain. I'll give him a call, Dave nodded. He hung up and dialed Kaku. Kakuzu, why are you only getting here now? The competition is about to start. Don't you want your bonus this month? Dave asked, sounding a bit irritated. Kid, I'm done being a commentator. I've signed up to compete. Kakuzu's calm voice drifted over from the other end. What the hell? Are you kidding me? You're leaving me to commentate alone? Dave was stunned for a moment before he started roaring in disbelief. Relax. I've already found someone to take my place. I spent a hefty sum hiring a real professional, and he should be here by now, Kakuzu replied, his tone still unruffled. Commentary? Huh. Is there really a future in that? Tireless work for a game, and all Dave, that stingy brat, could offer him was 30,000 Ryo. But rumor had it that the champion of this race would walk away with 1,000,000 Ryo and the prestigious title of King of the Konoha Hill Racers. Not to mention, the entire competition would be recorded and uploaded online, not just for the villagers but for the entire Land of Fire to see. As for honor and glory, Kakuzu couldn't care less. He was in it for the million. It better be, as you say. You'll have worked for nothing this month, Dave said dryly, hanging up. Moments latte. Dave found himself at a loss as he stared at the person who arrived, Uchiha Kagami. You gotta be kidding. You're the so-called professional commentator Kakuzu splurged on. Dave eyed the freshly discharged Kagami, his skepticism obvious. Of course. Let me tell you, I'm the chief examiner for next month's Chunin exams. Being an examiner and a commentator, aren't they pretty much the same thing? I am definitely up to the task. Kakuzu's manager personally paid me a top-tier 648 Ryo from the Shinobi Alliance for this gig, Uchiha Kagami declared with unshakable confidence. I'll trust you for now, Dave muttered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. After a thorough equipment check. Hello everyone. I am your commentator for the Konoha Hill Racer Tournament, Dave Senju, a man of grace and charm, dashing and elegant, tall and mighty, with a face like polished jade, wit to rival Shikomaru, poised to spare, and a mind sharper than the rest. I'll be bringing you all the action today, Dave announced with a flourish. Hello everyone, and this is my co-commentator for today, the infamous Uchiha Scary Mess Kagami. If you know the name, you know. He's trouble. Uchiha Kagami is here for a special guest appearance. Dave cut in, shutting down Kagami's attempt at a flashy introduction. This event is proudly sponsored by the Konoha Love Your Kidneys Corporation, including Love Your Kidneys Internet Cafe, Bar, Driving School, and Fashion. The champion will receive a cash prize of 1 million Ryo, the title of Konoha Hill Racer King, and a custom car design just for them. Their victory will also be featured atop the Konoha Forum for a full 7 days. Dave continued his introduction. Now, let's turn our attention to the competitors, Dave signaled, and the camera panned over to the racers. The first contestant, the first Hokage himself, the god of the ninja world who single-handedly ended the Warring States era, Hashirama Senju. This is his first time in the competition, and Hashirama-sama looks absolutely brimming with confidence. Let's see if he can dazzle us with a spectacular performance today, Dave narrated, watching as a figure stepped calmly off the vehicle at the starting line. Hashirama beamed at the camera, waving enthusiastically again and again. Ah, Hashirama-sama, 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 you can do it. The villagers gathered at the finish line erupted in excited cheers, their voices ringing out with delight. The second contestant, clan head of the Uchiha and the man who ended the Warring States alongside the first Hokage, the Shura of the ninja world, Madara Uchiha. It's also Madara's first race, but he appears completely unfazed, as if victory is already in his grasp. Let's look forward to what kind of spectacular moments he'll deliver this time. Dave continued his introduction. Madara stepped off his vehicle at a leisurely pace, removed his sunglasses, and shot the camera a sidelong glance, his lips curling into a disdainful smirk before slipping the shades back on. Go, clan head. Victory is yours. Compared to Hashirama's raucous supporters, Madara's cheers were a bit subdued, mostly coming from fellow Uchiha. Since it was a car race, many of the village women weren't interested and hadn't come out. Otherwise, Madara's support would certainly have been much louder. The third contestant, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. The fourth contestant, the Uchiha clan's very own heartthrob, Izuna Uchiha. The fifth contestant, the infamous blackface collector, Kakuzu. I bet just the mention of his name made quite a few merchants in attendance shudder. Truly a man whose reputation precedes him. And then there were 5 other minor contestants. Well, we got 5 minutes left until the race begins. Contestants, please check your vehicles and prepare yourselves. Also, remember, the use of ninjutsu is strictly forbidden during the race. At the starting line, Madara, the title of king of the Konoha Mountain Racetrack, is as good as mine, Hashirama declared confidently, stepping right up to Madara. You couldn't even beat me in the test runs. You sure you're going to win this time? Madara replied, sliding off his sunglasses with one hand, his face radiating scorn. Ha. Who was it again who had to retake the driving test over 30 times before passing? Hashirama laughed heartily. Hashirama. Madara. What's going on? Something's happening at the starting line. What? Hashirama and Madara are fighting? Someone stop those two. Dave's voice was filled with bewilderment as he received word from the starting line. How did these two end up fighting right before the race? Handsome guy from the Uchiha clan, you'd better go home and find yourself a match. This place isn't for you. Once the race starts, if you end up bumping into things or people, you might just break a lot of girls' hearts. At this moment, Tobarama also rolled down the car window, glanced at Izuna beside him, and sneered. Senju Tobarama, are you looking for trouble? Izuna was already annoyed by the commentator's remarks, and now this guy had to come over and mock him? Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobarama. What? Izuna and Tobarama are fighting again? Unbelievable. Somebody stop these two. No, stop all four of them. Dave put down the phone, his face full of helplessness. Let them fight, let them fight. The more chaos, the better. Then the first place will be mine. Kakuzu watched the four quarreling, his eyes glimmering with a ghostly green light as he rubbed his hands together. He looked like he was itching to jump in and give the situation a few more kicks, just to make things even messier. Stop. Please stop. The nearby staff were utterly miserable. Who among these four could he possibly restrain? The chairman wanted him to stop all four. Was this a joke? That white-haired guy dashed around like a mouse on the loose. He couldn't even catch a glimpse, let alone talk sense into him. Wait, that white-haired guy was probably the second Hokage. Ahem, I didn't say anything. Chairman, sir, I can't hold back those four. With no other choice, the staff member called Dave to report the situation. Fine. Hand the phone to Kakuzu, Dave replied, resigned. Manager Kakuzu, the chairman's on the line. The staff member quickly handed over the phone. What is it, kid? I need you to stop those four. The race hasn't even started and they're already brawling. How are we supposed to hold a competition at this rate? Dave said, his headache obvious. Are you sure I can even stop them? Kakuzu sneered. Whether he was willing or not was one thing, but could he even do it? Stop them, 100,000. You got it, boss. Kakuzu hung up and stuffed the phone into his jacket. Manager. That was my phone, the staff member swallowed nervously. Confiscated. Go ask the chairman for compensation. Kakuzu gave him a cool sideways glance. The staff member left in misery, full of grievance. As expected from the manager. So unfair. I'm going to report him to the company. You four amateurs, knock it off. Kakuzu clasped his hands behind his back and strode over to the group, his presence oozing authority as he barked at them. The four slowly turned to look at Kakuzu puzzled. I'm your driving instructor, Kakuzu. For hopeless rookies. One of you flunked the written test 18 times, another failed the second test 35 times, the third took the third test 32 times, and the last one stumbled through the fourth test 16 times. Just give up. You're no match for me. Go home, wash up, and get some sleep. Kakuzu's face remained calm, but inside he was panicking. 100,000 Rio. 100,000 Rio. All this just for 100,000 Rio? At that thought, Kakuzu's eyes grew resolute. A moment later, the four brushed the dust off themselves and returned to their cars. On the ground lay a tangled heap of thread. Work injury, work injury. I have to get reimbursed. Even as consciousness faded, Kakuzu was still worrying about his compensation. There's been an unexpected incident on the field. Contestant number 5, Kakuzu, has unfortunately collapsed from heat stroke due to the weather and lost his eligibility for this round. Once again, Dave reminds everyone watching to remember sun protection and take care of yourselves out there, Dave reported. The last 10 seconds before the race starts, Dave shouted. A deep hum of engines rumbled from the starting line. Hashirama, I'll see you at the finish line. Madara rolled down his window, shooting Hashirama a scornful smirk from behind his sunglasses, before rolling it back up. Damn it, Madara's showing off again. 3, 2, 1, go. They're off. Oh, what a start. In the lead is contestant number 2, Uchiha Madara. Right on his tail is the second Hokage himself, Tobarama. Senju, truly worthy of his title. Can Uchiha Madara keep this lead and leave the rest in the dust? Let's wait and see. Dave exclaimed. Not bad, but it looks like contestant number 1, Hashirama Senju, is still holding back. Madara won't be able to keep the lead for long, chimed to the commentator, Kagami, who joined in as a guest. Speed in the corners, that's what matters. Straightaways don't mean a thing right now. Hey, here comes the first turn. See, I told you Madara wouldn't last. There he goes, dropping from first to third. That's just embarrassing. Dave stared in disbelief as Kagami, caught up in the moment, kept running his mouth. Look, the second corner's coming up. Oh. Hashirama Senju just pulled off a perfect drift. Tobarama's right behind him. And TSK, Madara is overtaken by contestant number 4, Izuna Uchiha. Hearing the commentary blaring from his phone, Madara's temple throbbed with frustration. Just say less, will you? You just got out of the hospital. Dave hurriedly tried to cover Kagami's mouth. What's the problem? I'm here to commentate, and the villagers want the truth. What am I doing wrong? Kagami shrugged off Dave's hand, clearly annoyed. Let's break down the situation on the track. Right now, Hashirama Senju is holding a solid first place. Tobarama Senju is in second, and Izuna Uchiha is in third. But with how quickly things can change out there, who knows? Maybe someone will overtake the others on the next curve. As for fourth place, forget it. That one can't even handle drifting. Dave stared blankly at the monitor. Well, if you're set on getting yourself killed, there's nothing I can do to stop you. Pathetic. Truly pathetic. Such a perfect opportunity to overtake. and even Madara Uchiha can't make the most of it? What else can he do, really? Is Madara Uchiha about to pass Izuna Uchiha up ahead? Is he? Nope, still didn't make it. Useless, absolutely useless. We're almost at the finish line. Wait a second. Why are second and third suddenly slowing down? Madara Uchiha's moved up to second. Unbelievable. So that's what's going on? An inside job. Shameless. For more than 10 minutes, Dave just watched as Kagami teetered on the edge of disaster, back and forth. As for why Izuna Uchiha and Tobirama Senju slowed down, they must have realized something. Uncle Madara, are you still okay in there? Dave patched through to Madara's car on the emergency line. All he got in response was the sound of heavy, labored breathing. Dave fell silent, and just as they were about to cross the finish line, Hashirama was still in first, with Madara right behind in second. The commentator's booth was a temporary setup right next to the finish line. Dave peered out the window toward the finish. Through Madara's windshield, Dave could see two eerie red glimmers in the dark. A chill ran down Dave's spine. His instincts told him something was very wrong. He slipped out of the commentary booth before anyone else. Oh, he's crossed the line. Hashirama Senju is across. The king of Konoha Mountain Racing claims victory. Madara Uchiha never would have guessed that, even after shelling out. For an inside deal, he'd still come up short. Wait a sec, Madara Uchiha isn't slowing down. Kagami Uchiha kept commentating, blissfully unaware that he was now alone in the room. Having crossed the line, Hashirama gradually slowed his car, rolled down the window, and craned his head out, ready with a few taunts for Madara. But then Hashirama realized Madara hadn't slowed down at all after finishing. And before Hashirama could react, Madara's car was already right on his tail, flooring the gas and ramming Hashirama's car straight toward the commentary booth. The next day, 3 people lay in hospital beds. Konoha Hospital. What? The company won't cover my expenses? Pack my things now. I'm getting out of here. With a face as dark as thunder, he lay on the bed, staring at the bill the nurse had just handed him, and let out an angry roar. No, even though your body structure is different from normal people in your current state, it's basically like you've suffered multiple fractures all over. How can you be discharged looking like this? The nurse tried to persuade him helplessly. No one is getting a single coin from me. Just look at these charges. 1,000 silver taels per day for a hospital stay, and 100 silver taels for single 4-back. Does this make any sense? Even robbing people isn't this profitable. This is a heartless hospital. I'm going to report you. Kakuzu's furious roar echoed through the ward, his outrage at the hospital's greed unmistakable. The nurse was left speechless. How could there be such a weirdo in the village? No matter how much Kakuzu grumbled at the nurse, or how he stubbornly clung to his money even while bundled up like a ball of bandages, his arms locked tight around his cash. Dave lay silently on the bed, one leg suspended in the air, staring up at the ceiling. Back then, he was sure he'd put hundreds of meters between himself and that guy Mirror. So why? Can you picture it? One car pushing another along, and on the windshield of the front car, someone clinging on, barreling straight toward you. On either side of Dave's bed lay Mirror and Kakuzu. As for Mirror, he was completely wrapped up, looking like a mummy. It wouldn't have been so bad just from the car crash, but after Dave got hit, he limped over and gave Mirror another good beating. That only made Mirror's already serious injuries even worse. Dave, how could you be so careless? Yume, sitting nearby, shot Dave a reproachful glance. She picked up the lovingly prepared lunchbox she'd brought and gently held it up to his mouth. I'm totally innocent here. This is all Uchiha Mirror's fault. Dave grumbled, then opened his mouth wide and took a big bite. The mummy-wrapped Mirror buzzed angrily from his bed. Just ignore him. Here, Sa. Yume shot a disgruntled glare at the troublemaker, clearly unhappy. Across from a trio. Mito, I'm really fine. Look at me. I'm perfectly all right now, aren't I? Hashirama offered Mito a wry smile. No way. Yesterday, when you came in, the doctor said you had multiple fractures. How can you just not rest? You don't take care of yourself at all, and you're almost 50, Mito replied sternly, refusing to give in. Hashirama was at a loss for words. Sure, he'd been covered in fractures yesterday, but after a good night's sleep, he'd woken up completely healed. Yet Mito was still making a fuss and refusing to let him leave the hospital. He just needs to rest, right? Why am I stuck here too? Madara, lying in the bed next to him, complained in annoyance. He was the one driving the car, and he didn't have a scratch on him. Yet Mito had dragged him here by force as well. You're here because Izuna asked me to bring you. He's still working at the Hokage's office and is worried about you, Mito explained. Madara could only sigh helplessly. After all, he had to listen to his little brother. After checking on Dave's condition and seeing that Hashirama, Madara, and Dave were all doing fine, Mito decided to take her leave. Today was the big square dancing contest against the Inuzuka clan, and they were tough opponents. Mito had to hurry back and prepare. Why are the Inuzuka such strong rivals? Well, when they dance, all those dogs around them start swaying along like crazy. Those pups have earned the Inuzuka clan quite a few extra points. Rumor had it that the clan leader's wife was joining the competition this time. Her dog, they said, could spin a full 360 on one leg. A formidable adversary indeed. Mito gave herself a pep talk and strode off to practice, confidence renewed. Tsukimi kept Dave company for a while, chatting with him. She didn't really want to leave, but she had a mission to get to. Dave, feeling all right, insisted she go take care of her duties. Stop arguing already. I've covered your bill. Dave called out in exasperation, overhearing Kakuzu still bickering with the nurse. Bring me your hospital's best medical equipment, the finest medicines you have. Hire me the most expensive medical ninja, and get me 2 attendants to wait on me hand and foot, and I want a VIP suite. Kakuzu instantly switched tactics. For crying out loud, Dave's forehead throbbed as he grabbed the empty 4 bottle beside him and hurled it in Kakuzu's direction. The nurse rolled her eyes and left the room. She'd only come in to chase up payment from the patient anyway. Madara was at his wit's end. After all these years, when had he ever been stuck in a hospital bed? The sharp, pungent smell of medical alcohol was unbearable. He couldn't stand another minute. I need to get out of here. Just as he was about to climb out of bed, Madara remembered his brother. Fine. Worst case, he'd just come back when Izuna finished work. I, Madara Uchiha, am a master of strategy. 328, 329, it's time for your 4 drips, came a voice from the doorway, just as Madara swung his legs over the side of the bed. The nurse happened to catch sight of him at that very moment. Oh, are you, Lord Madara? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she addressed him. Madara was taken aback for a moment, then gave a small nod. Oh my gosh, I'm your biggest fan. I've liked every single one of your posts on the forum. Even after all these years, I still remember that pole dance you did. It's unforgettable. The young nurse practically levitated with joy. Lord Madara, could I possibly get a picture with you? She whipped out her phone, trying her best to steady her excitement. Ban, still a bit bewildered, nodded. The young nurse let out a squeal of excitement and jumped up. Without hesitation, she hurried over to Ban's side and took a selfie with him. Then, clutching her phone, she dashed away in delight. Across the room, Mirror and Dave were left staring in confusion. What about our 4 drips? At that moment, Ban was still caught in a daze when he suddenly felt an intense, burning gaze fixed on him. He slowly turned his head. Oh, it was Hashirama. Hashirama had witnessed the entire scene, and envy was practically written all over him. Why does Ban get people who want to take photos with him, but I don't? Ban's stoic expression should be intimidating and off-putting, shouldn't it? How could this be? Ugh, so unfair. After decades as close friends, Ban understood that look in Hashirama's eyes instantly. Hashirama, feeling a bit troubled, are we? Ban let out a cold chuckle, speaking slowly. His tone carried a hint of mockery, a dash of smugness, and a touch of nonchalance. Baka! Hashirama folded his arms, frustration etched across his face. Damn it, Ban really showed off this time. So annoying. The more Hashirama thought about it, the more irritated and gloomy he became. Why does Ban have admirers and I don't? Hashirama sank deep into thought. Could it be that I have to use that forbidden technique from the Book of Seals? Ban, meanwhile, wasn't bothered at all. It was just a fan asking for a photo. Perfectly normal, really. He was still thinking about how to get out of here. Ban climbed down from the bed, intending to slip away through the window. Just then, the same young nurse hurried back in. She'd forgotten to start the 4 drips for those 2 patients. Awkward. And then she spotted Ban, who was just getting off the bed. Chief Ban, why are you up? Quick, lie back down. When she saw Ban out of bed, she panicked. Forget about the IVs or the other patients. They could wait. Dave, Mirror. I just need to use the restroom. Ban sighed helplessly. But you can't walk there yourself. Wait, I'll get you a wheelchair, the nurse said, and immediately went to fetch one for him. Soon enough, Ban was forcibly settled into the wheelchair by that earnest nurse. Silence. Aren't you leaving? Ban turned his head, looking at the nurse with a resigned expression. Well, actually, as a nurse, I really don't mind, looking after you, in every sense, while you use the restroom, the nurse stammered, cheeks flushing with embarrassment. No need. I can manage just fine on my own, Ban replied through gritted teeth, veins twitching on his forehead as he tried to suppress his irritation. Well, all right then. This is my QQ number. If you, drop your phone in the toilet. No, wait, I mean if you have an emergency in the bathroom, just message me right away. The young nurse handed Madara a small slip of paper, then covered her face in embarrassment and dashed away. Dave and Kagami stared after the nurse, completely baffled. Wait, what about my 4 drip? Madara, sitting in his wheelchair, was about to roll himself to the restroom. There should be a window there. Maybe he could escape that way. Sneaking out from here didn't seem safe anymore. He was genuinely scared of that little nurse now. Off to the side, Hashirama caught sight of this scene. His eyes flickered with mischief. Without hesitation, he got out of bed, grabbed Kagami's wheelchair, and sat in it himself, propelling himself after Madara with both hands spinning the wheels. Kagami watched in disbelief as Hashirama wheeled away with his chair, a sound of utter confusion and frustration escaping him. In the hallway, Madara pushed his wheelchair slowly toward the restroom. Just then, he heard a sound behind him and turned around in confusion. Their eyes met. You're the right person. Wait, no. What are you doing following me? The two locked eyes for a moment, saying nothing. Madara kept rolling forward, and Hashirama did the same. The atmosphere between them grew more and more tense, like a storm about to break. Then, everything erupted in an instant. Their hands moved as fast as lightning, spinning the wheelchair wheels with blinding speed, and they shot down the hallway like a pair of phantoms. People in the corridor felt nothing but a sudden gust of wind and a trail of tire marks streaking by. What was that? Did two giant black rats just dart past? Ha ha! Hashimama, this time you're going to lose. Madara called out, laughing loudly as he glanced back at Hashirama, the wind of the hospital corridor whipping past him. Madara, don't get cocky. Let me show you what it means to be the king of the Konoha mountain racers. Aya! Veins bulged on Hashirama's forehead, where his hands had been a blur before. Now, they were practically invisible. At the corner where the hallway met the stairs, Hashirama channeled chakra into his hands, lifted himself up, and then slammed back. Down, sending both himself and the wheelchair airborne. Balanced on a single wheel atop the stair railing, he hurtled down the steps. Madara saw this and cursed under his breath. He was not about to be outdone. He gripped the wheelchair's handles, braced one hand on the stair rail, and with a burst of strength, launched himself straight down to the first floor, chair and all. On the first floor of the hospital, both of them landed at the same time, catching their breath and exchanging a look. Excuse me, you just called to report something supernatural happening here? Could you tell us more about what you saw? Two Uchiha clan police officers had arrived, responding to the hospital's report and ready to investigate. Just a moment ago, the two wheelchairs and then this chaos. And then, in a flash, oh my, what did those two? The Uchiha police officer was utterly speechless. On the streets of Konoha, two whirlwinds shot through the busy roads. Ha ha ha, Madara, I'm about to win. Hashirama laughed heartily, glancing back at Madara, who was now only a meter behind him. Madara drew a deep breath, then chakra began to glow softly over his hands. With a sudden burst of speed, a cloud of dust shot up, leaving Hashirama coughing and sputtering. You cheater! Madara, using chakra as an advantage. How shameless! Hashirama roared in outrage, his voice echoing along the street. Shameless! Without hesitation, he summoned his own chakra to keep pace right behind Madara. The two of them raced from the northern edge of the village all the way to the south. No one on Konoha's bustling streets could make sense of it. What on earth was happening? How did 4 tire tracks appear right down the main road? They were almost at the village gates now. Hashirama stared at Madara's back, feeling a surge of anxiety. I can't hold back anymore. Would release. Would human technique. Still seated in his wheelchair, Hashirama slapped his hands together. Instantly, a massive wooden giant erupted from the ground, scooping up both Hashirama and his wheelchair and placing them atop its head. With Hashirama in tow, the giant charged forward. Susanoo. Madara's cold sneer flickered across his face, and a blue glow began to shimmer around his wheelchair. The second form of Susanoo. 2 towering giants, each carrying a man in a wheelchair atop its head, thundered toward the gates of Konoha. The Chunin on gate duty was dumbstruck by the sight. This should he throw a kunai or something, just to show he tried to stop them? The two barreled right through the village gate, barely slowing down. The gate guard looked helplessly at the shattered remains of the entrance, at a complete loss. Surely this wasn't his fault. There was no way he could have stopped them. And so, the two of them circled the land of fire hundreds of times, racing for an entire day. It soon turned into a contest of who could outlast the other's chakra. By the end, both were nearly drained. They exchanged a glance and silently agreed to tone it down a little. Wood release, wooden wheelchair, armored wheelchair, Madaraya, Hashirama. The next morning, Dave stared at the 2 figures lying in the hospital beds opposite him, both wrapped head to toe in bandages. What on earth had those 2 been up to yesterday? They'd been perfectly fine the day before, lively as ever. But now, after just one night's sleep, both of them were mummified? Hashirama, Madaraya. Even swaddled up like that, the 2 still managed to shout each other's names. A week later, Dave, Hiruzen, Danzo, and Tobarama stood at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, ready to welcome the leaders of the other 4 shinobi villages. This was the first time the 5 great nations had come together for the Chunin exams, and Tobarama felt the pressure. He knew that the other 4 villages had been testing the waters with the leaf recently, and this Chunin exam might very well stir up trouble. Tobarama had already made every possible preparation within the village. Originally, Kagami should have been standing here, but he was still in the hospital. So, Tobarama first thought of his beloved son. Dave, caught off guard, was left speechless. The chief examiner had initially planned for Dave to handle the welcome alone, but Dave insisted on dragging Hiruzen and Danzo along with him. Hiruzen and Danzo had no objections. In fact, they welcomed any chance to contribute to the village. Dave truly was a good friend. When it came to dedicating oneself to strengthening the village's foundation, he always made sure to include those close to him. But Dave didn't see it that way. He was just lazy. Even at death's door, he had to bring 2 others with him. When the time came, he could just toss all the responsibilities to those 2 and enjoy some peace and quiet. Before long, 2 groups slowly appeared on the horizon. Tobarama narrowed his eyes as he saw the 2 figures in the lead. It was the Kazekage and the Mizukage. Tobarama was stunned. Wasn't this just a Chunin exam? Did it really warrant both Kage showing up? This could be trouble. Maybe the preparations back in the village weren't enough. Shaman and Hozuki Jinjetsu strode steadily toward Tobarama, their faces as grim as if someone had died, leaving Tobarama more than a little confused. Had he somehow offended them? After glaring at Tobarama, the 2 turned their icy gazes toward Dave. Tobarama noticed and thought, well now, what's that look supposed to mean toward my son? He immediately moved to stand beside Dave. The 2 white-haired men, looking almost identical, folded their arms and let out a synchronized, disdainful snort. Shaman and Hozuki Jinjetsu responded with their own dismissive snort, clearly unimpressed by the 2 white-haired leaf shinobi. Danzo, please escort our guests into the village, Tobarama instructed from behind. Danzo nodded and led the 2 Kage and their entourages inside. Soon after, another figure appeared on the horizon. The Reikage, though it was the second Reikage, not the first. Like the previous 2, the Reikage shot a fierce glare at the pair of white-haired men before Hiruzen led him into the village. Dave and Tobarama were bewildered. It made some sense for the Mizukage and Kazekage to glare at them. At least they had their reasons. But what was the Reikage's problem? It was as if they owed him millions. Why the hostile look? Go ahead, glare at us again. I dare you. If you keep it up, I'll unleash Kakuzu on your land of lightning. And within a week, your country will be in a full-blown financial crisis. And if I send Jima over as well, the land of lightning would go bankrupt on the spot. The last to arrive was the Tsuchikage, still the first, Ishikawa, but he walked with a trembling gait, barely holding on. It seemed clear he wouldn't be able to keep going for much longer. At this point, among the 5 great shinobi villages, only the Land of Earth was still led by its first Kage. Ishikawa's disciple Wu was by his side, supporting him as he walked. The Land of Wind's Redo had already died. Hakorn of the Land of Water had also passed away, and the first Reikage from the Land of Lightning had retired, leaving state affairs behind to enjoy time at home playing with his grandchildren. Old man still alive? Dave grinned as he looked over at Ishikawa. Brat! Ishikawa glared at the familiar white-haired boy, veins bulging on his forehead. Hey kid, where are your manners? Wu frowned, turning to Dave. Hey, syphilis man, you're still here? I was actually planning to head to the Land of Earth for your funeral feast when you finally kicked the bucket. Dave replied with a mischievous smile. Wu fell silent. There was no point arguing with this boy. Trying to talk to him would only make your blood pressure spike. Come in then. You're the last to arrive, Tobarama said coldly, glancing at Ishikawa. With a disgruntled huff, Ishikawa led his group to follow Tobarama into the village. Inside the AI Shinin, the 5 Kage gathered in the suite reserved for Kage-level guests. Tobarama looked at the 4 other Kage in front of him, momentarily at a loss. What was this about? Couldn't these 4 just rest for a while? It was just a Chunin exam. Did they all really have to come in person? Hokage, is it possible for us to return the tailed beasts? The second Kazekage was the first to speak. Tobarama's face slowly formed a question mark. Yes, the other 3 Kage nodded in agreement. Originally, they only knew Konoha possessed tailed beasts, so in order to balance power between their villages, they all wanted tailed beasts of their own as a counterweight. But the fact that Dave was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had never gotten out. Tobarama had protected Dave well, and the other 4 villages had always assumed Konoha had simply tamed the beast. Over the years, the monks of the Land of Wind had even tried to research whether it was possible to seal a tailed beast inside a human. The result? Every single test subject died. The monks eventually abandoned this line of research, concluding that Konoha must have simply domesticated the Nine Tails. Well, the Nine Tails was domesticated, yes, morally domesticated, with the utmost morality. The four villages had tried everything, but the tailed beasts refused to cooperate. We were just fine before, playing together, and suddenly you lot capture us and expect us to work for you? Keep dreaming. Did they consider using force to tame them? They tried, but the outcome was that the villages suffered significant losses. To tame a tailed beast, you'd have to let it out, right? But with the kind of destructive power a tailed beast has, even if it's far away, the village could still get caught in the crossfire. And in the end, it's just not worth the trouble. The first Reikage tried to subdue the Eight Tails by wrestling it for 2 whole years. Well, it didn't help at all. In fact, it only made the old wounds from the Warring States period worse. So, the leaders of the 4 great shinobi villages realized that these tailed beasts, what's the point of them, really? Balance of power? What a joke. With Hashirama and Madara, those 2 monsters still in Konoha, whether you have a tailed beast or not. Does it really matter, does it? Even if they had tailed beasts, so what? Those 8-tailed beasts would be like toddlers in front of those 2 freaks, wouldn't they? They spent a fortune, only to bring trouble on themselves. That's why, for this Chunin exam, all 4 Kage showed up in person. They want to return the goods. Konoha, you have no sense of decency. Sorry, no returns, Tobirama said with a cold, slow sneer. Outrageous. The 4 Kage slammed the table in unison, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense, like swords drawn and bows bent. All right, we'll take the beast back. No need to get worked up. Let's talk this out calmly. Dave quickly stood up and tried to smooth things over. Humph, the 4 Kage snorted, finally sitting back down with a hint of satisfaction. We can take them back, but not at the original price, Dave said slowly. Tobirama kept silent for the moment. He trusted his beloved son unconditionally. Whatever his boy decided must be for a good reason. Outrageous. The 4 Kage slammed the table again. How about this? Don't get upset. If you want to talk about refunds, you can discuss it with our chief financial officer. Kakuzu, we need you over at the Love Kidney Hotel for a moment. What's going on? Someone wants a refund, and they're asking for the full original price. I'll be there right away. Soon enough. Kakuzu strode in carrying a massive sword. Who's demanding a full refund? Kakuzu's eyes glowed with a ghostly green light, his entire presence exuding an intimidating aura. In there, the other 4 village leaders. They want to return the tailed beasts, Dave said, pointing to the 4 Kage behind him. This doesn't seem like my problem, does it? Isn't this your village's business? Kakuzu paused, confused. Well, you see, our company is Konoha's biggest taxpayer. When we sold those tailed beasts, each cost 30 billion ryo. 8 of them, a full refund would mean 240 billion ryo. The village definitely doesn't have that kind of money on hand. They'll have to take out a loan from us, and of course we'd approve it. Now imagine that kind of financial hole on the company's books. That's bound to affect your dividends this year and this quarter, right? Dave explained, skillfully spinning his story. Bastards. In an instant, Kakuzu erupted with an overwhelming aura, a pillar of energy radiating from him. For the first time, Dave felt that Kakuzu's presence was on par with Madara and Hashirama. Damn it, you dare mess with my dividends? Are you tired of living? With that, Dave and the others prepared to leave the room, planning to leave Kakuzu by himself. They waited just outside the door for the outcome. Look at this one tail. Does it even resemble a tailed beast anymore? The way you've tormented it, there's barely a tail left, and now you want a full refund at the original price. The one tail has always had just one tail. And this 8 tails, look at it, it's hideous now. Just look at what you've done to it over the years. And you still have a nerve to demand a full refund. That's just how it's always looked. After waiting a while with no result, Dave and Tobirama went downstairs to enjoy a bit of afternoon tea. When they returned, Kakuzu strode out of the room, full of energy, straightening his collar with a flamboyant flourish. How did it go? Dave asked. 1 million silver taels per tailed beast. Kakuzu replied slowly. Damn, bro, you're incredible. Dave immediately gave him a thumbs up. You managed to slash the price from 3 billion down to 1 million. Now that's more devastating than a shattered bone. You probably broke it down to atoms. The main thing is, all 4 Kage passed out. Otherwise, I could have kept negotiating, Kakuzu said coolly, taking a light sip of tea from a nearby waiter. Dave was momentarily stunned. He glanced into the room. The 4 Kage were slumped over the table, foaming at the mouth. What on earth did you do to them? Crap. Hurry up and get them to the hospital. I Konoha Hospital. The 4 Kage lay on hospital beds, staring across at Hashirama and Madara. Haha, Ishikawa, what brings you here? Hashirama greeted Ishikawa, one of the few faces he recognized. Nothing. Just got hurt. Ishikawa replied, still a bit dazed and out of sorts. The room fell into an awkward silence. Madara and Hashirama, unfazed, exchanged glances, picked up their phones, and resumed a game of Gamoku. Meanwhile, the four Kage's minds began to whir with schemes. Madara and Hashirama, have they finally ended up in a hospital? If that's the case, each of the four Kage harbored their own secret thoughts. Elsewhere, Dave was wandering around the village with Mu. Izuna accompanied the Reikage guard. Killer Bee didn't come this time. Dave had asked the Reikage earlier. Apparently, Bee was off getting married. The guy looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, but he was only in his 30s. Hiruzen was with the Mizukage's guard, the young man who'd appeared at the Five Kage summit. Danzo was with the Kazekage's guard, a face Dave didn't recognize, just another extra. Izuna took the Reikage's guards to the hot springs, while Hiruzen went along with the Mizukage's retinue. As for Danzo and that man just sat in the hotel, staring at each other in silence. Hey, syphilis guy, what exactly do you want to do in this village? Dave glanced at Mu beside him, asking slowly. How should I know? Aren't you supposed to be my guide? Mu replied irritably. All right, I'll just take you to an internet cafe. Dave sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He knew this would turn into a hassle. Inside the internet cafe. What is this thing? Mu stared blankly at the computer in front of him, utterly bewildered. Had Konoha developed this far already? Damn it. You idiot Mu, what are you doing? Bleep asterisk, you, bleep asterisk. I'm going to bleep asterisk, my whole, bleep asterisk. Mu listened to the curses coming from the other player, feeling a bit out of sorts. Was this guy yelling at him? Come on, let me show you. Dave shook his head, thinking country bumpkin. Mu caught the look of disdain in Dave's eyes, and a vein throbbed on his forehead. Kid, why am I in this game too? Mu pointed at himself in the Ninja World Alliance roster, looking even more confused. So what? Don't need to ask your permission to use your likeness? With a face like yours, wrapped up like a mummy, who's going to care about your image rights? Even Black Zetsu would be speechless. Just play a couple rounds and you'll get it, Dave sneered. What do you mean by that, kid? Mu shouted in annoyance. Nothing, syphilis guy. Just play, you'll see. A little while later. Which bastard designed this damned, useless hero? Senju Dave. I swear I'll skin him alive. Mu roared at the computer screen, fuming as his in-game character died to a computer-controlled explosion. Shut up, noob. What kind of play is that? 0 kills, 8 deaths, 1 assist. Mu, you're hopeless. If you can't do it, just buy a support item and go babysit. The marksman in the bottom lane. Even supports are doing more damage than you now. Dave grumbled, having been dragged down the whole match by Mu's incompetence. Bullshit. Senju Dave is supposed to be a top lane hero. What's he doing in mid? That other Dave must have something seriously wrong with his head. Mu snapped back. You're the one with something wrong. Can't you pay attention? The enemy Wukong has already destroyed your top lane, and you just keep marching right back into it. You idiot. After that, the two of them spent the whole afternoon civilly communicating and gaming civilly at the internet cafe. When night fell, Mu walked out of the cafe, still a bit reluctant to leave. This computer thing was actually pretty fun. Why didn't Iwagakure have anything like this? Sigh, I'll have to talk to the boss when I get back. Our village needs to keep up with the times. So what now? Mu turned to Dave, asking. No idea. Want me to show you the red light district? Dave stretched lazily, teasing him. You little brat. Wu froze for a moment, his face flushing red beneath the bandages, before he burst out cursing loudly. Screw you, are you out of your mind? You're the crazy one. Damn it. I've put up with you all day. Do you even realize that? Ah. Well, I've been holding back with you all day too. You punk. Bring on. What style? Corn cannon. Dust style. Detachment of the primitive world technique. STD guy. You rotten brat. That night, as the villagers took their evening stroll, they gazed up to see fireworks blooming above the village. You too. Tobirama's veins bulged on his forehead as he stared at his beloved son and the utterly unimpressed Wu standing before him. A third of the village had been wiped out, but thankfully there were no casualties. Before the fight, Dave had used his with style to evacuate everyone else, so only some land and shops were destroyed. Wu, this time your Wagakure is paying for the damages, Tobirama said coldly, turning to Wu. And why should we? Wu shot back, clearly irritated. It wasn't like he was the only one responsible. Why should the burden fall on him? Oh, you wanna know why? Just that one dust-style move of yours. Do you have any idea how many shops and how much land you destroyed? Tobirama slammed the table and roared. I couldn't care less about that. Wu sneered, laughing coldly. All right, if you don't care, someone else will. Dave, go fetch Kakuzu for me. Tell him to get the Tsuchikage to pay up. Tobirama nodded, as if to say, fine, let's see what you do now. Okay, Dave replied with a wry smile, helplessly. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the Tsuchikage was lying comfortably in bed, just about to drift off to sleep, when suddenly someone popped up right in front of him. The Hokage, an old man in his 60s, was so startled he leapt out of bed in a flash. "You? Why are you here again?" Not only the Hokage, but the other three Kage, upon seeing who had arrived, also sprang up from their beds, faces tense with alarm. "This has nothing to do with you three," Kakuzu said coolly, casting a brief glance at the startled trio before letting out a cold chuckle. The three Kage finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he's not here for us, that's all that matters. We really are broke. Ishikawa swallowed hard. If he's not here for the other three, then it's got to be about me. No way. I already refunded a whole-tailed beast for $1 million. Is he here to haggle some more? If I really can't pay, maybe I'll just put on credit. Please, just let me off the hook. I just want a few more good years. Your disciple Wu got into a fight in the village and caused massive destruction to a tenth of Konoha. Since he won't pay for the damages, I've come to you instead, Kakuzu said calmly, fixing his gaze on Ishikawa. That wretched, ungrateful brat. Ishikawa cursed at the top of his lungs. Damn it. Did you not see what kind of monster that was just now? And you still dared to stir up trouble in someone else's village? That black mask collector isn't here to play games with you. Well, now the village is going to bleed money again. All right, let's discuss how much you'll have to compensate. Your disciple's dust release destroyed a total of 1,789 square meters. The most valuable spot was the AI Shan Internet Cafe. There were 100 computers inside, each worth 300,000 taels. Never mind, I'll just give you the total. I've done the math. You owe 20 billion silver taels in compensation. Kakuzu pulled out his calculator and notebook, sitting next to Ishikawa, and slowly calculated as he spoke. With a splutter, Ishikawa coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Expressionless, Kakuzu raised his hand and slapped Ishikawa across the face, bringing him back to consciousness. Don't pretend to be sick. I Kakuzu want the money, Kakuzu said coolly. When he got the call earlier, he hadn't even wanted to come, but then Tobirama mentioned he'd get a 5% cut of the compensation. Now that was something. In truth, the losses were only about 5 billion silver taels, but with a 5% share. Well, 20 billion sounded just right. Ishikawa stared blankly at Kakuzu. Half an hour later. Let's go, it's getting late. I'll take you out to the bar. Dave shot a dismissive glance at Wu standing nearby. A bar? What's that? Wu asked, puzzled. Huh. What backwater did you crawl out of? Just come if I say so. Quit asking so many dumb questions. Dave retorted. Wu forced down the flare of anger inside him. No, I can't lose control again. It'll cost money if I do. Even if it's not me paying, the village will have to. I heard that Black Mask Collector is already looking for my master. Hope Master's alright. Though honestly, Master's over 60 now. Maybe it's about time anyway. The thought made Wu shake his head quickly. What an unfilial thing to think. This brat beside me must be a bad influence. Damn kid. At the bar entrance. Ah, young boss, you're here. Feeling the spirit of youth tonight. Security guards Might Wei and Might Dai stood at the door. When they spotted Dave approaching, their grins flashed as they called out. Yeah, Dave nodded helplessly. The two security guards immediately stepped aside to let Dave and Wu pass. Wu walked through the corridor and entered the main hall, where a dazzling world of lights and drinks unfolded before his eyes. Moments later, one more. Wu was up on stage, wildly swinging and dancing as the crowd roared and cheered below. Dave sat to the side, holding his drink, watching the scene unfold with a resigned expression. Everybody, let's get hyped. Wu had completely let loose, one hand pointing skyward, the other toward the ground, waving with abandon. Dave didn't feel like saying anything. He'd originally thought this guy was going to be some honest type, so thoroughly wrapped up, after all. Who could have guessed that beneath that tightly bound exterior was such a repressed, flamboyant character? So things went on like this, with Dave idly sipping his drink, watching the mindless swaying on the stage, and all seemed peaceful enough. Then, quite suddenly, in the midst of all that swaying, the bandages on the performer above split open and slowly unraveled, drifting to the ground. The hall fell into sudden silence. But the performer on stage seemed oblivious, still wildly dancing. The only sounds left in the hall being the pounding beat of the DJ's electronic music and the frantic movements on stage. A piercing scream, clearly a woman's, rang out from somewhere, and as if a fuse had been lit, chaos erupted. Everyone began shouting and scrambling to escape the hall in a panic. The DJ's music was still blasting, and the performer was still on stage, completely lost in his own world, twirling and gyrating to the relentless rhythm. Dave just stared, utterly dumbfounded, at the now completely naked performer. Should he call the police? What happened next hit Dave like a bolt of lightning. The performer glanced down at the bandages on the floor, and instead of realizing they'd come from his own body, he picked them up, wrapped them around his hands, and started spinning and leaping like a butterfly in flight. The sight, the sheer absurdity of it, was more than Dave could take. He charged up and kicked the guy off the stage. "What, you think you're trying out for the gymnastics team? You little brat. What do you think you're doing?" The performer landed on the ground, roaring with rage. Sorry, I didn't get a clear look just now. I didn't expect you to. Didn't expect me to what? Tiny sesame." The performer froze for a moment, then slowly looked down at his own body. You little bastard. I'll kill you. What the hell is wrong with you, man? You pervert. Your bandages fell off by themselves. What's that got to do with me? Dust release. Original world removal technique. Pervert. You little brat. By the time Tobarama and the Uchiha police arrived at the scene, all they found was a hall reduced to rubble, and a naked man cradling a laser cannon. The Uchiha police took the naked man back for ideological re-education that lasted all night. Since he wasn't from Konoha, there wasn't much else they could do to him. Fortunately, Dave didn't even have to worry about alienating the crowd this time. Everyone scattered the moment they saw the naked guy anyway. Hospital, late at night. Ishikawa tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Coming to Konoha hadn't just failed to return the tailed beast at its original price. He'd actually lost 2 billion more, plunging the already struggling Hidden Stone village into even deeper hardship. Just then, Ishikawa rolled over. Damn! Ishikawa stared at the pair of eerie green lights by his face and sprang up with a shout. A moment later, Ishikawa suffered a heart attack and was rushed into the emergency room by the doctors. The next day finally arrived, the day of the Chunin exams. Except for the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, who was still in the hospital's emergency room, everyone else had come to the exam site, with a substitute standing in for him. At Kagami's house, today was the first test, the written exam, overseen by Hiruzen. Dave and Danzo weren't involved. They had agreed to meet with Kagami, just released from the hospital, and came to his house to get online together. They had originally planned to go to an internet cafe, but while the internet cafe was still under reconstruction, the three of them launched a game of Shinobi Alliance, each sitting in a row. Why buy Babu? Help me steal, help me steal. Point Farming Beast. Help Dave steal, or I'll throw the match. Veins bulged on the foreheads of Danzo, Dave, and Kagami. Who the heck was this clown? Why buy Babu? Are you from Konoha? Point Farming Beast. What, you got a problem with that? Why buy Babu? No, you just seem pretty cocky. Point Farming Beast. I'll let you in on a secret. I'm a Leaf Village Genin, about to take the Chunin exams and become a proud Konoha Chunin. Kagami, now going by Kagami Wants Peace, having finally realized a name change was in order and updated his username just before logging in the Chunin exams? Aren't those today? Point Farming Beast. The Chunin exams are tomorrow, aren't they? All for Konoha. They're today. Point Farming Beast has left the game. I am the one you love. This guy's clueless. Didn't even know the Chunin exams were today. I am the one you love. Crap, the Chunin exams are today. I am the one you love has left the game. Great, out of the 5-person team, 2 just bailed. Once the game started, Dave and the others realized it seemed like the enemy only had 2 active players as well, with the other 3 just idling. At that, Dave and Danzo exchanged a knowing smile. Now this was more like it. During the Chunin exams, the proctor, Black Zetsu, held a little notebook. XXXX. These 2 didn't show up? Black Zetsu called out to the class. Then cancel their exam qualification, he said to Hiruzen, who stood beside him. All right, I'll go explain the situation to Lord Hokage. Hiruzen replied with a nod. With a few flickers of body flicker technique, he arrived at the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, for the Chunin exams, there are a total of 14 people who didn't show up, Hiruzen reported to Tobarama, handing over the paperwork. 14 people? You shinobi from the 4 great villages really can't be relied on, can you? Tobarama shot a cold, mocking glance at the 4 representatives nearby. Lord Hokage. Among these 14 people, 13 are from our own village. And there's 1 from the Hidden Mist village. Last night, he went out drinking at a tavern and ended up with a perforated stomach. He's still in the hospital being treated. Hiruzen swallowed hard and leaned in to whisper softly into Tobarama's ear. Ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Tobarama's veins bulged on his forehead in anger. Meanwhile, the 4 people on the other side tried to stifle their laughter, covering their mouths. Lord Hokage, perhaps next time you could gather the facts before making any statements, said the mustached Hozuki Jinjutsu, barely able to contain his amusement as he spoke slowly. That's right, Lord Hokage. Sometimes it's best not to jump to conclusions so quickly. Chiyo from the sand joined in with a cold chuckle. Bring me the files on those 13 people, Tobarama said with a frosty tone, struggling to suppress his urge to pummel these troublemakers, and turned his gaze toward Hiruzen. Hiruzen promptly handed over the files on the 13 individuals to Tobarama, then returned to the examination hall to continue overseeing the situation. The other 4 Kage sat to the side, watching the exam unfold on the screen mounted on the wall, while Tobarama settled at his own desk and picked up the file of one of the 13. Konoha was now halfway into the digital age. Even the file included the person's Penguin Chat ID and mobile phone number. Tobarama opened his computer and searched for the person's Penguin account. To his surprise, the account was actually online. Well, isn't that interesting? Skipping the Chunin exams to play on the computer? Tobarama sent a friend request. The person accepted almost instantly, so Tobarama wasted no time in opening the person's virtual farm. Well, half-grown watermelons. Just 2 weeks from harvest. Without hesitation, he took them all. Let that be your punishment for skipping the Chunin exams. A message soon popped up. Misty Dusk, are you out of your mind? You at me just to steal my crops? It didn't take long for the person to message Tobarama directly. Swift God of the shinobi world, today is the Chunin exams. You're a genin from Konoha and even signed up for it. Why aren't you here? Misty Dusk, why do you care? Not even a Hokage can boss me around. Who even are you? Anger surged through Tobarama, the veins on his forehead twitching. In a fit of rage, he slammed his hand on the desk with a loud thud, leaving a hand-shaped dent in the wood. The other 4 Kage jumped at the sound. What's with this guy and his desk slamming? Hello, security force? Arrest this person for me, immediately, at once. Address, XX Street, number XX. Tobarama didn't bother with any further nonsense, grabbing the Hokage's special phone and dialing the Uchiha Police Department. Yes, Lord Hokage, came the prompt reply before the line went dead. Tobarama promptly blocked the person, then reached for the next file. Another search on Penguin. Well, you know, this one's online too. Tobarama added this person as a friend, then went straight into their farm. When Tobarama saw the other's empty plot, he paused for a moment, and an uneasy feeling crept over him. He hurried back to his own farm, staring at his now bare field. Dear farmer, your friend, Konoha crop grower, the person you just added, stole 300 stalks of your wheat while you were away. In all his years of vegetable pilfering, this was Tobarama's first time being robbed. Izuna, come here for a second. Tobarama called Izuna in, his face expressionless. I need you to hold down the fort for me. I have something to take care of, Tobarama said, and with a flash of flying thunder god, he disappeared, leaving Izuna completely bewildered. In a house on a street somewhere in Konoha? Someone actually dumb enough to add me? Whoa, he's got a lot of crops too. What an idiot. Knock knock. Who is it? Maintenance crew for the electrical system. Didn't you guys just fix it last week? What's up? When it was all over, Tobarama brushed off his hands and turned to leave. A while later, medical staff from the hospital arrived to take away the man lying on the ground covered in blood. As dusk fell, the exams ended. Because of Wu, both the internet cafe and bar were gone, still under reconstruction. The honest village folk, one and all, muttered complaints behind his back at the jerk who deprived them of their daily entertainment. Wu was miserable too. He realized he'd actually grown fond of those places. Now, with no dancing at night, no computer play on, what a drag. Konoha Hospital, in a private ward. What should we do? Tobarama asked, looking gravely at the 8 scrolls laid out on the bed. All 8-tailed beasts have returned to Konoha, Hashirama mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Everyone glanced at Hashirama, puzzled. Did he actually have a plan this time? Heavy breathing. You idiot. Tobarama's veins bulged on his forehead as he gave Hashirama a hard knock, jolting the freshly asleep Hashirama awake. The room filled with sighs and mutters. They had thought maybe Hashirama had changed. Looks like we were too naive. We're still young. So maybe I could seal them inside myself again. Dave glanced around at the others, testing the waters. Everyone paused, taken aback. A short while later, inside the seal space within Dave, the 9-tailed beasts eyed each other in astonishment. How about we split into 2 tables for a game? Dave eyed the 8 new-tailed beasts before him, swallowing hard. He'd really run his mouth this time, with the 9 tails and Black Zetsu causing enough trouble in his body. Now there were another 8-tailed beasts. Kid, who are you? Matatabi, the 2 tails, was the first to speak. Well, now this is a story worth telling. I'm the most handsome in the Hidden Leaf Village, the richest, the strongest, Kokio Retsudo. Dave started counting off his achievements on his fingers, one by one. All right, enough. Kid, are you playing games with us? The 4 tails, Son Goku, quickly interrupted this chatterbox. Do you guys want to play with me? Kurama always has a great time with me. Dave nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Sure, kid. If you let us out, we'll play with you. Chome, the seven-tails, flapped his wings and asked with a sly tone. Ah, don't take him for a fool, Chome. Watch out, or he'll have you played so hard there won't be a speck of you left. Kurama, the nine-tails, let out a slow, mocking laugh while sprawled out on the ground of the sealed space. You little brat, let me out of here right now, or I'll tear you apart. Shikaku, the one-tail, was particularly irritable, his voice echoing with rage. Ah, you stinky tanuki, you're here too? Kurama lifted his head slowly at the sound, his face full of cold amusement and schadenfreude. Damn you, nine-tails, you're here too? What's your game? I'll kill you. Shikaku roared furiously, sand beginning to swirl ominously around his hands. Ah, think I'm afraid of you, you mangy tanuki? Kurama opened his jaws wide, gathering the ominous energy of a tailed beast bomb. Enough, enough. Please, big brothers, this sealed space can't handle you two fighting. Dave rushed over to stop the two beasts. If they really started fighting, how could he survive in here? Nine tails. Stinky tanuki. Damn it, are you two even listening to me? Wood release. Destruction mushroom. A moment later, let me lay down the rules here. The nine of you, your real bodies can't leave my sealed space, so don't even think about it, Dave said grandly, stretching out his hand and gazing at the nine-tailed beasts, all sitting obediently like well-behaved toddlers. Yes, 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 yes. All nine-tailed beasts nodded enthusiastically. Whatever you say, boss. We'll follow your lead, absolutely. Of course, I'm not some yellow-haired villain who bullies tailed beasts. You're free to use shadow clones to go out and have fun in the village. But don't disrupt the peace in the village, understood? Dave warned them sternly. Yes, 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 they all agreed in unison. But since you're living on my property, you'll have to pay a little rent each month, right? Yes, 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 they replied a little sheepishly. And just so we're clear, I'm not squeezing you or oppressing you, so don't go spreading rumors, all right? Yes, 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 they promised. A short while later, Dave exited the sealed space, nine little charms trailing behind him like accessories. Dave, are you all right? Mito wiped the cold sweat from her brow and asked with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. Really, there's nothing to be concerned about. Andy, Dave replied with a cheerful wave and a reassuring smile. Well, since everything's fine, let's all head back. Oh, Dave, have Danzo come see me later. He's in charge of the second round of the Chunin exams, and I need to discuss a few things with him. Tobarama nodded as he finished speaking, then disappeared in a flash, using the Flying Thunder God technique. After chatting for a bit, everyone started to leave. Dave, meanwhile, led the nine little-tailed beasts following him to find the mysterious uncle. At Kakuzu's house. Kakuzu had bought a house on the outskirts of Konoha, quite close to the old internet cafe and Orochimaru's lab. Word had it that this house used to belong to a villager who kept pigs here. When it came time to sell, Kakuzu made him an offer. If you're out of work, come work as a foreman with my company, several tens of thousands a month. The villager was so delighted, he practically skipped as he handed the keys to Kakuzu. So Kakuzu got himself a farmstead for free, and the guy's hiring paperwork had actually been handled by Dave. What do you want, kid? If you got something to say, spit it out. If not, get lost. Kakuzu opened the door and eyed Dave with suspicion. Oh, is that so? I was just thinking of tossing some work your way, but if you're not interested, never mind, Dave replied, his eyes glinting as he spoke slowly. Please come in. I'll make some tea for you. Right this way, boss. Kakuzu bent at the waist and ushered Dave inside with exaggerated courtesy. As for the nine little-tailed beasts trailing behind Dave, Kakuzu didn't even spare them a glance. Inside Kakuzu's house, the decor was as simple as ever. Well, so simple that the bed and sofa were all stacks of silver coins. Just the way he liked it. Oh, right. You nine, wait outside for me for a bit. Dave turned and told the little-tailed beasts. Yes, yes, yes. The nine little-tailed beasts nodded in unison, eager to comply. As the door closed, a sly giggle echoed from the room. Hearing the laughter continuing inside, the nine little-tailed beasts couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding. A moment later, Dave and Kakuzu stepped out of the room, both looking refreshed. Their eyes met. They shared a knowing smile, and then shook hands firmly. Pleasure doing business, Kakuzu said, giving the nine little-tailed beasts a lingering glance. The little-tailed beasts shuddered violently, and in a daze followed Dave back. Was showing their faces really all they were here for? They weren't sure, but seeing the look on those two's faces, why did it feel like nothing good would come of this? Having spent plenty of time with Dave and Kakuzu, the little Ninetails had a pretty good sense of what those smiles meant, but hopefully it didn't concern him. The next day, the foreman at Asen Construction received 9 sets of building designs and template plans from his supervisor. Shoha Gold Panning Shop, Matabi Cat Cafe, Isabu Aquarium, Son Goku's Flower Fruit Mountain Scenic Area, Kokuo Korean Spa, Saiken Sauna Room, Komiai Botanical Pavilion, Gyuki's Stir-Fried Squid, Karama Internet Cafe. Hey, listen, man. The gold panning shop has to be big, you hear me? Lots of sand, that's the key. Whether there's any gold or not, that doesn't matter. Got it? Just do as I say, said Shikaku. Cat Cafe. Meow meow. Sounds kinda cute. Hey, can I go look at those kittens first? Purred Matatabi. Aquarium? Gurgle, gurgle. As long as nobody messes with my nap, I'm fine with it, mumbled Isabu. What? You want me to grab this ugly stick and act like some bizarre version of Sun Wukong? I'm Sun Wukong, okay? And where did all these brainless monkeys even come from? Someone get rid of them now. Hey you, monkey, put down my banana, raged Son Goku. Boo-hoo, a steam spa. That actually sounds pretty nice. Do you think it could make me sweat? Sighed Kokuo hopefully. A sauna room, you say? Is there a chance I might melt? Saiken asked with concern. These plants are hideous. Do you have any sense of aesthetics at all? How am I supposed to spread pollen or fertilize here? Grumbled Komiai. Stir-fried squid called Gyuki. Gyuki's cooking smells amazing, so good. As the advertisement blared from the speakers, Gyuki fell into deep thought. If you're calling it the Karama Internet Cafe, then you'd better make my signature traits stand out. The whole place needs to be orange, got it? And the wood, you'd better use Hashirama. Wood for the pillars. Change all the computer themes to orange too. One more thing, delete that trash game, Ninja World Legends, from every single computer, demanded Karama. The foreman stared despairingly at the list of requests from all 9 tailed beasts. He fell on the brink of tears. These days, just earning a few measly bucks was already hard enough. Did it really have to be this tough? On the other side, Dave looked thoroughly annoyed at Wu, who had called him over for no apparent reason. Hey, STD guy, what did you bother calling me over for? Dave snapped. He'd just been getting cozy with Yume, but this idiot had someone fetch him away. I'm hungry, Wu replied flatly. That's it. Dave stared at him in disbelief. Yep, that's it. I am hungry, Wu nodded. For crying out loud, what's wrong with your brain? Do you not have hands, legs, or a mouth? You actually called me over just to feed you. Dave finally lost it. Was this guy sent by the sage of 6 paths himself just to torment him? I don't know where to eat, Wu responded, still calm and completely unfazed. Damn it. The servers are right outside, walking around. Can't you just open your mouth and ask someone? You even had someone specifically come fetch me. Couldn't you have just asked them where to eat while you were at it? Dave was about to explode. I can't. Ewa, I'm going to kill you. You can't kill me. I am the second Tsuchikage appointed by Inoki, the disciple of our teacher, and the leader for this Chunin exam. Besides, it's not like you could even kill me if you tried. Damn it. Arg. Dave roared, storming off in fury. Watching Dave leave in a fit of rage, Wu's lips curled into a wicked grin. Ha, you brat. Don't be so hasty. This is just the beginning. The past 2 days replayed vividly in Wu's mind. Just yesterday, his teacher Ishikawa was discharged from the hospital and had literally chased him from the east end of Konoha all the way to the west, fist flying. That old man really still had some fight in him. The earth-released jutsus rained down on him as if Ishikawa didn't care about his own life. Dave decided to ignore it all and hurried back home. Boss. At that moment, Dave's phone rang. He answered. Speak, Dave said, his brow furrowing as he spoke slowly. Well, it's Wu. He asked me to pass you a message. He says he wants to eat. The voice on the other end, a staff member, sounded hesitant and nervous. Tell him to go to hell. Why is he telling me he wants to eat? Does he expect me to go feed him myself? Dave grabbed the phone and shouted, his anger boiling over. Boss, we're out of dishes at the hotel. There've been a lot of visitors from other villages these last couple of days, and the chef is still out in the fields gathering vegetables. So for now, there's nothing to eat. The staff member stammered, clearly terrified. Fine, leave it to me. Dave took a deep breath and hung up. He immediately dialed another number. Piggy Courier, it's time to move out. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Wu sat on the sofa, a look of both impatience and smug amusement on his face. Impatience, because he was genuinely starving. All the soldiers' food pills he'd brought had already been given to those genin taking the Chunin exams. He just checked with the hotel, too. There really was nothing left to eat. As for the smugness, it was because he knew he'd gotten under Dave's skin. That feeling was quite satisfying. Just then, the doorbell chimed. Wu rose with a cold smirk and strode to the door. He opened it, expecting Dave, ready to hurl a couple of taunts. Hello, Meiju Delivery. Standing at the doorway was Gigi Bo, sporting a bright green helmet and riding a 1-meter-tall pig. The pig wore a saddle around its belly, with a food box strapped to its rump, and it, too, wore a matching green helmet. Gigi Bo beamed as he presented a package. What the heck is this? Wu stared, bewildered, at the bizarre combination of pig and man before him. Hello, this meal was ordered for you by the user Wu. I am your father, Gigi Bo intoned. holding up his phone for confirmation. You little brat. Wu's forehead bulged with rage. This kind of weird and deeply insulting prank could only have been that damn brat's doing. By the way, there's one more thing. User Wu. I am your father also sent you something, Jijibo continued. What did he send? Wu frowned, his voice low and tense. Smack. This is a slap from User Wu. I am your father. And there's a message, too. Don't thank me, my little disease-ridden son. This is what a father should do. Over the years, I haven't fulfilled my duties, and look at what you've become, Jijibo said, reaching out and giving Wu a slap across the face. All right, that's everything for your order this time. Don't forget to give us a 5-star review, dear customer. Meiju delivery. Fast with anything, anywhere. Jijibo beamed, adjusting the little green helmet on his head. Then he plopped himself down on the pig, and the pig trotted off with Jijibo riding on its back. Outrageous. Security. Security. There's a man in the hotel riding a pig and wearing a little green helmet. He's heading downstairs. Stop him. Before Jijibo had gone far, a group of people burst into the corridor. The man leading them was sweating profusely and yelling into his phone. Wu looked at the food in his hand, glanced at the crowd chasing after a pig and its rider, then touched his own face. You little brat. The next day, Uncle, I feel there's something wrong inside me. Dave hadn't slept a wink the previous night. His heart had been pounding wildly, and he just felt off. He couldn't quite say how, but he knew something wasn't right. Did something happen after you sealed 9-tailed beasts inside yourself yesterday? Hashirama, who had been chatting idly with Madara, suddenly snapped to attention, his expression grave. Madara said nothing. He placed a hand on Dave's shoulder, and in a flash, both of them vanished. They were off to find Mito. Hashirama stared blankly at the spot where the two had stood, a little lost. Wait for me, Madara. Meanwhile, at the Senju compound, Tobarama and Izuna had both arrived as well. After all, what's more important than your own kid? Dave, is it possible that a huge surge of chakra inside you is causing these problems? Mito examined him carefully, her face growing serious. This boy really doesn't know how to take care of himself. He seals everything into his own body. Now all that dark stuff and the 9-tailed beasts are inside him. And what are you all looking at? Weren't you the ones who agreed to seal everything inside Dave? Mito's eyes sharpened as she berated the 4 troublemakers nearby. Madara turned away, Izuna scratched his head awkwardly, and Tobarama just stood, arms crossed, eyes closed. But, in the end, you were the one who did the sealing, Mito? Hashirama mumbled, voice barely above a whisper. A moment later, Dave gazed at the brightest star in the sky and at the gaping hole in the roof, swallowing hard, his throat moving slowly. Dave, how are you feeling right now? Mito's red hair floated down around her, her face full of worry as she looked at Dave. I feel like something's about to come out. Dave sensed, deep in his bones, that something was on the verge of emerging. Something's about to come out? Mito murmured, puzzled. Dave, follow my lead. Came Hashirama's voice from above as he landed, his expression grave and somber. Okay, Dave nodded. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. Summoning jutsu. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. Summoning jutsu. 2 clouds of smoke billowed up from the ground. Everyone tensed, ready for anything. Izuna and Madara's Sharingan eyes gleamed menacingly, and Madara's hand hovered over the hilt of his scythe. Tobarama immediately set up flying thunder god seals all around, as if confirming his own suspicions. Lord Hashirama, is there something you need? The smoke beside Hashirama cleared first, revealing a giant slug, who asked in a pleasant, melodious voice. Nothing a moment ago, Lady Slug Sage, but now. There might be trouble, Hashirama replied, shaking his head, face grown even more serious. Brains, brains, brains. Dave heard the voice and froze. No way. Hashirama and the others were stunned as well, listening to that eerie sound. When the smoke finally dispersed, there before everyone's eyes stood a zombie, its upper body clad in a tattered suit jacket, its legs squeezed together inside a pair of ragged brown jeans. Its eyes bulged grotesquely, and only 2 jagged teeth protruded from its mouth. Brains, brains, brains. The zombie tottered toward them, each step awkward and slow, so slow it was almost laughable. Step by trembling step, the zombie staggered toward Hashirama, who was still in a daze. When it reached him, it opened its foul-smelling mouth and began gnawing at Hashirama's head. But with just those 2 teeth, well, one of them soon fell out as it chewed. Hashirama felt something wet and sticky on his head. Dazed, he reached up to touch it, his fingers coming away coated in something viscous. He brought his hand to his nose and took a sniff. Hashirama collapsed onto the ground, retching uncontrollably. With one hand, Hashirama flung the zombie gnawing on his head aside. The zombie slowly picked itself up from the ground and staggered back toward him once more. Hashirama threw it aside again, and the zombie struggled back up and shuffled toward him again. Again, Hashirama tossed it away, and again it returned. Toss, return. Toss, return. On and on, dozens of times, until Madara, unable to watch any longer, drew his scythe in one swift motion and cut the zombie down. Dave, is this the kind of trash you can summon? Madara looked at Dave, his face full of doubt. Well, actually, I used barely any chakra just now. With this tiny bit, I could summon tens of thousands of these worthless zombies. Dave scratched his head awkwardly. He had only used a minuscule fraction of his chakra, barely 1/10,000th. A zombie army. That's kind of intense. 100,000 zombies versus 100,000 white Zetsu. Dung is the tastiest of all. No, brains are the best. Zombies. White Zetsu. Dave shook his head vigorously. He couldn't even begin to imagine such a scene. After a moment's thought, Dave decided to use a massive amount of chakra. Summoning jutsu. Who? Which idiot dragged me here? Suddenly, before everyone's eyes appeared a tiny dwarf. His head was enormous. He wore a white lab coat, and his face was twisted with wild excitement as he shouted. Omans. Brains. Brains. The little dwarf lifted his head and looked around, his eyes lighting up as he shrieked. He lifted his little feet and dashed straight towards Madara, who was the closest. Madara reached out and grabbed the dwarf by the throat, his Sharingan spinning menacingly as he glared down. Gulp. I won't eat brains. I swear, I'm done with brains. Please put me down. The little dwarf realized he was no match for the man before him. He dangled helplessly in the air, struggling in Madara's grip. Kursomans. How dare you strangle me? Just wait until I bring back my ultimate, world-dominating, humanity-obliterating, invincible zombie supreme, scientific marvel. My big machine. Then I'll kill you all and feast on your brains. Dave, what is this thing? Another one. Hashirama wiped the zombie drool from his head with a look of utter disgust, his voice full of confusion. This guy might actually be the smartest out of all the zombie types, Dave replied with an awkward smile. All right then. Summoning these zombies, does it hurt your body? Tobarama asked, clearly unimpressed. No, I can keep them under control. Dave shook his head. He realized he could control the zombies, not their minds, but their actions. Good, then there's nothing to worry about. They're probably just another kind of summoning creature, like how Lady Slug came to me back in the day. Hashirama smiled and pointed to the little slug perched on his shoulder. All right, let's call it a day. There's nothing else to see here. Tobarama nodded and left first. Dave led the little dwarf, who was in fact the zombie doctor, down the street. The little dwarf, completely enamored and almost against his will, trailed obediently after Dave. You damned humans. Let go of me right now. Are you working with that idiot in the pot helmet and that talking garbage truck? The little gnome's body was completely out of his control, and he roared with fury. Shut up. Say another word and I'll throw you to Black Zetsu and have you digging in the muck. Dave snapped, veins bulging on his forehead as he thumped the gnome's head with his knuckles. Oomph. The gnome snorted in frustration, clearly unhappy. Just you wait. I'll endure this for now, but when I get back, when I bring my ultimate, most invincible, world-dominating, human-ending, supreme, scientific masterpiece of a machine, I'll crack open your skull and make a nice brain mash out of you. A short while later, Dave arrived at Oriku's laboratory with the gnome in tow. Well, what brings the busy man himself to visit me? Oriku turned his head at the sound of the door, a wide grin spreading across his face as he looked at Dave. Brother Lou, you really should take a few days off. Look at you, under 30 and already looking this scruffy. Doesn't sister you ever take care of you? Dave swallowed as he stared at the man before him, with his bushy beard and greasy hair. He looked like a middle-aged uncle, not someone under 30. Wasn't Oriku supposed to be? Not even 30 yet? How is it that he looks almost like a man in his 40s or 50s? You spends most of her time dancing with Lormido. She's told me the same thing, but I've just gotten used to it. Oriku laughed heartily. Anyway, I brought you a new talent to lighten your workload, Dave said, grinning as he gestured at the zombie doctor beside him. Oh, and what species is this? Oriku asked, puzzled, but when he saw what, or rather who, Dave was pointing to, he was momentarily stunned. Ahem, just think of him as my personal summon. Trust me, he's got a brilliant mind. A real scientist, Dave replied, giving an awkward smile. Is that so? Oriku eyed the little gnome doubtfully. Such a tiny thing. Aside from his oversized head, Oriku really couldn't see what made him special. Human, you're only after my genius brain, aren't you? Let me tell you this, it's impossible. I will never help a human with anything, the gnome declared with fiery determination. You sure about that? Dave glanced at the gnome, his voice slow and deliberate. I'm sure. The gnome puffed out his chest and lifted his chin. Hey, Kakuzu. What is it, kid? I'm busy running the Isafu aquarium here. Hey. That Isafu plushie is priced wrong. Who puts a decimal there? Change it to 9,999.0. Kakuzu's disgruntled voice barked from the other end of the phone. Here's another genius, just like Oroku, Dave said quietly. Isn't that a good thing? Why are you telling me this? Kakuzu was taken aback. But this talent seems a bit reluctant to work for us. Wait for me, I'll be right there. A moment later, the little gnome looked up at the newly arrived, grim-faced specter, his expression full of disdain. So this is your trump card? This pitch-black pile of junk? The gnome glanced over at Dave, his tone dripping with contempt. Yeah, have a good talk with him, Dave nodded, exchanging a look with Orochimaru. The two of them left, leaving Kakuzu and the little gnome alone in the room. Dave and Orochimaru stepped outside in perfect sync, standing just beyond the doorway. Without a word, both raised their hands, extending 5 fingers each. 5, 4, 3, 2. They didn't even get to finish counting. Let me out. Please, let me out. I agree. I said I agree. Just let me out already. Agonized screams echoed from behind the door. Dave and Orochimaru shared a knowing smile. When it came to matters like this, Kakuzu was always reliable. So, how did the negotiation go? Dave pushed open the door, grinning at Kakuzu, who was sipping tea. Not bad. He agreed to work for 300 silver taels a month. Kakuzu answered calmly with a nod. Great. Welcome aboard, our second scientist at AI Shin Corporation, Dave said with a smile. The gnome, aka Zombie Doctor, lay on the floor, tears of humiliation streaming down his cheeks. After chatting for a while, Dave and Kakuzu took their leave, leaving the room to Orochimaru and the gnome Zombie Doctor. Listen up, man. In here, everything goes by my word. Every idea, every step, you follow my lead, got it? The gnome sneered as he picked himself up off the floor, casting a glance at Orochimaru, who was just opening a file. Orochimaru gave him a cold, dismissive look, then went right back to his work. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? The gnome grew infuriated as the human ignored him. He was so mad he wanted to slam the table, only to realize he wasn't even tall enough to reach the tabletop. This time, Orochimaru didn't even bother to glance his way, absorbed in his own tasks. The gnome was fuming. Back in his world, every zombie would bow and scrape before him. And yet this guy didn't even spare him a look. He was even ruder than that pot-wearing human with the sideways glare or the brat from his world. Determined, the gnome dragged over a stool, climbed on top, and peered at what Orochimaru was doing. What could possibly be so important that even a zombie doctor was beneath notice? Wait a second. Your formula is wrong, the gnome pointed out, watching Orochimaru scribble calculations. That's impossible. I spent an entire week working out this formula. How could there be any mistake? Orochi, upon hearing someone question him, shot an annoyed look at the little dwarf beside him. Well, every scientist has their pride. It's definitely wrong. Your ex should go here. This kind of electric current, the little dwarf sneered, thinking this guy wasn't nearly as smart as he'd expected. Nonsense. I already tried that possibility before. It's absolutely impossible for the current to pass through. Orochi retorted sharply. That's because you're an idiot. Do it my way for once. Look, see? I told you it's wrong. There's absolutely no way this thing should be placed here. You ought to. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My formula is flawless. You're definitely mistaken. I'm not. You are. That evening, you returned after spending the whole afternoon dancing in the square with Mito. As she opened the lab door, ready to call Orochi for dinner, she caught sight of the scene inside. Are you stupid or something? I've wasted my whole afternoon explaining this to you. Who are you calling stupid? This is definitely correct. I'm calling you stupid. Dwarf. Orochi. Watching these two fools, one tall, one short, each zapping the other with an electric tube, you sigh to herself. Maybe she'd just go eat on her own tonight. Today was the final round of the Chunin exams. Dave and Tsukimi had brought their 3 little ones to the venue, which had just been newly built. Hey, this is what youth is all about. I can feel my blood boiling. Brother Dave, let me go. Let me take on those youthful rivals in battle. Gaimite was overwhelmed by the lively atmosphere, roaring with passion. Peanuts, sodas, mineral water. Suddenly, a shadowy figure passed by, wearing a little green cap and carrying a tray of snacks, calling out his wares. You sit down and keep your youthful energy in check. And by the way, Black Zetsu, what are you doing selling stuff here? Dave pressed watermelon peel down into his seat and looked questioningly at Black Zetsu as he passed. Life is tough, Black Zetsu replied flatly. Sunflower seeds, soda, mineral water. Watching Black Zetsu's pitiful figure fading into the distance, Dave couldn't help but want to laugh. Kid, what did you mean when you said there's a business opportunity here? At that moment, Kakuzu walked over and took a seat beside Dave, looking thoroughly puzzled. He had his hands full over at Mount Huagua, dealing with that wretched Monkey King. The surly four-tails beast was never satisfied, complaining about this, complaining about that, and always banging his staff around, making life miserable for the staff. Didn't he realize every injury meant another worker's compensation payout from Kakuzu's pocket? Did you bring the people I asked you to? Dave glanced at Kakuzu and asked. I did. They're all waiting behind the venue. Kakuzu nodded. But I'm really confused. Why did you want me to get people from the hospital? Kakuzu asked with a puzzled look. Isn't it obvious? This is a real combat exam. Someone's bound to get hurt. Our company is working with the hospital this time. If someone from our village gets injured, they'll get treatment at the regular price. As for people from other villages, Dave trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. The two foxes exchanged a sly grin, their laughter echoing silently between them. Nearby, Kagaya Juma held a small notebook, listening to their conversation. Every so often, she'd jot something down, then paused to ponder deeply. Yumi, standing close by, rolled her eyes at the two foxes and snatched the notebook away from Junma. Don't let those two lead you astray, Yumi said sternly, fixing Junma with a serious gaze. Junma hung her head, dejected. She wouldn't be able to learn any cutting-edge economic theories this time. All right, it's time. I'll head up to the stage first. If anyone gets hurt, watch for my signal and act accordingly, Dave said, checking his phone for the time before turning to Kakuzu. Understood, Kakuzu nodded. The two men stood and walked off in opposite directions. Dave leapt down from the high platform, landing squarely in the center of the arena. Welcome, everyone, to the final match of this year's Chunin exams. First, if anyone gets injured during the match, I will immediately stop the fight. Of course, if you're tough enough to finish off your opponent before I can intervene, well, then you're truly impressive. Konoha won't hold you responsible. As for whether the other villages will, that's up to them. Second, during the match, you are strictly forbidden from letting the battle spill over into the spectator stands. If you cause any property damage or casualties, both you and your village will be held financially responsible. And just so you know, our company's finance manager, Mr. Blackface Deduction Kakuzu, will personally be in charge of collecting compensation, Dave announced slowly, speaking into a microphone. No sooner had Dave finished speaking than, over the 5 Kage seats. Move quick. Go warn those genin right now. Under no circumstances are they to let anyone in the stands get hurt during the fight. If anyone causes Konoha any financial losses, they can forget about ever getting promoted from genin. Anoki, alarmed by Dave's announcement, urgently called out to Mu behind him. Understood, Mu narrowed his eyes, nodding. Blackface Deduction. Just the thought of that name sent a shiver down his spine. Without wasting another second, he hurried off to warn the genin. The other 3 Kage all did the same, hastily instructing their attendants to make sure their own genin understood the situation. But the general meaning was always the same. If the village suffers any financial loss, you'll remain a genin for life. All right, that's all I need to remind you. Now, I won't waste any more words. For the first match, Kirigakure's XXXX versus Sunagekyure's XXXX, Dave nodded and called out, then slowly stepped back to stand at the edge of the arena. From the 2 passageways at either end of the field, 2 figures began to make their way forward. Let's call the one from Kirigakure Kiri A, and the one from Sunagakure Sunabe. Kiri A carried a huge sword on his back, and looked about the same age as Dave. Just now, referee, you said that if I kill my opponent before you can stop me, you won't hold me responsible, right? Kiri A strode up, glancing at Dave with a cold, mocking smile. Of course, Dave nodded. If you can pull that off, then you're truly something else. There's nothing I can do about it. But what if before I kill him, I kill the referee first? Kiri slowly drew the massive sword from his back as he spoke. A hush fell instantly over the arena. On the stands, Tobarama and Izuna narrowed their eyes, fixing their gaze on Kirie. The other 4 Kages simply folded their arms, watching the scene unfold with amused expressions, saying nothing. Wu looked at Kirie with utter disdain. He knew exactly how capable Dave was. This guy? He'd probably disappear in a puff of smoke before he could even touch Dave. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan compound, 2 pillars of chakra light shot skyward. Hashirama and Madara hadn't bothered to attend in person. Madara thought watching a bunch of genin flail at each other was pointless. And as for Hashirama, well, wherever Madara went, he followed. The 2 of them watched the live broadcast on their phones. When they saw that useless Kiri, they spout off to Dave like that. Both of them practically exploded into beams of light. I'm gonna get my size, said one. I'll grab the scroll, said the other. They were of one mind, ready to pay a visit to Kirigakure after the Chunin exams were over. Of course, they wouldn't do anything in their own village, but if not here, who's to say they couldn't do it in someone else's? Back at the Chunin exam venue, on the judge's platform, little-mustached Hozuki Mangetsu wore a cold smirk. Suddenly, a chill swept over him, making him shudder violently. Could it be that Master Bai Lian's spirit was manifesting? In the stands. You idiot! How dare you disrespect Brother Dave? Let me at him. I'll show him the true meaning of youth. Mai Dewey, always respectful toward Dave, couldn't bear to see him threatened. Beside him, Sakumo had already drawn his blade, a glint of cold steel in his eyes. Kimimaro, too, slowly drew his bone blade. Usually he was all smiles, seemingly carefree and loyal, but if anyone dared bully those close to him, he would be the first to leap into action. Mist Vale? Dave remembered hearing about it before. It seemed to be the place where that guy's clan was from. But such a trashy village and such a trashy clan. He held nothing but contempt. Interesting. Sure, if you think you're tough enough, then go ahead and kill the referee, Dave chuckled, pulling out the Uchiha fan from behind his back. He'd received this fan from Madara on his 6th birthday. It had sat at home for several years, since Dave usually relied on its style, techniques, and seldom practiced taijutsu. But lately, he'd been training taijutsu with Might Wei and Madara, so he finally brought it out. Training with Might Wei was all about learning the 8 gates and enhancing his physical strength. Training with Madara, on the other hand, was focused on learning Madara's unique taijutsu techniques. Never in his life had Dave experienced taijutsu practice as exhilarating as the last couple of days. Then I'll kill you first. The Mist Vale contestant sneered, drew a massive sword with both hands, and charged at Dave in a wild swing. Uchiha rebound, Dave said, positioning the fan in front of him. The Mist Vale ninja was knocked back by his own force. Dave followed up, swinging the fan at him with practiced ease. Is that it? Really? That's all you've got? Dave stared, baffled, at the Mist Vale ninja now embedded in the wall. Was his taijutsu really this strong now? Aren't you supposed to be a genin? How could you be this weak? You didn't even block a single move. David thought he'd at least get a few exchanges in to test out his recent training. Who would have guessed this guy would fold so quickly? Where's all that bravado from a moment ago? Pathetic. All right, the winner of the first match is contestant XXXX from the Sand Village. Dave put the fan away, slinging it over his back as he spoke calmly. The Sand Village's contestant was utterly stunned from start to finish. Wait, that's it? I went just like that? That Mist Vale guy must be an idiot. If someone's both the referee and the examiner, they've got to have some real power, right? How could a bottom-tier genin think he had a chance? You didn't even last a single move. Once the Sand Village contestant snapped out of it, he gleefully skipped out of the arena. Next, Dave gestured toward one of the passageways. Bring them in. Kakuzu, dressed in a white lab coat and a nurse's cap, caught Dave's signal and turned to the people behind him, shouting the command. Then, the crowd saw Kakuzu leading the way, followed by 9 little-tailed beasts carrying a stretcher together, shuffling into the arena with tiny steps. What? Dave stared blankly at the 9 little-tailed beasts carrying the stretcher. Hey, didn't I tell you to bring the hospital staff? Why did you bring these 9 little things? Dave asked Kakuzu, baffled, as he walked over. It costs a fortune to get someone from the hospital to come over. Nothing like having our own people handle things. We just bring him over ourselves, and that's it. Look at this. 9 of them, and I spent less than 10. Silver tails in total. 1-tailed beast for each tail of silver. They're satisfied with a single lollipop. That greedy hospital charges 1,000 silver tails just to send 1 doctor. Kakuzu beamed as he spoke. Dave fell silent. Dave watched in silence as Kakuzu led the way, carrying a stretcher at the front, followed by the 9 little-tailed beasts, each lifting the stretcher from behind. On it lay the unconscious Kirigakure armor, being carted away. Somehow, the whole scene struck Dave as oddly amusing. Up on the Kage viewing platform. Hokage, aren't those the 9-tailed beasts? The sharp-eyed Kazakage's attendant immediately recognized the 9 little-tailed beasts and turned to ask Tobarama. That's right. Tobarama answered openly and without hesitation. As expected of Konoha, you really have a way with taming tailed beasts. Reikage smirked coldly. He thought of how his own father had wrestled with the 8 tails for 2 years and got nothing for his trouble, while half of Kimogakure had been destroyed. Yet Konoha, in less than half a month, had managed to tame 9-tailed beasts. So this is Konoha, he thought. Looks like we'll have to wait a bit longer. A simple hospital stay for Madara and Hashirama clearly won't do. Wait, Hokage, that doctor. Something's wrong with that doctor. Inoki, the Tsuchikage, had kept his eyes fixed on the doctor, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet, pointing and shouting at the doctor. That silhouette, those practiced, efficient movements of black-clad figures surfaced in Inoki's memory. Mizukage, the mustachioed Hozuki Jinjetsu, heard Inoki's outburst and looked over at the doctor. After all, the person on the stretcher was a genin from their own village. What the hell? Hokage, that's just low. That's the Black-Masked Reaper. Hozuki Jinjetsu shot to his feet as well, shouting and pointing at Kakuzu's back. What's so low about it? Your village's genin got injured, and we're sending your ninja to the hospital. What's the problem? Tobirama sneered, glancing at the two as he replied coolly. It's a huge problem. Black-Masked Reaper. Put our ninja down. We don't want Konoha's treatment. Hozuki Jinjetsu hurriedly yelled at Kakuzu from across the field. The Black-Masked Reaper. Let Konoha treat him? If he really treated a few more of their people, their village would go bankrupt. The village had only just been rebuilt a couple years ago. Meanwhile, well, looks like I've been found out. Unai, pick up the pace. Kakuzu glanced over at the Mizukage, then called out to the 9 little-tailed beasts behind him. Raise the pay. The 9 little-tailed beasts shouted in unison. Fine. 1 more silver tail for each of you. Kakuzu shot Hozuki Jinjetsu a vicious glare, gritting his teeth as he agreed. Charge. Damn, those missed ninjas. They made me cough up an extra 9 silver tails. I'll remember this. The treatment fees for your injured are going to be charged at triple the usual rate. Without another word, Kakuzu dashed out with the 9 mini-tailed beasts in tow. He moved so fast that Dave could only see a cloud of dust in his wake. Bastard. Scoundrel. Put our villagers down. We don't need Konoha's treatment anymore. Hozuki Jinjetsu roared in fury as he watched Kakuzu's retreating figure pick up speed. Meanwhile, the injured genin lying on the stretcher had just regained consciousness, only to overhear Hozuki Jinjetsu's outburst. Was the Mizukage giving up on him? Didn't they even want him treated anymore? The thought plunged him into deep sorrow. Sigh, Mizukage, that's an injured man there. Saving his life should come first, Ishikawa remarked with a mischievous grin, never missing a chance to stir the pot. Damn it, Hozuki Jinjetsu slammed his chair in frustration. Standing behind Tobirama, Izuna glanced at Jinjetsu with a sly smile. Mizukage, your chair is made from Hashirama wood. That stuff's 50,000 taels per kilogram. The part you just broke off weighs about half a kilo, so that's 25,000 taels in damages. Will you be paying now, or? Sitting in the chair, Jinjetsu stared at the broken armrest in a daze, his eyes losing all focus. It's over, it's all over. Just this one trip to Konoha, and a missed village's economy will be set back decades. Elsewhere, the other 3 Kage, seeing the Mizukage's sorry state, swallowed nervously and hastily instructed their own attendants. Whatever you do, don't get hurt. Protect yourself above all else. Who cares about becoming a chunin? Staying alive is what really matters. Yes, survival is the most important thing. This year's chunin exams might just go down in history as the one with the least casualties and injuries ever. It turned into a contest between chickens, with every pair of contestants just tossing kunai at each other, probing from safe distance. You know, as a genin, it's understandable to have poor aim, but why did you bring dozens of kunai just to throw them all at me? The referee? In the end, it became a game of who brought the most kunai. Whoever ran out first lost. The later contestants caught on to this and ran off the field to buy more kunai before their turn. The winner was even more shameless. A Konoha ninja whose family owned a weapon shop. He showed up with several sacks of kunai and started hurling them without restraint. Poor Dave, he worked so hard to referee, only to end up dodging kunai and sharpening his reflexes. Kakuzu was even more distraught. He had waited all this time for a big payday, and now he was determined to squeeze every last Rio out of the mist. When the exams ended, Kakuzu wiped away his tears as he gathered up thousands of kunai from the arena, only to sell them back at several times the price, again with tears in his eyes. And so, in this muddled, farcical fashion, the chunin exams came to a close. In the end, only the first-place winner was promoted to chunin this time around. Whether someone could become a chunin was supposed to be decided by the collective deliberations of the 5 Kage. Yet, after witnessing such a dramatic turn of events today, even the 5 Kage found themselves at a loss. What could they do? If blame had to be assigned, it could only fall on the Black Masked Ghost. Still, it wouldn't do to let none of the candidates be promoted. After much consideration, the 5 Kage decided they had no choice but to promote the first-place winner. Kakuzu left the hospital, his face dark with annoyance, and sought out Dave. Kid, is this the business opportunity you were talking about? Kakuzu asked, his mood sour. He'd worked himself to the bone all day, only to earn a mere 10 million? At this rate, he was losing money. He was used to making millions in just a few minutes, yet today, all he'd managed to squeeze out of the Mizukage was 10 million. How could that possibly be enough? If opportunity doesn't come to us, then let's go out and create one, Dave said, narrowing his eyes and speaking slowly. All day, Dave had been simmering with frustration. Who wouldn't be, after spending an entire day dodging thrown kunai? How do we create one? Kakuzu's eyes glinted as he asked, intrigued. Dave reached into his jacket and pulled out 2 pairs of black stockings. He handed one to Kakuzu and slipped the other over his own head. With Dave's features distorted beneath the taut nylon, Kakuzu swallowed hard, but nonetheless pulled the stocking over his own head as well. When you get back, tell the factory over at Orochimaru's place to do something about how tight these stockings are, Dave muttered, his lips awkwardly protruding beneath the stocking. He was thoroughly unimpressed. Understood, Kakuzu replied, his lower eyelids bulging beneath the nylon as he nodded in agreement. Take this, Dave said, pulling a pistol from his belt and handing it to Kaku. What is this? Kakuzu asked, curiosity piqued as he examined the weapon. A pistol. I call it the Desert Eagle. The dwarf and Orochimaru whipped it up together over the last couple of days. Let's test it out at the training ground later, and then we'll put it to use tonight, Dave explained, a line of drool escaping from the corner of his mouth as he spoke, unable to hide his anticipation. These damn stockings, why are they so tight? Are they trying to make a challenge, just to rip them off? All right, Kakuzu nodded. Let's go. Thunk. The 2 of them collided headfirst. Somebody better fix the tension on these stockings. I can't see a thing through this crap. Got it. Let's move, let's move, let's move. Thunk. Seriously, go get those stockings fixed right now. In the dead of night, under a moonless, wind-swept sky, the perfect conditions for mischief, or rather, for mayhem. At 3 in the morning, on the rooftop of the Asen Hotel. Think you can handle this thing? Dave asked, glancing at Kakuzu beside him. Of course, Kakuzu replied with confidence. After an afternoon of practice, he had mastered the weapon. If it weren't for its limited range, he was sure he could hit targets from miles away. This mission is codenamed Operation Stocking. The targets are all genin from the 4 major ninja villages. The objective: inflict permanent injuries or other serious wounds, Dave said, holding up both pistols and looking at Kakuzu with steely resolve. Understood, Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. By the way, bring your stockings with you. Understood. From now on, we are the Akatsuki. You could also call us a terrorist organization, Dave said to Kakuzu as they were about to head downstairs. Is there any point to creating this organization? Kakuzu asked, puzzled. We're going to create a world with nothing but Wi-Fi, Dave replied with a solemn expression. How much can we make? Kakuzu clearly didn't care about such grand ideals. Just think about it. If the entire ninja world is covered in Wi-Fi, how much could you rake in every month just from subscription fees? Dave tempted him. Let's go. Move out. Kakuzu wasted no time, pulling on his stockings with a look of grim determination. From now on, I'll be Blade, and you'll be Almo. Why? Do you have a problem with that? Copy that, over. The 2 of them leaped down from upstairs, landing first on the floor inside Sunagakure. Dave slowly slid the glass window open, signaling to Kakuzu at his side. Kakuzu nodded, then picked up his handgun and tiptoed inside. Dave followed, right behind him. They stood before the bed of a Sunagakure junior ninja. Dave gestured to Kakuzu. With his face masked by stockings, Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, nodded, and then raised his gun, shooting the ninja's leg without hesitation. The Sunagakure ninja jerked awake with a roar of pain. Dave stared at Kakuzu in utter disbelief, while Kakuzu looked back at Dave, equally confused. I told you to knock him out first before doing anything. Dave smacked his own forehead in frustration. So what now? Kakuzu scratched his head awkwardly, pointing at the still howling ninja. The young ninja was still in shock, staring at the 2 twisted-faced weirdos with stockings on their heads who had suddenly appeared in front of him, howling in terror. Knock him out. Are you just going to let him keep screaming? Dave barked, pointing at the screaming ninja. Understood. Kakuzu nodded, then lifted his gun and slammed the butt hard against the ninja's forehead. The ninja slumped unconscious. Calling Blade, calling Blade. What's our next move, Blade? Seriously? We're literally standing next to each other. Why are you using the radio routine? Mission failed, Almo, fall back. Copy, over. Shut up. Copy, over. On a night dark and windy, the 2 men, faces twisted and masked in stockings, slipped away into the shadows. The next day, the young ninja arrived at Konoha Hospital. Hokage. Konoha owes Sunagakure an explanation for what happened last night. The elder from the sand roared at Tobarama, his voice trembling with fury. What are you shouting for? Look at this. These injuries clearly weren't caused by anyone from the Hidden Leaf. That little metal shard, stuck in his leg. There's no such metal in our village. Tobarama let out a cold chuckle and spoke slowly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Our people were attacked in your village. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? Is the Hidden Leaf security really this pathetic? The Sand Envoy roared, his voice echoing with fury. Shut it. Keep making noise, and I'll call Kakuzu over to discuss this with you. Tobarama couldn't stand the Sand Envoy's incessant shouting any longer and snapped, clearly annoyed. The Sand Envoy immediately clamped his mouth shut, but a shadow flickered in his eyes as he glared at Tobarama's figure. The Chunin exams had ended. The 5 great hidden villages were all planning to depart today, but with this incident, the other 3 major villages decided to stick around another day, eager to see how the drama would unfold. Kakuzu, always one to seize an opportunity, wasted no time and showed up at their doorstep. You 4 Kage are staying in the Kage suites, 1 million ryo per night. And just so you remember, that's the regular rate. On holidays, it's 5 million. Lucky for you, today happens to be the grand anniversary of the Nine Tails Entrepreneurial Day here, in the Leaf Village. Now, you've also brought 300 jinin, all booked in standard suites. On holidays, that's 100,000 ryo each. Please pay up in advance. Kakuzu beamed at the 4 Kage, as if he were looking at 4 walking money trees. The 4 Kage stared at the hotel's giant screen, which listed the Kage suite at just 10,000 ryo per night. They fell silent, deep in thought. How had the price multiplied 500 times? Was this so-called Nine Tails Day really so significant in the Leaf? A short while later, the 9 many-tailed beasts that Kakuzu had summoned were grinning from ear to ear, each lugging away dozens of bulging money sacks as they left the place. It was a dark, windy night, a perfect night for mischief and mayhem once again. Olmo, you understand the plan this time, right? Knock them out first, then do the rest. Got it. Dave turned to Kakuzu, speaking in a low voice. Olmo copies, over. This operation's codename. Stocking Ops 2.0. Let's move. The 2 of them leapt from the hotel rooftop once more. This time, their mission went off without a hitch. At least every last member of the Sand Village got roughed up. Dave and Kakuzu crept quietly down the hotel corridor. Dave gave Kakuzu another hand signal. Kakuzu nodded solemnly. This time, he understood. He glanced at the jinin room from the Mist Village next door, then kicked down the door and burst in with his gun raised. Dave stared, dumbfounded, as Kakuzu stormed into the room. Screams rang out from inside. Stocking Ops 2.0 mission failed. Olmo, you idiot, fall back. Olmo copies, over. Under the cover of night, the 2 men, faces masked with stockings and up to no good, made a clean escape once more. The next day, in the Hokage's office. Damn it, bastards. Who was it? Who did this? Tobarama slammed his hand on the desk, bellowing in fury. Hokage, you owe me an explanation today. The veins on the Suna envoy's forehead bulged with anger. That morning, every single jinin he had brought with him had suffered serious leg injuries and ended up in Konoha's hospital. This blasted hospital, 1 for drip, 1 surgery, and they're charging me 1 million ryo? Whoever did this had better pray I don't find out. That's right, Hokage. Could this be a conspiracy by your village? The Mizukage Hozuki Jinjetsu, sitting nearby, pressed the question. Last night, someone from his village had also been attacked, and it was the same person who'd sent out the signal. 2 shady men in stockings on their heads. There's no way they're from our village. Our people would never stoop to something like that. Tobarama pounded the table again, his voice ringing with certainty. Oh, Hokage, as far as we know, stockings are only popular in Konoha. Aren't they? Aren't they something your village invented? Jinjetsu replied with a cold sneer. And what makes you so sure those men weren't secretly sent by your village, using stockings bought from ours to pull off such a stunt? Tobarama shot back. The 4 Kage fell silent at once. The 5 Kage had argued over this all day, but they still couldn't reach a conclusion. There was simply no way to prove whether those 2 were from Konoha or another village, so there was nothing they could do. At this rate, the 4 Kage had even less reason to leave. If this incident was left unresolved, they weren't about to walk away empty-handed. They'd already spent so much money. Meanwhile, Kakuzu was happier than ever, approaching the 4 Kage again. You black-hearted miser. It's not the anniversary of the tailed beast shop today, is it? Are you going to hike the hotel prices back up? The mustached envoy sneered at Kakuzu. No, Kakuzu replied. Today is the 5th anniversary of the Konoha Kidney Love Corporation. Tears in their eyes, the 4 Kage reluctantly handed over their money, and Kakuzu grinned from ear to ear once more. Another moonless, windy night, a night for violence once again. This time, let's talk directly. No more hand signals. Follow my orders, understood, Olmo. Dave looked at Kakuzu with undisguised exasperation. Olmo hears you, Blade. Over. This mission is Operation Stocking 3.0. The objective is the same as before, but if you mess up again, your dividend for the month is gone. Got it, Olmo. Olmo hears you, Blade. Over. 3 nights in a row now. What should have been done in 1 night, dragged on for 3, all thanks to this troublesome partner. The 2 of them leapt once more from the hotel rooftop. This time, everything went smoothly. They had already dealt with people from both the Hidden Mist and Hidden Stone villages. Now, only the Hidden Cloud village remained. Olmo, nice work this time. Dave beamed at Kakuzu beside him, grinning from ear to ear. Almo copies, over. Kakuzu nodded. So, here's the plan. Only the Hidden Cloud Village is left, and after that, our mission's done. Same procedure as before. Go in through the window, knock them out, shoot, and move on to the next room. Got it. Almo copies. The two entered the room of a hidden cloud genin. Standing beside the bed, they readied themselves. Almo go, Dave whispered. Kakuzu didn't answer. Instead, his eyes shone with a ghostly green light beneath his stocking mask. Then, to Dave's utter bewilderment, Kakuzu walked straight to the end of the bed and slipped under the covers with the sleeping ninja. Yeah. The hidden cloud genin shot upright in terror, yanking the blanket away, and stared in shock at the stocking-masked pervert whose hand was now in a rather compromising position. Blades. Look, they're the 100 silver Rio tucked in this guy's waistband. Shit. Damn it. Almo, you idiot. You're not getting your share of the loot this month. On that dark, windy night, the two stocking-masked creeps knocked out their target and slunk away in embarrassment once again. Operation Stocking 3.0 had failed, yet again. The next day, the 5 Kage could sit still no longer. The 4 other Kage were furious. This time, they'd truly been thoroughly offended. Full of rage, the 4 Kage confronted Tobarama, pressuring him for answers. Tobarama was overwhelmed with a pounding headache. Left with no choice, and mindful that the victims had been harmed in Konoha, Tobarama compensated each Kage with 500 million silver Rio, finally calming their wrath. This Akatsuki? Where did they even come from? Tobarama asked, pointing gravely at the photos on his desk. No idea. But, Hokage, you really need to reinforce Konoha's defenses. You didn't even know outsiders had invaded your village. The small mustached Kage, now appeased by the hefty compensation, replied in a much friendlier tone. Before leaving, Blades, Dave, and Almo had left behind the Akatsuki's name in the room. Dave wasn't about to let Konoha take the blame. Blades, Almo, Spirit Fox Baby, Fox Hunter, Black Rose Mandala, White Wolf, Black Hawk. My god, Akatsuki has this many members. Tobarama groaned, staring at the list Dave had left on his desk. The message was clear as day. Here are the members of Akatsuki, and yes, we're the ones responsible for this incident. This Akatsuki organization is outrageous. Do they really look down on us that much? They even casually wrote down the abilities of 2 of their members. Do they not take us seriously at all? Ishikawa slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. Blade, handsome and dashing, a true heartthrob. Specialty, Desert Eagle Jutsu. Almo, a troublemaker, hideous and ugly. Specialty, Desert Eagle Jutsu. The real question is, what exactly is this Desert Eagle Jutsu? I've never heard of such a technique in the entire shinobi world. Reikage replied slowly. All 4 Kage fell into deep thought. All except Tobarama, who stared at the note next to Blade's name. Handsome and dashing, a true heartthrob. That kind of description. Later that night, Tobarama returned home. Dave, this whole Akatsuki thing, was it your doing? Tobarama smiled as he watched Dave eating at the dinner table. Yeah. Dave nodded as he shoveled rice in his mouth. He'd never intended to keep this a secret from Tobarama and the others, just meant to mess with the other ninja villages. So, your Blade? And who's Almo? Tobarama asked, puzzled. Kakuzu, Dave replied after swallowing his mouthful. And this Desert Eagle Jutsu, what kind of technique is that exactly? Tobarama pressed on. Dave pulled a Desert Eagle from his belt and tossed it to Tobarama. Tobarama caught it, and without thinking, squeezed the trigger. There was a sudden bang. Dave, still scooping up rice, looked down at the shattered spoon in his hand. Both men fell silent for a moment. Father, honestly, if I've done something wrong, you can just tell me. There's no need to go this far, Dave said shakily, setting down the broken spoon and swallowing hard. Ahem, this is my first time handling something like this too. I'm not quite sure how it works. Tobarama coughed awkwardly. After that, Dave lost his appetite and started instructing Tobarama on how to use the weapon. How powerful is this thing anyway? Tobarama asked, turning the pistol over in his hands, curiosity playing on his face. It's at least as strong as a C-rank ninjutsu, Dave explained, nodding. Could we equip ninjas with these? Tobarama asked. Well, we could, but it won't be cheap, Dave replied, hesitating for a moment. Was this the dawn of the arms era? All right, then start mass production. This kind of thing might never replace ninjutsu as the main force, but it's a decent auxiliary weapon, Tobarama said with a nod. He could see it clearly. Something like this could only serve as a tool to support ninjas. Not to mention anything else, but with the power of these bullets, Tobarama figured he could dodge them easily, even if he fired one right at his own forehead. Jonah would have no trouble blocking them either. Only Chunin and Genin would really feel threatened. Yes, of course, Dave agreed hastily. Honestly, He was dying to see what kind of face his father would make the day he saw nuclear weapons. The gnome and Orochimaru really need to step up their game. Sister Yu's been complaining to him these past few days, urging him to hurry up and take that gnome contraption away. Ever since it arrived, Orochimaru has barely spoken a word to you for almost 2 weeks. You founded the Akatsuki, right? Do those white wolf people actually exist? Tobarama asked. No, I made it up, just to intimidate those 4 Kage. Dave shook his head. In that case, let me be the white wolf. Tobarama smiled, raising his gun toward the ceiling. And so, the next day, the Akatsuki welcomed 4 new members. Black Rose, Uchiha Madara. White Wolf, Senju Tobarama. Mandrake, Uchiha Izuna. Swat, Senju Hashirama. When the other 3 heard about this, they all thought it sounded fun, something to spice up their twilight years. Madara looked at the AK-47 in his hands, his face full of confusion. Nearby, Hashirama stared at the M4A1, lost in thought. Izuna raised the grenade he was holding. Tobarama decided the Desert Eagle felt just right in his grip. Madara picked up the AK-47, activated his Sharingan, and aimed at the target across the room. He squeezed the trigger, steeling himself against the recoil as his cold gaze narrowed, sending bullet after bullet straight at the bullseye. Dave, this thing doesn't have enough punch. Madara tried a few more shots, then tossed the AK-47 aside with a dissatisfied glance at Dave. He's right, Dave. This thing feels pretty weak, Hashirama agreed, slowly setting down his M4A1. Dave waved his hand, and behind him, the gnome doctor approached, visibly annoyed, carrying a silver Gatling gun in one hand and a green rocket launcher in the other. He handed them over. Madara's eyes lit up with interest as he took the Gatling gun. Gripping it with both hands, he aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. A thunderous roar filled the room as golden flashes burst from the spinning barrels. The fierce vibration coursing through the Gatling awakened a rush in Madara he hadn't felt in ages. His blood was truly pumping. Ha ha! Hashirama, meanwhile, grabbed the rocket launcher and fired a shot at the target, grinning as black smoke billowed in a spectacular explosion. Madara glanced over at Hashirama, then hefted the Gatling gun and pointed it right at him. Hashirama's face lit up with excitement as he raised his rocket launcher in return. The times have changed, Hashirama. I know that well, Madara. Dave watched the 2 of them, one spraying bullets from a Gatling gun, the other firing rockets everywhere, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Izuna and Tobarama, at least, were still behaving somewhat normally, quietly testing their guns like reasonable people. So, has the Akatsuki turned into a terrorist organization? Well, I suppose that's still within the bounds of normal, right? I suppose so. I think I should just go home and sleep. After what I've seen today, it'll probably take me a few days of rest just to recover. The 4 Kage are finally leaving today. Well, of course, if they stayed any longer, that grim-faced ghost would probably finish them off. The Mizukage did some quick calculations. Even after factoring in the 500 million Ryo compensation Tobarama paid him, he still ended up losing another 500 million on this trip. To Konoha? Never again. That's it. I'm not coming back next time. Hey, syphilis guy, the next time we meet, I bet you'll be the second Tsuchikage by then, Dave said with a broad grin as Tobarama and the others came out to see them off, turning to Mu as he spoke. Heck, kid, my master's got a good few years left in him yet. You don't need to worry about that. But you, boy, just make sure you don't get yourself killed one of these days. Mu snorted, his voice slow and icy. Relax. By the way, if I drop by your Wagakure for a visit, you won't kick me out, will you? Dave waved his hand, smiling as he asked. You're welcome to come, kid. Always welcome, Mu replied, narrowing his eyes slyly. Really? Dave asked, a little surprised. Of course, Mu nodded. All right then, let's go. I'll come with you guys, Dave said, his voice bright with excitement. Everyone present was dumbstruck. Hokage, are you really okay with your son going to a Wagakure? Ishikawa looked over at Tobarama with a mocking smile and spoke slowly. Of course I am, Tobarama replied with a nod. That gutsy kid. If you've got the nerve to come, we've got the nerve to play host, Ishikawa said, shooting Dave a cold smile. And so, Dave joined Ishikawa's group, setting off with them in the direction of a Wagakure. Tobarama narrowed his eyes, glancing toward a certain patch of woods. Only when everyone's figures had faded from sight did he pull out the radio, strapped to his belt. Almo, this is White Wolf, this is White Wolf. Blade is left with the target. Almo here, copy that. Almo out. Over. Not a bad feeling, Tobarama thought, almost pleased. With that, he led the rest of the group back to the village. As for worrying about Dave's safety, well, what he was really worried about was whether Dave and Kakuzu would bankrupt a Wagakure this time around. Swat, this is White Wolf. Are you tracking the target? A few hundred meters behind the Tsuchikage group, Kakuzu picked up his phone and called out. Swat here. SWAT and Black Rose are already tailing the Mizuki's group. As for the mission to deliver a devastating blow to Kirigakure, Black Rose and I are determined to see it through, came Hashirama's voice from the other end. Over, over. Trailing behind the Mizuki's group were Hashirama and Madara. This feels pretty great, Madara. I almost feel like we're kids again. Hashirama grinned at Madara, a rocket launcher strapped to his back. Not bad, Madara replied with a nod. His Gatling gun was far too big to carry on his back, so he'd asked Mito to seal it into a scroll for him. But, Madara, isn't it a little much to wipe out Kirigakure when the village has only just been established for a couple of years? Hashirama asked, a bit worried. Call me Black Rose. This mission is under Akatsuki's name. What does it have to do with Konoha? Madara scoffed coldly. Well, I suppose you're right. Hashirama nodded, half understanding, but letting it go. Wherever Madara went, he would follow. It had been years since Madara had gotten into a proper fight, and his hands were itching for action. The real reason he'd come to Kirigakure was simply to scratch that itch, to have a bit of fun. Dave always said the Akatsuki was just for messing around. Do whatever makes you happy. Well, if wiping out Kirigakure made Madara happy, who could argue with that? After traveling all afternoon, Dave and Kakuzu finally arrived at Iwagakure. Moo, take the kid to the village inn and let him rest. Remember, give him a nice discount, Ishikawa said slowly, glancing at Moo behind him. Understood, master, Moo replied with a nod. Then, Ishikawa led his squad of limping genin away, leaving only Dave and Moo behind. All right, kid, out with it. What's your real purpose for coming to Iwagakure? Moo watched his master leave, then turned to Dave with a stern look. Purpose? What purpose could I possibly have? I just wanted to experience the local customs of Iwagakure, to feel the warmth and simplicity of its people. Is that so wrong? Dave feigned innocence, looking puzzled. Save it. Come with me. Moo snorted, then started walking off in a particular direction, with Dave following close behind. Of course, he didn't believe a word out of this kid's mouth. Dave never said anything straight. A short while later. Are you kidding me? 1,000,000 ryo a night for a so-called ordinary room. Dave roared, pointing furiously at the outrageously high prices. Kid, this is the highest tier suite in the village. What do you mean ordinary? These rooms are usually reserved for the daimyo of the land of Earth and the nobility. They used to go for 5 million a night. I spent ages bargaining with the owner to give you a taste of Iwagakure's humble hospitality. Moo replied with a slow, mocking grin. Cut the crap. We just got here. When did you have time to bargain? Dave slammed the counter in frustration. He was used to scamming others, but he'd never imagined he'd be the one getting fleeced this time. Kid, this is the only kind of room left in the village anyway. Take it or leave it. Wu crossed his arms, a look of mockery dancing on his face. Fine, I'll take it. Dave shot Wu a furious glare, pulled out 1,000,000 silver taels from his pocket, and slapped them hard into Wu's hand. Sweet dreams tonight, Wu replied, not the least bit ruffled. He smiled, pocketed the money, and strolled away unhurriedly. Damn it, bastard, scoundrel, Almo. This is Blade. Get to my room right now. I can't believe I just got swindled. Dave stormed in the room he'd bought at a bargain price, pulled out his phone, and roared into it. Almo here, roger that. Over. On a night when a moon was shrouded and the wind howled, 2 shady men with stockings on their heads were on the move once more. This time, our target is the Stone Village Vault, got it? Grab whatever you can, everything. Operation codename, Sweep Stone Village. Understood. Let's go. While Dave and Kakuzu launched their mission, over in the Mist Village. Hashirama, Dave said, if you're with the Akatsuki, you have to wear these. Madara stared at the stockings in his hand, eyes closed, clearly reluctant. MMPH. Hashirama had already pulled the stockings over his head, his features comically distorted, his mouth twisted up by his eyes, mumbling incoherently. Madara glanced at the stockings in his hand, then at Hashirama's current state. Madara fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Hozuki Mangetsu led a group of limping lower-ranked ninjas slowly into the Mist Village. Hashirama, wearing the stockings with his face all twisted up, crouched in the grass alongside Madara, who just couldn't stand the uncomfortable, cheap stockings. Madara had casually drawn 2 lines of dirt on his own face with his finger. Madara, are we going or not? Hashirama looked at Madara, waiting for an answer. We're going. Madara couldn't bear the sight of Hashirama's current appearance any longer, so he closed his eyes and nodded. Wait, let me play the team's theme song first. Hashirama suddenly remembered, quickly reaching out to stop Madara just as he was about to step forward. A short while later, inside the Mist Village's Mizuki building. Damn those black mask creeps. Damn it. One trip to Konoha, and we blew through over 1 billion taels. Hozuki Mangetsu slammed the ledger in his hand down, roaring with rage. Lord Mizukage, bad news. There are two weirdos at the village gate. At that moment, two guards burst into the office, faces tense as they shouted at Hozuki Mangetsu. Weirdos? What do they look like? Instantly, Hozuki Mangetsu pictured two perverts with stockings pulled over their heads and asked with a frown. One of them has stockings on his head. You can't even make out his features. The other one, I think it's Uchiha Madara from Konoha. The guard thought for a moment before replying. Dawn. Hozuki Genjutsu slammed the table and shot to his feet. This cursed organization. After crippling every genin they sent to Konoha, now they had even tracked them all the way back to their own village. Organize the villagers to evacuate first. Gu, you come with me, Hozuki Genjutsu ordered, turning to the young man beside him. The young man nodded, and the two of them darted out of the Mizukage building at lightning speed. At the gate of Kirigakure. Shoulder my pack. The moment I step out my front door, I know real life has so many unique twists and turns. If you see me, don't be too distant. I may be sentimental, but my spirit burns with passion and freedom. In this hurried world, there's no time to ask why. Hashirama and Madara stood at the gate of the village. Madara, one hand lugging a boombox, the other gripping a Gatling gun. Within seconds, Hozuki Genjutsu and the young man arrived. Uchiha Madara, Senja Hashirama, weren't you two supposed to be in a hospital? Hozuki Genjutsu stared in disbelief at the bizarre duo before him. One an ugly man sporting stockings, the other, Madara, striking a rather flamboyant pose. We're with the Akatsuki. I'm SWAT, and this is Black Rose, Hashirama said, pointing first at Madara, then at himself. Hozuki Genjutsu shot Hashirama a look reserved for fools. Are you messing with me? Could you two at least pretend to show some respect? I'm not blind, you know. Enough with the chatter. Let's get to work, Madara said coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the mustache man. With that, Madara set the boombox gently on the ground. Madara hefted his Gatling gun, while Hashirama shouldered a rocket launcher. That day, the little village on the outskirts of Kirigakure was thoroughly confused. Something big seemed to be happening in Kirigakure. There was even singing drifting over. Shoulder my pack. This song was actually pretty catchy. Several hours later, in the center of the ruins of Kirigakure, Hashirama peeled off his stockings, wiping the sweat from his brow. Nearby, Madara set down his still-smoking Gatling gun and sealed it away in a scroll. Let's go, Madara said, glancing at Hashirama. Hashirama nodded, and the two of them strode away with dramatic flair. Once they'd gone, Hozuki Genjutsu and the young man crawled out from beneath the rubble. Damn it, Konoha, you'll pay for this. Genjutsu roared in fury. Gu, gather the survivors and start rebuilding Kirigakure. As soon as it's done, we'll declare war on Konoha. Because Genjutsu had evacuated the villagers first, the destruction was mostly limited to the buildings. Casualties were minimal. But, Lord Second, can we really win? The young man swallowed nervously, uncertainty trembling in his voice. Of course. You saw Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha when they went to Konoha, didn't you? Both of them ended up in the hospital. This time, they only showed up to intimidate us in the ninja world. A desperate show of strength, really. It's nothing more than borrowing someone else's power to bluff. Did you see them use would release or the Sharingan just now? The man with the small mustache sneered, turning to the young man beside him. No, I didn't, the young man replied, shaking his head. Exactly. All they used were the weapons in their hands. So, it's clear that, in their current state, they can't even use ninjutsu anymore. The fact that they made it to Kirigakure at all is already pushing their limits. The small mustache stroked his beard, analyzing the situation with great confidence, as if he could already see himself standing atop the heads of Hashirama and Madara, uniting the entire ninja world. I see. But, Second Lord, if they can't even use ninjutsu anymore, why didn't you stop them earlier? Why did you take me and run away? The young man nodded thoughtfully, then asked in confusion. Koog? Oh, Gu about that. You're the third I appointed before your master left. Clearly, there's still much you need to learn. That won't do. What I did was lull them into a false sense of security, to make them think Kirigakure is weak and helpless. But once our village is rebuilt, we'll deliver a fatal blow to Konoha. The small mustache coughed a few times, visibly embarrassed as he tried to explain himself. At this moment, the small mustache felt like slapping himself. Of course, if those two can't even use ninjutsu, why on earth did I bother running? My poor village. No matter how much the small mustache regretted things on the Kirigakure side, over in Iwagakure, the two had already sneaked beneath the Tsuchikage's office building. Ormo, this is Blade. What's your status? Dave whispered into his walkie-talkie, as he pressed himself against the wall of the Tsuchikage's building. "Blade, this is Ormo. Everything is secure on my end," came the reply through the device. "Report the enemy's defensive strength," Dave said quietly. "There are two at the entrance. One's already asleep. The other is holding 300 Ryo, printed 3 years ago. One bill is creased. In the lower left corner, one has a torn edge, and one's in mint condition. Honestly, what a disgrace. Can't even take care of their money. You're the disgrace. I asked for a report on the guards, not a ledger of their cash." Dave's veins bulged on his forehead. This idiot. "Oh, right. 2 at the entrance. 8 on the first floor, 15 on the second, and 20 on the third. Can you get inside to check things out?" Dave asked. "I can get onto the first floor, but not the second or third. Too many people. There's a guard at almost every door." "What about entering from the windows outside?" "It's possible, but you'll have to be extremely careful. Almost all their guards are tune-in or higher. Move out. I'll take the third floor. You take the second." Dave was just about to enter a room on the third floor when a shout suddenly echoed from below, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. "You idiot. Is that how you handle money? Do you even know what you're doing? That's 100 taels. My heart aches just thinking about it." Kakuzu's furious roar boomed from downstairs. Dave was completely lost for words. "Alert! Someone's broken into the Tsuchikage building. Damn it, Almo. Retreat." Dave grabbed his radio and cursed loudly. 4 a.m. in Dave's room. "You son of a damn you. Are you out of your mind? I swear." Dave pointed at Kakuzu and let out a string of expletives. Kakuzu just looked bored, picking at his ear. "Now tell me, why did you make all that noise?" Dave took a deep breath, struggling to restrain the urge to beat the guy senseless. That idiot was using money to pick his nose. Can you believe the waste? Unbelievable. You absolute moron. Dave finally snapped. He pounced on Kakuzu and started pummeling him without holding back. "Kid, is someone in your room? Open up." A voice suddenly came from the door. Dave scrambled to his feet and hurriedly tossed the tangled mess of threads out the window. Expense report. That was the last thing Dave heard. This guy really was nothing but trouble. Dave took a long, calming breath, forced himself to relax, and walked to the door. He opened it to find Mu standing there. "Mr. Venereal Disease, are you crazy? What are you doing knocking on my door at 4 in the morning?" "If you don't need sleep, I do," Dave said, rubbing his eyes and yawning, try his best to look half asleep. "Ah, kid, was it you who just broke into the Tsuchikage building?" Mu sneered. The Tsuchikage building? Why would I go there in the middle of the night? You just woke me up, you know." Dave shot him a glare. "That kid, you sleep in that kind of get-up?" Mu smirked, pointing at Dave's black stealth suit. "Come on, man, it's pajamas. Ever heard of pajamas? Not everyone's like you, little sesame, wrapped head to toe in bandages all day," Dave blurted out, quickly coming up with an excuse. "Damn brat." Veins bulged on Mu's forehead. This kid was infuriating. Calm down, this is still my own village. "Do you folks have any booze around here?" Dave asked. "We do," Mu replied, giving Dave a puzzled look and nodding. "All right then, let's go have a drink." "No way I'm getting back to sleep after all this," Dave said with a stretch. And so, Dave and Mu found a nearby tavern and started drinking, completely forgetting about the tangle of black threads lying in the grass outside the inn. Inside the tavern. "Boss, bring us 2 bottles of sake," Wu called out to the owner. "Oh, it's Lord Wu. Please, have a seat." The owner, recognizing Wu, nodded respectfully, his face full of deference. "Well, look at you. Didn't expect it, but you seem pretty well known in this village, huh, Mr. STD? Dave sat across from Wu, eyeing him with a teasing grin. "Oomph." Wu lifted his chin with a haughty air and let out a couple of dismissive snorts. "Oh, come on. Talk about being touchy. Can't even take a joke." Dave rolled his eyes at him. "Lord Wu, here's your sake." The owner set 2 bottles on their table, careful and polite. With that, a heavy silence settled over the table. The 2 men drank quietly, each lost in thought. "Hey, kid, if a Wagakure ever goes to war with Konoha, would you risk your life fighting me?" Wu, now tipsy, finally broke the silence, raising his head and speaking slowly. "No." Dave, cheeks flushed with drink, smiled and shook his head. "Why not? You're from Konoha, aren't you? The second Hokage's son?" Wu asked, puzzled. "Of course. If you IWA folks start a war with Konoha, I'll be on the front lines. I'll fight you, sure, but not to the death," Dave replied with a wry smile. "Why?" Wu's confusion only deepened. "Well, you're one of the few people outside Konoha I actually talk to. I'd even say we're on pretty good terms. I'm a peaceful guy at heart. And honestly, if you, Mr. STD, ended up dead, my life would get a whole lot duller." Dave chuckled softly. "That's all?" Wu asked. "Yeah, that's all." With nothing more to say, the 2 lapsed into silence again, quietly sipping their sake. As dawn began to break, Dave looked at Wu, who was now completely drunk and sprawled out. "Ugh, you lightweight. Can't even hold your liquor. Huh. STD, man? Huh." I'm out of here. Dave, his head spinning, staggered to his feet. He glanced at Wu lying on the floor, let out a couple of hearty laughs, grabbed his things, and wobbled off. After Dave left, Wu slowly sat up from the floor. Kid, if it really came down to it, I wouldn't fight you to the death either. With that, Wu too staggered to his feet, preparing to leave. Lord Wu, you haven't paid yet. The owner hurried over when he saw Wu about to go. How much? Wu frowned. 3 million silver taels. The owner swallowed nervously. How much? Wu sobered up instantly, his face blank with shock as he roared. 3 million silver taels. The owner trembled, but forced himself to repeat it. 3 million for a few dozen bottles of sake? You're kidding me, right? Wu jabbed a finger at the empty bottles on the table, his voice booming with rage. Those sake bottles were just worth a few 100,000 taels, but when that white-haired young man left just now, he took several bottles of the finest aged sake. Each of them is worth hundreds of thousands of taels. The shopkeeper swallowed hard, stumbling over his words. Dambrat, I swear, I'll risk everything to get back at you. Dave, strolling along the bustling street, heard the furious roar echoing behind him and couldn't help but smile. To walk away with a few bottles of good wine for free, now that's satisfying. After returning home, Dave collapsed straight onto his bed and drifted off to sleep. In the dead of night, Almo, if you mess up like you did yesterday, you're dead meat. Got it? Dave glared at Kakuzu in front of him, tracing a threatening line across his neck with his hand. Relax, Blade. This time, nothing will distract me. Kakuzu promised with conviction. Ha ha ha. This time, the money I managed to obtain, I'll let the kid have an extra 10%. Huh. Operation Iwagakure Sweep 2.0 Go-Go. Rush B. This time, Kakuzu was all business, swift, silent, and efficient, not wasting a single word or movement. The two of them ransacked Iwagakure's treasury and slipped away under the cover of darkness. The next day, Ishikawa headed over to check on the state of his village's treasury. That damn black-faced penny pincher, one trip to Konoha, and he lost billions. My money. Humming songs from last night's no performance, Ishikawa leisurely opened the doors to the storeroom. On the third day, Ishikawa, the first Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, passed away at the age of 69, his heart unable to withstand the shock. He was succeeded by Mu, the second Tsuchikage. Dear Mr. Mu, this is Dave Senju. Thank you for the warm hospitality these past couple of days. I'm truly grateful. By the way, I noticed your village treasury was a bit overcrowded, with all that money crammed into one room. I've helped relieve at least 200 square meters of pressure for you. No need to thank me. Just call me Lei Feng. If you need anything, feel free to email me. On Mu's second day as Tsuchikage, a guard discovered a letter in Dave's room and delivered it to him. As Mu read the letter, veins bulged angrily on his forehead. That insolent brat, he roared, tearing the letter to shreds in a fit of rage. Outside the door, the guard wiped cold sweat from his brow, unnerved by the new Tsuchikage's outburst. Is the second Tsuchikage really this irritable? Looks like working in the Tsuchikage's office won't be easy from now on. Master, are we going to war with Konoha? At that moment, the door opened and a short, broad-nosed young man walked in, looking at Mu with grave concern. Mu closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. We absolutely must go to war with Konoha. The village's coffers are empty. We have no choice but to sustain ourselves through war. If we let Konoha continue to grow, Iwagakure will be finished. And in the future, you will be the second Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Those were the last words Ishikawa spoke to Mu when they met for the final time. How are the other villages moving? Anoki. Mu slowly opened his eyes, turning to the short, big-nosed young man standing before him. Master, for now, Sunagakure and Kumogakure are quiet. But Kirigakure was destroyed by Uchihamadara and Senju Hashirama just days ago. Now, Kirigakure is making big moves. Some are rebuilding the village, others are gathering forces. It looks like they're preparing for something major, Anoki reported in a calm voice. Hey, good. When Kirigakure makes its move, we'll gather our own forces and strike at them. Mu contemplated for a moment. Then his eyes flashed with determination. Master, didn't Grandmaster say we should attack Konoha? Why are we going after Kirigakure instead? Anoki asked, puzzled. Sasori and Nade, they're both itching to move against Konoha as well. They're just waiting for Kirigakure to stick its neck out first. 3 fools. With that kid around, even without Madara and Hashirama, Konoha is still a force we can't match. Mu's words brimmed with disdain for those 3 so-called fools. Mu had fought in Konoha twice before with Dave, and he was sure the boys would release was far more than it seemed. That kid? Well, then, what about Grandmaster's words? Anoki muttered, still confused. We'll still attack Konoha, but only after those three fools have finished their bout with them. When that time comes, Anoki, the main battlefield will be yours. Mu smiled as he looked at Anoki. Huh, master, I've only just begun to grasp dust release. Anoki blurted out, disbelief written all over his face. That's exactly why you must master dust release before we go to war with Konoha. Anoki, don't let me down, Mu replied with a gentle smile. Yes, master, I'll do my best. But, master, if you're not leading on the main battlefield, will you be commanding from behind the lines? Anoki straightened up, full of resolve. No, I'll be on the battlefield myself. As for that boy, he's mine to face. That's the promise between us. That boy, who could he possibly be? Even as Anoki left the office, his mind was shrouded in questions. Meanwhile, over in Konoha, Tobarama was rubbing his temples, staring at the intelligence reports in his hands, then glancing up at the group of dangerous individuals standing before him. It looks like the Hidden Mist is preparing to go to war with us. Don't you two think you've gone too far this time? Tobarama looked at Madara and Hashirama in front of him, rubbing his aching forehead as he spoke. Too far? How's that too far? I didn't even use any ninjutsu. That whole worthless lot from the mist ran away the moment they saw me. I honestly have no idea where they get the confidence to think they can fight Konoha. Madara sneered, slowly polishing his silver Gatling gun as he spoke. That's right. Madara is absolutely right, Hashirama chimed in, sitting beside Madara and cleaning his RPG launcher, nodding in agreement. What do you think, Izuna? Tobarama's temple throbbed as he turned to the two troublemakers. We fight. The Warring States period ended over a decade ago. There's been peace in the shinobi world for years. Now everyone's itching for action again. It was bound to happen sooner or later. If they want to fight, let's give them one. Konoha's strength is nothing to sneeze at right now. Izuna thought for a moment before speaking. That's right. Izuna's right, Hashirama echoed. Those pathetic mist shinobi. Father, just let me go and I'll wipe them out all by myself. Dave, seated at the end of the row, jumped to his feet and shouted. Sit down. You're barely 2 months away from coming of age, and your wedding to little Tsukimi is almost here. What are you even thinking? Tobarama's headache deepened. These four. That's right. Dave's right, Hashirama repeated. Will you be quiet already? Tobarama snapped at Hashirama, who kept chiming in with agreement. Hashirama looked at Tobarama, wounded and aggrieved. Weren't you the one who asked for our opinions? Why are you yelling at me? So, is it just a hidden mist we need to worry about right now? Tobarama pressed on. The hidden stone is gathering troops as well, Izuna replied, picking up a dossier from the table. The stone too. But didn't old Ishikawa die just a couple of days ago? They're ready to fight us this soon. Tobarama rubbed his brow, puzzled. If you knew how he died, you'd understand why they're so quick to go to war. Izuna paused, then smiled wryly. How would I know how he died? Dave, didn't you and Kakuzu just get back from the stone? What happened to him? Tobarama was taken aback. I've been in the village. I have no idea what happened to that old man. Maybe he just got careless in his old age and overindulged himself. Dave scratched his head, speaking awkwardly. He died of anger. Dave and Kakuzu looted the Hidden Stone's treasury a few days ago. Ishikawa already had a bad heart. He got too worked up and didn't make it. For the past 2 days, the stone's second Tsuchikage has been frantically trying to borrow money from the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Izuna shot Dave a helpless look as he explained. The stone won't fight us. We'll only need to worry about the other 3 villages, Dave said suddenly, grinning. How do you know? Tobarama glanced at Dave, puzzled. I know that guy with the disease. He's the type who hides his cunning behind a quiet face. I bet he's just waiting for us to wear ourselves out fighting the other 3 villages so he can swoop in at the end and take advantage. Are you sure about that? I am. On a dark and windy night, deep in an underground chamber. Password. A man clad in a black cloak patterned with red clouds stood at the doorway, blocking the path of the 3 newcomers and barking his demand. Balala the little magic fairy, full transformation. Let me sweeten you up, moi. The 3 exchanged awkward glances. Then, the 2 in the back shoved the one in front forward. The poor guy stood before the cloaked man, clearly embarrassed, cheeks flushed, performing a series of odd gestures, and finally, he made a heart with his hands. With the exception of the one who'd been pushed forward, the other 3, including the gatekeeper, doubled over, retching violently. After a few moments, the gatekeeper coughed and sputtered, finally forcing himself upright. Ahem. Please, come in. He opened the heavy door behind him, still looking a bit green, and let the 3 inside. They walked through a dim corridor, soon arriving at another large door. The leader of the trio slowly pushed it open. Welcome, everyone. Please come in. The room beyond was sparsely furnished. Just a table, 3 chairs in front, and a single person seated behind it. That's enough. One of the trio snapped, unable to bear it any longer. He strode up and slammed his palm down on the table. Ahem, Danzo, there's no need to be so aggressive. Remember, I'm going to be your boss from now on. Can't you let me enjoy my moment? You really don't know how to play along. The chair behind the desk slowly turned, revealing Dave, who forced a sheepish grin. The Hokage didn't bring us here to watch you show off. Uchiha Kagami stepped forward, both hands slapping onto the table as he spoke sharply. And what's with that ridiculous password? Sarutobi Hiruzen strode up as well, hands landing on the table with a loud slap. He was the one who just recited that embarrassing phrase, moi. Honestly, not even a little respect. Fine, you three are in. Danzo, from now on, you'll be Scorpion. Hiruzen, you're Seth. Kagami, well, you're already a terrorist, so no need for a codename. Dave looked at the three in front of him, clearly displeased by their mutinous attitude. What's our mission? Danzo finally sat down, turning to Dave with a serious look. Each of you has a different assignment. Danzo, you'll infiltrate the hidden sand and gather intelligence. Kagami, you'll do the same in the hidden cloud. Seth, you're headed to the hidden stone. That's it. The ninja world's already brimming with tension. Go find out whether there's any movement against the leaf. Dave nodded and laid out their tasks plainly. Oh, right. Here are your outfits and weapons. Remember to take them with you on the mission, Dave said, pulling out 3 sets of clothes and weapons from below and handing them to the trio. These stockings, are we supposed to wear them? Nikizan immediately spotted the stockings in the equipment set, pulled them out, and asked in confusion. Yeah, ahem, no, you're supposed to wear them on your heads. Our organization's budget is tight, so we haven't managed to make proper masks yet. Just use these for now, Dave replied, helplessly. The organization's funds really were limited, and all of it was in Kakuzu's hands. Is this a gun? Danzo asked, holding the weapon in his hand and looking at it curiously. That's right. Looks like you're keeping up with the times, Danzo, Dave said with a chuckle. How's the firepower? Q asked. Beyond 7 steps, the gun wins every time. And within 7 steps, the gun is both quick and accurate. Watching the 3 of them leave, each with a stocking pulled over their head, Dave smiled in satisfaction. Kid, you'd better change that code phrase fast, came a low, angry voice as Kakuzu, who had been standing guard at the door, walked in slowly and fixed Dave with a furious glare. Change it? But isn't it great as it is? Dave asked, genuinely puzzled. The code phrase was perfect. Asterisk moi asterisk. Kakuzu shot Dave a long, meaningful look, then took out his phone and played back the video he'd recorded just now for Dave to see. For the sake of the organization's safety, Kakuzu had to record everything. Those were Dave's own words, after all. Kakuzu was just following the boss's instructions. What was wrong with that? Kakuzu was a loyal comrade. A moment later, Kakuzu walked over and squatted down beside Dave, gently patting him on the back, a look of unrestrained schadenfreude on his face. Change it. You have to change that code phrase. It's too devastating. What should I change it to? Kakuzu asked, grinning. Izao wao li zao. The grin slowly faded from Kakuzu's face. He wordlessly pulled out his phone again and replayed the video for Dave. You damn it, Kakuzu, no matter how hard Dave retched. Father, I'm heading out for my mission, Q announced as he returned home, calling out to his father. Go on. Don't bother me unless it's important, Changjiang replied, sitting at a desk, deep in thought. When he heard Q's voice behind him, he waved his hand impatiently. Father, what are you working on? Q asked, puzzled by his father's behavior, and walked closer. That damn Mariboshi Yuta has learned to dance in the square these days. Even with his crippled legs, he can fit 4 people on his wheelchair. He flaunts it in front of me every day now. What a scoundrel! Uchiha Changjiang exclaimed furiously. Father, aren't you going to learn square dancing? Jing asked, puzzled. I want to learn from Lord Mito for a few days, but I just couldn't get it. Lord Mito said I was too slow. Even Marihoshi Oda, who's disabled, picked it up faster than me. So, she refused to teach me anymore, Uchiha Changjiang said, after a moment of silence. From his father's tone, Jing could clearly sense a mix of jealousy and frustration. How about this? I'll look up some videos for you in the Konoha forum. You can follow along with those to learn. Jing thought for a moment and came up with this idea. That sounds good. Uchiha Changjiang was taken aback. Then a smile spread across his face. The 2 of them sat in front of the computer. Jing logged into the forum and found some square dance tutorial videos for his father. Looking at his father's eager, inquisitive expression as he sat before the computer, Jing nodded in satisfaction, ready to head out for his mission. But just as he was about to leave, his father called after him. Jing, can these comments be replied to? Uchiha Changjiang stopped Jing, pointing at the comment section under the square dance video. Of course, just reply to them, Jing replied, a little surprised. he thought it was something important. But on second thought, it was nice that his father was finding enjoyment in his retirement. Uchiha Changjiang nodded, waving his hand in impatience. Jing couldn't help but smile and left. Dance god of the ninja world. Is this even considered dancing? Jing wants peace replied to Konoha dance god. Who do you think you are? Lord Mito's square dance isn't something just anyone can criticize. Changjiang looked at his reply, satisfied with himself. He had no idea, however, that the forum account he was using actually belonged to his son. Jing, in high spirits and wearing a pair of stockings on his head, got ready to head out for his mission. Just as he reached the front gate, Uchiha Jing. Yes, clan leader. Is there something you need? Nothing urgent. Just wanted to have a chat with you. Suzunuo. What? A short while later, Dave walked into the hospital, weighed down by a heavy heart. Jing again? How on earth did he end up in the hospital this time? So, tell me, how did you end up here again? Dave asked, stepping into the ward and looking quizzically at Jing, who was lying in bed, wrapped head to toe in bandages. Wah, clan leader Madara just suddenly came looking for me and beat me up out of nowhere. I don't even know what I did wrong. Seeing Dave, Jing finally found someone to vent to and burst into tears. Are you sure? You didn't do anything? Dave was completely baffled. Madara, just beating Jing up for no reason? That didn't sound right at all. I really didn't do anything. Asterisco sobi. Sobi asterisco. Jing paused, racking his brain to recall if he'd offended the clan leader in any way these past few days, but he truly hadn't. He hadn't even been on his computer, let alone seen Ban. How could he have possibly upset Ban? Then, could it be someone logged into your account and did something? Or maybe someone's been using your name. Dave blinked, airing his suspicion. He spoke from experience. Using someone else's name to get things done was hardly unfamiliar territory for him. Jing fell silent, lost in deep thought. Since Jing was in the hospital with an injury, no one from the Cloud-Hidden Village could go, so Dave had to ask Almo to handle things on their behalf. 3 days later, Danzo, Hiruzen, and Kakazu returned with intelligence. Mist, Cloud, and Sand villages had begun gathering their forces, preparing to declare war on Konoha. Half a month later, construction in the Mist-Hidden Village was nearly complete, and they officially declared war on Konoha. Their reason for war? We're out of money. Tobarama cried out in exasperation. What kind of ridiculous excuse was that? At the same time, Cloud and Sand also issued declarations of war against Konoha. Rock-Hidden Village hadn't made any moves just yet, but it was clear they'd begun assembling their forces as well. And so, the first Great Ninja War officially erupted. In the Hokage's office. Who's going to deal with Mist? Tobarama looked around at the gathered group and asked. The Mist side? The Hozuki, Kagaya, and Yuki clans. Those three could be trouble. Let me and Big Brother handle them, Izuna suggested after thinking it over. All right, you and Ban will take 1,000 men to Mist. What about Sand? Tobarama nodded, then continued. We'll go, Dave said, gesturing at Jing, Danzo, Hiruzen, Torafu, Koharu, and Hamura behind him. Good. The 7 of you will take 2,000 men and monitor the situation closely. But, Dave, what about your wedding with Tsukimi? Tobarama nodded again. He trusted these 7 completely. Leaving Sand to them was no problem at all. Tsukimi and I have already discussed it. We'll get married once the war is over, Dave replied, his face lighting up with a blissful smile. By the way, old man, we don't need extra hands. The 7 of us will be enough, Dave quickly added, as if something had just occurred to him. Just the 7 of you? Tobarama gave Dave a skeptical look. Trust me, Dave straightened up, brimming with confidence. Tobarama studied Dave for a few moments. Very well, I'll trust you this time. As for Cloud, I'll lead the team myself, Tobarama decided after a moment's thought. What about me? What about me? Hashirama suddenly leapt up, anxious not to be left out. How could they possibly forget him? You? You just stay in the village and oversee everything. If any side has a problem, you go there. I'll head to the front lines. The village is in your hands now. Tobarama looked up at Hashirama and said, Ah, all right. Hashirama lowered his head, a bit disappointed. They're all heading out. Am I going to have to sit in the Hokage's seat again? It's so boring. How are things over in Iwagakure? Tobarama turned to ask Izuna. Iwagakure has declared war on Kirigakure. Things are already getting chaotic over there. The one leading Konoha's side is that guy Gu, the young man who was following Byakuren at the last 5 Kage summit. Hozuki Jinjetsu is leading a team to fight Iwagakure. Izuna reported as he looked over the documents in his hand. What? That guy's going up against Hozuki Jinjetsu. Dave was taken aback and quickly asked. Didn't Mu and Jinjetsu both perish together in the original story? That guy? Yeah. Izuna glanced at Dave, a bit puzzled, and nodded. All right, that's all for today. Tomorrow, we move out, all of us, Tobarama announced, and with that, everyone dispersed. After returning, Dave wrote a letter and sealed a scroll to send to Kakuzu. Help me deliver this to Mu in Iwagakure. Kid, you guys are about to go to war, and you still want to send things? Kakuzu looked at Dave, bewildered, then glanced at what was in his hands with a questioning look. Why do you care so much? You're not fighting anyway. Just deliver it for me, all right? Dave shot him an exasperated look. No way, it's a waste of my time. Kakuzu sneered and shook his head. This time, during the Great Ninja War, I'll help you make money. All right, boss. Can you give me a hint how much we're talking about? Hundreds of billions, easy. I'll follow your lead, boss. I'll be back in a flash, guaranteed to deliver it as fast as possible. The next day, UMI reluctantly saw Dave off as he left the village. When I come back, we'll get married. After walking a few hundred meters, Dave turned and saw UMI still standing outside Konoha's main gate. He smiled and called out to her. All right. Kakuzu was indeed fast. The very next day, just as Mu was preparing to lead his troops toward Kirigakure, Kakuzu's figure appeared before Iwagakure's main forces. You are? The black-faced Grim Reaper? What are you doing here? We Iwagakure aren't fighting Konoha, Mu said, surprised, eyeing Kakuzu warily. This is from that kid. I'm just a delivery guy. Kakuzu shrugged, handing Mu the letter and scroll. That kid sent it. Mu asked, giving Kakuzu a curious look. Yeah, my job's done. I'm out of here. Kakuzu nodded, and with a flicker, vanished from sight. Master, what was that? Inoki, who had witnessed everything from the side, stepped forward and looked at Mu questioningly. Target, Kirigakure, move out. Mu ignored Inoki, whipped his head around, and barked orders to the troops assembled behind him. At once, everyone quickened their pace, dashing off in the direction of Kirigakure. Originally, their plan had been to skip a formal declaration of war and launch a surprise attack by sailing around to the rear of Kirigakure. But now, seeing the three other foolish villages all openly declare war, and even Konohagakure joining the fray, it would be more than a little awkward if their own village remained silent. Hey, syphilis guy, don't think I don't know what you're scheming. You sly devil, watch yourself. As for Hozuki Jinjetsu, that little mustache, if I remember right, you've crossed paths with him before, so be careful. Don't go doing anything stupid, like getting yourself killed just to take him down with you. And don't forget, you still owe me 3 million Ryo worth of sake from that time I tricked you. The sake is still with me, and I'm saving it for when we meet again to have a drink or two. Inside this scroll is something useful. If you run into danger, remember to open it. And finally, don't go dying on me, syphilis guy. The main force marched for an entire day. That night, as they rested, Mu opened the letter. That kid, Mu finished reading, then tore the letter into shreds, shaking his head with a wry smile. That kid's still so naive. He'd even risk helping the enemy. Well, you watch yourself too, kid. If worst comes to worst, and we end up fighting Konoha, I'll try to hold back a little. Mu glanced at the scroll beside him, pondered for a moment, then attached it to his belt. Sand battlefield. What? Konoha's only sent 7 people? Are they looking down on us? The Sand Gate roared in fury as he pored over the intelligence report in his hands. It's the 6 disciples of Hashirama and Tobarama Senju, plus Tobarama's son, Chiyo said from the side, her purple hair already fading and her face growing pale. Damn it, bastards. Mobilize 500 men. Move out immediately. The veins bulged on Sandgate's forehead. Was Konoha really underestimating them this much? Fine, let's see how those 7 fare against 500 of us. Compared to the thousands of tents at the Sands encampment, Konoha's side looked sparse, with only 7 tents dotting the landscape. Damn, are they really itching to fight already? It's only the first damn day of the war. Dave listened to Danzo's report, then muttered in exasperation. Can we take them? Hiruzen asked, watching Dave intently. Take them? I'll beat them so hard their grandmothers won't recognize them. You all stay put. I'll handle this myself. Hell, do they really think so little of us? Dave slammed the table and stormed out of the camp. Dave, don't be reckless. Minyin and Torafu hurried after him, trying to stop him. This is youth. Trust me, I'll show them what it means to be a rose on the battlefield. Dave exclaimed, his voice brimming with youthful energy as he picked up the Uchiha fan from inside the tent. Watching Dave charge ahead without hesitation, the 6 of them exchanged uncertain glances. They decided to follow. After all, one person fighting 500, no matter how you look at it, it's a bit, well. At the crossroads of the battlefield, Dave gripped the fan in his right hand and strode steadily toward the 500 men before him. Is this kid looking down on us? Get him! The leader, veins bulging in anger as he saw only one man approach from the other side, roared with fury. They had received direct orders from the Kazekage. Annihilate or capture all 7 enemies. They'd assumed those 7 must be formidable, and that it would take all 500 of them to bring them down. But now, just one person had the nerve to show up. Seriously, did they think so little of their strength? Dave faced the charging crowd of 500 with a smile on his face. His steps quickened, picking up speed as he dashed headlong into them. You think Dave's going to be all right? Hiruzen, hiding in the grass, turned to the 5 beside him, uncertainty in his voice. You should be fine. You saw Dave hasn't even used his wood release yet, right? Danzo thought for a moment, then answered quietly as he watched the fight unfold. Stay alert. If things go south, jump in and help right away. Koharu barked at the two, shooting them a sharp look. The two jumped at her sudden warning. What was up with Koharu, getting so worked up all of a sudden? Dave plunged into the throng, his eyes sharp, constantly darting around to take in the situation. Unfortunately, Dave hadn't yet mastered taijutsu. He'd barely been learning for less than 2 months. Damn it, that bastard attacked me from behind. That's dirty. Who the hell fights like that in war? Dave's figure twisted and weaved through the crowd, occasionally sending someone flying with a hit, when suddenly a sharp pain shot up from his lower body. Enraged, he let out a furious roar. That was a nasty move. Kid, that's what war is. Dave lowered his head and realized the man he'd knocked down earlier was lying beneath him and had taken the chance to strike. The man's face was unrecognizable, teeth knocked out, yet even in that state he managed a mocking grin at Dave. Screw you. Dave's veins bulged with anger as he drove the fan into the neck of the man on the ground. The head rolled away. Damn, who's the punk that just attacked again? That's dishonorable. Can't you fight fair? No sooner had Dave yanked the fan from the ground than he was struck with a heavy blow to the back. I've had enough. To hell with taijutsu. Just die, all of you. Wood release. Destruction mushroom. Meanwhile, in the grove nearby, the 6 of them watched Dave, who had been fighting just fine a moment ago, suddenly unleash wood release. Glancing up at the mushroom cloud drifting across the sky, the group fell silent, lost in thought. Tanzo, is this what they call the rose of the battlefield? Hiruzen swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked. I suppose so. Danzo forced himself to stay calm and replied slowly. What did Dave say just now? Torafu's hands shook as he fumbled a soldier pill from his belt, popped it into his mouth, swallowed, and asked in a quavering voice. He said, were those people just sore losers? Kagami finally spoke up, his tone even and slow. The 6 fell silent again. If anyone's a sore loser, it's probably you, Dave. Dave looked at the massive crater before him, wiped the sweat from his brow with a grin on his face. Just now, he'd taken down at least a dozen with taijutsu alone. Yes, it's clear my hand-to-hand skills are getting stronger and stronger. All that would release stuff is just support. My taijutsu is the real deal. After a moment of silence, Koharu was the first to snap out of it and hurried over. The other 5, seeing her move, quickly followed suit. Dave, are you okay? Koharu ran up to him, her eyes landing on the shocking wound on his back, worry etched across her face. It's nothing, just a scratch. Dave replied with a dashing smile. Dave, your wood release is really getting incredible. Kagami stepped up beside him, caught the war fan Dave handed over, and tossed it to Torafu grinning. What would release? Didn't you see my valiant, indomitable lightning-fast and dashing taijutsu? Dave protested, a bit miffed. Dave, your taijutsu really is amazing. Hiruzen chimed in hastily, nodding, though honestly you were kind of sore loser. Remember this. I, Dave, am a taijutsu master. Wood release is just backup. This is what youth is all about. What? 500 men wiped out. Saman roared in disbelief as he read the battle report in his hand. Yeah, total annihilation. We got no intel on who did it. No one made it back from the field, Chiyo nodded. And those 7 from Konoha? Saman demanded. They're all fine. Last night, there was even smoke rising from their camp. I think they were having a barbecue. Chiyo paused in surprise, then replied slowly. Outrageous. Damn it. Saman swept all the documents off the table in fury, his rage boiling over. The war hadn't even properly started, yet on the very first day, they'd lost 500 men, while those on the other side were safe and sound. Having a barbecue, no less. 300 men, send out another 300, and take 20 more for an ambush. I must get to the bottom of this. I refuse to believe. This is all there is. Shaman vented his frustrations for a while, then forced himself to calm down and looked over at Chiyo as he spoke. All right, Chiyo replied coolly, glancing at Shaman before stepping out of the tent. Since Ryatu's death, only her son and her younger brother could stir any real emotion in her. As for Ryatu's disciple, Chiyo had nothing more to say. Meanwhile, at the Konoha encampment, they've sent another 300? Are they just lining up to be defeated? Dave scoffed as he listened to Danzo's report, a hint of disdain in his voice. Dave, can't you let us get in on the action this time? Hiruzen shot Dave a disgruntled look. All the glory had gone to Dave in previous battles, but Hiruzen wasn't about to be left in shadows. After all, Hiruzen's goal was to become Hokage. How could he get there without any achievements to his name? Dave glanced at the 6 of them. They all nodded eagerly. It was clear they were itching for a fight. Watching Dave take on 500 enemies alone had set their blood racing. All right, I get it. This time, the 6 of you will take the field, Dave said, his eyes glinting mischievously, as though he'd just thought of something wicked. Miru, Hiruzen, and Danzo exchanged wary glances, feeling a chill run down their spines. Whatever Dave was plotting, it couldn't be good. Dave then pulled out his phone and called Kakuzu. Whatever he said, the 6 of them were left in the dark. The next day, Kakuzu arrived, carrying a large burlap sack slung over his shoulder as he strode into the camp. Kid, what's the meaning of this? Kakuzu dropped the sack and looked at Dave, waiting for an answer. You'll be joining the fight this time, lending them a hand, Dave said with a smile. Kid, I'm here to make money, not to fight, Kakuzu replied coolly, giving Dave a measured look. Of course. Once this is over, I'll take you to make plenty of money. When does the battle start? Soon. Oh, and take these things over to them. And you'll need to suit up as well, Dave said, pointing casually at the sack on the ground, grinning. You little brat. I have my pride, you know. Kakuzu was taken aback, then stormed forward and slammed his hand on Dave's desk in protest. Finish this battle, and your bonus will be $1 billion. Yes, boss. I'm on it right away. Didn't you just say you had pride? Dave paused, arching an eyebrow in amusement. But he did. Is it worth more than money? Kakuzu shot Dave a sidelong glance. I already knew the answer, but still, why am I at a loss for words? At the edge of the battlefield, 7 against 500. Are all 7 of them coming out at once? The leading sand hidden Jonin's face flushed slightly as he stared at the 7 figures on the other side, pausing in surprise before turning to the person beside him to ask. I'm not sure, but something feels off. Didn't the intel mention one of them had white hair? I don't see anyone with white hair among them. The other person replied, confusion written on his face. Sir, is it okay if I laugh? I really can't hold it anymore. At this moment, a Chunin, his own face turning red, stepped forward from behind and asked for permission. Laugh? What are you laughing at? This is a solemn battlefield. Hold it in. Uffed. The Jonin leader had barely finished his stern words before a laugh slipped out, which he quickly tried to stifle. On the other side, damn you, Dave, Hiruzen clenched his fists, his face contorted with anger as he roared at the top of his lungs. He actually threatened me. He really dared to threaten me. Threaten me. Unbelievable. Just you wait. When I become Hokage, I'll make sure to give him a hard time. Danzo, ever the cautious one, had already found a piece of wood and quickly carved it into a mask, which he now wore on his face. Kagami, Teikei's, and Minyin, unable to find any wood, had to make do with the spare stockings Kagami had brought earlier, pulling them over their heads. Hey, are we fighting or not? Hiruzen could no longer stand the bizarre atmosphere and shouted angrily toward the other side. Fight! Charge! Came the response, and then 300 sand-hidden shinobi surged toward the 7 of them. Should we actually go through with what that kid suggested? Kakuzu glanced at the 6 others with clear reluctance in his voice. Do it! Hiruzen, face flushed with embarrassment, gave a resolute nod. That damn Dave. We are the Gord brothers. You on the other side. Release our grandpa. Hiruzen, dressed in a red gourd baby costume with a matching red gourd hat, shouted with a crimson face. Yeah, release our grandpa. Beside him, Kagami, dressed in a green gourd baby suit with a green gourd hat, hesitated before stammering out the line. A moment ago, the battlefield had echoed only with the sound of marching and the clashing of weapons, but now, sudden silence fell. Beneath his mask, Danzo slowly closed his eyes in resignation. Dave, he knew it would come to this. Ha. Oh, dumb. On the other side, Dave, who had been crouching in a tree, was laughing so hard he tumbled right off his perch. Dave's laughter shattered the tension. The 300 sand-hidden shinobi, who had been shouting battle cries a moment before, suddenly broke into uncontrollable laughter. We've never even seen your grandpa. Ha. The leading sand-hidden Jonin went even further, laughing so hard he pounded the ground with his fist. Brats, I don't care what you're thinking. I can't take this anymore. Kakuzu's forehead veins bulged as he struggled to keep his composure. Fire style, head carving endurance. Summoning jutsu, Monkey King Enma. Wind style, vacuum jade, poop reading. An hour later, at the Sand Village encampment. Kazuka-sama, 300. All 300 had been wiped out. Of the 20 who had stayed hidden on the battlefield, only 3 made it back alive. Bang! Who did this? Shaman slammed his hand on the table, his voice thundering with rage. The Gore brothers. A heavy silence fell inside the tent. No, that's not right, it's those 7. The ninja realized he had misspoken, slapped himself, and quickly corrected. How strong are those 7? After a long pause, Shaman asked in a low voice. One of them seems to be Black Mask Ghost, another must be Uchiha's terrifying poop. As for the other 5, I can't say for sure, but judging by their strength, they're all at least Jonin level or higher. The ninja shook his head. Black Mask Ghost, terrifying poop. Shaman let out a weary sigh. Once again, silence filled the tent. Meanwhile, at the Konoha camp, you bastard Dave, how dare you threaten me? Hiruzen yanked off his little red gourd from his head, roaring in fury. Come on, how did I threaten you? All I said was, I happen to have a friend who works at the hospital and who just happens to know Bawako, and that friend also happens to know a few things about Bawako. That's all I said. How is that my fault? Dave protested, sounding somewhat innocent. Dave, unless you give me a good explanation. Kagami slowly stepped into the tent, took off his little green gourd, and hurled it hard to the ground. His eyes flashed with the Mangekyo Sharingan, grim and terrifying. Kagami wasn't afraid of going blind anymore. After all, his old man, Choji, had awakened the Mangekyo before him. Now that Kagami himself was getting older and didn't need the power so much, he just went ahead and transplanted it for himself. As a result, more and more people were afraid of him these days. Even Dave didn't dare cross him, and though Dave could probably win in a fight, that experience wasn't something he was eager to sample. Ahem, well, wasn't it just to get your names out there? Dave hurriedly coughed and explained. Get our names out there? Exactly. Just think about it. Everyone's heard of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, right? But can either of you name any actual members? Dave forced his explanation. He couldn't very well admit he did it just for a bit of mischief and to mess with the sand. Hiruzen and Kagami exchanged glances and shook their heads. The current 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Well, how to put it? It's not that they didn't know who any of them were. It's that at the moment, there wasn't a single one left in the group. As for the reason, well, both times when Madara and Hashirama went to take down the hidden mist, those 7 poor souls were always the first to charge in. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have already swapped out twice since they first appeared. Now, nobody in the hidden mist even dares to sign up for the swordsman selection anymore. Exactly. We're just learning from them. They have the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and we'll have the 7 gourd brothers of the leaf. How awesome is that? Once your names spread across the ninja world, each of you will be famous in your own right. Isn't that something to be proud of? Dave rambled on, spinning his tail. You know, Dave actually makes a bit of sense. Kagami's eyes lit up. Yup, the fool was convinced. Indeed, Hiruzen nodded as well. The second fool was also taken in. I'm the eldest gourd brother, the two shouted together. I am. No, I am. Saratobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Kagami. Off to the side, Danzo glanced at these 2 idiots and sighed. He truly worried for the future of the leaf. These 2 fools sigh. On a moonless, windy night, Almo and Blade set out once more. Damn it, didn't I tell you to loosen the tension on the stockings for Orochimaru's crew? Why is this still so tight? Dave grumbled, his face contorted as he tugged at the stocking over his head. If there's a bigger size, why don't you use it? Kakuzu replied in his usual flat tone. Then what about the mask I asked you to make? Where's that mask? Dave shot back. An awkward silence fell over them. Ahem, let's move out, B-Seth. Target, the second Kazekage's tent. Kakuzu coughed twice, tried to break the tension. The 2, clad in black nightwear and stockings over their heads, slipped through the forest like shadows. Inside the sand leader's tent, the Kazekage sat alone behind his desk, lost in thought as he flipped through documents. Only a single candle burned on the table, casting flickering shadows in the quiet night. At that moment, the tent's flap was slowly pushed open. The Kazekage jerked his head up, hands already forming seals. Whoa there, young second Kazekage. No need to get jumpy. It's late. Let's not wake everyone else, Dave said as he and Kakuzu entered. Kakuzu quietly closed the flap behind them. Who are you? The Kazekage eyed the 2 stocking-masked intruders, his tone tense. We are Akatsuki. Dave slowly raised his hands in dramatic fashion. Awkward silence. In the night, a flock of crows swept across the sky. Dave felt a bit embarrassed himself. He glanced back at Kakuzu, who was picking his nose, and gave him a kick. Kakuzu quickly snapped to attention and started clapping for Dave. Akatsuki? You bastards. How dare you show up here? The Kazekage roared, slamming his hands on the table at the sound of that name. This damned organization still dares to come looking for him? That accursed Akatsuki even went so far as to injure the village's genin, giving that wretched masked demon the perfect chance to take advantage. A full billion Ryo gone? Hey now, young Kazekage, calm down. We're here to offer you some help. Dave quickly chimed in. We don't need it. Seaman charged straight at them. A moment later, Seaman, bruised and battered, was pinned face down on the table by Kaku. Oh, come on now. Didn't I just say we're here to help you? Why are you getting so worked up? Dave clapped his hands and spoke, a trace of resignation in his voice. We, the hidden sand, don't need it. Seaman, his face squashed against the table by Kakuzu, roared in fury. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why won't you listen to reason? We know what's going on between you and Konoha right now. Look, you've got a few hundred people, and you still can't handle their 7-man team. What does that make you if not useless? And don't forget, Konoha's fighting 3 villages at once. Just those 7 keeping you busy until their main force arrives. You really think you stand a chance? Dave plopped himself down in Seaman's seat, idly twirling a kunai in his hand. Seaman fell silent. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Akatsuki is committed to creating a world of nuclear peace across the shinobi realm. With a grin, Dave stabbed the kunai into the table for emphasis. Blade, aren't we supposed to be building a world with only W? Shut up. Are you the boss, or am I? What I say goes. Dave shot him a glare, cutting him off. Kakuzu could only sigh. Almo, let him go. Show him the goods. Dave turned to Kakuzu, who still had Seaman pinned. Kakuzu released his hold. Seaman glared at him, seething, then stood up and rolled his shoulders. Kakuzu pulled a sealed scroll from his belt and formed a quick hand sign. With a soft puff of smoke, an object appeared. It was a handgun. He handed it to Seaman. Desert Eagle. Easy to use. The same one that put your genin in the hospital. 1,000,000 Ryo each. Bullets are 10,000 apiece. Anyone can use it, and it packs the punch of a C-rank jutsu. And for a limited time, buy 100 Desert Eagles and get 50 silencers free. Not a deal you want to miss, Dave explained enthusiastically. Are you serious? Your organization claims to be building a peaceful shinobi world. Seaman looked at the gun in his hand, suspicion in his eyes as he glanced at Dave. A gun dealer talking about world peace? Somehow, he found that hard to believe. Of course, it's all about nuclear peace, Dave replied with a smile. Seaman attached a silencer and fired a few shots into the distance. The power was indeed impressive. I'll take 1,000 handguns and 100,000 rounds, Seaman said at last, deep in thought as he gazed at the weapon in his hand. All right, sir. Would you like to pay now? Or? Dave sprang up, beaming as he spoke. Behind him, Kakuzu pulled a burlap sack from his backpack, its mouth already wide open. Kakuzu was ready. Could you maybe pay after the war's over? Seaman shut his eyes, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. The village's coffers were truly empty. If we win this war, maybe we can squeeze some money out of Konoha. But if we lose, well, I'll be left with nothing anyway. Why should I fear the Akatsuki, who still have shoes, when I've already lost mine? Almo, pack up. We're out of here. Let's go see if Konoha wants to do business. Dave didn't spare Seaman a glance as he snatched his things from the table, ready to leave. So he wants to play hardball? I can play that game too. Wait, I'll pay now, but I need to inspect the goods. Seaman quickly called out to the 2 men about to leave. This was no joke. Konoha was a tough enough opponent as it was. If Akatsuki started selling them weapons too, what chance would we have? See? That's more like it. Almo, show him the goods. Dave and Kakuzu spun around at Seaman's words, their smiles behind the stretched nylon masks suddenly looking even more sinister. Kakuzu pulled several sealed scrolls from his backpack and performed a series of hand signs. With a rush of air, several large burlap sacks materialized inside the tent. Seaman stepped forward and opened 2 of them, revealing 1,000 handguns and 100,000 bullets, all stacked in neat, orderly rows. Do you want to try one out now? Dave strode over, handing Seaman a pistol, his grin as sharp as ever. No need. Seaman shook his head and sighed. If we really lose this war, the Hidden Sand Village might be doomed forever. With that, Seaman summoned a guard. The moment the guard stepped into the tent and saw the 2 masked, menacing figures, he jumped back in fright. After Seaman explained the situation, the 2 men followed the guard to fetch the money. Later that night, 2 figures with bulging sacks slung over their shoulders made their way through the forest. Kid, you're selling weapons to the other side like this. Sure, it's easy money, but aren't you worried about how it'll affect Konoha? Kakuzu hefted a sack of cash and glanced at Dave, puzzled. You think I'm an idiot? You really think I'd sell them good weapons? Dave grinned slyly. Out of the 1,000 guns, I sold them. Over 900 have been tampered with. Fire once, and it's done for a try. A second shot, and it'll blow up in their hands. And what can they say? We let them test the guns, and they work fine. By the time things go wrong, it's on them. They can't blame us for the quality. Dave's wolfish smile left no doubt. He was a true merchant at heart. Dave, isn't this a bit unethical? But I like it. A low, sly chuckle echoed through the night. In the forest at night, 2 foxes let out sly, mischievous laughs. The next day, now armed to the teeth, the monks brimmed with confidence. They mustered 1,000 men, each one gripping a gun in their hands. So, how should we play this? Are you 7 gourd brothers heading out? Or should I go? Dave eyed the 7 children in front of him, puzzled. We'll handle it. Dave, you just stay here and hold down the fort. Nikizen replied. With that, the 7 of them left the tent and strode toward the battlefield. Dave slowly stepped out of the tent, surveying his rear base, which consisted of only 7 tents. And why were there only 7? To save money on tents, Kakuzu brought his own blanket and made a bed on the ground inside Dave's tent every night. Sometimes, Kakuzu would stay up counting money, the rustling keeping Dave awake. Dave would kick him out, and Kakuzu would just wrap himself in his blanket and lean against the tent, counting cash all night long. On the battlefield, the 2 sides faced off across a massive crater. On one side were the 7 gourd brothers, each in a different color. Opposite them stood 1,000 men, armed and brimming with self-assurance thanks to their guns. First brother, Nikizen. Second brother, Danzo. Third brother, Akimichi Chikaz. Fourth brother, Kagami. Fifth brother, Moulon. Sixth brother, Koharu. Seventh brother, Kakuzu. The 7, each distinct in appearance but clad in matching outfits of different colors, all wore tiny gourds on their heads. The sight of them made quite an impression, enough to leave the 1,000 on the other side visibly rattled. Boss, are you sure these guns have enough range? I just want to take those 7 down right now. One man, struggling to keep a straight face, approached the leader, cheeks flushed as he asked. Hold it in. Don't underestimate those 7. Charge. As soon as you're in range, open fire. Don't get into close combat with them. The leader, a jonin this time, barked his order, face flushed as well. As the 1,000 rushed toward them, the 7 stood momentarily stunned. Danzo, did Dave say anything to you before we left? Nikizen asked, face grave, turning to Danzo. Evade them. The guns in their hands are all prone to backfiring. As long as we dodge the first volley, we'll be fine, Danzo replied helplessly. Leave it to me, said Kagami, stepping forward to stand in front of the others. That's close enough. Open fire. Turn them into Swiss cheese. The jonin leader, convinced they were in range, roared the order to his 1,000 men. Susanoo, Kagami's eyes blazed with the mangekyo, and a glowing yellow skeletal armor slowly formed around them, enclosing all 7 within its protective embrace. Bullets clattered and ricocheted harmlessly off the shield, unable to break through. Boss, what do we do? What is that thing? Our bullets can't even scratch it. A terrified grunt shouted, panic rising in his voice. Keep going. Fire. I refuse to believe it. With 100,000 bullets, I don't believe we can't break this filthy, yellow skeleton. The leading jonin roared in disdain. Wait for my command. Load. Ready. Fire. A thunderous bang rang out. Momins latte. That's it. Jing retracted his Susanoo, gazing in bewilderment at the blood-soaked ground and the field littered with corpses. He asked, utterly baffled. Yeah, even Danzo seemed a little stunned. I'm not dead yet. I can still be saved. Just then, amidst the sea of bodies, a trembling hand slowly lifted, a faint plea escaping its owner. Sorry, there's no saving you. Dave appeared, stepped forward, and, without hesitation, drove a kunai into the man's forehead. Kakuzu, when we get back, you'd better have a good talk with Orochi. This blowout just didn't have enough punch. Look at this. Those metal fragments missed their mark. Dave shouted irritably toward Kaku. The power of the gun's blowout wasn't extraordinary, but the metal shards it sprayed after the chamber exploded were no joke. Their speed and force rivaled actual bullets. This guy was just lucky. None hit a vital spot. There was nothing for it. Dave had to finish the job himself. How's it going on the other battlefields? Dave turned to Danzo with a question. Over in Kirigakure, they got completely wiped out. Lord Madara and Lord Izuna took on 3,000 men by themselves 2 days ago. All 3,000 were annihilated. Danzo swallowed hard. Damn, so things are settled in Kirigakure? Dave asked in surprise. Yeah, right now, Kirigakure is being attacked from both front and back. Hozuki Jinjetsu is still locked in a fierce battle with its Tsukikage from Iwagakure, and I've heard they've agreed to a rematch in 3 days' time. Jinjetsu can't afford to drag it out with Iwagakure any longer. He's probably anxious too, after hearing about Madara's battlefield. The outcome between those two will likely decide Kirigakure's fate. As for the second Hokage, things are a bit more complicated with Kumogakure. There's internal trouble brewing. The second Hokage is still negotiating with them, but Kumogakure's stance remains unclear, Danzo continued. Damn, that won't do. It's not even been a month, and we haven't made enough money yet. Kakuzu, get your stuff. We can't stop now. We're not even close to our target. Dave exclaimed. Not making enough money was simply unacceptable. What about Sunagakure? Do the 6 of us keep stalling them? Hiruzen asked, puzzled. That monk's not going to make any rash moves now. He just lost 1,800 men in one blow. How's he supposed to fight? They only had 8,000 to begin with. You bet. He's still agonizing over it. Kakuzu and I can earn our share quickly. Let's go. If anything happens here, contact the second Hokage. I have his flying thunder god coordinates. On a moonless, windy night, Almo and Blade moved out once more. Which village are we swindling? Selling to this time? Kakuzu asked, puzzled. Kirigakure, Dave replied, already with a plan in mind. Aren't they miserable enough already? And we're still thinking of ripping them off? Kakuzu swallowed hard, uneasy. Given the current state of Kirigakure, they're broke, barely have any manpower left, and the village was destroyed just a few months ago. How much money could we possibly make off a place this wretched? Who said anything about ripping them off? They're at war with Iwagakure right now. If we sell them some quality goods, we're indirectly weakening Iwagakure's strength. As for Uncle Madara, are you really worried those weapons would scare him? Let's move. Rush B. The two dashed through day and night, finally arriving at the battlefield between Kirigakure and Sunagakure. Inside Hozuki Mangetsu's command tent. Damn it, that bastard Uchiha Madara. Wasn't he supposed to be hospitalized and barely hanging on? Why is he still showing up on the battlefield? Why can't he just retire quietly? Why can't he just die already? The little mustache commander was so furious his hair looked like it was about to catch fire. Goo. Take 2,000 troops and reinforce the flank immediately. Stall him as long as you can. Once I've settled things here, I'll head over myself. Hozuki Mangetsu barked at the young man in front of him. Yes, sir. The youth saluted and hurried out. The little mustache sat down, weighed down by worry. Suddenly, the tent flap was thrown open again. What do you want now? I can't spare any more men. Uchiha Madara is nothing but a fart. Don't be afraid of him. Hold him off, and once I get there, I'll beat him so hard he'll be begging for mercy, calling me daddy. Just you wait. I'll be kicking Hashirama and punching Madara all over the battlefield. The little mustache shouted, eyes closed and brow furrowed. Under their stockings, Kakuzu and Dave looked at each other in utter disbelief. Was everyone in this world so fearless? Did you get that all on tape? Dave turned to Kakuzu. Yeah, I got it. We'll show it to Madara when we get back. Kakuzu nodded. Who are you two? Water style, water dragon bullet. The little mustache, upon seeing two masked weirdos suddenly appear in his tent, immediately launched his jutsu. A short while later, Sai, why are all you Kage types so hot-headed? Dave sat where the little mustache had just been, idly spinning a kunai with an exasperated look. Let me go. Who are you people? The pig-headed little mustache was pinned to the ground by Kakuzu, roaring in anger. Still got quite the attitude. We're the Akatsuki. I'm Blade, and this is Almo. Our organization is dedicated to bringing peace to the shinobi world, by any means necessary, Dave introduced with a grin. We're arms dealers, specializing in quality and integrity for 3 centuries. Even the Kazekage recommends us. And right now, we're running some great deals. Care to buy anything? The little mustache. There's a man standing before me, preaching peace with words, yet selling weapons with a gun in his hand. What am I supposed to do about that? A short while later, Dave and Kakuzu shouldered several large sacks and left the place. Don't go just yet. Stick around and watch the show. Let's see how Iwagakure and Kirigakure fight it out, Dave said to Kakuzu. What's there to see? Kakuzu asked, puzzled. Oh, come on, think about it. Kirigakure uses our weapons to beat up Iwagakure. No way Iwagakure is going to take that line down. When the dust settles, we'll go over and sell to Iwagakure too. This trip, we'll make a killing off both villages. Dave tempted. Go, go, go. Let's hustle, Ases. The next day, Kirigakure was the first to send out 2,000 troops. On the Iwagakure side, Mu was left dumbfounded. Had Hozuki Mangetsu lost his mind? After everything you've suffered at the hands of Madara Uchiha, you still have the nerve to bring your men to attack? But after the battle, Mu finally understood where their confidence came from. Iwagakure had deployed 3,000 men, but only 500 made it back. Meanwhile, Kirigakure's casualties hadn't even reached 100. Damn it all. Where on earth did they get those machine guns? Mu grumbled in his tent. So that was their secret. The other side had set up dozens of those so-called machine guns, sweeping the battlefield. Mu himself hadn't even noticed. When he got hit by 2 bullets, staring at the wounds on his arm, Mu gritted his teeth, extracted the bullets, and bandaged himself up again. Well, look at you, disease man. In such a sorry state, huh? Dave pulled open the tent flap, strolled in, and sat right down in Mu's seat. You little brat? What are you doing here? No, really, how did you get in here? Mu stared at Dave in bewilderment, then snapped back to his senses, eyeing him warily. I'm here to do business, of course. Seeing you get beaten up so badly by that little mustache from Kirigakure. It pains me, truly, hurts my heart, Dave said, a gleeful smirk on his face. You brat. Moo shot Dave a fierce glare. So how about it? Those machine guns, didn't they feel amazing? Dave continued, unable to hide his gloating. You brat, those were your weapons you sold to Kirigakure, weren't they? Moo understood immediately, watching Dave with growing suspicion. Of course. Want some for yourself? Dave nodded. Ah, kid, you really know how to play both sides. Moo paused, then let out a cold laugh. Don't make me out to be the villain. I'm a good guy, really. Over in Konoha, they even call me Living Lay Phone. So, are you buying or not? Dave shrugged helplessly. Kid, I'll remember you. Wow, took you long enough. Just now remembering me. Don't tell me your brain's as small as, you know what? You damn brat. After a while, following a grueling 3-hour negotiation and bidding session, Dave wiped the sweat from his brow. Damn, he thought. Next time I'm leaving this kind of thing to Kakuzu. All right, I'm off, syphilis boy. I've gotten what I came for. Dave sealed several sacks of money into a scroll, waved dismissively, and prepared to leave. Wu, still seated, simply waved his hand in reply. Oh, and try not to die, Dave called out as he stepped outside the tent, turning his face halfway back to deliver the words slowly. With that, the tent flap fell shut behind him. Even if you die, brat, I might just outlive you yet.